Family, who could have thought? As a pirate, after beating up the straw hat-wearing Luffy, the system surprisingly made me his personal tutor to teach him the Navy's 6 styles and Haki. This all started when I crossed over to become the clown Buggy. I brought my useless subordinates to Windmill Village and encountered Luffy. The follow-up is highly anticipated. Let me tell you, at that moment, I was standing there looking at the little guy with the straw hat on the ground. He was already doubting life after being beaten by me. And guess what? I heard a ding in my head, and a voice told me, "Go, be his teacher, teach him the Navy's 6 styles, and if you succeed, you'll be rewarded with Haki." Family, who understands this? As a pirate, I actually have to be someone's personal tutor? And it's for the future Pirate King. Did I get the wrong script? This is ridiculous. Sigh, this story actually started a few days ago. When I just crossed over, there was thunder and lightning outside, and I was smashing things in the cabin. I mean, why? My childhood friend Shanks, that red-haired guy, why does he get to be one of the 4 emperors? Let me tell you, when we were kids, he was no match for me in fights. If it weren't for him, would I have lost the treasure map? Would I have eaten that rotten fruit and turned into a useless duck? Now he's a king, and am eating at my own table. Who do I complain to about this? While I was fuming, I heard my 2 subordinates, who were like hidden talents, whispering at the door. One with a doll head covering called Machi said, "The captain has gone crazy again." The other one, a juggler named Kabeji, said, Yeah, can't sleep again tonight. Good heavens, I haven't even made any achievements yet. And you 2 are already backstabbing the boss, huh? Actually, it wasn't me going crazy, it was the original owner. I, a good young man from the 21st century, woke up to find I had become the clown Buggy. Looking in the mirror, good heavens, this red nose, this clown makeup. Fine, since I'm here, I'll accept it from now on. I am Buggy. I tried to grin and said, "Yaha," but guess what? I laughed too hard, and my head flew off my neck. Family, who understands this feeling of laughing while crying in a cyber-psychotic state? I put my head back on, kicked the door open, and flew into the air, kicking those 2 guys twice. Thud, thud. Both of them went straight into the sea to feed the fish. And not bragging, I didn't even use much strength, and they just flew away. At that moment, I thought, is this it? This is the combat power? Weak and helpless, but can eat. What else can this crew do on the Grand Line besides being the atmosphere group? These 2 guys are pretty good swimmers. They quickly climbed back up, sliding in like it was smooth. They started blaming each other, one claiming to be a beast tamer, saying his combat power was all in the lion. The other claimed to be a swordsman, saying it didn't count if he didn't have a sword. I was really fed up arguing. Every day is more energy consuming than anything else. I called for a stop instead of wasting time. They might as well work out. I thought, just in time, the system had a mission. So let's head to Windmill Village and have Ace train these 2 useless guys. So I ordered destination, Windmill Village. Set sail. That afternoon, our ship arrived off the coast of Windmill Village. I stretched my neck and looked around for a long time, didn't see that dog-headed warship, and sighed in relief. Luckily, Old Man Garb wasn't around, otherwise I would have to wait for him to leave before daring to go ashore. I waved my hand, Doc. Rest. The crew heard it was a holiday and acted like they were on steroids, speeding up the ship. Suddenly, the ship shook violently. Good heavens. A monster that looked like a combination of a crocodile and a giant python burst out of the sea, roaring at us. The crew screamed in terror, and even my 2 hidden talents quietly hid behind. I was furious. What are you panicking for? It's just a near sea king. Just a young sea king. Look at how scared you are. I immediately leaped into the air and delivered a raging foot. A slash wave hit it, and immediately a big hole opened up on that creature, blood spraying like a fountain. It let out a miserable scream and dove back into the water. TCH, boring. I was hoping to take revenge on the Mountain Thief King, Sig. Forget it. Let's leave it for future King Luffy to level up. The crew saw me kick away the sea beast and immediately started cheering, calling me captain as mighty and unrivaled in the world, flattering me as if they had driven it away themselves. As soon as the ship docked, the villagers at the dock saw us and ran away like they saw a ghost. I had Machi take half the crew to watch the ship, while I took the rest straight to the village bar. Today I'm treating. As soon as I entered the bar, a beautiful boss lady with green hair and a headscarf asked me what I wanted to drink. I sized her up. Isn't this Makino? TSK. I wonder if she really has something going on with that red-haired guy. I first ordered a beer and asked her to prepare some rum and snacks. I casually asked, "Boss lady, that king. Luffy and Ace are still in the village, right?" Almost slipped and said King Luffy. Makino immediately became alert. Do you know them? He'll tell you. They're the grandsons of Vice Admiral Garp. Luffy even knows the 4 Emperor Shanks, so don't get any weird ideas. I took a sip of beer and casually said, "Don't be nervous. Shanks mentioned Luffy to me. I came to check it out. No ill intentions." Just as I finished speaking, my subordinates rushed in, banging on the table for drinks. Seeing this, Makino asked with half-belief, "So you're also a pirate?" I was about to speak when an old man's angry roar came from the door. "You scum of the sea, get out of our village!" An old man with glasses waved his cane, stomping the ground, furious. I walked over, looking down at him. "You must be the village chief, right? I heard Shanks stayed here for a year. Why can he stay while we have to be driven away?" The village chief was rendered speechless by my retort. At that moment, a special childish voice came from outside. "Let the village chief go, or we'll blast you all away." Immediately after, a figure shot in like a cannonball, brushing past me and crashing into the bar, creating a human-shaped hole in the counter. Good heavens, red shoulder, blue shorts, big slippers, and a straw hat on his back. Isn't this the Pirate King? King Luffy. He crawled out from the wood debris, muttering to himself. "Oh no, I hit the wrong target." I looked at him and deliberately said, "You're the one who's always shouting about becoming the Pirate King. Luffy, Shanks broke an arm for you and gave you the straw hat. He really values you." As soon as Luffy heard Shanks, he immediately forgot about fighting and eagerly asked, "You know Shanks? How is he now?" Then, you saw the scene at the beginning. I knocked him down, and the system mission rang in my head. Looking at him, I smiled mysteriously. "Kid, is this all you can do? You've disgraced this straw hat. Why not become my disciple? And he'll teach you a few tricks." Of course, Luffy refused, struggling to get up and fight back. I dodged using my split ability, then cover my body with armament Haki and knocked him out like a bowling ball. I carried the unconscious him step by step back to the bar. Standing at the door, I announced to the stunned villagers outside, "Our Buggy pirates will be stationed here for a while. Anyone who wants to report, feel free. The consequences are yours to bear. Oh, by the way, I scared off the near sea king. Anyone want to go out to sea? Hurry up, no need to thank me." Inside the bar, my subordinates were drinking happily, like a circus holding a New Year's party. The village chief also came in, looking serious. Makino was distressed, tending to Luffy's wounds, and scolded me. "He's still a child." I rolled my eyes. In a pirate's battle, what does it matter if he's a child or not? "Don't worry, he's tough. He'll be fine after a nap. Hurry up and prepare more barbecue. He'll be hungry when he wakes up." As I was eating steak, I teased the village chief. "Hey, old man, has Ace already set sail?" The village chief's pupils trembled, nearly shouting out, and lowered his voice to ask how I knew. I pretended to be mysterious. "I know a lot." Sure enough, the aroma of the steak woke Luffy up. He sat down at the bar like a sleepwalker, eyes closed, and started devouring food. I looked at his balloon-like belly and felt envious, this rubbery physique, this potential for future growth. Once he finished eating and opened his eyes, he saw my straw hat and exploded. "You guy, give my straw hat back." I teased him by pinching the hat with 2 flying fingers. "If you call me master, he'll return it to you." He was so angry he bit into the grilled meat, but couldn't reach it. I threw out my trump card. "Not only will I teach you, but I'll also tell you about Shanks' past, which is related to your brother Ace." Luffy, being illiterate, immediately knelt and bowed to me. "Master, please." Of course, I imagined the lines, but he did indeed acknowledge me as his master. We snuck into the kitchen, and I cleared my throat, ready to give these locals a little shock with some spoilers. I started from when I was an intern with Shanks on Roger's ship, and went all the way to Ace being Roger's biological son. Luffy kept exclaiming wow, and so that's how it is, without stopping. After I finished, I reminded Luffy, "Don't go spreading this around." Then I began to teach him the Navy's 6 styles. However, when I asked, it turned out that old man Garp had never taught him anything, just threw him into the mountains. What a grandfather. As we talked, Luffy even cried, so I quickly dropped another bombshell. "Don't cry. Your other brother Sabo isn't dead. He was saved by your dad." Luffy immediately stopped crying and looked confused. "Who's my dad?" I burst out laughing, pointing at him. "You've grown up not knowing who your dad is? Your name is Monkey D. Luffy, so your dad must be Monkey D." "Dad? Huh?" This was practically the latest hell joke of 2025. Luffy's face turned red with anger as he shouted at me. In the end, the village chief couldn't stand it anymore and told him that his dad is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. I laughed so hard my stomach hurt. Goodness, what a scene. I am a naval officer. My father served in the Revolutionary Army, and my son aspires to become the Pirate King. Are you all trying to gather the 3 major factions to play mahjong? After sharing a hearty laugh, I returned to the hall and announced the commencement of training. I demonstrated the 6 styles to my crew of inept sailors, each of them looking utterly bewildered, as if they were listening to an incomprehensible language. In contrast, Luffy was already imitating the moves with impressive enthusiasm. Alas, the disparity between people can be greater than that between humans and dogs. I instructed Kabaji to abandon his dilapidated unicycle and focus on practicing swordsmanship or martial arts. Then, I divided the crew into groups to learn some flashy techniques like finger pistol and gale foot, though they were mere distractions. My primary attention remained on Luffy, as I was counting on him to hone my observation haki. In just a few days, Luffy's progress was astonishing. He mastered the techniques of shave and moonwalk in a single day and even began developing new moves. Today, he engaged in a playful duel with Moji and his lion. Ricky. Luffy laughed heartily, calling out to them, Moji, Ricky, come at me together. Otherwise, it won't be fun. Moji and Ricky were already battered and breathing heavily. Had I not been watching, they might have collapsed in defeat. Moji attempted to rally, instructing Ricky to use the newly learned gale foot while he wielded a whip on the side. However, Luffy countered with a rubber gale foot whip, effortlessly nullifying Ricky's attack and sending him flying with a swift kick. In a fit of desperation, Moji used his whip like a spear, lunging at Luffy. But Luffy swiftly dodged with shave, extending his neck for a powerful rubber iron headbutt. Moji spat blood, his eyes rolling back as he fell lifelessly to the ground. The atmosphere erupted in excitement. That rascal Buggy, out of nowhere, produced a large trumpet and announced in a theatrical tone, "The victor is the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy." I must say, Luffy was truly pumped. Having just defeated an opponent, he didn't even catch his breath before turning to me, shouting, "Master Buggy, let us practice together." Such enthusiasm was infectious. I too felt invigorated, tossing aside the trumpet and leaping into the ring, laughing as I said, "Come on, let me see how much you've improved in the past half-month." The atmosphere instantly froze. It became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Luffy, however, launched into an impressive display of a powerful move. His calves propelled him like a bicycle pump, his entire body turning red and steaming as he activated the second gear. I thought to myself, has he truly unlocked the second gear? Impressive. However, this move comes with significant drawbacks, so I decided to end the duel quickly. Without delving into the details, after the fight, Luffy was helped up by the villagers, coughing blood while giving me a thumbs up, his eyes sparkling with admiration, saying, "Master Buggy is still strong. I need to work even harder." Ah, how exhilarating it is to feel both powerful and respected by one's apprentice. Just then, a sudden realization struck me. The system task. I needed to urge Luffy to set sail quickly and recruit a female pirate named Yarlita as a crew member. The reward? The awakening of Conqueror's Haki. Without hesitation, I leaped into action. This had to be done. I immediately patted my chest and assured Luffy that in a couple of days, I would teach him armament Haki so he could set sail in style. However, upon turning back to my unmotivated crew, I was filled with frustration and shouted at the recently revived Moji, "Make those last 10 useless crew members swab the deck for 3 days. Don't let them die of thirst." Moji tried to reason with me, but I quickly grabbed him by the collar, exclaiming, "My crew is nothing but a bunch of electronic pets. After all the resources I've given them, they still can't grasp even one of the 6 styles. It's a miracle they're still breathing." After 2 months of training Luffy, Ace had been at sea for over 2 years. Finally, Luffy set sail on his little boat. He complained that my ship was moving too fast for his rickety raft to keep up. Meanwhile, I was on the larger ship, merely an onlooker, having already spotted the giant sea serpent with my observation haki, just waiting for the spectacle to unfold. Sure enough, the next moment, with a loud crash, Luffy's boat was capsized. And guess what? With a single rubber pistol, he defeated the near-sea king in an instant. I couldn't help but laugh, shouting to my crew, "Bring it aboard. It's feast time." As we celebrated on the ship, I sliced through the meat of the Sea King while boasting. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Luffy devoured enough food for half the crew. Just watching him eat was enough to satisfy my hunger. To be honest, the culinary offerings of this world are quite dismal. Everything is either grilled or stewed, making me contemplate kidnapping Sanji to serve as our cook. After a hearty meal, I needed to focus on serious matters. Finding Yarlita. Where could she be? Oh right, in the original story, she had a plot line with Axe Hand Morgan. Upon asking, Kabaji excitedly jumped in, declaring, "Captain, I know. She's in Shell's Town." That rascal even erected a statue of himself there. Finally, some useful information. I immediately instructed Kabaji to navigate while playfully coaxing Luffy. "Let us go, Luffy. I have a feeling you're about to meet an ideal companion. Luffy, being the simple-minded fellow he is, eagerly followed along. However, we spent an entire day circling the waters off Shell's town without encountering a single soul. Just as I began to think we had arrived too early and the plot had yet to unfold, the lookout suddenly screamed in a frenzy. 15 nautical miles to port. A large fleet of pirate ships. They are pursuing a small boat and heading our way. Upon hearing this, I quickly grabbed my telescope. To my astonishment, there was not just one, but two, and a total of 15 ships. The lookout was nearly trembling in fear, exclaiming, "Captain, it's the Krieg pirates. They're chasing a ship with a red skull flag. Should we fight or hide?" I felt invigorated and shouted, "Let us go. Do you think I'm just anyone? That red skull flag belongs to Yarlita. A bounty of 5 million for a small fry like her. And yet Krieg is pursuing her with such fervor? I am well aware that she has likely stolen Krieg's devil fruit." Luffy was even more excited than I, howling that he wanted to charge in. I pulled him back and yelled at my somewhat cowardly crew, "Listen up. Raise the flag. Krieg's armor is pure gold. The treasures on that ship must be piled high. Whoever gets to it first can keep it. Charge." The moment they heard there was treasure to be had, their eyes gleamed with greed, and all fear vanished. As the two fleets drew closer, Yarlita's small boat was already being battered by cannon fire, resembling a sieve, and it was about to be surrounded. I ordered, "Get alongside that small boat. Luffy, come with me, the rest of you guard the ship." One crew member foolishly asked, "Captain, how can we guard the ship while seizing the treasure?" Finally, Kabaji's brain clicked, and he kicked the moron, shouting, "You idiot! There are 15 ships on the other side. Do you want us to charge in and die? Follow the captain's commands." Satisfied, I nodded and leaped onto Yarlita's pink, girly ship with Luffy. Just as we steadied ourselves, 5 or 6 ruffians surrounded us, brandishing knives and shouting, "Are you here to steal too? Get lost." I was too lazy to argue and simply said, "Take us to your captain." The leader, quite brazen, swung his sword at me, severing my wrist. He laughed, thinking he had the upper hand, but my severed hand flew back up, grabbed his hair, and hurled him into the sea. A monster! The remaining crew members fled in terror into the ship's cabin. Suddenly, a furious female voice erupted from the cabin. "Monster? Who are you calling a monster?" As Luffy and I strolled in, we were greeted by a plump woman, freckled and wielding a massive spiked club, standing over the ruffian who had just reported to her. Beside her stood a bespectacled young man, trembling like a leaf. Luffy's mouth truly knows no bounds, as he directly pointed at someone and asked me, "Master, is this the remarkable companion you were referring to, the one resembling an ant as wide as 2 of me? Who are you calling an ant?" The Wolfong Club came flying towards us. We easily dodged it, and I pointed to the trembling young man beside us, saying to Luffy, "That one is your type. As for this lady captain, I have my eye on her." Upon hearing this, Luffy chuckled and ran over to drag the young man, KB, aside to make friends. I then turned to the original Yarlita, forcing a smile that I deemed friendly. "Miss Yarlita, I presume you've crossed paths with Clique? No worries. As long as you become my crew member, I shall shoulder this burden for you." She remained cautious, insisting it was merely an alliance. I bluntly stated, "For a devil fruit, mere alliance is hardly sufficient." The mention of the devil fruit sent her into a frenzy, as she shouted that the fruit was something she had stumbled upon unintentionally, and she had no idea how Clique had learned of it. She would not spare whoever leaked the information. I noticed the ships outside were already docking, and there was no time to dally with her. I swiftly circled her, demonstrating what it truly meant to shake one's head vigorously. "I, myself, am a user of abilities. Why would I deceive you? Hurry and consume it, or I will annihilate Clique's men and return to bind you aboard, personally forcing it down your throat. You shall see whether I desire the fruit or you as a person." This seemed to strike a chord within her. She hesitated for a moment before genuinely retrieving a small box from the corner and producing a peach-shaped fruit. Just then, a nearby henchman feigning death suddenly sprang up, cackling madly as he lunged to snatch it. With a swift punch, I embedded the traitor into the wall and shouted at Yarlita, "Quickly eat it! From now on, you shall be mine." She swallowed the fruit in one bite, and the taste made her gag immediately. At that moment, I heard a chime in my mind, signaling the completion of the task, and the arrival of Conqueror's Haki. Delightful. Meanwhile, a man named Bala from Kleek's crew, seeing the fruit consumed, erupted in fury, threatening to burn us and our ship together. Just as I was about to act, Yalata stepped forward, volunteering, "Captain Buggy, allow me. He burned my ship, and this will also give you a glimpse of my new crew member's strength." I chuckled, all right. I promptly sent Luffy to create chaos on another ship, while I sat by the edge of our vessel to watch the spectacle unfold. Bala continued to boast, declaring that no one could breach his ironclad defense. Those who understand. Upon hearing this, I knew we were secure. Yalata charged forward with her wolf fawn club, and every flaming iron ball struck her, sliding harmlessly away. In the next moment, with a resounding crash, Yalata shattered Bala's so-called invincible wall. He was left dazed, and Yalata was not polite. With a swift swing of her iron bat, she sent him flying, crashing into his own ship and plunging into the sea. With their leader defeated, Kleek's crew instantly fell into disarray. Our morale soared as Kabaji commanded his men to charge forward, even calling out for a one-on-one duel with their strategist. Meanwhile, I floated silently behind the strategist, named 80 Man, holding a gas bomb I had taken from their ship, wondering if this was what you relied upon. That man was petrified, watching helplessly as I tossed the iron canister into the sea, then pressed my knife against his throat, prompting him to immediately surrender. Thus, the fierce battle concluded. Luffy felt a bit dejected because KB's dream was to join the Navy and didn't come along with him. I reassured him that companions would come in time, even jokingly suggesting I might share Yalata's subordinates with him, which he promptly declined. I instructed Kabaji to tally our spoils. Yalata's ship was utterly ruined, its keel burnt through. I directed him to herd the captives onto a small boat, and we would sail away with several intact large vessels, setting the rest ablaze. Just as I was organizing this, I leaped back on my Baika Daupu ship, and suddenly a fragrant breeze enveloped me. I instinctively dodged, only to realize it was Yalata. Her ability was still unrefined, and she collided with me, sending me into disarray. She clutched my head, repeatedly apologizing, though her face bore no trace of regret. I was utterly flabbergasted. Could this slippery fruit's effects be so extraordinary? She had me reeling with an S-curve return. After her collision, I felt my body shatter, but my soul nearly slipped away. That enchanting aroma, that smooth texture, who could withstand it? My bodily components could not help but dance around her, captivated. Just as I was lost in this reverie, Machi's untimely voice broke in. "Captain Buggy, you called for me?" Reluctantly, I extricated my head from Yalata's grasp, cleared my throat, and began to feign authority, restructuring the crew, abolishing the positions of first mate and strategist, and forming a triad with the three of them as captains. After we had been sailing for over 2 hours, Kleek's main force finally arrived. A man clad in golden armor, puffing on a cigar, surveyed the remnants upon the sea, and suppressing his rage, inquired, "Are we certain the devil fruit has been consumed?" 80 Man trembled as he knelt, reporting, "Yes, Captain. The woman who consumed the fruit defeated Captain Bala. That clown Buggy and the Straw Hat Kid are also users of abilities. They are formidable." The golden-clad man snorted, "Clown Buggy, Straw Hat Kid. Iron Club Yalata, I shall remember them. They are fortunate to have fled. Reinforce our ranks. Next month, we must march into the Grand Line. By the way, how are the negotiations for the sea charts with Arlong progressing? Regarding that matter, I must say, Arlong is demanding an outrageous price. However, our captain, the one in golden armor, is utterly unconcerned." I stood right next to his strategist, and, my goodness, Kleek's physique resembled a mountain, casting a shadow that enveloped the little strategist. The strategist, 80 Man, nervously suggested that cash might be insufficient and inquired if they could offer items in exchange. Kleek, upon hearing this, pressed his cigar onto the ship and waved his hand dismissively. "Money? What is that worth? Apart from weapons and ships, treasures, food, and fine wine, whatever he desires, we shall provide. As long as we can secure the Grand Line, we can acquire as much as we want." After saying this, he slapped 80 Man on the shoulder, nearly shattering him. Those who understand, in this crew, a mere disagreement could lead to physical confrontation. It was practically workplace bullying. 80 Man scrambled up, drenched in sweat, muttering, "It's so hard for me," which made me laugh. But truthfully, compared to the grim and oppressive atmosphere on Cleekside, we were in an entirely different world. I must tell you, we organized a grand outdoor party in the central square of Orangetown. Tents were erected, balloons floated in the air, and our crew, like circus performers, began showcasing their talents while feasting and drinking. The villagers, initially terrified, even saw their mayor don wooden armor in preparation to confront us. However, upon witnessing our genuine spending of gold and silver, their attitude flipped by 180 degrees. As food and drink poured in our direction, Luffy, with a clown balloon in hand, distributed them to children, pulling them into the tent to play together. The adults, initially frightened, entered to find their children excitedly watching the performances, gradually letting go of their fears and eventually joining in. The entire town felt like a festival. Why? Because it was our Captain Buggy's preemptive order. He, in essence, embodies a pirate in body, but carries the spirit of a modern gentleman, believing it is utterly disgraceful to bully the common folk. There's little to gain from petty theft, and it only tarnishes one's reputation. His motto is, if you must rob, aim for the big ones, targeting those noble lords for the greatest rewards. Understanding the broader perspective, you see, at the party, Luffy, the glutton, leaned against the table with his belly swollen like a ball, his mouth stuffed with meat as he mumbled in envy, "It's great to have companions. Master Buggy, when will I have my own crew?" At that moment, I was comfortably reclining, letting Yalda feed me grapes. Upon hearing his words, I sat up straight. On one hand, I felt the need to acknowledge my role as a master. On the other hand, I chuckled to myself as a spark went off in my mind. System task incoming. Task: innocent and cheerful companions. Guide Luffy to find a suitable crew member and reveal the traits of his future companions. Task reward: advanced Haki application. And a blank life card. What an enticing reward. I immediately assured Luffy, "Don't worry. After a few days of rest, I promise to find you a crew member." I had initially hoped that the thieving little rascal Nami would conveniently come to us, but after a few days of revelry in town, our treasure chest remained untouched. It seemed that she was not nearby. As for the green-haired swordsman, who knows which dimension he had wandered off to? So, I decided that our target must be a fixed one. I spread out the nautical chart and considered two candidates: Usopp from Syrup Village and the curly-haired chef from the floating restaurant. However, the timing was off for the restaurant. Sanji's arrival depended on Captain Kuro's interference, and with Kuro still tailing us, and Nami, that lustful Kappa, absent, how could Luffy go alone? It would be foolish for me to personally raid the restaurant. Absolutely not, because I was reluctant to use Yalta as bait. Certainly not. Thus, the target was set: Syrup Village. Early on the 5th day, we quietly set sail. I even left a letter for the mayor of Orangetown, instructing him to inform an orange-haired girl that a straw-hatted lad was waiting for her. I must say, I was quite pleased with my foresight. Not long after our fleet had set sail, the lookout shouted, "Captain Buggy, a pirate ship sighted. Black Cat flag. They are changing course. Shall we pursue?" Upon hearing this, I nearly leapt from my seat. The Black Cat pirates. That's Kuro's gang. They have been loitering near Syrup Village for ages. This was serendipitous, an official grant of assistance. Chase them. Of course we must pursue, surround them, and capture them alive. I was brimming with excitement. If we could capture this crew, then Luffy could pummel their fake Captain Kuro, and Usopp's joining would be assured. My crew sprang into action. Sails unfurled at my command. However, the gunner almost made me laugh in anger. He actually suggested using cannonballs. I quickly admonished him, "You fool. I said to capture them alive. If you sink them, what do we gain? Don't you want the treasure?" The enemy ship, while firing back, attempted to flee, but no vessel could escape the encirclement of our 4 ships. Just as they were about to be enveloped, the captain with heart-shaped glasses, named Zango, devised a deceptive plan to lure me on board and hypnotize me. I couldn't help but laugh, while Luffy and I moved like phantoms. We had already landed on their deck amidst the chaos. Zango was still rallying his men, saying, "Once we deceive him aboard, I will hypnotize him, and we shall gain a fleet for free. Ha ha ha." I interrupted him from behind. "I am the captain you intend to deceive. So, shall we begin your performance?" Zango's face turned pale. Being a ruthless individual, he quickly brandished a circular saw, shouting, "Hypnosis!" Zango! To my astonishment, Luffy fell under the spell as well. With his simple-mindedness, he was transformed into a berserk warrior, charging at the hypnotized pirates with a barrage of rubber punches. They were utterly scattered and defenseless. At that moment, one thought consumed me. Zango's ability was tailor-made as a buff for my useless crew. We had to capture him. Just as Luffy was about to dismantle the ship, Zango snapped his fingers to break the hypnosis. Realizing brute force would not work, he feigned surrender, but in that moment he attempted a sneak attack, slashing at me with a hidden blade. He was utterly shocked when my lower half remained standing while my upper half flew past him, delivering a swift slap that sent him tumbling into the sea. Not finished yet. As he resurfaced, gasping for air, I pressed his head down until he drank his fill. Only then did I pull him back up. With Zango secured, I inquired about Syrup Village, and to my surprise, Zango and two cat-like brothers eagerly offered to lead the way, fearing they might be discarded if they proved useless. Upon nearing Syrup Village, we quickly spotted the long-nosed figure. Luffy, in his straightforward manner, boldly declared, "I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Join me as my companion." Usopp attempted to boast, claiming to be Captain Usopp with 8,000 men under his command. I couldn't help but chuckle, retorting, "All right, let's go find your crew in the village. I've heard there is a wealthy family named Kaya. We shall pay them a visit. Zango, lead the way. Let's see how your Captain Kuro is faring." Upon hearing Kaya and Kuro, Usopp's face drained of color. He quickly grasped the situation, shouting, "If you defeat Kuro and save Kaya, I will set sail with you." Deal struck. We marched triumphantly toward Kaya's grand estate, and at the entrance, I instructed him to knock. That rascal shouted inside for Kaya to run, then turned to the door to berate, "Kuro, you despicable pirate, come out. Your adversary has arrived." When the door swung open, a bespectacled man in a suit appeared. It was Kuro. He began to boast, hurling insults at Usopp and disparaging his father. I could no longer bear it. I stepped forward, clapping my hands. "Kuro, enough with the theatrics. You should be auditioning for an Oscar with those skills. By the way, his father, Usopp, is a sharpshooter on the Red-Hair Pirates. If he is a third-rate pirate, what does that make you? Irrelevant? Luffy soudainly recaled. Ah? So, he is the son of the legendary sharpshooter." Usopp could no longer contain his emotions, rushing toward Luffy to inquire about his father's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Kuro was still berating Zango, completely disregarding us. At that moment, Kaya and the butler Mary emerged. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Kuro immediately took Mary hostage and turned to flee upstairs to capture Kaya. This was dire. Kaya was in danger. Usopp shouted to Luffy, "If you rescue Kaya, I will sail with you." Luffy's spirit ignited. "It's a deal. No backing out." After confirming, his arms stretched, and he propelled himself through the second-floor window, crashing inside. Before Kaya could react, she was hurled out the window, screaming in fright. I was below, and with no choice, I extended my hand to catch her safely. Just then, Kuro leapt down from the second floor, wielding 10 long blades, a sight that was chilling. He brazenly declared his intent to kill everyone and seize the treasure. Luffy jumped from the window as well, and they faced off. Kuro even commanded Zango to hypnotize Kaya into writing a will, to which I crossed my arms, chuckling, "Sorry, Captain Kuro, but Zango is now my man." I ordered my crew to clear the area, leaving the courtyard for Luffy and Kuro to duel. While I settled in to watch the spectacle, calling out to Luffy, "Hurry up and finish. Don't delay our banquet." Kalu was enraged, letting out a thunderous roar as he charged towards me. The outcome, as you can imagine, was rather predictable. Kalu was swiftly subdued by Luffy, and subsequently, I bound him. In front of all his subordinates, I severed his ropes and posed a question. Would he prefer to perish namelessly or assume the role of my strategist? A wise man knows the value of communication. He immediately knelt on one knee, expressing his submission. I promptly renamed him Luo Ku, bestowing upon him the title of Divine Strategist. Then came the most astonishing part. I produced a makeup palette and performed a complete transformation on him. I assure you, that appearance was so abstract that even the AI art of 2025 could not replicate it. His face was painted black, hair disheveled, adorned with a nose mask and a mustache, draped in a plush costume. A broodingly handsome figure was transformed into something that even Kumamoto Bear would shake its head at. Zangao, beside me, was stifling laughter, practically convulsing with amusement. What followed was a wild 2-day celebration at Kuya's home, attended by the entire village. Who came to witness our performances? Luffy showcased his food swallowing, Zangao executed his moonwalk, and with Luo Ku, I performed the act of sawing a person in half. The atmosphere was utterly lively. On the 5th morning, Kuya and Meili arrived, announcing that the supplies and Luffy's new ship were ready. Upon hearing about the new vessel, Luffy's eyes lit up, shaking Kuya's arm incessantly. We made our way to the dock, where Meili enthusiastically introduced his masterpiece, the Going Merry. However, the moment I laid eyes on that ship, particularly the charming sheep's head bow, my mind exploded with images of the Going Merry being engulfed in flames in Water 7. Those are memories that linger for a lifetime. My emotions spiraled out of control, and I seized Luffy by the collar, unleashing a torrent of rage. Luffy, bewildered by my outburst, innocently replied, "Master Buggy, I just got the ship. How could it possibly be burned?" Seeing his foolish expression, I realized I had lost my composure. I released him, adjusted his straw hat, and let out a long sigh, my voice trembling slightly. "Luffy, in the future, you will encounter a 3-sword-style swordsman, a lecherous chef, and a money-obsessed female navigator. But remember, the Going Merry is also your companion. Cherish it dearly. If one day it can no longer sail, please take a part of it aboard the new ship, be it as a room or a ballast. At the very least, keep a piece of it as a testament to its support and assistance throughout your journey." Upon hearing my words, Luffy flashed a toothy grin, completely dismissing the matter of the Going Merry as he turned to inquire about the whereabouts of his future crewmates. I must admit, at that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. My excitement had been for naught. I begrudgingly informed him, "The lecherous chef is at the floating restaurant. The 3-sword-style swordsman can be found in Shears Town, and as for the female navigator, she is likely on some unfortunate ship at this very moment. Her hometown is in Cocoa Village. Now off you go. Set sail with your crew, and remember your promise. I'll be waiting for you on the Grand Line. If you dare to burn the Going Merry, just see if I won't turn against you." Seeing his silly grin, I suddenly felt a bit deflated. I pulled out a nautical chart, flinging it at his face, and without a backward glance, I departed the ship. My captains followed suit. Yet Luo Ku, the former butler Kailu, lingered behind, seemingly pondering the benefits of being with me. This prophet. This fellow instinctively reached for his glasses, only to switch to his wrist upon seeing Kuya, afraid his little thoughts might be exposed. We set sail. "Master Buggy, until we meet again on the Grand Line." Luffy's booming voice echoed throughout the port. Usopp joined in, urging Kuya to take care of herself. The scene was heart-wrenching, as if they would never return. Once the Going Merry vanished beyond the horizon, I turned to bid farewell to Kuya and her old butler. I struck a significant deal with them. My fleet's cargo returning from the Grand Line will be directly sold by her trading company. This was not merely a business arrangement. It would also invigorate the economy of their village. Before I departed, I specifically reminded Kuya to safeguard the piece of life card I had given her, for it was a crucial token of our transaction. Upon boarding my ship, the Baikidaupu, the atmosphere in the captain's quarters was palpable. I took my seat in silence, while my 4 captains, Yaerli Ta, Kabaji, Mochi, and the newly arrived Luo Ku, were as tense as quail, hardly daring to breathe. Ultimately, it was Yaerli Ta, emboldened by her recent closeness to me, who cautiously spoke up, "Captain, what troubles you? Are you upset about Luffy's departure? Shall we go after him?" Mochi and Kabaji eagerly chimed in, "Yes, yes. Having Luffy with us is no big deal." In my mind, I thought, do you even understand? That kid Luffy is not one to remain beneath others. Sooner or later, he will become his own captain. I rapped the table and declared, "This has nothing to do with Luffy. I am contemplating our next move. I intend to advance into the Grand Line and apply to become one of the Shichibukai." At this proclamation, Yaerli Ta and the others went completely speechless. To them, the Shichibukai was akin to a myth, something beyond their grasp. Only Luo Ku, the new strategist, stood there, his glasses reflecting light, obscuring his expression, but I knew he understood. I pointedly addressed him. Luo Ko, share thoughts. Did you not just earn the title of Divine Strategist? Show me some real insight. I must say, this fellow understood the art of upward management. He promptly dropped to one knee, his expression fervent, akin to a fan meeting their idol. Captain, your ambitions are truly grand. To become a Shichibukai, we require two things: great renown and formidable strength. We must demonstrate our might to the world government. The best approach is to target those notorious pirate crews without attacking civilians. Only then can we garner positive reputation. Now I see. Your decision not to strike at Syrup Village was indeed a long-term strategy. My previous schemes pale in comparison to your foresight. His flattery was so convincing I nearly believed it myself. I gestured for him to rise. Enough, well said. Since we lack a specific target, let us first head to the Grand Line. And while we're at it, I want to visit Town. I need to see Roger's execution platform. By the way, prepare some fine wine for me. Flowers are unnecessary. Captain Roger would need nothing but a good drink. After saying this, I couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, and as I laughed, tears streamed down my face. Truly, I was becoming more like the original Buggy by the day, often dreaming of the past aboard Roger's ship. Upon hearing me refer to Roger as Captain, Luo Ku's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Captain Roger? The Pirate King? Captain, you have met him? But wait, he was executed 20 years ago. How old were you then? I refrained from responding, as Mo-Chi, my perceptive subordinate, took the initiative to show off. Captain Kalu, you may not know this, but our Captain Buggy was once a crewmate of Captain Roger. He has fought alongside the Whitebeard and shares a bond with the red-haired Shanks. A true legend. Internally, I reveled in this moment. Yes, that was the vibe. Little did I know, in Town, a significant old man was already waiting for me. Siping there. At the naval base, a gray-haired man with a scar, I was munching on sunbae while answering calls. This man was Carp, Luffy's grandfather. On the other end of the phone was a white-haired man, known as Smoker the White Hunter, who was reporting on the happenings in the East Blue, mentioning the rise of a new pirate fleet. Upon hearing this, Carp chuckled heartily. Haha, Smoker, you have been quite lax lately. But when he learned that pirates had been spotted in Windmill Village, he immediately became attentive, inquiring if that red-haired lad had returned. I was still aboard the ship, savoring the sea breeze, utterly oblivious to the fact that I had caught the attention of a naval hero. Following my fleet was a naval warship, and Zhang Yao was so anxious he could hardly contain himself, asking if we should eliminate it. I simply laughed. What is there to fear? If we are heading to Town, we should not fear the Navy. Stantat. With a hearty chuckle, I promoted Zhang Yao to temporarily command the ordinary crew, putting his hypnotic skills to good use. Before long, Town was in sight. I summoned the 4 captains for a meeting to assign tasks. Machi would guard the fleet. Kabaji was to prepare the landing craft. Locke would procure supplies, and Yalata was to seek out the telephone bug. I urged them to unleash their full potential, instructing them not to fear the Navy, but to engage directly. In the East China Sea, no one could threaten us. Let chaos reign. I sauntered towards the town square, where the gallows stood tall, reminiscent of a scene from a past life. Standing beneath the platform, I retrieved a bottle of liquor, pouring some onto the ground before taking a hearty swig. Are you commemorating Roger? A deep voice emanated from behind me, accompanied by the pungent aroma of cigars. I turned to find a white-haired Smoker. Shaking the bottle, I replied, and what of it? You are the Navy, and I am a pirate. Is it against the rules not to engage upon meeting? Indeed, your journey ends here. Without hesitation, Smoker drew his weapon, a 10-fingered sword tipped with Haki, launching a powerful punch that transformed into smoke. Is he so arrogant, relying solely on his Logia powers? Today, I shall show you the meaning of countermeasures. Shave. Shattered flower cannon. In an instant, I employed the 6 forms, my hands enveloped in Haki as I launched myself forward, grasping his smoke-infused fist. Smoker was taken aback. How could you possibly grasp me? He transformed into a swirling cloud, attempting to ensnare me. I laughed. You underestimate our paramecia. Do you realize that in elemental form, your surface area has increased? Shattered flower, blooming in all directions. My body instantly fractured into several pieces, careening through the smoke, each fragment infused with Haki, causing Smoker to cry out until he was forced to revert to human form, awkwardly defending himself with his sword. Ah, 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 ah. I haven't even used my weapon. And you cannot withstand me? Shattered Flower, 8-blade slash. I clutched 8 small blades in my hands to suppress him, and with a swift kick, 2 more blades shot from my shoes, stealthily poised to deliver a backstab. At that moment, chaos erupted on the sea. That old coot carp had entered the fray. He didn't even need cannons, hurling shells with his bare hands, unleashing a barrage akin to meteors raining down upon my fleet. The crew aboard my ship had lost their wits, dodging cannonballs while cursing, "Damn, that old pervert." What followed was even more absurd. Carp hoisted an entire cart of shells, launching a barrage that resembled fireworks during the New Year, leaving my ship riddled with craters. Zhang Ao was nearly in tears, crying out for a retreat. I kicked him. "You fool. In a narrow path, the brave prevail. The Navy is ignited. Hold your ground." Carp continued to shout, urging surrender, mispronouncing my name repeatedly, calling me back and then Beachy. Infuriated, I shouted back, "I am Buggy, that old bastard from the Luffy family. Ace has become a pirate, and soon Luffy will as well. How dare you pursue pirates?" My words seemed to strike a nerve, inciting Carp's fury. He lifted a gigantic iron ball, tethered by chains, and hurled it towards my flagship, Fist of the Giant Meteor. In that moment, I felt as though my life had reached its zenith, emphasizing the importance of participation. My crew was in disarray, some crying out for their mothers, others leaping overboard, chaos enveloping the fleet. "Zhang Ao!" I roared at the paralyzed Zhang Ao beside me. "Hypnotize me. Claim that I possess the same strength as Roger. Quickly. It will be too late otherwise." Understood." Zhang Ao hurriedly produced his hypnotic ring, declaring, "You possess the strength of the Pirate King." In his fervor, he inadvertently hypnotized himself. In that fleeting instant, I felt an indescribable power erupt from within. An invisible wave of energy burst forth, knocking all aboard into unconsciousness. I propelled myself into the air, confronting the colossal iron ball, crossing my arms with my short blade drawn. "Old man, do not be so arrogant." Divine avoidance. An unseen slash, imbued with a force capable of rending the sky, struck the iron ball with ferocity. The clouds above were torn asunder. "Return to whence you came," I bellowed, forcing the massive iron ball back, shattering it mid-air into a relentless rain of iron upon the Navy's fleet. As my crew regained consciousness and witnessed this spectacle, they erupted into thunderous cheers. Carp soared into the air, facing me with a grave expression. I maintained a facade of nonchalance, threatening him. "Vice Admiral Carp, shall we continue? If you push me further, I shall blow Luaga town to the heavens. If I choose to flee, can you catch me?" Carp, seemingly intimidated by my earlier display, softened his tone. "If you have the capability, go stir up trouble in the New World." Hearing this, I seized the opportunity I was planning to. "By the way, I would like to apply to become a Shichibukai. Could you mention this to Admiral Sengoku? Considering I briefly taught Luffy as a grandfather, you ought to show some consideration." Upon hearing Luffy's name, Carp's defenses crumbled as he rushed off to visit Windmill Village. Seizing the moment, I waved him off with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha. Since you have matters to attend to, I shall not see you off. Do not forget to recommend me." Once back on the deck, my legs turned to jelly, but I held my ground, leaning against the railing until the Navy's ship vanished from sight, at which point I collapsed, losing consciousness. When I awoke the following day, I found Yalata asleep by my bedside, her long eyelashes adorned with tears. "Knock, knock, knock." Machi and Kabaji burst in, elated to see me awake, recounting how I had been unresponsive the day prior and had run a high fever, frightening them. Yalata, awakened by the commotion, leapt into my arms, tears streaming down her face in joy. I patted her back, feeling deeply moved. At that moment, Locke appeared at the door, delivering a lengthy speech of loyalty, expressing how witnessing my legendary battle against the Navy had illuminated his former insignificance and his commitment to follow me for life. "Very well, as long as everyone is present." I clear my throat, feeling as though my body might disintegrate. "All right, everyone is here. Please step outside while I get dressed and have breakfast. To my surprise, the gentleman finally showed some sense and exited, with Kabaji kindly closing the door behind him. However, as I turned around, there stood Yalita, beaming like a flower. She sauntered over, playfully suggesting, "Hee, Captain Buggy, let me assist you. After all, it was I who helped last night." My mind went blank. Last night? What happened last night? Didn't I pass out? She continued to complain. How can a pirate crew of your size lack a proper doctor? How have you survived all these years? I had no time to entertain her remarks. Sharing a room with a beautiful woman while clad only in my undergarments was overwhelming for my pure-hearted soul from the 21st century. I hastily ushered her out, quickly dressing and kicking the door open. Bang! Outside, Machi and Kabaji were crouched on the ground, clutching their heads, with two symmetrical lumps rapidly forming. Captain, your movements are too swift." As we stepped outside, engaging in light conversation at the entrance, we were oblivious to our surroundings, engrossed in our own little performance. I must say, I had long since identified the duo with my Kinbunchika Haki, eavesdropping on their chatter. My deliberate kick was intended to instill a lasting lesson. "Enough of this, everyone come inside," I barked, my tone far from amiable. "Locke, summon Zhang Ao. We are assembling for an important meeting." Once the fleet steadied before the upside-down mountain and everyone gathered, I cut straight to the chase. Let's not waste words. You all witnessed the clash with that old man carp, the level of a top-tier combatant. You should have an inkling of what that entails. In the future, I will bear the brunt of such ferocity, but you all must sharpen your wits. Thus, today we shall focus on mastering Haki. Clear my throat. I commenced my inaugural lesson as a teacher. Haki is categorized into 3 types. Busashoku, which allows you to strike against devil fruit users. Kinbunchaku, enabling you to predict enemy attacks. And the most formidable of all, Conqueror's Haki, useful for dispatching lesser foes. Shortly, I shall demonstrate. So keep your eyes wide open. I also let slip a hint that beyond the upside-down mountain, we would encounter an enormous whale. Fear not, for I shall handle it. There's an acquaintance of mine there, allowing us a moment to recuperate. With that, I led my core crew onto the deck to commence a live demonstration. I first showcased Busashoku, transforming my arm into a glossy black sheen. Remarkably, Locke displayed a flicker of talent. After a few pointers, he could barely manage to coat his weapon with Haki, albeit its strength akin to paper and barely lasting a few seconds. Nevertheless, it was a start. Machi and Kabaji, having practiced the Navy's 6 powers for a while, managed to muster a meager semblance of Busashoku, which was better than nothing. What astonished me most was Yurita. While she struggled with both Busashoku and Kinbunchaku, when I introduced Conqueror's Haki, she suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, is Conqueror's Haki that sensation you felt while battling carp?" At that moment, a chill coursed through me, igniting a desire for a confrontation. Could this be an awakening? I was taken aback. My Conqueror's Haki was bestowed by the system. Who knew what awakening truly felt like? I could only vaguely nod, perhaps it might be. Yet, inside I was elated. What a delightful surprise. Another potential wielder of Conqueror's Haki? Fortune had finally smiled upon me. If this were true, our crew's prestige would soar. Seeing my nod, Yurita grew even more excited, urging, "Captain, release your Conqueror's Haki once more, and let me see if I can harness it." Very well, a challenge shall be met. I promptly ordered all ordinary crew members back to their cabins to prevent them from being overwhelmed by my Haki. Only a few of us remained on deck. Taking a deep breath, I began to unleash my Conqueror's Haki, incrementally increasing its pressure. Zhang Ao was the first to falter, sweat pouring from his forehead. Following him were Machi, Kabaji, and Locke, their faces drained of color as if they had endured a week of constipation. Only Yurita, though furrowed in concentration, appeared to withstand it better. "Focus," I called out to her. "I am about to unleash my full power." Upon receiving her affirmation, I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki to its maximum potential. With a thunderous roar, the entire ship began to tremble violently. Zhang Ao collapsed, his eyes rolling back, foam spilling from his mouth. Machi and Kabaji fell to their knees, while Locke clung to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Yurita, too, was nearing her limit. Just as I prepared to relent, she suddenly let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" A similarly potent aura erupted from her. Her long black hair swirled as if caught in a tempest. It was a spectacle akin to a Super Saiyan transformation. The trio, already straining under my pressure, crumbled under hers, collapsing like cut wheat. Eureka's surge was swift yet fleeting. As her screams subsided, she too weakened. Quick as lightning. I caught her. Ahaha! Impressive. Truly remarkable. Supporting a fatigued Eureka, I kicked open the cabin door and shouted, "Everyone, time to clean up the battlefield." We set sail for the Grand Line. 4 hours later, our fleet finally reached the legendary Upside Down Mountain. This place is akin to a colossal water roller coaster, with torrents from 4 seas cascading uphill, then plunging down to merge with the Grand Line. A moment's inattention could spell disaster. Stay alert. Keep close. Those who collide with the rocks shall swim back on their own. I commanded from the bow of the ship. The vessel surged upward as if propelled by a raging river, then began its rapid descent. The crew was on edge. A few unfortunate souls were flung overboard like dumplings, disappearing without a splash. "Captain, up ahead, it appears there is a mountain," Zhang Ao exclaimed, his heart-shaped eyes fixed on a massive shadow in the water, his voice trembling. "That is not a mountain," I replied calmly. "That is the great whale Laboon." "A whale? You intend to sail inside it?" "Captain, do not jest. Are we truly entering the belly of a whale?" Zhang Ao was aghast, his worldview shaken. "Indeed, we shall enter its belly. I have an old friend to visit." As my words left my lips, a split punch shot towards the mountainous whale. "Laboon, do you remember me? It's me, Buggy the Clown." The whale emitted a deep, rumbling sound in response, then opened its cavernous mouth. "Captain, the whale is swallowing us." Machi and Kabaji's panic cries echoed through the fleet via the transponder snail. I quickly grabbed the transponder snail. "Do not panic. I am perfectly fine. Proceed ahead and await me at the Twin Cape Lighthouse." In the next instant, our ship was entirely engulfed, and darkness enveloped us. When light returned, we found ourselves floating in the whale's gastric juices. To our astonishment, there was even a small island ahead, complete with a house. I leaped onto the island, calling out to the house, "Mr. Crocus, come out. I have come to see you." Before I could finish, the door burst open, and 3 spear-like projectiles shot towards me. I swiftly dodged, the spears embedding themselves into my ship. An old man wearing a flower petal hat emerged, wielding a harpoon, berating, "You shall not deceive me. That rascal Buggy has not returned in years." Ahaha! I let out my signature laugh. Adjusting his spectacles, the old man squinted, exclaiming in surprise by the heavens. "It truly is you. What brings you to this place?" "Being chased by that scoundrel carp, I presume. Let me tell you, those old-timers from Roger's ship are as cunning as monkeys." Zhang Ao, oblivious to the situation, attempted to interject, "Captain, who is this old man? Should I teach him a lesson?" "Silence." I swatted him back. "This is Mr. Crocus, our ship's doctor, the Pirate King's doctor. Dare say another word." Zhang Ao immediately froze, retracting his head in trepidation. Rubbing my hands together, I sought to persuade Crocus to join our crew as the ship's doctor. However, the old man flatly refused, stating he was too old and needed to care for Laboon. I shifted my approach. "Then how about assisting me with my novice doctors on board? A few days of festivities with good food and drink should suffice." Upon hearing the mention of a feast, his eyes sparkled. "Deal." Crocus controlled the small island and opened a large door within Laboon's body, allowing us to exit the whale. Upon seeing us, the fleet erupted in chaos. Eureka was the first to rush over, elated, grabbing my arm. "Zhang Ao, prepare the feast. Bring forth the finest wines." As the banquet commenced, the atmosphere instantly became jubilant. We were engaged in the game of Luo Bo Dun, which I had brought from my past life. Before long, these rascals conspired to intoxicate me, and in no time, I was utterly inebriated, completely oblivious to my surroundings. When I finally regained consciousness, I was greeted with dizziness and confusion. As I attempted to turn over, I was startled to discover that my head was not resting on my neck. Where on earth am I? The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, yet a delightful aroma wafted through the air. I summoned my abilities, calling for an urgent disbandment. To my embarrassment, I realized I was merely in my own bed, with the pillow obscuring the light. Upon turning my head, I spotted Yurlita with her long hair cascading down, grinning at me. She reached out, lifting my head and my miniature body as if I were a doll. Hee, Buggy, you're awake. How did you turn into a child? So adorable. My mind went blank. Yurlita, what are you doing here? Last night, when she shook her shoulder and began to cry, Captain forcibly brought me here after drinking too much. And now you don't want to take responsibility? Panic surged through me. As a socially anxious man, I had never encountered such a scene. In a moment of impulsiveness, I blurted out, I take responsibility. How can a man like me shy away from it? From now on, you shall be the captain's wife. She burst into laughter, shaking with glee. I didn't expect the captain to be such a responsible man. I was struggling to maintain my composure. Get up. Mochi and the others have knocked on the door several times. Dazed, I dressed hurriedly and sneaked out of the room. The sea breeze hit me, and I realized, wait a moment, that's my room. I'm a captain. Why did I obediently leave? Is this what it means to owe someone a favor? As I reached the deck, I saw Kelowokasi berating my ship's doctors in the lighthouse. Fools. Can these two medicines be mixed? And you? Are you intending to apply this concoction externally or internally? Is there not a single clever one among Buggy's crew? Teaching them is less effective than locking them up. Just as I contemplated intervening, a crewman came rushing over, drenched and gasping for breath. Not good, Captain Buggy. A man wielding a black sword has arrived. Without hesitation, he had sliced Captain Mochi's and Captain Kabaji's ships in half with 2 strokes. A black sword? 2 strokes to sever 2 ships? Kelowokasi snorted. It must be that little brat, Haki, bored and wandering over here. My anger flared. So, Haki my hawk, you're here to gain experience by targeting my fleet, are you? I bellowed, unleashing my conqueror as Haki, and rushed towards the shore. Indeed, there stood Haki, brandishing his black sword, looking as though he were pondering who to strike next. Haki my hawk, have you been taught a lesson by that red-haired fellow, and come here to vent your frustrations on my warships? You must be tired of living. He lazily lifted his gaze towards me. His tone is casual, as if he were commenting on the weather. Oh, at last, someone decent has arrived. I wonder if you can help me pass the time. Pass the time? You scoundrel. Watch how I teach you a lesson. I roared, unleashing a slashing attack. Yet I found my thoughts wandering. What a coincidence, the ship being cut is that of Kliko. It seems this wretched vessel's fate is to be cleaved in two. As the strike was unleashed, my mind was preoccupied with the man before me, Haki my hawk. This fellow stood across from me, holding that black sword, his words firing off like a machine gun. Clown, how do you know red-haired? Have we met? You seem off. I thought, dear brother, we are in the midst of battle, and you are conducting a pre-fight interview? I burst into laughter, dismissing the need for further conversation, and leaped forward, brandishing 2 swords with my Haki. What happened next? Mia Trex. He effortlessly neutralized all my attacks with one hand, his expression bordering on impatience. Then, gripping his sword with both hands, he shifted his demeanor dramatically, and with a swift stroke, he cleaved me in 2. The force of that strike was unyielding, carving a grand canyon into the mountain behind me. I felt like I was splitting apart, quite literally. However, he knew I wouldn't perish. It was due to my devil fruit ability, you understand. I immediately executed my 4-point splitting carnival, scattering my body parts across the sky, launching a barrage of attacks at him. Yet this guy's observation Haki was extraordinary. I could hardly land a hit. After a prolonged struggle, I realized this wouldn't do. If I continued, night would fall. Moreover, my crew was watching nearby. If he became agitated and took his anger out on my subordinates, my entire fortune would be jeopardized. I hastily called for a ceasefire. All right, my hawk, enough. This is pointless. My devil fruit counters you swordsman. Let's call a draw and find a place to share a drink instead. To my surprise, he turned to leave. In a panic, I dashed forward to block his path. My mind raced, devising a plan, and I resorted to shameless tactics. Dare you depart? If you do, tomorrow's headlines will declare that the world's greatest swordsman, Haki my hawk, possesses such poor drinking capacity that he dares not join the table. I will ensure you never lift your head in the martial world again. Believe me, I will give you a crash course that will lead to your social demise. To my astonishment, he replied, expressionless, I merely wish to take a boat to find Mr. Kelowokasi. What a revelation. I was momentarily dumbfounded, feeling the awkwardness seep into my toes. He never intended to leave. I had misinterpreted his intentions. I recalled that he was not fond of alcohol. Why was he so eager today? Could it be he caught a whiff of the fine wine aboard my ship? This is no longer Hawkeye. This is a dog's nose. In a fortunate turn of events, he boarded my ship. My crew, upon seeing him, resembled ghosts, so tense they could barely grip their weapons. I quickly intervened. Brothers, do not be alarmed. Misunderstanding. He has come to drink. Prepare for a banquet. Though we cannot best him in swordsmanship, we must overpower him at the drinking table. Whoever brings him down will be the new world champion. As soon as these words escaped my lips, my intoxicated crew was ignited with enthusiasm, each of them rolling up their sleeves, ready to avenge me. Uncle Kelokasi led my hawk over, stoking the fire. Hawkeye, you've been fooled. This kid has a terrible tolerance for alcohol. He is definitely aiming for a war of attrition. My hawk found a high perch to sit upon, his black sword resting behind him. I felt a pang of sympathy, wondering how he could sit without risking injury. He nonchalantly remarked, "You want to drink with me? Let us see if they can even approach me first." Just as I pondered whether his coffin-like small boat was leaking, Uncle Kelokasi urged me, "Buggy, why are you dazed? Did you not clamor for a drink?" Unable to restrain myself, I blurted out, "My hawk, I'm just curious, when you're on a boat, does that sword not puncture the bottom?" Uncle Kelokasi nearly spewed his drink, laughing uncontrollably. My hawk's expression darkened, glaring at me coldly. "Sit down and drink, or we can have another bout and destroy this place." "Your choice." I immediately wilted, hastily raising my cup with a grin. Just kidding, just kidding. Let's lighten the mood. Come, let us drink." After several rounds of drinks, I thought it was time to address the matter at hand. Leaning back in my chair, I said, "My hawk, we could be considered acquainted through battle. But let us be clear, you sunk 2 of my ships. This matter requires resolution. Otherwise, I shall head to your hometown of Kalaika Island and take something of equal value as compensation." He elegantly munched on his food, taking his time to respond. "There will be no compensation. However, in light of your decent wine, I can help you refine those 2 broken swords." How does that sound? I perked up at this, thinking splendid. But can I not have just 2? I pulled out 8 short swords from my cloak and slammed them onto the table before him. 2 is insufficient. I am an 8-sword style. You must refine all 8 of these. Oh, and there's this. With a stomp of my foot, 2 blades sprang forth from my shoes as I cracked my ankle, placing my knife-laden feet upon the table. My hawk's face instantly turned a shade of green, his disdainful gaze akin to that of someone witnessing an unspeakable filth. "Withdraw your filthy feet. Such rubbish is beneath my consideration. Approach any closer, and I shall cast you into the sea." However, he did express a keen interest in the 8 blades, remarking on their fine material, capable of withstanding a clash with his black sword, deeming them worthy indeed. Naturally, they were a birthday gift from the captain. I mumbled in response. "Very well," he said with an air of pride. "Considering the red-haired one's reputation, I shall assist you in refining them and permit you to observe and learn. Remember, it is solely due to my good mood today and is in no way related to compensation." I cared not for his acknowledgement. The world's greatest swordsman personally teaching me the art of blade refinement was worth far more than 2 wretched ships. Just then, a chime resounded in my mind. A system task had arrived. Observe the eagle-eye crafting weapons. Reward: Conqueror's Haki. My excitement soared. In the following days, I became my hawk's shadow, daily observing how he infused Haki into the blades, transforming them into black swords. My 2 sword-wielding captains, Kabaji and Rock, joined in the learning, enduring a bittersweet ordeal. They had to withstand the indiscriminate pressure of Conqueror's Haki unleashed by Yarlita, while also facing my hawk's murderous gaze, an excruciating trial for both mind and body. Yet, the prospect of acquiring such elite techniques made the suffering worthwhile. In addition to learning, I sparred with my hawk daily, my practical experience rising rapidly. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, the meeting King Branu was presenting a PowerPoint report to a gathering of rear admirals. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold this jester Buggy, whom we have gravely underestimated. After defeating Creek, subduing Yarlita, and escaping unscathed from a confrontation with Vice Admiral Garp, He now claims he wishes to become a warlord of the sea. A bounty of 15 million is no longer commensurate with his ambition. We must act decisively. Subsequently, Uncle Crocus approached me with a newspaper and a new bounty notice. Buggy, you become famous. I took a look and saw it was 50 million berries. I was immediately displeased. Is this it? 50 million? Who do they think they're looking down on? Is this a beggar's fare? My hawk beside me nodded in agreement, finding the bounty indeed low. The Navy, in an effort to save Garp's face, had entirely omitted mention of his blunders. Having consumed a bit of alcohol, I grew bolder and began to speak of becoming a warlord of the sea. This infuriated Uncle Crocus, who retorted, "You fool! Have you forgotten how Captain Roger met his end? He was executed by the world government. Do you wish to become their lapdog?" The atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. My hawk, sensing the precariousness of the situation, made a swift exit under the pretext of an excuse. Uncle Crocus was still fuming and issued an eviction order. Seeing no point in lingering, I requested some insect repellent, leaving a contingency plan. Uncle, a straw hat wearing lad may pass by in a while. He is my disciple, so please bear with him. Oh, and by the way, he is the grandson of Garp and the son of Dragon. Upon hearing such juicy gossip akin to a family drama, Uncle Crocus's anger dissipated, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. However, when I mentioned Ace, he grew solemn, warning me to tread carefully with my words. I thought to myself, with Ace's penchant for self-destruction, he would likely embroil himself in major incidents without my prompting. Ultimately, Uncle Crocus handed me the items and advised me to seek Mr. Rayleigh at Sabaody Archipelago. We set sail anew, but I discovered that the record Pointer Crocus had given me was erratic, the needle wildly oscillating. Machi and Zango panicked, asking if we should return for a replacement. I scrutinized the pointer for hours on end, when suddenly a revelation struck me. This contraption did not point to a magnetic field. It indicated the very place I desired to go. This was no mere pointer. It was a manifestation of thought navigation, akin to the most popular manifestation techniques of 2025. A new task chimed in my mind, and I was suddenly filled with a brilliant idea. What does one need to become a warlord of the sea? Fame, strength, territory. With all warlord positions currently filled, I would simply eliminate one and take their place. My target, Sand Crocodile. I immediately adjusted our course. Summoning Rock to the captain's quarters, I spread out a sheet of paper, laying out the entire plan. Rock, your new code name is Divine Strategist. I have a task for you. The island ahead, resembling a cactus, is known as Whiskey Peak, the territory of Baroque Works, Crocodile's secret organization. Their objective is to overthrow the Alabasta Kingdom. Your mission is to infiltrate alongside Zango and serve as my undercover agent. Establish a rapport with Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Upon my signal, we shall coordinate our efforts to eliminate Crocodile, and I shall ascend as the new warlord of the sea. I divulged all of Crocodile's secrets, from his fruits, weaknesses, to his subordinates. Rock's eyes sparkled with excitement, his expression nearly prompting him to bow in gratitude. For him, the previous skirmishes in the East Blue were mere child's play. This was the grand stage for him to showcase his talents. Once I had finished my briefing, I burned the paper filled with intelligence and dispatched Rock. Watching their small vessel disappear over the horizon, I commanded full speed ahead. My objective, Hannibal, to expand our crew. Time was of the essence. Luffy had already been convinced to set sail ahead of schedule. Heaven knows where the butterfly effect might lead the narrative. I needed to strengthen myself rapidly to seize the greatest benefits in the impending Marineford War. Meanwhile, Rock and Zango were nearing Whiskey Peak. Zango displayed a hint of hesitation, quietly asking Rock, "Captain, are we truly following Buggy? He is a warlord of the sea. Should we not make our escape?" Rock, the astute strategist, saw through it all. Zango, aligning with Buggy means either we rise with him to become the new sovereign of the seas, or should he fail, we can readily switch allegiance to another warlord. This maneuver guarantees our safety. Upon hearing this, Zango experienced an epiphany. Once ashore, they were warmly welcomed by the island's residents, promptly blending into a tavern. Their subordinates, oblivious to their fate, began to indulge in revelry, completely unaware they had become lambs to the slaughter. Locking eyes, Rock and Zango slipped out of the tavern, opting for secluded paths. Not far along, Rock suddenly halted. "Come out, do not hide." A dozen bounty hunters emerged, encircling them. The leader mocked Zango. "A mere bounty of 9 million berries dares to enter the Grand Line? Ignorance breeds fearlessness." Rock, uninterested in banter, swiftly charged into the fray. I tell you, the scene unfolded like a harvest of wheat. The battle concluded in mere seconds. He casually seized a trembling captive and tossed him to Zango. "Inquire how Baroque works recruits." Zango's efficiency in gathering intelligence was commendable, swiftly extracting the necessary information. The two fabricated a scene of chaos and followed the entranced unfortunate soul, engaging in their subterfuge. While they infiltrated and played the role of spies on the other side, Buggy was not enjoying the same comfort. The unpredictable weather of the Grand Line felt like opening a mystery box. One moment calm, the next a tempest, leaving the entire Buggy pirates drenched and in disarray. Yarlita, clutching her rum captain's hat, quizzically asked Buggy, "Captain, why do so many people venture into this dreadful place with such dreadful weather? Is it truly for that great treasure?" Since Rock and Zango departed, only Buggy and Yarlita remained among the crew. Those two had taken Machi and Kabaji on another vessel, transforming it into their private realm. Baki elucidated the situation succinctly. In essence, it was merely a matter of survival away from home, venturing forth to earn a meager living. As a pirate, he would chase after any opportunity for wealth, a concept strikingly simple. After his explanation, he began to showcase his fragmented fruit abilities, disassembling himself into several pieces and spinning wildly in midair, splashing water everywhere, truly a human spin dryer. While the water splattered about, it effortlessly slid off Yarlita, leaving her untouched, a testament to the prowess of the... At that moment, Yarlita, ever observant, pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Captain, an island. Could it be the one known as Hanabar?" Baki raised his telescope and confirmed, "Indeed, it was." The island was particularly fascinating, as a grand river coursed through its center, presenting a majestic sight. Upon docking, Baki was taken aback, for the harbor was teeming with pirate ships, and the island's inhabitants exhibited no fear upon seeing them, instead pointing and murmuring as if they were witnessing a grand parade at a zoo. Baki led his crew into a nearby tavern, ignoring the enthusiastic service staff, and approached the proprietor at the bar. With a swift motion, a silver coin clinked into the owner's cup. In a hushed tone, Baki inquired, "May I ask, has this year's maritime competition commenced?" The owner scrutinized Baki for a moment before whispering, "Lower your voice, be wary of Navy spies. The competition has yet to start, but the island is already swarming with eager participants. Are you interested?" Baki produced another silver coin, sliding it across the counter. "I am seeking Jasper. Has he arrived?" The owner's demeanor shifted to one of caution, attempting to dismiss Baki while reaching for the coin. Yet, a swift motion from Baki prevented him from retrieving it. Baki's grin remained fixed, causing beads of cold sweat to form on the owner's brow. He sensed that one more careless word could seal his fate. He managed a forced smile. "Sir, General Jasper has set sail for plunder. He should return shortly. Please be patient. Alternatively, I could escort you to the underground casino where you may wait." Baki was taken aback by the revelation of what lay beyond the tavern, a veritable air raid shelter. Following the proprietor through a long, dim tunnel, they arrived at a colossal wooden door. After exchanging 2 silver coins with the guards, the door swung open, unleashing a wave of heat mixed with the aromas of smoke, alcohol, and sweat. The mountain had been hollowed out. Layer upon layer of circular structures were packed with people. Pirate flags adorning the railings, creating an underground kingdom for pirates. Baki waved his hand. "Let us go. I've heard the food and drink here are complimentary." As Yarlita savored her meal, she marveled, declaring this place a veritable paradise for pirates, lamenting that they had not arrived sooner on the Grand Line. Baki, however, cautioned her that such opulence was orchestrated by significant figures in the underground world. Initially, he had contemplated seizing the island as a base, but now he realized the depths of the situation. Offending the underground world over a mere island was ill-advised. After 3 days without sight of Jasper, Baki grew impatient. He sought out the casino manager, a corpulent man who referred to himself as the boss, boasting a flamboyant mohawk and adorned in jewels. Upon seeing them, the boss inquired, "Ah, here to participate in the competition? Just provide your name and leave your pirate flag." Buggy, reclining with his legs crossed, with Yalita adjusting his chair, leisurely replied, "I'm not here to participate. I intend to commandeer the entire competition." Without further ado, he reached out and seized the boss by the throat. Lifting him off the ground, the boss turned purple, nearly choking, and once released, he began to spill the details in a panic. It turned out that the island had once been the territory of an underground overlord, now abandoned as the overlords ventured to the New World. With the influx of pirates leading to constant brawls, they established a competition to resolve disputes while profiting. The current organizer was none other than Jasper, the reigning champion for several consecutive years. Buggy chuckled, "So if I eliminate Jasper, this island becomes mine?" The boss attempted to protest. "But there are dozens of pirate crews here, over 2,000 people." Buggy issued a stern ultimatum. "Just know that your life is in my hands. Now, immediately inform all prominent figures on the island that tomorrow I shall hold an island conquest meeting. The losers will submit to me, and the ultimate victor shall claim this island. Do you understand?" With that declaration, Buggy unleashed several slashes at a decorative wooden ship suspended above the hull. Astonishingly, not a single rope snapped, yet the ship itself was cleaved into several pieces, splinters raining down, causing chaos among the onlookers. The boss, thoroughly terrified, nodded vigorously, "Yes, yes. Lord Buggy, I shall attend to it at once." Once Buggy departed, the boss touched his neck, realizing his precious gold necklace had vanished. He recalled that during the earlier threat, Buggy had been fiddling with something in his hands, his necklace. The swiftness of Buggy's actions was nothing short of magical. Back on the ship, Buggy began to strategize. "Machi, Kabaji, tomorrow at dawn, you two will block the harbor. Any attempting to flee shall be sunk by Buggy bombs. Yalita and I will meet all the pirates on this island." As he finished speaking, the distinctive rumble of a steam engine echoed in the distance. A large ship, belching black smoke, emerged on the horizon, its sail emblazoned with a crossed-out Navy insignia. Just as Buggy was about to utter a cliché phrase, Machi innocently inquired, "Captain, who is Chow Chow?" Buggy hastily brushed him off while his gaze remained fixed on the approaching vessel, envy nearly causing him to drool. The ship fortuitously docked right beside them. A tall man draped in a lavish Navy cloak stood on the deck. It was none other than General Jasper. He immediately began to mock. "Nidus, look at that pirate crew beside us. They resemble a circus. Nowadays, anyone can call themselves a pirate. It's utterly tiresome." Machi and Kabaji were visibly incensed. Even Lion Ricky bared his fangs. Yet, Buggy restrained them, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Let them revel for one more day. Tomorrow, that ship shall belong to us. At that time, they will take turns stoking the boiler." Hearing this, Jasper became even more arrogant. "Do you know who I am? The bounty of 95 million on my head. Your jester's bravado must surely eclipse my own." Buggy paid him no mind, noticing someone on shore peering through binoculars, knowing Jasper would soon receive news and likely strike tonight. However, to his surprise, Buggy spent the night aboard Jasper's ship without any action from the opposing crew. The following day, at the Island Conquest meeting, I couldn't help but laugh. The grand event had only 3 teams registered. The audience began hurling tickets, chanting, "Refund, refund." Just then, a young man in a top hat jumped forth, exclaiming, "Count me in. That makes 2 pairs." Following that, 2 towering giants, each 15 or 16 meters tall, crashed down, roaring, "Has the competition not begun yet? We brothers wish to join the fun." The crowd erupted with excitement, igniting the atmosphere. The boss hastily organized the draw. The first match pitted Buggy's crew against the giant brothers. Yalita stepped forward, addressing Buggy, "Captain, let me take the first shot. I have grown significantly stronger lately." Buggy nodded, and she advanced, while the 2 giants regarded her with disdain, unimpressed at facing a young girl. As the imposing aura of Yalita surged forth, I must say, that air of dominance, albeit still somewhat juvenile, sent shivers down the spines of all the pirates present, causing their legs to tremble uncontrollably. Even Josipade, positioned above, was taken aback, thinking to himself, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a captain with a bounty of 50 million possess the Haki? It must be the power of a devil fruit. The two foolish giants, upon realizing the situation, began to stomp like madmen, attempting to crush Yerli into a pulp. Yet, what transpired? Yerli's movements were as fluid as silk, weaving effortlessly beneath the giant's feet, avoiding even the slightest brush of her garments. Buggy, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, shouted, Yerli, stop toying around. Quickly finish this. Do you not feel humiliated playing with their shoe soles for so long? With a playful grin, Yerli seized the fleeting moment when one giant lifted his foot and struck fiercely at the ankle of the other foot with a steel rod. The giant howled, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. The other giant, enraged at the sight of his fallen comrade, leaned down in an attempt to grab Yerli. Yet, she leaped up, shouting, taste my move. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Ah! Another cry of agony echoed. At that moment, I wondered when she had learned from Kaido. Upon reflection, it was undoubtedly Baki's boastful teachings that she had taken to heart. The critical point of her strikes. Who among us could comprehend? Not a hair out of place. She struck precisely at the vital spot. The giant immediately curled up like a massive shrimp, clutching his groin and weeping like a 300-pound child. The other giant hastily surrendered. Scrambling to his feet, the audience erupted. Some shouted, "Is this all? Where are the so-called invincible giants?" Others found themselves captivated by Yerli. Yet the thought of her ruthless techniques sent chills down their spines. Buggy, with a frown, criticized Yerli for her lack of restraint, urging her to proceed to the next match. The next battle featured a bounty hunter named Xiao against Josipade's subordinate, a clawed man named Nides. Upon seeing Nides, I was struck by how his movements and weaponry bore an uncanny resemblance to Locke. Could they possibly be half-brothers? The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each sustaining injuries. Locked in a stalemate, Josipade, from his vantage point above, taunted his subordinate. In a fit of rage, Nides unleashed a reckless assault, ultimately paying the price with an arm pierced through as Xiao thrust his blade into Nides' chest. Covered in blood, Xiao leaned on his sword, glaring fiercely at Josipade, shouting, Josipade, come down and face your death. Only then did Josipade leisurely descend, wearing a face of disdain. You merely defeated a worthless opponent. Why the bravado? I am curious, without any enmity between us. Why do you challenge me? No enmity? Xiao's eyes burned with rage. You attacked the steamship factory years ago, destroying my hometown. I watched helplessly as you threw my 3-year-old sister into the sea. Today, you shall pay your blood debt. Before he could finish, he charged at Josipade, cleaving his opponent's head in half with a single stroke. Ha 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 ha. But guess what? Not a drop of blood flowed from Josipade's split head. It was filled with a viscous green liquid, writhing as it attempted to rejoin. So this was the truth. I thought to myself, no wonder he seemed somewhat familiar. As Josipade's head reassembled, he cackled madly, stating, such an attack cannot harm me. Feel the despair. Xiao cursed, retracting his blade and lunging once more at Josipade's heart. Josipade laughed maniacally, claiming, I am the gummy man, having consumed the gummy fruit. Your attacks merely tickle me. Oh no, they don't even qualify as a tickle. I feel nothing at all. Ha ha. Laugh. Keep laughing. I was furious at that moment, seizing his bleeding arm and dragging him into the adjacent kitchen like a dog. The cooks stood in shock, nearly dropping their spatulas. I had no time for pleasantries, bellowing for them to get out, tossing them all aside. I must tell you, a wildly reckless idea sprang into my mind. I hurled Josipade into a pile of fruit, and he continued to stubbornly retort, Ha! You think rubbing fruit on my blood will yield a devil fruit? Dream on. Just grant me a swift end. I thought to myself, it wouldn't hurt to try. I grabbed bananas, apples, and pineapples, forcefully stuffing them into his wound. His cries of pain silenced his earlier arrogance, and he was on the verge of begging me to end his suffering. With preparations complete, I drew forth a small knife infused with Haki and plunged it into his heart. Even after that, I felt it insufficient. So I piled an assortment of fruit atop his corpse, resembling a ritualistic offering, hoping to enhance the odds of success. Then I stood guard, activating my Kinbunchika Haki like a radar, sensing the fruit's transformations while listening for any disturbances outside. After approximately 3 minutes, I peeled back the fruit pile, and to my astonishment, the fruits I stuffed inside had suffered no damage. My heart sank. Could it be a failure? Did I have to resort to methods akin to Blackbeard? Just as I was about to discard his body, a glance caught my eye. A green apple nestled just beneath his heart, adorned with the characteristic spiral pattern of a devil fruit. Ah! It worked! I burst into laughter. This was a tremendous profit, bounty secured, and a devil fruit acquired for free. Yet, truthfully, I have been feeling increasingly unhinged lately, uncontrollably laughing like a villain. My mind consumed solely with thoughts of wealth. Upon returning to the hall with my spoils, I found chaos had erupted. Eurelita stood at the entrance, surrounded by fallen foes, while the pirates rushed out in a frenzy. The scene was a complete mess. I couldn't help but chuckle, tossing Giacipade's corpse to the ground, drawing my knife, and swiftly dispatching a few more who attempted to rush the entrance. What's going on? I've only been gone for a few minutes, and it's already this lively? Who among you hasn't had enough fun? I am here to entertain you. Upon seeing me, the crowd erupted in panic. It's that monstrous clown, with Giacipade, who had a bounty of 95 million dead. What chance do we stand? The crowd quickly splintered, some seeking to surrender, while others rallied to encourage their fellows to act as cannon fodder. Observing this disorganized rabble, I was too apathetic to engage. There are so many of you? Fine. I was fed up at that moment, unleashing my Haoshiku Haki. Buzz. Except for Eurelita, everyone present, without exception, collapsed, their eyes rolling back, falling like a line of dominoes. The world grew tranquil. TCH, not a single capable fighter among them. I clapped my hands, awakening the group leader who had guided me earlier, telling him, although you are incompetent in your tasks, your familiarity with this island is invaluable. You shall henceforth serve as the governor here on my behalf. The moment he heard this, still dazed, he immediately knelt, proclaiming his undying loyalty to Lord Buggy. Having settled that, I turned to Eurelita, instructing her, remain here for a while. The Baraka ship is entrusted to you. This is our first stronghold and holds great significance. Eurelita was clearly displeased, clinging to my arm and pouting, Captain, let me accompany you. I furrowed my brow. This was non-negotiable. Machi and Kabaji couldn't maintain order. It had to be her. I promised her I would return for her after visiting Water 7, and reluctantly, she acquiesced. Then I began to paint grand visions for the unfortunate souls I had just knocked out. I had Machi awaken them, gathering them in the center of the hall. Clear my throat, brothers. Welcome to the Baki pirate crew. Our sole mission is straightforward: to amass wealth, and more wealth. To be frank, I have already applied to become a warlord of the sea. From now on, fly my flag. The Navy shall steer clear of us. Are you not exhilarated? Family, who understands this? These pirates, one moment shouting for bloodshed, the next moment, as if fueled by some elixir, are chanting long live Captain Buggy with genuine fervor. Indeed, any notion of pirate dignity is rendered worthless in the face of lawful plunder. Seizing the moment, I proclaim my ambition to transform Hannibal into a sanctuary for pirates, promising to lead everyone to prosperity. Instantly, the casino was once again bustling as revelry erupted, almost as if the bloodshed had never occurred. The following day, I set sail with a grand fleet of over 10 ships. Not one of these newly recruited subordinates was reliable. As soon as we set out, they began to cause trouble, claiming sails were torn or rudders malfunctioned. Without hesitation, I used Buggy Bomb to obliterate 2 ships that attempted to flee. At that moment, everyone fell into line. Before long, we spotted a solitary naval vessel ahead. My subordinates suggested we take a detour, but I thought, how fortuitous. A perfect opportunity to teach these ruffians a lesson. No detours. Charge ahead. Anyone who dares retreat will face the wrath of Buggy. The opposing navy, led by a resolute Major Dirigu, did not flinch as our fleet approached. He ordered cannon fire without a moment's hesitation, and the sea erupted into chaos. My new pirates were sent into a frenzy by the naval bombardment, some even contemplating turning their cannons on me. Assessing the situation, I commanded the steamship to advance while I gracefully leaped onto the naval vessel. The soldiers' bullets felt like mere tickles against me, and with a single sweep, I cleared a significant area. Major Dirigu charged at me with a sword, but I made no effort to evade. I allowed him to sever my head, then unleashed my conqueror's Haki, incapacitating the remaining crew. An hour later, my fleet boasted an additional naval ship. Extracting information from Major Dirigu, I confirmed that this vessel could traverse the doldrums. My mind was awash with visions of wealth. With this ship, my dream of a commercial empire spanning the seas was within reach. Just as I was reveling in my thoughts, my din mushy rang. It was Rock, my undercover operative in the Baroque Works, who informed me that he and Zango had become billionaires and had spotted a bounty notice for Luffy at 30 million berries. Upon hearing this, I was utterly stunned. The plot was accelerating at a breakneck pace. I immediately instructed him, avoid any encounter with Luffy. Find a way to send Mr. 5 and those two fools to Whiskey Peak. Once Luffy defeats them, join him and the Straw Hat crew at Little Garden and wait for me. After ending the call, I promptly ordered full speed ahead to Kishwizidu. Before long, our vast fleet appeared near Kishwizidu, startling the entire city. Mayor Isabagu dispatched someone to inquire about our intentions, and upon learning that we were there for ship repairs, he breathed a sigh of relief. I boldly proceeded to the headquarters of the Carrera Company to meet Isabagu. Beside him stood a bespectacled secretary named Khalifa, who radiated an aura of suspicion, as if marked by the words, "I am a spy." Isabagu mentioned that ordinary ships were manageable, but he could not assume responsibility for modifying a naval vessel. I smiled and leaned closer, whispering two words, Ketefulin. His face drained of color as he immediately dismissed Khalifa, insisting on a private discussion. I thought to myself, a private room? Surely, it must harbor the CP-9 Minotaur. I waved my hand, saying, the private room is too stuffy. Let us converse outside over drinks. Although he appeared bewildered, he acquiesced. Once outside, I dropped the pretense and seized him by the collar, utilizing Moonwalk to swiftly bring him aboard my ship. Below, Khalifa and the shipwrights were left in shock. The hat-wearing, pigeon-holding fellow, Lucci, and the long-nosed Kaku must have been fuming below decks. On board, Isabagu presumed I sought the plans for the Pluton and adopted a confrontational stance. I laughed heartily. Plans? Are they more valuable than wealth? I presented him with a sketch I had drawn, explaining my vision of creating a commercial fleet capable of traversing the doldrums, thus facilitating logistics across the seas and the Grand Line. The grandeur of my vision left Isabagu awestruck, and he eagerly engaged in discussions about technical details. I promptly offered 300 million berries as a deposit, and the deal was sealed. As I escorted him back, I casually reminded him, "There is a spy from the world government by your side." Upon returning to shore, Lucci and his crew had indeed riled the shipwrights to confront my subordinates. As soon as I appeared, I unleashed my conqueror's Haki, silencing the crowd. Isabagu hurried to clarify the situation, averting a crisis. In the following days, the modifications to the steamship progressed smoothly. I summoned Old Man Baila and his grandson Xylia. Appointing Xylia as the new captain, I painted a grand vision of our enterprise that spanned the seas, igniting fervor in the hearts of the three generations. Even Isabagu pledged to double his efforts to help realize my dream. Just as I was reveling in my success, that evening, you won't believe what I saw. A man riding a bicycle on the sea. What the heck, Akiji? The Marine Admiral. Without a word, he unleashed a freezing time capsule, encasing several of my subordinates in ice. At that moment, I had but one thought. I cannot falter. I swiftly evaded with shave and launched a powerful punch infused with Haki. Though he transformed into ice, I pushed him back several steps. He was somewhat taken aback, exclaiming, Haki is indeed formidable. We then engaged in a fierce skirmish. Ultimately, we did not fight to the death. He released Major Dirigu's crew, and I did not intervene. Before he departed, I shouted, "Don't forget to nominate me for warlord." Without looking back, he pedaled away, muttering about the hassle. After this encounter, my subordinates looked at me with newfound admiration. Seizing the momentum, I promptly arranged for the next steps. I instructed Xylia to set sail as soon as the ship was ready, bringing along local specialties and my life car to do business with Kia in the East Blue. I also briefed Isabagu on the subsequent shipbuilding plans. Just as I finalized the arrangements and prepared to return to Hanabur, Rock S. Den Mushy rang again. Captain Buggy, we are now at Whiskey Peak, codename Mr. 12. Zango is Miss Saturday. By the way, have you seen the bounty notice for Straw Hat Luffy? 30 million berries. Upon hearing Zango's codename, I almost laughed, but I had no time for levity. I immediately replied, they will likely reach the Grand Line within 10 days. Avoid any encounters with Luffy. Find a way to send Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine to Whiskey Peak once Luffy defeats them. Join him and a Straw Hat crew at Little Garden and wait for me. Meanwhile, Buggy had no intention of heading to Little Garden. He had his own plans. Just after I finalized my arrangements, he called his crew, starting with Yarlita. Listen up, Yarlita. Gather everyone and prepare to set sail. Hanabur will be left to that rotund governor. I am on the verge of becoming a warlord. Ahaha. I could almost visualize Yarlita's discontented expression, her voice laced with irritation. Oh, I thought Captain Buggy had forgotten about me. It's been days without a call. And I've been managing Hanabur all on my own. Let me tell you, Buggy is the epitome of a clueless man. The moment he heard this, he became irritated, likely thinking to himself why women make such a fuss. Just get the job done. He tersely replied, got it. You've worked hard. When I become a warlord, your treasures will not go unnoticed. The line fell silent. Yarlita felt a chill run through her heart, and after a long pause, she finally replied, understood, Captain Buggy. Once the call ended, she felt utterly disheartened. How sincere was Buggy when he first invited her to join him in the East Sea? Back then, as they traversed the upside-down mountain, his youthful face radiated innocence. How had it come to this, where he treated her like a mere subordinate? Wasn't absence supposed to make the heart grow fonder? Had he found someone new? As Buggy's fleet approached Hanabur, Yarlita emerged with 10 warships to greet them. Just as she prepared to leap on a Buggy's ship, she heard his distinctive laughter echoing. Yeah, well done. Stay on your ship and direct things from there. After all, those men are more familiar with you. Come with us to Alabasta first. Upon hearing this, Yarlita froze. Did her family understand? This treatment had demoted her to a mere frontline employee. Undeterred, she scanned Buggy's ship for any sign of a vixen, but found nothing. Kabaji was giving orders, while Machi and Leaky were nowhere to be seen. Gritting her teeth, she replied expressionlessly, no problem, Captain Buggy. The title captain felt as if it had been forced through her clenched teeth. Yet Buggy remained oblivious, waving his hand grandly. Everyone set sail. His thoughts were entirely different from hers. He mused that even if he assisted in toppling Crocodile, it didn't guarantee him a place among the 7 warlords. Just look at Luffy. He defeated Crocodile with a bounty of 30 million, yet all the credit went to Smoker. Though there were factors related to the D family. Consider Blackbeard, also a D, who annihilated Drum Island and captured Ace, thus securing his position. Thus, Buggy realized he needed to create a significant disturbance to enhance his accomplishments. His target, Drum Island. Perfectly, he needed a ship's doctor, and he had his eyes on Wapple's physician. Furthermore, that Munch fruit had remarkable abilities and would be a convenient acquisition. Consequently, Buggy's fleet set sail with great fanfare. However, upon reaching an open sea, the fleet began to circle aimlessly. Yarlita could no longer contain herself and approached, asking, Captain Buggy, we've been circling for an hour. Why does your compass still point underwater? Is Drum Island still submerged? Upon hearing this, Buggy slapped his thigh and burst into his signature laugh. Yaha, Yarlita, you are truly my lucky star. I would have forgotten. You should indeed be underwater. Quickly, have those 2 giant brothers dive and check for submarines. The giant brothers, Boppy and Bogo, had become much more obedient after Yarlita's stern lesson. Without hesitation, they leaped into the sea with a massive fishing net, creating a great splash. Meanwhile, within the submarine, Wapple, the tin-plated fat man, was grumbling, aren't those pirates gone yet? It's so bothersome. If it weren't for them, I would still be enjoying life in the palace. His 2 subordinates, the explosive-haired Chromalaman and the sharp-hatted Jess, could only offer comfort from the sidelines. Just as Wapple complained, the submarine suddenly jolted violently, sending everyone tumbling. Cromalman glanced out the window, his face paling. Lord Wapple, this is bad. The submarine is surfacing. We're going to be exposed. To Wapple's surprise, he remained quite brazen. Kicking Cromalman aside, what are you panicking for? Perfect timing. I'm hungry. Let's use their ship as an appetizer. Have a soldiers hide and lure them aboard. We'll catch them all at once. Ha ha. On the surface, the giant brothers proudly dragged the submarine over. Captain, we got it. This contraption was surprisingly robust. We should get a hefty share of the spoils. Just as Euryalta was about to order a cannon attack, Buggy stopped her. No, this ship is a rare find. It will be a shame to damage it. Just wait. I'll handle myself. With that, he gracefully leaped onto the submarine, kicking open the hatch and stepping inside. Wapple, upon seeing a red-nosed clown enter, chuckled, reclining with his legs crossed. Feeling generous today? Hand over the recording compass and all your food, and I shall let you leave. He waved his hand, and a group of soldiers emerged from the shadows, surrounding Buggy with guns drawn. Is my nose amusing? Buggy's voice turned icy. Initially, he had considered recruiting Wapple, but now seemed unnecessary. Ignoring the guns pointed at him, he brandished a dagger and advanced toward Wapple's throne. This is outrageous. Fire. Shoot him. Wapple shouted in frustration. Shattering carnival. A barrage of bullets rained down, and Buggy instantly fragmented, his body parts flying in all directions, swiftly incapacitating the surrounding soldiers. Wapple's subordinates, Cromalman and Jess, charged in, one employing hair-punching and the other igniting rockets, filling the room with the stench of burnt flesh. What a tiresome trick. Buggy swiftly flashed before Cromalman, delivering several precise strikes to his heart with his finger gun technique, then dispatched Jess in the same manner. Wapple, now trembling in fear, stammered, "Let's talk this over. I don't want your things anymore. Just leave me the recording compass." Buggy approached him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, then suddenly laughed. "Yaha, Wapple, with your intellect, it's a disgrace for you to be a king. I recommend you report directly to the celestial dragons and focus on bloodline suppression." Wapple, the fool, failed to grasp the insult and dreamily replied, "Indeed, if it weren't for my ancestors, I would have become a world noble long ago." Idiot. Buggy was at a loss for words. Only then did Wapple realize he had been insulted, his embarrassment turning to rage as he grabbed two guns, shoved them into his mouth, and chewed before spitting out a multi-barreled monstrosity, unleashing a barrage of Buggy. What a waste of that fruit. Shattering cannon. Buggy leaped, firing with a single arm, pinning Wapple to the floor with a massive impact that left him dazed. The remaining soldiers, witnessing their leader's downfall, immediately surrendered, kneeling in fear. Buggy dragged Wapple and sat imposingly on the throne, beginning to issue commands. When Euryalta and the others boarded, they were met with a peculiar sight. Buggy was diligently binding Wapple, showcasing remarkable professionalism. He used Wapple's own hippo cape to tightly seal his mouth, and fearing it was insufficient, he wrapped it multiple times from chin to crown, rendering Wapple akin to a severely injured patient. Euryalta couldn't help but chuckle. "Captain Buggy, what are you doing? You needn't bind him so tightly out of fear he might escape. What if he suffocates?" "You know nothing," Buggy replied without looking up. "This guy has the munch-munch fruit. He could swallow himself. If I don't seal his mouth, he might truly escape." After saying this, he reconsidered and used his knife to make 2 breathing holes in Wapple's nose. Subsequently, Buggy summoned Wapple's 20 royal doctors, and after some communication, the entire fleet set sail once more, heading straight for Drum Island. Meanwhile, as Buggy busied himself with his endeavors, a grand performance was about to commence at Whiskey Peak. I and Zango stood humbly atop a mountain behind the town. Facing us were a rock and roll man with an explosive hairstyle and a blonde beauty holding an umbrella. None other than Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. Mr. Five picked his nose and flicked it absent-mindedly, startling Zango into retreat. I tell you, when we arrived, we saw him using his booger to blow up fish. The power, wow. Mr. 12, no need to rush, Mr. Five replied nonchalantly. Once they deal with the Straw Hat crew, we shall make our move. Capture those 2 spies, and you shall become the new Mr. 8 and Miss Wednesday. Yaha! Miss Valentine's laughter was infectious, Miss Saturday is quite timid, isn't she? Rest assured, Mr. Five's abilities won't explode unexpectedly. They might just be a bit nauseating. Zango quickly clarified, I'm not timid. It's just that Mr. Five's power is too astonishing. Moreover, regarding the code names, the headquarters mistakenly assigned my gender. I hope this time it can be corrected. Absolutely not. Miss Valentine flatly refused. I think this is perfect. Our motto is secrecy. Who would expect a female code name to belong to a man? A hearty laugh escaped my lips as I found myself playing the peacemaker between two esteemed agents. Why don't we head aboard the ship for a bite to eat? I suggested, knowing full well that Mr. 8 would prefer to wait until evening to make a move. With the ominous duo keeping watch, we decided to indulge in some food. Mr. 5 was about to place an order, declaring, I'll have the gunpowder tea with gunpowder rice. What a volatile menu choice that was. Meanwhile, in the town, the Straw Hat crew was reveling in a grand feast. Luffy was voraciously devouring food. Usopp was boasting about his exploits. Sanji was charming the ladies, and to my surprise, Zoro and Nami were engaged in a drinking contest. Speaking of Nami, she had certainly endured her share of tribulations, but now her tolerance for alcohol had reached impressive heights, allowing her to match Zoro drink for drink. On the other side, at the shores of Mizukuni, Buggy's fleet had finally arrived. A man clad in a green cotton robe wielding a shovel as a weapon intercepted them. It was none other than the former defense officer, Dalton. Were it not for the two giants accompanying Buggy, he might have already struck. Ah, how cold-hearted you are, Mr. Dalton. Buggy's distinctive laughter rang out as he rode atop Wapple's steed, Robson, and approached Dalton leisurely. Upon recognizing Robson, Dalton's expression shifted drastically. That is Wapple's steed. Have you encountered him? Is he nearby? His greatest fear was Wapple's return to power, which would spell disaster for the entire nation. With a peculiar chuckle, Buggy suddenly dashed forward, delivering a punch that sent Dalton sprawling to the ground, then stepped upon him. What kind of guests are you pirates? You must be here to restore Wapple. Dalton exclaimed defiantly. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not allow you to set foot on this island. As he spoke, a peculiar transformation began. Hair sprouted forth from his face, and two large horns protruded from either side of his head, resembling a bull. I couldn't help but chuckle. Good sir, a minotaur with a penchant for green skin. How unique. However, such theatrics are of no concern to me. Do you think my fruit, the split fruit, is merely for show? I stand firm, and your flailing limbs matter not. They can be reattached. Realizing that he was uncooperative, I decided to end the charade. My dagger was nearly at his throat when a thought struck me. What if I inadvertently harmed a potential ally? I quickly sheathed my blade, pondering whether I had been neglecting my rest lately. Perhaps I should have a chat with Yalda about life. Releasing him, I gestured towards the row of ominous cannons on our ship. Dalton, do you see those? The disparity in our power is evident. If this continues, I shall not hesitate to open fire, and do not say I failed to warn you. Turning to assess the situation, Dalton noticed that his subordinates were already in disarray, being chased by our formidable lion and a unicycle-riding acrobat, while the two giants stood guard, herding them like sheep with no escape. With a heavy sigh and a grim expression, he commanded, "Cease all hostilities." We surrender. Satisfied, I nodded and instructed Machi and the others to halt their actions, sending someone to attend to the injured. An hour later, we triumphantly entered the Hao Jiao village. I laid down the law. Anyone who dared to cause trouble or commit robbery within the village would face my wrath. Then I turned to Dalton, requesting, Mr. Dalton, kindly organize a feast for the villagers. I assure you, the reward will be to your satisfaction. He, still bandaged, retorted with a sardonic smile, Humph. I do not dare to dream of a pirate's reward. I burst into laughter, assuring him, we are indeed legitimate pirates, the kind who pay for their meals. Upon arriving at Dalton's residence, I instructed my subordinates to bring in a large chest, then dismissed everyone except for Yalta, who stood guard at the entrance. Dalton, with an air of suspicion, inquired, what lies within the chest? Treasure? With a sly grin, I opened the chest to reveal their missing former king, Wapple, stuffed amidst a pile of fruits, his mouth gagged securely. This is a gift for you. Consider it a sample. Are you satisfied? Dalton's face turned ashen, his speech stammering. WH, what do you plan to do with him? Hand him over to us? What are we to do? If the world government learns we have imprisoned a king, our nation is doomed. He nearly dropped to his knees, pleading, please, take this away. I chuckled. Imprisonment? How cumbersome. Simply kill him and pin the blame on Blackbeard. And the matter is resolved. I proceeded to narrate a grand tale. Months ago, the Blackbeard pirates attacked Mizukuni. King Wapol valiantly resisted but met his demise. Recently, his remains were discovered, and you shall hold a grand funeral, a touching ceremony of national mourning. Dalton, what do you think of my script? Dalton was still processing the revelation while Wapol, trapped in the chest, began to thrash about, emitting muffled cries as if trying to communicate. I nodded knowingly. Oh, you wish for Dalton to ascend to the throne, correct? Very well, your last wishes have been received. You may rest in peace. With that declaration, I unleashed my conqueror's Haki, rendering both Wapol and Dalton unconscious. A swift motion and a minor operation later, Wapol was pacified entirely. Let me tell you, Buggy is quite the strategist. Why doesn't he claim the throne himself? He knows the script all too well. Old Shichibukai, Enel, Moria, and Doflamingo, all those who remain home have met with misfortune when Luffy comes knocking. Luffy has a penchant for storming in and challenging everyone. Allies must first engage in a brawl before anything else. Should a Nika awakening occur mid-fight, it would spell disaster. Therefore, let whoever desires the crown take it. Buggy will content himself with being a Shichibukai, patiently awaiting his fruit's awakening. The unsavory task of eliminating a king can be left for Blackbeard to shoulder. As fate would have it, on the other side, Blackbeard remained blissfully unaware of the impending scandal. He was adrift on a rickety raft when Luffy presented him with a bounty poster. Captain, this newcomer named Buggy seems intriguing. He has dispatched a Navy trader and even crossed blades with Admiral Akiji. Blackbeard glanced at the poster. This red-nosed fellow seems vaguely familiar. Yet he does not appear particularly formidable. Oh well, let fate decide. The scene shifted back to Mizukuni, where I had secured a devil fruit resembling a carnivorous flower from Wapol, summoning Yalada to join me. Together with the newly revived Dalton, we swiftly buried Wapol, ensuring the crime scene was meticulously cleaned. I instructed Dalton, the grave must be prepared in advance. I will venture out tomorrow and return to conduct the funeral. In the meantime, you are responsible for spreading the news. Make it as grand as possible. Why was I venturing out? I needed to fetch my allies from the little garden. I dialed a number, instructing my undercover agent, Rock, and Zango to keep Mr. Five's group occupied until I could make my move. Upon my arrival at the little garden, I found that Luffy and his crew had already departed. Mr. 3 and his cohorts, the defeated, were sulking in a candlelit shack. I kicked the door open and cut to the chase. Your boss, Mr. 0, is none other than the Shichibukai crocodile. The three of them were instantly petrified. Their expressions, more dramatic than discovering a colleague, was a traitor. Seizing a moment, I pressed on. Do you understand now? You have been pirates all along. Join me. My goal is to eliminate Crocodile and take his place. Mr. 5 pondered for a moment before proposing a condition. Fine, but we will not assist you in recruiting those two giants. If you lose, we will leave immediately. Not a problem. I readily agreed. Thus began the arduous battle against the two giants, the legendary captains, Dory and Buggy, whose bounties had surpassed 100 million for over a century. The clash was indeed tumultuous, but I had to maintain my reputation. After bringing them to their knees, I paused. So, are you willing to join us now? Having secured the giants, a new dilemma arose. Our vessel was far too small to accommodate such colossal beings. But could this possibly stump the great Buggy? I swiftly devised a plan. Let the brothers of the giants remain behind and develop the small garden into a branch base, responsible for supplying dinosaur meat to the country of Tsigu. It was simply perfect. Before departing, I called Zhang Ao aside and shared my plan with him. On the day of the funeral, he would use hypnosis to format the memories of all attendees and implant false memories portraying Weibo as a hero. Zhang Ao was taken aback, utterly in awe of my ingenuity. On our return journey, we seized the opportunity to feast on some golden fish from Sherdao when an unexpected occurrence transpired. A fellow Don in a cowboy hat and shirtless, uninvited, sat down and began to feast as if at his own home. My subordinates were bewildered, whispering amongst themselves. Who is this? Uninvited? Wait, the emblem on his back is that of Whitebeard. I looked closer and smiled. Oh, is this not the captain of the 2nd Division, Firefist Ace? What brings him aboard my ship in search of Blackbeard? Upon hearing Blackbeard's name, Ace immediately dropped the meat, his expression shifting. Have you seen Teach? Where is he? I, unfazed, began to spin a tale. I have not encountered Blackbeard, but I am on my way to a funeral, that of the king of Tsigu. He fell in battle, bravely resisting Blackbeard. You may inquire on the island later. Oh, and my apprentice, your brother Luffy, is likely there as well. I must say, my audacity was as thick as armor. In front of Weiboer's former subordinates, I maintained a steady gaze while casting the blame. Zhang out beside me was so embarrassed he nearly buried his face in his hat. Ace, the naive lad, truly believed me, his face wrought with sorrow. What a pity. He must have been a good king. Then he eagerly inquired about Luffy. As our conversation flowed, he mentioned Shanks. I exploded in anger. Do not utter that scoundrel's name in my presence. Ace hastily apologized and curiously asked about my grievances with him. I leaned in and whispered in his ear. That rogue and I once sailed together on your father's ship. Understand? By the way, Blackbeard is also after your attention. His fruit ability can be considered the nemesis of all elemental powers. If you truly seek him out, rely more on your physical prowess. I thought to myself, Ace, do be cautious. Your situation is akin to my Roman Empire of 2025, a memory that stirs deep unrest. While I was lecturing Ace, Luffy and his companions had already arrived at Tsigu. Due to Nami's illness, they were in urgent need of a doctor. Upon landing, they encountered Weiboer's exiled brother, Maxialu. This pink-haired uncle, hands on his hips, bore the arrogant demeanor of one who believed himself the supreme ruler. Luffy, with his characteristic naivety, upon hearing that the other was the new king and that there was a doctor in the castle, instantly believed him and eagerly followed. Sanji and Wassup were nearly frantic, recognizing he was clearly not to be trusted, yet they could not dissuade him. Maxialu, calculating, plotted to lure Luffy and his friends into the castle, intending to publicly execute them at the funeral to establish his authority. They soon arrived at the castle, and as they entered, Maxialu revealed his true nature, shouting for guards to seize them while he rushed upstairs to confront Dr. Kaleha. Naturally, Luffy would not stand for this. In a flash, he dispatched the minions. Zonglong and Wassup stayed behind to clear the area while Luffy pursued Maxialu, and Sanji along with Weiwei took Nami to find the doctor. When they reached the upper floor, they stumbled upon Chopper, transformed, guarding Dr. Kaleha. Luffy, seeing Chopper could change form, was instantly captivated and exclaimed, "You are so interesting. Join my crew." Upon noticing Luffy had caught up, Maxialu launched a spinning drill attack. However, Luffy deftly dodged it and countered with a gum-gum pistol, sending the pink-haired uncle flying. Meanwhile, Dr. Kaleha was examining Nami. Though over 130 years old, she was remarkably spirited. She took a swig of alcohol, checking while urging Sanji, curly-haired brat, hurry, and his sister companion, that Maxialu is a user of the fungus fruit and can unleash poison. This scoundrel, Sanji, was so preoccupied with the doctor's charms that he barely registered her words, retorting, "Fear not, old lady, Luffy is quite formidable in combat." The elderly woman shot back, "Get lost, you lecherous boy. Go wherever you wish, just leave that blue-haired girl behind." Thus, she dismissed him. I must say, Sanji was indignant. Even as he was cast out, he muttered curses, claiming the old woman did not appreciate Nami's inner beauty. In response, she brandished a collection of small knives, forcing Sanji to retreat in haste. To his astonishment, upon reaching the castle's base, he found Luffy, our esteemed captain, ensnared in a mass of pink fungal strands, utterly immobilized, looking quite wretched. Across from him, Maxialu cackled, declaring his intent to capture Luffy's comrades and poison the entire nation before burying them alongside Weiboer. I was incensed. This could not stand. Thankfully, Sanji, quick-witted, recalled the old woman's warning and shouted to the arriving Wassup and Zonglong. "Wassup, set it ablaze. That pink-haired fellow fears fire." Wassup, without hesitation, unleashed a fire star, striking true. Luffy was freed in an instant, and before anyone could comprehend, He activated Gear Second and unleashed a gum-gum jet pistol, launching Maxielu off the cliff, leaving his fate uncertain. However, unbeknownst to Luffy and the others, the citizens below were preoccupied with a far more pressing matter. On the night of Buggy's departure, Dalatin had secretly buried Weiboer's body, announcing the king's death the following day, and promptly informing the world government, declaring a public funeral. He even sought out Lita, requesting her to lower the pirate flag to avoid drawing attention from foreign officials and government representatives attending the funeral. Lita, in a state of ennui, assured him, "Fear not, Captain Buggy has everything arranged. Oh, and by the way, a fellow named Maxielu, claiming to be the heir to the throne, was sent away by me." Upon hearing Maxielu's name, Dalatin erupted, exclaiming, "What? He is Weiboer's brother. That man is even more terrifying than Weiboer. He must not be allowed to ascend the throne." Lita, unimpressed and playing with her hair, dismissed his concerns, stating, "Let it be. He merely releases bothersome strands, and anyone who dares thwart Captain Buggy's plans is doomed." I tell you, Dalatin's face turned pale as he hastily explained that Maxielu had been exiled for experimenting with fruit abilities, using cannons to launch toxic spores, resulting in the deaths of a significant portion of the population over a decade ago. It was due to that incident that Gu fervently developed its medical capabilities, becoming a medical powerhouse. Lita, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly contacted Buggy via a din-din mushy. As her voice echoed, "Captain Buggy, do you miss me?" Buggy coldly replied, having read her message, "Is there something to report? If not, I shall hang up. I'm on my way." Incensed, Lita relayed the predicament concerning Maxielu. Upon hearing, Buggy simply stated, "No need. That fellow fears fire, and I happen to have someone proficient with flames." He hung up abruptly. Lita, in frustration, tossed the din-din mushy into the snow, leaving the creature trembling from the cold. The next day, on the day of Weiboer's funeral, the ejected Maxielu returned. He had survived, scaling the castle's peak, brandishing a massive clump of toxic spores, cackling maniacally as he proclaimed his intention to poison the entire nation, sending them to accompany Weiboer in death. Luffy and his crew, alarmed, sought to charge forth. But Chopper warned that the substance was highly toxic, and Wassup contemplated using fireballs, yet feared igniting the explosives, leaving everyone at a loss. At this critical moment, a mocking laughter echoed from the heavens. "Ah, Ace, it seems this fellow is an enemy of Luffy." I looked up, and to my astonishment, it was Buggy floating in the sky with his moonwalk. Next to him, Ace was engulfed in flames. Luffy was taken aback, shouting, "Ace, Master Buggy." Ace gazed down gently and remarked, "Still causing trouble, aren't you, Luffy? Whether it's poison or bombs, they can all be incinerated." As soon as he finished speaking, he extended his arm and unleashed a fire fist. A colossal pillar of fire struck directly, leaving Namor with no time to scream before he evaporated, leaving behind only a tiny pile of ash. Family, who can understand the thrill of such an instant kill? Upon landing, Ace politely bowed to Zoro and Sanji, expressing that his brother had caused them trouble, exuding an almost unbearable gentleness. Buggy, on the other hand, wore an inscrutable expression, inquiring whether Nami had recovered, and if the little raccoon had boarded the ship. Chopper, fuming behind the door, stamped his feet angrily, exclaiming, "I am not a little raccoon. I'm a reindeer." He then realized he had exposed himself and dashed away. In the afternoon, Wapple's funeral officially commenced, and the scene was utterly absurd. Buggy appointed Zhang Ao as the host, brandishing a megaphone, and in front of the global media and dignitaries began a hypnotic speech. I must tell you, Buggy's maneuver was nothing short of the most brilliant historical reenactment of 2025, orchestrating an AI-like reimagining of history. He directed Zhang Ao to transform the cowardly Wapple, who had fled the battlefield, into a great hero who valiantly sacrificed himself fighting against Blackbeard after heeding Dalton's advice. He even designated Dalton as the successor to the throne. Usopp, watching from the castle, was dumbfounded, saying, "It's over, that fool Luffy has been hypnotized too." Sure enough, I saw Luffy chanting slogans alongside the crowd. Buggy explained that this hypnosis would last for half a month, primarily to legitimize Dalton's claim to the throne. Later, when everyone remembered, it would not be too late to desecrate his grave. After finishing his speech, a massive cross descended from the sky, planted firmly at Wapple's grave. Subsequently, Buggy and Dr. Correja engaged in a heated argument over profit sharing, resembling a bustling marketplace. Eventually, they reached an agreement. Buggy would finance and provide the venue, while Correja would manage the personnel to establish a medical chain. At the feast, Luffy and Ace competed to see who could eat more, only to both fall asleep midway through. Usopp boasted about single-handedly challenging the Blackbeard pirates, leaving Chopper in a daze. Meanwhile, on Buggy's side, Yarlita and another beauty, Machida, instantly disliked each other upon meeting, while Buggy frowned throughout, ignoring the tension. The next day, Dalton ascended to the throne and sought to verbally negotiate cooperation with Buggy. Buggy sneered, "You just became king and you're trying to engage in formalities with me? 5 of Blackbeard's crew can annihilate a country. I currently command 20 ships. Do you think I cannot be more thorough?" Dalton, drenched in cold sweat, quickly changed his tone to address Buggy as Sir Buggy, obediently signing an agreement under the guise of a company. Meanwhile, Luffy successfully coaxed Chopper onto the ship. As they prepared to depart, Ace asked if Luffy wanted to say goodbye to his master. Luffy nonchalantly replied no. Vivi is in a hurry to return home. He even invited Ace aboard, but Ace gently declined, stating he intended to make Whitebeard the Pirate King. Just as they set sail, cannon fire suddenly erupted from the castle's peak. However, instead of cannonballs, a flurry of pink snowflakes rained down, reminiscent of cherry blossoms. Family, who can comprehend this? The old lady used cannon fire to create the most romantic farewell for Chopper. Chopper wept uncontrollably on the ship, declaring he would become the ultimate medicine. Buggy's fleet was also preparing to set sail. He received a call informing him that the trade route in East Blue was secured. But Miss Kaya wanted to join them on their journey to the Grand Line to find Usopp. Buggy was alarmed, exclaiming, "What nonsense! If she leaves, who will I rely on to navigate East Blue? She must stay put and act as my representative." He then softened his tone, suggesting she should wait a little longer until they were more familiar with the route. After hanging up, he summoned Machi, his earliest companion, presenting him with the devil fruit Wapple had dropped. Buggy said, "Machi, your strength isn't enough. Eat this, and you will become my true right-hand man." Without hesitation, Machi devoured it, only to grimace at the taste. Buggy leisurely remarked, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, just one bite will suffice." Afterward, Buggy gathered everyone, announcing the next steps. First, they would visit Water 7 to inspect his new ship, and then head to Alabasta, hoping to catch the thrilling showdown between Luffy and Crocodile. Meanwhile, Blackbeard's crew noticed Buggy's bounty had surpassed 100 million and decided to ambush him at Sabaody Archipelago. In a new world, Dracula Mihawk met with Shanks, presenting him with the bounties of Luffy and Buggy. Upon seeing it, Shanks laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Let the feast begin." Indeed, Buggy's bounty had risen to 130 million. He remained remarkably calm, believing that a higher bounty would solidify his position as a warlord. The fleet swiftly arrived at Water 7, and Buggy headed straight for the headquarters of the Galley-Lock Company. However, he was stopped at the door by Ace's secretary, Khalifa, who informed him that the boss was resting. Buggy, undeterred, instructed Yarlita and Machida to keep an eye on her and push the door open. Ace was in his pajamas, sketching blueprints, and was taken aback upon seeing Buggy. Buggy accused him of being deceived by his secretary, while Ace urgently insisted that Khalifa was just an ordinary girl and pleaded for Buggy not to harm her. Buggy chuckled. "An ordinary girl? Ah, where do you find ordinary girls in CP9? I advise you to think of your life and keep your distance." Ace remained skeptical, asserting that he had investigated and found no issues with her. As they stepped out of the office, they were greeted by Machida affectionately hugging Khalifa from behind, who looked distressed. Upon seeing Ace, she cried, "Mr. Ace, help! My waist is about to break." Ace rushed forward to help, but no matter how hard he pulled, Khalifa remained immovable, only screaming louder. And guess what? A peculiar woman from the Baroque works, Machida, was laughing, saying, "Ah, the new boss is only 2,000 kilograms. She can hold on a bit longer." Good heavens! Is that even human language? As she let go, Khalifa crumpled to the ground, fortunately caught by Ace. Ace's face darkened, and he issued a dismissal, stating he needed to care for Khalifa and could not accompany Buggy that day. However, I must tell you, Buggy was no longer the clown he once was. He was not easily deterred. He smiled and said, "That won't do. How about I have my men help you carry her, and we can all go together?" Saying this, he called over Yerlita. With a clang, her heavy iron club smashed into the floor, creating a large pit, making it abundantly clear that they would leave today, whether they wanted to or not. Seeing this situation, Ace was paralyzed with fear and had no choice but to relent. Buggy, ignoring him entirely, soared into the air with a moonwalk, dragging Ace along towards the dock, declaring, "It seems my attitude has been too accommodating, making you forget what we are here for." Ace struggled in midair, questioning Buggy's actions as excessive. Buggy silenced him with one line. "Excessive? How do you know she poses no threat? She has been investigating the designs of Pluton. Did you think that the blue-haired lunatic Frankie was not a person?" Ace was left speechless, unable to respond. Family. Who can understand the feeling of being completely at someone else's mercy? Upon reaching the dock, Buggy wasted no time and began issuing orders. He spoke to a young man named Xylia, outlining grand ambitions, instructing him not to focus solely on one trade route, but to create a trade network connecting all islands. He commanded him to return and expand the shipyard, producing ships at an unprecedented rate. I assure you, Buggy's aspirations have indeed grown significantly, focusing on a strategy of overwhelming superiority, leaving the young man in a daze as he accepted the daunting task. Having resolved all matters, Buggy did not linger in the city of Chishui for long. He left behind a portion of the shipbuilding funds and set sail towards Alabasta with 3 newly acquired steamships and several main vessels, surging forth with great momentum. Meanwhile, in Alabasta, a storm was brewing. In a resplendent hall, a man with slicked-back hair, a cigar clenched between his teeth, and an air of opulence about him, swirled a glass of red wine. This man was the enigmatic mastermind behind the Baroque works, codenamed Mr. Zero. Beside him stood a woman in a cowboy hat, Nico Robin. Their exchange of covert signals revealed that the plan to incite internal strife was progressing remarkably well. They had dispatched Mr. 2, Bon Clay, to impersonate the king and spread rumors, inciting daily clashes between the rebel forces and the royal army. Upon hearing the report, Mr. Zero waved his hand and declared, "Excellent. Let us commence the Utopia operation ahead of schedule." Then came the most shocking revelation. When all the senior agents were gathered, they discovered that their employer, Mr. Zero, was none other than the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Everyone was taken aback, realizing they had been unwittingly serving an officially recognized pirate. To make matters worse, the previously missing Mr. 3 had stealthily returned, only to be gruesomely transformed into a desiccated corpse before their eyes by Crocodile. At that moment, fear gripped them all, and they hastily pledged to fulfill their tasks with unwavering resolve. The scene shifted to our protagonist, Luffy. Little did anyone know, he had once again found himself in an unexpected predicament. In his quest for food, he had inadvertently become separated from his crew. Fortunately, armed with Ace's life card, he stumbled upon Rainbase. Upon entering a restaurant, he encountered an old acquaintance, Smoker, who had followed him all the way from the East Blue. Spotting Luffy, Smoker, puffing on multiple cigarettes, inquired, "Straw Hat Kid, what brings you here? What is your connection to Baroque works?" Luffy, engrossed in his meal with his mouth stuffed, replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I'm here to take down Crocodile and help Vivi save her country." "I couldn't help but think, brother. You should really pay attention to your surroundings before speaking." As expected, Ace could no longer bear it and smacked Luffy on the back of his head. "You fool. Can't you see that the Navy? Speaking carelessly will only cause trouble for others." Smoker's eyes lit up at this revelation, eager to ask more. But Ace stepped forward to confront him. Smoker, a master of verbal sparring, taunted Ace. "Oh, Fire Fist Ace, 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? What brings you here instead of tending to your ailing father in the New World? I heard your 4th Division Commander was taken out by one of his own. Is that old man unable to move anymore?" This provocation ignited Ace's fury, flames bursting forth. Show some respect. Father is the strongest man in the world. He turned to Luffy and exclaimed, Luffy, run. I'll handle this guy. Hearing this, Luffy inhaled the entire spread of food on the table, causing his belly to swell like a balloon as he wobbled towards the exit, only to become stuck in the doorframe. It was hilarious, a true performance art piece. Smoker wouldn't let him escape so easily, launching a punch that Ace effortlessly blocked with his flame abilities. Ace then kicked Luffy out of the doorway. The two began to clash, flames and smoke spiraling into a whirlwind, creating a magnificent spectacle in the city. However, Buggy's journey was not as fortuitous. His compass had malfunctioned, leading him to a cursed place known as Gaia Island, teeming with lawless pirates. With no choice but to resupply, they docked. Just as they secured their ship, a gang of unruly pirates approached. A brash individual with a golden pompadour named Bellamy confronted them, swiftly defeating several of Buggy's subordinates while boasting that over 1 million bounty on your captain must be a joke. Such weak subordinates are a waste of these fine ships. At that moment, Buggy was lounging on the deck, and upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow and stood up. The arrogant Bellamy pointed at Buggy's ships, shouting, Boys, take those 3 new ships, capture that ridiculous clown, and let us have some fun. Standing at the bow, Buggy, like a general, began to assign roles. Jim, Machita, Zango, each of you guard a steamship. Leave no one unscathed. Kabaji, Rock, deal with that man wielding a saber. As for that golden-haired spring man, he glanced at Yarlita. You go meet him. Let me see how well your Haki has developed. Bellamy, seeing Buggy send a woman to confront him, became even more emboldened. Clown, do you look down on me, Bellamy? With that, he transformed his legs into springs and launched himself forward. Meanwhile, Kabaji and Rock engaged in combat with Bellamy's first mate, Sachi's. The most amusing part was Kabaji's side of the battle. Buggy shouted from the ship, Kabaji, you have 5 minutes. If you can't handle him, you'll be helping Machi haul bricks. Hearing this, Kabaji broke into a cold sweat and pedaled furiously on his unicycle. Yarlita stood nearby, timing him with a pocket watch, murmuring, it's 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Do you need my help? Ultimately, Kabaji managed to defeat Sachi's at 5 minutes and 20 seconds with a dazzling combination of attacks. Yarlita approached, delivering a lethal blow with her spike club, saying, you passed this time, as the captain wasn't watching. Buggy, however, was preoccupied with narrating another battle. Rock faced off against Bellamy. Their speeds were so swift that they seemed to vanish, one bouncing along the ground while the other darted unpredictably. The air was filled with the sounds of explosive impacts and clashing swords. Buggy stood at the bow, resembling a storyteller, excitedly proclaiming, welcome to the no-prize guessing game. Which is more formidable, the spring impact or the invisible slash? Will victory belong to the hyena or the black? All the pirates in town gathered to witness the spectacle, and even the gambling houses opened odds. Ultimately, Rock emerged victorious, first demolishing the surrounding buildings to deny Bellamy any leverage for his spring attacks. Then, as Bellamy was forced to strike, Rock stood his ground and unleashed a clawed slash, bringing Bellamy crashing down from mid-air. With the battle concluded, Buggy and his crew swiftly made their way to the dock, ordering the severely injured Bellamy to be taken aboard and imprisoned. He then swaggered into the gambling house, amidst the awestruck gazes of all, and took half of the betting pot, declaring it a collection of interest. I tell you, those pirates dared not utter a word. The aura of a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million was truly terrifying. The fleet set sail once more, and after several days, they finally arrived in Alabasta. However, they encountered Smoker again in the riverway. Smoker warned Buggy to leave immediately, but Buggy crossed his arms and laughed heartily. I am here to put an end to the war and take Crocodile down, so I can claim a position among the warlords of the sea. What's wrong, Smokey? Do you want another round? To everyone's surprise, Smoker hesitated, watching as Buggy's fleet sail past him. Upon reaching the royal capital of Alyabarna, the city was in utter chaos. As they entered, Nami and the others spotted them. Princess Vivi rushed over, questioning Buggy's allegiance to Crocodile. Buggy, visibly displeased, retorted, Princess, use your brain. If I were with him, You would have been annihilated by now. He leisurely added, I can tell you where the bombs are, but upon completion, I expect some reward from the king. With no other choice, Vivi reluctantly agreed. Buggy then pointed towards a distant clock tower, stating, the cannon is over there. He instructed Machida to take Mr. 5, who could detonate bombs, to fly up and disarm it. As a result, I was truly astonished. That Mikita delivered a powerful kick that shattered the clock face, and somehow, both the person and the enormous bomb plummeted from the clock tower. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Despair engulfed everyone. Usopp clutched his head and shouted, I haven't even spent my billion berries. In that critical moment, Buggy, while lamenting the peculiar individuals recruited by Baroque works, took action. He suddenly split apart, his palms catching the bomb, and then his body reassembled mid-air, using himself as a cushion to gently place the massive bomb down onto the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers. However, Buggy doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Don't celebrate too soon. This thing is on a timer. Just as panic set in again. With even the kingdom's guardian Bell prepared to sacrifice himself, Buggy halted him, turning to the bewildered Mr. 5. A manic grin crept across his face. The time has come to test your appetite. Before Jim could grasp the meaning of this test, he witnessed Buggy conjuring 8 short blades enveloped in dark energy, slicing the gigantic bomb into countless pieces, which he then stuffed into Jem's mouth. In the next instant, a muffled explosion erupted within Jem's belly. I watched in disbelief as he swelled up like a balloon, his eyes popping out from behind his sunglasses. His curly hair exploded into a cotton candy-like mass, and he resembled a deflating tire, hissing steam everywhere. The smell of gunpowder was pungent even from 800 meters away. Had it not been for Buggy fiercely covering his mouth, I assure you, he would have spontaneously launched into the air. Once the commotion subsided, Jem slumped over. His first words were, water. Give me water. This stuff is too dry. It's choking me. Buggy was utterly pleased, hands on his hips, laughing maniacally. Yahahaha. Endure it. Don't you know this country is short on water? When you see Vivi's father, you can drink your fill. Coming up with this plan, I truly am a genius. The surrounding crowd, including Princess Vivi, stood dumbfounded, mouths agape, unable to close them after witnessing the rapid sequence of events that nearly halted their hearts. Vivi snapped back to reality, disregarding her gratitude, and shouted toward the still fighting crowd. Everyone, stop fighting. The crisis has been averted. Let us sit down and have a proper discussion. I thought to myself, sister, your voice on the battlefield sounds no different than a mosquito buzzing. Sure enough, Buggy approached, wearing an expression of disbelief, and patted Vivi's shoulder. This won't work. It's too chaotic. Who can hear you? Let me demonstrate how to control the situation. With that, he crossed his arms and sauntered into the heart of the battlefield. Then, dear friends, something absurd happened. Wherever he walked, whether it was the king's army or the rebels, they all dropped to the ground as if their power had been cut off, one by one, collapsing unconscious. In just a few steps, the previously tumultuous square fell into an eerie silence. I could only think, dude, have you activated a global mute button? Vivi was horrified and rushed over to ask, did you kill them all? Why? Buggy, with an air of impatience, glanced at her. What are you panicking for? They merely fainted. How could a princess be so naive? Beside them, the falcon-eyed Bell, who had nearly fainted himself, stood protectively in front of Vivi, gritting his teeth. Your Highness, this seems to be a power called Haki. It can intimidate others with sheer presence. This guy's extremely dangerous. Jem, watching from the side, was wide-eyed, murmuring, is this the power of the new boss? It's terrifyingly strong. Buggy paid them no mind and tilted his head towards Yaelida. That young girl has fainted too. Take care of her. Princess Vivi, have your captain bring Mikita down from the clock tower. Then, take us to the royal tomb. The Straw Hat Kid is still there battling with old sand. Before long, Usopp, Nami, and the others awakened, and Sanji and Zoro arrived, instantly bickering upon meeting. Just as we prepared to head to the tomb, the entire city suddenly began to shake violently. The ground cracked, and buildings collapsed. Following that, a shadow erupted from the ground and soared into the sky. Upon closer inspection, I was stunned to see it was Crocodile. Simultaneously, the swirling sands miraculously diminished, and raindrops began to fall from the sky. It's raining. Luffy has won, Nami exclaimed. Torrential rain poured down, halting all combat, and King Cobra made his appearance, finally bringing the internal conflict to a close. The Navy swiftly apprehended the barely conscious crocodile under the leadership of Daz Bones. Observing this scene, Buggy instructed his subordinates, Yeolita, "You all return to the ship and wait for me. I need to speak with Smoker about something." Then, he boldly followed the Navy towards Smoker's warship. Daz Bones was visibly tense, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, wanting to strike but hesitant. Once aboard, Smoker furrowed his brow and asked, "Daz Bones, weren't we going to catch the sand crocodile? Why did you bring back a clown?" Buggy dismissed him entirely, stating, "Yahahaha, I'm here to boru den mushi." Smoker's face darkened. How amusing. It's a Navy confidential device. Why would I lend it to a pirate? So there's no room for negotiation? Buggy's expression turned cold. Just as the tension peaked, the den mushi began to ring. While Smoker remained wary of Buggy, he answered the call, and on the other end were high-ranking Navy officials, informing him of a promotion for defeating Crocodile. Smoker exploded. "Did you not read my report? It was the Straw Hat Kid Luffy who defeated him. It has nothing to do with us." Seizing the moment of Smoker's distraction, Buggy swiftly appeared behind him, arms crossed. Grinning, "Don't be so explosive. Help me find Sengoku. I need to discuss taking over the position of Warlord of the Sea." Smoker was stunned, but then thought to test the high-ranking official's reaction, tossing the den mushi to Buggy. On the other end, the voice of Admiral Sengoku came through. "Smoker, this is Sengoku. What urgent matter do you have?" As he looked up, he was greeted by Buggy's red-nosed clown face. "Yahahaha, wise Admiral Sengoku. I am the pirate Buggy. Now that the position of Warlord of the Sea is vacant, it should be my turn, right?" Sengoku on the other end clearly paused, responding nonchalantly. "The selection for Warlords of the Sea requires discussion. It cannot be decided so quickly." Buggy interrupted him. "I believe my sincerity has been more than sufficient. If there is no result within 3 days, I will have to personally demonstrate my strength. I hope you will appreciate it." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. This maneuver was nothing short of a declaration. "Listen to me. Thank you for your ultimate reverse approach, primarily notifying you, not consulting you." Smoker attempted to intervene, but Buggy wasted no time, his 8 short blades glinting ominously as he swiftly struck Smoker, sending him flying, bloodied, and sprawled on the beach. "Truly weak. Consider today as a favor to you." Buggy laughed maniacally as he departed. He returned to the palace, confronting King Cobra directly. "Let us skip the money talk. I need you to contact the world government and recommend me as a warlord of the sea to replace Crocodile." Cobra was taken aback, vehemently refusing. Buggy, however, calmly began his business proposal. "Don't get worked up. Someone must fill the vacancy of the warlord of the sea. Why not choose someone you know? I need this identity to establish a commercial partnership with Alabasta. I will exchange the medical technology and food of Magnet Drum Kingdom for your vast population market. A win-win situation. The identity of a warlord of the sea will spare me many troubles." Cobra was taken aback, ultimately resorting to a procrastination tactic, claiming he needed a few days to consider. Upon hearing this response, Buggy realized there was no hope. As soon as he left the palace, he immediately issued an order. "Locke, set sail. Let us rescue the prisoners." His subordinate, Locke, was bewildered. "Captain, is it really wise to confront the Navy at this moment?" Buggy scoffed. Wait for that old fox, Sengoku's credibility? Only with sufficient strength can one command respect. We shall retrieve the Baroque Works members and use them as leverage." Nearby, the sycophant Zango fervently praised, "My lord, this plan is truly brilliant." As expected, no sooner had the fleet exited the river mouth than Smoker and the Navy confronted them. "Just a Buggy, why the rush?" was met with a barrage from Buggy's fleet. The cannon fire instantly toppled 2 warships. Buggy seized a cannonball, infused it with Haki, and hurled it like a shot put. Smoker, enveloped in a vast cloud of smoke, was struck at the core by this explosive projectile, resulting in a series of detonations that dispersed the smoke, sending him plummeting into the sea. "Let us go," Buggy proclaimed. not once glancing back as he led the fleet out of the encirclement. A day later, they arrived at the Navy stronghold where Baroque Works was imprisoned. Without hesitation, they unleashed cannon fire, easily landing on the island. However, Crocodile and Mr. One stubbornly refused to leave. Buggy strode into the cell with a disregard for kinship. Sand Crocodile, despite your humiliating defeat, why maintain such a facade? Hurry and board my ship. Old Sand and Mr. One exchanged glances and swung their sea prism stone handcuffs at him. Indifferent to their actions, Buggy effortlessly ensnared them with his Haki, lifting them off the ground as if they were mere chicks. Jester, if you have the ability, unlock the sea prism stone for me. Crocodile cursed vehemently. Annoyed by the noise, Buggy turned and unleashed a conqueror's Haki, instantly silencing the world around him. On the return journey, to ensure Old Sand would remain silent, Buggy submerged him in a large tank filled with seawater. Crocodile's muffled protests echoed from within. Let me out. I will drain you dry. Upon returning to Alabasta, they crossed paths with Luffy, who was preparing to set sail. Buggy called Luffy over, handing him a fine life card and an eternal pointer, announcing a pirate ship race with a prize of 300 million, including food and lodging. Luffy's eyes sparkled at the mention of free food. Yosh, I will definitely participate. After bidding farewell to Luffy, King Cobra approached him, his face pale. Mr. Buggy, what do you mean by abducting Crocodile? Buggy shrugged, just increasing my bargaining chips. Your Majesty, have you submitted my recommendation letter? With no other option, Cobra reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, the Seven Warlords meeting was underway. Sengoku was troubled when Mihawk unexpectedly appeared, suggesting, I recommend Jester Buggy as the new warlord. He is the most troublesome opponent I have faced. Doflamingo chuckled with delight at this. Sengoku was bewildered, pondering why the entire world seemed to endorse him. Ultimately, he had no choice but to concede. So be it. Suddenly, a winged figure, Luffy, appeared, insisting on recommending his captain, Blackbeard. Sengoku dismissed him angrily. You nameless wretch. Get lost. Buggy soon received the news but mistrusted Sengoku, calling him directly. Announce my status as a warlord first. I will deliver the individuals afterward. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. Sengoku was furious, nearly slamming the phone down, but eventually relented. After finalizing everything, Buggy returned to his ship, the Baikidaupu, briefly instructed his crew, and locked himself in the captain's quarters. I must tell you, I just emerged for the captain's quarters, nearly losing my life. One moment I was aboard the ship, and the next I was whisked away. Before my eyes was an overwhelming luminous orb, and before me stood a spectral jester that looked exactly like me, laughing maniacally and claiming to be the true entity, while I was merely a tool. I was utterly bewildered. He spoke of a system bound to him, of Navy 6 styles and Haki, all redeemed by him. Even Heart Pointer was crafted while I slept. Now that my fruit had awakened, he intended to reclaim his domain. As he approached, I felt myself becoming increasingly transparent. While he appeared ever clearer, my heart sank as I realized I had been merely a jester. Just as he was about to invade my personal space, I sighed deeply, engulfed in despair. Sensing my surrender, he grew bolder, demanding that I become his sustenance. But guess what? I swiftly countered with a chokehold, seizing his neck. Keep playing your part, I exclaimed. When I first called for the system, a prompt appeared, stating it was a trial to determine who the true jester was. This creature was merely a monstrosity birthed from my fractured soul. The second time I called the system was a deliberate ruse, and he fell for it, performing a dramatic scene of a domineering CEO reclaiming his body. Realizing he had been exposed, he exploded into countless shards of glass that hurtled toward me. I smirked, thinking, is that all? His fragmentation resulted in pieces, while my division transformed into numerous versions of myself, all ready to engage in a fray. Each of my duplicates quickly overwhelmed him. The world fell silent. A system notification chimed, indicating the task was complete, rewarding me with access to the system space. When I inquired about its usage, I received a curt response. Please research on your own, before being abruptly disconnected, more haughty than customer service. I then discovered that within the radiant orb, a sleeping jester Buggy resided. How deep was this system scheme? Would I have to battle again? I hastily concentrated and returned to reality. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by a magnified visage of a beautiful woman, Yalita, who was cradling me. As I inquired about the time, she tearfully informed me that I had been unconscious for quite a while, and the pirate crew had disbanded, leaving her all alone. My head spun, but in the next moment, she burst into laughter, exclaiming she was merely teasing me, as dawn had yet to break. That woman really, just as I was about to retaliate, she declared, "Tonight, I am the queen." And thus, a tumultuous battle erupted between Yalita and me, a chaotic clash of cannon fire. Oh, how the family understands. The following afternoon, I reluctantly went to meet the Navy. Upon our encounter, Smoker's sour expression made it seem as though someone owed him millions. As he shouted at me, claiming I was deceiving the Navy and demanding the surrender of all Baroque Works members, or he would search my ship, I couldn't help but laugh, retorting, "Why the uproar? I've already made arrangements with Sengoku to hand over old sand. How can a mere Commodore speak with such authority?" I urged him to leave, asserting that I was involved in a deal worth billions of berries, and he couldn't afford to delay me. However, he quickly spotted Mr. for peeking from the cabin and accused me of harboring a wanted criminal. I dropped the facade and confronted him. "You think you can intimidate me?" I refused to comply. I summoned Bebu and the others to stand by me, pointing at Smoker. "Look at Doflamingo, Jinbei, Hancock. Which of their subordinates isn't a bounty criminal? Do you dare to make a sound?" I declared, "They're all my crew now. Even an admiral from the Navy cannot take them away. I stand by that." As I spoke, my hands shot out. One seized his neck, pinning him to the ground, while the other brandished a blade against his chest. Just then, the air shifted as Akiji appeared beside me in an instant, his icy aura nearly freezing me in place. My mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, realizing I was caught between a rock and a hard place. Engage, and my newly recruited subordinates shall transform into ice sculptures. Refrain. And the authority I have only just established would crumble. Fortunately, Akiji intervened, stating that the warlord of the sea had instructed that only old Shasha was necessary, attributing the impulsiveness to Smoker. Upon hearing this, I seized the opportunity and immediately retracted my blade, yet with a forceful motion. I sent Smoker flying as if he were mere refuse. Had I known it would turn out this way, I would have acted sooner. Should I encounter that fellow again, he would not fare well. Smoker, still defiant, transformed into smoke and charged at me, only to be halted by Akiji's icy barrier. Before departing, Akiji cautioned me not to emulate old Shasha. I retorted, instructing him to relay to Blackbeard if he still felt the sting of his earlier defeat and whether my dental skills were commendable. Would this be settled so easily? That would be quite undignified. An idea sparked in my mind as I spotted Daz's bones passing by. I deftly appropriated the famed sword Hanazuki from her waist, labeling it as compensation for mental anguish. She became furious, drawing her sword to cleave me in two to reclaim it. My upper half floated in midair as I wielded the scabbard to sweep her back towards the warship, teasing her in Zoro's style. "Go seek my hawk. He possesses the ultimate blade. I shall spare your life this time for Lu Zoro's sake. Now depart. My principle is simple. I bow to admirals. Yet I strike fiercely against minions. With the Navy dealt with, I hastened to the palace to negotiate with King Cobra, then summoned all my officers for a meeting to unveil my grand commercial empire plan. I aim to establish a super conglomerate, delving into healthcare, transportation, and dining. The dining segment will be bifurcated. One branch named Kapu Cool, catering to the Navy and the public, with Carp as the spokesperson. The other, named Buggy's Family, intended for our associates, with yours truly as the representative. I envision offerings such as Vice Admiral Chicken Nuggets, Marshall Family Buckets, Warlord Fried Chicken, and Emperor Feast Buckets, complemented by merchandise like Akiji masks and Don Quixote glasses, fully exploiting the fan economy. Yarlita expressed discontent, prompting my response. "You shall be the vice president responsible for beauty, while I shall handle the profits." Following this, I busied myself arranging a medical company in Drum Island and enlisting the giant brothers from Little Garden as our transportation leaders. Upon my return to Hekinbara, I finally recalled the long-imprisoned, deluded Fan Bellamy. It was time to test my newly awakened, formidable abilities. I roused him. The poor fellow was skin and bones, yet stubbornly boasted that Lord Doflamingo would not overlook me. I chuckled, stating that after so many days, if Doflamingo had intended to come, he would have done so by now. I planned to conduct a small experiment. Should it succeed, Bellamy would become quite impressive. I produced a vial of red liquid extracted from Old Shasha, coalescing it into a small sphere, which I then injected into his chest. Instantly, he convulsed as if struck by lightning, veins bulging ominously. As I reached into his chest, to my surprise, his flesh parted effortlessly, allowing me to extract his heart without a single drop of blood. Bellamy's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Upon investigation, I discerned two conflicting abilities within him, threatening to rupture him. I contemplated partitioning his heart, and without hesitation, I split it in two, yet it proved ineffective. It seemed I would require a specialist. The following day, I enlisted Dr. DR6, dragging him 20 miles to assist me in performing surgery on Bellamy. Initially, he protested, claiming it was unscientific and that he would not assist. In front of him, I detached Bellamy's arm and reattached it, rendering him speechless. He immediately took notes. More excited than I, directing me to rearrange Bellamy's blood vessels like water pipes, ultimately advising me to bisect Bellamy for easier observation. After laboring for half the day, we finally succeeded. I established a separate circulatory system for Bellamy's right arm and infused it with the liquid from the chop-chop fruit. Success! Bellamy's right arm was now capable of utilizing my powers. Zhang Gao, observing from the side, appeared astonished and questioned whether I feared he might become too powerful and flee. I assured him that if he dared to run, I would swiftly disseminate the news that he was a dual fruit user, inciting the Navy to pursue him like rabid dogs across the globe. Just as I concluded these affairs and prepared to open my fast food establishment, Doflamingo's call arrived. He inquired whether that incompetent Bellamy had provoked me, allowing me to handle it as I saw fit. I directly invoked his code name, Joker, proposing a business discussion, complete with a surprise, arranging to meet on Gaia Island. This fellow arrived via helicopter far quicker than I, and upon my arrival, he was leisurely sipping a drink. Our initial exchange was less than cordial. He demanded the surprise, and I stated that this location was unsuitable, to which he replied that outside would suffice. I firmly declared, I do not care what you think, I care what I think. It is 2025, he must have heard that before. Our conquerors Haki clashed, sending nearby onlookers into unconsciousness. Ultimately, we proceeded to his hotel. In the room were just the three of us, him, me, and Bellamy. I released Bellamy's handcuffs, instructing him to demonstrate. As one of his hands transformed into a spring and the other split into blades, Doflamingo's eyes, hidden behind his ostentatious glasses, ignited with greed. He eagerly inquired whether this could be mass-produced and what limitations it had. I remained silent, merely extracting the chop-chop fruit liquid from Bellamy's arm and replacing it with Old Shasha's vial. Instantly, Bellamy's arm shriveled, indicating a rejection between the powers. I informed him that the technology was not yet mature and required further experimentation, expressing a desire to visit Caesar's laboratory. Doflamingo fixated on me, suddenly suggesting that I also gather Bellamy's spring fruit ability for repurposing. Bellamy immediately broke down, exclaiming that I was the man he most admired. I retorted that deluded fans should not expect hospitality. Admiration is a feeling far removed from comprehension. How tragic. With a swift motion, I extracted his heart, the wound healing instantaneously. Doflamingo assumed it was a fruit of surgical abilities, which I promptly denied, demonstrating my own power by disassembling myself and the controlled Bellamy, showcasing the absurdity of my awakened abilities. He was thoroughly convinced, urging me to continue. I nodded, clutching the still beating heart, beginning to gather the red liquid from within. With each drop, Bellamy's complexion paled further. I must admit, this was my first endeavor of such nature without clinical trials. Should I falter, I might drain him entirely, rendering his abilities null. Thus, it would be prudent to leave him a sliver of life, as he currently posed no threat, resembling a mere shell of a man. Doflamingo's signature laughter echoed again as he clutched the vial I had just discarded, which contained the red liquids of Bellamy and Mr. One. He remarked that this fellow still had some utility, and he would take care to safeguard him. He requested samples of my abilities, intending to present them to Caesar for research. Upon hearing this, I realized he was attempting to exploit my core technology without compensation. I promptly reversed the situation. How troublesome for you. I shall personally visit Punk Hazard. It just so happens I am quite interested in the abilities of your subordinates, such as Diamante S. Flutter Fruit, Gladius S. Boom Boom Fruit, as well as that amateur Buffalo S. Spin Spin Fruit and Baby 5S Weapon Fruit. I would like to take a look. Since you claim that defeated subordinates are of no use, I shall take care of Bellamy, sparing you the trouble of making exceptions. How considerate of me. As these words left my mouth, I could practically see the fire emanating from Doflamingo's eyes behind his sunglasses, his forehead vein throbbing, as if his CPU were about to overheat. He smiled thinly, suggesting, "Shall I simply let you study my line fruit as well?" To which I replied, "That would be splendid. I shall gladly accept, for the more abilities, the better. Who knows which may prove beneficial. At worst, I could share my subordinate's abilities with you, facilitating mutual exchange." He could no longer contain himself. With a swift motion of his hand, several sharp, almost invisible threads shot towards the barely breathing Bellamy's neck. Quick as a flash, I drew my dagger, intercepting the threads with a resounding clash. How intriguing. Brother Ming retracted the threads, declaring that since I was so intent on protecting this worthless creature, I would take charge of him. At the end of this month, I shall await you at Ponka Hassad. Make sure to bring an array of skills, for I never engage in a losing venture. It's a deal, a pleasant collaboration. With a grin, I tossed the feeble Bellamy towards our companion Luaka and confidently strode away with Yagurlita. Behind me, Brother Ming's sinister laughter echoed, and I could easily surmise that he harbored ill intentions. Upon returning to the ship, Bellamy finally regained a semblance of composure, his eyes clouded with confusion and despair. He asked me, "Why did you save me?" I shrugged dismissively. Why question the desire to save? It's just a whim. Now you see the true nature of Brother Ming. Do you not? Do you still intend to return and grovel at his feet? Here, I do not entertain the idle. I offer you a chance to prove your worth. Have you heard the legends of the Sky Island? I will provide you with a crew. You shall venture to the heavens and return with some Sky Island specialties. If you can procure the likes of light shells, sound shells, or impact shells, and perhaps even gold, that would be splendid. Choose wisely. Will you accept the challenge? Or return to your master, begging for mercy? Bellamy regarded me, then glanced at the armed crew behind me, suddenly bursting into laughter. You are the one who captured me, and you are also the one who saved me. No wonder you can stand shoulder to shoulder with Doflamingo so swiftly. Fine, I accept the challenge. I shall prove my value. As he agreed, our ship's Machi, munching on a large hawk, mumbled, "Listen up. Our captain was once a crewmate of the pirate King Roger. What is so surprising about going to the Sky Island?" At this revelation, Bellamy was left speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. After a lengthy pause, he erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha! A crewmate of the Pirate King. This is far more legendary than Doflamingo. I believe I have found a new idol. Family who understands." His fervent gaze sent chills down my spine. I quickly waved my hands. "Stop. Dit is mindless feints. My position as a Shichibukai is earned through strength, not mere titles. Luaka, take this fervent admirer away and find him a sturdy ship. The skies at 10,000 meters are not to be trifled with." To my surprise, he turned and, with his crew, replaced his pirate flag with my emblem, shouting that he was setting sail to complete the challenge. Just as Bellamy embarked on his quest for the soaring sea currents, another calamity befell Blackbeard, who yet again failed to capture Luffy, despite following Luffy into the skies. His rickety raft disintegrated mid-air. Had it not been for Van Augur's ability, they would have perished in the sea. The laughter of the pirates was tinged with a sense of sorrow. Meanwhile, I led my fleet to Chongliandao. Our beast tamer Machi gazed in disbelief at the long-necked, elongated creatures on the island, exclaiming, "Captain, is this what you call rare and exotic beasts? Can these creatures form an animal army? They look like oversized dachshunds." As I busied myself collecting cellular samples from these peculiar animals, I nonchalantly reassured him. Does this not showcase your exceptional skills? Others tame ferocious beasts, but if you can train these docile creatures into formidable beasts, that would indeed be impressive. If all else fails, you possess the Tong Tong fruit. Just swallow them for transformation. At that moment, Zhang rushed over with news that a pirate ship was approaching. I pulled out the compass and laughed heartily. It was none other than Silver Fox Fukeksi, the user of the slow fruit. What fortune! I had intended to seek him out, and now he had come to me, delivering an opportunity on a silver platter. As Fukeksi disembarked, he pointed at me and shouted, "Hey, Jester Buggy, how about a Davy-back fight?" I immediately halted Zhang, who was about to announce my title as a Shichibukai, and laughed heartily. That suits me perfectly. But let us not play childish games of best of three. Let us engage in a captain versus captain duel. Winner takes all. Fukeksi, clearly taken aback by my boldness, nevertheless steeled himself and agreed. The match commenced, and he launched his slow light attack, causing my flying punch to move in slow motion. Futile. Once caught in my light, everything slows for 30 seconds. He boasted with glee. How naive. I unleashed my carnival of shattered pieces, my body exploding into countless fragments, encircling him from all angles. He scrambled to use light and mirrors to trap my dismembered parts in midair, just as he believed victory was assured and prepared to strike at my immobilized pieces. I stealthily maneuvered my unharmed legs behind him. Reassemble, I commanded, and all the immobilized fragments vanished, reconstituting around my legs. As he turned, he was met with my colossal fist, delivering a clean and decisive knockout. Action, I commanded, and Luaka led our crew in binding Fukeksi's crew, who were caught off guard. Zhang finally seized the opportunity, clearing his throat and shouting, "Our boss is the newly appointed Shichibukai. Capturing you is only natural. Have you all lost your wits playing games on the island?" I dragged the handcuffed Fukeksi into our ship's brig, commencing an inhumane scientific examination. With my team of doctors, we began extracting various cellular samples from him, leaving no stone unturned, even analyzing his tadpoles in pursuit of the secrets behind his abilities. I handed Zhang the crystallized essence of the slow ability, saying, "This is for you. Practice diligently, and you shall become my master of time management." "No problem, boss," Zhang replied, his face flushed with excitement. Having accomplished all of this, our next destination was the Shangbodi Islands. With the title of Shichibukai, we sailed smoothly through the Devil's Triangle. Upon arrival, I made a beeline for Shaki's bar. I kicked the door open and boldly declared, "Today's expenses are on me. Now, everyone clear out." Instantly, the bar erupted in chaos. Some drunken patrons shouted while others made a hasty retreat. The rowdy ones were swiftly dealt with, while those attempting to flee were looted by my men stationed outside. Behind the bar, the enchanting Shaki, cigarette in hand, languidly inquired, "Isn't this the newly minted Shichibukai come to disrupt my establishment?" I quickly smiled apologetically. "You misunderstand. I seek Vice Captain Rayleigh for a matter, and I shall compensate for any damages." After a brief conversation, the elder Rayleigh returned. I shared my grand vision of establishing a chain fast food restaurant, alongside an intelligence network, and my ambition to construct airships to establish trade routes across the seas and build a commercial empire. Rayleigh agreed to assist in contacting shipyards. Having settled matters here, I promptly contacted Doflamingo. "Brother Ming, I'm heading to Ponca Hassad shortly. How is your research on the items I provided?" To my dismay, his furious voice echoed through the phone. "What nonsense have you given me? Several of my subordinates are dead, and the potency is pitiful. Caesar claims those items have no cultivation value. Are you trying to dupe me with counterfeit goods?" A chill ran down my spine, but I maintained a composed facade. Casting blame, how could that be? Did you not witness the effects firsthand? It must be that Caesar is up to something. Either his skills are lacking, or he has embezzled your funds, seeking to conceal his failure by disparaging my work. After a moment of silence, Brother Ming responded, "Is that so? Are your subordinates' abilities prepared? I shall await you at Ponca Hassad." Ending the call, I began to tinker with my new project, the Doppelganger. Upon awakening, I discovered the extraordinary ability to fragment my very essence into minute particles, subsequently attaching myself to various objects for control. What a remarkable tool for overtime work this could be. Without hesitation, I divided a portion of my soul specifically to manipulate my doppelgangers. To my astonishment, even in this new realm, I found myself playing the role of a secret agent, with the unscrupulous employer being none other than myself. Emboldened by this revelation, I combined the organizational fluids of Bellamy and Laosha with animal blood, creating several clones. One of them, I whimsically shaped into the likeness of a boy with a watermelon head and thick eyebrows, swapping the green bodysuit for a more flamboyant bright yellow one. Just then, the phone bug belonging to Yelida rang frantically. "Buggy, we have a crisis. At the human trafficking shop, a celestial dragon has gone mad, intending to enslave everyone present. What should we do? If we resist, you, a Shichibukai, will be finished as the Marine Admiral is on his way. But if we don't resist, we shall be captured." Upon hearing this, I felt overwhelmed. Weren't you all out shopping? How did you end up in such a dreadful place? Do not panic. I will handle everything. Hold on, I will arrive shortly. After hanging up, I sprang into action. My freshly created watermelon-headed doppelganger immediately separated its particles and reassembled in midair. However, this body was too light and lacked substance. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I drew in a pile of leftover chicken bones and scraps from nearby, integrating them into my form. In an instant, a towering figure resembling a hawk-headed warrior wielding an unusual weapon materialized at the entrance. The attendees of the auction were left in awe. The celestial dragon, Shirulia, screamed, "What are you all standing there for? Capture him. I want to turn him into a decorative piece." I, as the hawk-headed being, slowly raised my gaze and declared in a gravelly yet commanding voice that resonated throughout the venue, "Shirima, your emperor has returned." I pointed directly at the entourage of celestial dragons, exclaiming one word, just one word, and I can send you all to your demise. Those who wish to live, clear out. With a swift motion of my weapon, I conjured a series of sand walls that rose up, effectively separating the buyers from the celestial dragon's bodyguards. The unfortunate souls who narrowly escaped slavery were bewildered, with the pirates reacting swiftly to flee while the affluent merchants hesitated. Ultimately, even the officials soon scampered away in panic. Shirulia's face turned a sickly green with rage as she screamed, "Useless! A bunch of worthless fools! My slaves have all escaped. Move quickly! I want my father and brother to slaughter you all." While berating her minions, she brandished her tiny golden handgun, firing recklessly at my sand walls, only to be met with futile noise. I could not help but chuckle, thinking, is this a game of scratch? I commanded, "Soldiers, for your emperor, attack." As soon as the words left my mouth, the sand walls instantly transformed and reconfigured into a legion of sand soldiers wielding spears, charging forth. The celestial dragon's guard struck the sandy warriors, but achieved nothing apart from dispersing sand. However, my sand spears found their mark, puncturing effortlessly and causing a gruesome spectacle. In no time, I had lifted Shirulia into the air as if she were a mere chick. Her astronaut helmet shattered under my grip, and she was nearly paralyzed with fear, yet defiantly retorted, "Release me, you filthy, lowly creature. I am a descendant of the Creator. If you dare touch me, your nation will face ruin." I could hardly contain my laughter at her audacity. With a cold smirk, I raised my weapon high and, with a swift strike, cleave her in two as easily as slicing a watermelon. Oh, my dear companions, this blow instantly alleviated years of mental turmoil. In the future I envision, there is no room for the likes of you. After my grand proclamation, a whirlwind of yellow sand enveloped me, sweeping up everything in the auction house and bursting through the roof, creating a sensational spectacle. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, Sengoku was engrossed in paperwork when a frantic officer burst in, exclaiming, "Emergency report. A major incident has occurred at Sabaody Archipelago. The celestial dragon Shirulia has gone missing and may have been murdered. All surveillance footage is down. Witnesses claim the assailant is a monstrous hawk-headed figure wielding sand." Sengoku was taken aback, scattering documents everywhere, scratching his head in disbelief. What? Sand abilities? Could it be crocodile? Impossible. He was just imprisoned a few days ago. As he pondered this, a man dressed in a yellow suit and sunglasses, resembling a lecherous old uncle, leisurely stood up. It was none other than our old acquaintance, Admiral Kizaru. Yawning, he remarked, "Oh dear, I suppose I should take a trip. When the world nobles are in trouble, the Marines must make an appearance." His nonchalant demeanor was remarkable, almost an art form in itself. The scene shifted back to Sabiti Archipelago, where I was busily tidying up the aftermath. The surrounding Marines were frantically reporting. Report to headquarters. The Shichibukai Baroque Works Baki is engaged in a fierce battle with a hawk-headed creature. The situation is too intense for us to approach. Let me tell you, they understood nothing. In the eye of the storm, there was no hawk-headed being. That was merely a clone of mine, maintaining a sandstorm and creating sound effect for dramatic flair. Meanwhile, my true self was busy crafting a decoy hawk-headed corpse from the fallen bodyguards, stuffing it with odds and ends, a masterclass in disguise. Two clones were performing a comedic act, shouting at the outside, "Who are you? We are the penmen of history. We shall bring the lost treasures back to light." After the performance reached its peak, I ignited the sandstorm, causing a thunderous explosion that sent the observing Marines flying. When they returned, disheveled and covered in dirt, the battlefield revealed only me, standing tall with a bloodied bird head in hand. A brave Marine lieutenant asked, "Is the hawk-headed creature dead?" I casually tossed the bird head aside and pointed to a pile of shredded flesh, stating, "All of it is right here. You can piece it together. The perpetrator is dead. I am off to enjoy some fried chicken wings." Just as I was about to depart, a flash of golden light appeared, and Kizaru instantaneously caught the bird head I had tossed. In his infuriatingly languid tone, he remarked, "Oh, why does this smell like chicken blood?" A chill ran through me, but I maintained my composure. After all, this was merely a sand clone. What was there to fear? My true self had taken my prize sword away, leaving me with no choice but to grab two kitchen knives from the back, enveloped in Haki, determined to maintain an imposing presence. I pointed my blade at Kizaru, challenging, "Are you seeking trouble, Borsellino? I am a Shichibukai, on par with you. I have faced Akiji's ice blade. Let me witness the swiftness of your Ama, no Murakumo." Kizaru, while feigning fear, was quick to act. With a flash of light, a sword of light materialized in his hand, clashing with my kitchen knives. The scene was vibrant with flashes of light, appearing quite lively, yet both of us were merely going through the motions, even engaging in casual banter. "Old man, your swordsmanship is commendable," I remarked. "It's decent. I have trained a few more years than Akiji." As the moment felt right, with the evidence nearly obliterated, I jumped out of the fray and suggested, "Old man, aren't you averse to trouble? Let's call it a day. I'll let you take the credit, so you can return and report back. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Kizaru sheathed his sword, placing his hands in his pockets. "Oh dear. If you put it that way, I suppose I should stop. I was merely here to play my part, and time is running short. It's nearly quitting time. Alas, the perpetrator's body has been destroyed, so don't expect a raise." With that, he ambled away with the Marines. I sighed in relief. Fortunately, it was Kizu, the old trickster. Had it been a Kainu, I would have surely revealed my true identity today. I hurried back to the fried chicken shop and transformed my sandy doppelganger back into the guise of a red-haired youth. Yoliada had been waiting for me, fully aware of my cloning abilities, and remained unperturbed. I remarked to her, henceforth, when encountering the foolish celestial dragons, it would be prudent to steer clear of them. However, I decided against that. The performance must be executed in full. I promptly arranged for my doppelganger, the entity made of sand, to commandeer an airship and make a grand exit to sea, ensuring my corporeal presence in the new world would not conflict with this diversion. In the establishment, I left behind a spring doppelganger, whom she could refer to as Shaoli. At last, this matter was satisfactorily handled. Meanwhile, Doflamingo had already come knocking. He had previously witnessed me conducting experiments with Crocodile's organization Liquid, and upon hearing about the sand-manipulating harpy, he could surmise it was my doing. His characteristic laughter echoed, and he reassured me that he held no fondness for those imbecilic celestial dragons. Let us cease the idle chatter and commence our collaboration. Observe, y come bidding gifts, gladius. Mahabai's Buffalo and Baby 5 I have brought you half of our family's power users. He gestured towards his subordinates, but his gaze was fixated greedily on the vials containing the power liquids I had produced, nearly drooling with anticipation. Excellent. Let us proceed with the blood extraction. Just as I was about to commence, Doflamingo halted me. Do not rush. You have yet to disclose what trash abilities you have brought. At this, I could not help but chuckle and began listing. Inu Inu no Mi, Mole Mole no Mi, Slow Slow no Mi, Thorn Thorn no Mi, and the one you're quite familiar with, the Gummy Gummy no Mi, followed by the Bomb Bomb no Mi lastly. This one, the Kilo Kilo no Mi, is a lesser variant of Mabai's Tun Tun no Mi. Before I could finish, Doflamingo erupted, Crocodile Buggy. You intend to exchange these worthless trinkets for our family's precious abilities? Do you take me for a celestial dragon that easily deceived? I laughed heartily, responding, Doflamingo, your perspective is rather limited, is it not? Patience. There are no worthless fruits, only worthless users. Your string fruit is the perfect illustration, is it not? His ire was palpable, causing him to laugh in anger. Gwahaha, are you implying my ability is worthless? Baby 5, fetch Caesar and Monet. I wish to see what my abilities manifest in others. This was fortuitous, as I was inclined to explore the fusion of abilities. I thought to myself, your string fruit combined with the gummy ability would make you resemble Spider-Man even more. Doflamingo showed little interest in fusion, but was intrigued by the potential amalgamation of Gladius Bomb fruit and my explosive abilities. I seized the opportunity, starting with Gladius, extending my hand to extract his ability. He grew anxious, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as I reassured him, relax, excessive blood loss causing weakness is quite normal. I need you all to serve as my blood banks. Of course, I discreetly siphoned off more than necessary and stored it within myself. Just as I was preparing to find a room for the fusion experiment, a figure adorned with horns and clad in a striped suit floated over. It was Caesar Clown. Ho ho ho! Fusion of devil fruits? What utter nonsense! Only a scientifically ignorant fool would conceive such a notion. I hardly paid him any mind, swiftly pinning him to the ground, and began extracting his gas fruit abilities. Caesar was instantly terrified, crying out for me to cease, claiming he would perish if I continued, even pleading for Doflamingo's intervention. Doflamingo, fearing for his soul scientist's life, hurriedly urged me to stop. Witnessing my blood extraction akin to drawing water, he hesitated to try himself, allowing me to proceed with the fusion experiment. Monet escorted me to an abandoned laboratory, where I pretended to select beakers while secretly plotting my grand scheme. While I feigned cooperation, I had already dispatched numerous doppelgangers, as thin as paper, infiltrating their stronghold for a zero-cost acquisition. Fortune favored the diligent, and soon, my doppelgangers discovered a dusty chamber housing a glass dome containing the artificial devil fruit derived from Kaido's bloodline factor. Thank you, Kazuki family, for your unwitting assistance. I chuckled inwardly, creating a hole in the glass dome to retrieve the source of all evil. Then, I produced an apple, infusing it with the previously extracted Kilo no Mi ability, decorating it with the patterns of a devil fruit, effectively swapping it with a counterfeit before transforming into a guard and swaggering out of the base with a genuine article. Meanwhile, my corporeal self created a loud commotion, feigning another failed experiment. Caesar mocked me furiously, while Doflamingo began to express doubts. I pointed out the counterattack flaw in Mama's Tun no Mi, asserting my capability to modify it. Doflamingo was skeptical, but ultimately acquiesced. In front of everyone, I proceeded to perform a live dissection on Mahabai's, leaving Doflamingo's entourage dumbfounded. However, my ability, the split fruit, ensured a painless operation, emphasizing precision. I installed a secondary heart and enhanced it with a gummy fruit buff, ensuring that he would no longer crumble under immense weight. Mahabai's tested it by jumping from the ceiling, nearly flattening me in excitement. Doflamingo was thoroughly impressed and began scheming to have me fuse the sand fruit. I retorted, suggesting he attempt to let his string fruit be used by others. What was the result? Unsurprisingly, without Haki, an ordinary person wielding his abilities could only produce strings as soft as noodles, utterly useless. While Doflamingo pondered his life choices, I had successfully acquired all the ability samples I desired. He ultimately invited me to stay and tour the Smile production line, to which I readily agreed, eager to investigate the creation of SAD. Simultaneously, my sand doppelganger had already ventured into the new world, poised to undertake a momentous task that would alter the course of history. My airship descended upon the sea, and from afar, I sensed an overwhelming aura. Indeed, it was the colossal vessel, the Moby Dick. The formidable figure seated upon the deck was none other than the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Old man. A peculiar ship approaches. The flag reads visitors from the past. Whitebeard, intrigued, decided to meet this so-called visitor. I transformed my appearance, donned in a white haori, long hair flowing. Resembling Urahara from Bleach, I made a striking entrance. Upon boarding, I requested a private discussion, which Whitebeard vehemently rejected, insisting on adopting me as his son. This incited my ire, and I drew my sword, unleashing Conqueror as Haki, sending a wave of lesser subordinates tumbling. Who desires to be your son? Speak another word, and I shall dye your white beard red. Wahaha, I believe I have heard such word before. Whitebeard bellowed with laughter, unsheathing his massive nodachi to strike. I countered with a technique, scattering 1,000 cherry blossoms, shattering his weapon into myriad petals that spiraled towards him. He countered with a punch that shattered the air, blocking my assault. TCH. Stubborn old man. I scoff. Ace's demise was no injustice. Upon hearing Ace's name, Whitebeard halted abruptly, his expression turning grave. Have you seen Ace? What has befallen him? Speak. Want to know? Have your sons withdraw. I insisted on discussing matters privately. Marco, fearing a confrontation, hastily intervened, escorting me into the ship's cabin. Once inside, I reverted from my Urahara guise back to my true form, Buggy the Clown. Marco was left dumbfounded, yet Whitebeard recognized me immediately. Gwaha, are you not that red-nosed brat from Roger's ship? What brings you here, seeking my head, now that you are a warlord? Do not speak so ominously. I waved my hand dismissively. I have come regarding Ace's situation. I wonder if you have encountered Red-Haired. He is likely seeking you for the same reason. However, it appears he has not yet arrived. Clearing my throat, I laid bare the truth to Whitebeard. Listen closely, old man, I have come for Ace. Mark my words. His pursuit of Blackbeard is a fool's errand, a one-way ticket to death. Prepare yourself to rescue him from Marineford. Do not be caught unawares. To my astonishment, Whitebeard erupted into laughter, his signature guffaw echoing painfully in my ears. What did you say? I was compared to a prophet, and it was asserted that the qualifications of Ace were no inferior to mine or that of Hong Fa. Blackbeard was once our defeated foe. How could he stir up any waves? At that moment, a singular thought crossed my mind. Your memory is commendable, but the version has been updated. My good sir, I could only shrug my shoulders, leaving the belief up to you. In any case, I have provided my warning. Ace's identity will eventually be known to the Navy, and once he is captured, they will surely make an example of him. I hope you won't panic when that time comes. Whitebeard thumped his chest with an air of dominance, declaring, I am Whitebeard. If I cannot protect my own family, what face do I have to call myself their father? Well, it seemed our conversation was not in sync. The pineapple-headed Marco, standing nearby, eyed me warily and issued an eviction notice, claiming that my clandestine meeting with the Yonko as a Shichibukai could spell trouble if the Navy learned of it, urging me to take some supplies and leave swiftly. Could I simply depart? My visit was not without purpose. I had brought my KPI, after all. I dropped a bombshell. Having traveled all this way, how could I leave so soon? I intended to conduct some business on the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. As an initial remuneration, I could assist in alleviating your father's ailment. Who among the family understands? The moment those words escaped my lips, Marco exploded with rage. His body ignited with blue flames, seemingly prepared to engage me in combat, shouting that it was impossible for an outsider to treat their father. However, the old man, Whitebeard, found the situation amusing and instead halted Marco, intrigued, and inquired about my motives. I thought to myself, the opportunity has arrived. I spun a most ludicrous reason. The benefit? The benefit is that when Ace is publicly executed during your clash with the Navy, I will be seated in the front row, witnessing the true power of the world's strongest man firsthand. And when that lad Hong Fa arrives, it will be quite the surprise. Was this reason explosive enough? Marco was infuriated, questioning the validity of my reasoning, especially since I, a mere clown with a red nose, could offer no remedy for his father's dire condition. I decided to put on a show, uninterested in further banter. I found a chair to sit on, and my body shattered into countless fragments, which then coalesced into a flat clown figure before me. With a mere touch, I decomposed the nearby table until nothing remained. My body then gradually expanded, returning to its normal size. Whitebeard's eyes lit up at the sight, and he decisively proclaimed, "What an interesting ability. Let us see what you can do. Marco, prepare whatever he desires." Though Marco wished to dissuade him, Whitebeard rebuked him, stating, "I have had enough of these drips. If it can heal, then let it be. If not, I shall continue as I am." What would it mean for the young ones aboard Roger's ship to look down upon me? Left with no choice, Marco could only issue a stern warning, threatening that should I attempt any trickery, the Whitebeard pirates would pursue me to the ends of the earth. I rolled my eyes. Am I to become a slave for the celestial dragons and marry Geos? I'm not that lowly. Quickly prepare some blood that matches your father's type, and oh, do bring some of your favorite food as well. Your favorite food? Marco looked utterly perplexed. Yes, you might find yourself quite famished shortly. I smiled mysteriously. Although he found it odd, he complied. Meanwhile, I took out a din mushy and began summoning my allies. I tell you, my team of Dr. 20 clones launched a live stream network session, preparing to conduct an online expert consultation for Whitebeard. The focus was on a cyber consultation. When Marco returned, the most explosive scene unfolded. I instructed Whitebeard not to resist with his Haki, and then, with a few swift movements, I opened up his upper body as one would a double-doored refrigerator. His internal organs were all exposed to the air. Marco's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Stammering in disbelief, how could one possess such a monstrous ability? Whitebeard, however, was quite the tough character, expressing curiosity, stating that it was his first time witnessing the interior of his own body and that he felt his breathing had become easier. I retorted, "Of course. With your lungs exposed, how could it not be easier? Be still and do not disturb my medical team's diagnosis." On the other end of the din mushy, my Dr. clones were astonished, chattering amongst themselves. How could this body be in such a state, yet still be alive? Coronary heart disease, emphysema, alcoholic liver disease, my heavens. It was nothing short of a medical miracle. As the diagnoses were relayed, Marco could no longer contain himself, breaking down into tears. Whitebeard even turned to comfort him. I grew impatient, stating, "Old man, do not underestimate my abilities. Watch closely." As I set to work, Marco finally understood why I had him bring food. He felt as if his body were being emptied. Indeed, I was simultaneously extracting the components from him, imbued with his rebirth flames and replenishing Whitebeard's aging organs. Goodness, Marco could only frantically consume food to restore his strength, lest he be drained entirely. The food he had brought vanished at an astonishing speed. He likely had never consumed so much pineapple in his life. After several hours, the procedure was complete. I closed Whitebeard's cabinet, feeling quite exhausted. Turning around, I found Whitebeard sleeping soundly, having not rested so peacefully in ages. Marco regarded me with newfound respect, expressing his gratitude and pulling me to dinner. I instructed him to call me Su Mu by Zai in public from now on, as I sought to maintain an air of prestige. In the dining hall, Marco began to boast, believing that his father could return to his prime and live a long life. I doused his enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. Do not rejoice too soon. Once those cells leave your body, they will lose their regenerative capabilities and be assimilated. This merely addresses the symptoms, not the root of the issue, merely delaying the inevitable decline. He was unconvinced, insisting that next time, he would replace them all. I was taken aback by his naivety, rebuking him. "Where is your mind? Replace them all? What of your father's mind? Would it become yours? In the end, who would he be? Your father, you, or a completely new amalgamation?" My words left him speechless. The following day, I was awakened by the uproar on deck, and I stormed out in a huff. To my astonishment, Whitebeard was brimming with vitality, The first thing he did was embrace a barrel of rum and drink heartily with the crew. I was incensed. After all my hard work and surgery, he turned around to flaunt his vigor. How heedless he was. Yet, he jovially agreed to my business proposal and even inquired whether I wished to be his son. I promptly declined and turned to Marco, instructing him to ensure his father receives some bones for calcium in the afternoon, at which point Marco's face drained of color, and he set down his drink to guzzle from a nearby milk barrel. Days later, the Red Force, the ship of Hong Fa, truly arrived. Marco was busy organizing the crew, and I seized the opportunity. Initially, I thought to merely observe the spectacle, yet my body acted of its own accord, unleashing a wave of Conqueror-esque Haki directed at Hong Fa, who had just boarded. Even my true form, Punk Hazard, was taken aback. I had not intended to intervene. That fellow, Hong Fa, bore my Haki and yet managed to smile, looking at my unfamiliar visage, inquiring if I wished to board his ship. I spat full. Who would want to be your subordinate? Do you wish to fight? Whitebeard, watching the commotion, was thoroughly entertained, akin to observing his nephew's antics. It was only when I truly drew my sword that he leisurely reattached his fore, feigning illness, and remarked, "Gulalala, little brat. There will be time to cause a ruckus later. Do not delay my drinking." Upon hearing this, I chuckled. Did this old man truly believe I was here to cause trouble? I'm not here to create chaos. I am here to save. Meanwhile, my true trump card was already in motion. Within the palace, my clone, crafted from the cells of the Golden Lion, a mummy swathed in bandages, had quietly reached completion. The Golden Lion himself was being subdued by a dark-skinned fellow, his chest bearing a gaping wound, still shouting, "Keek, let us sink to the depths of the sea together." But upon turning, he was met with my bandaged clone suddenly sitting upright, eyes wide open. Goodness, the Golden Lion was stunned, struggling to articulate. "Nah, Nanny yo? What manner of being are you?" I disregarded my doppelganger entirely, striking the ground with both hands while reciting incantations. Tudu and Chow Ching Zhong Yinji Shu. With a thunderous roar, the entire floating island came to an abrupt halt, mere inches from the sea's surface. The impact created a colossal crater in the water, causing the surrounding waves to surge dramatically. I must tell you, the spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. My doppelganger, hands on hips, began to mock. "Just in time, huh? Are you astonished, old man? Ever heard of ninjutsu? This is called Huetu Zhuanqing. Want to learn? I won't teach you." Hilariously bewildered, the Golden Lion was left pondering whether the ninjas of Wajo were truly this formidable, questioning why Kaido had never mentioned it. Thus, I dragged him all the way back to the palace, promptly clapping him in a full set of sea prism, stone handcuffs, and leg irons, sending him off to join his little genius scientist. Just as I wrapped up this task, my subordinate Loaka arrived with news. During the island's descent, many winged villagers had fled toward the palace. I waved dismissively, maintaining my composure. No need to worry. Their families are still in our grasp. They can run, but they can't escape their fate. Gather the remaining villagers in the square. I shall convene a grand assembly. Once Loaka departed, Eurylita approached me, her tone coy. "Are you going to send off the Golden Lion soon? Will you have no time for me after?" I felt 3 lines of frustration appear on my forehead. I was preparing for significant matters. Why the hurry? This will soon be our territory, and I must first devise a plan. Once I settle the villagers, there will be ample time for you. But guess what happened? She giggled mischievously and whisked away the 2 female doppelgangers I had just created, proclaiming she wanted to take them shopping for clothes. My family, who understands? I crafted them for battle, not as your dress-up dolls. Hours later, the palace square was teeming with people. Whether captives or villagers, each resembled a quail, filled with apprehension. The 20 years of oppressive rule under the Golden Lion had long since stripped them of their courage. At that moment, 2 colossal hands emerged from the palace, followed by the shadow of a red giant adorned with my signature jester's head, enveloping the entire square. I raised my hand, carving 2 deep trenches between the captives and villagers, then thrust the Golden Lion's 2 renowned blades, Ingshur and Muku, into the ground between them, radiating an overwhelming presence. I am Buggy. The Golden Lion has been vanquished. From this day forth, I hold dominion over this island. To the former crew of the Flying Pirate Crew, You are now prisoners of war. Labor diligently for the reconstruction, and should you excel, you may one day regain your freedom, or even join my ranks. To the residents of Wairmiyu, I vow to manage the island's deranged beasts, and the IQ flower will be partially accessible to you. I will personally cure all afflicted by the daft green toxin. In return, you must adhere to the rules I establish. I assure you, life will flourish under my governance. As soon as I finished speaking, I granted those captured laborers a 2-day reprieve to reunite with their families. The villagers paused in disbelief before erupting into thunderous cheers. I gradually withdrew the massive shadow, allowing sunlight to once again bathe them. Having made my grand proclamation, your leader returned, still nagging. Release your 2 doppelgangers. I discovered so many lovely outfits I haven't tried on yet. I was utterly exasperated. My doppelgangers were formidable tools of combat, not your Barbie dolls. The following day, burdened by dark circles under my eyes, I began the process of detoxifying each villager. I instructed Zongao to hypnotize Dr. Yindich, extracting all the characteristics of the IQ flower, thus saving me a great deal of effort. Conveniently, I also constructed a brand new town beside the palace, inviting everyone to voluntarily settle there. While I was fervently engaged in infrastructure and winning hearts, on the other side in the city of Chishui, my Buggy fast food restaurant was graced by a familiar yet forgotten face, the hyena Bellamy. This fellow was quite tenacious, having completed the trial I set for the Sky Island, returning with a golden bell pillar, adamant about following me. To be honest, I wasn't particularly keen on having him around. This lad was overly sentimental. After being defeated by Luffy twice, he had retreated to open a dye shop, indicating a lack of mental resilience. However, at present, I was in need of manpower, and he was, after all, a future supernova, so he would suffice for now. As I was feeling quite unmotivated, I drafted a letter, dispatching him to the Kara shipyard to serve as a bodyguard for Acebag. At that very moment, Luffy and his unfortunate crew were experiencing a catastrophic streak of bad luck in 2025. Having just learned a harsh lesson from Akiji on Long Chain Island, nearly facing annihilation, they arrived at Chishui only to have 200 million berries stolen and their ship condemned. Usopp was insisting on disembarking, and Robin opted to vanish to avoid being a burden. The entire Straw Hat crew was disintegrating. Seizing the opportunity, the nefarious CP9 commenced their schemes. They forged evidence, implicating the Straw Hat crew in the assassination of Acebag. However, they were utterly unaware that my pawn, Bellamy, would indeed rescue Acebag. Under the cover of night, a blood-soaked Bellamy carried Acebag, his springy legs propelling them across rooftops in frantic escape. CP9's Bruno pursued them relentlessly, utilizing his door fruit to open portals and unleash a barrage of attacks. Mr. Acebag, hold on tight. High-speed bounce mode. Spring Gazelle. Bellamy's limbs transformed into springs, propelling them at astonishing speeds, while Acebag, trailing behind, turned pale on the verge of nausea. At last, they stumbled into the vicinity of my Buggy establishment. Bruno, still brimming with arrogance, declared, "You think you're safe here? Fool! We are the secret intelligence agency of the world government. Not even the Shichibukai dare intervene." Before he could finish, I appeared behind him like a wraith, grasping his heart with one hand, whispering in his ear, "You speak of the Shichibukai. Does that include me? I find your fruit abilities quite intriguing. How dare you?" He stammered. "Why wouldn't I?" I retorted. "A wretched rat, like you would perish without a second thought." Dragging him by his horn, I treated him like a lifeless dog, pulling him into the establishment. No wonder that rascal Rona enjoyed extracting hearts. This method was indeed effective. Just as I finished my thought, the strongest member of CP9, Lucci, emerged from the shadows. "Clown Buggy, release Bruno." "Oh, isn't this the leopard god? What gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner?" I replied with a wicked smile. "If you wish for his release, why not demonstrate your awakened fruit abilities first? Bellamy, watch closely. I shall show you how the spring fruit is truly wielded." A doppelganger of mine, sporting a watermelon-shaped head and bushy eyebrows, leaped forth, striking a pose reminiscent of Bruce Lee. "Behold, the beautiful azure wild beast at your service." Lucci was momentarily taken aback. "What nonsense is this?" In an instant, he transformed into a half-man, half-leopard form, exuding a deadly aura. Prelude to power. My little lead doppelganger offered him no chance, launching a powerful kick straight to his face. In a hasty attempt, Lucci defended himself with an iron block, nearly having his mouth full of sharp teeth shattered by a powerful kick, sending him flying. Next came my personal showcase. Konoha Whirlwind, Konoha Gale, Konoha Great Whirlwind. The speed of my clone, Xiao Li, was so astonishing that Lucci couldn't keep up with his swift slashes, leaving him in a position of passive defense. Bellamy watched in awe, realizing that springs could be utilized in such a manner. Yet, I was not satisfied. This imitation fell short of my expectations. Seizing an opportunity, Lucci unleashed a barrage of finger guns. 8 gates, 6 gate open. To the peacock. My Xiao Li clone instantly turned crimson, unleashing a flurry of punches towards Lucci, each strike igniting flames that spread like a peacock, displaying its plumage. Lucci, battered and covered in dust, struggled to rise, his face a mask of shock. What is this power? Why can the spring man breathe fire? My clone, half serious, deceived him. Who said I am a paramecia? I have consumed the Hito no Mi model, Sun Wukong. Do you understand the concept of the 72 transformations? Mere flames are but an application of Haki. Lucci, taken aback, began to contemplate retreat. Want to leave? Not a chance. I seized his furry tail, and as he turned to deliver a 6 Kings gun, attempting to inflict internal damage, it merely felt like a light scratch to my fragmented self. I swiftly decapitated him. Bellamy, go check on Ace Bag, and grab some food while you're at it, I instructed as my clone dragged Lucci's headless body into the shop. Contemplating what to do with Lucci and Bruno's heads in my hands, I had an idea. I projected Lucci's memories of pursuing Bellamy, as if screening a film, then utilized my splitting ability to carve countless cracks across the images, shattering the memories with a crisp sound, perfectly formatted. I executed the same procedure on Bruno. Then, I ordered Bellamy to dispose of these two at the C train station. Ace Bag, I addressed the now-recovered mayor of Ice City. Your disciple Frankie has likely been captured by CP9. Go assist the Straw Hat crew in causing a ruckus at Eni's lobby. Consider it revenge for your master. Did you think I was merely playing house with these youngsters in Water 7? How naive. Days ago, my true plan had already been set in motion. My clone, disguised as the Golden Lion, piloted the entire floating island, directly assaulting the Marine headquarters at Marineford, under the astonished gazes of Sengoku and Garp. My foe, Golden Lion, brazenly lifted several warships, dropping them freely into the sea. Now, that is a grand spectacle. After accomplishing all this, I leisurely approached the cell of the real Golden Lion. This old fellow was bound in a large XBYC prism stone chains, suspended in mid-air, still defiant. A red-nosed brat. Come and mock me? Still unconvinced? Perfect. I worry you may lack spirit. I said with a smile, rest well. In a couple of days, I will send you to Impel Down. Marine headquarters? Ha! Does Roger have a son? How intriguing. Observing his astonished expression, I casually dropped a bombshell. Whitebeard is about to wage an all-out war against the Marines to save Roger S. son. 20 years ago, you failed to capture Roger. Now, do you wish to try taming his son? What do you think? Is this spectacle grand enough for you, the legendary pirate, to make your entrance? The Golden Lion completely lost his mind, incessantly questioning me, while I elegantly turned to leave, leaving a clone to watch him. Meanwhile, under my direction, Ace Bag sent the Straw Hat crew aboard the Rocketman C train heading to Eni's lobby. I, on the other hand, arrived at the ship graveyard in the back streets, locating the quiet and awaiting demise of the Going Merry. The ship's spirit appeared, a child clad in a raincoat, pleading with me to sail once more and deliver Luffy and the others to the next island. Sigh, such a foolish child. I lamented, but agreed. Extending my hand, I stripped wooden planks from the surrounding derelict ships and reinforced it with a simple cyber enhancement, ensuring it could endure the final journey. Go. Bid them farewell for the last time. Afterward, I will bring you back to the arms of those who truly love you. A colossal wave surged forth as the Merry rode the winds, charging towards Eni's lobby. Just as the Straw Hat crew arrived at the front gates of Eni's lobby, 2 giant sentinels barred their path. As they prepared to engage, two unexpected figures appeared behind them. Dory and Buggy, the captains of the giant warrior pirates, sent by my ship. Oimo, Kasi, you two fools. Have you really been tricked into guarding this gate for 50 years? The four giants, reunited after a century, embraced in tears. Nearby, a clueless marine officer continued to shout, only to be swiftly silenced by the enraged giants, each one delivering a punch. Buggy, let's have a new competition. Let us see who can smash more marines. The main gate of Eni's lobby was thus shattered by the four furious giants. Once the gate opened, chaos ensued. The Straw Hat crew charged in as if possessed, breaking through two more gates and storming the rooftop of the courthouse. Then came the iconic moment. Usopp, no, the Sniper King, pierced the world government's flag with a single shot. Meanwhile, I was comfortably seated aboard the giant ship, one hand holding a half-eaten fried chicken burger while the other held a telescope, enjoying the spectacle. My Golden Lion clone piloted the island ship, hovering above Eni's lobby. But I was in no hurry. I would wait for the buster call to commence before making my move, preferring to observe the unfolding drama. Yerlita, beside me, lazily remarked, "Another male clone? Your female clone is far more interesting." I shot her a glance, replying not to jest. "Soon, you shall assist me in this performance." It would be too unrealistic for me, the legendary pirate Golden Lion, to act alone. She chuckled, assuring me she would provide a surprise. Her words sent a shiver down my spine. On the island, Luffy and the others had already engaged CP9. Luffy activated Gear Second, mercilessly pounding the bullheaded man, and then clashed with Lucci. The most thrilling part is upon us. Lucci, initially in his leopard form from the Nico no Mi, upon transformation, left everyone stunned. The formerly yellow-spotted leopard morphed into a formidable blue-furred, saber-toothed tiger. But that was not all. He sprouted two additional arms and a tail. Those who understand know that even Lucci struggled to control his own body, moving awkwardly as Luffy seized the chance to unleash a brutal onslaught. This was indeed my handiwork. When I previously defeated him, I had casually infused a saber-toothed tiger's DNA from Waymu into his body, not expecting such an impressive result. The battle between Luffy and Lucci was fierce. Luffy was battered, while Lucci was on the verge of collapse. Just then, the useless Spandam predictably initiated the buster call. As the justice door opened, a swarm of marine warships surrounded the entire island, threatening the Straw Hat crew with imminent destruction. In this moment of despair, it was time for my clone to make an entrance. The Marines have not improved at all. The immense island ship descended from sky. My Golden Lion clone stood imposing, exuding an aura of dominance. Below, the Marines were thrown into chaos. The Golden Lion? How could he be here? Isn't he supposed to be on the run? This is bad. Can Admiral Akiji handle him? The Vice Admirals panicked. Only Akiji slowly lifted his eye patch, preparing to rise when my true self soared into action. Golden Lion, our score has yet to be settled. If you have the courage, let us duel for another 500 rounds. I charged forward, engaging in a fierce clash with my clone. Naturally, my Golden Lion wielded swords with both hands, unlike the original who fought with his feet, but the onlookers were too frantic to notice the difference. Our strikes inadvertently struck several marine ships, toppling them and disrupting their cannon fire. As we were immersed in our performance, Yerlita unexpectedly leaped from the ship, brandishing a spiked club and swinging it towards us while shouting, "Lime Hakian." My goodness, I was taken aback. Dear sister, this surprise is rather overwhelming. When did you acquire such skills from Teacher Kaido? Fortunately, she maintained some restraint and her speed was not too swift, allowing me to dodge and reclaim the stage for ourselves. Below us, although Luffy was on the verge of collapse, he mustered the strength to rise again amidst the cheers of his comrades, unleashing a barrage of rubber jet bullets that knocked the confidently defiant Lucci to the ground. The battle concluded, yet the crisis was merely beginning. After Zoro and Sanji had painstakingly seized a warship, they were met with a cannon blast from a Navy Vice Admiral. Just as despair enveloped everyone, a small silhouette emerged upon the sea. It was the Going Merry. My heavens, this little battered ship had come to rescue its masters. It was a true farewell of mutual devotion. "Jump into the sea," Luffy bellowed, and everyone leaped into the waters. The Navy was left in shock. Even my clone in the sky halted, silently observing the scene. However, the Navy could not allow their escape. Just as they were about to close in, I prepared to act. Yet, Aokiji was quicker, unleashing an ice age that froze the entire sea, encasing the Going Merry and my two giant ships in ice. "You scoundrel Aokiji, you dare freeze my ship? Do you wish to fight?" Anger surged within me. This was spiraling out of control. Without a moment to lose, I shattered the ice with my abilities while commanding my clone, the Golden Lion, to lift all the Navy ships nearby into the sky. Frankie seized the opportunity to fire a wind cannon, propelling the Going Merry to safety. In an instant, only I and my Golden Lion remained on the battlefield. My clone pretended to lament, "The younger generation today is so rude. They save someone and do not even utter a word of thanks. I must take my leave." With that, he leaped onto his ship and departed. Aokiji turned to me, ready to argue. "Crocodile Buggy, it seems you caused quite a bit of trouble just now." I shot back, "Is it my fault you lost? You have 1 admiral and 10 vice admirals, and yet you let them escape right under your noses. What business is that of mine? I must pursue the Golden Lion. Farewell." With that, I hastily departed aboard the giant ship. Before long, I caught up with the Straw Hat crew, who were gathered around the severed Going Merry, beseeching Frankie to repair the ship. Just as Frankie remarked that the ship had reached its limit, my clone rushed forward and kicked him down. I soon arrived and declared, "The Going Merry is my responsibility." Usopp was the first to explode in anger. "On what grounds? This ship was gifted to us by Miss Kaya." Zoro drew his sword. "You are that scoundrel captain, aren't you? Dare to deceive me, and I shall duel you." Luffy gazed at the Going Merry for a long while, then looked up at me and said, "Master Buggy, you knew this would happen, didn't you? We simply wished to escort it on its final journey. What is wrong with that? Farewells are acceptable, yet there is no need to burn it." I informed them that I had made a promise to the Going Merry to return it to the East Blue, back to Kaya's side, and refit it as a transport vessel for continued voyages. Upon hearing this, Zoro became even more enraged, launching an attack with his lion song. Did he still wish to kill me? I had initially intended to assist in repairing the ship and inform him of the whereabouts of another famous sword. Casually, I activated my powers, Shatter Mirage. Zoro was left dumbfounded, still holding on to his Wado Ikemonji while the Sandai Kitetsu had vanished, leaving only the hilt. Another one of these abilities. Return my sword. Infuriated, he attempted to attack with his no-sword style, but I easily swatted him away. Too weak. It seems you need a moment to calm down. I unleashed a grand spectacle, the true 4-complete shattering carnival. In an instant, apart from Luffy, the entire Straw Hat crew was disassembled into pieces, their bodies and limbs flying through the air. I casually captured Chopper and began extracting his human fruit powers. The little reindeer was terrified, unable even to transform. "Enough. Let it go." Luffy suddenly erupted with a tremendous burst of Haki, glaring fiercely at me. "Oh, showing some improvement, are we?" I had intended to test if I could extract some of his fruit cells, but upon discovering that they reverted to ordinary cells once separated from his body, I ceased my efforts and restored everyone back. Nami cradled the weakened Chopper, questioning me about what I had done to him, to which I casually replied that he might be seasick. At that moment, the figurehead of the Going Merry swayed up and down, as if bidding farewell. I instructed the giant to lift the Going Merry onto my ship, departing amidst the lamentations of the merry. Subsequently, we set sail towards the terrifying Triangle Zone, where I intended to negotiate a deal with Moria and procure the famed sword, Chirshui. The two old giants inquired about the culprit behind the destruction of their homeland. I informed them it was Charlotte Lin, the current Empress of the Sea. I recounted her illustrious exploits. Born a steel balloon, mastering the techniques of the giant race, capable of extracting lifespans, now in her 60s, with 39 daughters and 46 sons. Having had 43 husbands and harboring a particular fondness for giants. The two small giants, upon hearing this, felt their legs weaken and hurriedly urged their leaders, "Chief, when will this cycle of vengeance end?" Indeed, when she was but a child, we should not hold a grudge against the child. Buggy awkwardly interrupted the topic, asking where we were headed. Upon entering the misty seas, Eureka pointed at a decrepit ship where a skeleton wandered, somewhat frightened. I reassured her, saying, "Do not fear. That is the power of a devil fruit." With that, I extended my hand and conjured a lecherous man with a lion's face behind her, Absalom, the user of the transparent fruit. I promptly extracted his heart and held it in my hand, causing him to wail in pain. "Go back and inform your nerdy captain that a fellow warlord is visiting, wishing to conduct a grand transaction." I kicked him away and boarded the skeleton's ship. That skeleton was Brooke. I informed him that Laboon was still awaiting him and urged him to take care of himself, leaving him to reminisce about his life alone. Before long, we encountered Moria, who was lazily reclining on a sofa, showing interest in the giants I had brought. I got straight to the point. "I have heard that the national treasure of Wano, Chioshui, is in your possession, and I wish to trade for a chance to wield it." He scoffed. "What do you want with a famous sword? To behead a chicken or slice chicken wings? Don't disturb my sleep. At your age, how can you sleep soundly?" I retorted, pulling out my trump card. "Did you know? Don Quixote da Flamingo is trading artificial zoan fruits with Kaido. If you continue to sleep, the gap between you and Kaido will only widen. I have a means to bridge that gap." I waved several vials of potions before him, resembling a quack salesman. Upon hearing Kaido's name, Moria sprang from the sofa. "What did you say? Doflamingo is assisting Kaido? What do you mean?" I tossed the potions to him, suggesting his ship's doctor, Hogback, test them. Before long, Hogback returned, bursting with excitement, proclaiming that these potions could cause zombies to go berserk, increase in size, and exponentially enhance their combat capabilities. "I will take this deal." Moria laughed heartily, "But the one wielding Chioshui is not very cooperative. Whether you can obtain it depends on your own skill. We are to battle the zombie of the Dragon Slayer Samurai, Shimatsuki Ryuma." As we clashed, Moria complained about the damage we had caused to his castle and forced us out with shadows, just as he prepared to sever the shadows of my giants. Another clone of mine appeared behind him, holding Absalom's heart. Only then did he behave himself. I casually sold him some information, informing him that the Straw Hat crew, who would soon breach Judicial Island, would pass this way, and Luffy's 300 million berry shadow would be sufficient to power his enormous custom zombie. Upon hearing this, Moria's interest in the giants immediately waned, and he began to eagerly anticipate Luffy's arrival. Outside, I was disinclined to dally with the Ryuma zombie. Utilizing my invulnerability to blades, I effortlessly seized Chioshui. Then, right before Ryuma's eyes, I shattered Chioshui's blade and melded its essence into my 8 short swords, upgrading them all to black blades. Continuing, I retrieved the 3rd-generation demon sword, Sandai Gue Che, which I had borrowed from Sualong, and affixed it to the hilt of Chioshui before returning it to Longma. This sword is a cursed blade, and I felt that a zombie would be more fitting with such a weapon. I fabricated a casual excuse. In truth, I believed that the Sandai Gue Che was exceedingly ominous. Sualong, already possessing a poor sense of direction, had become utterly lost after wielding this sword, as if he had evolved into a being capable of losing his way even in a straight line. This blade is ill-fated. It is best to part ways with it swiftly. As the transaction concluded and I was about to depart, Moria inquired, "That Straw Hat lad seems to be your apprentice, right? Aren't you afraid that he might get trapped because of your actions?" I chuckled. "If Carp cannot manage him, what do I have to worry about? If you can subdue him, you will surely be able to defeat Kaido. Best of luck. I have faith in you." Moria appeared momentarily bewildered by my words, genuinely believing I was a cowardly yet decent person. At the same time, on Banana Island, Ace encountered Blackbeard in a fateful meeting. Blackbeard attempted to recruit Ace to capture Luffy, but upon hearing that he was my younger brother, Ace promptly refused. Negotiations failed, and a battle ensued. Ace, unacquainted with the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi, ultimately expended all his strength in a fiery attack, Daiyinjynd, yet could not overcome Blackbeard, who had allies to support him, and was captured. Upon returning to the Sabati archipelago, I received a call from Marines inquiring about my stance on the war against Whitebeard. Naturally, I expressed my unwavering support. Subsequently, I boarded an airship. It was time to conclude the grand spectacle involving my doppelganger, Buggy the Clown, in the bustling streets of Sabati before the eyes of the public. A cataclysmic artillery battle unfolded between us. Ultimately, under the gaze of the masses, my buggy ball demonstrated immense power, leaving the island ship of the Golden Lion in tatters. And I personally captured the Golden Lion himself. This event sent shockwaves throughout the world. Major newspapers fervently reported on the legendary pirate Golden Lion's defeat at the hands of Buggy the Clown, spreading the news far and wide. This overwhelming fortune descended upon me without warning. The world government, having just suffered an embarrassing defeat at Judicial Island, was overjoyed. Fleet Admiral Sengoku promptly called me. Buggy the Clown, guard the Golden Lion well. I will send some warships your way immediately. The Golden Lion was to be transported to the Great Prison, impelled down. Hey, old man Sengoku, don't give orders like that. I don't seem to have any obligation to follow your arrangements. If I'm in a bad mood, the Golden Lion might just escape. I insisted that he must demonstrate some sincerity if he wished for me to hand him over. Sengoku's commanding tone irked Buggy, who felt that he was capturing his own doppelganger while the real Golden Lion remained locked away on floating island, Vermayu, and decided to delay matters. Sengoku, although unaware of the truth, knew better than to push Buggy too hard, as letting the Golden Lion escape would lead to chaos. After a moment of silence, he said, "What kind of benefits do you seek? As long as they are not too outrageous, the Marines can agree. I need the cooperation of Bartholomew Kuma for some research, and I wish to participate in the escort of the Golden Lion, observing him until he is confined in the 6th level of Impel Down. I do not care for the regulations of Impel Down. Do not prepare sea-stone handcuffs for me. If Magellan and I end up clashing, do not blame me for turning hostile. If possible, I shall await your ship to pick me up in a few days at Sabaody. If that is not feasible, the consequences could be dire." Buggy laid out a series of demands, offering Sengoku only 2 options: full agreement or total denial. On the other end of the line, Sengoku's irritation grew with each word. Tempted to hang up, yet considering the importance of the Golden Lion, he suppressed his anger. "Buggy the Clown, do you not think your conditions are excessive? I can agree to the matter concerning Kuma, and your involvement in the escort is acceptable. However, bringing Seastone into Impel Down is absolutely out of the question. Who knows what mischief you might conjure? You must follow the regulations if you wish to enter the 6th level. There is no room for negotiation." "Ha, old man Sengoku. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? Are you afraid that I might release Ace? Worry not. I will not meddle in such trivial matters that might disrupt your plans against Whitebeard." Buggy laughed heartily, exposing Sengoku's underlying concerns regarding his intentions. "Pirates have no credibility with me. Do not claim that you have no dealings with Whitebeard. Your store is located in his territory. That is merely for commercial transactions. Doflamingo smuggles with Kaido too. Jinbei has close ties with Whitebeard. I simply wish to see the Golden Lion imprisoned for my own peace of mind. Perhaps he might escape from Impel Down for the 2nd time." Buggy emphasized the phrase "the 2nd time," hinting at a certain possibility, but Sengoku merely viewed it as an insult to his authority. Jinbei just caused a ruckus here, and is already en route to Impel Down. You either comply with the regulations of Impel Down, or accompany him. I will not allow any uncertainties before the grand battle. Do not speak so ominously. I can support the war against Whitebeard. How about I make a concession? The matter of Kuma can be postponed. I can bring the Seastone handcuffs, but I will need to send an airship along for the escort. And I must be allowed to bring 2 accompanying personnel. ISNT, such a request reasonable? After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku ultimately agreed to Buggy's concessions. In his eyes, even if Buggy sent out a ship, Impel Down was guarded by dozens of warships. Furthermore, he never intended to impose severe restrictions on Buggy, who had been quite compliant with the summons, believing no significant issues would arise. When Buggy's airship arrived, Sengoku realized he had underestimated Buggy's ingenuity. The so-called airship was none other than the Golden Lion's island ship, which Buggy had outfitted with several gas bags. Its actual propulsion still stemmed from his floating doppelganger, who remained hidden within the cabin. "Is this what you call an airship? What happened to the Golden Lion's feet? How did they regenerate? You are not attempting to deceive me with a counterfeit, are you?" Sengoku appeared personally at the Navy headquarters dock to confirm the identity of the Golden Lion, immediately noticing the discrepancies with Shiki. "Sengoku, surprised? Aren't you? My feet have grown back. I heard that you captured Roger's son and forced Whitebeard to engage. Your schemes remain as insidious as ever. Shall I lend a hand? Ha ha ha. Sengoku, do you think he looks fake? Take a good look at the Supreme King's helm and observe his hair color. If not, I could release him to let him perform for you. The Golden Lion, Shiki, mocked Sengoku, and his iconic laughter along with the helm on his head confirmed Sengoku's suspicion that this was indeed his old rival. Humph. Silence, Buggy the Clown. This time, I will have your hands and feet completely shackled. Let us see how you escape. Muskrat, keep a close watch on him. Do not let him out of your sight. The gate of justice slowly opened, and Buggy's airship followed the warships into the exclusive route leading to Impel Down. In a new world, Buggy's doppelganger was conversing with Whitebeard. Having not participated in the Golden Lion's capture, he was busy overseeing operations in the new world. Whitebeard, do you recall what I said earlier? Ace has been captured, and Jinbei has gone without a trace. We must prepare for the grand battle. Gulalala. I heard from Jinbei that you could be the first warlord to support Sengoku in the war. Is that what you wish to see, me battling the Marines? Whitebeard took a large swig of alcohol, his sharp gaze fixed on Buggy, as if trying to discern his true intentions. Certainly, I am eager to witness the outcome. If you triumph over the Navy, the world government will undoubtedly place greater reliance on our Shichibukai. Conversely, should you falter, it would result in a significant loss of territory, which I might consider seizing. In the event of mutual destruction, I would not be at a disadvantage. I am merely a spectator, and I welcome the spectacle without fear of its magnitude. The exaggerated antics of Buggy contrast starkly with Bai Zai's cold demeanor, creating a sense of dissonance. How refreshingly candid. Now, let's await the unfolding events. I know Sengoku well. He would never initiate a conflict without thorough preparation. If I did not return, I fear that the territories currently reliant on Ace and Marco may not withstand the pressure. So, what do you say about becoming my son and lending them a hand? At your current physical state, who could possibly retain you? Unless, of course, you have no desire to depart. My intention in treating you is to stabilize the present world order, thereby granting me the time necessary for my own development. You had best return alive to the new world. Should you fail to return, I shall certainly hold you accountable for any actions taken against Marco and the others. Perhaps we could venture together. Dong Li and Brokey, would you dare join me in exploring the 6th level? There, you will encounter giants even more colossal than yourselves. What is there to fear? I am not a devil fruit user, and being handcuffed poses no hindrance. Is he truly a product of this century? I have yet to encounter anyone taller than I. It is imperative that we go. At the entrance of the great prison, Buggy is indeed up to his usual mischief, insisting that his accompanying personnel include 2 towering giant leaders. Quickly, bring over those enormous handcuffs. The standard size will not suffice. Little brat, you've been promoted. It was thanks to your guidance that I managed to recover my sword last time. I am back, and I shall count on your assistance henceforth. Ha 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 ha. Oh, do not let this information slip. If others discover it, how shall I replace Magellan as the warden? It seems I have already let something slip. The deputy warden of Impel Down, Hannibal, was recognized by the Golden Lion, leading to this exchange. Except for the grim expression of the accompanying Squirrel Admiral, Buggy and the others remained unperturbed, as if they had not heard. Your Excellency Buggy, entering the great prison requires a thorough investigation. We hope for your cooperation. Saradize, please escort them to the largest monitoring room. We are being treated like prisoners ourselves. Hurry. During the inspection, Saradize noticed that one giant was covered in snowflakes while the other was coated in sand, prompting a puzzled inquiry about their peculiar attire. Is there a problem with this? Buggy replied, what is strange about it? One resides in the wintry land of the magnetic drum kingdom, while the other dwells in the sandy nation of Alabasta. A bit of snow and sand is perfectly normal. Just shake it off. Dong Li and Brokey obligingly shook off their immense garments, filling the entire room with a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, stop. I can hardly breathe. The inspection is complete. Let's exit. Saradize, teary-eyed from the dust, led the 3 out of the monitoring room. Completely oblivious to the snowflakes and sand particles swirling in the air, slowly coalescing into 2 masses, trailing behind them as they made their way to the elevator. The elevator opened to the 6th level of the infinite hell, albeit at a sluggish pace. During this time, Mr. Buggy, you may take in the scenery. Is truly a hell on earth. Being here for long enough has rendered even the guards somewhat abnormal. Golden Lion, I fear you may not survive to see Ace's execution. Ha 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 ha, my life is resilient. I have spent time here before. Just remember our agreement. In the dim light, amidst the wretched wails, the atmosphere of the great prison was steeped in terror. Observing the seemingly delighted Hannibal and Saradise, Buggy resorted to engaging in idle chatter with the rather normal Golden Lion to pass the time. Meanwhile, the Squirrel Admiral remained tense, closely monitoring the two giant leaders. Their towering presence instilling a profound sense of intimidation, fearful that they might erupt in chaos. Just then, a sandstorm unexpectedly swept through the 2nd level of Beast Hell, briefly disabling the surveillance phone bugs. At the center of the storm was a blurred figure, swiftly darting past various prison doors, seemingly in search of someone, before disappearing into one of them. As the sandstorm dissipated, only 2 individuals remained standing in the cell, while the others lay lifeless on the ground. Aside from Buggy's sandy doppelganger, the other was Mr. 3, Galdino, from the former Baroque works. What is this? Boss. Crocodile, who are you? The 3rd brother. His glasses shattered, was about to call out Old Sand's name, but realized he was facing an unfamiliar youth. Who I am is of little consequence. Remember my current appearance. I shall visit you often henceforth. You will become the voice of this level, and I will provide you with food and equipment. Gather more prisoners. The time for escape is nigh, and I will notify you. Buggy, embodying the riddle maker, left his words and created a large hole in the corner, leaping into it, leaving the bewildered 3rd brother staring at the sea of corpses in disbelief. How strange. There is actually cool water dripping from above, providing some relief. Hee hee hee. It must be the condensation from above. Everyone has been sweating profusely. The evaporation of water vapor is what makes it feel cooler. Is that not quite normal? Buggy awkwardly offered a seemingly scientific explanation to Hannibal's remarks, internally cursing his miscalculation. The high temperatures of the 6th level are exceedingly unfriendly to his icy doppelganger. Moreover, maintaining his elemental form is already a challenge. It is difficult enough to avoid exposing his human shape, let alone control the melted snow water. Fortunately, Hannibal is rather unorthodox. Had it been Magellan, he would have likely been exposed by now. The moment the elevator doors opened, Buggy's doppelganger discreetly transformed back into human form, hiding within Dong Li's hair. Guests have arrived. My apologies for the wait. The morning's food had a rather potent toxicity, making it rather hard to digest. That was poison to begin with. You incompetent fool. Perhaps you should relinquish your position. Upon Buggy's arrival, his icy doppelganger had already found the staircase leading downward, while Magellan, lagging behind, joined Hannibal in their usual antics. Hurry. This is an extremely important prisoner. We cannot afford any mistakes. Indeed, this dreadful place is unbearably hot. If I remain here any longer, I shall be cooked alive. Let us descend quickly. I do not wish to linger here. At the urging of the Squirrel Admiral and Buggy, the 2 somewhat unhinged wardens finally regained their senses, opening the designated passage for guards and swiftly descending to the 6th level of infinite hell. Ha 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 ha, Magellan, we are already old acquaintances. I demand to reside in Fire Fist Ace's cell. This request is not unreasonable, is it? Oomph. His cell is already occupied. However, the one opposite is still vacant. Perhaps seeking to consolidate the high-risk prisoners, Magellan inadvertently complied with the Golden Lioness request. Let's proceed, Clown Buggy. The rest shall be left to Magellan and the others. There is no way the Golden Lion can escape again. As the cell doors closed, the Squirrel Admiral let out a sigh of relief, intending to escort Buggy away, only for Buggy to present a new request. Having come all this way, I have already endured the shackles of Haki. I must at least exchange a few words with Ace and have a proper look around to greet some familiar faces. Whom else do you wish to see? Do not attempt any tricks. Before coming here, Admiral Sengoku instructed me to keep a close watch on you. I simply wish to take a glance. It will not take long. Allow my subordinates to witness the world's largest creatures, the gigantic warship, the Saint Juan Wolf. Hannibal, accompany Lord Buggy. I have urgent matters to attend to. Before the Vice Admiral of the Weasel could voice any objections, Magellan tacitly acquiesced, then dashed towards the nearest restroom with lightning speed. Ace, it has been quite some time. Didn't I advise you to employ martial techniques against Blackbeard? How did it come to this? It feels rather embarrassing to meet in such a place. I may have been overconfident. That fellow's abilities are truly formidable. Moreover, his punches carry tremendous force. Even with my weapon, I doubt I would stand a chance. You didn't come all this way just to see me, did you? Is there any news from the outside? Do share. Ace wearily lifted his head, gazing calmly at Buggy, seemingly unrepentant about his choices. I came to escort the Golden Lion into reminiscence of the past. The old man in the cell opposite you, despite his aged appearance, was once the arch-nemesis of Captain Roger and even sailed alongside Whitebeard. As for news, does the Navy's impending war with Whitebeard count? Silence. Clown Buggy. Such news is not for him to know. Upon hearing Buggy casually divulge battle plans, the Weasel Admiral nearly wished to sever Buggy's head on the spot. Had it not been for the two giants beside him. Is it forbidden to speak? After all, he is securely confined here and cannot spread anything. Besides, Jean Bay is aware of this too, so let it be said to be his words. Then farewell to the naval headquarters, Fire Fist Ace. What a grand piece of news that the Navy is to engage in battle with Whitebeard. I wonder how it will unfold. Whitebeard is quite a terrifying figure indeed. Even if Whitebeard is fearsome, he is already quite old. Once the war begins, it may very well be his demise. It would be best to bring Whitebeard here to keep us company. We will certainly take good care of him. Infinite Hell houses many pirates who have previously challenged Whitebeard and failed. Hannibal lacks the imposing presence of Magellan and is unable to subdue these vicious criminals. Many inmates nearby, upon hearing news of Whitebeard, begin clamoring to give him a taste of their wrath. Silence. You failures, do not disturb my enjoyment of the tour. Buggy suddenly erupted with Conqueror's Haki, his aura sweeping across the 6th level, quieting most of the feeble prisoners, save for one cell that continued to echo with laughter. Quite impressive, Haki. You've grown significantly stronger, Buggy. Still alive, I see. The Devil's descendant, Douglas Bullet. Would you care to become my subordinate? I could request the Navy to let you out. Things are getting lively outside. Buggy approached the burly man within, uttering words that nearly stopped the hearts of the Weasel Admiral and Magellan. No need. I have no interest in being anyone's subordinate, nor do I require companions. If I wish to leave, I shall do so on my own. That is truly regrettable, Barrett. You shall remain here to keep the Golden Lion company. Hannibal, where's Crocodile? I wish to borrow some money from him. Please guide me down, and then I'll have my subordinates check out that massive battleship. I shall not accompany you. Lord Buggy, did I hear you correctly? You mentioned the warden, right? Truly discerning. Magellan cannot possibly handle the management of such a grand prison. I am the best candidate for the role of warden. Crocodile is just over there. Follow me. Upon hearing Buggy's title, Hannibal appeared revitalized, eagerly leading Buggy to Crocodile's cell. Subsequently, he neglected his monitoring duties entirely, promptly taking Dongli and Broggy to inspect the colossal battleship. Old San, how goes it? Care for a cigar to lift your spirits? Unlike Ace and Bullet, Crocodile was not shackled to the wall, but merely handcuffed, allowing him some mobility within his cell. As he observed Buggy produce a cigar, he leaned in, deftly positioning it between his lips. How could one fare well in such a wretched place? I still remember the favor you did me. Even without me, you would still be here. I allowed you to remain outside for a while longer. Surely, you still possess some unconfiscated assets. Lend me some, as I urgently need cash to open shops everywhere. In due time, I will share the profits with you. Though Buggy was busy creating fake gems and tokens, he still felt it insufficient. After much deliberation, he resolved to venture into finance, setting his sights on old sand for initial capital. You have the audacity to borrow money after sending me to prison? You truly are something, Clown Buggy. Why would I want a share of profits? There's south no place to spend money in prison. Buggy's words amused Crocodile, as in the lightless Infinite Hell, money is less useful than a loaf of bread. At least food can satisfy hunger. Do not say that. Who knows when the world government might grant a general amnesty? You could find yourself free one day. Do ponder it. I shall await your news outside. Stop spouting nonsense. Such criminals will never be released. Your subordinates have returned. Hurry and leave. You have already lingered here too long. Then let us depart. Indeed, there is no reason to prolong my stay here any further. As Buggy began to amuse the dogs, the Weasel Admiral impatiently urged him on, and upon seeing the giant's return, Buggy chuckled and agreed. As Buggy and his entourage ascended the elevator to leave, the 6th level of Infinite Hell fell into an eerie silence. The heat seemingly whisked away, and the temperature plummeted rapidly. Lord Buggy, it was truly delightful to see you. You're always welcome to visit again. On the way back, Buggy repeatedly referred to Hannibal as Warden, which greatly pleased him. Upon arriving at the prison's grand entrance, Hannibal personally unlocked Buggy's handcuffs, reluctantly bidding him farewell. Haha, as a pirate, this is hardly a pleasant place. I shall not return here lightly. Such a pity. It is not every day one finds someone who shares my views. By the way, I brought you some local specialties. I've already sent my subordinates to retrieve them. Please wait a moment. To think you even brought gifts. How generous of you. I shall graciously accept. As Buggy bid farewell to Hannibal, the 6th city's Infinite Hell was engulfed in a fierce snowfall, thick layers of snow rendering the telephone beetles incapable of functioning properly. Brew, Warden Hannibal, it seems your telephone beetle is ringing. I hope nothing is amiss. Just the inmates. I suspect it's yet another prisoner who has died. They always bother me with such trivial matters. Hannibal leisurely retrieved the telephone beetle, listening to the guard's report from the other end. Deputy Warden Hannibal, the passage door between the 5th and 6th levels has inexplicably opened and has been frozen shut, rendering it impossible to close. The 6th level is already snowbound, and we fear there may be inmate fatalities. Those scum are not so easily killed. Just handle it as you see fit. I have matters to attend to. So this will suffice. Hannibal was displeased with being referred to as a subordinate and brushed the matter off, eagerly awaiting Buggy's gift. These are some signature dishes from my fast food restaurant. I hope Warden Hannibal will enjoy them, and I shall entrust you with the Golden Lion sword for safekeeping. Now, I shall take my leave. Thank you very much, Lord Buggy. Ido adore fried pork chops. If only your restaurant could open near the Grand Prison. Hannibal expressed his sentiments, entirely unaware that his offhand remark would soon become a reality. As the storm raged through the passage of the 6th level of Infinite Hell, visibility was drastically low. Inside the cell, Sea Hero Jinbei and Fire Fist Ace were both covered in thick layers of snow, shivering from the cold. Ace, do you not find these snowflakes rather strange? Even the iron bars are nearly sealed, and the snowfall continues to increase. Earlier, did the guard not mention that this predicament arose due to the 5th level's door being inadequately secured? I fear that I shall succumb to the cold here before the execution arrives. Yet perhaps it is for the best, once I am dead. Unless the Navy ventures into the New World, they will be unable to seek retribution from my father. How naive, Ace. Even in death, your corpse can serve a purpose. After all, Sengoku will not relinquish his intent to wage war against Whitebeard. As Ace's words faded, a short-haired woman clad in a deathly garb emerged from the snow, her tone eerily reminiscent of Buggy's. Who are you? You can freeze me to death. Now we are acquainted. You lot are rather dim-witted. I'm here to treat you, and time is of the essence, so let us commence. As Ace stood bewildered, the woman's upper body burst forth with numerous particles, forming a flat visage resembling Buggy. What are you doing? Is it necessary to go through such trouble to kill me? I am merely ensuring that you survive the execution. Jimby would not speak idly, would he? If it can save my little brother Ace, I certainly have no objections. Before Ace could comprehend the situation, Buggy swiftly sliced open his body, extracting his heart, liver, spleen, and stomach, which then merged into the woman's form. It's freezing. What are you planning to do? Ace felt a chilling sensation engulf him, as if his very blood had solidified. I have already discussed the plan with Whitebeard. Just protect your head and go wild. Have you seen Father? What plan? Why did you not stop him from coming? Buggy did not divulge the truth. This tactic was meant to prevent Ace from recklessly sacrificing himself. As Ace inquired further, Buggy hastily restored Ace's chest and transformed into particles, merging into his clone, before recalling something to say. By the way, the Empress may return to see you. Do not be surprised by anything you hear. The Empress? Why would she seek me out? I do not even know her. Hey, you still haven't told me what the plan is. Ace pulled at the chains, but Buggy remained silent as his clone began to disperse, vanishing into the air along with the accumulated snow from the cell. How peculiar! Why has the wind suddenly calmed, and the door can now function normally? If we can close the door, we should return. The snow of the 6th level will gradually melt away. The guards and wardens were astonished to find that after a fierce gust of cold wind, the previously immovable door could now be shut. After a brief discussion, they decided to call it a day. As for the prisoners of the infinite hell, who cared about their fates? Buggy wandered through the frigid depths of the 5th level, finally discovering a passageway buried beneath the snow leading to the new human paradise on the 55th level. Lord Ivan, a newcomer wishes to see you. Bring them here, man. Woman, or hermaphrodite, all are our companions here. Haha, I have arrived. The notorious human hybrid king, Ivankov, was even more imposing in person. Indeed, he was quite the eccentric. Buggy's appearance had transformed dramatically since meeting Ace. He now resembled a long-haired youth clad in wooden sandals, embodying the essence of Wayno. Haha, what an impolite newcomer. Speak quickly. It will soon be my turn to perform. Do not delay the audience. Ivankov stood with hands on his hips, exuding an air of superiority, casting a discontented glance at Buggy. The renowned resistance leader was preoccupied with revelry, utterly unworthy of his reputation. No wonder he had failed to make a significant impact over the years, less formidable than a mere pirate crew. He did not even notice when the captain's son was captured. What did you say? The dragon's son? Does he have a son? How do you know this? Do not rush. Knowing now is of no use. Be patient. Speak quickly. Otherwise, you shall witness the wrath of the human hybrid king. When Buggy remained tight-lipped, Ivankov's playful demeanor shifted to seriousness. He raised his hands, sharp spikes emerging from his fingertips, seemingly preparing to strike. Do you intend to fight? That is fine. If I win, this place shall be mine. Embryo, female hormone. Why is there no reaction? That cannot be right. Perhaps you were female all along? Then let us try this. Embryo, male hormone. Ivankov's spikes penetrated Buggy's clone's insides, relentlessly releasing hormones. Yet Buggy's physique showed no signs of change, leading Ivankov to suspect a flaw in his abilities. Ha, what are you doing? Are you tickling me? Put away these futile tricks, and let us have a proper fight. Buggy regarded Ivankov's frantic efforts with bemusement, ultimately unable to suppress his laughter. His form was a mere creation of his own making, impervious to hormonal influences, and his innards were not his own, rendering evasion unnecessary. In contrast to Buggy's enjoyment, Ace on the 6th level endured considerable torment, inexplicably transformed into a woman. It is well known that Ace is the brawny king, perpetually bare-chested, now subjected to ridicule. Even Jinbi beside him was rendered speechless, let alone the other seasoned villains, who were utterly exhilarated. In the end, Ace reverted to his original form, but the laughter persisted, with others clamoring for him to transform once more, as they had not yet had their fill. You fools, do you not see that I am shackled by Seastone? How could I possibly change? It was merely that you have not encountered a woman in ages. Now be quiet. Ace, how did you suddenly become a woman? To my knowledge, only the human hybrid king Ivankov possesses such a power, yet he has been missing for some time. How would I know? It is likely that the scoundrel who took my insides caused this chaos. Thankfully, I have returned to normal. Otherwise, I would truly wish to perish. Though he spoke thus, he felt a tinge of regret. If only he were stronger, then perhaps after transforming into a woman, he could become even leaner and escape from the handcuffs. Buggy, unaware of Ace's thoughts, could only guess at Ace's plight, finding amusement in the mere contemplation and remaining stationary without launching an attack. Conversely, Ivankov, growing irate, abandoned his attempts to alter Buggy and resolved to take matters seriously. Deathwink, Soru, Stormleg, are you with the world government? No. Individuals from the world government would not be imprisoned here. The consequence of failure is death. Who exactly are you? You shall find out, but only after I have delivered a thorough beating. Ice Release, White Whale, you are quite resilient. These misfits you have gathered do not impress me. As long as you can provide the resources I require, you may remain the leader of the 55th level. Buggy swiftly buried Ivankov alive, but refrained from further aggression. His aim was not to kill. Thus, he did not exert his full strength, and instead proposed his conditions while in a position of advantage. You are strong. Have you considered joining us? We are the new human army, dedicated to resisting the oppression of the celestial dragons. Ivankov, wary of Buggy, injected some hormones into his frostbitten areas and decided to persuade him with words. Do you not oppose the world government as well? Such naive thinking. How do you plan to resist with a bunch of androgynous misfits? I have no interest in collaborating with a disorganized band of eunuchs. Were it not for the need for your supplies for my plan, I would not waste my breath. Watch closely as I stir up a storm and impel down. Buggy expressed his disdain, harboring little faith in the comrades of Luffy's father's organization. He dismissed his subordinates as a motley crew, including the chief of staff Sabo, a forgetful youth brimming with enthusiasm yet devoid of strategy, and Ivankov, the queen of the Okama kingdom, whose followers were anything but ordinary. The other commanders were either engaged in debauchery or exhibited bizarre tendencies. Only Tyrant Kuma seemed somewhat reliable, yet he was on the verge of losing his consciousness and becoming a mere tool. It was no wonder that Vegapunk chose not to join. The eccentricity of these individuals rendered even a mad genius like him out of place. Non-affiliation posed no issue, as long as one was not an undercover agent of the world government. Now, could you enlighten me on the circumstances surrounding the capture of Dragon's son? This matter concerning the child without a mother is rather lengthy. First, prepare some food and a den mushi for me. Once I manage the supplies, we can delve deeper into the details. Subsequently, Buggy's sand clones arrived on the 55th floor to transport and distribute supplies across various levels. Utilizing his abilities, he tirelessly excavated along the prison's outer walls, ultimately carving out a private passage connecting all floors. He even established a secluded space beneath the 5th floor, independent of the new Okama paradise, to accommodate the prisoners he sought to recruit. The rationale for isolating these individuals was twofold. They were all formidable fighters with bounties exceeding 100 million, and the frequent patrols on other floors made it perilous. Any sudden disappearance of a prisoner would be swiftly detected, complicating matters. The cold climate on the 5th floor, devoid of den mushi surveillance and guards, only relying on military wolves for oversight, afforded Buggy the opportunity to maneuver. Looking for a warm spot? If you can move, come with me. Who are you? You're neither a guard nor a staff member. How did you get here? Perhaps he's just in civilian clothing, here to amuse himself at our expense. Ignore him. Although the prisoners on the 5th floor were supposed to be powerful individuals with bounties below 500 million, the prolonged extreme cold had rendered most of them mere shadows of their former selves. The few who remained intact resided in the central tower of this icy hell, their long confinement breeding mistrust and extreme selfishness. Are you all frozen stupid? Kinnick, bring George Black and Roji Thompson. Let us take a trip. You say go as if I'm at your beck and call. Sandstorm, don't make a move. We'll follow you. After Buggy's physical persuasion, Kinnick and the others reluctantly departed, taking an unusually long time to return. The other prisoners gleefully speculated that they had likely been deceived and frozen to death outside. In reality, after satisfying their hunger, the trio sparked a rebellious spirit but were soon subdued again. This led Buggy to abandon the idea of further recruiting from the 5th floor, as taming them one by one proved too troublesome. He shifted his primary focus to the 3rd floor, where providing food and water on time would be a lifeline for the starving prisoners. While Buggy's clones were diligently coordinating efforts in Impel Down, his true self had already returned to the Sabeti archipelago, conducting several days of meetings with his core members. Let me reiterate, what I seek is not a mere pirate crew. I desire an ever-expanding organization, a sprawling underground kingdom. True plunder lies not in violent theft, but in meticulous calculation. We shall annex the lands surrounding our branches and bring the populace under our jurisdiction. They can provide us with crops and seafood, and even work in our factories. By utilizing our purchasing vouchers, they can exchange for food, daily necessities, or even small parcels of land. I will not permit management to oppress those who serve us. They must understand that we are a force they can rely on. CLO. The establishment of the Assassin Hotel will be entrusted to you. You will solely be responsible for intelligence dissemination and overseeing various duties, employing your stealth abilities to become a specter in the shadows. Zhang, you will regularly conduct lessons across various locations, ensuring our people understand my regulations and instilling confidence in the populace regarding our offerings. I trust in your capabilities. Kabaji, you will oversee the construction of airships, collaborating with Xylia for normal trade. Bora, take BB and Dorify to continue managing the fast food business, striving to expand our branches throughout the major nations of the world. Machi, you will manage the factory, aiding Ricky, Mr. Beaver, and Miss Nine in recruiting animal companions. Gem, you will handle procurement and management of our gunpowder reserves, producing the necessary weaponry. Marion, you will oversee various printing and publishing tasks, and in your spare time, design clothing and accessories with Machida. Yalita, you will manage my financial and gambling ventures. The Giants will assist you in constructing the necessary facilities. Do not fear failure. I shall dispatch my personal guards to help you swiftly acclimate to your duties. As long as we command sufficient population and territory, we will possess the power to change the world. What do the kings of allied nations amount to? Merely larger village chiefs. And what of the West Emperor? Just a local warlord. My ambition is to establish a force on par with the Navy, and one day, we shall surpass them entirely. Pursue your endeavors boldly. We are traversing a path of glory. Baji's grandiose declarations left the officers astounded. While they were aware that the Shichibukai was not Baji's ultimate goal, they were taken aback by his ambition to control the world. Excitement mingled with a burgeoning pressure. Machi gazed at his captain, hesitating as he said, "Captain, can we truly achieve such heights?" Kabaji, too, voiced uncertainty. That is something even Pirate King Roger could not accomplish. At this moment, the usually reticent CLO stepped forward, bowing deeply to Baji before straightening with unwavering resolve. Such grand aspirations befit our lord. Is it not the culmination of your strategies all along? In gratitude for your trust, I shall diligently oversee the operations of each department. Witnessing CLO's declaration, the others gradually pledged their loyalty to Baji, vowing never to slacken their efforts in fulfilling his grand vision. I never expected you to harbor such lofty ambitions. So, does this mean I shall be your Minister of Finance? Weren't you just complaining about having nothing to do? Should I appoint someone else to manage the assets? Absolutely not. I am more than willing to alleviate my lord's burdens. Yalita teased playfully, her hands climbing onto Baji's chest, instantly shattering his facade of authority. Ahem. Do refrain from causing a scene. Let me maintain some dignity here. Xylia and CLO are watching. Actually, it concerns Moria sending Hogback for trade. He wishes to purchase a substantial quantity of beast liquid. You've been busy in Impel Down and have held numerous meetings. He has been pressing me repeatedly. CLO slightly bowed, adjusting his glasses to mask his mild embarrassment, hastily providing the rationale. By all means, sell it to him. Those substances are continuously produced by Vermal, perfectly compensating for our significant financial deficit. Remember to accept pre-orders, delivering half now and the remainder later. G calculated the timing, contemplating a way to swindle Moria a bit. After all, during his flight, Moria would hardly require such a large sum, and he could reluctantly assist in holding on to it for him. Boss, the renovations on the Mary have been completed. Missia is preparing to return to the East Blue. Do you have any instructions? After CLO departed, Xylia sought Baji's guidance regarding the Mary, a matter Baji had previously delegated to her, making it difficult for her to decide unilaterally. I will speak with her in person. Her cooperation is vital for our plans concerning the East Blue. Having undergone a complete disassembly and reorganization, the Mary was transformed into a floating vessel equipped with air sacs, destined to serve as a merchant ship navigating between the East Blue and the Grand Line, finding a fitting new purpose. Mr. Buggy, I'm truly grateful for your restoration of the Mary. I shall take good care of her. Usopp and the others have shown such a lack of appreciation for her, even contemplating setting her ablaze. What a heartless bunch they are. I regret ever handing over the life card to him. After hearing about the Mary's experiences, Kaya has become quite disillusioned with Usopp, and her anticipation of their meeting has significantly diminished. You may wait here a few more days. They should be arriving shortly. When the time comes, you can personally retrieve the life card from him. Of course, Buggy would not speak well of Usopp. A man who emulates that model father would hardly make a good husband. It is better to abandon such hopes and focus on earning money instead. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew is celebrating their survival after the onslaught of Tyrant Kuma. Usopp, having narrowly escaped death, instinctively pulls out Kaya's life card, only to be astonished by its sudden, vigorous movement, nearly slipping from his grasp. How curious. Has Kaya also ventured into the Grand Line? It must be that scoundrel clown's doing, bringing her into these treacherous waters. The next time we meet, I shall certainly hold him accountable. Hailing from Sniper Island, I never miss my mark. Hearing Usopp mention Buggy, Zoro pauses in his polishing of the recovered sword, expressing his annoyance. Indeed, that clown Buggy is a rascal. He even exchanged my Sandai Kitetsu for a mere dagger. However, according to Longma, he does possess the ability to restore my Yuki, but must I really plead with him? How troublesome. I knew Master Buggy would not covet your sword. If the time comes, I shall speak on your behalf. I will ensure he helps you gather all 3 swords. Luffy, exuberant, sees this as nothing more than Buggy's prank, believing it does not affect their amicable relationship. Engaging with the Shichibukai is hardly a wise choice. Did not Moria mention he was in negotiations with Buggy? I fear we have already compromised your teacher's interests. Surely, he will not turn against us? Having long dealt with nefarious forces, Robin remains vigilant regarding Buggy, cautioning Luffy against harboring naive notions. Nonsense. Master Buggy is not that petty. If anything, I would forego the racing prize. However, I shall not relinquish my free meal vouchers. What? You would forego the prize? Who gave you the authority to say such things? The prize must not be diminished by a single cent. Otherwise, I shall deduct a year's allowance from you. Ignoring Robin's advice, Luffy is determined to barter the prize for Buggy's assistance, leading to a flurry of blows from the money-obsessed Nami, who, after much apologizing, manages to quell the wrath of the formidable warrior. Without mentioning Haki shock upon returning to the Terror 3-masted ship, the Straw Hat crew successfully arrives at the Sabaody archipelago, intent on visiting Buggy's house for some free food, just as they encounter Kaya and Mary dining together. Isn't that Kaya and Mary? What a delightful surprise. Kaya, I never expected to see you here. I have so many stories to share. We encountered a giant goldfish. Luffy greets them with his usual familiarity, while Usopp, suddenly shy, stammers as he struggles to organize his thoughts to recount their adventures. I have no interest in hearing that. I only wish to know why. When the Straw Hat Boy was preparing to burn the Mary, you stood idly by. Was it not she who exerted every effort to help you escape countless crises? Is what I gifted you so trivial? Had it not been for Mr. Buggy, I fear I would never see the meticulously designed ship, the Mary, again. Usopp, you are truly disappointing. Return my life card. I no longer wish to see you. Usopp, initially filled with enthusiasm, is abruptly interrupted by Kaya's pointed questioning, leaving him stunned. Has Master Buggy truly repaired the Mary? I would love to see him. Had I known it could be restored, I would never have considered burning it. I was wrong, and I apologize. Luffy sets down his food and bows an apology to Kaya, yet he's ignored as Mary strides over to Usopp, searching for Kaya's life card, expressing his indignation. Regardless, you now have a new ship, crafted from the materials of the Treasure Tree Atom, far superior to my design of the Mary. Quickly return Miss Kaya's life card. Do not entangle her with your affairs any longer. You and your father are both scoundrels. I have long opposed your interaction with her. Had it not been for Mr. Buggy, I would hardly believe you, a father who abandoned his wife and child to sail, remained in Windmill Village for over a year, entirely unaware of your mother's illness and passing. What a fine father indeed. You shall not speak ill of my father. He is a great adventurer. Were he to know of my mother's illness, he would surely return. The death of his mother is Usopp's greatest emotional burden, and his father symbolizes his only aspiration. He will not allow anyone to speak ill of him. Thus, while arguing with Mary, he fiercely clings to his backpack. knocking Mary to the ground. Smack! Kaya rushes forward and delivers a slap to Usopp's face. Shocked, Usopp's anger flares as he throws Kaya's life card to the ground. Take it. You are the daughter of a wealthy family, looking down upon us poor folk. We are now even. Kaya, wait for me. Kaya picks up the life card and runs out in tears, while Mary hurriedly follows, soon disappearing from sight. Usopp, feeling utterly drained, slumps down, unresponsive to the calls of the others. The flustered Straw Hat crew fails to notice a nearby group whispering, conspiring underhandedly. The girl who just ran out appears quite affluent. Should we not take advantage? Let us follow and see. We shall not pass up on easy money. Shortly after this group departs, Mary rushes back, seeking assistance from Buggy's house, only to learn that Kaya has been kidnapped by human traffickers. As the main establishment of Buggy's house, such events should not occur. However, due to the involvement of Kaya and Mary, Kuro refrains from revealing himself, leading to this situation. What? Kaya has been kidnapped. Usopp, we must rescue her. After all, she is the benefactor who gifted us our ship. Forget it. Luffy, she is your master's honored guest. There is no need for us country bumpkins to interfere. The ship was her reward for saving your lives, and has it not already been returned? We are no longer connected. You should seek your master first, and help Zoro repair his sword. That is the priority. Usopp, still seething, does not accept Luffy's suggestion, and Luffy does not press the matter further. The others, unfamiliar with Kaya, hold no attachment to her, and thus are indifferent. When Mary returns, seeking help, Kuro has already dealt with the traffickers, but the unexpected twist is that Kaya recognizes him. You are Kiribatel. Why would you save me, the one who killed my parents? Do you seek to deceive me into trusting you? I save you because you are an important collaborator of Master Buggy. I have long lost interest in your wealth. I now have more intriguing matters to attend to. Moreover, your parents' demise has nothing to do with me. My original plan was to have your family set sail and then send people to attack, but you, a sickly child, remained hidden at home, foiling my meticulously crafted plans. Return to the East Sea and collaborate earnestly with Mr. Baki. One day, you shall find an honor. As Kuya observed Mei Li and her companions appearing in the distance, CLO's form gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing. Kuya glanced at the unanticipated figure beside Mei Li, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Is this truly the case? Have I, all along, placed too much importance on myself? It seems that neither of them regards me at all. Mei Li was indeed correct. Wealth is the power one can rely upon. Someday, I shall become an undeniable presence in the eyes of others, boarding the newly christened Mei Li ship to return to the East Sea. Kuya commenced her transformation from a wealthy heiress to a formidable business tycoon following her emotional setbacks. Meanwhile, Baki was meeting with Tyrant Kuma, or more accurately, with his body. Consequently, Luffy was unable to locate Baki and had to follow Xiaoba in search of Rayleigh. Upon inspection, it was discovered that Tyrant Kuma's brain had vanished, and most of his body had been replaced with machinery. Baki even suspected that this might be a clone of Tyrant Kuma, but as long as it did not hinder his ability to extract the power of the Nikyu Nikyu no Mi, he was too disinterested to delve further. Just as Baki prepared to summon Machi to see if he could replicate the mechanical structure, CLO entered the room. Boss, the Straw Hat crew has attacked the Celestial Dragons at the human trafficking shop, and the Navy has already mobilized. Which side should we support? Hold on. Let me finish my research first. Your daughter should be quite safe before the Navy Admiral arrives. There's no need to rush. Before Baki could fully respond to CLO, Tyrant Kuma abruptly stood up, disregarding the fact that one of his arms was still in Baki's grasp, and attempted to leave. Aren't you concerned about your disciple? Come along. Many of the supernovas are capable users, and I believe you would find them intriguing. Contrary to his imposing physique, Tyrant Kuma had a remarkably gentle voice, which was utterly at odds with his title of tyrant. His reminder prompted Baki to recall his long-neglected recruitment plan for the supernovas, intending to see if he could enlist a few before the Navy Admiral's arrival. Excluding Luffy and Zoro, there were 9 supernovas to consider. Kid was a troublemaker, seemingly insatiable for punishment. Killer was his loyal follower, difficult to recruit. Law was a small-time player, solely focused on avenging Corazon. The strange monk appeared to be recruiting followers for his faith. The rest were essentially a bunch of lackeys. Counting them up, Buggy realized that the most reliable candidate among them was likely Jewelry Bonnie, and he could also attempt to recruit Basil Hawkins. Bartolomeo, how about you arrange a meeting with Bonnie? Having her in my ranks would provide some assurance. Buggy reattached Tyrant Kuma's arm, but did not release it. Instead, he pulled the other man closer and playfully expressed his intention to recruit his daughter. Well, my current position is not suitable for meeting her. Please give this book to her. Whether she joins or not will depend on her mood. Do not force her. Tyrant Kuma freed himself from Buggy's grasp, handing over the Bible before vanishing in an instant. His last word was heavily emphasized, serving as a warning to Buggy. TCH, I truly despise riddlers like you. Anyway, it's still early. I should chat with Mingo first. With that, Buggy produced a din mushi, observing the figure transform into a pair of leaf-shaped sunglasses before continuing. Mingo, I have heard that Sussy has disregarded my requests. Has Missy not fallen? Clown Buggy, I'm already aware of the events at the human trafficking shop. You need not remind me. That outdated matter. Feel free to take it if you wish. The solution you provided previously was rather ineffective. Are you trying to fool me? Doflamingo was incensed by Buggy's peculiar intonation, failing to emit his signature laughter. He immediately accused Buggy of selling fake drugs. How could that be? I calculated precisely. With active ingredients, not less than 1,000th. Perhaps you diluted it too much? You bastard. How dare you say that? Wasn't it you who told me to dilute it for sale? 1,000th is no different from the original smill. Refund me. Hey. You never paid for it, did you? Would you care to try my B solution? It has been tested on CP9's Lucci and yielded excellent results. Moria has even ordered a batch for his zombie legion. As a good customer, I allow you to customize the concentration, ensuring the awakening ratio is satisfactory. Buggy ignored Doflamingo's curses, relentlessly promoting his product like a telemarketer, almost calling out by 5, get 1 free, and by 10, get 3 free, exclaiming about significant subsidies. Is the transformation of Rob Lucci into a monster you're doing? But wasn't he just defeated by your disciple? Could it be that your fake drug weakened his combat ability? As a former celestial dragon, Doflamingo was well aware of Lucci's reputation as the strongest genius in 800 years of CP9, which prompted such inquiries. It certainly isn't my fault. Turning a cheetah into a saber-toothed tiger, does that count as weakening? Or is Lucci simply too arrogant? He is not Kaido, who would face the same opponent twice with Iron Block. That would be asking for trouble. Doflamingo, familiar with the Navy's 6 forms, had personally eliminated Navy members using Iron Block, rendering Buggy's words irrefutable, plunging him into a moment of silence. Mingo, are you still there? How about visiting the Navy headquarters in a few days? I could bring you a few bottles of free samples. You can ask Moria about the effectiveness of the product. I am in a rush to recruit the supernovas, so I will leave it at that. Buggy, do pay a visit to the human trafficking shop. I am quite interested in Trafalgar Law's abilities, and I am willing to offer 1 billion berries for it. 1 billion seems a bit low. Let us make it 15 billion. To be clear, I have heard that the Op no Mi requires someone with talent to wield it, and your subordinates do not seem to possess such capabilities. I agree to 15 billion. How you utilize it is none of your concern. Do not think about deceiving me. I am quite knowledgeable about that fruit. Click. How rude of you. If you find it useful, then I concede. Regarding the immortal surgery of the Op no Mi, Buggy speculated that 2 years later, Law would be able to use room to swap bodies with others, suggesting that he could also exchange himself with another person, thereby achieving the goal of immortality. However, after performing the surgery, the user would die. This could be due to the immense toll of utilizing the ability or to ensure the continuous inheritance of the fruit. It was likely that this fruit was one of the so-called national treasures of the celestial dragons, and Law acquired it at the tender age of 10, coinciding with Fisher Tiger's raid on Mariehua. Without delving into the effects of the immortal surgery, Buggy was also aware of its formidable combat capabilities and knew he could not simply hand it over to Doflamingo. He would need to devise some plans. Merely adding water would not suffice. He would need to mix in some sand. Navy scum, do not obstruct me here. I will not be responsible if you get hurt. The entrance to the human trafficking shop was ablaze with cannon fire as a group of Navy personnel besieged an uncoronated Western emperor and his two vice-emperors, the situation appearing decidedly one-sided. Buggy charged into the fray, unceremoniously knocking aside numerous Navy soldiers. The warlord clown Buggy, how increasingly lively it has become. Having just encountered the Pirate King's first mate, and now being a warlord, if he dilly-dallies, the Navy Admiral will soon arrive. Kid grinned broadly, while Law adopted a more serious demeanor, and the ensuing events would leave them utterly astonished. Buggy, are you here to capture me? I will not go down without a fight. Indeed, use all your strength to flee. Your brother is on the brink of death. Ace, what has happened to him? The splendid carnival of Jinshi has erupted in chaos. In the next moment, Buggy retaliated with an indiscriminate attack, and the most astonished among the separated bodies was Trafalgar Law, who also reacted the quickest. You two, swiftly employ your Haki to extricate yourselves from the clown's control. This fellow's abilities seem akin to mine. This situation has become rather troublesome. Is this, aren't the powers of the devil fruits supposed to be unique? Kid, belatedly regaining his form through Haki, felt the disheartening sensation of his scattered limbs, making him wary of Buggy, while simultaneously harboring a sliver of trepidation towards Law. Room. Cut. Magnetic strings. Muda. The splendid carnival of Jinshi assault. In the face of Law's slashing attack, Buggy remained unyielding, his body fracturing into numerous pieces enveloped in Haki, colliding with Kid's incoming iron arm and scattering it into disarray. Second gear. Rubber jet rocket. Scatter. Luffy grasped the ground with both hands, propelling himself towards Buggy in midair, only to miss entirely, unaware where he had flown off to. Clown, this is utterly ridiculous. Even if he is your disciple, shouldn't he at least exchange a few blows? He is the principal culprit in the assault on the celestial dragons. Indeed, can you justify this to your master? This hardly aligns with your identity as a warlord of the sea. Everyone present observed Buggy's leniency. Law was the first to speak, attempting to incite discord between Buggy and the Marines to create an opportunity for escape. Kid's remarks became increasingly scathing, filled with mockery. The underworld is not merely about brawls. It is about human relationships. After all, he is the grandson of Carp. Do you possess such a background? If not, then stand straight and take your beating. Law, Tion Yacha misses you dearly. I have a den mushy here. Would you like to catch up with him? Kid, do you realize your spiky hair is quite eye-catching? Allow me to fix it for you, free of charge. With a relentless onslaught, Buggy attacked both opponents with continuous slashes. Faced with an opponent whose abilities were rendered ineffective, Law, as a half-baked swordsman, found himself at a significant disadvantage, left only with the means to block, but lacking the ability to retaliate. Kid fared even worse. Not only had Buggy flattened his spiky hairstyle, but he was also bleeding profusely, his once robust muscles now withered and slackened, appearing extraordinarily aged. Had it not been for the necessity of having a headstrong lad to stir the winds in the new world, Buggy would have relished the opportunity to rid himself of this foul-mouthed individual on the spot. Hey, clown, it seems you have no intention of taking our lives. What exactly is your aim in secretly collecting our flesh and blood? As a doctor, Law was acutely aware of his own condition and sensed the changes in his body with each encounter with Buggy, especially in light of Kid's drastic transformation, making it easy for him to notice Buggy's subtle movements. Law, silence is golden. Knowing too much is not beneficial for you. It seems someone is approaching. I shall take my leave now. Best of luck to you both. Buggy forced the beleaguered duo back with a sword strike and leaped into the air, disappearing in a matter of moments. Pirates are indeed pirates. Even the warlords of the sea cannot be trusted. Charge forward. We must keep them here until the Marine Admiral arrives, for then they shall not escape. The Marine commander, somewhat helpless regarding Buggy's departure, could only commit all their forces in an attempt to buy time. Can you still fight, Captain Kidd? If we do not leave soon, the Marine Admiral will truly be upon us. Do not underestimate us. If we cannot defeat the warlords of the sea, can we not handle these small fries? The 2 billion-berry supernovas, fueled by shame, rallied and decimated the Marine forces, unaware that the so-called pacifists were waiting for them not far away. Meanwhile, Buggy, guided by his heart's compass, arrived near Street 27, coinciding with the location he remembered the Admiral Kizaru had landed. As he approached the center of the street, Buggy was met with blinding light and the sound of a tremendous explosion. It seemed that Monkey D. Kizaru was seeking his nephew, Luffy. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Speed equals weight. A jolt of fear coursed through him. Each one of them is a monstrous entity, truly terrifying. Kizaru spoke slowly and languidly, in stark contrast to the swiftness of his strikes, which, in the blink of an eye, severely injured the supernova of the West. The Admiral of the Lazy Fish. This fellow still has breath left in him. Did he spare you out of consideration for your past camaraderie? A defector of the rank of captain must surely know many secrets. The ancient species possess formidable regenerative capabilities. Should he escape, it would be troublesome. Allow me to assist in executing him. Buggy ambled over to the side of the red flag Drake, raising a foot as if to deliver a blow to his head, only to be intercepted by Kizaru's leg. That one do. He is proof of my accomplishments and must be escorted to the great prison. The last handling of such matters drew considerable inquiry from the world government. This time, I must return with some live specimens to satisfy them. Let us negotiate. My new world chain of stores is in need of a few managers. Would you mind if I took one or two? Buggy was indifferent to Drake's fate. As long as he communicated with Don Quixote da Flamingo, Kaido would naturally receive the news. And Buggy need not fret. The pretense was merely to afford Kizaru a way out. If Drake wanted to, choose someone else. Do not be greedy. Otherwise, if I am docked wages, I shall feast for free at your fast food establishment. Upon hearing the din-din mushy ring, Kizaru rummaged through his belongings while humorously warning Buggy, before vanishing in a flash of light. Since Kizaru has departed, do not play dead on the ground. Hawkins, stay behind. Before I change my mind, the rest of you, hurry and flee. Let us skedaddle. The warlords of the sea have been spared. Truly, there is retribution for good and evil. Among the three supernovas, DJ AP made the swiftest escape, while Drake snorted in disdain, seemingly unimpressed by the warlords of the sea. The rough monk chuckled heartily, hands clasped together, as if performing some ritual. Buggy did not pursue the abilities of the other three, primarily due to a lack of interest. One was merely a physical attacker, unremarkable, another a magical assailant, and the third, the Seven Wounds Fist, which inflicted harm upon itself as well. None were suitable for him, and Law's situation had alerted Buggy to the futility of treating others as fools. Hawkins, clutching his wound, stood up and inquired, "Why do you wish to recruit me? Is it because I have the highest bounty among the West? Do you not enjoy divination? Just calculate it. I have matters to attend to. If you wish to join, seek me at the Buggy House flagship store." Simultaneously, Capone Beach encountered a blockade from the Marines, successfully breaking through using the abilities of the castle fruit. Just as he was preparing to board and set sail, another clown, Buggy, appeared before him. Warlords of the sea? What a stroke of bad luck. I specifically chose a more distant dock. I only wish to take something from you, and then let you go, to become Big Mom's son-in-law. Who would believe the words of a warlord of the sea? Are you after my head? That is laughable. Which Big Mom would dare summon me? Allow me to show you what true firepower and numbers mean. Castle explosion. Capone Beach did not believe a single word Buggy uttered, ordering his men to launch an attack. Dozens of cannons aimed at Buggy unleashed a barrage, followed by the thunderous sound of hooves as cavalry charged forth, roaring out from the smoke. Firepower advantage? How bold of you to say. Allow me to teach you what true firepower entails. Bullet barrage. Buggy extended his arms, and dozens of Mackie bullets shot out in a fan shape from his palms. Some of the incoming shells were neutralized, while the remaining ones detonated within the cavalry ranks, sending the enemies tumbling to the ground. Even Capone Beach was caught in the chaos, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This exemplified a true advantage in firepower. Why couldn't they just comply? Instead, they had to make a scene and ended up injured. Amidst the wails of Capone Beach's subordinates, Buggy swiftly appeared before him, landing a decisive punch to his face, knocking him to the ground and immediately began to extract his abilities. Is this where it ends? I have yet to reach the new world. I refuse to resign myself to this fate. Why the panic? I have already stated that I do not seek your life. You can take your ragtag crew and become a son-in-law instead. When you reach Wangwa, be sure to convey my regards to the Western Emperor. Are you truly letting me go? Wangwa? Western Emperor? The aunt you mentioned couldn't possibly be Charlotte Linlin, could it? A son-in-law of that caliber is indeed a rare find. Buggy had no desire to recruit this underworld figure. As a godfather type, Capone Beej was far from an ideal subordinate. It would be better to leave him to backstab Big Mom. After all, a son-in-law devouring his master could be quite the spectacle, wouldn't it? On Bonnie's side, tensions nearly escalated into conflict until Buggy relinquished the Bible given by Bartholomew, prompting her to soften her stance. If he is on the island, why doesn't he come see me? If he wants me to join his ranks, he should come find me personally. Bonnie rejected the company of her subordinates, sitting cross-legged at the table to confront Buggy alone, shoveling food into her mouth with abandon. He went to rescue his comrade, the military young master, and is avoiding the limelight to prevent dragging you down. There are numerous tyrant Kuma clones on the island attacking the supernovas under the Navy's command. Perhaps he fears you would misidentify him. I just investigated his condition. His mind has already been taken by Vegapunk, and he should now be preserved in his laboratory. How could this happen? That damned old man treats lives as mere experiments. No, I must find that bastard doctor immediately and demand he restore my father. Buggy's words ignited Bonnie's emotions, causing her food to spill across the table and stain her pristine short sleeves with grease. You cannot see him. Vegapunk is an associate of the world government, and his laboratory is classified. His safety is under the direct supervision of Admiral Kazuru's top subordinates. Even I find it difficult to gain access. Buggy feigned difficulty, but for someone with the ability of the Heart Pointer, reaching Cake Island posed no challenge. The real difficulty lay in avoiding Vegapunk's retaliation, and Bonnie was the perfect guide. After all, using someone's father as a means to an end while denying them the right to collect debts is quite audacious. This was the true intention behind Buggy's recruitment efforts. In terms of sheer strength, Bonnie is hardly at the bottom among the supernovas, making her less than desirable for recruitment. Moreover, who would appoint a glutton as the manager of a fast food restaurant? That would be akin to a mouse in a grain store. What use would joining your ranks serve? I might as well investigate on my own. Do not waste my time. Bonnie was not a patient individual. Upon hearing Buggy's apparent difficulty, she immediately turned hostile, failing to grasp his strategic retreat. Fortunately, Buggy had backup plans and was unafraid of her refusal. Would you like to see the tyrant Kuma clones? I took some risks to obtain them. What? Where are they? Take me to see them at once. The clones Buggy referred to were the human weapons known as pacifistas. After Buggy's departure, Law and Kid encountered an attack from P2, exerting considerable effort to defeat it, while P4 fell to the Straw Hat crew, with both being returned to the Buggy House headquarters by Buggy and Kuro using the transparent fruit. Upon returning to the Buggy House headquarters, Buggy was met by a frosty Arlita, exuding a formidable aura as she swung a spiked club crackling with electricity at him. Bakito did not have time to explain and had to unleash his conqueror's Haki, forming a high wall to block the onslaught. With a resounding crash, Arlita smashed through the door, hurtling back into the fast food establishment. Buggy dusted himself off, muttering to himself about the treacherous words that had led to this encounter, vowing that whoever was responsible would regret it. Meanwhile, the very traitor Buggy spoke of was stoking the flames, with Bora helping Arlita up while Machida made snide remarks. I told you so. The boss not taking you along surely indicates something is amiss. You look foolish now. I wonder if I have a chance. Give it a rest. Machida, do you think the boss has even glanced your way? Dressed so conservatively, and you still think you can catch his eye? Dream on. They say 3 women make a play, and in the banter between Bora and Machida, Arlita's expression darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Joker Buggy, if your subordinates are so formidable, why do you still seek to recruit me? You don't seriously have any intentions toward me, do you? Just to clarify, I am uninterested in older men like you. Even if I were to join your ranks, it would solely be to heal my father. Who would be interested in a kid like you, who relies on abilities to maintain his physique? You should focus on how to deal with your uncles instead. Bora, Machida, you both seem rather idle. How about I assign you to assist Sangao? He is quite busy, you know. Baki was infuriated. He had split himself into dozens of pieces to accommodate their needs. Yet these two still found time to gossip. Who is truly the boss here? Marianne is waiting for me to finalize the designs. I must take my leave. Wait, it seems we are short on seasonings and ingredients. I will just procure some. Me too. Arlita, you should come along to avoid any further suspicions. Seeing Bora and Machida slip away, Arlita reluctantly followed Baki underground. Two pacifistas lay quietly on ground, lifeless, their bodies already disassembled, while Machi fiddled with something nearby. What are you doing? Stay away. You must not touch them. Calm down. They are merely replicas created in the laboratory. My subordinates are attempting to restore them. If you join my ranks, I can allow you to take one. Bonnie was furious to see familiar faces treated in such a manner, nearly kicking Machi in the face, only to be saved by Baki's timely intervention. After Baki recounted Bonnie's past, Arlita's hostility quickly transformed into compassion as she began comforting the sobbing Bonnie, leaving Baki to the side. At that moment, the real Tyrant Kuma appeared at the battlefield where Silver's Rayleigh clashed with Admiral Kazuru, revealing his intentions to Rayleigh before sending the entire Straw Hat crew flying. Due to Baki's prior warnings, Rayleigh chose not to linger, swiftly repelling Kazuru before making a hasty retreat, leaving Monkey D. Luffy's grand performance to fizzle out without consequence. Capturing hundreds of ordinary pirates before returning to the Navy headquarters to report. After 3 days and nights of travel, Luffy arrived at Amazon Lily, successfully establishing a connection with the Empress and learning of Ace's whereabouts, preparing to storm Impel Down for a prison break. The Weasel had keen eyes, unable to miss such a stark transformation. Meanwhile, Baki had secretly contacted numerous prisoners during his time in the prison, making the final preparations. In the second layer, Sango left behind colored candle clones, while his main body held Ford and Buggy, utilizing the abilities of the Shasha fruit to construct the 15th layer. He continuously managed resources and disseminated the news of an imminent jailbreak. Through the provision of food and water, Buggy gained the loyalty of the prisoners on the third layer. Phone Kiliai was also released by Buggy. Initially, he made contact with Minotaurus and subsequently acquired a sample from Little Suddy, successfully infiltrating the western layers. Through Hannibal, he was able to connect with Warden Magellan. After mastering Magellan's daily routine, Phone Kiliai could traverse the former western layers without obstruction, often gathering the prisoners allied with Buggy under the guise of priority management. This left Magellan confused about some arrangements, leading him to suspect he was developing a forgetfulness issue, ultimately attributing it to the aftereffects of consuming too much poison. However, upon verification, he found no escaped prisoners, which led him to dismiss his concerns. Only on the 5th layer did Buggy exercise extraordinary caution, allowing Chinook to recruit some familiar inmates while refraining from any further actions, waiting for the opportune moment to incite chaos. Boss, are we to remain idle? Almost everyone in the first 2 layers is aware of the situation. Just the other day, someone nearly exposed my clone to the guards. Indeed, Shasha-chan, when will the Straw Hat come to rescue his brother? Recently, Magellan's bouts of diarrhea have decreased, and his schedule has become increasingly erratic. If this continues, our operations will be severely restricted. Sangu and the cross-dresser Xiao Feng were lamenting to Buggy about the timing of the jailbreak. Do not fret, the moment is nearly upon us. Let us temporarily halt our recent activities. You all should return to your respective layers and await further news. The Straw Hat is on his way. Meanwhile, Luffy was enjoying a meal from the Navy, which would likely be his last before storming the Great Prison. Hancock, the Empress, gazed at him with infatuation, occasionally bursting into fits of laughter. There remained 33 hours until Ace's public execution. Concealed by Hancock, Luffy successfully infiltrated the Great Prison, aimlessly wandering the 1st layer. Sangu, the Straw Hat you mentioned has appeared. I never expected someone so foolish to voluntarily enter the Great Prison. Ha ha ha. Who dares to call me a dreamer now? Let's commence, brothers. Our day in the sun is fast approaching. Luffy's movements were swiftly reported to Sangu, who began distributing the pre-prepared candle keys, awaiting the moment of uprising. Buggy's clone soon reached the first layer, guiding Luffy down the stairs, defeating various guards and prison officers along the way, successfully arriving at the third layer. The reason for not immediately directing him through the secret passage was, of course, to buy time, ensuring Ace could be successfully transported to the Navy headquarters. Without the protagonist, how could the war at Marineford unfold? We can only take you this far. Below is the office of Warden Magellan. That guy is a formidable foe, being a user of the poison fruit. We will return to the upper levels to create chaos, hoping to draw Magellan up here. Whether you can seize the opportunity will depend on your luck. Feng-chan, Sangu, and Tanuki, thank you. Without your guidance, I would not have reached here so quickly. Ace is locked up just below this layer, right? No matter how dangerous it is, I must go. Farewell for now. Buggy and his companions bid farewell to Luffy at the staircase leading down to the third layer, and Luffy expressed heartfelt gratitude. Little did he know, Buggy had no intention of initiating the operation just yet. The notion of creating chaos was merely a casual remark. Shasha-chan, let us quickly free the prisoners. That way, the Straw Hat should be able to descend and rescue his brother. Unaware of Buggy's true intentions, Fong-Kilai urged him to act, while Sangu regarded Buggy with hopeful anticipation, as if the moment Buggy spoke, the jailbreak would swiftly succeed. Don't be foolish. That kid cannot possibly contend with Magellan right now. Let us not concern ourselves with him. What we need to do is patiently wait. Once Fire Fist Ace is taken away, the surrounding Navy ships will diminish, and that will be when the Great Prison is at its most lax. Boss, your foresight is remarkable. Indeed, a brilliant criminal must employ an equally brilliant mind to execute a successful operation. But what about the Straw Hat? Isn't that akin to sending him to his doom? No, I must go and save him. In stark contrast to Sanji's agreement, Fong-Kilai was horrified and immediately sprinted towards the western layer. Well, let him go. After all, he is not one of us. Galdano, ensure that prisoners carry sea prism stone handcuffs during the escape. They will be useful later. I will remain here on the third layer. If anything arises, I will notify you. Meanwhile, Buggy's ice clone was on the 55th layer, observing Magellan mercilessly beating the unaware sun god. Why stop me? If this continues, the son of the dragon will perish first. A little tough love will do him good. Besides, you are capable of healing, aren't you? Once he is sent to the 5th layer, he will be one step closer to the infinite hell. In contrast to the tension of Ivankov, Buggy attentively analyzed Magellan's fighting style, contemplating strategies to counter him. In truth, Buggy's gas clone could easily defeat Magellan, but regrettably, it was not brought along. Given Crocodile's hesitance to engage with Magellan, it seemed the Shasha fruit's effectiveness was limited. Nevertheless, given the geographical advantage of the 3rd layer, he anticipated being able to stall for a while without issue. Lightning BOY, proceed to the 5th layer and await. Retrieve Straw Hat Boy and Foam Boy with utmost speed. I need to treat them quickly. Every passing minute increases the danger. Hurry, you won't obstruct my actions any longer, will you? Otherwise, we shall engage in battle. Ivankov, monitoring the situation, witnessed Fong-Kilai transform into Hannibal and enter the 5th layer, issuing a threat to Buggy. If I were to tell you that Ace is not the son of the dragon, you probably wouldn't believe me, would you? Do as you wish. The time is drawing near. Buggy shrugged, indicating his lack of intent to impede, as the Empress had departed some time ago. And it was expected that Ace would soon be escorted to the Navy headquarters. There was no way for Luffy to catch up. In the 6th layer of infinite hell, Ace languished in torment. He learned of Luffy's arrival from the Empress, and, having received Buggy's hint, was entirely confident in the accuracy of the news. For the first time, he regretted not heeding Whitebeard's orders and recklessly pursuing Blackbeard. Had he done so, he might still be at Whitebeard's side, reveling in merriment with his comrades. And Luffy would not have to take such great risks to infiltrate Impel Down. Guard, speak honestly to a man on the brink of death. Has something significant occurred above? Ace shook the chains violently, attracting the guard's attention, but the response he received was that nothing had happened. Ace, this is the calm belt, without Navy guidance. Your brother cannot reach here. Was that woman traveling such a distance merely to deceive and amuse me? Are the warlords so bored? Apologies, but my brother is indeed that reckless. He has always been a foolish idiot since childhood, worrying everyone. In response to Ace's explanation, Jinbei remained silent. But his impression of Ace's brother deepened, igniting a desire to meet him. Meanwhile, Luffy, undergoing Ivankov's hormone treatment, was facing his destiny in a locked chamber on the 55th layer. Fon Keeley's encouragement ultimately inspired those around him, leading members of the cross-dresser army to abandon their feasting and join in. Certainly, Buggy would never engage in such actions. His two clones are currently active on the 3rd and 5th levels, distributing keys crafted by Sangu to a group of prisoners. An escape? That had not crossed my mind. Even if one managed to briefly flee, they would still have to confront Magellan. It would be far better to quietly await death here. Not necessarily. Didn't you hear that person mention that Magellan will personally escort the serious offenders? Perhaps there is a window of opportunity to dash out. The prisoners gaze at the keys in their hands with mixed emotions, engaging in animated discussions. Some were resigned to waiting, while others were eager to take action. The once silent 5th level erupted into an unusual uproar. The thoughts of the prisoners on the 3rd level were much simpler. They survived thanks to Baki's support, and they would do whatever he instructed. After all, being caught during an escape means death, and serving time in prison also leads to death. Waiting to die is futile. Taking a risk might actually allow them to break free. Thus, while Buggy distracted the guard Minotaurus, the prisoners surged towards the 2nd level. By the time Magellan received word and gathered his forces, the prisoners had already hidden on the 15th level, eluding detection. All guards sent to investigate the 3rd level vanished without a trace, leaving the guards and sentries in a state of anxiety, fearing they would be assigned to the 3rd level. Through the words of the prisoners on the 2nd level, they came to believe the tales of ancient demons hidden within the 3rd level. This was, of course, information disseminated by Buggy. He now understood why Crocodile preferred to remain in Alabasta. The sensation of being a harbinger of calamity was truly exhilarating, albeit physically exhausting and requiring substantial replenishment. At this moment, there remained 28 hours until Ace's public execution. In the holy land of Merigios, the Navy was entertaining the summoned warlords of the sea. Apart from the Empress, who had just been brought from the Great Prison to naval headquarters, the other 7 warlords were all present. Baki's hands danced over the table, shoving food into his mouth in an exceedingly gluttonous manner, rivaling even Big Mom Bonnie. Was Buggy as starved as if he hadn't eaten for years? Did he not indulge himself at his own establishment? He chuckled, eagerly inquiring about the items he had long awaited. Doflamingo lounged with his feet on the chair, adopting a lofty demeanor, but in the presence of Tyrant Kuma and Moria, he appeared more like a mischievous child. Buggy, you can forego my remaining payment, as long as you do not deliver to Ming-Ji. Moria cast a sidelong glance at Doflamingo, mistakenly believing he too was ordering Buggy's beastly concoction, and expressed that money and goods were irrelevant. Preventing Doflamingo from obtaining them was of utmost importance. Ho, what is it that is in such high demand? Can I have a glimpse? Blackbeard savored a cherry pie, downing half a cup of beer before addressing the bustling Buggy with a somewhat disdainful tone, seemingly seeking to provoke trouble. Navy base, deep-fried fish balls, curry steak, cream cake, and a bit more. Some chocolate ice cream will be splendid. I am preparing for the great battle, and we can discuss transactions after this. When only remnants of the meal remained on the table, Buggy finally had time to speak. But all he did was list off the dishes, failing to answer anyone's inquiries directly. In Buggy's view, after the impending battle, Moria would likely need to lie low for a while, unable to affect his dealings with Doflamingo. As for Blackbeard, he had already deemed him dead. Not only would he perish in the Great Prison, but the naval headquarters would surely be his grave. Perhaps, with a nearly full-strength Whitebeard and Buggy himself, they could even incite the soon-to-arrive red-haired Shanks to take action. If Blackbeard were to survive that, it could only be deemed fate, as everyone gradually filled their stomachs. The dining table became Buggy's domain. He did not cease eating until just before boarding the ship to naval headquarters, although his gaze frequently drifted to the clock's hands. Similarly, Monkey D. Luffy was frantically replenishing his energy. After enduring 20 hours of trials, he had finally neutralized Magellan's venom and was now in a state of hunger. Having voraciously consumed the provisions from the 55th level to sate his appetite, preparing to ascend to the 6th level to rescue Ace. Just as Luffy, Ivankov, and Inazuma were making their way up the stairs towards the infinite hell, a fierce blizzard erupted in the 5th level's frigid depths. The howling winds swirled the accumulated snow and ice crystals, expanding continuously, lifting the military wolves that had wandered in the snow high into the air. The iron bars of the frozen prison windows had vanished, and the thick stone walls reverberated with the impact of debris. The trio struggled forward through the storm, and after what felt like an eternity, they finally located the staircase entrance, only to be immediately monitored by Den Mushi, leading to a series of guards intercepting them. At this moment, there remained 6 hours until Ace's execution. Magellan personally proceeded to the 6th level to escort Ace to the elevator, preparing to hand him over to Rear Admiral Gecko Moria. Billionberry bounties. Rejoice. Your moment of freedom has arrived. Magellan busied himself with the transfer of the Pirate King's son, leaving the lower levels unguarded. Intruders had already breached the 6th level. Magellan would undoubtedly prioritize suppressing them. If you can rush out before Magellan returns and seize a Navy ship, you will be free. Make your choice. Will you stay and face Magellan's wrath or join me in a desperate fight? Arm yourselves. Show me your spirit. Let's create a grand spectacle. In the 5th level's frigid hell, Buggy's voice echoed amidst the blizzard, igniting the nerves of every prisoner. Weapons in hand. Follow me. Destroy hell. Break out of the city. Chinook, George, and Roach mingled among the prisoners as the storm subsided, picking up weapons and loudly rallying under Buggy's slogan. Dead men face upward. The living endure for eternity. This business is mine to manage. Other than Magellan, the rest of the guards are worthless. With so many of us, some will definitely escape. I refuse to believe I am so unlucky. I've had enough. It's better to risk it than to freeze to death here. Even if I die, I'll take a few with me. Encouraged by Chinook and the others, the prisoners seized their weapons and charged out of the frigid hell, easily breaking through the defenses of the guards along the way. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions found themselves thwarted on the 6th level. Just as they prepared to leave, mechanisms sealed their path. Upon discovering that Ace was being sent to naval headquarters for execution, Luffy resolved to rescue him at Marineford. Straw Hat, why not let me out? I can break the ceiling and send you all up. I have a vested interest in this war. Crocodile smirked coldly, likely intending to eliminate Luffy first upon his release. Luffy hesitated, but Ivankov stepped forward, easily subduing the sand crocodile and deflating his arrogance. Let me out too. I was imprisoned for opposing this war. Luffy-kun, I have known Ace since he joined the Whitebeard Pirates. He often spoke of you. Count me in for saving him. Jinbei also learned of Luffy's plan, first stating his position, then revealing his connection to Ace, earning Luffy's trust. What a remarkable turn of events. Now we have 2 former warlords of the sea in our ranks. Kid, let me join you in the fight at naval headquarters. I am quite familiar with the place. As Ivankov marveled at the formidable addition of 2 warlords to their ranks, a boisterous laughter erupted from the prison cell behind him. Luffy must not be allowed to release him. That individual is a legend from the same era as the Pirate King, the Golden Lion Shiki. He is an uncontrollable force. Let him out. He once sailed alongside Whitebeard. Surely, there must be some bond. Furthermore, he has enmity with Fleet Admiral Sengoku, which could prove advantageous. Buggy's clone did not accompany the prisoners on the 5th level, but instead traversed a secret passage to the 6th level, intending to enlist the Golden Lion as a combatant. As for Barrett, he was not within Buggy's considerations. Barrett's arrogant and solitary disposition would surely wreak havoc at Marine headquarters. Originally, Whitebeard's faction did not possess a significant advantage in elite combatants, and considering the potential for interference, it was best not to bring him along. Snow Boy, you were behind that blizzard, weren't you? What is your true intention? As for my purpose, I have already released the prisoners from the 5th level, ready to assist Whitebeard at Marine headquarters and rescue Ace. Luffy, as my bro, hurry and command that scissor-handed fellow to unlock the door so I don't have to hunt for the key. All right, Since we're going to save Ace, let's go together. Crab Sauce, free that helm-headed fellow. We are running out of time. Inazuma glanced at the Okama King and, seeing no objection, opened the cell for the Golden Lion. Ignoring the other prisoners clamoring for release, the 7 ascended back to the 55th level via the staircase created by the scissor-handed individual. This blade is quite unwieldy. I wonder if that red-nosed brat adhered to our agreement and brought my weapon. Your sword is with your old acquaintance Hannibal. You can retrieve it from him later. As long as you do not break the agreement, you can cause as much chaos as you wish at Marine headquarters. Is that so? Quite a considered arrangement indeed. Ha ha ha. You must be the insider that Red-Nose mentioned. He truly foresaw everything. Rest assured, I am quite intrigued by the prospect of subduing Roger's son. What? Ace is the son of the Pirate King Roger? What is happening? Luffy, did you not say Ace is not your brother? He should be Dragon's son. The Golden Lion's words left Ivankov bewildered, recalling what Buggy as clone had previously said, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart as he looked at Luffy, hoping for a rebuttal to the Golden Lion's claims. Well, Ace is indeed my brother, but we do not share the same father. What does that matter? Let's hurry and set off. Oh, what a predicament. That means your father will not make an appearance, right? You've been outsmarted, Snow Boy. Yet, given the circumstances, we must act. The new human army is on the move. Meanwhile, just as Magellan had delivered Ace to the Marines, he received a distress signal from Hannibal, who had gone to the 6th level to deal with Luffy and the others before suppressing the criminals on the 5th level, only to find himself thwarted. Warden, this is bad. The prisoners on the 5th level are assaulting the defenses of the 6th level. The intruder Straw Hat Luffy, along with Ivankov and a group of escaped prisoners, are also heading there. What should I do? We must hold the 6th level at all costs. We cannot allow that Straw Hat brat to escape. I have just quelled the riot on the 2nd level, and will be there shortly. As the chaos erupted on the 5th level, the guards noticed that the sandstorm on the 3rd level had inexplicably subsided. Hannibal, unable to investigate the cause, summoned all upper-level guards to the 6th level, leaving the other floors vulnerable. Some prisoners from the 1st and 2nd levels, having received the Candle Key, took it upon themselves to instigate a riot without waiting for the 3rd brother's orders, only to run into Magellan upon his return, resulting in their swift defeat. I told them this would not work. They simply refused to listen. It seems their chances of escape have been dashed. That is what they deserve. Who told them not to heed the 3rd brother's command? In the cell, the 3rd brother was using a prisoner soaked in venom as a cautionary tale to educate the others, receiving agreement, though internally he harbored doubts about the success of their escape. This time, Hannibal did not detain Luffy for long, being severely beaten by the Golden Lion, who was eager for his sword and retreated in disarray, unable to utter any words of protection for the weak. The guards could not withstand the assault from the 2 former warlords and Luffy, while Suddy was humiliated by the Okama King, ending up in a compromising position. The guards fell before the advancing tide of prisoners, the defenses of the 6th level completely breached, just as everyone prepared to head to the 3rd level. An unexpected figure appeared. Haha, lively as ever. Ace's brother, what a fortunate fellow you are. We chased you for quite some time, only to be intercepted by Ace, who was conveniently captured, serving as your decoy. Stalhat, do not waste time here. Saving Ace is paramount. Faced with Blackbeard's provocation, Luffy was incensed and poised to retaliate, only to be firmly restrained by Jinbe, forcing him a halt. Yet, Blackbeard seemed determined to provoke Luffy further, incessantly taunting. Jinbe, take Luffy away. If we don't leave now, Magellan will return. Just as Luffy was on the verge of losing control, an unending blizzard surged from the corridor, causing the previously searing temperatures to plummet. Snowflakes initially melted under the heat, descending like torrential rain, gradually transforming into icy rain mixed with crystalline shards. The once unquenchable flames began to wane, and the boiling blood pool calmed significantly. This was the effect of Buggy utilizing the ice and snow from the 5th level, aiming to create a favorable battleground for himself. Ignore these fools, Mr. One. Let us go. I do not wish to linger in this level any longer. The vast amount of melting ice created considerable humidity, turning the previously scorching 6th level into a chilly and damp environment, much to Crocodile's disdain. alongside Luffy. The prisoners from the 6th level departed, as the giant furnace that had continuously fueled the heat began to cool down, transforming the 6th level from a fiery hell into a blustery snowstorm. Ice release, blizzard burial, close. Familiar with the capabilities of the Yami Yami no Mi, Buggy had preemptively frozen this clone to the ground, rendering Blackbeard's efforts futile as he could only absorb the ice and snow that Buggy transported from the 5th level. Before the ice and snow could be completely cleared from the 5th level, Buggy, undeterred by Blackbeard's gravitational pull, found the situation stalemated. Kaiho. As time passed, Blackbeard's complexion grew increasingly grim. His capacity for containment was finite. Moreover, his body could not endure the prolonged influx of such a massive volume of ice and snow. He was compelled to cease his use of the Yami Yami no Mi and release the accumulated ice and snow. Such remarkable power. It has certainly provided me with some relief. Haha, how about joining my crew? Let us embark on a grand adventure together. Though shrouded in darkness, Blackbeard began to attempt to recruit Buggy. Buggy relinquished control of his form, gesturing toward the elevator as heavy footsteps drew nearer. After brushing past Blackbeard without a backward glance, Buggy hurried after Luffy. You should be more concerned about surviving Magellan's pursuit. Enjoy yourself. Thanks for the well wishes. We shall meet again. Haha. Buggy was not inclined to confront the imminent arrival of Magellan, especially since he still bore important components for Ace. It was best to avoid any unnecessary risks. Kaihudzir did not impede Buggy, and he had indeed heard of Magellan. However, he believed he could deceive the latter for a while and reach the 6th level first. You are Magellan, aren't you? I am the Poison Dragon. Blackbeard responded, I have no time to discern your intentions. Please wait quietly here. Blackbeard, a quintessential figure known for his fleeting charm, found himself at a disadvantage. Just as he prepared to speak, Magellan unleashed a torrent of poison, enveloping the entire Blackbeard pirate's crew in agony. Haki, I will never allow you to escape from here alive. Magellan's ominous voice echoed through the stairwell, causing the prisoners to tremble in fear, many covering their ears to reject the grim reality of Magellan's presence behind them. Lightning Boy, you go ahead with them. I will stall for a bit here and destroy the stairs when I ascend. Iwan-san, no need for you to play the hero here. Just guard the 2nd stairway. Let me have a word with Magellan. Iwan Koff and Inazuma reluctantly prepared to stay behind when a figure emerged from the swirling sand beside them. Who are you? How can I trust a stranger like you at this moment? He is my companion. He is quite formidable here. Don't hinder us. He has a way to ascend on his own. Just guard the stairway. Iwan Koff expressed distrust toward the sudden appearance of Buggy's doppelganger. Fortunately, a snow doppelganger arrived in time to prevent any misunderstandings. Wind release, foolish egg, sand scattershot, poison dragon. As Magellan hurried forward, clearing out any stray criminals on the 6th level, dozens of sandballs shot towards him like cannonballs. Although Magellan blocked the assault with his poison, he halted, a look of confusion and wariness on his face as he gazed up at the enormous shadow looming over him. It is worth noting that Magellan stood at nearly 5 meters tall, yet the creature before him was likely dozens of meters high, adorned with peculiar patterns and a massive tail that stirred the sands. Magellan, you still have the leisure to run upwards at this time. The Blackbeard pirates have been rescued and are now planning to release prisoners from the 6th level. Is it Crocodile? You almost had me fooled. Blackbeard and his crew have been poisoned by me. They cannot possibly be saved. What if I say Shiryu has the antidote and is rescuing them? Surely, you wouldn't doubt that. Nonsense. Though Shiryu is a killer, he is also the chief warden of the prison. How could he aid an unfamiliar pirate? Poison pufferfish. Sabo's crying dragon, sand binding prison. Poison gas bullet. Sabo's crying uncle, sand binding coffin. Poison channel. Magellan mistakenly identified Buggy's doppelganger as a sand crocodile and disregarded his claims, launching an attack. A torrent of poison spewed from Magellan's mouth, but was thwarted by a dense wall of sand, and the explosive gas had no effect on it, gradually enclosing him within the sea of sand. Just as Buggy was gathering sand to completely engulf Magellan, the latter broke free from the sandball, propelled by a column of expanding liquid, and emerged unscathed before the sand beast controlled by Buggy. Even if you do not trust me, You can use the Din Din Mushi to contact Shiryu to confirm the situation, can't you? Isn't the consequence of releasing a 6th level criminal far more severe? Or do you know you cannot contend with the 6th level prisoners and dare only pursue the trifling fish of the first 5 levels? Once I take care of you, I will naturally confirm the situation. Now, accept your judgment. Poison Giant, Hell's Judgment, Sabo's Crying Sister, Sand Waterfall Tomb. As the toxic giant battled a guarding crane, Sanji reclined comfortably on a sofa, enjoying the attentions of the first 2 levels prisoners. Sanji, you are truly remarkable. You even have such allies. Sanji, you are our savior. We will do whatever you say from now on. Stop your noise, you insignificant lackeys of the first 2 levels. Although Sanji has indeed achieved much, our true savior is only the boss. Indeed, only the boss deserves our loyalty. Everyone, let us remain calm. We have not yet fully escaped. Moreover, we are all comrades saved by the boss. Let us not damage our own harmony. In the face of the prisoner's incessant adulation, Sanji remarkably maintained his composure, fully aware that without that mysterious boss, he could not accomplish such a grand endeavor. Sensing the risk of a rift within the escape team, he quickly intervened to promote unity. I see you all are too idle. Get out and seize the warships. With Buggy's roar, countless arms suddenly emerged from the once orderly room, tossing the quarreling prisoners outside. The prisoners were greeted by blinding light as the long-lost blue sky and sea appeared before them. Arms at the ready. Follow me. Seize the warships. Slay the traitors. The resounding shouts roused the prisoners who had been entranced by the beautiful scenery. They saw formidable figures among them already boarding various naval warships, fiercely battling against the Navy soldiers. Mr. 3 is leading them to assist. Not a single Navy soldier shall be spared. If any prisoners disobey orders, make a note of them. We will deal with them later. Understood, my lord. Unfamiliar with the various Buggy doppelgangers, Galdino only realized they had silently appeared on the 15th level after confirming via Din Din Mushi that these were the boss's reinforcements. As per your request, all elevators have been opened. The Impel, down underground, will be completely flooded within hours. Too slow. It seems I need to open a few more exits. Thank you for your hard work. Just remember the name of my master. Once you regain consciousness, report fully to Magellan. In the control room of the first level of Impel Down, chaos reigned. A pale young man with severe dark circles under his eyes slowly revealed himself, knocking out a trembling staff member. Blackbeard, the longer you play your chaotic game of infinite hell, the stronger Maihu repairs the dam becomes. I shall see how you plan to spectate at the Navy headquarters this time. Another Buggy doppelganger spoke emphatically, glancing at the clock on the wall before refocusing on the surveillance screens of each level. On the 3rd level, Buggy, leveraging the nearly endless desert, simultaneously defended against Magellan's relentless toxic onslaught while breaching the prison walls to create multiple water inlets. Do you seek mutual destruction? Even mythical beast types fear the sea. Sand Beast, having battled for so long, while Magellan still could not ascertain the opponent's identity, he realized that the adversary did not resemble Crocodile and considered them to be some sort of animal-type user controlling sand. Do not say that. I am merely helping you bury the villains of infinite hell. Afterward, you just need to guard the 1st level and capture people. However, I fear you may be unable to hold the line alone. Accept this. It is my final sandstorm. Flowing sand waterfall. The massive beast crumbled in response, transforming into a cascade of sand that surged towards Magellan. By the time Magellan extricated himself from the sand dune, Buggy Sand Doppelganger had taken the opportunity to break through the ceiling of the 3rd level and vanish from sight. Do not think you can escape like this. Sand Beast, Poison Channel. As Magellan advanced to the 2nd level, he searched for Buggy Sand Doppelganger amid the continuous explosions while also contacting the control room to ascertain the true situation on the 6th level. Upon learning that Shilio had indeed defected, Magellan contacted the outer navy to steer clear of the entrance to the Great Prison, preparing to catch the enemy unawares. After arranging matters, Magellan noticed that the continuous explosions had ceased, as if that cunning sand badger had abandoned its destructive pursuits and fled. Flee indeed. Even if you escape from Impel Down, there are no vessels to take you away. As Magellan confidently made his way to the main entrance on the ground floor, Buggy theClown had already appeared aboard a naval ship, admonishing the unruly prisoners. Listen up. Our ultimate destination is the Navy headquarters. If you don't want to go, jump ship now and swim out of the comm belt. We barely managed to escape. Why should we head to the Navy headquarters to meet our doom? Exactly. Why should we? We refuse to descend into madness with you lunatics. Give us a ship and we'll depart on our own. Brothers, we have the numbers. Let them swim to the Navy headquarters themselves. Most of the troublemakers hailed from the 6th and 5th levels, having seized the opportunity amid the chaos to break free, entirely oblivious to the purpose of their jailbreak or its orchestrators. They only thought of commandeering a warship to reclaim their lives. However, they misjudged their own strength, and, under the suppression of Buggy's numerous clones and Luffy's crew, they were soon physically persuaded to join the expedition to the Navy headquarters. Naval ship, respond. That sunken warship was the prisoners' doing, right? Where are they? Did you chase them all into the sea? When Magellan arrived at the great prison's entrance, he discovered that the naval ships had indeed moved away as he requested, but they were alarmingly distant, nearly reaching the gate of justice. What a pity, Chief Warden Magellan. The fugitives are quite spirited. No need to escort them. You should focus on how to intercept the prisoners from the 6th level. Key, damn it. Even if you seize a warship, it's useless. The gate of justice will never open for you. Await your fate in the comm belt, accompanied by a resounding release of steam. The waterway gate, known as the Gate of Justice, slowly opened, allowing the commandeered warship to speed inside. Nanny, no way. Why would the power room open the gates for you? Even if you enter the triangle current, it won't matter. Prepare to perish of hunger and thirst in the ceaseless currents. You are mistaken. We have the Golden Lion with us. You know his capabilities, don't you? Until we meet again, if you survive. Magellan watched helplessly as the Gate of Justice gradually closed, anxiously rushing to the power room to assess the situation, yet finding no strangers. Buggy's clones had long departed, already en route to the Shambadi archipelago. Magellan awakened the unconscious staff, instructing them to report the situation to the Navy headquarters, utilizing the broadcast to rally the scattered soldiers to hold the ground floor. As long as they controlled the power room, even the 6th level prisoners would be left helpless, individuals like Rayleigh, who could traverse the comm belt without losing their way, were rare. With only 4 hours remaining until Ace's execution, 6 controlled warships, laden with prisoners, sailed majestically through the Navy's exclusive triangle current towards the Navy headquarters, Marineford. Under Buggy's meticulous design, the prisoners from the first 3 levels suffered minimal injuries, while most of those from the 5th level also escaped alive, totaling nearly 2,000 escapees. Only the 6th level prisoners endured the greatest losses, with Mr. One at the helm, over 100 falling under Crocodile's command, seizing a warship for themselves. Led by the Okama King Ivankov and the scissor-wielding Lightning, the 2 commanders brought together an army of over 200 comrades, aligning with the young master, Luffy, and harboring the former warlord Jinbei, now possessing a battleship. Hey, aren't you afraid your boss might change his mind and not go to Marineford? I can fly, you know. Ha. Have you forgotten the operation before sending you to prison? If you don't want your heart to explode, don't make such jokes. Take off that oversized helm. Now that we're out, there is no need to maintain appearances. No, I actually quite like this rooster comb. It was a memento from Roger. The Golden Lion also rallied some of the strong from the 5th level, commandeering a ship. However, all warships had Buggy's clone stationed aboard, bound together by Buggy's abilities, ensuring unified action. Suddenly, the phone bug of the naval ship rang, and Luffy swiftly answered, honestly introducing himself. Okama King and the Okama Army. Don't give your name. Crocodile, this idiot. Jinbei, other prisoners. According to analysis from the Great Prison's last contact before losing communication, the masterminds behind this grand jailbreak are 2 individuals. One is the pirate straw hat Luffy, and the other is Kazuki Momonosuke. Although we do not know how you infiltrated Impel Down, we can confirm you are the son of Kazuki Oden, the former captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. Your father once aided the Pirate King, GOLD, Roger, suggesting that your intentions align with those of Straw Hat Luffy, aiming to rescue Fire Fist Ace from the Navy headquarters. Keep in mind that the Navy headquarters is currently amassed with 100,000 troops. Your group of 800 is courting annihilation. The wisest choice would be for the Golden Lion to lead you away. I hope you act wisely. The prisoners, the offspring of the Pirate King and Whitebeard. What an extraordinary lineage. Third brother. No wonder the boss is so mysterious. It turns out he didn't want to reveal his identity. Foam Keelii. Is this a joke? Ivankov. This is quite remarkable, Snow Boy. Hee. Luffy. So this guy is quite impressive. Crocodile. Kazuki Odin? I've never heard of such a person. Golden Lion. I have met Kazuki Odin, but you, young man. Jinbei. Although the Navy's statement has already shocked everyone, Buggy remained unsatisfied. How could the notorious source of all evil lack prestige? Relying solely on the obscure Odin Wooden T convey any gravitas. Snatching the microphone from Luffy, he began a lengthy introduction. I am Kazuki Momonosuke. I should be 26 this year, born aboard the flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Moby Dick. I grew up under the watchful eye of the Pirate King, Roger. I witnessed the epic battle between Whitebeard and Roger, completely unscathed. Not that I had much hair. I often urinated on Roger's straw hat. Later, he no longer wore it and gave it to Shanks. Had I not been forcibly taken off the ship, I could have joined Roger on his journey to the final island, Laugh Tale. Now, I am the sworn enemy of Beast Kaido. I must become the Shogun of Wano. The crowd what? Colonel at Navy headquarters. A series of buffs left, not only the crowd bewildered, but also left the Navy's liaison officer speechless. Even Buggy himself nearly believed that the rotten peach was genuinely terrifying. After all, he merely wanted to make the little lecher suffer a bit more, and thus concocted such a mix of truths and lies. With the backing of the Pirate King and 2 Yonko, the prisoners now looked at Buggy, this fake Momonosuke, in a completely different light, especially the multitude of prisoners. Wow, we are following someone incredible. From now on, you shall be our lord. Surely your father must have told you the secret of One Piece, right? Young master, after this battle, take us along. Let us storm the Navy headquarters to support Baihuzi, and then seek his assistance in restoring your kingdom. The prisoners, after indulging in their fantasies, grew increasingly exhilarated. The Navy's colonel, realizing his attempts to dissuade them were counterproductive, silently terminated the call. Only Luffy, removing his straw hat, repeatedly sniffed it before placing it back atop his head. What a disappointment. I can't smell anything at all. Following the extreme clamor came an overwhelming sense of emptiness and tedium. The endless expanse of the ocean soon led to fatigue. Fortunately, the prisoners quickly regained their sailor spirits, eating when hungry and sleeping when tired, causing no disturbances. Before long, the gate of justice leading to Mary Geos appeared before the fleet, slowly opening amidst the astonished gazes of the crew. Yo-ho, the Navy headquarters is right ahead. Let us sail forth. Surely, there can't be any schemes waiting for us. Optimistic Luffy incessantly urged the helmsman Jinbei, while Crocodile, in a low voice, presented his habitual conspiracy theories. The Navy is far too preoccupied to concern themselves with us. They are on high alert, awaiting Baihuzi's appearance. Just sail boldly ahead. Buggy released his sticky clones, rearranging the horizontally linked warships into a vertical formation, allowing 6 vessels to stream out from the Gate of Justice. Meanwhile, outside the crescent-shaped harbor of the Navy headquarters in Mary Geos, 50 naval ships were scattered, their cannons facing outward, closely monitoring the surrounding waters. As Ace was escorted to the execution platform by 2 executioners, the Shichibukai and the 3 admirals took their positions, the Navy officers brimming with a heightened sense of anticipation, sharpening their weapons to deliver a devastating blow to the Whitebeard pirates. When Admiral Sengoku announced over the transponder snail that Fire Fist Ace is the son of Pirate King Roger, shock rippled from the Navy officers in Mary Geos to the onlookers in Sabaody Archipelago. What a miracle! Everyone associated with Roger should have been executed by now. Hey, Buggy, don't you have anything to say? That is your Captain's son. Doflamingo glanced at Buggy, who was busy fiddling with a cannonball. What is there to say? Didn't you hear that he doesn't even acknowledge Roger as his father? Whether he lives or dies depends on Whitebeard's choice. I'm just here to observe. Don't get too carried away later. Watch closely. There will be a grand surprise. Buggy's remark hinted not only at Edward Newgate, but also at the iron fist guard beneath the execution platform, and even the Dark King really far away in Sabaody. I have long anticipated this grand clash. If I can't help but intervene, then I can't be blamed. Remembering the previous chaos Buggy caused. Doflamingo's eyelid twitched, an unsettling sensation washing over him. Yet he continued to laugh boisterously, seemingly masking his inner turmoil. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the sea outside the Crescent Bay, shadows emerging and advancing toward the Navy headquarters. Urgent report. A fleet of 43 pirate ships has been spotted. They carry the notorious captains of the New World, but there is no sign of Whitebeard or his commanders. How could they appear so close all of a sudden? Admiral Sengoku's words trailed off as he shockingly observed the waters of the harbor churning violently, the pristine Moby Dick surfacing with bubbles, followed by 3 black ships of the same model, forming a diamond formation within the Navy's ranks. Come on, Whitebeard, an ocean of corpses, the shadows of the powerful. All shall become my strength. Omashiro, how thrilling. Hey Ming, let us make a deal. I'll provide you with 2 kinds of goods for your 15 billion. And you help me eliminate Giant Spider Squad? As Moria and Doflamingo exchanged gleeful laughter, Buggy subtly brought up a transaction. What? Does he have a grudge against you? I have no grudge against him, but he certainly has one against Roger. Just say whether the deal is on. Of course it is. However, I want to accept that previous garbage. Regarding this giant spider, Buggy felt the nickname was misplaced. It should have been Troublemaking Pig instead. Look at what he did during the Marineford War. He made a grand entrance, yet ended up vanishing, only to reappear and backstab. Held by Whitebeard, crying. Piloting the ship meant for retreat, trying to hold the rear, crying at Whitebeard's death, crying at Whitebeard's funeral. How does he even have the audacity to hold a grudge against Roger? At least Roger threw a shuriken from 800 miles away. All he did was cry and cause trouble. It's a wonder he hasn't been wiped out. Yet after Buggy's warning about Whitebeard, he received nothing but a dismissive chuckle from the stubborn old man, which is why he got Ming to act. Gulalala, Sengoku, it's been decades. I hope my dear son is well. Just a moment, I'll rescue you soon. Ace, old man, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, stood at the bow of his flagship, first greeting his old rival Sengoku. Then, amidst Ace's complex gaze, clenched his fists, causing the air beside him to fracture and the waters beyond the bay to surge violently. All hands, hold the line. Even with a numerical advantage, we must not be careless, for he possesses the power to destroy the world. The Quake Man. Edward Newgate. Sengoku's words left many officers perplexed. With 100,000 men packed closely together, many could only see a few meters ahead and were unaware of the unfolding battle. However, they soon realized why Sengoku was so anxious, as massive waves rose hundreds of meters on either side of the Navy headquarters, obscuring the sky, as if heralding the end of the world. Ice Age. In a critical moment, Navy Admiral Akiji stepped forward, freezing the towering waves and launching an attack on Whitebeard, only to be met with Whitebeard's single-handed defense, causing him to be knocked back into the sea while simultaneously freezing the inner bay. Mihawk measured the distance to Whitebeard with his world-class swordsmanship, yet his strike was deflected by Jozu, failing to reach Whitebeard, leaving Mihawk frustrated as he sheathed his blade, abandoning precise calculations. However, Mihawk's actions piqued the interest of the master of laziness, Kazuru, who slowly rose, intending to prove himself as the true master of distance measurement. Just as 6 warships unexpectedly appeared in the air above the plaza. It was the group of escapees from Impel Down, featuring one legendary figure, 2 former Shichibukai, and the commander of the Brothers' Army, instantly drawing the attention of both combatants. The escapees rode the currents created by Whitebeard, swiftly reaching beyond the harbor, only to find themselves ensnared by Akiji's Ice Age, which should have frozen them atop the towering waves. However, due to the presence of the Golden Lion, the ships soared into the air, narrowly avoiding disaster, appearing right before the Moby Dick. All units, pay attention. Any escapees obstructing Ace's execution will be dealt with immediately, especially the 2 main culprits, Straw Hat Luffy and Kazuki Momonosuke. If they cannot be eliminated on the spot, how can the Navy maintain its dignity? Jekakik, Sengoku. I've escaped from Impelled Down again. Surprised to see me? Newgate. It's been a long time. I hear you've become the father of Roger's son. How about handing him over to me? Gulalala, Shiki, just out of prison, and already here to join the fray. Engaging in the act of becoming another's guardian necessitates their explicit consent. Let's first focus on rescuing AIC. While Baihuzi converses with old acquaintances, the silhouette of Kelookitier looms ominously behind him. With a resounding boom, Kelookitier is sent flying by the Bukij's doppelganger, akin to the legendary Jot song, crashing into the melee. Perhaps feeling humiliated by the failed ambush, he momentarily conceals himself, transforming into a tempest, unleashing his overwhelming prowess upon the minor foes. This little brat remains as impetuous as ever. Can he still match the prowess of yesteryears? Shurji? I wish to evoke a sense of nostalgia in Sengoku and Carp. Ha! You ought to be more concerned for your own safety. My body is in splendid condition. Observing the unwavering confidence of the Golden Lion, Baihuzi unleashes a tremor, shattering the frozen waves into fragments of varying sizes that plummet toward the ground. The might of the lion's dominion is formidable. The Golden Lion's abilities are indeed impressive, yet he made his entrance too soon. Otherwise, he would have at least secured a Western blockade, despite our 2-decade separation. Nevertheless, the Golden Lion seamlessly integrates his abilities with Baihuzi's, transforming ice crystals into a colossal lion's head, hurling it toward the Navy Plaza. Great fire. Ice release. A fragment of the white whale. 8-footed Jogo. Undying thistle. The Golden Lion's maneuvers trigger a chain reaction, with various ultimate abilities taking center stage in the sky. As explosions erupt above while the ground witnesses the underlings of both factions engage in fierce combat, swords clashing and cannon fire resonating amidst the smoke. I see. I have come to rescue you. The vessel carrying Luffy is closest to the plaza. Without pausing to greet Baihuzi, he charges toward the execution platform, attracting the attention of several officers. Among them, Smoker is particularly zealous, yet he is swiftly incapacitated by Hancock's fragrant feet, leaving him dazed. While his sea prism, Stone 10 Hands, crumbles into dust, forcing him to relinquish his pursuit of Luffy and redirect his efforts toward other unknown pirates. Each appearance of Smoker seems to result in his downfall, losing count of how many sea prism Stone 10 Hands have shattered. That lad must be AIC's younger brother. Xiaozi. Keep a watchful eye. Do not let him perish. Little Momonosuke, I lament the fate of Odin. However, since you are here, lend your strength. I shall enlist the assistance of the rascals for matters concerning Wano. Baihuzi is uncertain of the authenticity of this Momonosuke. However, the multitude of escaped convicts he has brought along is worth cultivating relationships with, lest he become an unstable factor like Kelookitier. Let's set those matters aside for now. I am determined to cause a ruckus. The foam Momonosuke leaps from the warship, his form expanding while surrounding ice shards coalesce around him, ultimately manifesting into a colossal beast. Half fox, half horse, brandishing 5 icy tails to strike the Navy ranks. Bukij's sandy doppelganger transforms into a gigantic sand raccoon, spewing forth clouds of yellow sand, its immense form traversing the battlefield unopposed. The gas doppelganger first plunges into flames, then erupts violently, revealing a dual-tailed flowered leopard engulfed in blue flames. The Navy ensigns, besieging it, find themselves blasted and ignited, a source of great frustration. In contrast to the towering forms of the 3 natural-type fruits, the Tun-Tun fruit doppelganger is less outrageous, rolling swiftly across the ground at a height of 5 meters, carving deep furrows in its path. 1-tailed Shoha, 2-tailed Yu, 3-tailed Ibu, 5-tailed Muwang, all present. Fear not. These are merely the trivial antics of ordinary Zoan users. Mobilize the giant brigade. Crush them. Although Bukij's imitation tailed beasts largely rely on close combat, their imposing stature remains a challenge for the average ensign-level Navy personnel. The giant brigade, led by Major LaCroix, confidently charges forth with 3 companions. Your pants are truly fragrant. Meat cannon, Snowhowl cannon, practice air bullet, King Void flash. Utilizing the King Void Flash technique should pose no issue, aside from a ton fruit doppelganger, which can only increase its weight to continue charging. The other three-tailed beasts open their maws, compressing their elemental control to unleash devastating blasts. After piercing through the giants before them with impressive force, they clear a bloody path. The morale of Baihuzi's pirate crew surges as they attempt to surge into the plaza, only to collide with the vigilant Navy vice admirals, who staunchly impede their advance. AIC, I am on my way to save you. Just then, a thunderous stomp reverberates from the rear of the pirate formation as the ancient giant, Oz Jr., brandishes a massive blade, enduring the assault of conventional firearms as he strides toward AIC's execution platform. Although the remaining giants of the Western faction dispatch to obstruct him, they are swiftly dispatched under his overwhelming strength. With each swing, Oz Jr. takes down his opponents with ease. Ah, how delightful it is that the descendant of the demon, Oz, serves under Baihuzi. I yearn to acquire that wretch's corpse. Is this the surprise you promised? It appears this Momonosuke is quite the conundrum. Could you clarify, Clown Buggy? While Moria is fixated on Oz Jr., Doflamingo turns his gaze toward Buggy's doppelganger. Although the imitation-tailed beasts do not intentionally showcase their natural abilities, the other doppelgangers are far easier to identify, such as the golden-haired youth who is continuously causing explosions, clearly employing the abilities of Gladius. The woman wielding a peculiar large rifle, firing electric bolts at the plaza, likely employs Baby Five's powers, while the silver-haired man manipulating the ground's undulations with flag abilities, and the fishman controlling the navy with slime, all present a clear pattern. While one or two might be dismissed as coincidental, the sheer number is unmistakably indicative of a larger scheme. This is hardly the place to discuss such matters. For now, please assist me in dealing with Big Vortex Spider Squad. He has re-emerged. It appears we shall leave the matter of Squad for another time, as I have no intention of wading through such murky waters. Though I am unaware of what Akainu intends with him, he is moving further away from the execution platform. In comparison to that fellow, I find myself far more intrigued by the demon before me. Observing Buggy's reluctance to engage in further discussion, Doflamingo does not express anger, but rather shifts his focus toward Oz Jr. Buggy. Feeling slighted by Doflamingo's change of heart, silently curses the untrustworthy individual. He wishes to witness whether Sengoku, whose plans have been disrupted, will erupt in fury or whether Akainu will respond with force against Doflamingo. But it seems that hope will not be realized. Gazing at the compressed air in the hands of Tyrant Bear, Buggy discreetly distances himself from Doflamingo. He recalls how Oz, bloodied and battered, attempted to drag a warlord down with him. Choosing Doflamingo as his target, he certainly does not wish to be caught in the crossfire. As expected, the blood-soaked Oz exerts all his might, lifting a fist the size of a hill to strike Doflamingo. Yet such a grandiose action cannot escape Doflamingo's observation. As he effortlessly leaps into the air, hovering above Oz, and with a subtle flick of his translucent strings, severs one of Oz's legs. Shadow Spear. Moria, intent on transforming Oz into a shadow zombie, is dismayed by the loss of limbs, gathering shadows to form a sharp spear that pierces through Oz's chest, pinning him in place. Although the ancient giants possessed remarkable vitality, they could not withstand such relentless assaults, struggling to extend his massive hand. The little Ozu aimed to touch Fire Fist Ace, but ultimately fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Little Ozu exuded an aura reminiscent of the loyal, yet morally ambiguous Black Whirlwind, Likue, just as Ace and the numerous pirates of Whitebeard mourned for little Ozu. Great Whirlpool Spider Squad ascended the Moby Dick, wielding a colossal blade that towered over him. Whitebeard, it seems I was right once again. It is only fitting that the one who disrupts the morale during battle meets his demise at my hands. You need not intervene. I will not allow outsiders to harm my family. Buggy's clone lingered a short distance behind Whitebeard, wielding the supreme sword Song Yun Xie as a sword attendant. Upon witnessing Squad, the Star of Annihilation, approach, he sought to strike first, but was firmly rebuffed by Whitebeard. Squad then deceitfully claimed to report on the military situation, theatrically advancing to the ship's bow before thrusting his long blade toward Whitebeard. In the astonished gaze of all, Whitebeard remained unflinching, absorbing the blade's thrust into his abdomen. Kneeling as blood flowed freely. Why would you do such a thing? Marco rushed back, pinning Squard to the ground, only to be repelled by Squard's dagger. Was it not you who forced my hand? Cease your charade, Whitebeard. You have already made a pact with the Navy, agreeing to trade the heads of us New World pirates for Ace's safety. To the oblivious pirates, behold the true extent of the casualties. Squard's words echoed across the battlefield via the transponder snail, causing a tremor in the morale of Whitebeard's side. As many New World captains hesitated, their spirits dampened. Yet, just as Squard vented his dissatisfaction over being deceived, Whitebeard embraced him, offering not rebuke, but patient counsel. Squard, I understand your deep-seated hatred for Roger. But what has Ace ever done to you? Let us coexist harmoniously. You are all my family. Do you accuse me of betraying my own children? How treacherous. Sengoku, my comrades. As pirates, you must decide whom to trust. Those willing to follow me shall face the Navy in a fight to the death. With that, Whitebeard shattered the towering ice waves with his fist, paving the way for the pirates' retreat, then leaped from the ship, plunging into the enemy ranks wielding Song Yunxia. Marshal Sengoku remarked, "Are you clearing a path for the pirates? Truly a cunning old fox. All units, proceed as planned. Halt the live broadcast. Activate the encirclement. Prepare to execute Fire Fist Ace." Just as the captains of the New World began to grasp that the supposed betrayal was merely a ploy by the intelligent general to sow discord, Sengoku advanced Ace's execution time. As the executioners raised their blades, two strikes came from the west, knocking the executioners to the ground. One was Buggy's one-tail clone. The other was Crocodile. Crocodile, I did not expect you to intervene. I thought you would ally with Whitebeard out of animosity. Oomph. I shall not forget my grudge against Whitebeard, but neither will I allow you Navy to revel in triumph. The prideful Sand Crocodile received no further response from Sengoku, who merely urged the messenger to summon substitute executioners, exuding an air of confidence. High walls rose, encircling the pirates within the inner harbor, while over 20 pacifistas, under the command of Sinamaru, flanked the pirates from behind. They unleashed laser beams from their mouths and palms, creating a continuous barrage of explosions, overwhelming the ordinary pirates and leaving many lifeless upon the icy surface. Do not concern yourselves with what lies behind. Charge into the plaza along the path where Ozu fell. Whitebeard seized the giant, General John Giant, toppling him with both hands, causing the very island to tremble, sending many sprawling. This giant general was the first of his kind to join the Navy, and though his strength was not particularly impressive, he served to boost morale. Whitebeard then unleashed Quake, attempting to demolish the execution platform, but the three admirals united to block it with their Haki. Meteor Volcano. Admiral Akainu hurled molten fists into the sky, crashing down onto the ice, inflicting harm upon the pirates while melting the surface beneath them, robbing the pirates of solid ground. All hands aboard. Shiki, take us to the plaza. Why didn't you speak up earlier? Why let the Navy act so arrogantly for so long? Whitebeard wielded his great sword in conjunction with Quake, knocking aside numerous meteorites to protect the Moby Dick, while the Golden Lion casually gestured, casting the vessels carrying pirates into the plaza. You rascals! Rescue Ace! Show no mercy to the Navy. Whitebeard Newgate rallied his forces, leading the charge against the wall of Navy commanders before him. Garp, it seems we must also take action now. Indeed. Return Ace to me. Fake Luffy urged Ace. Say you want to live. Fire Fist, Ace retorted. Sengoku, do not delay. Let me die quickly. Ha. Just as Sengoku rolled up his sleeves to gauge the attitude of his old comrade, Luffy, missing the chance to ride the current, grasped the thick mast and rode the tide, created by Jinbei, into the plaza, fortuitously landing before the three admirals. This is far too soon for you. Quite terrifying, isn't it? Straw Hat Brat. You managed to break through to this point, son of dragon. Luffy attempted to disrupt their vision with a strike, trying to bypass them in gear second, but was swiftly kicked aside by the fastest-moving yellow monkey. Fortunately, Whitebeard once more unleashed Quake, diverting the attention of the three admirals, allowing Jinbei to catch Luffy and facilitate his escape. The battlefield transformed into a clash of titans. Whitebeard faced Akainu. The Golden Lion battled the Yellow Monkey. Jozu and Akiji engaged. Tyrant Kuma clashed with the Revolutionary Army, and Doflamingo and Crocodile engaged in their own deadly dance. The Empress handed Luffy the key to Ace's handcuffs before launching an indiscriminate attack, while Hawkeye and Flower Sword Vista exchanged swordsmanship. Meanwhile, after taking a shark hammer from Jinbei, Moria shifted his focus onto Whitebeard's 10th Division commander, Kajair. This matchup allowed Marco to evade confrontation, leveraging his ability to fly. He sought to sneakily rescue Ace from the execution platform, but was thwarted by the aged Garp, who sent him crashing to the ground with a single punch. Young Marco felt quite wrong by this blow. Thus he was destined to kick Big Mom's ship over 2 years later to redeem himself. Buggy nonchalantly navigated the plaza, occasionally engaging in minor skirmishes with his various clones, treating the chaos as a casual affair, displaying an air of calmness amidst the battle, becoming the most leisurely participant in the entire conflict. As the pirates surged into the plaza from above, the encirclement proved utterly ineffective, and one could even argue it had backfired. Sengoku, originally poised to encircle the pirates, was forced to take a detour, bringing the pacifistas back to the plaza for support, prompting Sengoku to express his exasperation. What a blunder. This encirclement has turned into an obstacle. Which fool released the Golden Lion? The executioners are taking too long to arrive. What is the technical department doing? Why has the live broadcast signal not been interrupted yet? Report to Marshal Sengoku. The executioners are on their way. One of the transponder snails has been stolen and is currently unaccounted for. The lost telephone worm currently resides in the hands of Buggy. By skillfully evading the sparse barrage of bullets while utilizing stealth, is said to make a debut that is anything but comfortable. Meanwhile, Sanji, following Baki's instructions, disguises himself as an executioner, successfully infiltrating the execution platform and patiently awaiting the moment to unleash his masterful skills as a locksmith. As Whitebeard has been healed to a considerable extent by Buggy, Akainu, in battle against him, find himself at a disadvantage, beaten and bloodied, struggling to maintain his composure. Akiji's situation is equally grim. Previously able to hold his ground against Jozu, he now finds himself evenly matched due to Marco's intervention. Kizaru, while restraining the Golden Lion, must also serve as a mobile force, aiding other fronts, primarily assisting the vice admirals in countering the numerous clones of Buggy. Seeing the executioner in position, Sengoku once again orders the execution of Ace, aiming to diminish the morale of the Whitebeard pirates, while also seeking to expedite his departure from the execution platform to join the fray. This execution, however, fails yet again, as Whitebeard unleashes a devastating quake upon the platform, while Akainu's attack is intercepted by a clone of Buggy trailing behind. Hey, old man, being struck by a magma fist is no trivial matter. Weren't you supposed to disregard the execution platform? Garara, that was just blocked. Who knows if Ace's brother can even utilize Conqueror's Haki? Everyone, provide full support to Ace's brother. Clear a path for him to reach the execution platform. Baki's reproach is entirely overlooked by Whitebeard, who, after repelling Akainu with a fierce strike, launches a violent shockwave towards the dense enemy ranks below the execution platform. Understanding that only Luffy, the king of the pirates, has the potential to reach the execution platform, he issues a command to fully protect the Straw Hat Boy. The scissor hand swiftly forms a stone bridge leading to the execution platform. Kizaru and Luffy, the grandfather-grandson duo, cross paths, ultimately leading to Kizaru experiencing a moment of hesitation, resulting in Luffy delivering a decisive punch that sends him crashing down. Just as Luffy retrieves the key obtained from Hancock, Monkey D., Kizaru showcases true skill, precisely severing the key with his finger pistol, ensuring that not a single hair on Luffy is harmed. Sengoku, nearly exploding with rage, swells in size. Moments later, a colossal golden Buddha materializes before Luffy, its gigantic hand disregarding the potential to harm the executioner as it strikes, which is intercepted by Luffy and Sanji, causing the execution platform to collapse. Open fire. Destroy the execution platform entirely. We cannot allow Fire Fist Ace to survive. The Navy Vice Admirals abandon their battles with the pirates. directing bombardment units to reduce the execution platform to a fiery ruin. Just when everyone believes Luffy and Ace have been obliterated, they grossly underestimate the prowess of the locksmith Sanji, who emerges unscathed from a fiery passage, causing an uproar among the Navy while boosting the pirates' morale. Sengoku, I shall leave you to clean up. How about you let my family go? You wouldn't want to bury your elite forces here, would you? Shiki, having just been released from prison, surely lacks manpower. Take my sons back to the New World. My territory will be entrusted to you. Take good care of them. Newgate. What nonsense. Together, we can leave at will. The Navy cannot possibly stop us. Besides, as the Golden Lion, I do not require your charity. The Golden Lion, dissatisfied, believes that with both he and Whitebeard, the world is theirs for the taking, entirely disregarding the potential losses during retreat. In contrast, Whitebeard seeks to exchange his life for the safe passage of his subordinates, for they are his most cherished family. You old fool, merely a failed relic of a bygone era, unable to reach the pinnacle even after decades, living in Roger's shadow. You can only lead a ragtag group to bully on the seas, pretending to be a family. Today, let's expose that charade. Stabbed through the heart by the foolishness of those he often calls sons, he admonishes them to hastily flee with their old partner, leaving their scum behind to be buried here. Meteor Volcano. Without waiting for Admiral Sengoku to speak, Akainu has already rejected Whitebeard's offer with action, using magma to obliterate the pirates while taunting them mercilessly. Whitebeard, this is not what we agreed upon. This is not the effect I desired. If you wish to die, I can assist you with that immediately. While Buggy expresses his dissatisfaction through his clones, he simultaneously instructs his castle clone to gather the prisoners from impelled down, readying for their retreat. Garara, whether as a loser or one who cannot reach the summit, my only concern is for these homeless individuals. Since you refuse to end this easily, I shall become your adversary. I am eager to see how you wish to conclude this. A shadow crosses Whitebeard's eyes, although his body has freed itself from ailments. The intensity of the battle still drains his energy, causing him to focus solely on mitigating casualties, nearly forgetting his plans with Buggy. Upon hearing the threats from Buggy's clone, the original form of Buggy begins to earnestly pursue the pirates under Whitebeard's command, suddenly realizing that this grand battle deviates little from Buggy's prior predictions. With newfound resolve, Whitebeard ceases to hold back, unleashing his full might upon the enormous fortress of the Navy headquarters, shattering the plaza and revealing a colossal figure amidst the rubble. Sengoku, why are you lot here? What has become of Magellan? Shiryu, if you wish to know, go and see for yourself. I, for one, would not return to that dull prison. Doflamingo, splendid. Quite a few formidable individuals have appeared. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Ace, teach, you scoundrel. How dare you show your face again? Blackbeard, I have endured countless hardships to attend the funeral of Captain Ace and my old man. The Navy has proven to be utterly disappointing. Akainu, Blackbeard is merely scum, a traitor seeking glory. He poses little threat. The real danger lies with those two brats. The bloodlines of Roger and Dragon are a grave sin in themselves. Since they have sworn brotherhood, let them all remain here. As everyone shifts their attention to the newly emerged Blackbeard pirates, Akainu relentlessly targets the briefly stunned Ace. Flame Shot, Fire Fist. Having just clashed with Aokiji using Mirror Flame and managing to hold his ground, Ace, despite being in a disadvantageous position, responds instinctively to Akainu's ordinary punch with a counter. Although both possess fire-based Logia abilities, Akainu shows no leniency as his tangible magma effortlessly disperses Ace's flames. This, compounded by the disparity in their ranks and the effects of his prolonged imprisonment, leads Ace to a swift defeat. The most dangerous criminal, the Son of Dragon, is likewise a threat that must be eliminated. Let me assist Vice Admiral Carp in erasing this stain from his life. During their confrontation, Akainu senses Ace's weakness, and after knocking him down, he does not rush to kill, but instead dashes towards Luffy, only to unexpectedly spot the original form of the clown Buggy standing not far away. What? You don't want me to harm your disciple? As a warlord, you should know your place. Don't mind me. I'm merely here to observe and might lend you a hand if necessary. Despite Akainu's apprehension, he does not slow down, instead accelerating, fearing that the clown Buggy might intervene. "Oomph, what is this? Are you coming to your own demise? It is of little consequence. After all, both of you brothers are destined to perish. The order of demise is irrelevant." This remark stems from the fact that Akainu's punch failed to strike Wong Luffy, as it was intercepted by Ace's physical form. Regrettably, Ace's Haki was insufficiently potent to withstand Akainu's searing blow, resulting in a grievous wound, though it did manage to trap the fist against his chest, preventing it from reaching Luffy. Luffy disregarded the imminent danger posed by Admiral Akainu and rushed forward, embracing the kneeling Ace, desperately attempting to seal the gaping wound in Ace's back with his hands, but to no avail. "Luffy, Sabo entrusted you to me. I made a promise that I will not perish. Please convey my gratitude to everyone for their unwavering care and affection towards me, who am beyond redemption, for inheriting the bloodline of the devil. It has been a true blessing to come into this world and know you all. You must live freely, Luffy." Although Ace was not experiencing respiratory distress due to the removal of his organs, the intense agony and excessive blood loss instilled within him a profound sense of impending demise, compelling him to share his heartfelt sentiments with Luffy before succumbing to unconsciousness. Such is the depth of brotherly affection. There is no need for haste. I shall send you both to the afterlife to reunite. I, an old man, will not allow you to succeed. Fishman Karate, upholding the principle of absolute justice. Akainu acted without hesitation, targeting the perceived threat, only to be intercepted by Jinbei, who had burned his hands in the process. Today, no matter who intervenes, Dragon's son is doomed. Mark my words. Wah! Akainu's punch repelled Jinbei, and just as he was poised to finish off the Straw Hat King Luffy, he felt a chill at his back. Turning around, he was struck down by an overwhelming force, the source being the formidable Edward Newgate. Although Whitebeard was aware of Buggy's prior schemes and suspected that Ace might not be dead, witnessing his beloved foster son being beaten to the brink of death ignited an uncontrollable fury within the old man, compelling him to strike with even greater ferocity. "Cough! How dare you! Demon dog!" Whitebeard's vengeful blow caught the unprepared Akainu off guard, causing him to spit blood and fragments of tissue, sustaining significant internal injuries. However, an admiral remains an admiral. Despite his wounds, Akainu retaliated with a punch that struck Whitebeard's left chest, leaving a gaping wound as the acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the air. Yet, Whitebeard remained unfazed by his injuries, lifting Akainu with one hand and hurling him into the air, delivering a barrage of punches that triggered devastating tremors, further damaging the already crumbling fortress. As for Akainu, he was now drenched in blood, sliding down the fissured ground into the abyss. Upon witnessing this, Buggy hastily followed, hoping to collect some blood. The situation is dire. The Navy headquarters is on the verge of complete collapse. "Old man." The Navy personnel fled in panic, fearing they might fall into the abyss, while the pirates were more concerned about Whitebeard's condition, particularly the horrifying wound near his heart. "Ha ha ha, old man. Captain Ace must be feeling quite lonely on his journey. May I accompany you? Teach. You are unworthy of being my son. You violated the one ironclad rule aboard my ship. You killed a comrade. You shall pay for Sachi's vengeance with your life. Old man, I have admired you from the depths of my heart. But you are now old and could not even save a subordinate facing execution, despite my efforts to capture Ace alive." As Whitebeard suffered grave injuries, Blackbeard Teach, who had been silently confronting the Navy, emerged, his words laced with provocation and mockery. Many members of the Whitebeard pirates were incensed and eager to confront this traitor. Yet they were restrained by Jinbei, Vista, and others, who urged them to focus on their escape. As Whitebeard prepared to unleash a tremor against Teach, the latter preemptively approached and sealed Whitebeard's abilities, arrogantly declaring that no skill could affect him. However, he overlooked the fact that Whitebeard possessed more than just devil fruit powers. The supreme blade, Tsong Yun Chia, roared to life in Whitebeard's hands, channeling its might to carve a deep wound into Teach's shoulder. How dare you? It hurts. Teach, your weaknesses are arrogance and recklessness. Go and atone to Sachi. Old man, stop. Am I not your son who has served you for decades? What father would kill his own son? Whitebeard stood upon Teach's shoulder and delivered a strike akin to the one he had unleashed on Akainu, inflicting double the pain. Yet, Teach, unlike Akainu, retained the ability to wail in agony. You monster! Why won't you perish? Men, advance and eliminate this old wretch. Ha ha ha, Newgate. Compared to your obedient sons, this rebellious child seems to embody the essence of a true pirate. Allow me to handle this. A swordsman, is he? I wonder how well he can withstand a blade. Just as Teach was preparing to overwhelm Whitebeard with numbers, Shiki the Golden Lion struck first, only to be intercepted by Shiryu of the Rain, resulting in a fierce battle. The other members of the Blackbeard pirates launched an assault on Whitebeard. Even with Marco returning to assist, the constraints of Blackbeard abilities severely limited Whitebeard's potential. You truly have a charmed life, surviving the sinking of Impel Down. Magellan is utterly incompetent. So was you behind this trickery. I was perplexed, even if to prevent me from releasing the prisoners of the 6th level. Magellan would not flood the entire Impel Down. Do not hinder me here. Do you expect Whitebeard to aid you against Kaido? Dream on. He could not even save Ace. Find a remote place to hide and be well. If Kaido catches you, you're finished. Ha ha ha. As Whitebeard's side began to falter, Buggy's Logia clone intervened, aiding in restraining the members of the Blackbeard pirates, alleviating some pressure from Whitebeard and his men. Akainu, one side is the attacking Whitebeard, the other is the rampaging Blackbeard. Which side should I aid? Neither. Let us perish together. If you truly wish to assist, take me to pursue the Straw Hat Boy, rather than flying this way. Quickly set me down. Do not force my hand against you. Buggy dragged the incapacitated Akainu from the fissure, appearing to assist, yet the direction he flew was towards Sengoku, who was suppressing Garp. Hence, Akainu was eager for Buggy to release him. It was evident that Garp genuinely desired to intervene, but ultimately spared his old comrade. Had anyone else approached, they would likely have faced a beating. To strike back after being attacked, Akainu, though merciless, still sought to maintain some semblance of dignity. Alas, since you, Admiral, refused to appreciate the gesture, I shall refrain from further actions. May fortune favor you, Admiral. Karma, you scoundrel, look what I've discovered. A gravely wounded Navy Admiral. This head shall belong to me. Akainu's curses could not alter the fact that he had been cast near the battlefield by Buggy, conveniently close to Blackbeard. Meanwhile, Akainu, separated from his blood, remained in a state of extreme weakness, barely able to stand, seemingly resigned to his fate. Yada no Kagami. Sengoku was suppressing Garp, while Akiji remained entangled with Jozu. Ultimately, it was only Kizuru, who had lost his opponent, that had the time to offer long-range support. It hurts terribly, you bastard. Since you dare not descend, then watch this decrepit fortress sink into darkness. Black hole. As Blackbeard unleashed his powers, tangible dark elements emanated from beneath his feet, swiftly enveloping a significant portion of the square. The shattered bricks and heavy artillery, along with the weakened soldiers of both sides, began to sink rapidly, making complete engulfment merely a matter of time. The ruined fortress could be rebuilt. The benevolence of justice would never perish. This is not a place for your reckless abandon, you treacherous scoundrel. Blackbeard's unrestrained rampage finally pushed Admiral Sengoku beyond his limits, transforming him into a golden Buddha and employing a descending palm technique. The overwhelming shockwave engulfed the majority of Blackbeard's crew, intentionally avoiding the combat with Whitebeard. Blackbeard exclaimed, "Old Sengoku, you weren't like this when you were fighting Monkey D. Luffy." Akainu had fewer reservations, unleashing a move that enveloped the entire battlefield before turning his back to chase towards the shore. In his eyes, it was better to eliminate the incapacitated Luffy than to engage with these troublesome adversaries, simultaneously distancing himself from Garp. Thus, a chaotic scene unfolded on the square, where Blackbeard's pirates clashed with the Emperor Whitebeard and Admiral Sengoku, while the shoreline witnessed the Whitebeard pirates battling the Marine Admirals. Damn it, where is red-haired Shanks? Is he waiting for coward King to call for a ceasefire? At this rate, Ace might truly die. Buggy's clone observed the pallid Ace with a grave expression. making it seem as if he were concerned for a patient's health. In truth, Ace remained unconscious due to the low temperatures induced by his snow clone, which slowed his heartbeat. Buggy, unable to assist Whitebeard directly, had no choice but to join the fray against Blackbeard. His target was Van Augur, as Buggy speculated that the salvation of Blackbeard's crew would be attributed to his efforts, since he was prepared to forge a vendetta. The teleportation fruit posed a significant threat to Buggy's ambitions of territorial expansion, necessitating its elimination. Sand prison, snow bomb, suffocation, the true West Carnival. Buggy coordinated with his clones to force the enemy into swift movements, exhausting their stamina, and then, taking advantage of their distraction, he deprived the surrounding air of oxygen, ultimately allowing his main body to seize control. Even with Van Augur's observation Haki, he could not withstand this seamless series of attacks. Before anyone could react, Van Augur had already lost consciousness, his left arm scattered on the ground, held by Buggy, whose fate remained uncertain. Admiral Sengoku's Buddha Palm seemed to consume vast amounts of energy. After its initial use, he resorted to physical combat, partnering with Garp to confront the king of tyranny Pizarro, Champion Bagus, and Big Drunk Jote. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and Marco focused their efforts on Blackbeard. If it weren't for Lafitte and Poison Q's assistance, Blackbeard would have already succumbed to defeat. Seeing his sniper captured naturally ignited his fury. Red-nosed clown, are you looking for death? Get down here. Close. Taking advantage of the moment Whitebeard and Marco were occupied, Blackbeard Teach directed his dark water towards the airborne Buggy in an attempt to draw him down. Blackblade Slash. Fire away. Divine Killing Spear. Magnetic Barrage. Electromagnetic Cannon. Buggy, of course, could not allow Teach to have his way. With one hand, he wielded his short sword, launching a series of slashes intended to restrict Blackbeard's movement range. His clone, with fingers together, lifted one hand while extending the other forward, causing his palm to stretch into a colossal blade several dozen meters long, aimed at Blackbeard. The magnetic clone assumed an archery stance, causing scattered swords to levitate and unite in a barrage towards Blackbeard. The weapon's clone, leading the charge, brandished a massive sniper rifle, crackling with electricity, unleashing a deafening barrage upon Blackbeard's crew. As the smoke cleared, shattered blades littered the ground, revealing a bullet-ridden Blackbeard with a gaping wound in his abdomen and numerous injuries, clutching a massive sword embedded in his shoulder. Damn it, that hurt. You dirty scoundrels. If you have the guts, face me one-on-one. What kind of hero is it to bully the weak? Despite his disheveled appearance, Blackbeard remained resilient, still spitting curses with his rotten teeth. Or was the bravado of threatening to sink the island? He seemed eager for a duel, and as time approached, he was ready to engage. You lot step aside. If I lose, I won't take it lying down. Let's go, Marco. Those useless brats have been beaten to a pulp. Whitebeard grasped Buggy's hint and called Marco, returning to support the main pirate crew. I've changed my mind. Everyone, let us take down this clown first, then we'll deal with Whitebeard. TCH, I knew you were nothing but trash, without honor. A few of you are all the same. Let me show you how it's done. Seeing Buggy surrounded by the darkness unleashed by Blackbeard, Bagus charged in with confidence, oblivious to the fact that Buggy was enveloped in Haki, rendering him immune to Blackbeard's abilities. Brave of you. As the first to face my full power, I grant you the honor of a death without a corpse. Enuma Elish. Buggy extended his arms, palms apart, and the solid ground before him collapsed, creating an unfathomable chasm, while dark fissures appeared in the air, warping light and rendering Buggy's figure indistinct. Bagus, the first to charge, had no time to evade, colliding with the rift. Had it not been for Lafitte's timely intervention, Bagus would have been cleaved into segments by the chaotic space. Even so, he suffered severe injuries, losing an arm and sustaining wounds deep enough to reveal bone, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Who else? What are you all waiting for? Didn't you come to tear me apart? Are you confused? No matter. Either play the fool or flee while you can. Buggy approached the Blackbeard crew with an unhurried gait, leaving darkness in his wake, as if everything there had ceased to exist, leaving only void and chaos. What is this? You have become so much stronger. What is this ability? Am I eating a fake Yami Yami no Mi? Blackbeard frantically released the debris and weapons he had absorbed, hoping to halt Buggy's advance. Yet, once these objects approached within a dozen meters of Buggy, they inexplicably disintegrated and vanished. Resolutely, Blackbeard set his sights on fleeing towards Admiral Sengoku, preferring to face a legendary veteran than confront a monster like Buggy. Meanwhile, at a distance, Shiki the Golden Lion was engrossed in a sword duel with Shiryu when a familiar voice reached his ears, blocking Shiryu's thunderstorm. He turned to see the equally adversarial and friendly pirate King Roger, a figure known only from the memories of the past. Shiki, it's been a long time. Although I couldn't save Ace, I must thank you for coming to assist. Roger, didn't the world government execute you? Why are you here, and you look unchanged? What's so strange about this? I am but a melody frozen by the world government in Advanced City. Had it not been for the ruckus you all caused during the prison break, I would have likely continued my slumber undisturbed. Do you require my assistance? You seem rather helpless against this swordsman. Ha ha ha, there's no need for you to worry. It has merely been a while since I wielded a sword. Encountering a worthy opponent has stirred my hands, but should I unleash my abilities, it would be swiftly resolved. The lion's might. Roger, though Ace's demise is indeed a tragedy. If you could ally with me, coupled with Newgate's assault on Mariehua, avenging him would be a trivial matter. Soon, the three of us shall share dominion over the world. Ha ha! The Golden Lion stirs the ground, a lifelike lion's head bearing down on range Shiryu, leaving him no time for himself, while I tilt my head to reminisce with an old rival. Indeed, however, it appears your lion has failed to ensnare that swordsman. Oomph. Is that so? I must admit, he possesses quite a skill. I find myself somewhat admiring this fellow. Hey, you are Shiryu, aren't you? Join me as my subordinate, and together we shall reign over these seas. Only then did the Golden Lion realize that Shiryu had indeed broken free from the Stone Lion's encirclement, leisurely stowing his blade as if he had no intention of continuing the fight. This prompted the Golden Lion to contemplate subduing him. Yet he remained oblivious to the chilling smile on Roger's face behind him. Hee, though it sounds appealing, regrettably, you lack the qualifications. Ha ha, I have no fear of defeating you, so you need not worry about my agreement. Roger? You are not Roger. A sharp spike pierced through the Golden Lion's chest, and as he stared in shock, a pink mist enveloped Roger, revealing the form of Katarina Devon. Simultaneously, Shiryu seized the moment, delivering a swift slash that left a fatal wound upon the Golden Lion's abdomen. The legendary Golden Lion is rather underwhelming. Teach, this fellow's abilities seem quite commendable. Perhaps I shall conduct an experiment on him. Forget about the Golden Lion. We must hasten to where the Navy is plentiful. Did you not see that Buggy just dispatched Bajis? He is merely a blustering clown. I am no worthless Bajis. This place happens to lie along Blackbeard's escape route. And Katarina Devon suggested he quickly acquire the Golden Lion's abilities. However, he merely scoffed at the idea. Meanwhile, Shiryu, more perceptive, sensed a grave threat emanating from Buggy, and decisively chose to accompany Blackbeard. Golden Lion, what a pitiful sight. It is understandable to falter against an admiral, but now you cannot even contend with a mere warden. It is quite disgraceful. Perishing here would be fitting for one of your legendary stature. Buggy did not rush to deal with Katarina Devon, but instead gazed at the fallen Golden Lion. Rather than a conversation, it resembled a eulogy. Cough, pirates. It is no surprise when death arrives. Denying one's age is certainly futile. If I could regain my youth, I would relish this era. Ha ha. Seeing many true pirates today, it is clear that someone like Roger is an anomaly. Yet it is a pity. If only Roger sought to ally with me, what a joy it would be. Little brat of Roger, see me off. Whether to heaven or hell, I shall never relinquish my ambition to rule. The Golden Lion, leaning on his sword, rose, seemingly rejuvenated, and with great effort hurled the ship he had earlier brought into the plaza into the harbor, then proclaimed words akin to a final farewell. Wait, Buggy. It has been a long time. You have changed quite a bit. There is no need to waste time on the Golden Lion. Let us go and eliminate Whitebeard. He is our greatest adversary, is he not? Katarina Devon, who had been hiding behind the Golden Lion, once again assumed the guise of Pirate King Roger to greet Buggy, while her whip discreetly unfurled, preparing for a surprise attack. A commendable farewell. Golden Lion Shiki. Upon meeting Captain Roger, do remember to send my regards. Buggy paid no heed to the suddenly appeared false Roger, merely responding faintly to the Golden Lion before approaching the two. You cannot even acknowledge your own captain. No matter what you have done, this is simply unreasonable. Stop. Stay away from me. Katarina Devon, noticing Buggy's silence, attempted to provoke him further, but found her limbs growing unresponsive. Looking down, she realized her hands and feet were dissipating, this trend rapidly spreading to her torso. What a peculiar experience. Am I scattering into the air? What a splendid way to die. Ha ha ha. Newgate, Sengoku. Garp, I shall take my leave now. Will we meet again? Roger? The former elder of the Rocks Pirates, the admiral of the Flying Pirates, the great pirate who once contended with the Pirate King Roger. Golden Lion Shiki met his end, concluding his pirate career amid the War of the Best. They say that in one's final moments, words tend to be kind. Yet you remain unchanged, Golden Lion. Had you been so easily swayed, you would not have escaped from Advanced City once more, wreaking havoc at Navy headquarters. It appears we must take this seriously. We cannot afford to be outdone by Roger's little brat. Wahaha, you're the least serious one here. Bastard Garp. The demise of the Golden Lion captured the attention of both sides, particularly stirring sentiments in his old rivals Sengoku and Garp. Blackbeard gained a brief respite, reverting to his previous boastful self. Ha ha ha. Let all the old-timers of the bygone era perish. There is no place for you in the new age. It is a shame about that capable float fruit. While pursuing Akainu, Whitebeard paused, glancing at Buggy's position, murmuring, has Shiki gone to meet Roger? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Buggy's house in Sabeti Archipelago, Buggy's subordinates gathered to watch the live broadcast of the War of the Best. Compared to the solitary large screen in the plaza, Buggy's exclusive broadcast angle provided a much broader view, still brooding over Roger's refusal to ally. Farewell, Golden Lion Shiki. The Dark King Rayleigh and Shaki were among them, with the former raising a cup to the screen, drinking deeply, tears glistening in his eyes. Whether in sorrow for a departed friend or nostalgia for youthful days, perhaps for both. Although the legendary death stirred considerable commotion both on and off the battlefield, it did not impede the continuation of the war. The clamor of battle erupted once more at Marineford, and both sides quickly resumed hostilities. In a corner of the battlefield, Jozu was bested by Akiji, losing an arm. Had it not been for Buggy's false Momonosuke clone assisting him, he would have likely been frozen into an ice sculpture, utterly losing his combat capability. Only when Whitebeard arrived did the tide of battle stabilize. Taking advantage of Whitebeard's moment of reminiscence, Akainu launched a frenzied assault on the retreating pirates, relentlessly seeking Luffy's whereabouts. Do you not value your lives, pirates? Even if he is the son of Dragon, you need not fight so desperately. Drop that straw hat, kid. Today, I shall make an exception and let you scurry back to the new world. Huh, I trust you like I trust a ghost. After deceiving Squard, you think you can fool us too? Dream on. This kid is Ace's brother. Dad specifically instructed us to keep him safe. How could we easily hand him over? Bring on. We shall never yield an inch. Admiral Akinu relentlessly poursuived Munkide. Luffy, who was being shielded by Jinbei, but encountered obstruction from the captains of the Whitebeard pirates and their comrades. Even after Mr. One was defeated, Crocodile personally intervened to block Akainu, illustrating how much he was despised. At that moment, lacking the aerial assistance from Buggy, Jinbei, holding Luffy in a straw hat, was forcefully slammed onto the icy surface by Crocodile, momentarily losing consciousness. Just as Akainu was about to bypass the obstacles posed by the two, the son of Axe King Monka and the direct disciple of Iron Fist Carp, a man destined to become an admiral, Kobe, stepped forward. Enough fighting. The execution has already been carried out, hasn't it? Why continue to inflict unnecessary casualties? The soldiers have families waiting for them to return. His soul-searching inquiry momentarily stunned Akainu, who then reacted with indignation. Who are you to dictate the terms of war? Who among us is the admiral here? You dare to question my authority? Go to hell and repent for your cowardice. Well done, young Marine. Your courageous cry, whether brave or foolish, has significantly altered the course of this world. I am here to end this war. At that critical juncture, the most formidable man present blocked Akanu's magma fist with his sword, rescuing the emboldened coward king. The initially poised Kizaru was interrupted as Ben Beckman aimed his firearm at him, reluctantly performing a French salute, while Akiji was firmly watched by Whitebeard, who had just arrived, creating a stalemate. Continuing this battle would only result in more needless casualties for both sides. Since Ace has already perished, this war should come to an end. I hope you all grant me this favor. If anyone has not yet had their fill of chaos, come forth and let us be your opponents. What do you say, Blackbeard? Red-haired Shanks, your timing is impeccable. Please put an end to this madman. Huh? While others were intimidated by the threat of Yonko's appearance, only Buggy remained undeterred, exhibiting a blend of calmness and madness. Buggy's objective was clear. Even if he could not kill Blackbeard, he aimed to inflict as much harm as possible on his crew. Van Augur was left in ruins, secretly taken away by Buggy's transparent clone. Without Van Augur's mobility, Lafitte, burdened by Buggy's presence, was swiftly caught by Buggy. Although Lafitte knew Buggy was fiercely loyal to Blackbeard, he prioritized his own life as a navigator over that of a mere helmsman, decisively abandoning Buggy to meet a gruesome fate at Buggy's hands. Enough already, Clown Buggy, while you pursue the vile Blackbeard. Your indiscriminate attacks have already caused significant casualties among the Navy. If this continues, I will have no choice but to revoke your title of Warlord of the Sea and regard you as an enemy. Buggy did not immediately respond to Sengoku. Instead, he focused on dismantling Lafitte, gradually retracting his powers. In battle, casualties are inevitable. It's no big deal. The number of unintended casualties is no greater than that of the admirals. Being a warlord is no easy task. It's akin to begging on the streets. Do you believe I could accidentally obliterate a fortress even further? Despite his bravado, Buggy was at his limits. Maintaining widespread spatial division was no trivial matter, requiring considerable stamina. Even after benefiting from a month's worth of supplies in Mariewa, the toll of the battle had drained him significantly, and he could not sustain many clones without halting. You insolent clown, are you threatening the Navy? Who gave you such audacity? Have you forgotten where you are? This is Navy headquarters, Marine Ford, the bastion of justice that has protected world peace for 800 years. It is not a place for you to flaunt your power. As he reverted from his transformation, Fleet Admiral Sengoku began to regain his Buddha form, seemingly ready to teach Buggy a lesson for his insolent remarks. Sengoku, you seem to be mistaken. We warlords are summoned by the world government, not your Navy. Do not treat us as your subordinates. We are a counterbalance to both the Navy and the Yonko. Am I not correct, my fellow warlords? While it was nominally true, could the self-interested warlords truly unite? That was the crux of the issue. He. If you all hand over your shadows to me, you could form a crew rivaling the Yonko. He. While I may not be well acquainted with these individuals, I will not stand idly by if the Navy attempts to engage in battle with the warlords. Regarding Buggy's assertion, aside from Hancock, who was entirely focused on Monkey D. Luffy, the others expressed their stances. Although they could not unite, most were disinterested in the Navy, which left Sengoku feeling somewhat cornered and wary of this unruly group of warlords potentially causing trouble. Ha. Why not unite? Everyone can be a captain, and we can dominate the world together. Oomph. Fickle scum, it seems you have forgotten how you were just fleeing from that guy, claiming to turn over a new leaf. At this moment, Blackbeard's emergence provided unexpected relief for Admiral Sengoku, acting as a fortuitous assist. No warlord believed Blackbeard's lofty promises, and Buggy chose to ignore them, instead engaging in conversation with Shanks. Shanks, are you going to let this brat run rampant? Perhaps we should consider eliminating him before discussing a ceasefire. Buggy, long time no see. I didn't expect you to have grown so strong. Continuing this conflict will severely disrupt the balance of the world. For my sake, let us spare him today. He still holds value. As Shanks attempted to persuade Buggy, a submarine surfaced, revealing the Heart Pirates polar tang. Trafalgar Law, accompanied by the Bear Kuma and Bepo, emerged from the cabin, pointing at Luffy and proclaiming, although the Straw Hat may become our enemy in the future, our fates are intertwined. Letting him die here would be too dull. For now, hand him over to me. I am a doctor. Buggy, Help me hand over the straw hat to Luffy. In return, I will give you a treasure map. Marco, lend a hand. Marco, take care of your father. I will handle this. Oh, Momonosuke, I can't believe you've grown so much. Don't even think about challenging Kaido until you have sufficient strength. He is not an easy opponent. Shanks attempted to pull a trick, ordering Buggy around, but Buggy chose to gaze skyward, not granting him a glance. Left with no choice, Shanks turned to Marco, but Buggy as clone voluntarily took the straw hat and flew toward the submarine. Doflamingo observed the familiar yet strange figure, muttering to himself. ISNT fate also a form of connection? How amusing. Trafalgar Law. Ha. Letting the son of dragon go free is not an option. Ice Age. As the attention of the crowd was focused on the red-haired figure, Aokiji swiftly appeared by the seaside, intending to freeze the submarine at the surface before it fully submerged. Hakishaku Kageyuki. Just as the submarine was about to be encased in ice, Kizaru lowered his raised hands and, in a flash, appeared in midair, unleashing a barrage of formidable laser beams upon the icy surface. One could argue his aim was precise. After all, with such a large submarine, one would expect at least one hit from thousands of shots. Yet paradoxically, not a single beam struck its target. Thanks to Kizaru's Hakishaku Kageyuki, the polar submarine narrowly evaded a freezing fate and plunged into the depths of the sea. Kizaru remarked, "It seems that persistence is futile." Aokiji responded, "If they can survive this, one can only attribute it to their extraordinary luck." Akainu, with a grunt, declared, "I have nothing more to say." The stark contrast of injuries among the three was evident. Hancock cried out, "Luffy, quickly set sail. As a warlord of the sea, it is my duty to ascertain the life or death of the notorious Straw Hat Luffy." The infatuated Empress leaped onto a warship, pursuing the direction where the submarine had vanished, utterly indifferent to the outcome of the battle. Hawkeye also contemplated departure, but remained after a whispered conversation with Buggy. Meanwhile, Blackbeard and his crew, frightened by Buggy's frenzied onslaught, hastily fled the scene, disregarding any notions of hunting capabilities, seizing the opportunity while Aokiji and Kizaru drew the crowd's attention. Since the instigators of this incident were absent, the war could be declared over. Marshal of the Navy, I will oversee the departure of the Whitebeard pirates. How dare you? Whitebeard is already gravely injured. With a little more effort, he could be slain. Even if that fails, at the very least, Ace must be executed publicly to showcase the Navy's victory. In response to the ceasefire proposal put forth by the red-haired pirate, Vice Admiral Doberman vehemently opposed, even shouting for Whitebeard to be dragged to his demise. No matter, that old scoundrel has sustained such injuries. I refuse to believe Kaido and Charlotte Linland will leave him unscathed. Hurry and treat the wounded. I will bear all consequences. This war is over. Nevertheless, Admiral Sengoku firmly resolved to shoulder all blame from the world government, ensuring the Navy preserved its strength while avoiding direct attrition with the two emperors, thus granting red-haired pirates this favor. Heulalala. As long as I live, they will not dare to act recklessly. I am Whitebeard. Tama, assist your subordinates in helping to carry little oars aboard the ship. The rest, gather any allies you can find. We must return to the New World without leaving anyone behind. Little Oar's colossal frame of 38 meters was too immense, leading Buggy's imitation of the tailed beast to be commandeered by Whitebeard for the task, which elicited strong discontent from Gecko Moria. "You scoundrel, Whitebeard, that corpse of a demon is my spoils. You shall not take it from me. Step aside, do not obstruct my path." The ancient giants are not easily defeated by a few cannonballs. Little Oars still has a chance. This conqueror's Haki feels somewhat familiar. Could it be that I am mistaken? Heulalala. So that is how it is? At that moment, the foe Tama unleashed a wave of conqueror's Haki, leaving Moria frozen in place, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. Unlike the slight confusion of the red-haired pirate, Whitebeard merely raised an eyebrow and burst into laughter. "Omoshiroi, Moria, the war has concluded. Do you still wish to challenge the Whitebeard pirates? Want to know about Kaido? Follow me. Hee. The Doflamingo spoke to Moria. His gaze remained fixed on Buggy, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Let Oar's body temporarily reside with you. I will personally reclaim it in the New World. With his demon's corpse paired with my abilities, defeating Kaido will be a breeze. As Doflamingo swaggered away towards the back streets of Marioa, a recovered Moria uttered a threatening remark and followed suit. Most present had not noticed that the mass-produced tyrant Kuma, previously clearing the pirates from a bay, had silently departed. Its destination unknown. Shall we go take a look, Mihawk? That is precisely my intention. Buggy pointed in the direction where Ming and the others had left, inviting Hawkeye Mihawk, who responded with his typically terse reply. The departure of several warlords did not impede the progress of clearing the battlefield. Though Whitebeard had requested the pirates to recover the remains of their fallen comrades, the pirates managed to withdraw from Navy headquarters within just over half an hour. This was not due to their rigorous training or minimal casualties, but rather the devastating nature of a battle of such magnitude, where most of the lesser fighters were rendered to mere dust. In the Marineford War, nearly half of the Navy's elite forces suffered casualties, while among the 8 giants, only one was injured lightly by Luffy, and 2 remained after suffering severe wounds from little oars. The most unfortunate among the fallen was Giant Axe Iron Headlongs, who, disregarding martial ethics, attempted to ambush the over 70-year-old old Whitebeard, only to be met with a crushing blow that shattered his helmet, rendering him unconscious. The voluntarily sacrificed Giant Vice Admiral fell victim to Whitebeard's first kill in the Marineford War, dealt a finishing blow by Buggy's doppelganger. The remaining Vice Admirals suffered relatively minor losses, as they were the true backbone of the Navy. Aside from those engaging with Whitebeard's crew, their captains were evenly matched, primarily dealing with the lesser pirates and seldom embroiled in high-stakes confrontations. Nonetheless, exceptions occurred. One individual clad in a robe, wielding a feather fan, cosplaying Zhuge Liang, despite possessing considerable haki, insisted on shedding his navy coat to stir chaos among the escapees, only to be ambushed by Buggy's transparent doppelganger, who swiftly executed him. Another casualty was Vice Admiral Mozambia, who approached without warning during Buggy's spatial severing, resulting in a grim fate. This was not an accident on Mozambia's part. At that moment, Doflamingo happened to be nearby, intrigued to test Buggy's abilities, and carelessly ensnared the unfortunate soul with his strings, culminating in the subsequent intervention by Sengoku to halt Buggy's actions. In summary, despite incurring significant losses, the Navy completed the execution of Fire Fist Ace, severely wounded the invading Whitebeard pirates, and emerged victorious in this conflict, at least in the eyes of the current Navy. Conversely, on the Whitebeard side, although all 10 captains survived, each bore injuries, with Jozu suffering the gravest, having lost an arm and still affected by Akiji's ice. This captain, aside from wielding a flame sword, primarily served as Jozu's porter, while the affiliated pirate crew faced even graver losses, with less than 20,000 remaining from the main force of over 200,000. Additionally, several captains perished, including Habib Khan, Sharib, Floribus, and the devoted Sun Squad. The demise of the great Whirlpool Spider, with a bounty of 210 million, was certainly exacerbated by Buggy's interference, despite prior warnings. Whitebeard stubbornly fell victim to a backstab, which greatly displeased Buggy. To prevent this troublesome ally from causing further chaos, Buggy resolved to open a one-way channel for revenge against Pirate King Roger. While Whitebeard had previously stated he did not require Buggy's involvement in his internal affairs, if not openly, there were still ways to covertly interfere, as the Whitebeard pirates surged into the square amidst the chaos of battle. Bucky's weaponized clone unleashed a barrage of powerful artillery, devastating both the Great Wano Spider and the nearby Navy forces. Subsequently, Bucky's magnetic clone transported the incapacitated foe near Moria. Despite Moria's strength being severely overmatched by Jinbei, he found it an effortless task to deal with the gravely injured squad, gladly accepting the gift from nature to bolster his undead army. Meanwhile, the Jailbreak faction, now fragmented following the death of the Golden Lion, saw most prisoners abandon their temporary allegiance to him, with only a handful opting to follow Crocodile, while the rest gravitated towards Bucky's clone-led group. The numbers of the Okama army, led by the Okama king Ivankov, were minimal, with negligible losses. They cleverly blended in with the Navy's ships during Luffy's retreat, making their escape unnoticed. With the 2 Western emperors having retreated, The Navy headquarters returned to its former tranquility. Yet, the remnants of the shattered main seat and the lingering embers of the battle still spoke volumes of the ferocity and brutality of the war above. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted in the back streets of Mariehua, where a disheveled Moria lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air and cursing vehemently. Moria, your strength no longer merits the title of Warlord of the Sea. You might find it more palatable to die in the war above than to be ordered to be erased by the world government. Laughter echoed from Doflamingo, who lounged among the ruins, seemingly unfazed, flanked by towering figures of the mass-produced Bartholomew Kuma. The audacity of the heavenly Yaksha serving the world government was indeed surprising. At that moment, the world's greatest swordsman emerged from the shadows, arms crossed. Despite his words suggesting otherwise, his tone was devoid of emotion, and his expression bore no hint of astonishment. How could you let that little black fellow slip away? He truly is a songbird. How might I provoke him in a combat with that dark figure? Alas, it seems I have a way. Standing beside Hawkeye Myhawk was the 1,000-weight transformation Buggy, who, hands on hips, muttered to himself with an inappropriate chuckle. It's merely a business transaction. Are you two here to stop me? This is a directive from the highest echelons. Even if I refrain from intervening, Bartholomew Kuma and his ilk will not show mercy. Doflamingo, shrugging helplessly, seemed to convey that within these peaceful individuals lay the true Bartholomew Kuma. Myhawk calmly responded, I have only come to confirm certain matters. I do not wish to engage. Buggy nodded in agreement, stating, I feel the same. Though they're decent clients, they have not yet reached the level where I would lend my aid. Yet, I sense Moria's demise is not imminent. What do you mean by that? What is going on? Oh, Mashiro. Bucky's words caused Doflamingo to pause momentarily before he seemed to grasp something, bursting into laughter while clutching his forehead. Meanwhile, Moria, once rendered immobile, abruptly vanished before the astonished eyes of the peaceful individuals, leaving them searching in confusion. I'm starting to believe what you say, Clown Buggy, but that is quite peculiar. How did you receive news from Kuraikana Island? Myhawk regarded Buggy with a skeptical expression, seemingly having anticipated Moria's disappearance, yet inquiring about other matters. Although I'm unaware of the secrets between you two, perhaps we should discuss those abilities. Our collaboration should continue, right? Clown Buggy. Noticing that Doflamingo seemed inclined to engage in a private discussion with Buggy, Myhawk tactfully began to depart, but was once again halted by Buggy, who stated, Doflamingo, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Once your business is concluded, let us meet at Sabeti Archipelago. I shall treat. Do remember to bring Bartholomew Kuma along. What tricks are you plotting now, Clown Buggy? A large-scale, private gathering of the warlords of the sea has never occurred before. It is bound to attract the world government's attention. However, it does sound rather intriguing. Shall we not invite Empress Hancock? With her presence, we would have the current warlords assembled. Doflamingo adjusted his red sunglasses, his signature laughter masking his astonishment. Initially, he believed Bucky's earlier remarks about the warlords of the sea forming one of the three major powers to balance the Navy and the Western emperors were mere jest. However, it now seemed he was genuinely serious, piquing Doflamingo's interest enough to suggest inviting Empress Hancock to join. Hancock need not be invited, as Buggy knew she was currently infatuated, dedicating all her focus to the uncertain fate of her beloved Luffy, leaving her no time for strangers. This decision was not born from fear of her presence, inciting chaos among his own Queen Alrita. Buggy would swear on Crocodile's beard that this was the case. If it were otherwise, he would let Old Sand's beard fall away completely. There is no need to worry about the guest list being too sparse. It will be lively indeed, and perhaps unexpected individuals may appear. Is that agreeable, Myhawk? Certainly. I am in no rush to return. It conveniently fills my time. Then I shall prepare. You three are to gather at the Buggy House headquarters in Sabeti Archipelago in 3 days. With the gathering arrangements settled, Buggy retrieved a peculiar magnetic compass from his pocket, striding towards the sea with an air of urgency as the two looked on in suspicion. Meanwhile, the retreating fleets of Whitebeard and Redhaired were anchored at an uncharted island, situated within a windless zone near the East Sea, not far from Sabeti Archipelago, serving as one of Bucky's transit bases. Although the pirates of the New World had arrived via coded ships through Fishman Island's underwater route to the first half of the Grand Line, the bubbles had completely burst after a single use, rendering them unusable. Even though the nearest coding location was at Sabeti Archipelago, the pirates lacked the luxury of waiting for the coding to complete. Once news of the war's outcome reached Whitebeard's territory in the New World, they would undoubtedly face a wave of repercussions, and time was of the essence. Moreover, if the fleets of the two new Western emperors were allowed to dock at Sabeti Archipelago, the Navy would have little face left to announce their victory in the war. Thus, while the Navy treated the wounded, Vice Admirals led by Haki monitored the pirate fleet's movements, promptly notifying the stationed forces at Sabeti Archipelago to maintain vigilance, striving to prevent the civilian populace from witnessing the pirate armada parading through the island. Fortunately, the dispirited pirate fleet did not approach Sabeti Archipelago, but quickly disbanded, evading surveillance and vanishing into the vast sea, rendering the Navy's caution a mere farce. Consequently, the supernovas observing from the outer sea became the targets of the Navy's frustrations. Apart from Trafalgar Law, who was treating Luffy and Bonnie and Hawkins, who remained at the Buggy house, the remaining 5 pirate crews were pursued by vice admirals in a disarrayed retreat, ultimately compelled to depart for Fishman Island ahead of schedule to escape capture. Yost, the so-called West Emperor is hardly impressive. Isn't he just fleeing from the Navy like a coward? It's truly laughable that the red-haired pirate managed to halt the conflict simply for the sake of appearances. It seems that the weakest West Emperor must indeed be him. Fortunately, we have Haki leading us. If it were a Kainu, we would certainly be in trouble. Let's set sail for the New World. It's curious that the big-mouthed lady and the magician haven't joined us. My options for recruiting new members are becoming rather limited. Damn the Navy. Unable to capture the West Emperor, they take their frustration out on us. We are at a disadvantage in both firepower and numbers. Perhaps aligning with Big MOM would truly be a wise choice if we wish to attain one piece. Gazsung, Wurji. The era is beginning to shift tumultuously. I cannot discern if this is a blessing or a curse. Let's momentarily set aside the scheming of the supernovas as they embark on their journeys to the New World. The scattered Whitebeard pirates, relying on the life cards of their captains, have reunited and landed on Buggy's transitory island. Hey Buggy, is this really reliable? I'd rather traverse the depths of Fishman Island than soar over the red line from such heights. Though I can fly, my father and the others certainly cannot sprout wings. Mug squinted his eyes, feigning observation of the pirates modifying their vessels according to the finished airship design. He was irritatedly tugging at his hair, which resembled pineapple leaves, seemingly lost in thought. Rest assured, I found you all thanks to the maiden flight of my airship. Compared to the perilous underwater routes, my airship boasts a flawless safety record. Instead of bothering me here, you should eat more. The time to test your recovery abilities is fast approaching. Both of you require this, right? When do we begin? Do we need any other preparations? Keep your voice down. We must not disturb anyone. As long as you are prepared, we can commence at any moment. If you have matching blood, that would be ideal. If not, it is not a significant issue. Then you should head to the cabin and wait for me. I will prepare immediately. Upon hearing Buggy's words, Mugura could no longer remain idle and transformed into the Phoenix, rushing towards the cooking red-haired pirate crew, devouring food with the fervor of a famished spirit amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. As the Phoenix was busy indulging in culinary delights, Bai Huzi was idly chatting with Jia Taochuju in the cabin. Hey kid, even to conceal your identity, there is no need to impersonate Odin's son. That guy was your comrade once, wasn't he? Not only did you ruin my moment of joy, but if Zong knows the truth, he will surely be disappointed. I cannot fathom what benefit you hope to gain from this. If Kaido discovers news of Odin's descendant, he will surely seek to cause you trouble. Gulalala. Despite being gravely injured and half reclined in bed, Vujik still let out a hearty laugh, reaching for a wine cup on the table, seemingly craving alcohol once again. Hey, old man, even if you're anxious, you must wait until the gaping hole in your chest is patched up before drinking. If your sole intent is to quench your thirst, consider it as if I said nothing. As for Kaido, You need not worry about that. You should focus on how to stabilize your territory. That rebellious son of yours will not relent easily. His revival poses a significant issue as well. Do you require my assistance with a makeover for him? Buggy impatiently halted Buggy's drinking, skillfully diverting the topic rather than addressing his concerns regarding Kaido. While their relationship was friendly, it had yet to reach the point of sharing all plans openly. Under normal circumstances, even if Kaido received the news, he would not personally intervene immediately. At most, he would send one of his 3 prominent subordinates. Disaster Queen, Face Jin, and Dunce Jack, given their unique identities, rarely venture out. Among them, Jack, who is known as the King of the Sea, is the most likely to be dispatched. Buggy was unfazed by this. As long as Jack used his animal form, he would dare to collect the 900 million berries worth of ivory. I have stated that Teach is unworthy to be my son. Once we return to the New World, I will naturally settle the score with him. As for Ace, I will inquire about his thoughts before proceeding. Just then, Buggy arrived, his belly noticeably larger, with a large food box slung over his shoulder, swaying as he walked. Buggy's doppelganger followed him in, and both doppelgangers found their seats. Particles continuously emanating from them to coalesce into Buggy's original form. First, Buggy extracted Ace's organs from the doppelganger of Datao, Driju, then casually waved his hand, transforming each organ into several pieces that flew into the gaping hole in his chest. Buggy, you didn't perform the surgery that way when you operated on Dad before. Are you sure you placed them incorrectly? I think the previous method was much more reliable. What a hassle. Little Marco, I am uncertain if you are the strongest Emperor's first mate, but I am certain you are the most verbose. After making a quip, Buggy opened Ace's thoracic cavity, allowing Murkra to conduct a thorough examination. Without warning, he began to separate cells from his body, initiating the reconstruction of Ace's skeleton and repairing the gaping wound. Could you not give a warning, allowing me to prepare? Additionally, you did not mention that you would be fixing bones. Had I known, I would have consumed more milk. Gulalala, no matter how many times I witnessed this, it remains an extraordinary sensation. Upon completion of this repair, Ace should awaken, right? Not so fast. This fellow first had a fierce confrontation with Blackbeard, and then endured considerable torment in the Great Prison. He is utterly weakened and will not be able to rise for at least 3 to 5 days. At that time, we can have him wear his original attire, allowing him to recuperate properly for a few days. Buggy has now become quite knowledgeable about human anatomy, facilitating Ace's restoration smoothly. Without granting Xiaomage a moment's respite, Buggy commenced treatment on Bahujic. It turns out that Bahujic underwent similar modifications as Ace before the battle. All his organs had long been transferred to his doppelganger. Thus, he was able to survive dozens of gunshots and countless blade wounds, even after sustaining a gaping hole in his chest from Akainu's attack. As Buggy treated Ace and Bahujic, his original self was situated in the Devil's Triangle, aboard a terrifying 3-masted ship. Come forth, Absalom. I wish to have a serious discussion with your master. Must I truly extract you myself? Seeing Buggy draw a knife, Absalom hastily activated his ability and appeared nearby, stammering, Master, Master, he is currently resting. No visitors allowed. Please leave. Do not be so anxious. I have come specifically to treat your master. You should go and inform him. You and these zombies cannot stop me. Absalom, your master has agreed to meet with the 1,000-change Buggy. Please lead the way. As Absalom hesitated, Hogback arrived with Moria's command. Along the way, the 2 peculiar beings led the way with trepidation, having witnessed the top war and developed an understanding of Buggy's strength. They brought Buggy to Moria's quarters and departed without a backward glance. Cough, cough. Are you here to see me make a fool of myself? Clown Buggy, or do you wish to take my head as a trophy to gain favor with the Gorosei? At that moment, under the moonlight, Moria leaned against the headboard, his body ensconced in bandages. The air was thick with the scent of medicine, and a massive pair of scissors lay beside him, his expression filled with vigilance. Dwarfalaminga, once a member of the world's aristocracy, is not someone I am intimately acquainted with, nor am I familiar with those 5 old geezers. I have genuinely come to assist you with your healing, while also intending to discuss a rather intriguing transaction. Bucky, in a self-absorbed manner, moved a chair, propping his head up with one hand, and casually placed a leg on the armrest, adopting an air of nonchalance. This minor injury requires no treatment. I could recover independently in due time. Ha ha ha. At this juncture, what do I have left to barter with? I still have some of the solution I purchased from you previously, and should I wish to negotiate in the future, I will send someone to seek you out. Moria, initially wishing to put on a brave front, found his frail nature exposed due to his incessant coughing and hastily sought an excuse to dismiss this perilous individual. Has your spirit waned entirely? I merely wish to leverage your strength to devise strategies against Kaido. Moreover, I can aid you in retrieving Perona. You foolhardy wretch. You have no comprehension of Kaido's terror. Do not entertain thoughts of my subordinates. I will not allow them to meet their demise. Perhaps others might be deceived by your bravado. Perona is not in your possession. Those struck away by Tyrant Kuma, aside from him and the one involved, could not possibly ascertain the destination. Buggy had assumed that the prospect of dealing with Kaido and Perona would pique Moria's interest, only to find himself rebuffed instead. He wondered who had previously claimed that confronting Kaido was a trivial matter. Truly, I never suggested storming Wano to present Kaido with a head. I am in the midst of organizing an underground faction dedicated to intelligence gathering, assassinations, and trafficking tasks. Currently, we lack a trump card and seek your collaboration. By the way, I have prepared a plethora of tasks aimed at undermining Wano's exports. A trump card? Collaboration? Such sweet words. You are merely eyeing my and my subordinates' abilities, hoping to command me to work. This interpretation is not entirely unfounded. However, if I provide funding and you offer labor, is that not a form of collaboration? Do you refuse? Then I shall take my leave. Observing Moria's inscrutable expression, Buggy stood up, patting his backside as if to depart, only to hear Moria's response as he turned. Ha ha, who said I intended to refuse? I am indeed quite interested in retaliating against Kaido. Buggy, much like a customer who has successfully bargained, halted his departure, grinning as he returned to his seat. Ha ha ha, I know you have not forgotten your vendetta against Kaido. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall first inform you about Perona. She was sent flying by Tyrant Kuma to Kuraikana Island. She is likely either enjoying hospitality at Hawkeye's castle or tending to the green-haired simpleton. In 3 days, I will host a gathering of several 7 warlords in the Sabaody archipelago, after which you may accompany Hawkeye to verify her whereabouts or seek Tyrant Kuma's assistance to transport you there. What use is seeking Tyrant Kuma? He is merely a machine now, no different from being deceased. Seeking Hawkeye might be feasible, yet should you find the terrifying 3-masted ship has not regained its sailing capacity. I am hesitant to send Absalom and the others. You see, Moria subtly indicated that his reluctance was due to genuine difficulties. To this, Buggy chuckled and said, I shall proceed with your treatment and also enhance your appearance. By the way, do you still possess your great sword from your youth? Huh? What does treatment have to do with a sword? You are. Before Moria could respond, Buggy had already commenced utilizing his abilities to initiate modifications. Moria's injuries were not comparable to those of Ace and Whitebeard. Buggy chiefly dedicated his time to reshaping Moria's form. Moments later, under Buggy's exceptional liposuction technique, Moria shed his round belly and regained robust long legs. His overall proportions harmonized significantly, and he essentially returned to a semblance of his youthful visage. Hith. No wonder you inquired about the whereabouts of the Ghost Blade. That is indeed my treasure. Naturally, I have preserved it. I shall retrieve it to broaden your horizons. Moria gazed at his reflection in the mirror, thoroughly pleased with his current appearance, seemingly rekindling a portion of the spirited demeanor of his youth. Eagerly rushing to the adjacent room to fetch the long-abandoned sword, even astonishingly opting not to employ his shadow clones. The sword is indeed a fine blade. Yet having languished for so many years, I am quite skeptical of how much of the prowess of the former West Sea hero remains. It appears that my skills have become a mystery after years of inactivity. The last time I drew my sword was against the former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, when I indeed severed half of his arm. I have heard your swordsmanship is on par with Hawkeye. Shall we step outside and exchange a few moves? Shortly thereafter, Moria returned to the room bearing a 5-meter-long great sword, meticulously polishing it in his hands, showing no inclination to relinquish it to Buggy, which prompted Buggy's teasing. To demonstrate his prowess, Moria readily divulged information, admitting to his assault on the former Marine Admiral, and even proactively requested a duel. Absalom, is this what Lord Moria looked like in his youth? If that fellow were easier to deal with, I would have sought modification as well. Perhaps then I would attract the favor of young ladies. Hogback, don't dream. With that lion-like face of yours, which girl would ever fancy you? I hold more hope of becoming youthful. Absalom, is it not you who transformed me into this appearance? You necrophilic pervert. Fuck. Hith. As if you would look any better without modification. You voyeur. While Moria's two peculiar subordinates exchanged barbs, Buggy and Moria had already engaged in several rounds of unpowered combat. Buggy had to concede that in a pure test of strength without the use of abilities, Moria possessed a slight edge over him, which explained why he could contend with Kaido in his youth. However, Buggy's agility proved more nimble, and upon relinquishing a direct confrontation with Moria, he began to overwhelm him with ranged slashes, causing Moria to falter and sustain several wounds. Huff, I shall not continue. Your evasive tactics hold no merit. It is not that I cannot keep pace with your speed, but rather that I have not eaten and my stamina has yet to recover. Wait until I am well fed, and then I shall engage you in hundreds of rounds. Despite falling behind, Moria stubbornly refused to acknowledge his shortcomings in physical prowess or swordsmanship, even claiming he would still wish to battle after a meal, but was swiftly dismissed by Buggy. Let it go. I have no time to squander playing with you. I must return to prepare for the tea party of the 7 warlords. Would you like to send a shadow clone to join the festivities? Buggy had completed his assessment of Moria's capabilities, determining that without utilizing abilities, he could merely contend with a mid-level marine, such as Smoker. Yet with the peculiar powers of the shadow fruit, he could still engage with high-ranking officers of the West Emperor. Thus, Buggy deduced that in the incident involving the injury of the former Admiral Zephyr, Moria likely succeeded primarily through the element of surprise afforded by his fruit's powers. Nevertheless, being a headliner at the Assassin's Hotel was sufficient. After all, it was merely about conducting some assassinations and sabotage, not directly seeking to instigate war with the West Emperor. Departing from the terrifying 3-masted ship, Buggy did not immediately return to the Sabati archipelago. Instead, he headed toward a remote sea area, where he sought to invite a particular guest. The mysterious individual who had kidnapped the world aristocrat, though he had no knowledge of how you had deceived that clown, escaped the grasp of the Marine admirals and infiltrated Impelled Down. One who claims to subvert the world should have some connection with the Jimin Jun. Yet why did you not leave with Yawankafu? What purpose do you have in following me? Surely you do not intend to recruit me? If so, you have chosen the wrong person, for I harbor no interest in historical texts or the philosophy of the Jimin Jun. A commandeered warship rests upon an uninhabited island, where Crocodile, cigar in hand, exhales plumes of smoke, accompanied by Buggy's sand clone. As the original king of news from Impelled Down, Crocodile's information remains current. Now, with Buggy's clone revealing an eagle-headed form, it inadvertently confirms old Sand suspicions, greatly misleading the other party's understanding. I'm merely here as a reference point. Soon my boss will personally come to find you, and I hope you will not be too surprised at that moment. Crocodile, dissatisfied with Buggy's response, darkly remarked, Since you cannot make decisions, you shall remain as a hostage. Compared to controlling sand, even a mythical beast cannot compare to my sand fruit. Arc Crescent sand dunes. Desert wave. Faced with Crocodile's sand blade strike, a shell-like sand wall emerged before Buggy, blocking the attack. However, he was thrust through the wall by the force of the blow, propelled out of the cabin. Has the war atop the summit not yet ceased? How could a few months in prison have rendered you so irritable? I had thought you quite the rational individual. I am indeed quite rational. I merely wish to possess more leverage before negotiations. Moreover, your abilities pique my interest. Crocodile pursued him, half of his body transforming into quicksand as he wielded his signature golden hook, seemingly unwilling to relent. Buggy, with no choice but to engage, clashed with Crocodile. Their battle transitioning from the warship to the sky and finally landing upon the island, where powerful sand whirlwinds blinded the prisoners following old sand. Corrosive cycle. Crocodile knelt, his right hand touching the ground, causing it to crack rapidly and spread outward, transforming the once lush greenery into a parched wasteland. Are you attempting to create an environment advantageous to yourself? It seems I afforded you some dignity in front of your new subordinate. It appears that a lesson must be taught. Enough of your prattle. I shall demonstrate to you the terror of a natural type ability user. Desert Sunflower, with Crocodile's low roar. The formerly level sand beneath Buggy's clone suddenly collapsed, burying its lower half, with the sand steadily rising, threatening to engulf it entirely. Since slashing is ineffective, I shall entomb you in sand. I have yet to hear of any Zoan-type creatures that do not require breathing. I hope your boss arrives quickly, otherwise, I shall have to excavate your corpse. Under Crocodile's control, the sand continued to accumulate, and despite Buggy's frantic struggles, he sank ever deeper. Do not do this. Can we not negotiate? That manner of death is truly agonizing. The gravel soon reached Buggy's clone's neck, and despite its pleas for mercy, Crocodile remained unmoved, showing no intent of relenting until Buggy's clone was completely submerged in the sand dunes. Just as he prepared to return to the warship to await an unexpected guest, he suddenly dodged to the left, narrowly avoiding a dark hand that slashed across his waist, drawing blood. What is this? Observation Haki? It does not seem quite like that. It was difficult to imagine how you once stood toe-to-toe with a monster like Barrett. Buggy's clone slowly emerged from the sand, and in his view, Old Sand's decision to evade was not merely an application of observation Haki, but rather a sixth sense honed through brushes with death. Buggy did not mind failing to severely wound his opponent. He was merely assessing Crocodile's strength, determining a suitable price for negotiations. A modicum of armament Haki, and you are already so arrogant. Barrett was exactly like that. Yet, what exactly is your ability? Elementalization is a power exclusive to natural-type users. Is it not? Crocodile's confusion was soon elucidated, although the voice addressing him did not originate from the clone before him, but rather from Buggy's true form behind him. Congratulations on uncovering the secret, an ability that appears like the sand fruit, functions like the sand fruit. What could it possibly be? Would you like another demonstration to clarify? As Buggy's true form spoke, a small, swirling sand tornado manifested in his clone's hand, unmistakably Crocodile's signature technique, Sandstorm. This is... No wonder you extracted so much blood from me last time. The individual wielding that 100-meter-long blade on the battlefield was likely utilizing Mr. One's abilities. It seems you deceived everyone during the Sabeti Archipelago incident. Are you not afraid of my reporting this to the world government to restore your position as a warlord of the sea? Crocodile, an old schemer, quickly pieced together a series of details from his own experiences, regaining his composure and even beginning to threaten Buggy. Go ahead and report. I believe that as long as I demonstrate sincerity and assist the world government in cultivating CP agents with natural type abilities, they should forgive me. Whether your status as a warlord can be restored is uncertain, but the possibility of being captured and drained of blood is quite high. Buggy spread his hands in a display of helplessness, his expression as infuriating as ever, causing Crocodile to grit his teeth, the cigar in his mouth snapping and falling to the ground. Ugh, how vexing. Clown, what do you truly want by coming here? Surely it is not merely regarding the money I lent you last time. Such a matter is hardly worth exposing so many secrets. Crocodile expelled the remnants of his cigar, retrieving another to place in his mouth, his expression cold as he scrutinized Buggy, his brow furrowed in contemplation of the other's intentions. Of course, I wish to borrow money, but I do not intend to repay it. I plan to establish a secret organization, and your loan will serve as your initial investment. In due time, you shall receive dividends. Following this, Buggy explained the matter of the assassin organization to Crocodile, the reasoning not much different from his previous discussion with Moria, merely substituting the target Shi Huang for Whitebeard. This does not imply Buggy intends to sever ties with Whitebeard. He can simply issue a few minor tasks concerning Whitebeard's pirates to keep up appearances. Moreover, Whitebeard is not as reliant on external trade as Kaido, so the impact will be minimal. You actually intend to use my own funds to employ me for your endeavors? What a joke. What fool would accept such terms? Crocodile was left in disbelief at Buggy's audacious maneuver, unaware that he was not the first person Buggy had invited. Achoo! How annoying. Suddenly becoming thin has left me intolerant of this chilly climate. Could it be that Buggy's technique is flawed? I should have Hogback examine me. Moria, located in the Devil's Triangle, unexpectedly sneezed a few times, harboring doubts as he sought out his ship's doctor. Seeing that Crocodile was not particularly cooperative, Buggy flexed his fingers, producing 8 short blades and pointing them at Crocodile, slowly stating, "It appears I must persuade you physically. Were you not quite defiant when I captured you previously? This time, I shall ensure you concede wholeheartedly. That suits me perfectly. I have never trusted anyone. If you wish to collaborate with me, you must demonstrate a level of strength that earns my respect." Though Buggy had driven the Blackbeard pirates into disarray during the Summit War, Crocodile viewed them as mere pretenders seeking fame. Therefore, he does not regard Buggy as particularly formidable. He believes that as long as he responds earnestly, it should not be a problem to face 2 opponents at once. Moreover, he has already spotted Mr. One in the distance, who should be able to assist him in restraining one of the foes. Heavy sandstorm, 8 blades cutting wind. Crocodile, aware that Buggy is unafraid of slashing attacks, immediately unleashes a maximum range AoE assault to force the 2 adversaries apart, facilitating his ability to take them down one by one. However, Buggy's choice is somewhat perplexing. Instead of allowing his clones to engage in combat, he opts to confront the expanding sandstorm directly, delivering 8 slashes against it. Initially, Buggy's strikes are exceedingly feeble, but as time progresses, they gradually intensify, ultimately colliding with the advancing tempest and slicing it into 8 segments, continuing their trajectory towards Crocodile himself. Desert Diamond Blade. Feeling a searing pain in his arms, a result of Buggy's slashes being deflected by his sand blades, Crocodile mutters to himself. TCH, another annoying Haki user. Of course, as a crew member of the Pirate King, how could you not wield Haki? This indeed complicates matters. Surrendering means losing half. Agreeing to cooperate now would be acceptable, as you surely do not wish to embarrass yourself in front of your subordinates. Individuals like you, who can only utilize a bit of Haki, are everywhere in the Grand Line. Yet that does not impede my ability to defeat them one by one. Ah yes, being weak is indeed a sin. Were you not taught by the old man Whitebeard how to conduct oneself? Teacher Kai has informed us that Haki is the supreme power that transcends all. Ki, you say? Incensed by the sensitive topic, Crocodile charges at Buggy with his golden hook. Once a rising star, he had accepted the world government's invitation to become a warlord of the sea, and with his natural abilities, he had once matched the Haki and fruit-empowered Barrett. Holding Haki in disdain, he confidently challenged Whitebeard, only to suffer a devastating defeat. Whitebeard is certainly not like Teacher Kai, who is willing to imprison and train newcomers. And due to well-known reasons, Crocodile did not receive the same treatment as Ace, being hastily dismissed after his defeat. Hence, Old Sand harbors resentment, and upon returning to the first half of the Grand Line, he has been zealously seeking the Pluton among the 3 ancient weapons, thereby completely forfeiting the opportunity to learn and train in Haki. You wish to learn? I shall teach you. Is Haki truly so easy to learn? As the golden hook lunges toward him, Buggy calmly parries with his blade. The words that follow astonish Crocodile, who inadvertently engages in a conversation with Buggy, only to be sent flying by a single strike. Buggy's teaching method undoubtedly follows Teacher Kai's accelerated approach. Otherwise, if adhering to Teacher Lei's meticulous method, the gathering in the Chambered Islands would never take place. Buggy values his time immensely. He would not wish to spend even 2 days, let alone 2 years. A semester would be a maximum of 2 hours. As for whether one can learn, that depends on Old Sand's own fortune. The application of Haki is divided into hardening, coiling, emission, and internal destruction, which I shall demonstrate to you one by one. Although I'm unaware of how you were defeated by Luffy, he merely employs the most basic form of armament Haki. Buggy sheaths his short blade and delivers an uppercut that connects squarely with Crocodile's chin, launching him into the air. Before Crocodile can react, Buggy leaps upward, utilizing Moonwalk to pursue him, commencing his instruction. Buggy deliberately controls the intensity of his armament Haki. Each of his strikes inflicts damage upon Crocodile without causing serious injury. Ow, you bastard! Is this how you taught the Straw Hat Kid? I can't help but feel you simply want to beat me up. Will this really help me learn to use Haki? Perhaps sensing Buggy's lack of intent to fight for life and death, or perhaps genuinely wishing to ascertain whether he can master the use of Haki, or simply unwilling to concede inferiority to the man who has defeated him, Crocodile, after enduring Buggy's initial punches, relinquishes the chance to escape through elementalization and opts for close combat, a style in which he is not particularly adept. The result is that he becomes a human sandbag, receiving a barrage of punches and kicks from Buggy, prompting him to question Buggy's teaching methods. Oi, this is Teacher Kai's practical rapid teaching method. Must I use a spike club to prove it? Buggy, seizing a dry tree trunk from the side, disassembles and reconstitutes it into a spiked club, then envelopes it in his own Haki, raising it high above his head and swinging it a few times as black lightning begins to materialize, gathering upon the spiked club. I have no interest in wasting time here. Let's settle this. I nearly let you fool me before. Indeed, Haki may be essential for a guy like the Straw Hat, but I'm a natural abilities user. I have yet to see any Marine Admiral who uses Haki to inflict harm. Furthermore, I have never heard of any formidable figure named Teacher Kai. Not only did he receive a beating without learning anything, but Crocodile also feels as though he has been duped by Buggy, considering that Marine Admirals similarly rely on their abilities. Perhaps natural ability users cannot learn Haki. Having one more does not make a difference. Thus, he prepares to abandon close combat and engage Buggy in a manner he is more proficient in. What flawed reasoning! The Straw Hat Kid is not a paramecia. And as for your claim that Marine Admirals do not use Haki, how do you think they jointly defended against Whitebeard's initial strike on the execution platform? Would you like to know who Teacher Kai is? Then allow me to demonstrate the signature skill of the Beast Pirates Commander. I wonder if my execution will be authentic. Lime Hakian, Thunderous 8 trigrams. Desert Shield. Facing Buggy's Thunderous Strike, Crocodile opts for full defense. Previously, even with his Desert Blade, he suffered injury from Buggy's slashes. There is no way he can withstand a move of such magnitude. To this end, he emulates Buggy's sand clone, gathering a thick wall of sand before him in an attempt to slow the attack's approach and find an opportunity to evade. However, contrary to his expectations, although Buggy's Conqueror's Haki might not be as proficient as Teacher Kai's and takes a bit longer to charge, at least in terms of speed, he has mastered this blow completely, leaving Crocodile no chance to evade and obliterating the sand wall into dust. What do you take me for? Do not think you can intimidate me with the title of West Emperor. Wow, TCH, I see you're on the verge of a breakdown. You are exhibiting early symptoms, being particularly obstinate. However, it is true that the previous teaching method had some flaws. It must adhere to Teacher Kai's formal curriculum. Look, I am using Haki now. Buggy discards the ruined wooden club, crossing his arms and looking down at the fallen Crocodile, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The spiked club teaching method has indeed proven effective, and he has finally upheld Teacher Kai's reputation. Cough, is this Haki? Why does it feel different from what you used? Crocodile struggles to sit up, coughing out a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixed on his now blackened arms, a mixture of joy and confusion in his eyes. Previously, seeing no way to evade, Crocodile had staked everything, crossing his arms before his chest, willing to sacrifice his hands to block this life-threatening strike, inadvertently activating armament Haki in the face of mortal peril. Although he did not entirely negate the full force of Buggy's Thunderous 8 trigrams, he managed to avert the fate of being instantly obliterated. Indeed, it is different. What you employed was merely the common armament Haki prevalent in the New World. What I wield is a rather rare form of Haki. Reflect deeply on the sensations you experienced earlier, and practice gradually. As for my earlier remarks regarding the collaboration, I shall no longer oppose it. It seems I must fully reveal my intentions here to avoid future complications. Of course, I will remember this encounter. I cannot allow this beating to be in vain. Since you have sincerely requested my cooperation, and considering your considerable prowess, I shall reluctantly acquiesce to this arrangement. After I take a moment to rest, I shall seek you out for further instruction. After exhaling a deep sigh, Kalokir slowly rose to his feet, slightly swaying before regaining his composure. Observing Buggy as he retrieved his dagger once more, Kalokir understood that Buggy's threats were not mere bluster. Thus, he subtly consented to collaborate with Buggy, though his pride compelled him to frame it as a request from Buggy. Perhaps it is for the best. If we continue this altercation, I might inadvertently cause your demise. In 2 days, I shall host a gathering of the Shichibukai at the Sabedi Archipelago, and I hope you will attend. At that time, Hawkeye Mihawk and Don Quixote Doflamingo will also be present. Their Haki is formidable, and you may choose either to serve as your sparring partner. I shall have my subordinate accompany you. You may reach out to me through him in the future. Buggy waved his hand, declining Kalokir's offer for further instruction. It was a jest. Buggy adhered to the principle of one-on-one instruction from master, guaranteeing teaching but not mastery, with a limited duration, concluding the lessons promptly without extending beyond the allotted time. There is no way he would provide Kalokir with private tutoring. Nonetheless, he recommended 2 experienced mentors, believing it unlikely they would refuse. Yet, what is his true nature? Could it be that his genuine ability resembles Mr. 2's mimicry? Perhaps he would not divulge such information so easily. No matter, since you are unwilling to linger, let him continue to spar with me. Just to be clear, should any unfortunate incident occur, I shall not be held accountable. At that moment, Buggy's doppelganger transformed into the likeness of Era. During the withdrawal from the Marineford War, he assumed the form of a diminutive one-tail guardian, and with the eagle-headed humanoid form revealed in the cabin, Buggy's doppelganger had already undergone 3 transformations, prompting Kalokir's curiosity. Ah, you imaginative types are prone to overthinking. This is Era, known as Feng, and he too shall become a distinguished member of the Assassin's Guild, much like you. Enjoy your sparring. He is not much weaker than you. After leaving those words behind, Buggy gracefully stepped away, gliding towards the opposite side of the island. As dusk descended and the area became deserted, a portal of air opened before him. Upon entering, he reappeared at the Sabedi Archipelago, a feat accomplished through the utilization of the Dordor fruit. Although this fruit is best employed within visual range to avoid disorientation, Buggy cleverly used his doppelganger for positioning, creating an effect akin to a teleportation portal. The Dordor fruit does have its limitations and considerable energy consumption. I wonder if the use of a teleportation fruit would prove more convenient. Buggy did not rush to seek out Van Oka for his abilities. Instead, he returned to his quarters and dialed a series of numbers on a transponder snail. After a series of busy signals, a sharp sound resembling a bird call echoed from the receiver. Ho ho ho, what a delightful surprise. What news do you seek from me? Or do you have some juicy tidbits to share? Mr. Morgans, are you interested in acquiring comprehensive footage of the Marineford War? In return, I would like your newspaper to feature a column that includes financing advertisements and short stories in each issue. Quite the intriguing material, wouldn't you agree? However, my primary interest lies in the fate of the Straw Hat Boy. As his former mentor, surely you must have some information. I am aware that during the second Sabedi incident, you had interactions with several supernovas. Did you know that your student intended to go to Marine headquarters, and thus spared Trafalgar Law to facilitate his risky endeavor to save the Straw Hat Boy? Upon hearing Morgan's remarks, Buggy was momentarily taken aback, falling silent before replying, Mr. Morgans, as far as I know, you have consumed a zoan-type bird fruit, yet your speech resembles that of a paramecia-type imagination fruit. Trafalgar Law's decision to rescue Straw Hat Luffy was entirely his own. It has nothing to do with me. If you choose not to share, that is your prerogative. Morgans began, but was interrupted by Buggy's heavy breathing as he continued, I will indeed ascertain Luffy's condition, but as he is my student, if you wish to know his news, you must pay. A full page for the column, at the very least. Ho ho ho, as long as you provide valuable news. We can negotiate the space issue. I shall promptly send a newsbird to collect the information. Very well. There will be more noteworthy news emerging from the Sabedi Archipelago in the coming days. Do remind your reporters to pay attention, and I shall be in touch again afterward. Is it too much to ask for a precise update? It would help me prepare. Ah, you shall know in due time. After terminating the call, Buggy descended to dine, for he had exerted considerable energy in recent days and needed to replenish himself. The World Economic News Agency worked tirelessly throughout the night, finally delivering a comprehensive report on the Marineford War the following day. The general populace rejoiced at the Navy's triumph over the warlord of the sea, feeling relief that peace was preserved, while political leaders were more concerned about the Navy's precarious position against two warlords. Pirates, previously intimidated by the Grand Line, were now exuberant upon hearing news of one piece, rallying their crews to venture into the Grand Line in search of fortune. Pirates from a new world grew bolder, rushing to the territory of the Whitebeard pirates upon hearing of their defeat, eager to seize a piece of the spoils. Little did they know, the Whitebeard pirates had already boarded their refurbished ships and were preparing to cross the Red Line back to the New World. Meanwhile, the luxurious, traveling entourage within the crew, still under the influence of the drunken red-haired Shanks, continued to revel in music, dance, and feasting, showing no inclination to relocate. Have you truly forgotten my identity? How could they treat you in such a manner? No, I must find that scoundrel and compel him to restore you to normal. At Sabeti Archipelago, Big Eater Boyne, ignoring Buggy's protests, approached Tyrant Kuma with a face full of joy. However, after receiving no response, she could only emit a cry of despair and frustration. I have warned you of this scenario before, yet you chose not to believe me. Do not worry. I shall soon find time to seek Vegapunk, and I will certainly bring you along. With that, Buggy attempted to board the Thousand Sunny under Kuma's watchful gaze, only to find the latter rising to block his path. Hey, Kuma, is there truly no way for us to communicate? I am merely the Straw Hat Boy's master, wishing to hold a meeting, not to cause any destruction. Alternatively, I could take my dear niece to find old man Vegapunk. That might disrupt your plans, wouldn't it? Kuma's mouth gleamed with golden light, completely disregarding Buggy's entreaties. Buggy had no choice but to step aside, inadvertently exposing Boyne to the threat. In an astonishing turn of events, Kuma's previously vacant mechanical gaze displayed a flicker of life. Just as the laser was poised to fire, he abruptly closed his mouth, allowing it to explode within him. Swiftly, he turned and ascended the Thousand Sunny, seemingly unwilling for his daughter to witness his injuries. After Buggy attempted to board once more, Kuma did not impede his passage. Bonnie, do not wander aimlessly in search of the New World. Return to the store, and I shall inform you of any news. So be it, should you deceive me. I will consume all the provisions in your shop. We shall see how you explain that to Sister Rita. Reluctantly, Bonnie cast one last glance at the silhouette of Tyrant Bear, stifling her tears as she rushed back to the Buggy headquarters. Turning back several times, yet never witnessing Tyrant Bear turn around. Is this truly acceptable? Couldn't there be a proper farewell with Bonnie? Hand over the Den Mushy that connects to Vegapunk. It would be unwise for me to barge in and provoke any conflict. Egghead Island is not that difficult to locate, is it? Initially seated cross-legged on the deck, Tyrant Bear remained unresponsive until Buggy mentioned Egghead Island, at which point he turned his gaze towards Buggy, scrutinizing him for a considerable time before retrieving a Den Mushy from his pocket and handing it over. How amusing. It turns out that the supernova is Tyrant Bear's daughter. I was wondering why she hadn't made a name for herself despite her bounty surpassing 100 million. Are you not concerned about the Navy coming after you? Doflamingo descended from the sky and settled into a lounge chair, appearing to have been an observer for some time. Since she has now allied with me, I shall certainly protect her. Furthermore, when Admiral Kizaru visited last time, he did not seem intent on causing trouble for Bonnie. It hardly qualifies as a significant issue. You arrived rather promptly. Have you finished your business in Mariewa? Would you care for a drink? Disposing of the celestial dragons is hardly a challenge. What you wish to drink is of no consequence. Just quickly transfer Law's abilities to me and explain the situation with that Wayno brat. Why does his conqueror's Haki resemble yours so closely? We should discuss this in the cabin. With Tyrant Bear guarding outside, we should not be disturbed. In response to Doflamingo's inquiry, Buggy did not rush to answer, but instead approached the cabin. When did you board? It should not have been just now. Could that Hawkeye fellow have arrived earlier? Just as Doflamingo rose, he instinctively used his observation Haki and discovered an additional presence in the cabin. However, upon entering, he was taken aback to find two of Baki's men seated at the dining table, both gazing at him, while a figure resembling Momonosuke stood beside them. Surprised, are we? Joker, did you not use your powers to create a clone? As fellow jesters, there is no reason my abilities should be inferior to yours. One of the Bakis held a bottle of sherry, opening it in front of Doflamingo and pouring a glass for each of them, which then disintegrated and merged into the figure, animating it. Oh, Omoshiroi, I wonder why you made a trip to Impel Down. I thought you were merely reminiscing with Fire Fist. It seems you conspired with the Straw Hat Kid to stage a prison break, but alas, it ended in failure. You had to head to Navy headquarters, and the outcome was still a disappointment. Yet, you chose this identity to assist Whitebeard. Hoping to incite a war between the Western Emperor, I advise you to abandon such dreams. After enduring the Marineford War, it remains uncertain whether Whitebeard can maintain his territory. Just dealing with Blackbeard is troublesome enough. How could he possibly engage in war with Kaido? Hee. Doflamingo swirled the wine in his glass, speaking with a playful demeanor about his assessment. You overthink things. I merely sought an identity closer to Whitebeard, never intending to instigate a full-scale war between him and Kaido. After all, Kazuki Oden has been dead for many years, and Whitebeard has yet to exact vengeance on Kaido, making such a possibility even more remote. However, Kazuki Oden's son did not perish. Prior to his execution, Oden left a farewell letter, and his wife, Kazuki Toki, sent their son and 3 retainers to the future, set to reappear in approximately 2 years. After a lengthy discourse, Baki felt parched, but was not as particular as Doflamingo. He raised his wine glass and gulped it down, lacking the elegance that Doflamingo possessed. Is that truly the case? I was unaware of such matters. Are you fabricating a tale to deceive me? Wouldn't it be better to possess a fruit with the ability to control time and return to the past? Even if your claims are true, what relevance does this identity hold for you? What are your true intentions? Perhaps it is due to Kazuki Toki's incomplete development of her powers. She cannot return to the past, only transport to the future. The reason I share this with you is that those individuals will appear in your territory in 2 years. At that time, you may demand whatever benefits you wish from Kaido, and as a trade. I hope you will support my ascension to the title of the new Warlord of the Sea. You harbor some apprehension towards Kaido, do you not? When necessary, I can utilize this identity to help restrain him, for the Kazuki clan still has remnants remaining. Compared to the Western Emperor and the Navy, the Warlords of the Sea are inherently weaker, requiring strengthened cooperation to maintain equilibrium. I have heard whispers of factions within the Navy advocating for the abolition of the Warlord system, and we must prepare in advance. It was now Momonosuke who spoke up. While Baki was contentedly savoring a hamburger, I am willing to cooperate with Kaido. Yet it is not solely for the sake of profit. The so-called balance has never been my pursuit. Such endeavors only serve to fortify the world government, allowing those foolish celestial dragons to remain elevated. My true aspiration is to obliterate this mundane world, and that necessitates a grand war, which Kaido can conveniently assist me in achieving. The title of Warlord holds no bearing on my status in the underworld, whether it exists or not. Do you still find your arguments meaningful? Quickly transfer the powers of the surgery fruit to me. I have matters to attend to and no time to indulge in pirate games. Doflamingo set down his glass, leaning over the table to gaze down at Baki, as if this posture could intimidate him. The fallen celestial dragon remains ever greedy. Do you yearn for eternal life? Without sufficient strength, even an infinite lifespan poses the risk of being slain, especially amidst the impending war. Do not be so hasty. The surgery fruit's abilities will indeed be entrusted to you. I wish to continue our collaboration. After all, among the warlords, only the 2 of us are eager to expand our influence. Baki's willingness to reveal certain secrets before Doflamingo was to facilitate better cooperation in the future. Among the remaining warlords, aside from the 2 of them, only Tyrant Bear and Hawkeye remain as lone wolves. Although Empress possesses some personnel, they lack the desire for expansion. Even though Baki has been wildly expanding these past few months, attempting to establish his own trade network, he still cannot compare to Doflamingo, who has been developing for over a decade. The vast underground trading network he controls is the primary reason Buggy is eager to engage with Doflamingo. Buggy believes that rather than slowly cultivating the market on his own, it is far more efficient to partner with Doflamingo, the middleman. Though he must sacrifice some profits, Buggy, pressed for time, cannot afford such concerns. He must build sufficient power within the next 2 years to seize the initiative in the ensuing chaos. You truly possess quite a bit of knowledge. As I understand it, you have remained in the information-deprived East Blue for these years. Did you obtain this while following the Pirate King? What is the true nature of One Piece? Given our excellent cooperative relationship, could you not divulge a bit? Doflamingo's expression shifted, and after a prolonged moment, he slowly seated himself, picking up his wine glass once more, taking a sip, and restoring his previous demeanor, curiously inquiring about Buggy's great treasure. What is One Piece? Perhaps Whitebeard knows something, but I do not. The night before we landed, I fell ill and did not accompany the ascent to Raftel. Why do you suddenly wish to inquire about this? Do you seek to become the Pirate King in addition to yearning for eternal life? I advise against uttering those 3 words. The urge for kingship can be perilous. Kingship? Such an odd term. Since you mentioned that the development of power is solely between us two, why did you invite Yin? If you claim that the mysterious person is just another identity of yours, I would agree to the recommendation. There is absolutely no need for gatherings like this, is there? This is merely to showcase the collective strength of the Shichibukai. Aren't you trying to recruit Karaktal? I specifically called him here as well, observing that Mingu is quite disinclined towards meetings, only eager to hasten the transaction and return home. Buggy had no choice but to inform Lao Sha of the situation in advance, which barely allowed him to settle down. To demonstrate his seriousness, Buggy ordered his subordinates to erect a fence overnight around the vicinity and set up a large tent not far from the Wanli Yangwangho, even hanging a gigantic banner at the entrance proclaiming the gathering of the Shichibukai. A journalist from Morgan's, keen on the events surrounding the Chambord archipelago, had already staked out the area, but it wasn't until the next afternoon that Yin arrived aboard a coffin ship, his formidable presence causing the reporters to retreat in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Don't wear such a serious expression. How can a banquet be without entertainment? Machi insisted on bringing out Licky for a performance. No problem, Captain Buggy. For today's meal, I want double portions, no triple. Bring it on, Licky. A little exercise will allow us to eat even more. Sitting at the periphery, Machi set down his food and, after much coaxing, finally managed to pull the significantly plumper Licky up to perform a lion jumping through a ring of fire. A talking lion is quite amusing, isn't it? Here, give his bottle to your big disciple, the Baboon King, so he can communicate with your little disciple, Sandal Lu Soren. Sandal Lu Soren? That green-haired kid? I never said I would take him as a disciple. Although Yin spoke thus, he accepted the bottle Buggy handed him, revealing a lingering affection for the Baboon King, with whom he had spent a long time. My goods should be returned to me now. Just a brief greeting with that fellow, and then I'll be on my way. Doflamingo urged Buggy to hasten the transaction, his gaze fixed on the direction outside, where a swirling dust storm was rapidly approaching. All right, go and catch up with your old acquaintance. Doflamingo disregarded Buggy's jest, received the bottle of liquid from Buggy, and vanished from his seat, reappearing outdoors, then employing Kong Dao to confront the dust storm. Boom! It was the former Shichibukai Karaktal. How would he be here? Is he also attending the gathering? Regardless, let us just capture the moment. This is excellent material. The president will surely reward us. The reporters, already on high alert, enthusiastically began their work, capturing shots with fervor. Karaktal, you've certainly grown stronger in just a few days. Are you considering working under me now? Put away your tiresome tricks and show me just how powerful your Haki truly is. Doflamingo parried Karaktal's hook with threads, persistently inviting him, to which he received a fist adorned with gemstone rings as a response. Even in a mere contest of Haki, you and I are not of the same caliber. Just as Mingu unleashed his conqueror's Haki to make Lao Sha feel the disparity of the world, another former Shichibukai, Moria, stealthily arrived. A shadow mysteriously detached from the ground, materializing into Moria's form, having utilized his Shadow Fruit ability to swap places with the Shadow Master. You've arrived. It seems that Perona means quite a lot to you. I've already spoken to my hawk about this. Take him along when you leave. Buggy gestured towards the nearby, fake Momonosuke, reasoning that he brought a clone to prevent Moria from losing contact upon reaching the new world. And he also wished to visit Fishman Island. Given the high casualty rate of the underwater routes, he felt cautious, so a clone would suffice to avoid distress should any mishap occur. Didn't the papers say I was already dead? Perfect for lying low for a while. Ingyin, when will you return to Karaikana Island? I wish to retrieve my subordinate. I heard the island was once embroiled in conflict. Would you mind if I conveniently collected some corpses? Moria chuckled and reverted back to the Shadow Master, transforming into a bat and flying away, indicating that his original body must be nearby. A few more people wouldn't matter. It's just right for a stroll around Fishman Island. I hear there are some formidable swordsmen there, and I'm eager to see for myself. Ingyin, my hawk, showed no surprise at Moria's slimmer appearance. He was solely interested in swordsmen, oblivious to whether Moria's 5-meter greatsword would change his perception. While the three conversed, Doflamingo hastily concluded his lesson with Kuroctal, leaving the somewhat unsatisfied Lao Sha behind as he departed. He was eager to experiment with the powers of the surgery fruit, and Kaido also needed him to relay some messages. After all, the climate surrounding Wano was treacherous, making it difficult for news birds to reach, resulting in extremely limited information. With Ingyin departing with Buggy's clone, the seemingly unremarkable first gathering of the Shichibukai came to an end, yet its ramifications extended beyond the newspapers. The following day, Buggy received a phone call from Admiral Sengoku, who questioned him about any schemes. When asked about Kuroctal and Momonosuke, Buggy stated that Lao Sha's failure to capture was Ming Ji's responsibility and applied for Momonosuke to be recognized as a new Shichibukai. 5 days after the Paramount War, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, quietly anchored at Fort Diverthan Island, a prominent location in the New World. The pirates under Whitebeard briefly paused before returning to their respective territories to maintain stability, while the flagship awaited Ace's awakening. Cough, cough, is this old man here? Have you perished too? Do pirates continue to drift back to their ships after death? Gulalala, what nonsense are you saying? Ace, now that you're awake, come have a drink with me. You look nothing like Roger now. Instead, you resemble that little red-haired brat. As Ace, bewildered, sat up and touched his unblemished chest, he finally grasped the situation and caught the rum that Whitebeard offered. What on earth is happening? I recall this place should have been blasted open by a Kainu. Even if it healed, there shouldn't be no trace left. You remember the incident at Impel Down, right? If it weren't for this old man's objections, I would have arranged an F-cup for you. Now, you just appear older. You should decide whether to live incognito. The one responding to Ace was Buggy's clone, who had deliberately returned to his original form for better understanding. So, taking my organs was for this. I owe you a great debt. So if you ever need my assistance, just let me know. How is Luffy? Did he manage to retreat safely, having experienced life and death? Ace dropped the previous pretenses of politeness, becoming more straightforward and expressing gratitude before inquiring about Luffy's whereabouts. He was gravely injured at Impel Down, barely holding on with stimulants until reaching Marine headquarters. He collapsed before you, mentally shattered, escaping with Jinbei, and later took a punch from Akainu, nearly dying. Don't listen to his exaggerations. It wasn't as severe as he claims. The Straw Hat Kid was rescued by a supernova and even survived injuries like yours. So what could possibly happen to him? You might see that little rascal in the New World in a few days. Baji, with a demeanor increasingly fraught with tension, observed Ace's pallor deepen as he gripped his cup ever more tightly. In the end, it was Whitebeard who could no longer bear to see his foolish son tormented and succinctly conveyed the outcome. How splendid it would have been if that scoundrel Teach had either perished or been captured by the Navy. Though unable to exact personal vengeance, the grievance for Saki would have been avenged. Alas, the wretched Blackbeard was neither dead nor apprehended. He had seized the opportunity to slip away while I was delayed by that red-haired rascal. Now, his whereabouts remain a mystery. Enough of that red-nosed brat. Let's not speak of that scoundrel any longer. Someday at sea, we shall surely encounter him again, and then we will settle the score. The thought of Blackbeard's escape still irked Baki, Having so many formidable experts, yet allowing Blackbeard to flee could only be attributed to his relatively insignificant background. Unlike Ace and Luffy, who commanded the Navy's attention. The pressing matter now is Ace's identity moving forward. Changing his name would undoubtedly alleviate numerous complications, enabling him to serve as the captain of the second crew while still being my son, thereby reducing the target on his back. The Navy is currently boasting about their achievements. Should they discover Ace is still alive, would they not mobilize to pursue him in order to preserve their pride? Even if the Navy were aware of Ace's survival, what could they truly do? In the new world, he may create as much chaos as he pleases. As long as I am alive, the sky shall not fall. Buggy handed the newspaper to Ace, allowing him to absorb more details about the war. His desire for Ace to relinquish the responsibilities of Whitebeard's captaincy and act freely was primarily motivated by his ambition to recruit another formidable warrior for his assassination hotel scheme. Whitebeard, however, was unconcerned, asserting that the grand stage of the new world awaited. If the Navy had the audacity to come, we would confront them boldly, no fear involved. Do you wish for Ace to cower under your protection for eternity? How then could he inherit your legacy as the sovereign of the West? His sworn brother Sabo has already emerged as a formidable force within the Revolutionary Army. Ace's growth has evidently stagnated. He seems to have an arrangement to meet Kaido's daughter. Might you accompany him then? That would indeed be an exciting prospect. I am eager to discern which is stronger, the world's mightiest man or the world's strongest creature. Buggy, ever the spectator of chaos, inquired whether the grand battle at Navy headquarters had not yet satiated Ace's thirst for excitement. Whether deemed a demon or a monster, I am merely an ordinary man with a single heart. I cannot maintain the title of the strongest indefinitely, though I harbor no fear of that fool Kaido. Should we find ourselves in a life-and-death struggle, it would likely be I who falters first, for the Zoan-type fruit's regenerative abilities are unmatched among the three categories. With a hearty laugh, Whitebeard candidly acknowledged his limitations in enduring long battles, a realization he had come to after the recent top war. Despite much of his ailments being alleviated by Buggy's surgery, it did not alter the fact that Newgate Whitebeard was now an elderly man in his 70s, in a scenario where their offensive capabilities were nearly equal. Engaging in a drawn-out conflict with the formidable regeneration of the Ryu no Mi against a youthful Kaido would certainly lead to a severe disadvantage, potentially resulting in his demise. Since the newspaper claims I am dead, I shall remain inconspicuous for a while. Reflecting on Teach's situation, it is clear that I had not considered it thoroughly. The matter in Wano is not urgent. My current need is to grow stronger swiftly, for I must not be outdone by those two youngsters, Sabo and Luffy. Ace was elated to learn of Sabo's survival, and his inherently competitive spirit reignited his fighting spirit. Seizing the moment, Buggy began promoting his assassination hotel services. I am in the process of establishing a business throughout the New World, where we will undertake missions commissioned by various factions. Tasks will be categorized by difficulty, and members can earn rewards by completing them, working under code names to protect their identities. This should be ideal for your training. Would you be interested in participating? Moreover, as an S-rank member, you would enjoy complimentary meals and lodging in my fast food establishments nationwide, and perhaps even in Wano in the future. Knowing Ace's penchant for food and rest, Buggy made this enticing addition, piquing Ace's interest as he indicated he would consider it. Subsequently, the Moby Dick departed from Fordville Island, carrying captured invader pirates to patrol Whitebeard's territory. Among the captives, the one with the highest bounty was Catalosi Higlagly, who referred to himself as T-Beard. Although he had been severely beaten by Jozu, who had just finished reattaching his arm, he was fortunate to have retained his limbs, narrowly escaping the fate of being dismembered by Hawkins. At that moment, he was fervently scrubbing the deck of the Moby Dick alongside his subordinates, drenched in sweat, completely neglecting his braided beard, which was soaked, lacking the air of arrogant dominance one would expect from a captain. 1 week following the top war, in the rebuilding Navy headquarters at Mariewa, Buggy found himself seated upon a battered sofa, devouring fast food voraciously. Admiral Sengoku, has my dear nephew's title as a warlord been approved? He has prepared a grand gift for your Navy. Clown Buggy. Many aspire to become warlords. Just because you have some connection does not warrant such an esteemed title. What a farce. The world government is not your family business. The warlords are a crucial military asset for the world government, and with two significant threats to maritime stability suddenly vacant, it is my duty as a responsible Navy ally to recommend capable pirates. Furthermore, recruiting powerful pirates to alleviate the Navy's burdens aligns perfectly with your own strategies. Even disregarding his personal strength, most escapees from Impel Down fall under his jurisdiction. If a commotion arises, it will indeed be the Navy that has to contend with it. In response to Sengoku's derision, Buggy retorted with an air of righteousness, painting himself as a benefactor of the Navy, seemingly a different person from the one who disregarded orders during the Top War. Oomph, you speak so eloquently. With the chaos engulfing Impel Down, what more do you intend to stir up? You would do well to keep him in check. I have already ordered the Navy to cease capturing pirates for the time being, and instead to execute them on the spot. Aren't you quite familiar with Tenryubido? Have him approach the Gora CI. I am merely a retiree, no longer wishing to involve myself in your sordid affairs. Is that so? It seems he can only set sail to the New World with thousands of captured pirates. I wonder if the patrolling Navy will execute them. What a pity. Ha ha. Taking advantage of Sengoku's distraction, Buggy discarded a table full of fast food wrappers and leapt out of the office, laughing heartily. What? Thousands of pirates? What on earth has happened? You little rascal. Come back and explain yourself. How is it that the East Blue yields such rascals? Once I deal with this mess, I shall resign from the commander position, hoping Akiji can take over. By the time Sengoku comprehended the situation, Buggy had already vanished without a trace. Enraged, Sengoku cursed under his breath, sighing deeply. In the past, whenever he lost his temper, he could always hear the light-hearted laughter of his old comrade Garp. But those days had vanished along with the Top War, leaving only his pet goat as company, evoking a sense of helplessness within the venerable admiral. As for Buggy's claim of capturing thousands of pirates, although certainly exaggerated, there were indeed over 1,000. This all ties back to the warlord gathering. Although Hawkeye roams around on a small boat, he possesses the right to traverse the Red Line as a warlord, lacking any experience with coded vessels. The two could only wait by the shore for Moria's arrival. It was not until the moon reached its zenith that Moria appeared, accompanied by two living subordinates aboard a small bat-shaped ship that had been coded. It seemed he had not brought the enormous and fearsome three-masted ship. Under the cover of night, the trio ventured into the sea. Although they encountered attacks from colossal creatures along the way, they were effortlessly dealt with by Eagle Eye and Moria. The main threat lay in the complicated ocean currents, yet they managed to reach Fishman Island without incident. Due to the earlier overwhelming presence of the Whitebeard pirates, the human pirates on Fishman Island remained utterly subdued. The so-called New Fishman Pirates, led by Hody Jones, also ceased their brazen activities of ambushing ships outside the island. This was the fundamental reason why the supernovas could smoothly enter the New World without conflict. However, Hody Jones, wishing to avoid confrontation, found himself faced with trouble. Originally, the group intended to enter Fishman Island under the guise of the Eagle Eye, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but the royal family of Fishman Island denied them entry under the pretext of a critical period. They dared to prevent my landing? Do they think that because I bear the Whitebeard flag, I will refrain from taking action? My master, we cannot engage in battle at sea. Our zombies are ineffective. If the coating is destroyed, we are doomed. Remain calm. Fighting at sea is not only troublesome, but would also expose your identity. I know of a suitable place, an illegal zone on Fishman Island, home to the largest ships in the world. Many of those sea creatures have enormous sea kings as mounts. You could use them to bolster your forces. They also have the first swordsman of Fishman Island, and I believe you both would find great pleasure there. Proud Moria was reluctant to endure such humiliation, insisting on waging war against Fishman Island. However, his subordinates held him back, and under Buggy's persuasion, he finally calmed down. Eagle Eye remained composed, only nodding slightly in interest upon hearing about the Fishman swordsman. After purchasing a substantial amount of bubble coral from Fishman Island, they set off towards the underwater Fishman Street. The location of Noah. You lowly beings, this is our territory the territory of the fishmen. You can only enter if you become our slaves. The unmasked bat ship was quickly spotted by patrolling members of the new fisherman pirates, riding enormous sea beasts before them. Lowly beings? Are you speaking of yourselves? You pitiful creatures hiding beneath the sea. What use is your shadow if you remain submerged all year? Let become my power. Moria, with his shadow gun, singled out the sea kings, leaving the inexperienced fishmen utterly astonished and frozen in place. Oh, Hammond, are they the invaders? You truly are a bunch of fools. To deal with these lowly beings who cannot survive underwater, simply destroy their bubbles. Like this. The blue circle octopus man, Leopard Zong, staggered out from Noah, quickly approaching the bat ship and raising his blade to cut through the coating. Is this the first swordsman of Fishman Island? What an utterly disappointing figure. Eagle-Eye Mihawk unsheathed the small cross knife hanging from his chest and casually slashed at Leopard Zong. The crescent-shaped attack breached the bubble coating and grew larger. Leopard Zong barely evaded and attempted to block, sustaining severe injuries. Not only was his sword severed in two, but half of his 8 tentacles were also chopped off. Were it not for the fishman's doubled speed underwater, he would have been cleaved in two. Damn you, Eagle-Eye. Such a fine shadow, and you scared it away. Absalom, hurry and pursue. Do not let them escape. Upon witnessing that even Leopard Zong was no match for this group, the fishmen realized they had encountered formidable foes and fled towards Noah with all their might. Boss Hody, the Whitebeard pirates have not made any noise for many days since they left. They must have been annihilated. When shall we resume capturing human slaves? We have let many passing pirates escape these past few days. Indeed, these weaklings perish quickly, and if we do not replenish our numbers, we fishmen will have to do the work ourselves. At this moment, Hody Jones was drinking and taking stimulants with his officers. During this time, the shark fishman Jiao continuously mentioned capturing humans, receiving agreement from the other officers. Fishman Island is a crucial passage for pirates heading to the New World. Since we are running low on supplies, let's go out and capture more. It is also vital to recruit more fishmen to our cause. Once we control the entire kingdom, all humans. Before Hody Jones could finish his mad ramblings, a tremendous slash pierced the entire room. You wish to attack the ship? This is a relic, do you know that? May I ask, has it ever snowed in your underwater realm? Momonosuke, while mocking the world's greatest swordsman, emerged with the two, wrapped in bubbles, into the hall. What a grotesque group. Do not freeze them all to death. Otherwise, the shadows will disappear too. Moria adeptly collected shadows from Hody Jones and the others, and then critiqued the ice-covered fishman, utterly oblivious to how strange and ugly he appeared to others. The commotion from Eagle-Eye's earlier attack was significant, prompting members of the new Fishman Pirates to rush into the hall. Unfortunately, despite their numbers, they were ineffectual. Aside from the weak hogback who obediently stayed with a few zombies to guard the ship, even Absalom was able to enjoy a rousing spree of mowing down foes with his invisibility ability, let alone the others. After dealing with the new Fishman Pirates, the group rescued nearly 10,000 human pirates. After pillaging Fishman Street, they finally set sail towards the New World. As Eagle, I had no interest in forming a crew, and Moria looked down upon these weaklings. The rescued pirates were nominally taken under the wing of Momonosuke. It was not out of gratitude that the pirates complied. Rather, they were merely biding their time. Once they discovered an island or encountered any unforeseen events, these individuals might seize the opportunity to escape or even turn against them. Unfortunately, Buggy's castle clone had long since led Galdino and most of the prisoners from Impel down to await rescue in the New World. Compared to the fearsome and notorious criminals from Impel Down, these recently escaped pirates from Fishman Island were as fragile as lambs. They had to follow the arrangements of the third brother and were tightly controlled. Your Highness, your newly acquired subordinates will soon be arranged. Shall we head back to Kalabali Island now? Galdino respectfully stood behind Momonosuke, glancing at the world's greatest swordsman and the somewhat familiar Moria, realizing that this mysterious prince was indeed unfathomable. Not only had he orchestrated a prison break from Impel Down, but he had also emerged unscathed from the battle at Marineford. Now, it appeared he had some connections with the 7 warlords, making him a worthy figure to follow. Do not rush, just ensure nothing major occurs. Then, we shall take our leave. When you plan to see trouble with Kaido, do let me know. I shall certainly be there to support you. For Moria, as long as one was Kaido's mortal enemy, they were akin to brothers. Meanwhile, Eagle Eye maintained his aloof demeanor, resuming his position in the coffin-like ship, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement, awaiting Moria to set sail back to Kuraikawa Island. As the fleet adjusted its course, a sudden barrage of cannon fire erupted from the distance. As several enormous warships with black sails swiftly approached, fire at full force. Anyone obstructing Master Kaido must die. Leave not a single one alive. I will kill them all. The leading ship of the approaching fleet is adorned with a mastodon figurehead, atop which stands a colossal man exceeding 8 meters in height, sporting a metallic jaw. He is draped in a fur coat, his shoulders bristling with sharp spikes, and his bare torso reveals an exceptionally muscular physique. This formidable figure is none other than the Drought, Jack, a prominent member of the 100 Beast pirate crew and the future destruction of Zou, renowned as the king of ships and the war deity of the Battle of Dejima. His presence here can be traced back to before the Marineford War, when Kaido attempted to launch a surprise attack on Whitebeard's home, only to be dissuaded by red-haired Shanks, who returned to Wano to drink away his sorrows. Jack was dispatched during that time, tasked with escorting weapons for a deal with Don Quixote da Flamingo. However, upon learning from the newspapers about the scion of the Kazuki clan appearing at Marineford, he unilaterally altered his mission and began to linger at the entrance of the New World, preparing to alleviate some of the burdens from his captain. Captain, it seems they are not united. 2 ships are breaking away from the formation. That is Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, one of the Shichibukai. Should we wait for him to leave before we attack? Who do you think I am? Whether he is Hawkeye or Tiger, I matters not. Bring the ship closer. I shall personally twist the head off that little brat from the Kazuki family. Disregarding the lookout's advice, the brave General Jack disdainfully uttered his famous catchphrase, commanding the fleet to charge forth, ferociously launching an assault on Tama. Your Highness, it is Jack, one of Kaido's all-stars, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. He is quite formidable, especially considering we have many newcomers here. It may be difficult to command. Should we retreat or engage while withdrawing? Since arriving in the New World, Sanji, who adheres to a philosophy of crime through intellect, has been gathering information on Kaido the Beast. Aware of Tama's identity, he recognized the impossibility of compromise between the 2 parties. Thus, while appearing to propose 2 options, he was subtly suggesting a retreat. Who do you think I am? Bring the ship closer. A man of honor does not retreat without a fight. However, Your Highness, Tama's decision took Sanji by surprise. Just as he was about to continue his persuasion, he saw Tama leap onto the bow and call out loudly, "Brothers who broke out of Impel Down. Slaves escaping Fishman Island are awaiting our guidance. The battles of the Navy headquarters cannot hold us back. What fear do we have of mere subordinates of Kaido? Brothers, take up your weapons. Fire back. Leave that 1 billion berries bound in me. Full charge. Let's show those newcomers our formidable style. Leave no one alive. Leave no one alive." Tama's voice reverberated throughout the fleet, rallying the escaped prisoners from Impel Down, who responded with fervor, commanding their respective ships to follow the flagship into battle. The sea boiled as if it were boiling water. Baki's decision to take such action was not motivated by a desire to compete with the king of ships in naval prowess, but rather to prevent Moria from intervening. Kaido would not care about the small fry, but if Jack, this fool, were to be killed, they would have to face the wrath of the Flying Dragon. Moreover, absorbing so many newcomers at once posed a potential instability. It was an opportune moment to expend some of them. After experiencing a shared battle, the survivors would quickly develop a sense of belonging, facilitating their integration into the team. Kaido's subordinates? Bringing so many, looks like they are high-ranking officers. Hawkeye, perhaps you should leave first. I will catch up shortly. I cannot miss such excellent zombie material. When I see Kaido again, he will surely be pleased. A little delay is of no consequence. Just a way to pass the time. Although Moria had spent considerable time in the Devil's Triangle and did not recognize the Drought Jack, he certainly could not forget the distinct flag of Kaido. He prepared his subordinate ships to engage. Meanwhile, Hawkeye stood upon his coffin ship, observing the increasingly close combatants his hand caressing the black blade on his back, seemingly searching for a suitable target to cleave. Suddenly, snowflakes began to drift in the sea, and, as the snowfall intensified, the temperature plummeted rapidly, leading to the emergence of fractured ice on the water's surface, a consequence of Tama's snow powers. Ice release, white whale herd. With Tama's thunderous shout, the swirling snowflakes and the floating ice formed colossal unicorn whales, crashing down upon the flagship where the drought jack stood. With a mighty roar, the king of ships transformed into a mammoth, smashing through the ice and snow whales before he could address the destruction wrought by the other giants upon his vessel. He could only watch helplessly as his ship was battered and torn, his subordinates either gravely injured, buried beneath the ice and snow, or thrown from the deck into the icy sea. Quinoya wrote, "Kazuki brat, what kind of hero attacks ships?" The drought jack glared furiously, cursing at Tama. With no hope of boarding, he reverted to his human form, unsheathing the curved blade slung over his shoulder. He leaped high from the bow, aiming to forcibly board the enemy ship for close-quarters combat. 10,000-year white dragon roar. As the king of ships reached his apex, Buggy, impersonating Tama, also appeared in mid-air, voluntarily elementalizing and merging with the ice and snow to become a colossal white dragon. The several dozen-meter-long white snow dragon opened its massive jaws and dove towards the drought jack. Even as Jack raised his blade to defend, he was still engulfed and pulled beneath the surface, while the dragon's tail reformed into Tama's shape, standing in the air with Moonwalk. Brothers, just as I anticipated, the 1 billion bounty all-star is no match for our esteemed captain. We cannot bring shame upon him, seize their ships, and divide their treasures. Let the newcomers witness the might of the Impel Down rogues. Kill, kill, Candle Champion. Regrettably, Miss Golden Week was absent. Otherwise, my most outstanding artwork would have doubled in power. Seeing the captain achieve victory with such ease, third brother Galdino dismissed thoughts of retreat and, while rallying the crowd, prepared to lead the charge himself. The morale of the Impel Down escapees surged, invigorating even the slaves from Fishman Island, who began swinging onto the nearby ships of the 100 Beast pirates for close combat. In stark contrast, the spirits of the king of ships' subordinates plummeted, their military cohesion shattered. They could only fight defensively, quickly falling to the disadvantage and failing to rescue their fallen captain. TCH, is it over so soon? What a letdown. I thought he would be a formidable opponent given his size. The remaining lackeys hold even less value. Hard to port Absalom. We are going to retrieve Perona. Moria smirked, realizing that without the ability to moonwalk, he had no means to hover in midair. The distance was too great for him to influence the battle. Therefore, before he could reveal his abilities, the tide of battle had already turned heavily against them. As a user of abilities, Moria had also experienced the helplessness of being submerged in water. After observing for a while, and seeing no one attempt to rescue the king of ships, he instructed Absalom to leave. Hawkeye remained silent, but the act of loosening his grip on the black blade and returning to his position conveyed his stance. Leave the ship, but do not leave the men. Send them all to the sea to feed the fish. Buggy was resolute in his decision to train his crew at the expense of the king of ships, thus issuing orders he would soon regret. In a desperate bid for survival, the resistance from the 100 Beast pirates intensified, resulting in considerable casualties for Buggy's side. However, the disparity in numbers was ultimately insurmountable. Except for the few pirates who willingly jumped into the sea, most were slaughtered on the spot. Your Highness, we have seized a substantial cache of weapons, sea stone, and an unidentified metal, sufficient to sustain us for over half a year. Regrettably, our rations are woefully insufficient, and with so many new recruits you brought, we may soon face the dire prospect of hunger. On the journey back to Kale Bali Dao, Gardino, who had been organizing personnel since the beginning of the Impel Down incident, assumed the role of steward and quickly assessed the spoils from this raid. Expressing his concerns to Tazizu, do not fret about provisions. Equipped with guns and cannons, we need not worry about sustenance. We will soon engage in lucrative ventures. All you need to do is manage the personnel effectively. Having chosen Kale Bali Dao, Baji was undoubtedly prepared to let Tazizu run the mercenary business in his stead. This would create a strategic interplay with the assassin hotel he supported, evading the suspicions of the world government while swiftly expanding and monopolizing the mercenary market. The day after arriving at Kale Balidao, Gardinu, under the direction of Tazizu, organized a cadre selection competition to integrate the pirates based on their strengths and corresponding ranks. Cadres were designated as S-Class Shinobi, primarily consisting of notorious impelled-down criminals with bounties exceeding 100 million. Below them, A-Class Chunin included elite pirates with bounties above 50 million, while B-Class Genin commanded small subordinates to oversee C-Class ordinary members. Above the cadres were the Shadow-Class warriors composed of Buggy's clones, including Hokage Uchiha Obito, crafted from the Mera Mera no Mi, Tsuchikage Deidara, created from explosive abilities, Reikage Misaka Mikoto, derived from the magnetic powers of Kid, and the rudimentary Suidan of Kakashi, along with the Kazekage role assumed personally by Tazizu. Utilizing the Yuki no Mi, Gardinu served as the chief steward, responsible for conveying commands from the Shadow Class, allocating resources, and managing finances. Your Highness, I have just received a letter from the world government via the BAT, inviting you to join the Shichibukai. How should you respond? Of course, we shall accept. To defeat Kaido the Beast and seize Wano, our current strength alone is insufficient. With this identity, we can openly recruit soldiers. Just as the examination for the shinobi of the 5 great ninja villages was in full swing, the world government's invitation finally arrived, precisely as Buggy had anticipated. Initially thought to be the result of Doflamingo's strong recommendation, a phone call shattered this misconception. Clown Buggy, what are you up to now? Not only did you wipe out Jack the Drought, but where are the weapons on your ship? Do you even realize those were procured using Smill? You'd better return them immediately. Doflamingo's furious voice resonated through the din mushy, vividly presenting Buggy with a display of his exasperation. Buggy was taken aback. He had yet to inquire about Tazizu with Kaido. Why did Tazizu encounter the simpleton Jack upon arriving in the New World? And why did he recklessly initiate an attack? Forget about those weapons. Consider it compensation for your negligence. I will not return them. At most, I can offer you a discount on the next batch of beast liquids. Do you think Kaido is a rational being like me? I can afford to lose a batch of weapons. But the wrath of Kaido the Beast is not to be trifled with. I suspect Kaido has already set off to find your Tazizu. Good luck to you. Hee. After Doflamingo hung up, only his mocking laughter echoed in Buggy's mind. That bastard Doflamingo dared to hang up first. When I head to Punk Hazard, you won't have an easy time. Wasn't it just the start of Kaido's grand lecture? Ha ha ha, Yalata. Look how frightened Doflamingo is. The flamingo is nearly petrified like an ostrich. No need to panic. I am not worried at all. Does the Beast Pirates have no one with a decent brain? They are either fools or brutes. That idiot Odin is a worthy opponent. At the headquarters of the Buggy family on Chambord Archipelago, Buggy first vented his frustrations about Doflamingo before unleashing a tirade against the entire Beast Pirates, including mighty man Kazuki Odin. Are you referring to Kaido the Beast, who excels in wielding a kanabo? Is Doflamingo truly that terrified? Is Kaido significantly stronger than Shichibukai? Everyone possesses Conqueror's Haki. At most, he is merely more adept at using his Thunder Bagua. If necessary, we can confront him together. Even if we cannot win, we can at least fight to a stalemate. Accompanying him, Yalata swirled her wine glass, casually expressing her thoughts without displaying any extreme anxiety. Do you really think Thunder Bagua is Kaido's strongest technique? It is merely his most frequently used ordinary move, and certainly not of our caliber. What we can unleash could barely reach 80% of its power. At best, a Thunder 6 Bagua. Furthermore, Kaido is a mythical Zoan, and his regenerative abilities far exceed our paramecia capabilities, which poses a genuine challenge. Your current state is hardly superior to Doflamingo's. Now you're discussing the restorative power of devil fruits. Before our venture to the Amazon Lily Kingdom, you claimed Haki surpassed the powers of the fruits. What exactly do you intend to do? Temporarily let Tazizu vanish? Are the prisoners in Impelled Down going to comply with that? Seeing Buggy's serious expression, Yalata first rolled her eyes dramatically, then inquired with concern about how he planned to respond. It would not do to vanish just after becoming a Shichibukai, We cannot abandon our manpower. Moreover, the opportunity to receive direct instruction from Kaido is a rare experience that I cannot afford to miss. My previous comments were merely to caution you against underestimating the situation. Among top-tier fighters, that lovesick fool ranks only at a mid-level. To achieve our ambitions, we will inevitably have to deal with a monster like Kaido. Since you dismissed the Empress so lightly, why do you still need me to intervene? You claim it is to verify my Conqueror's Haki level. Then open your eyes and observe carefully. Are you not afraid of being turned to stone? While we have the time, let me see if little Buggy is truly as fearless as he claims. Female opponents possessing Conqueror's Haki are quite rare, and even with my eyes closed, I can sense the battle's circumstances through Kinbunshiko Haki. Since you wish to inspect me, let me remind you of the might of Thunderbagwa. In response to Yalata's provocation, Buggy resolutely chose to engage, and soon both erupted into close combat, the collision of Haki resonating throughout the entire space. A powerful aura rivaling their earlier skirmish on Daughter Island. Days prior, as Taz is aboarded a ship to the New World, Buggy had taken Yalata to the Calm Belt's Daughter Island, not to visit Luffy or merely to have Yalata challenge Empress Hancock in a duel. The reason traces back to the Marineford War, when Akainu initially used heartfelt words to sway Ace, then prepared to persuade Luffy to broaden his horizons. At that moment, a long-awaited system notification finally announced a new task. Non-mandatory task. Heroes are shaped by circumstances. Circumstances shape heroes. As one of the three major powers, the Shichibukai is the weakest faction. Demonstrate your strength. Integrate the Shichibukai who act independently, and thus enhance their influence, positioning them as a force that can sway the world. Task reward. Top-tier swordsmanship. Initially, Buggy intended merely to play it safe during the Summit War, without any serious intentions of engaging in combat. However, upon discovering the enticing rewards associated with the task, he became inclined to showcase his abilities. Consequently, avoiding direct confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates, Buggy set his sights on Blackbeard. As rivals often find themselves at odds, with only one treasure hunter needed, he felt justified in this decision. Although he had enlisted two former warlords of the sea as mere placeholders during the gathering at Sabeti Archipelago, the task remained unfulfilled, necessitating a reluctant visit to the Empress. Hancock. To prepare, he brought along Arlita, both to counter Hancock's troublesome abilities that could unsettle any normal man and to assess Arlita's mastery of Haki. More importantly, he sought to avoid misunderstandings upon his return. Lacking a clone for navigation, Buggy and his companion opted for an airship. Unsurprisingly, upon arrival at Daughter Island, they were quickly detected. Clown Buggy, what brings you here? I shall not allow you to harm Luffy, even at the cost of my life. Such a fateful connection. Your warm hospitality at Sabeti Archipelago is etched deeply in my memory. What business do you have? Have you struck a deal with Doflamingo? The nameless Jinbei, bound by straps, took a defensive stance. As a pirate accustomed to the New World, he was unaware of the relationship between Buggy and Luffy, thus remaining on high alert. Trafalgar Law's tone was somewhat sardonic, yet his expression was serious. From his perspective, Buggy and Luffy shared a mentor-student bond, implying no trouble would arise. Simultaneously, he had read about Buggy's meeting with Doflamingo in the papers, leading him to suspect that Buggy's presence on the island was primarily to capture him. Relax, gentlemen. I'm not here to fight. Jinbei, your information is rather lacking. I have taught Luffy a great many skills. Trafalgar, I hold no interest in your grievances with Doflamingo. But should you wish to confront him one day, do inform me in advance. I am quite intrigued by his underground dealings. Now that I am here, I shall pay Luffy a visit as I have certain matters to discuss with him. As Jinbei and Trafalgar exchanged skeptical glances, the proud and haughty Empress Hancock hastily approached. You insolent fool, do not even think of taking Luffy away from me. Sweet Wind. It remains unclear whether Hancock is oblivious to the nature of Buggy and Luffy's relationship or simply self-centered, her intellect seemingly diminished. Upon her arrival, she launched a wide-area attack, petrifying the members of the Heart Pirates, with only Beppo escaping the fate. Buggy, having closed his eyes to focus on his observation Haki, was unaffected, while Jinbei and Trafalgar, Preoccupied with Buggy, also managed to evade the attack. As a woman nearing 30, Hancock retained some allure, combined with her powers. It was no wonder Buggy found the situation troublesome and insisted on bringing her along. It appears he had confidence in her beauty. Arleta, the only one among the Westerners to face the Empress, showed no signs of petrification and boldly criticized Hancock while wielding her spiked club. "Who are you? How dare you speak such insolent words? To insult my beauty is utterly unforgivable." Hancock, with one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Arleta, leaned back dramatically, showcasing her ample curves and long flowing hair, raising concerns among onlookers about her balance. "I presumed your attitude was reserved solely for men, which explains why Buggy refers to you as the super narcissistic woman. You should be careful not to strain your back in such a pose. Allow me to assist you." Arleta, without revealing her name, continued to jest while skillfully handling her spiked club, exuding a formidable aura. Suddenly, she thrust the club into the ground, causing a resounding crack. "You possess the same conqueror's Haki as I do. You should be nameless. Why do you not disclose your identity?" Finally, Hancock began to regard her opponent seriously, invoking her own conqueror's Haki to avoid being overshadowed. "If you wish to know, I shall tell you. My name is Arleta, the most beautiful woman upon these seas. I rather fancy the title of Empress, so if you lose, do refrain from calling yourself that." "Umph. The title of Empress is a recognition of my beauty by the world, not a title I must proclaim myself. After all, who can help being this beautiful?" "Kish bulit." Hancock chuckled lightly, feigning shyness as she gently touched her lips, producing a small pink heart at her fingertip, which she then directed towards Arleta. Arleta appeared taken aback, allowing the heart bullet to strike her waist. Just as Hancock believed she had succeeded, the bullet inexplicably veered off course, ricocheting harmlessly into the ground. "Such a dull trick. I advise you to take this seriously. Should you end up in tears, do not blame me for being too forceful." Arleta deftly wielded her spiked club, charging forward in mere strides to stand before Hancock. With both hands gripping the club, she delivered a thunderous blow. Lime Hakian. Thunderous strike. The thunder-wrapped spiked club collided fiercely with Hancock's long legs, sending dust swirling and causing surrounding trees to topple. Even the petrified crew of the Heart Pirates nearly succumbed to the force of the blast. Luckily, Trafalgar swiftly utilized his room to facilitate spatial transfer. Otherwise, they would have been left in disarray. What is happening? What material is that spiked club made of? Why is it not turned to stone? This is entirely abnormal. Following a brief stalemate, Hancock found herself struggling, sent flying far from her original position. Her expression grave as she eyed Arleta's spiked club with confusion. "There is nothing abnormal about it. This is a special weapon custom-made for me by Machi, courtesy of Buggy. Enjoy it well. Our battle has only just begun." Arleta giggled. Initially, her spiked club was merely crafted from ordinary steel, having suffered significant damage during her training with Buggy. Thus, when Machi finally synthesized a memory metal, Buggy instructed him to create a new spiked club for Arleta, endowing it with self-repairing properties, eliminating concerns of damage. If graded like swords, the original iron club would not even qualify as a swift blade, while the new one had surpassed good swift blade, nearing great swift blade status. Perhaps, with continued nurturing by Haki, it might one day attain the exceptional rarity of a black blade, rivaling the supreme great blade. Let them continue their battle. I shall seek out Luffy now, and later I have matters to discuss with the Empress. Seizing the opportunity, while Trafalgar and Jinbei were distracted by the unfolding conflict, Buggy maneuvered between them, guided by his observation Haki toward Luffy's location. To intrude upon the territory of the Snake Princess without permission is a death sentence. Even if you are a warlord of the sea, you shall not be exempt. Prepare to face the wrath of the Gorgon sisters. Today, we shall see if this clown possesses the strength to stand alongside my sister as equals, both holding the title of warlords of the sea. Serpent hair, flame of the serpent god. As the serpentine essence of the eight-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi, loomed, just as Buggy was poised to enter the tent of Luffy. Two formidable figures obstructed his path. They were none other than the Empress Hancock's two sisters, Fire Snake Marigold and Green Snake Sandersonia. Observing their robust physiques, Buggy pondered how the resources of Daughter's Island must be abundant, yet recalled the incident where Jinbei was almost choked for merely seeking a fruit. Had it not been for the turmoil caused by their elder sister at Mariehua, the three of them would still be living in obscurity, reminiscent of the tale of the farmer and the snake. The sisters had appeared decent in their youth, but perhaps their later indulgence had led to their present state. With a disdainful expression, Buggy regarded the middle-aged, portly sisters, slowly retrieving 8 short blades, but instead of launching an attack, he merely taunted them. How'd you come to know all this? Did Luffy inadvertently let it slip? I knew that rascal was utterly unreliable. Stop with the idle thoughts, Marigold. If we eliminate this pest, our secret will remain concealed. With her green hair transforming into 8 colossal serpents, Sandersonia lunged at Buggy, while Marigold conjured 2 immense fire snakes from the flames, adorning her head to assist her sister in the assault. Even the speed of blocking Luffy cannot compare. How do you dare to think you could defeat me? I truly wonder where you find your courage. Very well. You two appear robust. Perhaps you will withstand my newly acquired swordsmanship. Navigating through the serpentine tendrils, Buggy nonchalantly wielded his short blades. Under his deliberate control, the sisters quickly became bloodied, yet their lives remained unthreatened, for considering they were both Zoan-type users, they might not even bear scars. What now, sister? This guy moves too swiftly. Even with observation Haki, we cannot grasp him. He is merely toying with us. We can only delay him until our elder sister can intervene. The sisters, having lost their initial ferocity, shifted from offense to defense, conspiring loudly to buy time for reinforcements. It appeared that Hancock was too occupied to assist them, yet Luffy slept soundly, undisturbed by the commotion outside. Some stimulation seemed necessary. 2 sword style, 1,000 cuts. Room. In the next moment, Buggy soared into the air, unleashing numerous slashes that enveloped the sisters, even threatening Luffy's tent. Fortunately, Trafalgar Law, who had accompanied him, activated his ability just in time to relocate Luffy before the tent collapsed. The sisters, however, were not afforded such fortune. Perhaps their size rendered them cumbersome, or perhaps they relished the conflict among the warlords. Regardless, the Serpent Sisters sustained significant damage, collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of fighting spirit. Fishman Karate. 5,000 brick punch. Wave slash. What do you mean, Jinbei? I am merely disciplining 2 ungrateful wretches, standing up for your former captain, Tiger. They intend to keep secrets. Once the Empress arrives, do you think they will refrain from silencing you as well? Buggy countered the wind generated by Jinbei's punch, hovering in midair as he mockingly advised him to refrain from meddling, subtly hinting to the sisters that Jinbei might be aware of their status as slaves. Do not incite discord here. Regardless of their connection to Captain Tiger, the gratitude they owe for providing me with a place to heal warrants my intervention. Furthermore, your battle has already endangered Luffy, which I cannot allow. Should anything happen to him, I would be dishonoring the trust placed in me by the late ace. Jinbei maintained an aggressive stance, his trembling hands betraying his current frailty. Even with his fishman recovery abilities, forcing an attack in this moment was somewhat strenuous. Is everyone revolving around that brat? The heliocentric theory does not hold much sway here. No wonder Ace faced such misfortune. It appears the sun cannot shine twice. Buggy slightly turned his gaze towards the coast, chuckling as he uttered a nonsensical remark before sheathing his short blades and descending to the ground, seemingly opting to cease hostilities. Under Jinbei's watchful eye, Trafalgar Law checked on Luffy, discovering no new injuries before proceeding to treat the 2 sisters. The stalemate persisted until a white-haired elder, clad in slippers and round glasses, arrived, breaking the deadlock and redirecting everyone's attention. What mischief are you up to here, Buggy? If Shucky learns of this, your establishment in Sabaody Archipelago will surely suffer. Mr. Rayleigh, I merely came to see Luffy, but these individuals sought to take my life. I could not simply refrain from defending myself. Buggy shrugged, displaying a face of resignation as he approached, pulling Alita closer to him. Why did I not notice before? This elder is indeed quite formidable. How does he compare to those sea emperors? Alita whispered to Buggy, indicating that her confrontation with the Empress had been forcibly halted by Rayleigh, and she had gained some insight into this vice captain of the Pirate King's strength. If he were not formidable, how could he serve as Captain Roger's first mate? I suspect in a short bout against the Sea Emperors, he could hold his own, but prolonged engagement would surely favor them due to his age. Little girl, do not heed Buggy's nonsense. I am merely a retired old man. I would certainly not stand a chance against the Sea Emperors. Since you are also here to see Luffy, let us wait together. Under the mediation of the formidable Dark King Rayleigh, the group finally settled down. Even Hancock, despite her discontent over Buggy injuring her sisters, had to show respect to her elder. Upon Buggy's promise to compensate with a new batch of attire, Hancock feigned indifference yet eagerly accepted the illustrated catalog presented by Alida, her expression brightening as she perused its contents. Perhaps it was true that one could forge unexpected bonds through conflict, or perhaps Mr. Golden Week's designs were indeed commendable, for the two beautiful women quickly grew familiar, retreating to discuss fashion with the injured sisters. Meanwhile, Buggy produced delicacies and fine wines carried by the airship, sharing them with the group. During this time, the somewhat aloof Trafalgar Law approached Hancock to restore his crewmates to their original state. Seizing the opportunity, Buggy relayed the current circumstances of Whitebeard and Ace to Rayleigh and Jinbei. You cannot be serious. They sustained such grievous injuries during the Paramount War. How could they possibly be unscathed? If that were true, it would be remarkable. Roger's bloodline. It seems Whitebeard has already placed his bets. Yet, I have greater faith in Luffy. You feel the same, do you not, Buggy? Otherwise, why would you guide him to find his comrades and bring him up in conversation with Crocus? Unlike the exuberant Jinbei, Rayleigh merely sighed, expressing his stance. Perhaps he believed that, even in the face of execution, Ace would refuse to disclose the identity of his father. Or perhaps he simply felt that Luffy was more suited to inherit his dear friend's will. That was merely a fleeting whim. I am not like you old men who can only bet on others. Oh, I forgot you never reached Raftel. Are you also interested in One Piece? Would you like me to reveal it to you now? Upon hearing Buggy's words, Rayleigh set down his cup, regarding him with keen interest, perhaps trying to discern something, his tone laden with exploration. TCH, forget it. I have no interest in the Pirate King. There is nothing I desire more than wealth that rivals nations. Look at your lack of ambition. You are the only one aboard this vessel truly interested in riches. Perhaps the terms Pirate King, One Piece, and Raftel have stirred something within Luffy's very DNA, as he awakens from slumber, slowly sits up, and gazes bewilderedly around. Where am I? Uncle Rayleigh? Master Buggy? Jinbei? The Navy headquarters of Impel Down. That's right. I distinctly recall rescuing Ace. Where's Ace? I believe I witnessed Ace being struck down by a Kainu. Take me to him at once. Where have you hidden Ace? Luffy, in a state of mental turmoil, rummages through his chaotic memories, suddenly recalling the devastating moment Ace fell before him. Overwhelmed, he struggles to rise, crawling his way toward those present, arms outstretched, intent on interrogating them about Ace's whereabouts. Has he gone mad upon awakening? Normally, he would be clamoring for food. He needs to gather his wits. Calm down, Luffy. Ace is perfectly fine. He has already been rescued by our father and is now in a new world. Buggy deftly swats Luffy's hands away, stuffing a piece of grilled meat into his mouth, while Jinbei allows Luffy to grasp his collar, pulling him close. You lie. I clearly saw Ace suffer a grievous wound. How could he be unscathed? If that were true, take me to him right now. Look at this, and you ought to believe it. To misplace something so crucial is quite careless. If not for me, the truth about Ace being alive would have been exposed, to prevent Luffy from reopening his wounds. Jinbei embraces him, allowing him to flail in desperation. Ultimately, it is Buggy who tosses Ace's life card, which finally brings Luffy to a momentary calm. Is this Ace's life card? You are not deceiving me. Ace is alive. This is marvelous. Ace is alive. Keep your voice down. There are many outsiders on the island. If the Navy learns that Ace is still alive, it would spell trouble for him. Jinbei, let go of Luffy. Allow me to handle this. Luffy, after sleeping for so long, must be starving. I've already sent my men to prepare food. It will arrive shortly. Under Trafalgar Law's earnest pleas, Hancock, who had turned into a smitten admirer, kicks Jinbei aside, and cradles Luffy in her arms. Luffy is my brother. Anyone who dares trouble him shall face my wrath. Do you hear me? You dark-haired boy. The safest way to deal with you is to eliminate you. However, since you treated Luffy, I shall spare your life. Remember this favor. Since the captain of the Straw Hats has awakened, I shall take my leave. Rest assured, I will not divulge previous matters. My only target is Doflamingo. Trafalgar Law is left bewildered. Whose favor is being repaid here? Saving a life only to be threatened, and being spared yet still expected to show gratitude. What nonsense is this? But faced with the scrutiny of 3 warlords of the sea, even a leader of the worst generation is reluctant to engage in battle without preparation. He clearly states his intention to keep the secret and attempts to depart, only to be blocked by Buggy. Do not be so hasty to leave. I have some matters to discuss with you. Do not be quick to refuse. This concerns Doflamingo significantly. Buggy then pulls Trafalgar Law aside, explaining his dealings with Doflamingo regarding the surgical fruit, and seeks to clarify the conditions for the immortality surgery. I believe you've been played by Doflamingo. That surgery can only be performed when a user awakens their powers, and upon completion, the practitioner will die. So do not think you can enjoy the benefits after Doflamingo achieves immortality. At the mere mention of Doflamingo, Law's disdain is palpable, and he mocks Buggy for miscalculating, aiming to further incite discord between the 2 warlords. I am not yet at an age to worry about my lifespan. Immortality is not solely reliant on the surgical fruit. A person can die if killed, and immortality is not invincibility. It holds little significance for me at this moment. Take this. I believe you will find tasks of interest. Buggy hands Law a din mushy and a brochure outlining the services of a killer hotel before turning to leave, confident that Law will not miss any opportunity to disrupt Doflamingo's trade routes. Meanwhile, Luffy, feeling inadequate in strength, successfully shifts his allegiances and formally accepts Rayleigh's tutelage. Preparing to return to the Navy headquarters in a week under the pretense of mourning the deceased, to convey a message that would alter 2 years in just 3 days. Yarlita accompanies Hancock, who is preparing food, to Amazon Lily, where they meet the former Empress, Nyan, who serves as an advisor. They reach agreements regarding trade of local specialties and garments, and allow for the establishment of a trading post as a docking area for airships, with the condition that only women may land on the island to conduct business. In Buggy's view, the notion of a female warrior race is laughable. While they may possess Haki and shoot arrows that pierce stone walls, they are barely comparable to elite pirates of the New World, relying heavily on Boa Hancock's personal capabilities in the face of the Navy's aggressive pursuit. Buggy would not have ventured to this remote, windless island had it not been necessary to contact all warlords of the sea. This isolated location is even more secluded than Wano, with ignorant and insular inhabitants, devoid of any development potential. Thus, after concluding his discussions with Yarlita, Buggy bids farewell to Luffy and returns to Sabeti Archipelago, soon receiving a call from Doflamingo, informing him that Kaido wishes to summon him for a lesson. To mitigate losses within the Shinobi Village group, most S-rank and A-rank mercenaries are swiftly hired by Buggy's house, dispatched to the war-torn New World to undertake bodyguard missions, leaving only 2,000 C-rank members under 3rd Brother Galdino's command to continue construction on Kailbari Island. The Grand Estate in planning is still under construction, so the ships along the shore remain the mercenaries' encampment. In the flagship's cabin, Galdino reports to his superior, Momo, "Your Highness, since you dispatched the main forces, rumors have begun to circulate that Kaido, the Emperor of the Sea, is preparing to retaliate. I have captured dozens of individuals attempting to flee in recent days. Especially since you have not made an appearance lately, these people suspect you have abandoned the island. Perhaps you should personally intervene to reassure them? I have told you to call me Wind Shadow. They seem to have forgotten who saved them. Strip those individuals of their organizational status, have their rations, and make them chop wood. However, they're not entirely wrong. I have indeed received news that Kaido intends to cause trouble, but I have no plans to flee. If you are afraid, I permit you to leave for a time. Your Highness, I mean Lord Wind Shadow, I am utterly loyal to you. I have no intention of fleeing. But given that Kaido is one of the emperors of the sea, could we not seek assistance from the Navy? We are now an entity under the world government. Galdino adjusts his broken glasses, the flames flickering from the tips of his hair, shaped like the number 3, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Seek assistance from the Navy. Those individuals merely capture the defeated after the grand battle. Since you have no intention of fleeing, I shall temporarily trust in your loyalty. As a reward, I shall reveal my true identity to you. After speaking, Taizizu fell silent, and the powerful figures on either side, known as Ingji, ceased their eating. Their 5 pairs of eyes fixated on Gialdinu, causing him to break into a cold sweat, compelled to bow his head and evade their gaze. My lord, since this is a secret, it should remain so. Surpresa. Did you not expect this? These 5 are all me. Having observed the great battle atop, you should be aware of my strength. How do you feel now? Are you reassured? Just as Sangu was contemplating whether to flee or to activate his cannonball defense, the sharp glint in his eyes suddenly vanished. Upon lifting his head, he discovered a figure floating in midair, none other than the warlord of the sea, known as Qianliang Daohua, the clown Buggy. Now you understand why I received a hiring request as soon as I became a warlord of the sea, right? Even if Taziza were to perish one day, I possess the capability to sustain this organization. Therefore, do not fear Kaido. I shall personally intervene when the time comes. As Buggy spoke, he placed his hand on Gialdinu's shoulder, extracting the bloodline factor from him to create a candle fruit clone on the spot. Is this truly your ability? What an astonishing art. This is simply magnificent. Gialdinu fell to his knees, seemingly demonstrating his submission, though only he knew that he was somewhat trembling with fear. The newly created candle clone bore an uncanny resemblance to him, meaning Buggy could assume his identity without anyone being the wiser. Why so tense? Is it the sight of another self that makes you uncomfortable? Very well, I shall change my appearance. No, wait, isn't your wax museum capable of creating numerous clones as well? Perhaps I can make your clones move as well. Let me attempt to create a few. With that, Buggy transformed the candle clone into a youth with short black hair, which improved Gialdinu's expression considerably. His hands melted, quickly crafting a life-sized wax statue of himself. Buggy wielded a blade and instantly cleaved both Gialdinu and his wax statue in half. Then with a wave of his hands, he exchanged the two, forming 2 Sangu, one half flesh and blood, the other half wax. Now, try to activate your skill and perceive the other half of your body, which is to say, local elementalization, and see if you can make it move. Elementalization? Isn't that something only a Logia-type user can achieve? My lord, please revert me back. I cannot move like this. Gialdinu attempted to take a few steps, but only managed to drag his wax self along, limping awkwardly. You lack imagination. Even Katakuri's Paramecia-type mochi fruit can achieve elementalization, and your candle is far more natural than that. Watch me. Buggy, with exasperation, restored Sangu to his original state, merging himself back into the candle clone to demonstrate the ability to transform into a puddle and alter shape. Can candles do this? Your application of it has truly opened my eyes. I will strive to develop my abilities. Please grant me a little time. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Make more candles when you have the chance. Their uses are vast. Buggy's mention of uses extended beyond mere illumination. He intended to employ these sturdy candles to create airship gas bags. The current gas bags required Machi to manually process the natural resin secreted by the Yalchaman red tree with canvas, leading to inefficiency. Additionally, Machi needed to produce memory metal and other materials, severely limiting the airship's production capacity. The wax from Sangu, being hard and lightweight, melted upon heating and was highly malleable, making it perfect for molding. If cast on a canvas and filled with gas, it would create excellent gas bags, eliminating the anxiety of counting the pops of ruptured gas bags. In the following days, Sangu reported more frequently under the guise of seeking advice on fruit abilities. But in reality, he feared Buggy might leave silently. After all, the title of Shihuang resonated far more powerfully than that of the Warlord of the Sea. Did you not see that during the Great Battle, to deal with just one Shihuang, everyone had to mobilize, and the main force was the Navy's 3 admirals? During the week that Tazizu was anxiously waiting for his mentor Kaido to arrive, Monkey D. Luffy had already completed his mission of returning to the Navy headquarters and signaling with the bell. On the Navy's side, Admiral Sengoku had submitted his resignation and recommended Admiral Akiji as a successor, but the higher-ups rejected this due to insufficient support compared to Admiral Akainu. With neither side yielding, the position of Admiral remained vacant, leading to unease among the mid-level Navy personnel, who failed to notice the unusual actions of former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. Accompanied by 2 students, had taken control of a research base without authorization and was continually recruiting new soldiers for an unclear purpose. The pirates were even more tumultuous. The Whitebeard pirates were busy addressing territorial unrest and searching for the whereabouts of Blackbeard Teach. Moria had followed Hawkeye to find Perona, but hesitated to leave, instead wandering the mountains in search of corpses. Roronoa Zoro successfully became Hawkeye's disciple, practicing daily with his elder brother, the Baboon King. Meanwhile, Crocodile had also arrived in the New World, recruiting troops, still intent on relying on his own strength to make a comeback. The Supernovas were like wild horses, charging through the territories ruled by Shi Huang, seeking to stir up chaos in the entire New World. Buggy himself was not idle. After a period of searching, he finally located the end of Sky Island and seized the floating island Wire-Mayu, propelling it into the White Sea. Initially, the inhabitants of the Sky Island rejoiced, believing new land had been thrust into the heavens. Having just reached a reconciliation, the joint rulers of the Sky Island, the Shandian chief and Gagonfer, agreed to send troops for exploration, which naturally led to a conflict with Buggy's crew. This was precisely the outcome Buggy desired. Without external pressure, how could he unite his subordinates? Although he managed Wire-Mayu with relative leniency, the populace remained resentful of being ruled by outsiders. They were indifferent to the conflict between pirates and the Sky Islanders. However, the newly arrived Sky Islanders were unaware of this. To them, the local residents and pirates appear to be one and the same. Thus, the flames of war inevitably spread to the local inhabitants, particularly after the Sky Islanders were overwhelmed by the ferocious beasts unleashed by the pirates. They chose to release the Master of the Sky, Nolan. The enormous python, stretching hundreds of meters, emerged and intimidated the beasts of Wire-Mayu, causing them to scatter in retreat. The pirates also suffered losses, forcing a temporary withdrawal. At this moment, the great Buggy turned the tide, personally capturing the Master of the Sky and repelling the Sky Islanders' assault, leading his urgently assembled cadres to push the front line back to God Island. Seeing the situation turn against them and recognizing their fault, the Sky Islanders proposed a ceasefire. During negotiations, Gonfer recognized Buggy as one who had once sailed with the Pirate King on Sky Island, stating that it had all been a misunderstanding and they were willing to offer some gold in compensation. However, Buggy coveted more than just gold. After a round of amicable exchanges, bargaining, he finally acquired various privileges, including but not limited to recruiting local populations, issuing tokens to purchase Sky Island shellfish, establishing exclusive shops, and leasing rights to the Master of the Sky, among others. Of course, Buggy promised to transport some uninhabited islands from the Blue Sea to assist the Sky Islanders in alleviating their agricultural land shortages. Little Buggy, you have quite a few acquaintances. Who would have thought that you would know someone at such a height of 10,000 meters? Just look at that. The ship of the Pirate King Roger was not obtained without connections. This is called networking. Why traverse the Grand Line? There was no such thing as Shi Huang. As for the 3 admirals and the warlords of the sea, they are merely my juniors. So you are quite familiar with Kaido as well. It would be prudent for you to engage him in a serious discussion, negotiating under the terms set forth by Kodo, while also seeking some advantages from Wano Kuni. That fellow is not particularly astute. Mere conversation will not suffice. Wano Kuni is hardly a commendable location, far inferior to Kodo. After resolving the dispute, Buggy, accompanied by Yurita, commenced their exploration of the breathtaking vistas of Kodo. During this excursion, Yurita expressed her admiration for Buggy's extensive knowledge, which inflated his ego, leading him to boast excessively, nearly resulting in his downfall before he managed to extricate himself from the situation. As fate would have it, just days after Buggy had arranged matters in Kodo, Kaido descended from the heavens, making his presence known on Karebli Island. Within a candlelit chamber on Karebali Island, Sangu was reporting an urgent situation to Tono. My lord, something has fallen from the sky, creating a massive crater and injuring many of our workers. Several ships anchored at the shore have also run aground. Such a tremendous commotion cannot go unnoticed. Organize an evacuation. Retreat to the sea. If a battle ensues, I will not be able to protect you. Could be Kaido. The illustrious king of the West has come alone? He must be intending to utilize me as a supernova. I shall show him what a surprise truly is. As Sangu anxiously coordinated the evacuation, Buggy was busy making phone calls to rally support, believing that confronting Kaido one-on-one was sheer folly. A righteous brawl was the true path. Moria, your old nemesis Kaido, is causing trouble for Tono. Are you brave enough to lend a hand? Kaido, are we really just the three of us? This seems rather hasty. My zombie army is not at my disposal. Moreover, time is of the essence. Do not be cowardly. I shall come to find you. Crocodile has already consented to assist. Once I enlist Hawkeye, we shall have 6 against 1, thus securing our advantage. Do you think I would quail in fear? Even without the 2 of you, I will face Kaido alone. After successfully persuading Moria, Buggy promptly dialed Hawkeye, extending a somewhat different invitation for assistance. My Hawk, you recall your desire to measure your prowess against the King of the West during the Marineford War, do you not? Now, that opportunity has arisen. The being known as Kaido, reputed to be the strongest creature in existence, is on Tono's island. Shall we test our blades? I implore you not to decline. As I understand, Kaido's dragon scales are incredibly tough, yet a swordsman has previously left an indelible mark upon him. You would not wish for the title of the world's greatest swordsman to be unsubstantiated, would you? To compare swordsmanship against the same opponent? What intriguing prospect! I am indeed curious about the sensation of striking those legendary dragon scales. I shall make my way to you immediately. Let us proceed together. At that moment, while Buggy was convincing Hawkeye, his castle clone had already accommodated Eureka and other high-ranking officials, preparing to observe the impending battle on Karebali Island. As Buggy intended to broaden their horizons, Old Sand, I have invited the esteemed master of Haki, Kaido, to provide guidance. I am about to pick you up for the lesson. Whether you wish to consult privately or attend together is entirely up to you. Thunder 8 Trigrams is open to all. Such an opportunity is rare. Do not miss it. If you do, you shall wait another 2 years. Ha ha ha. Attending a class is akin to receiving a beating. It is merely about confronting Kaido together. You ought to enlist Moria for that task. Are they not adversaries? I have already summoned Moria, and Hawkeye has agreed to join. Now we only await you. Are you only bold enough to confront the aged Whitebeard, yet dare not face Kaido? Indeed, Doflamingo quivers in fear before Kaido. Suggesting you are of similar caliber, no wonder he holds you in such high regard. Do not compare me to such scum. I merely wish to remind you that I cannot possibly be absent from such a lively event. Thus, unwilling to be likened to Doflamingo, Crocodile succumbed to Buggy's persuasion, agreeing to assist on Karebali Island. Utilizing the coordinates provided by the transponder snail, Buggy's newly manufactured teleportation clones acquired skills akin to Flying Thunder God, transporting Buggy's true self. The castle clone and 3 formidable warlords to Karebali Island one by one. My head aches. This is utterly tedious. I have not perished yet. What a tiresome world. It should swiftly be destroyed. Just 30 minutes before Buggy organized the team for observation, Kaido had already emerged from the massive pit, sipping his exclusive sweet sake while delivering a series of grandiloquent statements. Do not prattle on here. If you truly wish to die, why not consume a few more devil fruits? If Zoan types do not suffice, then try paramecia. Do not tell me that the illustrious king of the West cannot procure natural devil fruits. You certainly possess the gift of gab, little brat of the Kazuki clan. Were you the one who defeated Jack? You seem rather different from my recollections. You claim to aspire to be a general of Wano, yet you terrified that fool Orochi half to death. Oh, had you simply stayed away from Wano, I would have had no inclination to bother with you. Yet you chose to become a lackey of the world government, the very entity I detest the most. Go perish. Kaido secured the wine gourd back to his waist, reeking of liquor, and raised a fist as large as a mountain to strike Tono, only to be nimbly evaded. Water style, water dragon bullet. What is this? It's sticky. How can it possibly be water? As the opponent commenced their attack, several shadow-level powerhouses ceased to spectate. The first to strike was the water shadow, Kisame Hashigaki, who unleashed a viscous substance, seemingly attempting to ensnare Kaido in place, only to be forcefully shaken off, leaving the area in disarray. Katun Bakuzan. Before Kaido could discern the composition of the viscous substance, a whirlwind of flames engulfed him, instantly igniting the combustible liquid, courtesy of the fire shadow. Obito Uchiha's fire style, exploding wind dance technique. Simultaneously, Earth Shadow Deidara produced a handful of lead bullets from his pocket and hurled them toward the explosion's epicenter. As they traveled, they grew increasingly larger, ultimately detonating and scattering sharp metal fragments like fireworks. While Lightning Shadow simply and unceremoniously bombarded the area with various projectiles using magnetism from a distance. Is this the extent of your abilities? Daring to claim to be my nemesis? Hiding behind your subordinates is hardly impressive. What a disappointment. Dragon Tornado. A massive dragon head emerged from the smoke, speaking human words, followed by its serpentine body twisting and spinning at high speed, generating multiple tornadoes that swept toward Tono. 10,000 Years Snowstorm. Bearing the title of Wind Shadow, Tono was certainly not one to remain idle, surrounded by swirling snow. As he gestured, he unleashed a whirlwind, colliding with Kaido's tornado, resulting in a tempest of dust and snowflakes enveloping the entire island. How terrifying! What kind of monstrosities are these kings of the West? Where is that esteemed figure? Even with 5 shadow-level warriors, victory seems utterly elusive. From a distance at sea, Sango Eldino anxiously observed the battle on the island through a telescope. Amidst the smoke, he could see the colossal azure dragon rampaging. The continuous flames and explosions provided him with a modicum of solace. This is just the beginning. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Do not blink. The real spectacle is yet to come. Bucky's candle clone sat on the deck, surrounded by an array of food, unable to confront the dragon's fiery breath, dutifully performing logistical tasks by providing energy to the various units through consumption. Although Bucky and Sangu spoke lightly of the situation, facing Kaido's razor-sharp claws was an excruciating ordeal, transforming what usually passes in the blink of an eye into a seemingly endless 20 minutes for Bucky. Despite the 5 clones of Baki having the numerical advantage, the Akatsuki 9 still consists of 9 individuals, yet they succumbed after only a few rounds of combat. Even though the strengths of the 9 vary, they undoubtedly hold a slight edge over Baki, who is unable to unleash his full potential. Consequently, casualties began to emerge among the 5 clones. The Tsuchikage Deidara sacrificed half of his body to Kaido's bad wind, employing a self-destruct technique he deemed artistic. Yet the results were far from satisfactory, merely causing his opponent to spit blood. Reikage Misaka Mikoto fashioned a small electromagnetic cannon from robust metals. But upon realizing its limited effectiveness, she retreated with Deidara to conserve energy for battle, having failed to supplement their efforts in time. Were it not for the need to coordinate with Uchiha Obito's fire-based assault, the Zetsu of the Kisame Hashigaki would have also exited the fray. In the absence of Haki, the natural type is the most suitable combat choice. After all, the current goal is merely to stall for time rather than determine a victor. At this moment, Baki's system hall resembled an internet cafe, with many of his consciousness clones seated before their respective screens, most in slumber, while a few observed the 5-on-1 battle with keen interest. No wonder they rushed out and did not return. Glancing up at the task hall, a clownish Baki reclined within a luminous orb, staring vacantly into space and muttering to himself, curiously without his words escaping. Only the Baki controlling Deidara cast a fleeting glance, noticing nothing amiss, before redirecting his focus back to the screen. Your sticky presence is utterly repugnant. Disappear at once. Scorching breath. Uncle 5 is knocking. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. In the face of Kaido's dragon breath, Tama no Suk clapped his hands to the ground, conjuring 5 towering gates in a vain attempt to obstruct the onslaught. However, the inherent weakness of the Yuki Nomi's feeble flames became glaringly evident as the dragon breath sliced through the snow gates effortlessly. Fortunately, just in time, Uchiha Bido, in conjunction with Kisame Hashigaki, unleashed a torrent of flames to counteract the dragon breath, averting further casualties. Recognizing the formidable residual force of Kaido's breath pushing back his flames, the previously silent Raikage Misaka Mikoto finally sprang into action. Countless boulders, laden with debris, levitated from the western expanse, converging upon Kaido and ultimately ensnaring him within a gargantuan sphere. Ever since learning of Kaido's intent to trouble him on Karabali Island, Tamanosuke had not ordered a halt to construction on the island. Rather, he mobilized his forces to excavate deep underground in search of rock layers, preparing to unleash the Earth Explosion Star upon Kaido, ensuring he too would experience the wrath of the Kyuubi. Military Dragon Surge. Curse you, Teacher Kai, you lack martial virtue. How could you transition from P1 to P3 so seamlessly? Thankfully, our main forces have arrived. Otherwise, we would have truly been overwhelmed. Has that esteemed individual already arrived? How come I have noticed nothing? The Baki wax clone Gray suddenly ceased his consumption, exclaiming in frustration, startling the nearby Galdino, nearly causing his telescope to plummet into the sea. Once steadied, Third Brother wiped his glasses and peered towards the western island, but found no sign of the main forces he had been told about, causing him to harbor doubts without daring to voice them. Such ostentation, a bunch of brats relying solely on their fruit abilities to attract attention. I have dispatched countless fools of your ilk before. The New World is not your playground for piratical games. Since you have come, perish here. Thunderous 8 trigrams. At that moment, Kaido had reverted to his human form, wielding his kanabo and surging past a few individuals toward the outer Raikage Misaka Mikoto. Although he had neutralized the previous attack, the brief confinement had rekindled memories of his time spent in the laboratory, inciting his wrath as he resolved to eliminate this audacious adversary first. Divine Avoidance. Just as Kaido's kanabo, crackling with lightning, was about to descend upon her, Baki's true form manifested out of thin air, intercepting the blow with his sword, accompanied by his castle clone. How come you possess that technique? What is your connection to Roger? How could your weapon bear his essence? Baki's strike forced Kaido to retreat momentarily, though he did not immediately retaliate, instead scrutinizing Baki from head to toe, his gaze ultimately fixed on the 2 swords Baki held. So many questions. It seems that Doflamingo has not informed you of my affairs. I shall settle the score with him in due time. I have brought along an old acquaintance. If you wish to know about me, inquire with him. Ha ha. The dual blades wielded by Baki were reconfigured from 8 short swords. The individual Kaido referred to as likely Kazuki Oden. However, Baki refrained from directly answering Kaido's inquiries. Instead, he turned to his castle clone, which opened a large door in its chest, allowing Moonlight Moria, Crocodile, and Hawkeye Mihawk to emerge in succession. I'm not that familiar with him. Besides, why would I divulge information to my nemesis? Let us join forces and eliminate him. Is this truly the authentic Thunderous 8 trigrams? Compared to this, your version pales in comparison. Haha, it appears that attending classes is merely a ruse. Putting one's life on the line is what truly matters. Are you certain that you can withstand this using armed Haki? To stand shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard, one must indeed be a monster. Impressive swordsmanship. It seems necessary to engage you further. In truth, Baki had teleported to this location the moment Kaido exhaled his dragon breath. The reason for his recent appearance was twofold. The situation still permitted it, and the opinions among the warlords regarding combat strategies were not aligned. Moria advocated for a group assault, while Hawkeye Mihawk expressed his desire to engage solo, and Crocodile similarly declined to cooperate, ultimately agreeing to a wheel battle format under Baki's mediation, allowing them to act independently. ISNT that Moria from the Moonlight Pirates? Why aren't you lingering in paradise, eager to reunite with your subordinates? Are you? Allow me to liberate you. Curse you. Had it not been for your brutish giants ambushing me back then, I would not have faced defeat. Today marks your demise. Kaido, ever the master of taunts, deftly struck at Moria's vulnerabilities by invoking the annihilation of the Moonlight Pirates. inciting Moria, who had intended to strike back, to unleash his demon blade, cleaving toward Kaido. Thus commenced the second confrontation between the seven warlords and the Emperor. Kaido, Moria, the two towering figures, each standing 7 meters tall, clashed fiercely with their weapons, conjuring violent whirlwinds that sent dust swirling, accompanied by their agonizing roars, rendering the atmosphere eerily reminiscent of a ghostly realm. While Baki's other clones retreated to the castle clone for recuperation, only Tama no Suke remained alongside the warlords. Crocodile, puffing on a cigar while observing the battle, remarked with surprise, "I never expected Moria to be skilled in swordsmanship. It seems Kaido isn't so formidable in his human form." Baki scoffed, responding with a sardonic tone, "That is only Kaido toying with him. He hasn't even employed his conqueror's Haki, merely relying on his brute strength to withstand Moria's armed Haki. Doesn't that denote considerable strength? Why not give it a try and take a thunderous 8 trigrams to the face? Mihawk is a master swordsman. What is your perspective?" The combatants, while possessing immense strength, displayed a complete lack of technique. "I have no inclination to engage with such an individual unless he reverts to his dragon form. The conspicuous scar from the cross remains striking, and I have yet to sever a dragon scale, which fills me with anticipation." Hawkeye Mihawk, with arms crossed and a somewhat languid tone, displays a glimmer of interest in his eyes and a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Yalta, Kaido may very well be the finest wielder of the Kanabo in this world. You should venture forth and gauge the situation, as it won't be as effortless once he becomes serious. Do not underestimate anyone. I could have withstood that Thunder Bagua as well. I can wait until that giant falters before I make my move. Inside Buggy's clone, apart from Buggy and Yalta, Machi, Kabaji, and other executives of the former Baroque works are present, all leaning by the window, equally focused on the unfolding battle outside. Cheer on Sister Halida. The chance of evading battle is 50. The likelihood of defeat is 100. The mortality rate is 50, and the victory rate is 50, with a mortality rate of 0. Only 2 supernovas are exceptions. The Big Eater Bonnie is indulging in a feast, while Magician Hawkins is incessantly drawing cards, murmuring the calculated results. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield takes a sudden turn, as Moria's Shadow Master silently appears behind Kaido, stabbing with an arm like a sword. Yet, how could this evade Kaido's observation Haki? The Shadow Master is dispersed by a swing of the Kanabo, followed immediately by the Thunder Bagua. Even though Moria raises his blade to defend, he is still sent flying, landing awkwardly on the ground. It seems that apart from using shadows for ambush, your strength has seen no growth in 20 years. You are wasting my time. If it weren't for these fools refusing to lend their shadows, I wouldn't be at a disadvantage against you. Isn't Tama also your enemy? And Buggy, hurry and lend a hand. How long do you intend to watch this farce? Moria, unable to rise after being struck, maintains his bravado, only finally calling for assistance. If Moria cannot continue, then you should withdraw. I still have contestants yet to enter. If you wish to flee, you must first seek my consent. Prepare to perish. As Buggy replies to Moria, Kaido makes his move, the Kanabo crashing down like a mountain, charged with wind and electricity toward Moria. Boom! Moria commands a Shadow Master to shield him, raising his long blade to absorb the impact. Yet he feels nothing as the attack never arrives. Instead, Yalta leaps into the air, intercepting the blow on his behalf. Is this how you are as well? This sea does not require so many tyrants. Your Kanabo is indeed well wielded. To whom do you serve? Since you wish to learn my techniques, you might as well join the Beast Pirates. I can offer you a position among the Flying Six. Even without announcing the name of her technique, Kaido recognizes this as an imitation of his Thunder Bagua, thus igniting his interest in recruiting her. Do you truly underestimate others? You wish to recruit someone with merely a position among the Flying Six? If you were to mention Beast Governor, perhaps I would consider it. As the one managing the finances for Buggy, Yalta inevitably interacts with Doflamingo, and Buggy casually informs her of the hierarchy within the Beast Pirates. Therefore, Yalta holds no regard for the status of Flying Six, as she finds it absurd to lower herself from being a fine proprietress to play second fiddle. Oh, how naive children can be. To become the beast governor, one must first defeat me. Let me see what your qualifications truly are. Perhaps recalling her good son Yamato. A rare softness appears on Kaido's fierce countenance, though it quickly resumes its usual cold demeanor. Then I humbly request your guidance. Kyudasa. Saying this, Yalada unleashes her conqueror's Haki, charging at Kaido, their two kanabos crashing together, generating a dazzling display of sparks, with the resulting shockwave far more intense than before. Old Sand, let's join forces. We must compel Kaido to reveal his dragon form. We cannot keep the world's greatest swordsman waiting too long. Haha, are you worried for your little girl? Nonetheless, we must act swiftly. I have a multitude of matters to attend to. Buggy's urgency stems partly from a fear of drawing the Navy's attention. Although the New World is a region where the Navy's influence is relatively weak, several branches still exist. If a Marine Admiral were to arrive, the situation could become quite dire, especially with two individuals stripped of their warlord titles present. Strictly speaking, Buggy is in violation of the agreement with the world government, and should it be pursued, his title would be revoked. On the other hand, it is somewhat excessive to let Yalada face Kaido alone, particularly as Kaido, becoming increasingly intoxicated, shifts into his hybrid form, placing Yalada at a distinct disadvantage, necessitating support. Moria is of no use. He had initially intended to launch a surprise attack with Shadow Gun, but failed to penetrate Kaido's dragon scales, instead being instantly felled by Kaido's long-range attack, Kongo Dori, and fainting. Come fort, dogs of the world government. Witness the disparity in strength. Kozen Shisei Naraku. Kaido leaps into the air, the kanabo spinning rapidly, enveloped in the conqueror's Haki, generating countless black and red lightning bolts that engulf the three individuals in the arena. Divine Avoidance. Thunderbawa. Half-Moon Goldhook. Faced with Kaido's expansive assault, the three cannot evade and collectively choose to counterattack with their weapons, resulting in a brief standoff as their weapons collide before both sides are sent flying. The weakest Haki user, Crocodile, is launched the farthest, kneeling on one knee, blood trickling from his mouth, seemingly suffering internal injuries, while Yalada fares slightly better, swaying and relying on her kanabo to barely remain upright, gasping for breath. In contrast, Buggy and Kaido, though also forced back a few steps, quickly regain their footing, showing no signs of weakness as they stand off at a distance. Red-Nosed Brat, you were aboard Roger's ship alongside that red-haired fellow, weren't you? No wonder you aid the remnants of the Kazuki clan. Let me enlighten you. Back in the day, Kazuki Oden was first boiled in a pot of hot oil for an hour before I blasted his head off with a single shot. He died a most pitiful death. Oh, ho ho ho. Oden was a bit of a fool, yet his swordsmanship was commendable. Does that not leave you with two marks, perfectly befitting your identity? What sort of West Emperor are you, if you bear no wounds? Allow me to help you remember, perhaps having sobered up somewhat, or simply indulging in a bit of malice. Kaido surprisingly refrains from pressing the attack, instead reminiscing about his past with Kazuki Oden, attempting to provoke Buggy and Tama into a desperate fight. Yet, Buggy is no mindless devotee like that dog, and he is wholly unimpressed by Kaido's antics. Instead, he mocks Kaido's old wounds, casually including a jab at Big Mom as well. Despite Buggy's cheerful facade, he curses Doflamingo internally, realizing that this Ten Yakuza has completely disregarded their collaboration and that he must find a time to set things straight. The tumult of thoughts does not prevent Buggy from adopting an offensive stance. One blade held horizontally in front, the other raised high behind, one leg forward, the other slightly bent, as if gathering strength. This pose nearly deceived you, oh ho ho ho. What use is mere appearance? How swift! Buggy's stance causes a shadow to cross Kaido's face. After masking it with laughter, he reaches for the flask at his waist, intending to take a sip to steady himself. Just as Buggy strikes, the imposing aura entwined around the two supreme greatswords, causing them to reflect a glossy, obsidian light. The raised single blade descended swiftly, while the forward blade was wielded with force, creating a lethal cross-slash, akin to a meteor streaking through the air, appearing before Kaido in the blink of an eye. Yuten ni Gadlu, Toyuan Shikwan. The scene before Kaido momentarily disoriented him, as he was reminded of the time when Yutian shattered his once proud dragon scales, leaving him no time to evade. The old wound on his side was instantly cleaved open by the two supreme great swords, blood splattering forth. And the excruciating pain elicited a howl as he fell backward, his ever-present wine gourd slipping from his grasp, spilling the unconsumed liquor mingled with blood across the ground. A clear indication of his grievous injury. This move is quite authentic, isn't it? You may inquire with Joker about my relationship with Tao Zhu. Should you wish to reminisce about the green years, I am always at your service, provided you are willing to bear the corresponding losses. Standing with his sword, Buggy refrained from pursuing the advantage. Not only was Kaido extraordinarily resilient, making him a difficult target to slay, but even if he succeeded, it would yield little benefit for Buggy. His sword clone had already attempted to incite Whitebeard to assault Wano country multiple times, only to be rebuffed. If Kaido were slain now, the weapon base of Wano would fall into anyone's hands, a scenario Buggy was keen to avoid. Originally, Buggy had intended to ally with Kaido under the guise of Tao Zhu, aiming to replace Kaido's snake-like rule and stabilize the Order of Wano, anticipating changes in the world. However, due to Doflamingo's fear of losing favor and withholding information, coupled with Dunce Jack's reckless charge, Buggy abandoned his initial plan in favor of resistance. Although he had learned a fair amount, what did it matter? It merely reopened a long-standing injury. Soon enough, he would recover. As for your relationship with Tao Zhu, I have no interest whatsoever. You shall all perish. Kaido, true to his reputation as a powerful sovereign, quickly regained his composure despite the lingering obsession left by Yutian. Thanks to the formidable vitality of the Zoan-type mythical beast, his wounds visibly shrank. Even as blood continued to flow, he regained the ability to move. Kaido first retrieved his cherished wine gourd, securing it alongside his kanabo, then leapt high into the air, his body elongating as he transformed back into his azure dragon form, coiling majestically in the sky. Tornado of destruction. Kaido twisted his dragon body, unleashing sharp slashes that ravaged the landscape of Karabali Island. Fortunately, Moria had already been moved by his subordinates, or else he would have faced a gruesome fate. Desert prison. The searing breath. Crocodile leapt into the air, attempting to engage Kaido in close combat, no longer concerned with honing his Haki, wishing only to use his Sansan fruit ability to drain him of his dragon form. Yet, before he could make contact, he was sent flying by a swift divine dragon tail from Chiaoduo, followed by a spat of saliva to the face. Even as Crocodile elementalized, he still felt the warmth of his mentor. Night Slash, whether for the sake of enhancing his attack or simply out of spontaneity. Hawkeye Mihawk audaciously voiced the name of his skill. The supreme strike of the world's greatest swordsman cleaved through the air, dispersing Kaido's dragon breath and striking toward the azure dragon itself. Kaido sensed a hint of threat and chose to coil his dragon form tightly, concealing his vulnerable abdomen with his robust dragon scales, bracing for the impact. Impossible. A distant slash can harm my dragon form. The luminous strike, akin to ascending a peak, first grazed the tail of the dragon, then the midsection, leaving a trail of blood along Kaido's body before finally striking his dragon horn. Regrettably, after several layers of attenuation, the strike diminished to a mere faint mark upon the horn, fading into nothingness. Nevertheless, this was enough to shock Kaido, prompting him to revert to his hybrid form to avoid being an obvious target. The world's greatest swordsman, you say? I feel you are hardly stronger than that red-haired fellow. Hawkeye Mihawk, are you truly prepared to obstruct me and wade into this murky water? True to his title as the world's strongest creature, his recovery was astonishing. In no time, Kaido's wounds ceased bleeding, leaving only crimson traces behind. I am merely curious about the swordsman you mentioned. I wish to test the hardness of my dragon scales. Your disputes are of no concern to me. Mihawk sheathed his supreme great sword behind him and turned to depart, seemingly satisfied with the answers he sought, unwilling to strike again. Oha, ho ho ho. Hand over the remnants of the Kazuki clan. I shall spare your life. At this moment, Tao Zhu had already taken the injured crocodile to a castle clone for safety. Thus, Kaido sought to reclaim his men from Buggy, but the conditions he proposed were hardly commendable. Mihawk, are you not going to test your mettle up close? The opportunity to leave a mark on Shi Huang is rare. Eureka, have you rested enough? Shall we try that move? Noticing Mihawk waving him off, Buggy turned to inquire of Eureka, seemingly disinclined to compromise with Kaido. Hee. Of course. No problem. I haven't fought since learning from the giants. This will be a perfect practice. Eureka brandished her kanabo, standing shoulder to shoulder with Buggy, her aura steadily rising. Buggy had fused his two swords into one great blade, unleashing his conqueror's Haki, and together they appeared as two formidable deities descending upon the earth. Regardless of whether your move is genuine or not, do you think I will grant you the time to charge? Mighty, thunderous 8 trigrams. Observing Buggy and Eureka's stance, Kaido's eyes narrowed, deciding to preemptively strike before they could reach their peak momentum, intending to disrupt their rhythm. First, I should drive him back. As Kaido charged forward, Buggy shouted to Eureka, and together they swung their weapons with ferocity, successfully parrying Kaido's incoming kanabo. The clash of their conqueror's Haki reverberated fiercely, neither side yielding an inch. The ferocious energy surging skyward. Indeed, it was a deception. Oh ho ho! Even though it was the same conqueror's Haki, the intensity varied greatly. What sort of king do you aspire to be? There can only be one pirate king. What I aspire to be is none of your concern. The title of pirate king holds little value for me. Anyone can claim it. I'm not interested in it at all. While engaging with the two, Kaido appeared to point out the fact that only one could attain the title of pirate king, only to be met with a spittle from Buggy. The disparity between his lifelong pursuit being dismissed by others momentarily stunned Kaido, causing his momentum to falter as he was overwhelmed by Buggy and Eureka sent flying. Let this old fool witness the might of the giant spear. Here it comes, Elbaf's spear of dominance. Seizing the moment, Buggy and Eureka swiftly adjusted their stances. They unleashed a powerful attack at the airborne Kaido. The tremendous shockwave split rocks and parted the sea, creating a vast range, propelling Kaido from the small island and vanishing into the horizon. Only deep grooves on the ground and towering waves bore witness to the ferocity of the giant spear. That should have taken care of him. A devil fruit user falling into the sea is surely doomed. But what a tiring endeavor. I must reward him well once he rests. It is not so simple. That fellow has endured 7 failures, been captured by the Navy and enemies over 10 times, and has lived through countless interrogations as a sinner to reach this point. Having been sentenced to death 10 times, even the noose would snap under his strength. And even if taken to the guillotine, he could shatter the blade. Not to mention, he has sunk as many as 9 enormous prison ships, and no one has ever succeeded in killing him. Hence, it is prudent not to become complacent just yet and to observe the situation further. Eureka sighed in relief, leaning on her wolf fang club, exhaling deeply while smiling and teasing Buggy, only to be doused with cold water by him, returning to a serious demeanor. In truth, Buggy was uncertain whether the Sarayu fruit could survive underwater. It stands to reason that a devil fruit user would feel utterly weakened upon falling into the sea, making it challenging to utilize their abilities. Yet, Kaido's fruit, known as the fish fruit, mythical Zoan, Sarayu form, could feasibly allow for underwater breathing, especially given Kaido's inhuman physical capabilities, enabling him to move freely in the ocean. Otherwise, he would have drowned long ago after being captured by the Navy multiple times. Ha. What an extraordinary battle we've witnessed. You have been quite generous at Navy headquarters. However, if you return Feneka, I can pretend that the incident with Buggy never happened. We might even explore the possibility of collaboration. What do you think, Qianliang Daohua Buggy? The voice that echoed belonged to none other than the mastermind behind the Marine Forward War, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, accompanied by his subordinates. Except for Saint Juan Wolf and the confirmed deceased Gizes Buggy, all were present, including the fallen Katarina, Devon, and Lafitte. Blackbeard, how can this be overlooked? That red-nosed clown took my life. I had even planned to make his companion a prized possession. Quiet down, Devon. The captain has his considerations. You are not the only one who nearly perished, and as you have witnessed their strength, could you have withstood that previous attack? Katarina Devon was the first to voice her opposition when she sensed Blackbeard's intention to reconcile with Buggy, but Lafitte, being more rational, quickly silenced her, preserving the captain's authority. Blackbeard, do you even have the audacity to speak of cooperation? Go to hell. Which of your allies has ended up in a good position? How dare you show your face? Do you know the Whitebeard pirates are searching for you worldwide? Did you come here relying on Fanaoka's life card? The life of a mythical Zoan is indeed precious, but dying a few more times will yield the same end. The question now is whether to hand you over to the Navy for accolades or to Whitebeard for a bounty. What headache! Ha ha ha! To betray close companions. To play tricks with strategist Sengoku. To scheme against the benevolent who took you in. Compared to Blackbeard, Kaido is practically a paragon of integrity. Thus, Buggy had no interest in Blackbeard's dealings. It seemed the negotiations had collapsed. Ha ha ha! After a fierce battle with Kaido, you must be quite exhausted. I look forward to seeing if you can unleash moves like those from Marineford. Men, tear them apart. With Blackbeard's command, his crew surrounded Buggy and Yorita, disregarding the distant castle, possibly influenced by the man sipping wine nearby, showcasing the intimidation of the world's greatest swordsman. Do you even have subordinates? Let me show you what numerical superiority means. Everyone come out and take him down. Buggy had prepared for half an hour, gathering all his main forces. And the ready officers, alongside Buggy's doppelgangers, emerged from the castle, clashing with the Blackbeard pirates. Though the members of the Blackbeard pirates were vicious, Buggy's crew was no pushovers. Especially after being bolstered by Zhang Yao's hypnosis, they momentarily gained the upper hand against the slowed light. Just as the battle raged on, a massive water column erupted from the sea several kilometers away, with a Sarayu spiraling forth, heading towards Karabali Island. I miscalculated. I didn't expect you to bring so many powerful subordinates. No wonder you are Red-Haired's childhood friend. How about we just forget this ever happened? Without obtaining the Gura no Mi, Blackbeard Teach's ego had not inflated excessively. Seeing the unfavorable situation, he promptly conceded, engaging Buggy while proposing a truce. Do you think you can just retract your words? Do you believe you are Luffy's grandfather? Today, we shall determine a victor right here. Despite Buggy's tough words, he fought cautiously, either parrying Blackbeard's attacks with dual blades or evading them, avoiding any direct contact. Even so, Buggy was struck several times, spitting blood and suffering broken ribs. Though he quickly recovered using his abilities, the pain still gnawed at him. Buggy had not been injured for a long time. The last significant injury was when he subdued the giants at Little Garden, taking a hit from Hero's spear. Thus his frustration grew with each exchange. Realizing that careful defense was futile, he decided to attack fiercely, believing that the best defense is a good offense. Hazage. With this thought, Buggy abandoned his previous cautious style, moving lightly with moon steps, merging his blades, transforming into a joyous whirlwind, reveling in the thrill of battle. How could this be? My speed has increased. It hurts like hell. Wouldn't it be better if I struck you like before? If I can't catch you, let your subordinates experience the darkness instead. Ha ha ha. Dark hole. Blackbeard emanated a thick black mist, continuously spreading around him, causing everyone on the ground, irrespective of friend or foe, to begin sinking slowly into darkness. Teach, we're still here. We can't fight like this. No worries. I'll release you shortly. Blackbeard disregarded the calls from Big Drunk Baskerville and others, blocking Buggy's slashes while accelerating his skills, as Kabaji and others found themselves nearly engulfed in darkness. Buggy considered it time to unleash his ultimate technique when a rugged voice echoed from the sky. What in the dark is that? Who are you? Competing for my opponent comes at a price. Rumbled Thunderbagua. Blackbeard Teach barely turned to look up as Kaido's Wolf Fang Club descended from the heavens, striking him squarely in the face, knocking him to the ground and rendering him unconscious, interrupting the dark hole and allowing everyone to return to their former state. Indeed, he can survive in the sea. What a troublesome fellow. Yorita, can we execute our combination attack once more? It should be no problem. Upon hearing Kaido's voice, Buggy swiftly evaded, moving closer to Yorita, but hesitated at her somewhat strained response, uncertain whether to unleash another Bagua or test the effects of spatial division. In this unscientific world, where I seek power runs rampant, Buggy worried that the opponent's Haki was too strong, fearing that spatial division would not yield significant damage. Don't be nervous, little red-nosed brat. I've finished my drink. Let us call it a day. Just now, Joker called me, saying the smile fruit requires your abilities. Do your best. I'm looking forward to forming an army of ability users. Oh, by the way, he is the little brat who betrayed that old man Whitebeard. Quite audacious. ISNT. I'll take him away. If you want to find him, go to Wano. Having spoken, Kaido transformed into an azure dragon and seized Teach, soaring into the skies until he vanished from sight. The members of the Blackbeard pirates, witnessing their captain's abduction, lost all will to fight and hastily retreated to their ship. In a bid to vie for the position of acting captain, a few engaged in minor skirmishes, but ultimately, it was Shiryu, leveraging his years as vice warden, who quelled the notorious criminals of Impel Down, embarking on a journey to Wano under the guidance of Navigator Lafitte. As for Buggy, he made no attempts to impede the escape of the Blackbeard pirates. After 2 fierce battles, he felt rather fatigued, and he recognized that the Blackbeard crew was not to be underestimated. Pushing them into a corner would incur losses he was unwilling to suffer. Following the tumult of battle, Calabari Island lay in ruins. Caldino returned with his men to establish a temporary camp. In one of Buggy's castle replicas, he was graciously entertaining 2 future emperors. It was imprudent to exhaust one's contacts after a single favor. Maintaining relationships was essential. Meanwhile, Moria remained incapacitated. Though he had received Buggy's swift treatment for old injuries sustained during the Marineford War, his physical stamina had yet to fully recover. After enduring another heavy blow from Kaido, he would be unable to engage in combat for the foreseeable future. After all, he was not Monkey D. Luffy, who could merely feast after minor skirmishes and emerge revitalized. His combat prowess undiminished. Not long after the banquet commenced, a phone call erupted from Buggy's pocket. He glanced at the screen, nodded apologetically to his guests, and hastily moved to another room. Upon answering, the peculiar laughter of Don Quixote da Flamingo filled his ears. Kaido's flavor must be quite exhilarating. You should thank me. Without my intervention, your precious little island would likely have sunk into the sea. Hurry and send me the new batch of ferocious beast serum, preferably with your personal delivery. I have matters to discuss with you. I'm ever so grateful to you. Spare me your pretense of goodwill. You and T even show up to occupy the space I offered. Were it not for my remaining capabilities, I would be left with nothing but scraps. I'll settle accounts with you in a few days. Buggy retorted, aware that Doflamingo's outreach to Kaido was not a matter of newfound conscience, but rather a calculated move after witnessing Buggy's ability to repel Kaido, thus extending him a favor. Loyalty is not absolute. Buggy reevaluated the necessity of his alliance with Doflamingo. Setting aside powerful emperors like Crocodile and Mihawk, Moria, despite his shortcomings, was more reliable when it came to action. Buggy decided to adjust Doflamingo's standing from friendly to neutral within his ranks. Should any issues arise in the future, a shift towards coldness was not out of the question. Simultaneously, the significance of the Whitebeard pirates to Buggy had diminished considerably. Despite it being an opportune moment for ambush, Whitebeard refused to intervene, which stirred a degree of discontent in Buggy, who contemplated ways to ensnare the obstinate elder. After much deliberation, Buggy contacted Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, revealing the details of his victory over Kaido and the whereabouts of Blackbeard Teach. Naturally, he concealed the presence of Moria and Crocodile, merely stating that he had summoned Hawkeye for assistance. Morgans, eager to manufacture sensational news, eagerly requested related photographs and assured immediate publication. He expressed enthusiasm for any future explosive stories Buggy might provide. Even if you, stubborn old man, remain indifferent to your reputation, I refuse to believe your sons can remain complacent. However, controlling Wano would inevitably involve the remnants of the Kazuki clan, and the Mink tribe of Zou posed another complication that needed addressing. The clash of the Western Emperor and the annihilation of Wano sounds so appealing. As a crucial source of sea stone and a military supplier, not to mention the existence of the ancient weapon known as Pluton beneath its surface, Buggy was determined to seize control. Yet, aside from the formidable Kaido, the world government also cast a watchful eye on Wano. and Buggy was not yet willing to relinquish the advantageous title of Warlord of the Sea. Rather than coveting the hollow title of Emperor of the Seas, he preferred to expand his influence surreptitiously under the guise of an official identity. Resolute in his decision, Buggy returned to the banquet hall to discuss the organizational structure and profit sharing of the Assassin Hotel with Crocodile. He agreed to provide weapons and intelligence support, with the territories acquired divided equally between them, focusing on non-ally nations and war-torn regions. Witnessed by Hawkeye, they reached an accord and toasted to their partnership, after which Buggy utilized Flying Thunder God to transport Crocodile to MR1's side. You realize that collaborating with a pirate who has lost the title of Warlord of the Sea violates the agreement with the world government, don't you? Aren't you afraid I might report you to the higher-ups? Mihawk casually remarked, reclining with a glass of red wine, his mood evidently buoyant. Surely the world's greatest swordsman wouldn't engage in such trivialities. One day, the warlord system may be completely abolished. At that time, your inclusion would also be welcomed. I've even thought of a name for our alliance, the Cross Guild. How about a vice president position for you? Haha, should that day ever arrive, I might consider it. Titles do not concern me as long as my peaceful life remains undisturbed. Now, shall we step outside for a spar? I am quite intrigued by your swordsmanship. In response to Buggy's promise, Mihawk laughed heartily, affirming that it was the pinnacle of swordsmanship he sought, not status. Buggy made no objections, suggesting they wait until he finished discussions with Moria. Unexpectedly, Moria proposed that Tama should also join their alliance, believing her to be a more reliable ally than Doflamingo, given her enmity with Kaido. Though Buggy found this amusing, he nonetheless arranged for Tama to accept Moria's proposal and accompany the Ninja Village mercenary group. After attending to these matters, Buggy engaged in a thorough spar with the somewhat impatient Hawkeye, enduring over 100 strikes before finally satisfying the great swordsman, who then returned to Karigana Island to continue training Roronoa Zoro, allowing Buggy to enjoy a moment of respite. Within days, the news of the three warlords of the sea repelling Western Emperor Kaido spread widely, further enhancing Buggy and Tama's reputations. This gesture, both uniting the warlords and provoking Kaido, was certainly an unsettled character. According to Doflamingo, Kazuki Tama's identity was a fabrication. It appeared he had some peculiar relationship with this fellow. He even privately courted the former warlord Crocodile, thus disregarding the warlord agreement entirely. This warranted sanctions. His status as a warlord was exchanged for the capture of Crocodile. They must harbor a deep-seated animosity. Moreover, his airship-connected trade routes across the East Blue, South Blue, and even the West Blue. Although these were mere ordinary transactions, his subordinates had recently appeared in numerous branches, bribing guards and acquiring weapons, seemingly preparing to intervene in arms trading. We must remain vigilant. Regardless, even with his numerous underhanded tactics, he remains the only warlord complying with the world government by remitting taxes, the amounts rivaling those of a nation with a population in the millions. Moreover, the 7 warlords were originally established to counterbalance the Marine headquarters. The Marine headquarters emerged from the Marineford War with a somewhat diminished reputation, and this time it could be seen as a restoration of the government's deterrent power. As a reward, let us invite the 2 of them to visit Vegapunk's laboratory, provide them with some intriguing items, and request their cooperation in certain experiments, attempting to replicate their abilities. Indeed, I second that. That sounds splendid. I agree. In the Holy Land, Mary Geos within the Assembly Hall, the 5 elders engaged in a spirited discussion regarding the response to the Kalabari Island incident. Subsequently, they formulated plans to track down Monkey D, Luffy's whereabouts, and continued to monitor Wano country, among other decisions. This reward serves 2 purposes. Firstly, it is in response to Buggy's previous request to visit Egghead Island. Secondly, all other warlords' bloodline samples have been obtained by Vegapunk, while Buggy's, due to the passive effects of the split fruit, would mysteriously vanish even if acquired in secret. Hence, the 5 elders arrived at such a decision. There is a palpable sense of lethargy. Those ruffians from Impel Down are merely more adept at butchering. That previous skirmish was not a loss on our part. It is sufficient to recognize the disparity and enhance one's own combat skills. There are plenty of war-torn nations available to refine one's Haki and develop new combat techniques. Zhang Ao, the subordinates trained by Vermal, should be nearly ready. Dispatch them to various strongholds to rally the youth. They should be sent in batches to experience the turmoil of war for 3 months at a time. Only through witnessing conflict can they truly appreciate the peace under our rule. Calculating Crocodile, expand the stronghold sizes in the East and South Seas. Intensify infiltration into the West Sea and begin collecting intelligence in the North Sea. Meanwhile, Buggy is also convening a meeting to summarize the issues revealed during the previous battle, rallying the core members and arranging subsequent plans. My lord, the first 2 batches of trainees, after rigorous training, hypnosis, and brainwashing, overwhelmingly believe in our grand design. However, there are uncertainties posed by CP spies from the world government and peripheral members of the Brothers' Army. What should we do? My lord, the operation to bribe the naval base for weapons is not going smoothly. Some have accepted deposits but delayed delivery, while others have outright refused. There have even been instances of capturing and pursuing our agents. Even those who agreed to trade have provided poor quality and quantity. How should we respond? Before Buggy could address Zhang Ao's concerns, Crocodile stood up to report the troubles encountered. After a moment of contemplation, Buggy replied, Zhang Ao, expedite the inspection of all subordinates to identify spies from other factions and relocate them in batches to Gaia Island. I will handle the matters personally. Crocodile, mark those naval bases that have refused to cooperate. The assassin hotel business is about to commence. In the name of Crocodile and the Brothers' Army, place bounties on the uncooperative base commanders. I want to see how many lives these fellows have. Do they all consume mythical zone fruits? Control the arms manufacturing nations in the South Sea swiftly. And if necessary, contact the Ninja Village mercenaries to incite conflict. They are a trustworthy force. Are we really going to offer bounties? We just paid a hefty sum in taxes to the world government, which is real money. If it weren't for the vouchers, we would already be bankrupt. As the financial and trade head, Aurita jumped up, pointing accusatorily at Buggy. In her view, there is absolutely no need to pay taxes to the world government. No other warlords paid taxes diligently. Do not concern yourself with such worthless papers. The money borrowed from Crocodile must be spent quickly. I will initiate financing promptly. I believe many factions will be interested in the assassin hotel business. If that fails, we can issue bonds through the World Economic News, and I will offer them double the interest. But won't that leave us even more in debt? Not only do we have to repay the principal, but we also have to pay interest. We do not collect taxes, and relying solely on trade may not sustain us for long. We certainly cannot keep printing berries to repay our debts. Eventually, someone will catch on. Not collecting taxes now does not mean we won't in the future. Once we have completely eradicated the circulation of berries under our rule and standardized the use of vouchers, we will discuss paying our debts. As for repayment, who knows what will happen when the bonds mature? For those with good relations, we can settle with goods. For those without, well, let's see how that goes. I borrowed the money with my own merit. Why should I repay it? If they have the ability, let them come armed to collect. Surely, none of us here are overly noble individuals who wouldn't retaliate. My lord, you truly have a sense of humor. We are merely bountied pirates. There are no good people among us. Laughter erupted at Buggy's dismissive attitude towards Aurita's concerns, asserting that those in debt are the true lords. And might makes right, filling the room with a jovial atmosphere. Subsequently, Buggy also educated his crew on classic financial scams, such as Ponzi schemes, broadening their horizons, each eager to practice on their subordinates, only to be sternly halted by Buggy. Observing their nonchalant attitudes, Buggy succinctly explained the internal financial structure of the organization, asserting that short-term gains at the expense of one's own people would hinder long-term development. He suggested that if they wished to exploit, they should target the nobles of great nations. Taking from others for one's own benefit is the true path. Buggy also solemnly declared that if any similar behavior was discovered among his subordinates, be they insiders or outsiders, they would face severe punishment. This declaration managed to quell the greed for sudden wealth among his avaricious subordinates. In reflection, Buggy assigned new tasks to Hawkins and Bellamy, instructing them to venture to the West Sea to explore markets, particularly in the flower country, known for its many privateer ships. To prevent any mishaps with these two, Buggy dispatched an ordinary clone to accompany them. Meanwhile, the affairs of others remained unchanged. Buggy's catering chain continued to thrive, and the clothing group also maintained a positive momentum. Notably, Buggy shamelessly advertised that even the Empress endorsed his clothing, showcasing it in promotional materials, thus ensuring sales would not be a concern. In shipbuilding, most shipyards primarily produced hulls for airships, and such large-scale activities could not escape the Marines' attention. The Marines dispatched observers to assess whether to make purchases. Unfortunately, upon the arrival of the observers at the Chambord assembly plant, they encountered a serious production incident, where several airships were in the process of inflation and exploded before their eyes, resulting in a fire, with the observers suffering severe injuries and their accompanying personnel sustaining varying degrees of harm. The observers subsequently reported to the Marine headquarters that the airships were akin to dangerous bombs, entirely lacking procurement value, and even demanded accountability from Buggy, insisting he relocate the hazardous factory from the Chambord archipelago. In response, Buggy asserted that this incident was caused by the observers' team recklessly discarding cigarette butts within the factory premises, suspecting a cigar-smoking Marine Rear Admiral as the primary culprit, and refused to relocate the factory. However, he agreed to set up warning signs to keep crowds away and was willing to cover the medical expenses for the injured, which quelled the dispute. This unfortunate incident was certainly not as accidental as it appeared. Buggy could not allow airships, which held military value, to be handed over to the Marines. In the face of the Marines' overwhelming numerical superiority with hundreds of warships, one must not shy away from developing new avenues and identifying new leverage points to seize on the opponent's weaknesses in future confrontations. Achieving results-driven outcomes and executing a series of coordinated strategies to ultimately surpass their combat capabilities. However, at this juncture, it was not yet time to sever ties with the Marines, which is why Buggy orchestrated a production accident, leaving the impression that the airships were poorly constructed, dangerous, and unreliable, thus dissuading any purchasing intentions. The maritime operations progressed smoothly as ships under the Buggy Express banner frequently traversed the West Sea in groups, while small pirate crews stood no chance against the well-equipped transport fleet. Larger factions, meanwhile, were reluctant to make enemies of Buggy, for any who dared to raid Buggy's Express would soon find themselves facing an unwelcome visit from him. Even the privateers of the affiliated nations are not exempt. If compensation is not forthcoming, then one must brace for the inevitable plunder by Buggy's grand fleet. Among the various enterprises, the development of the Ambulila Medical Group has been relatively sluggish. After all, few are dedicated to the noble pursuit of medicine. However, with the increase of Buggy's strongholds, he has instructed Kalu to allocate a portion of personnel for short-term medical training, endowing the intelligence operatives with essential medical knowledge, enabling them to serve as battlefield medics when the need arises. In terms of armaments, under the vigilant supervision of GEM, the potency of gunpowder has been consistently enhanced, and the military factory has begun to manufacture grenades independently. The revolving rifles from the South China Sea are also being replicated, with heavy firepower primarily relying on shoulder-fired rockets. In this world rife with inhumanity, conventional infantry artillery proves to be a waste of resources, as close-range explosive cannons have little effect on skilled adversaries. It is far more prudent to construct additional warships rather than squander steel on infantry cannons. The range of shoulder-fired rockets suffices against ordinary soldiers. After all, the range of naval artillery is not particularly impressive. As for assaulting naval fortresses, are there not airships for that purpose? With ample firepower, they can simply bomb their targets. Moreover, Buggy has no intention of engaging the Navy directly. His focus lies primarily on dealing with the guards of various kingdoms, and such arrangements are adequately sufficient. After 2 significant battles and a day of discussions, Buggy felt somewhat fatigued. Just as he announced the conclusion of the meeting, preparing to indulge in a well-deserved rest, a certain Joalaponi halted his feasting, calling out to him, "It seems you have forgotten to assign me any tasks. Are you powerless regarding my father's situation? Too embarrassed to delegate? If so, I shall venture to the New World to confront Vegapunk myself. Do not fret. A few days ago, I submitted a request to the world government to visit Vegapunk's laboratory. We should receive a response soon. You will accompany me, and if that does not work out, we shall devise another plan. That would be splendid. At that time, I will ensure that he restores my father to his former self. Otherwise, no matter the trouble caused, I will take vengeance upon him. Very well. If such a person cannot become an ally, it is better to eliminate him sooner rather than later. I have no desire to witness a Cold War emerge from what should be a hot conflict. Although Joalaponi did not comprehend the latter part of Buggy's statement, she wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiment and ceased her inquiries, allowing him to depart. Days later, both Buggy and Peach Boy received a notification from the world government, requesting their assistance in Vegapunk's experiments. In exchange for their cooperation, they would be rewarded with a batch of new weaponry. Peach Boy declined, citing the need to prepare for another assault from Kaido, while Buggy agreed, albeit with a peculiar request to bring along Tyrant Kuma. The world government swiftly acquiesced, considering Tyrant Kuma to be an already controlled humanoid weapon, especially with the presence of the Navy for support. At the headquarters of the Buggy family in the Chambered Islands, Buggy was peering through a telescope at the sky, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, a gust of smoke wafted towards him, obscuring his view and accompanied by a pungent odor. Without needing to look, Buggy knew an old acquaintance had arrived. What brings you here again, you disaster? Is it not enough that you blew up my airship assembly plant? Do you now wish to incinerate my fast food headquarters as well? Sending a brigadier on such an important mission shows a lack of regard for me. The Navy cannot even dispatch an admiral now. A vice admiral would suffice. What does that concern me? Your airships are inherently volatile bombs. Whether I am present or not, they are doomed to explode eventually. Hurry and get on board. I must make my way to the G5 branch in the New World. I have no time for idle chatter with you. Oh, promoted to vice admiral, are we? Having an admiral as a senior certainly has its perks. So, this time we are accompanied by Admiral Akiji then? That is acceptable. We shall depart once Tyrant Kuma arrives. Before long, the ground shook with heavy footsteps approaching from the distance. Tyrant Kuma ambled over to Buggy, his movements awkward and seemingly reluctant, accompanied by a pink-haired little girl held by Yalida. This little girl looks oddly familiar, yet I cannot quite place her. All right, you smoke-loving scoundrel. Now that everyone is here, let's depart. You insolent red-nosed scoundrel. I will keep a close watch on you in the New World. Should any of your subordinates reveal their true colors, I shall show no mercy. Buggy's derisive title infuriated Smoker, causing him to abandon his thoughts about the young Joalaponi and instead issue a warning to Buggy. However, Buggy paid him no mind, leading the group aboard the warship, leaving only Smoker's back to gaze upon. The warship swiftly transported them to the Red Earth continent's Red Port. Via a colossal lift, they ascended to the world center, Mariehua. Buggy declined the proposal to be escorted into the city, opting instead to traverse the Red Earth continent and await at the opposite harbor. He wished to avoid lingering in this cursed place, where encountering the celestial dragons would inevitably lead to trouble, especially with the enchanting Yalita in tow, who could predict the whims of those deranged individuals. In preparing for confrontation with the world government, it is best to avoid any ill-fated encounters with such characters. Thus, throughout the journey, Buggy activated his observation Haki, ready to unleash Conqueror's Haki should any large groups approach. The unfortunate sailors accompanying him suffered greatly. Even though Buggy did not intentionally target them, many collapsed to the ground, leaving Smoker exasperated yet silent, using his powers to ensure the fallen sailors did not lag behind. Such circumstances persisted until the convoy finally crossed the Red Earth continent and reached the vicinity of the opposite lift. I apologize for keeping you waiting. There were no incidents along the way, I hope. I sensed a continuous surge of Haki. Admiral Akiji leisurely approached the lift, riding a bicycle. He appeared to have just completed his shift with other admirals. It remained uncertain whether Kazuru or Akainu was on duty. You are merely attempting to keep those foolish parasites at bay, are you not? Do you not possess any warships? Or do you have a tricycle to transport us to meet Vegapunk? A tricycle? Surely you jest about Smoker. My powers cannot operate such a contraption. We should depart quickly. Otherwise, we may keep her waiting. She is headed to the G14 branch. so we can catch a ride on her ship. Never mind. That tricycle has legs and can ride itself. When we reach Vegapunk, I will have one prepared for you. I just wonder how long you can ride it. Buggy's jest did not anger Akiji. Instead, he offered a reasonable explanation, displaying a degree of social finesse that surpassed Smoker's. Smoker, the situation in the new world is far more complex than in the earlier stages. Do not wander aimlessly. Prioritize addressing matters at the base. It seemed that Buggy's words struck a chord with Akiji, or perhaps he had already made up his mind. As he bade farewell to Smoker, he imparted some advice befitting a senior, boarding the warship while Smoker pondered deeply. Even with the Navy possessing the eternal pointer to Egghead Island, this journey was bound to be lengthy. Thus, aside from the first day, when Buggy accompanied Akiji on the deck to bask in the sun, the following days were spent in the ship's cabin, with meals left at the door, delivered by Yalata. Most of the food found its way into Joalaponi's otherworldly stomach. As for Buggy, he had long been transported thousands of miles away into the high skies by his clones. How far have we traveled? Were it not for Luffy's unreliability, would I have needed to embark on this journey? I wonder if Eneru has encountered that group of cosmic pirates. Indeed, the location of Buggy is none other than the moon, accompanied by his main body, which consists of the Shuni clone, the weapon clone, and the Qinglong clone. After considerable deliberation, Buggy decided to feed the artificial Qinglong fruit to the Lord of the Void, subsequently separating its blood material to create clones. The complexity of this process stemmed from the consciousness influence inherent in Zoan-type devil fruits. In Buggy's perspective, the Lord of the Void was perhaps the most suitable creature to consume the Qinglong fruit. Through this dilution, Buggy could exert better control over the fruit's powers. Initially, Buggy intended to have the Qinglong clone fly to the moon, but considering the vast distance, he ultimately opted for the weapon clone to serve as a rocket, followed by teleporting his main body over. Given the formidable abilities of Eneru, Buggy decided to bring the Qinglong clone along as a shield. Thus, the lunar expedition team was assembled, ready to explore the dungeon known as the Lost City of Beluca. Soon, Buggy's team discovered the remnants of a destroyed cosmic pirate camp, encountering some survivors with whom they engaged in battle. After conquering the pirate base and capturing its leader, Buggy was astonished to find that the adversary seemed connected to Vegapunk. The elderly figure in the midst appeared to have stood behind Vegapunk during the MADS era, while the one on the left resembled someone who had reported to Lucci during Caesar's initial broadcast. The so-called cosmic pirates, according to the old man, were all bioengineered individuals, wielding standard weaponry developed by Vinsmoke Judge, even claiming to bear the same skull flag. After interrogation, it became evident that these were members of the illicit research organization MADS. Buggy left the weapon clone to guard the captives while the other three traversed the ruins, preparing to enter the excavated underground city of Beluca. At the entrance, they encountered patrolling robots, which Buggy easily subdued. You vile intruders, the gods will not spare you. Only the elite speak, do they? We are here to meet your so-called god. We harbor no ill intent. Now lead us. Buggy, growing impatient with the waves of minor adversaries, found the small robots lacking in strength but abundant in number, providing him with a genuine experience against live foes. Since you claim to visit the god, why not introduce yourselves first? We thought you were invaders. Then follow me. Fortunately, the lunar robots possessed emotions, albeit limited intelligence, and easily believed Buggy's assertions. After arranging for the maintenance of their damaged companions, they guided Buggy and his team to the temple at the city's center. To Buggy's surprise, the figure occupying the main seat was none other than Eneru, the self-proclaimed god. Eneru, bare-chested and clad in loose-fitting pants, sat cross-legged, lazily finishing an apple and carelessly discarding the remnants, utterly dismissive of Buggy and his companions. In truth, Eneru had long sensed the arrival of outsiders through his exaggerated Kinbunchika Haki, yet he saw these individuals as mere distractions to alleviate his boredom. Apart from the earlier encounter with the rubbery scoundrel, Eneru believed that no one could rival him. Any enemy could be resolved with a single thunderclap. If that were insufficient, he would simply unleash more. 30 million volts would suffice, or 60 million, and they would surely perish. having been chased from Skypiea to outer space. Yet you still speak so arrogantly. It is no wonder that the Thunder God cannot match the Sun God. But how long can you survive in this barren land? Instead of entertaining himself in this desolate place, Inaru proposed collaboration, offering to showcase what he termed the true infinite Earth. Buggy understood that the infinite Earth referred to the Red Land, which, despite its sparse vegetation outside the Holy Land Mariawa, was still far superior to the moon's utter barrenness. Buggy was well aware that Inaru, with his temperament, would not comply unless he was thoroughly subdued. Thus, he framed his words as a probe into Inaru's understanding of the lands beneath Skypiea. It seems you are acquainted with that rubbery scoundrel. The god is merely bored of Skypiea. I am not afraid of that brat. I could return at any time without your assistance. You ridiculous red-nosed fool. I am well aware that the islands of the Blue Sea are merely akin to those of Skypiea, and there is no such thing as an infinite Earth. To deceive me is unforgivable. Divine retribution. With that, Inaru unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning towards Buggy and his companions, engulfing them in electric fury for several seconds. However, Inaru sensed no sign of weakness or defeat from his adversaries. Just as he intended to amplify the voltage, a massive purple dragon, clad in fierce lightning, erupted from the fray, colliding with the throne of the temple and shattering it. Can it truly transform into a dragon? What intriguing fellow! To withstand my divine lightning. This is the confidence that emboldens you to challenge me? I shall make you my steed. Inaru skillfully evaded the dragon's assault, intrigued by the unfamiliar creature and examining it closely. You, who foolishly claim divinity. Dragons command storms and control lightning. This should be common knowledge. To ally with you would tarnish my reputation. I shall beat you to half-death and take you as my subordinate. The dragon, speaking in human tongue and hovering in midair, perhaps due to its creation from Kaido's bloodline factors, shared a personality akin to Kaido, boisterous and confrontational. Arrogant fool, let me show you what a true dragon is. 60 million volts? Thunder Dragon. The roar of the fire dragon. Inaru struck the drums at his shoulders, channeling the lightning he generated into the form of a colossal thunder dragon, vivid and menacing, charging towards the purple dragon. The latter, undeterred, dove down, using its massive form to shred the thunder dragon to pieces, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath that rivaled Inaru's earlier divine retribution in scale. You possess some skill. It seems that breaking your defenses with lightning is futile. Only a steed of your caliber is worthy of my divine status. Yaha-ha! Thunder-forged golden trident. Inaru remained unfazed, evading the purple dragon's flames through elemental transformation while morphing his golden staff into a sharp trident, engaging in a fierce dance with the dragon's descending claws. As the battle reached a stalemate, Buggy's main body had already dispatched the elite robots guarding the area, leaving the standard soldiers as no threat. Mortal, you have successfully provoked my wrath. You are nothing but a long-horned serpent, unworthy of being my steed. 200 million volts? Thunder God. Just as the dragon was about to ensnare Inaru, dark clouds suddenly gathered around him, swelling ominously, forcefully repelling the dragon's constricted form. A towering figure of lightning, several dozen meters tall, leaped into view. What use is your size when you lack Haki? Do you think mere stature can instill fear? Allow me to demonstrate the world's vastness. Rising Dragon 8 trigrams. The purple dragon ascended, its head entwined with a black-red bolt of lightning. First, it severed the golden trident thrust by Inalu at its base, and then, unrelenting, it surged upward, crashing through the rocky layers above the underground city, revealing the pitch-black sky. The colossal purple dragon resumed its human form and strode toward the fallen Inalu. How audacious! Once again, I have tasted defeat. Is the Qinghai region teeming with monsters like you? Inalu, battered and bruised, struggled to rise, but could not manage it, as he was lifted by the dragon incarnation of Buggy, choking him and causing him to spit out blood. Not many in Qinghai possess strength like mine. You simply had the misfortune of encountering me twice in a short span. So what do you say? Would you like to become my subordinate and explore the vast world with me? Buggy's main body swiftly teleported in front of Inalu. extending an invitation and graciously referring to the previously mentioned servitude as subordination. Ya ha ha, you expect me to bow to you? Impossible. It is you who shall serve me. What have you done to me? Before Ainalu could finish speaking, Baki's hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, and he felt an increasing weakness engulfing him. A smaller version of himself materialized in Baki's hand, radiating an aura of lightning. If you refuse to submit, then become my power bank. You may have lost, yet you still speak defiantly. What manner of ability is this? Forcing me to submit is indeed a tall order. However, your mention of the infinite continent piques my interest. Shall we consider cooperation? Upon conjuring a doppelganger resembling Ainalu, exuding electrical energy, Ainalu resolutely declared that the Raijin would never be a slave. Unless there are provisions for food and shelter, calling it submission is rather distasteful. Cooperation sounds far more agreeable. Consider yourself somewhat clever. Bid farewell to your robotic companions. I shall leave this doppelganger behind to command them. Baki's leniency in letting Ainalu go was not born out of compassion. Rather, it was because he found it easier to manage his doppelganger this way. After slaying the Golden Lion in the Marineford War, Buggy had assumed that the Devil Fruit would regenerate as usual and the doppelganger ability might vanish. He had deliberately anchored the floating island above the White Sea in anticipation. However, contrary to his expectations, the doppelganger's power did not entirely dissipate. A vague consciousness emerged within, vying for control of his body. Although Buggy quickly stabilized the situation by summoning nearby doppelgangers, he deemed this unstable factor intolerable and decided to conduct an experiment. Even if it failed, the loss would merely be a useful ability. Buggy placed the doppelganger in a sealed room filled with various fruits, then relinquished control and fully split it. After a few minutes, he indeed discovered a newly sprouted piao fruit amidst the pile. Contemplating its use, Buggy ultimately decided to entrust it to Isabagu of Water 7. Although Buggy himself had established a shipyard in Hanzabar, it was limited to constructing traditional sailing vessels, entirely reliant on the design blueprints from the Corellar Company. Following the Judicial Island incident, Isabagu had softened his stance on designing warships, and due to their prolonged collaboration, their relationship was quite amicable. This piao fruit was indeed something Isabagu desperately needed. After all, what better solution could there be to address the sinking issues of Water 7 than afloat it? Thus, Buggy decided to grant Ainalu a reprieve, intending to have him serve as a mercenary for a few days within the Shinobi village group before sending him to establish a foothold on the Red Earth continent. The robots on the moon, though reluctant to part with their great power bank, willingly supported the new king after witnessing Buggy's doppelganger showcase its abilities, allowing him to take Ainalu away. These ungrateful creatures, how could they so easily abandon their deity? Have they forgotten who awakened them from their slumber? Ainalu, hoisted over Buggy's shoulder, grumbled bitterly as he faced the departing robots. Stop your incessant whining. They merely view you as a large power generator. Even robots have become so pragmatic in this era. Buggy chuckled. You will return with the purple dragon and others. I have matters to attend to. In a few days, I shall send you to the infinite land. For now, accompany them. With Ainalu's assurance, Buggy was teleported back to the ship's cabin, learning that the vessel was not far from Egghead Island. Hey, don't you get headaches from sleeping all day? Should you get up and stretch a bit? From the Marineford War, it seems you were merely toying with me back at Water 7. I thought it was time for a meal. You didn't even exert yourself at Water 7. You didn't use your wide area attacks from the Marineford War. I have no desire to engage with a monster like you. On the deck, Akiji lifted a corner of his unmask, squinting at Buggy as he emerged from the cabin, rising slowly as if unguarded. Speak louder. I can't hear you. You think you can become Fleet Admiral with such a quiet voice? Be serious. If you don't blame me if you end up dead. With a flash of his black blade, Buggy appeared before Akiji, his long knife slicing through Akiji's torso, sending half of him flying. That is quite dangerous. If it weren't for my timely elementalization, I might have died. Such a hassle. Wouldn't it have been better to stay quietly in the cabin like a few days ago? Akiji plummeted into the sea, freezing the water into a sheet of ice, slowly revealing his form as he conjured an ice battle knife. Such nonsense. A simple slash cannot harm a Logia user like you. Let's make a bet. If you lose, you resign and follow me. That's out of the question. How could a dignified Marine Admiral serve under a warlord? That contradicts my sense of justice. Akiji brandished his battle knife, engaging in a sword duel with Buggy. The ship was thrown into chaos as crew members were uncertain how to respond, unsure whether to intervene. Ultimately, it was Vice Admiral Daru who stabilized the situation, declaring that the two were merely engaged in routine sparring, and there was no need for alarm. Given the level of combat, ordinary soldiers could not assist and were only required to observe closely. Is Marine justice merely to serve as bodyguards for the Celestial Dragons? In this regard, Kizaru performs better. Can you match his speed or acting skills? Can you serve them well? If one day you can't continue in the Navy, do come find me. I'll find you a position as governor of the New World. As Buggy battled Akiji, he conversed with him. Although Buggy was unaware of any tensions between Akiji and Akainu, it was essential to win over a combatant of his caliber. You speak as if you dictate the New World. Fleet Admiral Sengoku nominated me as his successor. How could I possibly abandon the Navy at this time? Or have you heard something? Ho ho ho. I've heard from Doflamingo that the upper echelons of the world government are reluctant to acknowledge Sengoku's nomination. They seem to prefer Akainu. That's why I'm reserving a spot for you, so you don't end up unemployed. Without hesitation, Buggy attributed the source of his information to Doflamingo. Although he knew that few held the former Celestial Dragon identity, it was evident that a Marine Admiral was not among them. Even if he were unaware, Doflamingo's close ties with the upper echelons of the world government were undeniable. Have you had enough? It has already taken a considerable amount of time. If we continue, we will miss dinner. How dull. With such a lack of motivation, it's a wonder you can become an admiral. Let us call a day. Remember to come find me if you end up unemployed. The reason for engaging in a confrontation with Qingji is not solely to prepare for the potential recruitment of the unemployed admiral, but also to contemplate the opportunity to extract the opponent's abilities. Upon realizing that this could not be accomplished in a short span of time, Buggy decisively withdrew, opting to seek an alternative opportunity. Although prior communication with Egghead Island had occurred, an encounter with mechanical sea beasts ensued in the adjacent waters. However, these creatures posed no threat in the presence of Qingji, swiftly transforming into massive icebergs that floated on the surface of the sea. The warships soon arrived at Egghead Island, where they were greeted by Vegapunk's personal bodyguard, Jinbe. Once within the town, it is advised not to wander aimlessly or tamper with the high-tech designs, lest the old man become irate. Is it really that high-tech? It is merely a relic of technological archaeology. Let us hasten to meet Vegapunk. Buggy, feeling slighted by Jinbe's condescension, scoffed, believing Vegapunk's technology to be rather mediocre. Besides the cloning technology, other advancements pale in comparison to the 21st century, failing to inspire any sense of reverence in him. If you hold such disdain for Uncle Punk's technology, then what of the pacifista that went missing in the Sabaody archipelago? I found quite a few tracking parts near your fast food establishment. I truly wonder what the higher-ups are thinking, permitting someone like you to come to Egghead Island. It could lead to considerable losses. Jinbe raised his enormous double-bladed axe to block Buggy's path, questioning him, evidently still troubled by the loss of several pacifista. Perhaps they fell during the encounter with Tyrant Kuma? You should inquire with him. Do not waste my time, you little brat of Kosaki Kintaro. Do not think I will hesitate to act against you. It would only take a moment. Buggy, of course, could not admit to having absconded with the pacifista, and as he spun a tale, a terrifying aura erupted from him, placing immense pressure on Jinbe. This is a crucial research base for the world government. I cannot allow you to create such turmoil here. I shall not permit anyone on this island to outdo me in mischief. Just as Qingji emanated an icy chill prepared to intimidate Buggy, a towering girl, standing 6 to 7 meters tall, burst forth from the research facility's entrance, delivering a powerful punch toward Buggy. This was Vegapunk's raging avatar, Atlas, shatter into pieces. Buggy made no attempt to evade, catching the incoming punch with one hand, causing Atlas's arm to instantaneously disintegrate, a trend that rapidly extended throughout her entire form, limbs and head floating in midair. What manner of ability is this? Put me down at once. I am the genius scientist Vegapunk. Enough of your nonsense. You are merely a personality avatar of that fellow. Such a purely research-oriented scholar, even slicing herself when necessary. However, it seems she is not particularly clever. Perhaps she made an error during the separation. Atlas, losing control of her body, cried out in distress, while Buggy observed her mechanical structure with curiosity, seemingly forgetting that he was the one who had inflicted the most harm upon himself. To act here, though not the true form of Vegapunk, as a bodyguard, one cannot simply stand idly by. Wait, Jinbe, you're the Shichibukai clown Buggy, correct? Kindly put her down. It would be truly regrettable if she were to escape. The original is conducting an experiment and will appear shortly. You all may rest in the research facility for a moment. Jinbe raised his massive axe to strike Buggy, but suddenly a calm male voice echoed through the island's intercom, halting him and offering an apology. Buggy surmised that this must be the leader of the avatars, Vegapunk's stand-in, representing the authentic Shaka. Having received assurance of an audience with the true Vegapunk, Buggy restored Atlas to her original form and, under Jinbe's vigilant watch, followed the irate Atlas into the research facility. The route was filled with various novel mechanical installations that indeed exuded a sense of technological advancement. However, Buggy was not particularly intrigued. These were merely spectacles constructed through the consumption of vast resources. In this tumultuous world, widespread adoption seemed impossible, even if mass production were achievable. The ordinary populace would have no use for such inventions. Automated cooking machines and transformation rooms pale in comparison to the practicality of his own business. Even the grand vacuum rockets fall short of the utility offered by the sea trains of Water 7. This visit to meet Vegapunk serves not only as a promise to Bonnie, but also as a means to acquire Vegapunk's great intelligence fruit, which Buggy intends to leverage for technological advancement. The reception room was eerily quiet, with Buggy lost in thought, Shinji awaiting their meeting, and Tyrant Kuma standing by, while York was busily feeding Bonnie, occasionally making some noise. A series of clack-clack footsteps echoed at the entrance, and shortly thereafter, a white-haired elder with an apple atop his head and an elongated tongue entered. Thank you for your patience. You are the pirate Buggy here to assist with the experiment, correct? From Atlas's experience, it is clear you are a paramecia fruit user. This should be rather interesting for research. Come along with me. Time is of the essence. Perhaps having synchronized with Atlas in advance, the true Vegapunk hurried toward Buggy upon entering, eager to share his hypotheses while ignoring Jinbe's anxious gaze, urging Buggy to cooperate with the experiment promptly. I did not come merely to assist with your experiment. Do you know? Time is space. What? Is this a result of your ability? This differs somewhat from Atlas's description. How did you achieve this? Vegapunk discovered that apart from himself and Buggy, everyone else appeared to be frozen in place, bombarding Buggy with questions while stretching out his arms as if to assess the surroundings. I merely separated the current time as an independent space. I advise against touching anything recklessly, or you may find yourself missing limbs. Now, we can't converse properly. You are familiar with these individuals, are you not? They are currently in my custody. I request that you restore Tyrant Kuma's consciousness. Can you manage that? Buggy handed over several photographs of the moon captives to Vegapunk while simultaneously beginning to extract the latter's bloodline factors. No wonder communication with these individuals has been severed. How did you manage to reach the moon? It would be impossible with such an easily explosive airship. What a man with an abundance of questions. Can you recognize who that pink-haired girl is? She traveled a great distance solely to restore her father. Should you claim you cannot, she might very well wish to kill you. Handle it as you see fit. That is Bonnie? Why is she still so small? Even if she were to restore Kuma, it would be impossible. That is his own will, and I cannot go back on my word. What have you done? I feel significantly weakened. After Buggy's reminder, Vegapunk recognized Bonnie, but remained unwilling to restore Tyrant Kuma's consciousness. Buggy responded by accelerating his extraction abilities. Whether Tyrant Kuma was a clone created by Vegapunk or Bonnie was a clone mattered little to Buggy. However, he was still determined to fulfill the promise made, regardless of whether Tyrant Kuma was agreeable. This is merely a lesson for you. You must understand that not all Shichibukai possess the same temperament as Tyrant Kuma. Regardless, Tyrant Kuma must regain his emotions, for this is a pact made between Bonnie and me. After all, a daughter is far more capable of deciding her father's fate than an outsider like you. However, I am not unreasonable. Are you not in pursuit of eternal energy? I have numerous ideas. If you agree, I shall share all my insights with you. Since soft persuasion is ineffective, perhaps allowing the other party to feel a tangible threat would be a prudent approach. Yet, as the saying goes, one must wield both kindness and power. Buggy was not inclined to make matters too hostile. After all, the other party is indeed a top-tier scientist, and Buggy has numerous ideas that require his expertise to bring to fruition. In contrast, his subordinate, Dr. Digu, resembles more of a folk pharmacist, proving to be of little significant use. His proficiency barely matches that of Quinn, who dabbles in bioengineering and is far inferior to the likes of Kaka, who can manufacture clone armies, or Caesar, who is capable of mass-producing artificial devil fruits. The only flaw of Vegapunk, a polymath, perhaps lies in his plethora of ideas, which tend to be excessively costly. Do you possess a concept for eternal energy? Surely, that must be a deception. Have I not spent decades researching, only to be outshone by a mere pirate? Pray, enlighten me. If it holds true value, I may consent to attempt restoring Kuma's emotions, though I cannot guarantee success. Ultimately, the desire for eternal energy triumphed over Vegapunk's steadfast belief in his friends, and after a brief pause, he proposed the request to test the goods first. If I am not mistaken, the eternal energy you seek refers to the unquenchable flame. Why not consider harnessing electricity instead? In this vast ocean, tidal and wind energy are the most prevalent sources. If one can convert kinetic energy into mechanical energy, and subsequently into electrical energy, a continuous supply for various machines could be attained. However, one must also consider the challenges of energy storage and transmission. Not every island is suitable for establishing power generation devices, and climatic variations can significantly impact efficiency. In fact, converting solar energy into electricity might prove to be a more convenient approach. As expected of a leading scientist, Vegapunk swiftly broke free from previous cognitive blind spots, posing a series of questions that left Buggy's limited knowledge base struggling to provide answers, rendering him momentarily silent. Indeed, geothermal steam is a commendable method. Egghead Island utilizes subterranean fire to regulate temperature. However, such an approach demands substantial investment, which is why I am inclined to seek more affordable and accessible resources. Buggy finally conceived an alternative power generation method, only to have the old doctor swiftly commandeer the conversation, declaring that it had already achieved it, albeit at a high cost. This left Buggy feeling rather embarrassed, prompting him to reveal his own proposal that involved utilizing energy released from atomic nuclei. However, due to his scant knowledge in this domain, he could only offer a rudimentary description. So, according to your assertion, the sun is merely a colossal fireball in constant explosion. One intriguing concept. I must admit, I had never contemplated delving into this subject before. It seems I ought to request additional funding from the world government. It appears my thoughts have inspired you, Dr. Vegapunk. Thus, I entrust you with the task of restoring Tyrant Kuma's consciousness and emotions. I will keep Bonnie and Tyrant Kuma here during this period, and when I return, it shall be time for him to awaken. Now, I shall relinquish my control over space, and I hope you can manage your emotions. Exposing Bonnie's identity could certainly lead to complications. Seeing Vegapunk's mind wandering endlessly, Buggy cleared his throat gently to draw his focus back and proceeded to arrange matters for the future. I have no issues on my end, but is Bonnie truly willing to remain here? Just look at her glaring at me. It seems she wishes for my immediate demise. I will speak to her shortly. There should be no problem. Now, let us return. Buggy retrieved the photograph from Vegapunk, tucking it into his attire before resuming his previous seat, striking the same pose. In the next moment, the invisible spatial barrier quietly collapsed, and the shipwright, Jean Taowan, rose and approached Vegapunk. Vegapunk, that clown is a dangerous individual. Maintain your distance. It is advisable to equip him with sea-stone handcuffs during the experiments. So, Is this how you treat the Shichibukai who cooperate with the world government? What a bunch of scoundrels. I knew it. Zhang Tao Wan's suggestion was made without reservation, and the one who reacted most intensely was the youthful Bonnie, who immediately connected the dots regarding Tyrant Kuma's plight, breaking free from Yalita's embrace and rushing out. Let's not forget our purpose. We must endure a little longer. The task is nearly complete. Thankfully, in her fury, Bonnie forgot to revert to her true form, thus avoiding exposure. As Buggy promptly caught her and whispered a reminder before returning her to Yalita's care. I believe I heard you mention sea-stone handcuffs. Have I come to the wrong place? This is not the world government's research facility, but rather the underwater prison. Impelled down, I was invited here to observe fascinating novelties. Even if I were to cooperate with your experiments, it would depend on my mood. Moreover, you, little chubby one, lack the means to procure sea stone for me. Buggy lounged casually, legs crossed and arms folded, appearing entirely unconcerned, yet unbeknownst to him, his hands had slipped behind Zhang Tao Wan, grasping the nape of his neck and lifting him into the air. Do not engage in petty squabbles with a child. Children cannot articulate. I shall apologize on their behalf. Put him down immediately, for I still intend to give you a tour. Indeed, a man in his 30s, still wearing a belly band, is quite the sight. Can such a fellow truly safeguard the world's foremost intellect? I dare say it would be better to entrust Tyrant Kuma with that responsibility. Dr. Vegapunk, I am not interested in automatic vending machines or holographic projections. If you wish for my cooperation in the experiments, you must present something genuine, such as your seraphim cultivation chamber, which would make for an excellent exhibit. I shall not divulge that. The Seraphim Project is a top-secret endeavor of the world government, aimed at enhancing their military might by researching and replicating the Shichibukai, ultimately seeking to replace them. Even the Marine Admiral is unaware. Why should I allow a pirate like you to tour it? Under Vegapunk's guidance, Buggy released Zhang Tao Wan, but then proposed a visit to the confidential experimental project, which naturally met with staunch opposition from the notoriously tight-lipped Zhang Tao Wan. Oh dear, even Admiral Sengoku is unaware of this project. The world government's concealment is indeed profound. This has piqued my interest. Kazan, inspired by figures like Garp and Zifa, harbors a vigilant attitude towards the world government. Unlike Akainu, who is rigid in his beliefs, or Kizuru, who is ever diplomatic. Kazan immediately resolved to uncover the truth when he learned of the world government's secrecy regarding their military projects. Since everyone is interested, let us first change our attire. For we are on an island under the strict surveillance of the world government, and I cannot assure you that there are no agents among the staff. Although Buggy was aware of Vegapunk's control over the power shoes, he chose to change attire along with the others. After all, he possessed the ability to teleport. He could leave whenever he wished without a hint of concern. Throughout the journey, Buggy incessantly inquired about the island's facilities, structures, and defensive configurations, with Zhang Tao Wan answering every question candidly, revealing all he knew without reservation. When inquiries turned to key technologies, Vegapunk took over the explanation, providing extensive details as if attempting to educate his audience. The others soon found themselves overwhelmed, instinctively distancing themselves, while Buggy gritted his teeth, determined to endure. At this point, the normally stoic Kazan could no longer maintain his usual expressionlessness, frequently frowning and pursing his lips. With such two lively characters, if the world government does not impose stricter oversight, it is likely that all their secrets will soon be laid bare. Ultimately, the group arrived at a large laboratory, where Vegapunk opened two sealed cultivation tanks, revealing their contents, the unmistakable forms of two former Shichibukai. One was Sulong Jinbei, and the other was Crocodile. The two seraphim are among the earliest cultivations, infused with the bloodline of a rare species. Given their current growth rate, it is estimated that they will require another year before they can move freely. However, to bestow them with combat capabilities, it is essential to seek out abilities resembling their combat patterns, a task that cannot be accomplished in the short term. Have you not already replicated Kaido's abilities? Why not simply endow them with those powers? After all, Caesar is currently mass-producing smile fruits. Surely your technology cannot be inferior to his. The inferior fruits produced by theClown are mere defective products. The replication of Kaido's abilities consumed a significant amount of my time, and the outcome was not entirely satisfactory. Creating ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits is far too simplistic and lacks intrigue. My intention with these seraphim is to imbue them with their original abilities. I have already gathered some insights into the replication of Paramecia-type abilities, yet Crocodile, being a Logia-type user, presents the most vexing challenge. Vegapunk initially dismissed theClown's smile fruits as worthless before engaging in a showy display, ultimately conceding that he had no effective means of replicating Logia-type abilities. So, what of Kizaru's laser beams? After all, Aokiji is also a Logia-type user. Why not demonstrate to everyone here? Regardless of the outcome, I am willing to assist you in your experiment. Suddenly, Buggy conceived an opportunity to acquire Aokiji's abilities and fervently encouraged Vegapunk to collect Aokiji's bloodline factor on site, even offering himself as leverage. Alas, how did I become entangled in this? It is truly troublesome. I have often wondered why you, Kizaru, always appear constipated when discussing the doctor. It seems you have suffered quite a bit at his hands. This proposal is quite promising, perhaps by comparing them. We can identify the common traits of Logia-type users. Admiral Aokiji, for the sake of technological advancement, please do cooperate with my experiment. Aokiji rolled his eyes and spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. However, faced with Vegapunk's eager gaze and sincere request, he reluctantly nodded in agreement to participate in the experiment. Observing Aokiji lying in the experimental apparatus, Buggy displayed a peculiar expression. Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi can develop lasers. But what can Aokiji's freezing ability achieve? Could it possibly lead to the creation of a freezing gun? According to Buggy's speculation, the development of devil fruit abilities is intimately tied to personal cognition. Even if Vegapunk successfully replicates the Logia-type ability, the elemental transformation may not be achievable, leaving the result as a mere weapon. Even if he were to transfer his abilities to another, the replicated seraphim would at most acquire basic capabilities akin to a mere parlor trick, merely resistant to cuts. As Vegapunk extracted Aokiji's blood and various tissues, Buggy assured him that he would not interfere, even going so far as to kindly place an eye mask on him and pat Aokiji's shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie. When it was Buggy's turn, he encountered far less hassle. Armed with a dagger, he took matters into his own hands, first cleaving his own body in two, causing Aokiji to gawk in disbelief, while even the seasoned Vegapunk expressed astonishment. Little did they know, as Buggy wielded the blade, countless microscopic particles, invisible to the naked eye, began to disperse and effortlessly permeated the cultivation chamber of the seraphim. While Buggy busied himself with his covert operations on Egghead Island, on Karaburi Island, Ace had just engaged in a skirmish with Enel, provoked by the latter's overconfidence. After a series of trials, Enel discovered that aside from the formidable Azure Dragon clone that defeated him, there were few on the island capable of standing against him, leading him to adopt a condescending demeanor and establish dominance over the island. Although he had contemplated challenging a few Shadow-class individuals, he realized that attacking one would lead to being besieged and subsequently reprimanded by the Azure Dragon clone, thus abandoning his ambitions for replacement. Just then, he encountered Ace, who brazenly raided the dining hall for food, followed by the classic exchange of "What are you staring at?" leading to a clash between the two impetuous youths. A fierce battle of thunder and flames ensued, wreaking havoc throughout the dining hall, with the two combatants battling from the ground to the sky, unable to determine a victor after a day and night of conflict, until they were finally subdued by a single strike of Conqueror's Haki from Buggy's Azure Dragon clone. Buggy, how is it that you are so formidable yet failed to capture that scoundrel Blackbeard? Ace inquired. Father has forbidden any attacks on Wano. I can still seek vengeance for Sachi. Aren't you aiming to become the general of Wano? Why don't we go ourselves? With a bandage affixed to his face, Ace munched on his food while encouraging Momonosuke to make landfall at Wano. Having witnessed Buggy's clone, Ace quickly linked him to the infamous Impel Down and confirmed his identity. In Ace's perspective, who becomes the general of Wano is inconsequential. His promise to Yamato was to ensure that Wano had enough to eat. not necessarily to find a descendant of the Kazuki clan. Recently, having learned that Blackbeard had been taken to Wano, and after failing to persuade Whitebeard to advance Ace, having learned from his mistakes, recalled Buggy's invitation and was recommended here by the Whitebeard Pirates Marco clone. That little Blackbeard, sure, is resilient. Just when it matters. There always seems to be a savior. With Kaido having taken him, it is likely he won't be setting sail anytime soon. Who knows if he will end up confined and undergo some enlightening experience. Previously, it took me a significant effort just to contend with Kaido alone. With my current strength, attacking a base of one of the four emperors is quite challenging. However, if I can convince the Mink tribe of Zou to deploy their forces, it might be worth considering a trip to Wano. Buggy contemplated the comparative strength of both sides. If he could persuade the Mink tribe and rally the remnants of the Kazuki clan, perhaps they could indeed inflict significant damage upon Kaido. At the very least, a mutual destruction would be acceptable. I have heard from Father about the Mink tribe living on the backs of giant elephants. They were once on a ship, but for reasons unknown, they disembarked. Finding a target moving on the sea is no easy task. To reach Zou, one must possess a life card from the Mink tribe. As far as I know, aside from those who have been captured and sold into slavery, the only individuals outside of Zou are Beepo from the Heart Pirates and Perispero from the Big Mom Pirates. Coincidentally, I intend to negotiate a deal with Charlotte Linlin. So how about you carry a message? Rest assured, I won't let you face the four emperors alone. I will assign you two powerful allies. It is not that Buggy has forgotten about the useful Beaver card. Rather, the myriad of enticing abilities possessed by Big Mom's children are the best resource suppliers for maintaining dominion, especially the head chef's ability, which is of utmost importance. What good is it if the food is inedible? Many people have no access to good food at all. Thus, Buggy plans to utilize the improved SIQ to barter with Big Mom for the opportunity to interact with her children and seize these abilities. Indeed, Buggy is preparing to emulate Caesar Clown and deceive the 68-year-old four emperors. What is there to fear from the four emperors? I could go alone if necessary. Can that old hag's might surpass my father's? Thus, Ace, armed with Buggy's handwritten letter, was ready to depart when he encountered Buggy's dragon clone and the bandaged Enel at the entrance. It turned out they were the powerful allies Buggy had mentioned. The Azure Dragon clone was tasked with serving as a coordinate locator. As for bringing along Enel, it was merely to facilitate oversight and allow him to witness true top-tier strength. At the shore, a medium-sized sailing ship bearing the Whitebeard Pirates flag was resupplying, with all former crew members of the Spade Pirates present. The crew members, who had previously requested to act independently, readily agreed upon seeing Ace. Although their appearances had changed significantly, their tone and demeanor made it clear to the seasoned crew that their captain had returned. This is the visage of our world, governed by an entity known as the World Government, composed of numerous kingdoms akin to Sky Islands. With its formidable naval power and extensive intelligence network, it suppresses non-member nations and illicit forces. Among these unlawful factions, the most prominent is the West Emperor, who dominates the latter part of this grand route. The individual we are to meet, Charlotte Linlin, is one of the foremost leaders of this realm. She is the mother of 85 biological offspring, aiding her in the governance of 30 islands and the Tato Land Kingdom, which comprises millions of citizens. Her prowess is indeed terrifying, as she is referred to as the demon god by giants, often obliterating other islands for the sake of her cravings. Let us hope fortune favors us and that we do not encounter a gluttonous rampage. Otherwise, not only may our negotiations falter, but we could also find ourselves in a brawl. Should such a scenario arise, do not fear, for losing one's lifespan would be a great misfortune. Utilizing the idle moments of our voyage, Buggy succinctly narrated the distribution of power across the world to Enel, aiming to pique his interest and avert his aimless, thunderous antics. Would I, a deity, fear a mere mortal? Whether she is a demon god or a fearsome deity beneath the lightning, all are equal, with the exception of that rubbery scoundrel. Enel sat cross-legged on the deck, nonchalantly cleaning his ears while munching on his beloved apple, exuding an air of indifference. Truly, what an arrogant fellow. He cannot even best Luffy, yet dares to disregard the terror of the West Emperor. Sky Island, indeed, seems a place shrouded in ignorance. Since learning that Enel had been defeated by Luffy, Ace had taken to provoking him, leading to frequent skirmishes between the two. Just as they were about to clash again, a faint melody wafted through the air from a distance. We must have entered the Tato land waters, as the sea snails have already spotted us. Their flagship is approaching to seek us out. Conserve your energy. Let's cause a ruckus aboard their vessel. Merely possessing goodwill is insufficient for trading with the West Emperor. Stopped by Buggy, the two turned their gaze to the sea. With a perceptive, Enel quickly identified the target, while Ace could only vaguely discern a small pink dot. Baron Egg, since the war on the summit, many citizens from the Whitebeard territories have sought refuge in the land of Wano. Isn't this deployment rather excessive? Fool! How could those from Whitebeard's domain appear in this direction? Recently, a group of mercenaries from a ninja village has surfaced, likely engaging in human trafficking while masquerading as aid for immigrants, significantly disrupting our harvest endeavors. Perhaps they have grown complacent, believing that allying with the Shichibukai can repel Kaido, daring to extend their reach into the waters of Wano. We must deliver a resounding blow to show them that even the so-called West Emperor has its limits. Aboard the Queen Mama's Singe, Baron Egg was instructing his partner, Pakamus, although they were considered seasoned members of the Big Mom Pirates. Their lack of blood relation to the Queen relegated them to mundane tasks, unlike her children who basked in luxury within the territories. Isn't it just a slightly larger vessel? A few strikes of lightning from me would suffice to deal with them. You two can take a break. The lion wearing sunglasses must be the fur tribe we seek. You handle the other long-legged one and see who finishes first. The loser scrubs the deck for 10 days. How about that? Any wager is fine. The loser will undoubtedly be you. I shall return shortly, and if you cannot keep up with the other prey, I can assist. Ace set the wager of cleaning the deck due to its prolonged contact with seawater, a most uncomfortable ordeal for those with abilities. Naturally, the self-important Enel would not decline, transforming into a bolt of lightning and vanishing from a ship. The next moment, he appeared above the sea, prompting Ace to quickly lower his personal speedboat and activate his powers in pursuit. What fluctuations! Those two wouldn't dare to initiate an attack, would they? Truly, they are unaware of their own insignificance. Pakamus, do not underestimate them. If I am not mistaken, that individual on the small boat wields the powers of the Mera no Mi. In Fire Fist, Ace surely acquired his devil fruit after his demise. It is impossible for him to lack a formidable backing. Raijin, Baron Egg cautioned Pakamus to take the situation seriously, yet his red teacup remained unyieldingly in hand, resulting in him being struck by Enel's lightning, spilling tea all over himself and leaving a cut on his face from the porcelain shards. Benedict's legs. Lightning staff. Baron Egg's determined spinning kick was effortlessly blocked by Enel's staff. He then drew a long sword from his cane, engaging in a fierce battle with Enel. Solar flare. Pakamus hesitated, contemplating intervention, when a column of fire surged from the sea, catching him off guard and toppling him. The rapidity of lightning is indeed impressive, but it appears I shall be the one to dispatch my opponent first. Do you require my assistance, Lord Thunder God? What have you resolved? A mere mortal devoid of perception cannot detect the prey's disappearance. Deny your defeat if you must. Without the ability to sense, you still manage to evade? Clearly, you're not an ordinary foe. State your name and your purpose for causing chaos in Wano. As Ace prepared to taunt Enel, the recently felled Pakamus quietly rose, launching a swift attack at Ace, who narrowly evaded with elemental transformation. I am but an unnamed individual. I have come to seek you, and I bear a letter for another, as someone wishes to conduct business with your esteemed Mama. Seek me? I do not recognize you. Anyone wishing to negotiate with Mama must weigh their own worth. Let's send a few cannonballs their way and sink their ship. Upon Pakamus's command, the ship's contents sprang to life, cannonball boxes automatically opening, each round sprouting eyes and joyfully hopping into their respective cannons, launching forth in a whimsical yet eerie spectacle. Boom, 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 you two are far too slow. Hurry and subdue them. Do not fret about damaging the ship. It is alive and should possess self-repairing capabilities. The Azure Dragon avatar casually crushed several incoming cannonballs, stepping lightly across the sea to board the enemy vessel, opting not to utilize his fruit abilities for the time being, both to conceal his strength and to spare Vegapunk any trouble, as he was counting on them to develop energy for him. Firefly Dama, 30 million volts of Thunder Beast. At Buggy's urging, Ace and Enel unleashed their full might. Despite Pakamis and Baron Egg's commendable mastery of armament and observation Haki, they could not withstand the damage inflicted by the Logia-type powers, ultimately succumbing and becoming bound. Do you comprehend the magnitude of your actions? You have audaciously attacked the flagship of the Big Mom Pirates. Mama will not show you mercy. Who are you to act recklessly relying solely on two Logia subordinates? How absurd to think you can negotiate with Mama. The phone bug was in my possession. You may contact her yourself. I wish to see how you endure Mama's wrath. In contrast to Pakamis's ominous threats, Baron Egg was more cunning, quickly recognizing that Buggy was the true authority, proactively offering the location of the phone bug while fanning the flames, anxious that Buggy might concede. Brew, 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 mama, mama. Baron Egg, have you captured the intruders? Are there any unique captives to add to our collection? Mother, I apologize. We are no match for the invaders. They have taken control of the ship, and their leader claims to wish to negotiate with you. As soon as the call connected, the resonant laughter of Shi Huang Big Mom echoed through the line, revealing her jovial mood, devoid of any signs of hunger pangs. However, when Baron Egg relayed the unfortunate news of the captured crew, her smile abruptly turned icy. Moments latte. Her furious roar completely interrupted Baron Egg's report. Useless wretches, you have brought disgrace upon me. The invaders must be near you. Tell them if they wish to negotiate with me, they can exchange their heads for the opportunity. I shall grant them a magnificent funeral. Do not speak so confidently, Big Mom. I hold the very human gigantification technology you desire. I could even procure a genuine member of the giant race for you. Mama, mama, you amusing little imp. It seems you have invested considerable effort in discerning my desires. What do you seek in return? Wealth? Beauties? Or perhaps status? Should your claims hold true, all these shall be yours. Come to Cake Island. I consent to this deal. That is precisely my intention, although your offer is somewhat below my expectations. Business is always a matter of negotiation. On the other side, Ace brought Beckman aboard his ship, attempting to extract directions to Zoe, but Beckman flatly refused. Ace, allow me to speak with him. Are you aware of the ties between your Mink tribe and my Kazuki family? We seek assistance in our endeavor to find Zoe. Just as Ace found himself at a loss, Thomas suddenly appeared on deck, explaining that their journey to Zoe was to gather troops to reclaim Wano. Beckman listened skeptically. He had indeed heard tales of the alliance between the Kazuki family and the Mink tribe and knew that the new warlord was a fellow named Kazuki Tama, but that did not necessarily imply a connection between them. Upon revealing the family crest, the previously resolute Beckman was struck as if by lightning. Immediately bowing to the ground and addressing Tama as Your Highness, his demeanor undergoing a complete transformation, expressing eagerness to guide her. Ace was taken aback, while Buggy began to wonder if the ancestors of the Kazuki family had somehow implanted a mental suggestion within the Mink tribe. After all, how else could one explain the Mink tribe's unwavering commitment to protect a Kazuki ninja they had never met, risking their very nation? Initially, Buggy believed the Mink tribe's military involvement in Wano was merely a vendetta, but now it seemed the entire tribe might have been bred as biological weapons during ancient wars, with the Kazuki family holding the reins of power, forming the basis for their rise as generals of Wano. Perhaps the elephant, Zoe, was merely a transport for troops, unable to reach Wano in time for the final battle, forcing Wano to erect high walls and isolate itself. Later, after Joy Boy's defeat, Zoe was ordered to keep its distance from Wano to prevent it from falling into the hands of the world government, resulting in a severance of ties that lasted centuries. With this in mind, Buggy's disdain for Kazuki Tama intensified. Initially, he had planned to eliminate him upon his arrival, fearing his own identity would be compromised. Now, it seemed that such an act would not only incite Zoe's wrath, but also turn the Mink tribe into his sworn enemies. After much contemplation, Buggy decided to expend some of the Mink tribe's strength. As for the little rascal, he would capture him first, allowing Vegapunk to study him thoroughly. If he had to be eliminated, it would be in a secluded location, and the moon appeared to be an excellent choice. Thus, Ace led the Black Peach Pirates ahead to Zoe, while Buggy's Qinglong clone and Enel continued aboard the Saint's Song, delving deeper into the waters of the nation, heading towards Big Mom's stronghold, Cake Island. Meanwhile, Buggy's true self remained in Vegapunk's laboratory for about a week, where, under his guidance, the new Seraphim was being cultivated at an astonishing pace. In contrast, Vegapunk's research on Akiji's freezing fruit was progressing poorly. Both the attempts to introduce the bloodline factor into test subjects and to cultivate clones were met with failures, as the powerful natural abilities became uncontrollable once the user's consciousness was suppressed. Multiple test chambers were encased in ice, and it was only with the assistance of Tyrant Kuma that normalcy was restored. Vegapunk, citing the need for continued collaboration, retained Kuma while the others departed with Akiji. I am not in a hurry to return. Why not take me to Dressrosa instead? It is someone on the way. Are you seeking Doflamingo? You warlords have been in frequent contact lately, with meetings and confrontations against Kaido. What exactly are you plotting? There's no need to be tense. We are merely discussing standard business. Here, take this. If you do not become Admiral, do remember to contact me. You seem quite certain I will not become Admiral. Even if I do not, I would never turn to piracy. Akiji cast a glance at the transponder snail Buggy had placed on the table, but did not accept it. Nevertheless, he ordered the warship to alter its course, swiftly arriving at Dressrosa. Dressrosa is a tropical island imbued with a vacation ambience, featuring a delightful climate, vibrant toys, and enthusiastic dancers captivating travelers from various nations. However, Buggy was devoid of leisure, hastening with two lovely companions to the royal plateau. Lord Buggy, Doflamingo is currently away and will not return for some time. Would you like to wait a few days? I shall inform him to return promptly. What do you mean Doflamingo is not here? Did he not have matters to discuss with me? He hasn't gone to find Kaido, has he? Prepare me accommodations. I shall wait for him here. Diamante, having experienced Buggy's powers, spoke respectfully, yet his words subtly conveyed a desire for Buggy to depart swiftly. After all, this was Doflamingo's stronghold, and any disturbances were beyond his capacity to handle. Yet Buggy seemed oblivious, insisting on staying, which left Diamante in a tight spot. After consulting with Doflamingo, he reluctantly arranged accommodations for Buggy and his companions. Even after being provided with a room, Buggy did not remain compliant, wandering about the palace with insatiable curiosity, causing Diamante to feel increasingly anxious. Lord Buggy, that area is merely a common chapel. Furtherein lies Doflamingo's quarters, and there is nothing worth seeing. Please refrain from entering. Doflamingo would be quite displeased. Diamante attempted to obstruct Buggy's path, resolutely placing himself in front of him, even reaching for his sword to assert his determination. A chapel? Who does a former celestial dragon pray to? I almost forgot. This palace used to belong to King Riku, which makes sense. I suppose there is nothing of interest. Prepare more food for me. Do not attempt any tricks. My nose remains quite keen. You jest, Lord Buggy. I shall arrange for it immediately. Once Buggy returned to his room, Diamante sighed in relief, instructing the servants to provide food while he stood guard at the door. He resolved to personally oversee this dangerous individual. Unbeknownst to Diamante, deep within the chapel, Princess Manchury of the Doflamingo Kingdom gazed curiously at the diminutive Buggy, who stood less than 5 centimeters tall. Have you also been captured by those wicked people? You are so tiny, even smaller than our little people. Keep your voice down. It wouldn't be good if someone discovered us. Do you wish to escape? I can help you. However, they claim that I have severe illness, one that could spell doom for all the little people if I were to leave. Collecting my tears is supposedly for treatment, which is why I cannot go out with you. Mang Shuili's response left Buggy utterly speechless. To be deceived by such a rudimentary lie was indeed a testament to the naivete of the little people. The subsequent events completely extinguished Buggy's desire to explain himself to her. Who are you talking to? This is so annoying. I don't recall you having a habit of talking to yourself. Hearing the commotion, Xiaola pressed her large face against the window of the small house, peering inside only to find Mang Shuili sitting alone in the corner. A person even smaller than me just said they would take me out. When I mentioned I couldn't go out because I'm still ill, they disappeared. But I really miss my father and wish to recover quickly. You must be hallucinating. Who in this world could be smaller than the little people? As long as you provide your tears regularly, your illness will eventually be cured. Chala observed her surroundings and found nothing suspicious. After fabricating a lie, she returned to her seat and dozed off. Little sir, are you still there? Could it be that I am truly hallucinating? No matter how Mengsh Whaley called out, Buggy did not respond. He believed that rather than attempting to explain himself to a princess of such limited intellect, it was more prudent to take action himself. However, the most pressing matter was to resolve the situation with the tyrant bear. After leaving a miniature clone of himself in the house, Buggy used his teleportation ability to transport the three of them back to Egghead Island. Vegapunk, having prepared in advance, was not surprised but expressed a keen interest in Buggy's cloning abilities, hoping for a chance to study them, which became quite tiresome for Buggy. If you restore the tyrant bear, I might consider letting you study the teleportation ability. With teleportation, many previously unattainable ideas could be attempted. However, restoring the bear is indeed a challenge. You'll understand once you see it. Vegapunk led them to a hidden room where a massive, bear-paw-shaped sphere was prominently floating. The tyrant bear lay beneath it, sprawled out, adorned with various monitoring devices. As the Seraphis bear was not yet completed, it could not be reinserted into the bear's body via compressed memory. They could only attempt to awaken it through this immersive experience. Given the bear's strong resistance, the time required for any initial response, let alone a complete recovery, remained uncertain. Nonsense. If it weren't for you, he would not be in this state. He must be restored to his former self, or you shall face dire consequences. Now you shall taste the agony of being out of control. Twisted future trace death thrust. Vegapunk's remarks evidently enraged Bonnie, who abandoned her juvenile form to transform into a muscular giant, fiercely stabbing a steel pipe she had picked up into Vegapunk's abdomen. With a cry of pain, Vegapunk rapidly shrank, soon reverting to an infant state, with dozens of sparkling jewels scattered across the floor. These sparkling things represent my age, right? Change me back quickly. I can hardly move like this. Vegapunk, now on all fours, reached for the jewels on the ground, but to no avail, only able to whimper and plead to be restored to his original state. Since you wish for your father to recover swiftly, why not see what he has endured? You know my abilities. Afterward, I can attempt to selectively clear certain memories. No justification exists for transforming someone's family member into such a state. Therefore, Buggy did not halt Bonnie's retaliation against old Beitu, but offered his own suggestion to momentarily divert Bonnie's attention. After a brief pause, Bonnie approached the tyrant bear's memories, taking several deep breaths before ultimately extending her hands to make contact. Do you not realize that this could easily harm Bonnie? That is the bear's suffering. I promised the bear I would not let anyone see. Is there any other way to alleviate Bonnie's murderous intent? Rather than struggling, it would be better to contemplate how to realize the nuclear energy concept I previously mentioned. After acquiring the brain fruit ability, Buggy was disheartened to discover that the fruit itself did not enhance the user's intelligence. Therefore, the development of new technologies relied on the genius of others. He could merely enhance the combat skills of the brain fruit, akin to mental interference. Ah, is this what you are reluctant to remember? What should I do? Woo-woo. While Buggy and Vegapunk engaged in light conversation, Bonnie suddenly emitted a startled cry and fell back, breaking contact with the memory device, subsequently weeping softly with the aid of Yalita. What is so difficult? Just scramble the memories first, then you can accompany him to sort them out slowly. Chaotic Carnival. Buggy acted promptly, first using a small knife to cut the memory device into tiny fragments, pressing one hand on the tyrant bear's head to do the same, forcefully integrating the memory fragments within. What are you doing? This is utterly unscientific. Did you not hear the alarm from the monitoring devices? Stop immediately, or this will lead to problems. Scientific? Is it scientific for the tyrant bear to expel memories? Since your science cannot restore him, why not place your hope in miracles? Buggy's sudden action caught everyone off guard. By the time they realized what was happening, it was too late to intervene, and they could only anxiously watch the state of the tyrant bear, awaiting the final outcome. Following the tremors of the tyrant bear's body, the monitoring machines oscillated from red to yellow, fluctuating several times before finally displaying a safe green light. Just as everyone believed it was over, the tyrant bear suddenly sat up, tearing off all the connections and attempting to flee. Yalada, guard the door. Don't let him escape. His memories are now in chaos, driven only by his deepest subconscious. Who knows where he might run? Western split flying kick. While instructing Yalada to guard the entrance, Buggy leaped and delivered a kick that sent the tyrant bear staggering, quickly pinning him down and separating his limbs to prevent him from using his abilities. It seems a miracle did not occur. Now that the memory device is gone, the bear may be beyond hope for recovery. I cannot believe I was foolish enough to trust you could truly restore him. Now all hope is lost. He shall never return. I will not forgive you, two rascals. Twisted future trace death thrust. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Unlike Vegapunk, who was merely enjoying the spectacle, Bonnie was on the verge of madness, seizing the supreme water pipe to strike at Buggy, only to be intercepted by Yalata with a spike club. Too many cooks spoil the broth. Why the rush? Is it not just a matter of muddled memories? How could it be worse than before? I have heard that Big Mom has a daughter with the ability to edit memories. Capturing her would surely resolve the confusion. With her power, even fabricating false memories would be possible. Buggy did not hasten to intervene. Watching the two women clash was undeniably a form of enjoyment. And Yalada was more than capable of containing Bonnie. Such an ability is impossible. No matter what you say, I will not believe it. Once was enough for foolishness. A memory fruit ability user, you say? In that case, it is indeed plausible they could restore his memories. However, obtaining the assistance of Big Mom's offspring is no simple task. In the early days of my experiments on human gigantism, I encountered that Shi Huang, who was utterly impatient and exceedingly willful. Even her offspring dared not defy her will. The words of Vegapunk reignited Bonnie's hope, prompting her to cease her reckless attacks and allow Yarlita to take control. With unwavering determination, she declared, "No matter how arduous the path, I shall restore my father to his former self. Even if it leads me to the depths of hell, I shall venture forth. Clown Buggy, if you can restore his consciousness, I vow to become your most loyal subordinate. I assure you, he will pose no threat to your endeavors." Having regained her composure, Bonnie was not without wits. Having overheard Buggy during a meeting, she recognized his grand ambitions and was aware of his wariness towards the brothers' army, of which her father was a member. Thus, she sought to exchange her loyalty for Buggy's unwavering assistance. Remember your words. I wish to deal with no traitors in the future. First, restore Vegapunk, and Tyrant Kuma must be cared for during his recovery. Preferably, let him enter temporary dormancy, secured with sea prism stone handcuffs. We shall depart and return for him after our dealings with Big Mom. Once restored, Vegapunk adeptly located the switch on Tyrant Kuma's chest. Calming him down, Buggy then reassembled him and, observing him secured within the sea prism stone apparatus, summoned his teleportation clone to prepare for departure. Why not leave a teleportation user here? I could conduct some preliminary research. I meant for you to restore Kuma's consciousness first before you undertake your studies. Do not think you could take advantage of me. Quickly miniaturize the wind and solar power generation equipment I requested, or I shall seek Caesar, who seems far more adept with electricity. That fellow knows nothing about electricity. It was I who assisted in enhancing his electric lance. Just you wait. Next time I come, I will undoubtedly have a miniature generator ready, in exchange for the research rights to the teleportation user. I eagerly await your progress. The materials should be straightforward, as I seek devices that can be widely adopted, not exorbitantly priced collector's items. Buggy paid no heed to Vegapunk's demands. Instead, he successfully prodded the genius into prioritizing the miniaturization of civilian power generators. Yarlita and Bonnie were dispatched to Karabali Island to rendezvous with the shadow-level clone of the Ninja Village mercenaries, a contingency plan devised by Buggy should negotiations with Big Mom falter, allowing them to launch a surprise attack on Cake Island and create chaos to forcibly extract the desired abilities. Buggy's main body reappeared within the Dressrosa Royal Palace, where Diamante conveyed the news of Doflamingo's imminent return. Quite swift indeed. Did he swing back from the ship through the skies? It would be quite embarrassing if he encountered a cloudless sky mid-journey, hanging there in the air. Ha, do not fret about that. I have already dispatched Buffalo to assist Doflamingo. I trust they will return shortly. You need only wait in peace. Buggy remained silent in his chamber for the entire day, which left Diamante feeling somewhat unsettled, prompting him to find an excuse to knock on the door. To his surprise, Buggy opened with a cold jest, conjuring a comical image of Doflamingo hanging in the air, sighing in despair, struggling to suppress his laughter. Diamante guided Buggy to the courtyard to await the return of their cornerstone, suddenly realizing that Doflamingo seemed to be a bit of a rogue as well. He pondered why he had not announced his arrival beforehand. Wandering without the host's permission was hardly the etiquette of a guest. Approximately half an hour later, the sound of Buffalo's helicopter resonated above the royal heights. Before it could land, Doflamingo leaped down, launching an exceedingly fierce downward strike at Buggy. Is it truly the epitome of hospitality to initiate an attack on a guest? Have you been humiliated by Kaido and seek to regain your pride here? Is the palace no longer desired, or is the kingdom rejecting you? Regardless, I can be of assistance. Facing Doflamingo's provocation, Buggy unsheathed his long blade without hesitation, the fierce impact stirring a whirlwind that sent the courtyard's flora into disarray. As Buggy intensified his strength, the veins on Doflamingo's forehead became increasingly pronounced. Just as Buggy prepared to transition from one hand to both, Doflamingo abruptly withdrew his force, performing a backflip to disengage. Do not speak so ominously. Are we not partners? I merely wish to extend my greetings. I shall certainly seek you out for further discussions at a more opportune time. Let us convene at the Smile Factory, where communication will be more convenient. Doflamingo concealed his trepidation behind an exaggerated grin. Terrified of Kaido, he remained haunted by Buggy's ability to repel him. Having previously exerted 80% of his strength augmented by Haki, the ease with which Buggy had deflected it compelled Doflamingo to acknowledge that, should Buggy be earnest, he might not be his match. This place is quite splendid, is it not? Those are the storage tanks for Sad. Through the cultivation of the little people, we can yield a considerable quantity of smile fruits each month. Those trees are my money trees. However, it seems there were issues with the previous batch of fruits, as customers have reported that the abilities gained are predominantly peculiar aquatic creatures. Additionally, the surgical fruit you provided also has its problems. Not only does it consume significant stamina, but the user cannot perform the severing of limbs as Law does, only achieving a limited degree of spatial transfer. Could you provide some clarification? In the monitoring room of the Smile Factory, Doflamingo first boasted about his enterprise to Buggy before shifting the conversation towards the matter of their trade. What is wrong with aquatic creatures? Whales are enormous, crabs and shrimp possess sharp pincers, and the shells of sea snails are robust. All can be swiftly transformed into combat power. What is there to be dissatisfied about? As for the surgical fruit, did you not claim to be well-versed in its nature? Although I do not know to whom you assign the ability, I presume it is not someone skilled with a sword. Otherwise, they would not have only developed spatial transfer without the capability to sever. Perhaps you should consult your Law. I could provide you with his contact information. Buggy deftly sidestepped the issue, extolling the merits of aquatic creatures. However, the significant flaws of Smile, a severely defective product, constrained the user to the symbiotic aquatic creatures, and the severe water pollution in Wano further exacerbated the dissatisfaction. Moreover, what utility does a user who spends all day submerged in water possess? Patrolling for an hour and soaking for an entire day? In such a case, they would merely serve to intimidate ordinary folk. Regardless of your arguments, they hold no weight. The next batch of clients desires abilities from terrestrial creatures, such as the saber-toothed tiger or the woolly mammoth, which would be excellent. If flying creatures are available, that would be even better. To my knowledge, you are currently engaged in extensive arms procurement, even purchasing second-hand goods from the Navy. In truth, such actions are entirely unnecessary. As long as you consistently supply suitable beast blood, I can accept payment in the form of weapons or artificial fruits. Does this proposition not sound appealing? As a weapons magnate, Doflamingo was certainly aware of Buggy's recent maneuvers, but he misinterpreted them as Buggy lacking supply channels, thus introducing himself and proposing a barter arrangement. It sounds promising, Yet I require cash more than anything. I cannot possibly pay fast food employees with weapons. I am not interested in Zoan-type abilities that result only in bodily transformations. According to Vegapunk, Caesar produces nothing but industrial waste. He has even begun replicating paramecia-type fruits. That renowned genius scientist? When have you ever encountered him? Have you perhaps acquired more advanced artificial fruit technology from him? If so, how about we collaborate? I have established sales channels. Certainly, Buggy refrained from providing explanations, merely opting to undermine the combat capabilities of the Navy branch through arms acquisitions. He gracefully declined the barter trade proposal, redirecting the conversation towards Vegapunk. As anticipated, this piqued the immense interest of Doflamingo, who eagerly pressed for further details, anxious that Buggy might abandon him for independent ventures. Buggy, ever accommodating, shared the information regarding Vegapunk's cultivation of Chitian Sure, the replication of the paramecia-type devil fruit, though he conveniently omitted any mention of Tyrant Kuma. Omoshiroi. The world government intends to utilize those artificial beings to replace the role of the 7 warlords of the sea. It seems your earlier proposal for a joint initiative indeed possesses merit. Alas, you have yet to acquire the technology for mass-producing these fruits. Should the Navy subsequently see an influx of paramecia-type users, it would indeed pose a considerable headache. Doflamingo feigned concern while internally exhaling a sigh of relief. To him, as long as the technology for artificial devil fruits remained proprietary, his standing within the underworld was assured. Even if the 7 warlords were supplanted, this arms dealer could still thrive. If all else failed, he could always seek refuge with Kaido. Thus he felt no panic. Rather than fretting over a potential paramecia threat, it would be prudent to enhance the existing smile fruit technology. If animal blood can produce smile, could the blood of other races, such as humans, yield similar results? To my knowledge, the mink tribe resembles animals. If we were to utilize their blood, would that not achieve a Zoan-type human-animal transformation? I possess a life card that points to the homeland of the mink tribe, Zo. If you're interested, you could capture some minks for experimentation. Even if the trials fail, the minks could be sold for profit, and their current leader is a subordinate of Kazuki Oden, which should pique Kaido's interest. Buggy, in a moment of desperation, encouraged Doflamingo to seize the minks, allowing him to navigate the murky waters as a savior. As for the owner of the life card, it is Ace, a piece Buggy extracted from the one given to Luffy, no larger than a fingernail. The minks are exceedingly rare in the outside world. I have only encountered them once or twice. Even if you could achieve the results you envision, what advantage would that confer upon you? Your beast blood would then lose its significance. Although Doflamingo harbored doubts, he accepted the life card offered by Buggy and rose to scrutinize him, seemingly attempting to see through his intentions. How could there be no benefit? The minks are formidable. If successful, I would purchase the smile fruits you produce to bolster my strength. I do have a mercenary group after all, and weakness cannot sustain this war effort. Doflamingo nodded slightly, indicating his acceptance of Buggy's claims, and the two then shifted their conversation to airships. Doflamingo expressed interest in purchasing one, only to be outright refused by Buggy, who instead offered to accept his employment for transportation assistance. Buggy's request to open a branch in Dressrosa was similarly denied, but he persisted, mentioning the nearby Green Bit, which finally garnered agreement. As these 2 warlords engaged in their respective negotiations, the naval headquarters, Marineford, once again experienced a violent tremor. Sengoku observed the unyielding Akainu and Akiji, his brow furrowing as the conflict stemmed from the actions of former Admiral Zephyr. Following the Marineford War, Zephyr had illicitly gathered new recruits, seized a naval base, and raised the banner of the new navy, effectively severing ties with the Marine headquarters. Akainu proposed deploying troops to suppress this insurrection, only to be met with vehement opposition from Akiji. Had Sengoku not intervened promptly, this still-repairing fortress would have likely sustained further damage. Zephyr has yet to commit any overtly harmful actions. For the time being, he poses no immediate concern. If the 2 of you wish to squabble, find an uninhabited island to do so. The victor can assume the mantle of admiral. I have no desire to linger in this wretched position for even a moment longer. Now both of you get out of my sight. Sengoku, with his hair turned white from years without dye, radiated the fierce presence of Conqueror's Haki, demonstrating that despite his age, he remained a formidable force capable of intimidating even the Marine admirals. This aligns with my sentiments. The Marines cannot descend into further chaos. Otherwise, traitors like Zephyr will only multiply. Zephyr is not a traitor. He is merely practicing justice in his own manner. While it seems troublesome, I refuse to relinquish the position of admiral. The departure of the two Marines signified the imminent clash of fire and ice. Buggy, having concluded business with Doflamingo, did not hasten to leave. He lingered in Dressrosa for several days, primarily to await the arrival of the Shinobi Village mercenary group to establish a camp in Greenbit. As Buggy's auxiliary organization, the mercenaries not only undertook escort and combat tasks, but also included skilled individuals adept in various roles, such as construction, advertising, and telemarketing, making them exceedingly valuable. To ensure the speed of construction, Buggy suggested bringing Galdino along, inadvertently alarming the little people of the Dongdadak Kingdom. However, Buggy had previously instructed his brother to create numerous statues of the great hero, Rolando, around the construction site. This indeed captivated the young Leo, who approached to converse with them. What is your relationship with the great hero Rolando, and why are you building camp on the island? We are here at the behest of his descendants to trace his former footsteps. Establishing a camp here is to better assist you. Buggy's brother, with his silver tongue and generous offerings of food, swiftly gained Leo's trust and summoned many little people to assist, significantly accelerating the progress of the project. This astonished the overseeing Thousand-Mile Eye, Violet, who promptly reported the developments to Doflamingo. Who would have thought the great hero held such esteem among the little people? Had I known, I would have captured them all. Otherwise, instruct your subordinates to lure out the little people so I can acquire them to cultivate Smile. 500 is still not enough. Doflamingo, having spent years entrenched in the North Sea, was well acquainted with the tales of the great hero. However, unaware of his ties to the little people, he chose to threaten with Mancheri. Now, witnessing Buggy's brother gaining the trust of the little people, he felt a pang of jealousy and urged Buggy to take action to capture them. Do I seem like a person in need of such petty money? Such invaluable labor will not be easily relinquished. I advise against harboring designs on them. Otherwise, the secret of sugar may very well be divulged. Instead of wasting time pondering how to deal with the minx, it would be more practical to focus on that matter. To caution Doflamingo, Buggy pointed out Sugar's vulnerability, provoking a visible reaction from Doflamingo, who maintained a facade of a disingenuous smile. The arrogant, red-nosed fool, threatening me, will exact a price. I look forward to witnessing how you contend with the onslaught of multiple underground world sovereigns. Little did Buggy know that as he departed, Doflamingo shattered the cup in his grasp, cursing under his breath before a pallid expression crossed his face. The underground world sovereigns referred to by Doflamingo were titans of various illicit domains, each commanding distinct smuggling territories. Buggy, engaged in transportation logistics and even dabbling in the assassin realm, naturally infringed upon their interests, which is precisely why Doflamingo adopted a demeanor of detached amusement. Nevertheless, Buggy had anticipated this scenario. Prior to the Marineford War, he had attempted to reach out to these titans in hopes of forging alliances. However, at that time, Buggy's obscurity and lack of influence rendered him insignificant in the eyes of these established giants, leading to mockery that ignited Buggy's ire. Embracing the philosophy of today, you don't care about me. Tomorrow I shall make you care, Buggy, while ambitiously advancing in various domains, dispatched a faction of Buggy Koluo to tarnish the reputations of his competitors. As the saying goes, I shall reap the benefits while others bear the blame. Swiftly stirring the stagnant waters of the underground world, the intermediary of the underworld, Joker Doflamingo, also suffered considerable losses. Had he not been aware of Buggy holding secrets about him, he would have acted against him long ago. Nevertheless, Doflamingo is not one to suffer in silence. While collaborating with Buggy, he discreetly informed the underground kings, hoping to escalate the conflict between the two parties. However, not all underground kings are at odds with Buggy. For instance, Morgan's of the World Economic News Agency maintains a cordial working relationship with Buggy, as the futures trading orchestrated by Buggy necessitates real-time data publication through the newspaper, thereby boosting its sales. Duffeld, the so-called king of usury, stands as one of Buggy's largest creditors, holding a substantial portion of his bonds, which have yielded considerable returns lately. Yet, it remains uncertain whether he will retain his good spirits once Buggy's financing collapses. The primary adversaries of Buggy include Umit, who controls maritime shipping, Kyberson, a master of cargo storage, and Dolag Pi Ek Luo, known as the Grand Funeral Society. As for Stussy, the Queen of Happy Street, she has no direct ties with Buggy. However, Buggy has ordered Buggy Luo to closely monitor his subordinates for any connections to Happy Street and to intensify training to prevent infiltration. Through Liu Buggy, they arrived at the underground kingdom of Dongdada, where they met Gan Xiao, the chieftain of the Dongdada tribe, and expressed their willingness to assist in rescuing Princess Manchueli, thus earning the friendship of the Dongdada tribe. Simultaneously, after several days of sailing, Buggy's Xinglong avatar and Enelu successfully reached the ruling center of Big Mom, Cake Island, only to find themselves confronted by a burly middle-aged man with slender limbs and a beard cascading to his chest immediately upon disembarking from the Holy Song. You too, release Baron Egg immediately and present the potion that Mama desires with both hands. If you do so, you may redeem yourselves and become servants of Big Mom. Otherwise, you shall become Mama's collectibles. The man stated expressionlessly, his sword swaying ominously, seemingly indifferent to the fate of Baron Egg. The iconic cookie-shaped shield and armor clearly indicated his identity as one of the highest-ranking officers in the Big Mom Pirates, the Sweet Commander, Snack. It appears that he has no intention of engaging in a fair trade. Perhaps a lesson is in order. The bounty of 800 million should be a match for this lanky mortal. It is unfortunate that he is not the prophetic individual you mentioned. That would have made things more interesting. Although it is unclear whether this reflects Big Mom's intentions or merely his own actions, it is necessary to demonstrate power without delivering a fatal blow. Should he be defeated, Katakuri would likely appear promptly. Before departing, Buggy had already informed Enelu of the Big Mom Pirates configuration, capabilities, and bounties. Upon learning that his fruit was valued similarly to Aces at a mere 500 million, Enelu felt indignant, eagerly anticipating a chance to confront a formidable opponent and prove his worth. I have already offered quite generous terms. If you fail to appreciate my kindness, do not blame me for striking first. Concealed among the cookie soldiers, Snack spoke in a booming voice while striking his shoulders, growing 2 additional pairs of arms and brandishing 6 gigantic swords as he charged at the duo. A mere Paramecia dares to be so brazen. Watch as I dispatch you in mere seconds. I hear you have a fear of pain. How fitting, for that is my forte. A bag of rice must be carried up several floors. Enelu, while parrying the thrusts of the cookie soldiers with his staff, leisurely proclaimed his judgment, suddenly vanishing and reappearing atop the cookie soldier. With a powerful strike, his staff embedded deeply into the soldier's head, followed by a flash of lightning enveloping the towering cookie soldier, filling the air with a rich aroma of baked goods. Wave a pretzel. The upper half of the cookie soldier exploded, propelling a long sword towards Enelu, who deftly evaded it using his observation Haki, causing it to miss. Ah, you pain-inflicting bastard. Don't think you've won. My cookies can regenerate infinitely. Arise, my indomitable legion. Snack revealed his true form, sparks crackling from the twin clusters of hair on his head, and with each clap, more cookie pieces manifested around him, assembling into towering cookie soldiers. Foolish mortal, no matter how many you summon, you cannot harm me in the slightest. Such is the chasm that divides us. Facing the onslaught of cookie soldiers, Enelu felt little pressure, swiftly breaking through their ranks with his exceptional observation Haki and elemental transformation, targeting Snack directly. A natural type, indeed a bit troublesome. Let us first dispose of your comrades. While counterattacking with a sword enveloped in Haki, Snack commanded the cookie soldiers to surround Buggy's Xinglong avatar, seizing the moment to cleave Baron Egg in half, causing egg whites and yolks to spill onto the ground. It seems they have underestimated him. Very well, let us see what this peculiar Zoan can truly achieve. Seeing that there were no onlookers, Buggy immediately activated his hybrid form, quickly breaking free from the encirclement of Cookie soldiers and rushing towards the egg, where Baron Egg also shed his disguise, transforming back into human form to greet him. To reach this point is already quite the blunder. Meeting Mama is not so easily achieved. With a swift thrust, Baron Egg transformed his hands into small wings armed with short blades, propelling himself forward like an arrow, clashing with the sharp claws of the Qing-Long avatar. Mama, no wonder you dare to wreak havoc in my domain with a lightning-based natural fruit. Additionally, that little fellow bears a striking resemblance to that fool Kaido. Both are splendid collectibles. Mama, it seems that Snack and Baron Egg are likely no match for them, and it appears they genuinely seek to negotiate. Perhaps I should intervene. In the Cake Castle, Big Mom sat upon a colossal throne, watching the battle with keen interest through a mirror. The corrosive droplet from her mouth formed a pit in the ground. Beside her sat a long-haired girl of the Three-Eyed tribe, and on the other side was a tall man draped in a cloak. Do not question my decisions, Katakuri. Bruli, inform Snag and Smoogie to hurry over. We must capture those two alive. If they wish to trade with me, they may as well sell themselves along with it. Mama. At once, Mama. I shall notify my brother and sister. Get lost. Do not disturb me while I watch the spectacle. Your ugly face is bothersome. The mirror rippled, revealing a purple-haired figure with a hooked nose and a terrifying scar running across it, resembling a witch from a fairy tale. After being chastised, Bruli, on the verge of tears, stole a glance at her brother, receiving a nod of approval from Katakuri before retreating back into the mirror, resuming the live broadcast of the battlefield. At this juncture, the dynamics of the battlefield have undergone a significant transformation. Though Kelly Jia possesses commendable Busashoka Haki and respectable swordsmanship, he finds himself at a disadvantage when confronted by Enel, who boasts an astonishing speed and nearly perfected Kinbunchika Haki, particularly after Enel alters his combat style, transforming his staff into a trident. The searing heat and intermittent electric shocks inflict severe wounds upon Kelly Jia, who, already fearful of needles, swiftly loses his will to fight and is subdued under Enel's foot, leading to the collapse of the Biscuit soldiers. In another skirmish, Baron Dandan's chick form is swiftly rendered powerless, forcing him to voluntarily break free from his egg and transform into Rooster Baron. Yet he can only attempt to delay his inevitable defeat, with no glimmer of hope for victory in sight. Do not celebrate prematurely. The entire island is teeming with Mama's homies, and reinforcements will soon arrive to rescue us. When that time comes, you shall not fare well. Will your brother be coming as well? I am eager to witness the true prowess of the so-called Shihuang pirates. Just as Enel and the incapacitated Kelly Jia engaged in what could be termed a friendly exchange, a somewhat androgynous voice emanated from a distance. How embarrassing, Kelly Jia, to be so thoroughly humiliated by an unknown individual. If word of this spreads, how will we maintain our dignity as stars? Smuggy, this fellow wields nature-type abilities. I will assist Baron Dandan. You must be cautious. With the arrival of reinforcements, Buggy ceased his playful antics, unleashing a Busashiku-imbued punch that sent Baron Dandan flying, resulting in chaos as chickens and eggs scattered amidst the destruction of numerous trees. Another 2 stars. What a grand welcome indeed. Oh, another hapless fool. Who gave you the audacity to ambush me? You truly are a fool. As Buggy spoke, Burei leapt from a tree, wielding a vortex-shaped mirror intended to ensnare Buggy within its realm. However, Buggy deftly evaded, countering by capturing her instead. Release Burei. Your opponent is me, the Minister of Explosives. Snag swung a great sword towards Buggy's arm, seemingly intent on severing it to save his sister. Since you refuse a fair exchange, let strength speak for itself. The so-called Shihuang is merely a target established by the world government. The Qinglong clone extended its claws to intercept the blade, simultaneously opening a portal through which Buggy's shadow clones emerged, quickly encircling their adversaries. Bonnie seized the captured Burei, aging her further and imprisoning her within a castle clone. The sudden disruption of communication left Katakuri feeling uneasy, However, due to the considerable distance, his kin Bunchaku could not yield any useful information. He resorted to contacting various locations via Den Den Mushi to enhance their vigilance while he proceeded to the scene of the incident. As the saying goes, even a valiant hero struggles against the West Hand. While the stars are formidable as senior officials of Shihuang, they're only slightly stronger than individual supernovas. Under the relentless assault of Buggy's righteous mob, Snag fell victim to a successful ambush by Bonnie and was captured. Smuggy, sensing the dire situation, endured a lightning strike from Enel, utilizing his long legs to make a hasty escape. Morgans, I have heard that you share a good rapport with Big Mom. Would raiding her homeland affect our collaboration? Oh ho ho ho! The 7 warlords and Shi Huang are clashing privately. This is sensational news. Feel free to fight. It will not impact our excellent cooperation. Just be sure to inform me in advance so I can dispatch reporters to document the event. That might be a bit late. I am currently on Cake Island, accompanied by mercenaries from the Ninja Village. Originally, I was here at Tama no Suk's request to seek Big Mom's cooperation against Kaido. However, Shi Huang's side has been untrustworthy, having promised a trade but resorting to force. Now, the conflict has erupted. I am merely here to lend support, so do not waste ink on me in your reports. Ah, I see. Then he has approached the wrong person. Big Mom and Kaido were once crewmates, and there have been no notable conflicts despite their current affiliation with Shi Huang. As long as you provide suitable photographs, I can craft any narrative you desire. A picture is worth 1,000 words. After all, oh ha ho 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 ho. Rest assured, I guarantee first-hand material. Here's to our fruitful collaboration. Buggy, in his main body within the castle clone, leisurely concluded his call before proceeding to visit the newly captured prisoners. Do not expect to extract any useful information from me. Mama will soon arrive to deal with you. In stark contrast to the 2 silent brothers, upon Buggy's arrival, Burei began to shout loudly, seemingly to bolster her own courage. Quiet down. I merely intend to draw a bit of blood. If you cooperate, I can assist in removing the scars from your faces. You are deceiving us. If you truly possess such abilities, why would you retain that big red nose? Burei expressed her disbelief in Buggy's claims, believing she had uncovered a flaw in his argument. Initially, Buggy had found the red nose bothersome, but since gaining the ability to create clones, he had long ceased to concern himself with it. No way am I letting you inject me. You might as well kill me. Before Buggy could elaborate, Kelly Jia emitted a weak voice, leaving Buggy amused and bemused. The sheer fear of pain was palpable. Then let us begin with the silent one. I assure you it will be painless and expedient. As he spoke, Buggy approached Snag, retrieving an empty vial and, to the horror of the 3, removed Snag's head, casually placing it on the ground. It's over. Snag is dead. Woe is me. You died such a tragic death. What are you saying? Sister Burei? I'm still alive. I just seem to have shrunk and can only see your feet now. Furthermore, it seems there is someone else in the room wearing the same shoes as I do. Fool, those are your shoes. Your head is on the floor. Ignoring the trio of comedic siblings, Buggy continued extracting blood and then reattached Snag's head. This is my ability. I can freely combine and reattach objects. So, what do you say? Would you like me to assist in removing the scars from your faces? Yes, absolutely. And while you're at it, fix my nose and my chin as well. I have a childhood photo. If that doesn't work, I can take you to find Burei. She is my twin sister, and using her as a reference would suffice. Everyone has a desire for beauty, and upon the prospect of restoration, Burei, who had been disfigured since childhood, instantly perked up, even volunteering to lead Buggy to find her sister for a point of reference, showcasing the effortless betrayal of a true sister. Burei, even if we are temporarily captured, we cannot betray our family. Assisting invaders is a disgrace. If I am not mistaken, that fellow is a lackey of the world government, one of the warlords of the sea, and utterly devoid of credibility. Have you ever spoken of credibility? I was prepared for a fair trade. Yet the illustrious Shi Huang has been untrustworthy. Do not tell me that you 3 stars acted independently. Nevertheless, rest assured, I am merely demonstrating my strength. I will return you once this is over. While Kelly Jia warned Burei, he did not forget to disparage Buggy's credibility, which greatly displeased Buggy. While he indeed came seeking funding, he was genuinely prepared to present samples, and now, with direct robbery without negotiation, he bore no responsibility for the failed transaction. As Buggy extracted blood, he deliberately produced a knife, leisurely dismembering Kelly Jia, refusing to restore him, and instead commenced with Beery Eye's cosmetic surgery. Buggy's actions served dual purposes: to reprimand Kelly Jia's discourteous remarks and to preclude any chance of escape from his adversaries. When Kelly Jia faced a crackdown, the relentless Inoue, who was pursuing Smooji, unexpectedly encountered Katakuri, who had come to investigate. Brother Katakuri, the invaders are not just the one with long ears. Sister Bree has been captured, and Snag is currently engaging the enemy. I was sent back to report, but I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Upon seeing his esteemed brother from the family, Smooji finally regained his composure, concealing the fact that he had abandoned his brother to flee alone, and succinctly informed Katakuri of the current situation. Understood. I have already contacted our family nearby. You are in charge. We must not allow the invaders to enter the town and wreak havoc. Divine judgment. As Katakuri spoke, he suddenly pulled Smooji aside, narrowly avoiding a bolt of lightning, and then gazed intently in the direction from which the attack came. You dodged quite swiftly. It seems you are the one with the heart net that can predict the future. I have heard your abilities are quite extraordinary, rivaling even those of the natural types. Prepare to undergo the divine trial. I hope you can keep me entertained. I have not heard of any heartnet, nor do I intend to accept any trial. However, all invaders must pay the price, especially those who harm my family. A flash of lightning descended rapidly before the siblings, coalescing into the figure of Inoue. Katakuri glanced at Inoue's golden trident, first tossing aside his cloak, then retrieving a trident named Earth Dragon from his arm, taking the initiative to attack. Sticky rice puncture. Inoue did not choose to withstand Katakuri's assault with his body. Instead, he defended with his weapons, for Inoue had a tendency to be arrogant and underestimate his opponents. However, after enduring a beating from Buggy, he had learned that there were always stronger foes. Moreover, Buggy had thoroughly explained the capabilities of the opponent's primary combat strength, emphasizing this star with awakened three-color conqueror's Haki, which made Inoue both expectant and cautious. Boom! Inoue was forced back a few steps before stabilizing his stance. Compared to Katakuri's outstanding strength and versatility, Inoue resembled a nimble mage. In this clash, he clearly suffered a minor setback. 30 million volts? Thunderbird. 30 million volts? Thunder Beast. Realizing he was at a disadvantage in terms of brute force, Inoue swiftly altered his tactics, evading Katakuri's trident strikes with agile movements, occasionally using his golden blade to strike the drum on his shoulder to unleash lightning attacks. Grilled rice cake. Katakuri transformed his arm, covered in armament Haki, into a rice cake, compressing it and swinging it out fiercely, his arm igniting with flames as it dispersed the incoming lightning one by one, continuing his assault on Inoue without losing momentum. However, Inoue, using his observation Haki to predict the path in advance, deflected the blows with his weapon. Given that both possessed top-tier observation Haki, the battle had entered a phase of skill deployment, devoid of the visceral thrill of direct confrontation. You two are too fake. Are you playing a game of predicting my predictions? What else with the basic attacks? Unleash your ultimate awakened skills. Don't say that. Watching these two perform is quite entertaining. Buggy's shadow clone and Yalida soon caught up, exchanging remarks as if they had been watching for a while. It has indeed dragged on for a while. The invaders are not just you. They have split up, haven't they? Even if I am unaware of your true intentions, it should not be a problem to eliminate all of you in one go. Flowing sticky rice. Katakuri disengaged from Inoue, touching the ground with one hand to activate his awakened form, assimilating the ground beneath him into a viscous, flowing rice cake, surging towards the two spectators like a flood. Fire release. Firestorm circle. Facing the torrent of non-Newtonian fluid, Buggy's shadow clone unleashed a massive wave of flames from his arm, igniting the mass to counter it. You dare to be indecisive in the face of my trial? Such disrespect will incur divine wrath. 200 million volts? Thunder God. Katakuri's actions were perceived by Inoue as a blatant provocation. In a fit of rage, disregarding Buggy's prior warnings, he activated his giant transformation, wielding the disproportionately large golden blade against Katakuri. Clapping rice cake. Two enormous bouncing circles appeared beside Katakuri, from which massive arms covered in armament Haki emerged to strike at the Thunder God and Enelu's hand. Even though Enelu hurled two blades to defend, he was still struck squarely. Damn it, who developed such a repulsive ability? Is it possible that my talents truly are lacking? I warned you not to transform into a giant. That form is utterly unwieldy, essentially making you a living target. Not even a single hit of Conqueror's Haki would land. Enelu, bloodied from the blow, reverted from his Thunder God state and moved to Buggy's side, engulfed in self-doubt and ignoring Buggy's taunts. To possess Conqueror's Haki, you must not be a nameless individual. Dare you reveal your name? Or your true intentions by hiding? I am a Hokage of the Shinobi Village Mercenary Corps, and she is a senior officer of Buggy's. This time, Buggy and Tama, two warlords of the sea, wish to discuss business with you. However, your lack of hospitality has led to this situation. How about we reconsider? You speak lightly. First, you barged into the waters of the world government, attacked the Senjika, and captured my siblings. Such actions can hardly be termed as those of guests. Surrender now and plead for mercy from Mama. Whether she spares you is beyond my control. I thought you were someone worth conversing with. It seems the so-called royal vice is merely a puppet of his mother. Enelu, Yalata, and I will demonstrate the application of Haki to you. As for whether you can grasp any insight, that depends on your comprehension. While Buggy continued his verbal jabs, Yalata had already engaged Katakuri with her wolf fang staff. Slicing rice cake. Eager to defeat his opponent, Katakuri unleashed his trump card. One arm suddenly sprouted, filled with countless spikes, spinning like a meteor hammer, and then shot towards Yalata at breakneck speed. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Sensing the ferocity of her opponent, Yalata no longer held back, unleashing her Conqueror's Haki, channeling it into her wolf fang staff, and swung it back defiantly. Crack! Boom! The violent clash reverberated through the air, sparks and lightning flickering before them. After a brief struggle, Katakuri ultimately faltered and was sent flying far away. Cough! So this is the application of Conqueror's Haki. I never knew it could be used this way. It seems I cannot return to provide assistance anytime soon. I hope there are no issues at Cake City. Do not worry about the town. Once you are captured, we will take you there. You are an important bargaining chip in Big Mom's dealings. At that very moment, chaos reigned within Cake City. Even with Smoochie's nearly 3-meter-long legs, he could not outrun the speed of the Momonomi. Buggy's Azure Dragon clone no longer held back, instantly transforming into a 100-meter-long dragon, raining down divine troops upon the Charlotte army gathered in the city, scattering them in an instant. Brothers, this is the heart of the West Emperor Big Mom's territory, the richest place of all. Lord Buggy and the officers have already restrained their combat strength. Now, gather all useful items. This is a rare opportunity to plunder the West Emperor's territory. You may not have another chance. We will retreat in 2 hours, no matter what. Treasure the time. Plunder the West Emperor. Gain wealth and fame. Roar. Plunder the West Emperor. Gain wealth and fame. The doppelgangers of Buggy spread out at the entrance of the castle, while Sangujia Dinua stirred the troops with fervent pre-battle rhetoric. It was somewhat unreasonable for these rabble to face the formidable Shi Huang, yet they possessed considerable audacity to exploit the chaos. The invigorated mercenaries launched a frenzied assault on the Cake Castle, and under Moria's leadership, they swiftly breached the gates and entered. Moria, go seek out the red markers for impressions and capture Charlotte's offspring, but be sure not to kill them. I am not yet ready to sever ties with Big Mom completely. Rest assured, I promise to capture them alive. I intend to utilize their shadows. After instructing Moria, Buggy ventured alone towards the upper levels of the castle, intending to confront Big Mom and test his current combat prowess. Honestly, if it weren't for Hawkeye and Lao Sha insisting on not coming, I wouldn't need to take such risks. But it should be manageable, as it is merely the pet of Shi Huang, Prometheus, and Nami, or so I hope. Although the Charlotte family boasted a substantial number of members, most preferred to remain in their territories, fearing the unpredictable whims of the tempestuous Big Mom. The star members undertook the responsibility of rotating guardianship, which facilitated Buggy's surprise attack. However, the consequence of this was that many of the capable individuals Buggy sought were not present on Cake Island, and he had no time to search through each island. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Buggy did not intend to relinquish the possibility of a deal. Bryn, contact Katakuri and urge him. Those two little brats certainly do not require this much time. Also, go check downstairs. It sounds rather noisy. Leave it to me, Mama. May I take a look at the treasures brought back by Brother Katakuri first? I am quite intrigued by their experiences. The underage Bryn bore the responsibility of managing her younger siblings and was compelled to remain on Cake Island. However, she did not share the same fear of Big Mom as others did. As a member of the Three-Eyed Tribe, she possessed the ability to see through the essence of matters and understood that her formidable mother often had a childlike mentality, frequently extracting benefits from Big Mom through childlike tactics, effectively acting as her personal secretary. Mama, of course, and I shall uncover their secrets, especially whether the giantization potion is real or not. Just as Bryn pushed open the grand door, two beams of sword light struck her, inflicting severe injury, with her smooth arms falling to the ground. The wounds curiously devoid of blood. Such audacity, to act so brazenly before me. Prometheus, Zeus, seize him. I shall deal with this little brat personally. Yes, Mama. No problem, Mama. Big Mom's fury resonated with the two special homies, transforming from innocuous cartoon figures into menacing monsters, charging towards Buggy with flames and lightning. Shifan Wulai, a flash slash of souls. How dare I be reduced to such a pathetic state? Not even a word of inquiry about my intentions? Do they truly believe I am merely an ornament of Shi Huang Prometheus? With just these two mindless creatures, they cannot contend with me. Facing the ferocious special homies, Buggy swiftly drew his sword and cleaved them into several pieces. This strike did not merely sever the physical forms of his enemies. The ability of Shifan Wulai, combined with his conqueror's Haki, endowed him with the power to divide souls. As special homies created from Big Mom's soul, Prometheus and Zeus had never before experienced harm, and the forced division of their souls inflicted unprecedented pain upon them, leaving them unable to control their forms and losing their flight capabilities, writhing on the ground in agony, igniting the furnishings and filling the room with smoke and chaos. Mama, I recall that foolish Kaido seemed to have suffered at the hands of the seven warlords not long ago. You were among those who took action, correct? Is it the source of your audacity to cause trouble on my territory? I have dispatched countless brats like you. Now, I offer you two choices. Either become my servant or perish at this moment. Life or death. Big Mom, consumed by rage yet laughing, seemed to regain clarity, her immense form radiating an overwhelming aura, attempting to intimidate Buggy while invoking her abilities through a soul incantation. Cease this futile display. When I accompanied Captain Roger to seize the poneglyphs, I did not witness you acting so brazenly. I have weathered storms far greater than you. How could I fear a mere Shi Huang touted by the world government? It's laughable, reveling in being a target while boasting of significance. You are but a provincial bumpkin. Buggy, fully aware of the conditions for activating the soul incantation, scoffed at the notion, dismissing the conversation entirely, and with a taunt, unleashed his conqueror's Haki in retaliation. The two forces clashed violently, conjuring a tempest that shattered the surrounding decor and extinguished the flames and smoke that had filled the room, leaving it in disarray. Roger? The poneglyph. No wonder I felt I had seen you somewhere before. It turns out you were merely an intern aboard Roger's ship. Mama, to call Shi Huang a bumpkin. You, who followed the red-haired brat, are hardly superior to a bumpkin yourself, who is a subordinate of the red-haired one. Had I not returned a bit late, it would be uncertain who the Shi Huang truly is. Big Mom's words ignited a surge of indignation within Buggy as fragmented memories resurfaced. The image of him swallowing the devil fruit after being frightened by the red-haired one flashed through his mind. It dawned on him that upon the fruit's activation, he had inadvertently split his soul, and in a frantic attempt to retrieve the treasure map, he had leaped into the water, immobilized, causing most of his soul fragments to become irretrievable. In a panic, he had opened a minuscule gap in the spatial barrier, inadvertently drawing himself in. Wagwa! Before Buggy could fully recollect, Big Mom's attack was already upon him, a powerful technique modeled after the giant race, the Elbaf spear. Bagua! Naturally, Buggy could not withstand a furious blow of the Shi Huang like CP0 would with brute force, with no possibility of evasion. He opted to respond with an authentic giant technique. Boom! The clash of colossal sword energy created shockwaves that reverberated throughout the castle, and the sheer force was so great that it caused the ground to fissure, a chasm of light emerging from the earth. As for the ceiling, it had shattered into fragments, no longer existing, allowing sunlight to pour through the vast opening and illuminate the entire room. Indeed, somewhat capable. Prometheus, Zeus. Stop lying there and come help. But Mama, I am broken. My body won't respond. Mama, Zeus cannot reform, let alone fly. We are utterly helpless. Seeing that she could not gain an advantage, Big Mom immediately sought to summon her reinforcements. However, Buggy did not relax his control over the two special homies, significantly limiting Big Mom's offensive capabilities. If you leave them, will they cease fighting? In this regard, you are inferior to Kaido. He summons lightning and flames effortlessly, without relying on external means. While contending with Big Mom using his great sword, Buggy did not forget to taunt her. Ever since his second duel with Hawkeye, Buggy had adopted a single sword style, compared to the dual-wielding technique. Using one sword allowed for greater force and more potent swordsmanship. Arrogant little brat. Even without Zeus and Prometheus, I can still handle you. Just as you stretch your limbs, Mother strikes decisively. Divine evasion. May I ask, is it truly wise for us to continue this battle? Your progeny are all within my grasp, and I possess the coveted gigantification potion you so ardently desire. Enough of your prattle. Once I capture you, all will be mine. With negotiations yielding no fruit, both sides ceased to speak and engaged in a fierce exchange, probing each other's weaknesses, yet achieving little. Big Mom boasts an incredibly resilient physique, her armor exceedingly thick, rendering her defenses formidable, even when occasionally struck by Buggy's blade. She can withstand the blows thanks to her Haki. Meanwhile, Buggy deftly counters the lethal Napoleon wielded by Big Mom, skillfully evading her conqueror's Haki punches by dispersing his form. Both parties trade blows, yet neither inflicts significant damage. The tide of battle appears to favor Big Mom, who is at home, while Buggy finds himself with dwindling time to resolve the conflict. Simultaneously, the skirmish in the forest outside the castle rages on. Noticing his side gaining the upper hand, Enel regained his composure and rejoined the fray. Logically, having an additional combatant should expedite the resolution of the conflict, yet Katakuri is no easy adversary. After losing an arm to a blow from Yamato and suffering burns from Buggy's fiery doppelganger, Enel is once again knocked out of the fight. Why such desperation? We merely seek a transaction, yet both you and Big Mom appear unwilling to engage in dialogue. This should be a mutually beneficial arrangement, yet you insist on a winner-takes-all approach. Accustomed to exploiting advantages, are you not? Recognize the current circumstances. My subordinates have breached the castle, and we hold the advantage. I remain open to negotiations. Surely that demonstrates my sincerity. Accompany us to speak with your mother, shall we? Is it truly sincere to strike a blow and claim to seek friendship? This is utter nonsense. I suspect you have provoked Mother beyond resolution. As long as I can stall you, she can eliminate all your subordinates within the city. Do not forget, this is our territory. Siblings from other islands are undoubtedly racing here, and you have no escape. Despite the dire situation, Katakuri refuses to entertain Buggy's proposal for negotiations. In his view, time is on their side. Victory will come with patience, rendering negotiations unnecessary. How obstinate! Then I shall have to shatter her precious picture frame before your mother, and see if I can deliver her a crushing blow, allowing us to depart unscathed. As for you, just pray that her hunger pangs do not erupt. There is no such album. Mother possesses innate defensive capabilities, and no one can inflict harm upon her. Such a scenario is utterly implausible. Buggy's taunts cause Katakuri's brow to furrow, yet he maintains his facade of calm, dismissing the notion as a mere ruse. After all, The matter of Sister Carmel's album is classified within the Charlotte family, and outsiders would be unaware. Do not feign ignorance with me. I speak of Sister Carmel's album. Should it merely fall to the ground, your mother would go mad. Her invincible defenses would vanish, rendering her as vulnerable as any ordinary person, capable of injury and bleeding. Once her hunger pangs are triggered, chaos may ensue. Just imagine, Cake Island would certainly not be the same, and perhaps the entire Sea of Nations would suffer as well. The very thought fills me with anticipation. Hee, how did you come to know this secret? Which traitor from your family divulged it? Was it Cracker, Snack, or Brulee? Whoever it was, I shall not let them go unpunished. None of them. Not all who are involved with your family are necessarily in the Sea of Nations. Some were expelled by your mother, while others fled on their own. Ponder that carefully. Are you suggesting your mother's former husbands? They were unaware of such confidential matters. So it must be Lola who ran away. How despicable. Attacking at such a moment, you truly are vile. Distracted, Katakuri fails to utilize his observation Haki, allowing Buggy's invisible doppelganger Moonlight Gale to approach from behind with Bonnie unnoticed, causing him to age rapidly and fall to the ground. It was you who breached our trust first. Now I shall take you to your mother, and I hope you make the right choice. Through the opening of a door, Buggy swiftly arrives in the castle doppelganger, where Katakuri not only encounters Cracker and Brulee, but is also astonished to find Brulee and some younger family members have been captured. I shall do my utmost to persuade Mother, but you must promise not to harm my siblings, and you had better truly possess the gigantification potion. Compensation must also be addressed, or I cannot guarantee I can prevent Mother's actions. I can take you to verify it shortly. As for compensation, it's not out of the question. For now, let us assist you in treating your injuries. See, I am quite the man of my word. Buggy's ordinary doppelganger tends to Katakuri's wounds and extracts a significant amount of blood before leading the weakened Katakuri to a large chamber, where intermittent growls can be heard from outside the door. What have you done to Snack? Why is he in such agony? It is merely a minor adverse reaction from the gigantification potion. It is no small feat for him to suddenly increase in size after having ceased growth. Buggy opens the door, and Katakuri finally grasps the nature of the verification process. Snack is bound tightly in chains, lying on the ground, with a transparent container suspended above him, a pink unknown liquid flowing through tubes into Snack's body, causing his previously modest height of about 4 meters to increase significantly. After extracting Snack's blood, Buggy is disappointed to discover that he is merely a swordsman, lacking any special abilities. Consequently, he mixed the blood with the SIQ solution, confirming a noticeable enhancement effect, and decided to present him to Big Mom as evidence. Is this solution safe? Snack is already a notable talent within the family, and if he struggles to endure it, how can others possibly be treated with it? Katakuri, suppressing his fury, questions Buggy, who claims that the potion has undergone animal testing. Since no malignant mutations have occurred, it can be safely used with controlled dosages. It was precisely because Snack is a strong individual that a larger dose was administered to ensure rapid demonstration of results. As the time draws near, Buggy's castle doppelganger sounds the scheduled assembly bell. Except for Moria, the other mercenaries involved in the raid gradually return. Buggy no longer waits, retracting the castle doppelganger and opening a passage to the upper levels of the castle. Mama, a fresh batch of rabble arrives, just in time to be dealt with. I shall claim 10 years of life from each of you and sell you all off. I have nearly all your generals in my possession, and I could render you a mere figurehead. However, I am a man of my word. In the spirit of pirate honor, I am still willing to continue our unfinished transaction, and I will demonstrate the effects of the gigantification potion. Why not take a look before making a decision? With this, Buggy releases Katakuri, gesturing for him to explain the situation to Big Mom. The now considerably weakened Katakuri kneels on one knee, speaking gravely. Mother, many family members are under the control of the enemy, and I implore you to cease this battle. I have verified the effects of the gigantification potion, and they have promised compensation. Continuing this fight is meaningless. Timely damage control not only serves the interests of our family, but also fulfills your wishes swiftly. Katakuri, you have deeply disappointed me. As the pinnacle of the Charlotte family, It is utterly disgraceful to display such vulnerability. The giantization potion is indeed crucial, yet allowing these intruders to escape so easily. What will become of my reputation? Ha! You are merely an old woman collecting sweets under the name of the Western Emperor. There is no reputation to speak of. To intimidate mere novices who know nothing is one thing, but do not attempt to bluff in my presence. Buggy, regardless of your dealings, I shall never relinquish the shadow I have obtained. Just as Big Mom was chastising her son, Moria's shrill voice pierced the air, revealing a shadow belonging to a member of the Charlotte family in his grasp. Do you see this, Katakuri? A slight show of weakness invites the enemy to take advantage. Such pitiful creatures even dare to challenge us. Mama, is that all you can do to frighten novices? How laughable! Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? Witness the fury of the Sea Emperor. With that, Big Mom raised her fist, the size of a wash basin, to strike at Moria. Reacting swiftly, Moria called upon his shadow to shield him and brandished his long knife in defense. With a resounding impact, Big Mom's arm, imbued with Conqueror's Haki, pierced through the Shadow Mage's defenses as if they were mere parchment, crashing against Moria's blade and leaving a deep gash across his chest. As Big Mom relentlessly pressed her assault, Moria, wielding his knife with only one hand, could not withstand her immense strength for long, and he was sent flying. He crashed through several walls before collapsing to the ground, unconscious, as a shadow scattered and fled back to its rightful owner. What possessed you to provoke her? You truly have a penchant for getting beaten. Nonetheless, you are an ally of mine. I cannot allow you to perish so easily. Big Mom, comply with our demands, or the Nun-S album shall be reduced to fragments. Having severely injured Moria, Big Mom was still unsatisfied and sought to pursue him for another blow. However, Buggy intervened just in time, signaling that he held an important leverage. Red-nosed brat, how did you come by this knowledge? Which little scoundrel betrayed me? Should I find out? I shall show no mercy. The giantization potion must have been leaked by that wretched Lola, right? Had she not refused to marry the prince of the giants, I would have already defeated Whitebeard, Shanks, and that fool Kaido with their support and claimed the One Piece to become the Pirate King. Big Mom's face was a mask of rage, furiously cursing her daughter for her refusal of a political marriage, yet restrained from continuing her assault by the gun aimed at the Nun's album held by Buggy's clone. Even if you defeated all three without the Red Road sign texts, you will still be unable to locate the One Piece, for One Piece is not within your grasp. By the way, you and that red-haired brat have both sailed with Roger, so you must have visited the final island. Laugh-tail, red-nosed brat. If you divulge the secret of the One Piece, I shall not only forgive your transgressions, but also propose an alliance, and after seizing the world, we can settle our differences. Buggy's mention of the unique treasure, the One Piece, indeed piqued Big Mom's interest, leading her to mistakenly believe that he knew its location. She was even willing to set aside their conflict and temporarily join forces. The reason for Big Mom's reaction was twofold. The allure of an unknown, supreme treasure was irresistible, and as a holder of the Red Road sign, she faced relentless challenges from numerous pirates eager to discover the path to Laugh-Tail or to bolster their own reputations. Over the years, this incessant pursuit had bred deep resentment towards Roger, and she was desperate to uncover the source of her prolonged torment. Regrettably, after arriving near Laugh-Tail, I fell ill with a high fever, and Shanks stayed behind on the ship to care for me. Thus, like you, I possess no knowledge of the great treasure. It is worth noting that I was the only one with abilities aboard the Roger Pirates, and yet I alone fell ill. I suspect that no devil fruit user can set foot on Laugh-Tail, or perhaps only certain types of users can land there. Big Mom and Katakuri exchanged skeptical glances. Katakuri was unwilling to believe in such a coincidence, while Big Mom refused to accept that Shanks would forsake the chance to learn about the great treasure to care for another. Fortunately, before their disappointment could manifest into doubt, Buggy continued, though I have never laid eyes on the great treasure, I am aware of the route to Laugh-Tail. Simply decipher the Red Road sign text, and the central line will lead to the location of the great treasure. I'm also aware of the locations of the other 3 Red Road signs and can find those capable of deciphering the text. However, I currently have no intention of relinquishing my position as one of the Shichibukai. Thus, your proposed pirate alliance holds no value for me. Just as Big Mom and Katakuri anticipated Buggy to divulge all the information regarding the great treasure, he instead expressed his reluctance to ally, awakening them to the reality that they remained adversaries. Mama, even without an alliance, we can still trade, can't we? Return the Nun's album, and I shall accept your giantization potion. You must have already taken an imprint of my road sign, right? In exchange, you must provide the location of at least one road sign to compensate for the damage caused to my territory. You may negotiate your demands with Katakuri. Then it is settled. I shall hand over the album to Katakuri shortly. As for the red road signs, I have already dispatched someone to retrieve one of them. The other two are located in Wano, controlled by Kaido, and the other should be at Fishman Island. At that time, we can arrange an exchange and, incidentally, showcase the effects of the giantization potion. I hope our negotiations proceed smoothly. Upon seeing Big Mom reclaim Napoleon atop her head, Buggy released his control over Zeus and Prometheus, allowing them to return to Big Mom's side, and commanded his castle clone to release the tester, Snag. Due to the injection of some anesthetic, Snag was deep in slumber, and the adverse effects of the giantization potion were obscured. Observing his noticeably enlarged form, Big Mom felt immense satisfaction and urged Katakuri to hasten the negotiations, while she herself prepared to leave aboard Zeus for her meal. Subsequently, matters proceeded smoothly. Buggy released most of the Charlotte family members, promising to liberate the remainder upon departure, and requested additional blood samples from the Charlotte members for comparative testing. Katakuri did not object to this and was rather cooperative, insisting that Buggy ensure the potion's reliability and minimize any side effects. Thus, the conflict between the parties officially came to a close, and they could finally sit down and discuss the details of their transaction. Since you agree with my terms, let us step outside to halt this senseless battle. The Charlotte family has quite a number of members. The incessant influx is indeed troublesome. In reality, as Buggy engaged with Big Mom, reinforcements from the Charlotte family were continuously arriving at Cake Island. Even in the absence of the three sweet commanders, the Charlotte family still possessed other formidable officers. And with the swift Juice Minister Smuggy joining the fray, they continued to create significant obstacles for Buggy's clones. However, it was merely a trivial inconvenience. Acquainted with the skills of his adversaries, Baki swiftly identified the optimal matchups. Hokage faced off against the syrup-wielding Perispero, Enel confronted the heat-based Charlotte Oven, and Yalada once again encountered Smoker. The abilities of your subordinate bear a striking resemblance to those of my sister Brûlée. It appears that Cake Island's defenses must be fortified. Having learned from past misfortunes, Katakuri wasted no time and re-entered the castle, observing through the window the process of Baki's doppelganger opening the door. Filled with concern for the fortifications of his territory, this was precisely the outcome Baki aimed to achieve, instilling a sense of trepidation in his opponents to prevent any change of heart. From personal experience, Baki concluded that Big Mom possessed the poorest strategic vision among the emperors. Without question, Katakuri, even if you are a star of the family, you do not have the authority to spare these invaders. Look at the havoc they have wrought upon Cake Island. You are not betraying the family, are you? This is Mother's directive. If you have any objections, you may address them with her. I should remind you, Mother is currently at dinner. As the eldest son, the candy minister Perispero harbored some resentment towards his younger brother's elevated status within the family. Now, with Katakuri's appearance halting the conflict, he assumed the authority of the eldest son, leading the opposition and even questioning the motivations of his brother. However, upon learning that it was their mother's command, Perispero immediately ceased hostilities, showing no inclination to seek clarification from the emperor. He even cooperated fully when Baki extracted blood. Before Katakuri's eyes, Baki meticulously labeled each vial of blood he collected. After establishing the terms for their next transaction, he returned the Nun's album along with the remaining captives, executing the process with seamless efficiency. From now on, all family members must remain at Cake Island unless dispatched on missions. I do not wish for a repeat of this incident. Matters concerning the territory must be handled staggered among the ministers, prioritizing the personnel here. Assess the family's losses. I shall seek compensation from those rascals in due course. For the civilians, simply state that Kaido had a conflict with Mother and restore order swiftly. Cracker and Smoker. The three of us will take turns guarding the album. We must ensure no further missteps occur. Everyone, rally your spirits. Although the losses are substantial, we have also gained much. We have acquired precise clues regarding the great treasure from Roger's crew. Once the giantization potion is perfected, the Charlotte family shall be an unstoppable force. Katakuri truly exemplified the responsibilities of a first mate, ensuring the conclusion of affairs while motivating those around him, striving to mitigate the adverse effects this incident may have on their territory. Meanwhile, the troublemaker Buggy had already returned to Karaburi Island, finally preparing to lay low for a while and recuperate. After all, he had single-handedly taken on the entire Western Emperor's team, exhausting both his physical and mental reserves. Had he not secured a successful transaction with the information regarding the great treasure, Buggy would have preferred to depart early. He had no desire to engage in a direct confrontation with Big Mom. In the event of defeat, he would inevitably have to flee. Even in victory, he could not dominate the world, merely serving the world government. Furthermore, even if he shattered the nun's album, Big Mom was not to be trifled with. Defeating her would require a substantial investment of time, rendering a war of attrition on enemy territory exceedingly disadvantageous. This was the very reason Whitebeard was reluctant to assault Wano. Since neither outcome bore any advantages, it was best to consider the conflict as never having occurred. Buggy retrieved the photographs secretly taken by his doppelganger during the earlier confrontation and began to craft the desired material. With his fragmented abilities, piecing together the photographs proved to be a rather effortless task. Thus, the mercenary cadre of the hidden village met with Katakuri, engaging in pleasant discourse, which ultimately led to images of Kaido wreaking havoc on Cake Island and battling Big Mom atop the castle being delivered to Morgans. As for how to exploit this information, Buggy need not concern himself. The other party would not squander such explosive news. Subsequently, Buggy commenced organizing the spoils from this venture. The Charlotte family, renowned as the Old Emperor, indeed possessed considerable wealth, with an abundance of paramecia fruits overwhelming Buggy's senses. Among them, the ability of the biscuit fruit was undoubtedly of the utmost importance to Buggy. With it, he could produce cheap food in abundance, provided he resolved the issue of energy sources, making it invaluable both as a commodity and for reserves. Additionally, the mobility granted by the mirror fruit and the independent space of the book fruit further enhanced Buggy's maneuverability and communication methods, facilitating his territorial expansion. Of course, the memory fruit represented a significant boon as well, even if not for the sake of fulfilling his promise to Bonnie regarding the restoration of Tyrant Kuma. Such an advantageous ability would aid Buggy in countering the spies of rival factions. The only regret was that he could not acquire the Longbread's much fruit. Firstly, the individual lacked Charlotte lineage, and secondly, he was already 90 years old. As the chief cook, there was no need for him to act as a combatant, rendering Buggy's excuses utterly ineffective. Nonetheless, Buggy remained unperturbed, for there would be ample opportunities for future dealings. Big Mom awaited his delivery of the giantization potion, and he could seek his chance then. Thus, Buggy resolved to enlist Vegapunk's assistance in refining the potion, striving to completely eliminate any side effects, even if it meant a reduction in efficacy. This would simultaneously bolster Buggy's production capabilities while ensuring that the other party did not become excessively powerful, achieving a dual benefit. During the days of respite, having adeptly mastered the memory fruit, Buggy once again visited Vegapunk's encrypted research facility, requesting the retrieval of Tyrant Kuma and obtaining samples and blueprints of his newly developed power generation equipment for replication. Vegapunk wholeheartedly supported this power generation technology, believing that sufficient energy could significantly reduce conflicts. However, when Buggy broached the subject of giantization experiments, Vegapunk exhibited considerable resistance. Buggy could only assert that his inquiries were for the purpose of treating the victims of the world government's giantization trials, presenting a vial containing the blood of Snaggle to substantiate his claims. Having once participated in the giantization experiments, Vegapunk felt a pang of guilt, which led him to agree to search for a remedy to mitigate the aftereffects. He then inquired about the status of Baki's former colleagues, to which Baki provided photographs of lunar relics for his research. Before departing, Baki assured Vegapunk that he would continue to supply various archaeological data, handing over a portion of Inocha's blood, thereby solidifying their clandestine cooperative agreement. Upon his return, under Bonnie's urging, Baki commenced the restoration of Tyrant Kuma. Utilizing the capabilities of the memory fruit, Baki converted Kuma's memories into reels of film. To his astonishment, he discovered that Kuma's memories were not as fragmented as he had anticipated. Aside from the chronological disarray, the segments connected like episodes of a series, retaining a coherent narrative. Baki surmised that this coherence was likely the brain's compensatory mechanism, and to prevent Kuma from being under the world government's control. He initially requested Vegapunk to remove the command reception device from Kuma, reinserting the extracted brain. This significantly lessened the workload for Baki, who first trimmed each episode individually before, with Bonnie's assistance, organizing and sequencing Kuma's memories. Bonnie, since you have chosen to become my most loyal subordinate, it is essential to modify your father's memories to some extent. You would not wish for him to be exploited once more by those irresponsible comrades, would you? For over a decade, they have coerced him into providing intelligence for the world government, while remaining indifferent to his tragic fate, which is indeed odious. But is there truly a difference between being manipulated by the comrades and being controlled by someone with your ambitions? Would you refrain from utilizing such a formidable ally? Please grant your father the freedom to live his life. In exchange, I am willing to be a useful pawn. Bonnie's perception of the comrades was indeed quite unfavorable. However, after gaining a preliminary understanding of Buggy's plan, she became increasingly concerned about whether Tyrant Bear would still be under the control of others, thus filling her with hesitation regarding the alteration of memories. There is a distinction. At the very least, I would not be so unfeeling towards my own. You visited Sky Island. It is a splendid place, isn't it? How about you accompany him there for management? Unless an emergency arises, I assure you I will not send you into battle. How's that sound? Moreover, I require those memories to recreate a Tyrant Bear. Otherwise, the inexplicable disappearance of a Shichibukai under my watch would surely bring trouble from the world government. I am certainly not prepared to contend with a significant portion of the world just yet. Sky Island is indeed a tranquil place, and a sudden disappearance would attract considerable attention. For the sake of living happily with my father, let us allow him to forget some painful experiences. The thought of living quietly with loved ones seemed to prompt Bonnie's response to Buggy, but it also felt like self-persuasion. Ultimately, she agreed to the processing of Tyrant Bear's memories. Under Buggy's modifications, Tyrant Bear's tragic childhood memories were compressed, and most early memories related to the comrades were erased, making his connection to them appear more like a mere transaction. This included segments about the agreement made before the Paramount War to restore his personality and abandon his identity as a Shichibukai in collaboration with Buggy. After verification, Buggy, under Bonnie's anxious gaze, gently placed the memory fragments in a Tyrant Bear's mind. I shall now infuse him with energy. We must observe for a while to ensure no unforeseen occurrences arise. This task is entrusted to you, and we shall send you to Sky Island after some time. Will this mechanical body not be subjected to the control of the world government again? Why not let Vegapunk restore his body to its original state? Is he not in the process of cultivating a replica of my father? Would it not suffice to replace it with the limbs of the replica? Watching the infusion tubes connected to Tyrant Bear, Bonnie felt a profound discomfort, as if she wanted to propose a complete restoration of Tyrant Bear's body. What makes you believe that the replicated body would not be manipulated by others? You have witnessed Moria's abilities, have you not? If Tyrant Bear's shadow were to be placed into another's body, what would he then be? Merely another individual with the same memories. Unless you desire nothing more than a grand toy, it would be prudent to wait until he awakens to inquire about his own body. Buggy appeared to respond to Bonnie, yet he was also contemplating his own situation. Initially, he believed himself to be an outsider who had usurped another's place. However, The fragmented memories from the battle with Big Mom sparked another thought within him. Perhaps his arrival in this world was not without reason. Perhaps you are correct. Whether in flesh or partially mechanical, it is sufficient that my father can be by my side. Thank you for fulfilling your promise. Kiao Ailiboni. Hereby formally pledge my allegiance to you from this day forth. Your endeavor is my aspiration. I am not crowned as a king. There is no need for such formalities, but I will accept your loyalty. Manage the territory well. And one day you and your father shall have the opportunity to return to your homeland. Bonnie's words jolted Buggy from his reverie, and he chuckled lightly to mask his momentary awkwardness. He then made some kind of promise regarding the fate of the Solb Kingdom. As the candidate for the next admiral yet to be determined, a disorder navy does not align with the interests of the world government. Indeed, it is outrageous that they cannot even monitor why conflicts arise among the Western emperors. This is a severe dereliction of duty. This is the fault of the obstinate Sengoku. Had he not opposed the appointment of a Kainu, how could the situation in the New World have descended into such chaos? The Shichibukai are also quite unstable. Doflamingo's demands have escalated, and Thomas seems to have private connections with Big Mom. Clown Buggy has been frequently in contact with others. One wonders what trouble he intends to stir. Even the most obedient tyrant bear has gone missing. This was previously unimaginable. Urge Sengoku to expedite the transfer of positions. Inform him that if he does not comply, he should have Akiji join him in the reserve forces. Issue a summons to Clown Buggy, demanding the whereabouts of Tyrant Bear. Do your utmost to placate Doflamingo. It is not yet time to confront him. As for Tama, there is no need to concern ourselves. Kaido will not allow him to remain too comfortable. I second that. X4. During the days when Buggy was restoring Tyrant Bear's consciousness, news spread across the world regarding the initial outbreak of conflict among the Western emperors, reported by Morgans. The five elders, previously hesitant about the selection of an admiral, finally resolved to push a Kainu into the position to address the chaotic situation and to reprimand the restless Shichibukai. Following the pressure exerted on Sengoku by the five elders, they received astonishing news. Akiji and Akainu had departed from the Navy headquarters days prior, preparing for a duel, with the victor to become admiral and the loser to exit the Navy. Although somewhat dissatisfied with such handling, the five elders had no choice but to accept it. For Sengoku's tenure as admiral spanned over 20 years and was not without merit. Should he be driven to desperation, it could lead to tumult. However, this action also fostered a sense of distrust towards the Navy among the five elders, prompting contemplation on whether to bolster the power of government-affiliated agencies to balance the Navy, which appear to be slightly out of control. Following their setbacks with the Navy, the five elders immediately issued inquiries to each of the Shichibukai, and contrary to their expectations, the attitudes of the Shichibukai were exceedingly favorable. Notably, Buggy even indicated that he would soon send Tyrant Bear to Mariewa, finally allowing the five elders to breathe a sigh of relief, as it appeared that the tides of the world were still within their grasp. Oh ho ho ho! The internal strife within the Navy is indeed major news. Alas, the distance of the filming is too great. Aside from ice and fire, we can see nothing clearly. It is commendable that we can observe at all. What more could one desire? Unless we stand within their attack range. Filming from the island would not yield clearer images than from the sky. Morgan's sharp voice pierced through the snail phone into Buggy's ear, as the two were presently watching the live broadcast of the Navy Admiral Derby above Punk Hazard, featuring Akiji Kuzan against Akainu Sakazuki. Indeed, the images transmitted by Doflamingo were even worse, often interrupted, indicating that the airship was indeed a commendable device. Regarding the promotional event in my newspaper about winning a grand treasure by eating fast food, is that genuine? Would you easily leak such significant information? Would the world government allow it to pass unchallenged? I certainly do not wish to encounter trouble due to false information. Rest assured, it is merely a new promotional method, not much different from previous lotteries. Moreover, many are aware of the red road sign text. It is nothing of great consequence. Even if it were real, no one would comprehend it. Buggy's words left Morgan speechless, He could now confirm that Buggy was indeed engaged in deceiving for profit. By the way, have you found any leads on the gambler swordsman known as Yi Xiao and the nature-based powerhouse, Huangmu? The battle between Akiji and Akainu was indeed exhilarating, with effects filling the screen and explosions occurring continuously, yet it could not withstand continuous viewing for several days. Fortunately, with Greenbit serving as a nearby base, it ensured that more than one airship could be above Punk Hazard at the same time. Otherwise, maintaining uninterrupted broadcasts would be a challenge. Thus, Buggy often found himself engaged in casual conversation with Morgans, utilizing this informant, the king of news, to uncover more intelligence. Yi Xiao was a frequent visitor to Gulan Tai Zhuoluo, often descending from the skies and being one of the few who could retreat unscathed from there. Though his movements were typically quite secretive. The other fellow is relatively unknown. Perhaps there is news about him at Stussie's. But since I have heard of your business dealings with her at Huanlejia, I shall not overstep my bounds. I appreciate the information provided by the president. I will send a dedicated person to contact the queen of Huanlejia. After all, the other 3 underground rulers express considerable discontent towards me, and I prefer to avoid further complications. Buggy remains vigilant regarding the infiltration capabilities of Huanlejia, yet the business of clothing and accessories can still thrive. For the ladies of Huanlejia possess a significantly greater spending power than the common folk. It is all about making money, after all. However, Buggy is somewhat uncertain about the position of the multifaceted queen of Huanlejia, especially regarding the matter of Green Bull Aramaki. He cannot afford to probe through Stussy. As a fellow admiral supplemented through the world conscription, Fujitora indeed understands the lives of the common people as a hidden master, while Green Bull Aramaki is staunchly supportive of the world nobility and the world government, clearly not of ordinary origins. Buggy speculates that he is likely a sandbag inserted by the world government into the Navy. Buggy's inquiries about these 2 individuals stem from a desire to acquire their abilities before the world conscription, but it now seems he must seek other opportunities. Buggy, you have indeed hit the nail on the head. After a confrontation with Akainu, I have now withdrawn from the Navy and find myself at a loss. Did you not say you would arrange something for me? Where shall we meet? The day after the fierce battle between Akiji and Akainu, Buggy received communication from the former Marine Admiral, agreeing to meet on Greenbit Island, not far from Dressrosa. Akiji, what a dire situation. He failed to become Fleet Admiral and lost a leg. How could Akainu exhibit such a lack of camaraderie? His actions were truly ruthless. Since I have exited the Navy, I shall no longer use my code name. Simply call me Kazan. From now on, I will rely on working for you to make a living. So tell me, what exactly do you wish for me to do? Kazan exchanged his neatly tailored suit and marine cloak for a dark green overcoat. His trademark eye patch was replaced by round sunglasses, and with a scruffy beard and a dusty yellow backpack, he took on the appearance of a vagabond. I have ventured into many industries. I could travel with my shipping company, serve as a manager at a fast food restaurant, or for a bit more freedom, my family's hotel is hiring staff, though it does come with its dangers. However, that should pose no issue for you. Buggy briefly introduced his business to Akiji, a subtle display of pride awaiting the latter's choice. You claim that any task can be issued and completed by your chain of hotels. In that case, I shall choose that option. I am rather accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle and prefer to remain unencumbered. No problem. I will grant you diamond member status, allowing you to undertake tasks of all levels. Complete 2 tasks first as an evaluation, for fairness to other members who strive to elevate their ranks through hard work. I'm quite intrigued by historical texts. Is it necessary to monitor teacher Zephyr? Is there some conflict between him and you? And what about those last 2 individuals? Kazan, while enjoying fast food, perused the materials Buggy had provided and inquired, unwilling to accept any tasks without understanding Buggy's intentions. Fishman Island once possessed a piece of red historical text, but it is currently missing, and uncovering its whereabouts is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Your teacher Zephyr has recently been very active, searching for volcanic islands in the New World. I wonder what grand plans he has. As for those last 2, they are skilled individuals I wish to meet, nothing more. Buggy concealed the true intentions behind capturing Fujitora and Aramaki, opting for caution until he could ascertain Akiji's stance. Meanwhile, after nearly a month of sailing, Ace and the Black Spade pirates finally arrived at the homeland of the Mink tribe, the location of Zou. It is truly astounding. I once believed little oars to be the largest creature in the world, yet I did not expect the Elephant Lord to be so immense. The pressing question now is, how shall we ascend? The Elephant Lord's skin is quite thick. We Mink can climb using our claws. I can ascend and lower a rope. But I wonder if you possess a rope several thousand meters long. Ace, after marveling at the size of the Elephant Lord, posed the challenge of how to climb, to which Beckman's response was evidently not very reliable. However, once Buggy sent over a newly created Lick ability clone, the problem was swiftly resolved. After tethering the ship to the Elephant Lord's hind leg, the crew swiftly ascended Zou via an automatic candy spiral staircase, soon arriving at the entrance of the town. "Halt! Who are you? We do not welcome you hairless folk. Leave at once." The guard of the furry nation, a monkey donning a striped top hat and a bright yellow long coat, raised a telescope and warned the group from a distance. "Wait, I am Beckman. These individuals are friends of the Kazuki clan. We have come to seek assistance from the two leaders, so please take us to see them." "Beckman, not even you can pass. Everyone must wait outside. I will report to the Duke. Do not barge in. We Mink are not to be trifled with." The monkey showed no respect to his fellow lion compatriots, and after delivering his warning, hurriedly leaped back into the city, darting away. "Why do you claim to be friends of the Kazuki clan? Aside from that young man who appears to be dressed as a resident of Wano, you all clearly look like outsiders. We do not frequently interact with the outside world, but we are not entirely ignorant. If you seek supplies, we may provide some, but if you come to stir trouble, I will ensure you understand the might of the Mink tribe." Duke Inuarashi, a large dog wearing a helmet and carrying a knight's sword, scrutinized the waiting group with suspicion at the city gate. Moments later, he ignored Beckman's attempt to speak and directed his inquiries towards Ace and Tama. Actually, we heard that you have some grievances with Kaido, and we came here to seek your assistance." Knowing Tama's true identity, Ace found himself at a loss for words, his speech faltering. As he observed Duke Inuarashi's increasingly fierce expression, Tama stepped forward to deliver the prepared statement. "Allow me to speak. Duke Inu, I am Kazuki Tama. You may find it hard to believe, but I, along with Kinnymon and Reizo, was sent to the future by my mother. Although I do not know why I became separated from the others. I was transported alone to a year prior in Kuri, but that place had already turned into ruins. To escape pursuit, I had to hide aboard a smuggling ship and inadvertently was mistaken for a pirate and sent to the Great Prison. During that time, I consumed a miraculous fruit that granted me the power of survival. Eventually, I successfully escaped from the Great Prison, encountered Uncle Whitebeard, and fought against the Marines. After the battle, Buggy too approached me, recommending that I become a pirate sanctioned by the world government, leveraging the escapees to establish my own faction. I have come to contact you in order to devise a plan on how to return to Wano, although Uncle Whitebeard himself is reluctant to take action. His adopted son, accompanying me, is willing to assist. The one who spoke earlier is the former second-in-command under Uncle Whitebeard, and also Roger's biological son. It was for him that Uncle Whitebeard waged war against the Marines. Why have I not seen the prince accompanying you? Is it possible that he is no longer among the living? Tama's barrage of information left Duke Inuarashi momentarily stunned, transitioning from skepticism to astonishment, and finally to a state of disbelief, taking some time to regain his composure. What an extraordinary tale. I cannot believe that His Highness is truly alive, and that he received assistance from many old acquaintances. Fate is indeed wondrous, making it seem as if I am dreaming. I sincerely apologize for my rudeness. I shall open the gates for you all at once. Wait, go awaken that lazy one and hasten him to meet His Highness. It would be a misjudgment to assert that Duke Inu Rancher is easily deceived. Zwowu, situated 10,000 meters above sea level, lacks the avian messengers that deliver news, and the fur country has long been isolated from the world. All recollections of Wano Kuni remain suspended in the moment when the Kazuki clan was in flight. Coincidentally, Tama has just mentioned the time-traveling ability associated with the Kazuki clan, as well as the names of loyal retainers, such as Kinnymon and Reizo, which lends an air of credibility to his assertions. Old Hound, To determine his identity based solely on one side's testimony is a clear sign of your failing eyesight. This is evidently a charlatan. The fact that he was able to find his way here must be due to Kaido's instructions. Lady Toki's abilities should allow her to maintain the appearance of the person at their age at the time of transportation. Otherwise, had Lady Toki crossed 800 years, she would have aged beyond recognition. His current appearance bears no resemblance to that of an 8-year-old prince. Do you now understand? Old hound, once I capture this thief, I shall engage you in a thorough debate. Before long, the Night King of the Fur Country, the snake, arrived in haste. After hearing Duke Inu Rancher's recounting, he deemed the claims to be false and pointed out the inconsistencies in Tama's words, boldly launching an attack. His uncle, Kage, employed the shadow clone technique. Before Duke Inu Rancher could step forward to offer protection, Tama had already formed hand seals, conjuring a pure white clone that bore a striking resemblance to him. While he remained unperturbed, by merely sacrificing the clone's integrity, he successfully thwarted the snake's inevitable strike. Duke Inu need not intervene. It is only natural for the Duke to harbor suspicion. The transformation of my appearance is thanks to the assistance of the Odin retainers. Otherwise, how could I have survived until now with the body of an 8-year-old? I distinctly recall that among the 9 red scabbards, you were the closest to us. Why then do we hurl venomous words at each other, wallowing in self-pity and blame over our Lord's demise, neglecting progress? Can you still call yourselves the samurai of the Kazuki clan? The countless citizens of Wano are still awaiting our efforts to expel Kaido and slay Kurizumi Orochi. Surely, the likes of Kawamatsu and Denjuro are also waiting for an opportunity to rectify past grievances. How can we afford to hesitate at this moment? If you still consider yourselves retainers of the Kazuki clan, cease your quarrels. Let us devise a plan to reclaim Wano. If you do not acknowledge my identity, I shall not insist, but I will attempt to return to Wano alone. Perhaps Lady Toki truly has the ability to mature individuals swiftly. I beg your pardon, Your Highness. For you, it may be merely a year, yet we have endured for over a decade and must act with caution. Now that your identity has been confirmed, we shall certainly contribute to reclaiming Wano. Is there not a duty to avenge our lord? Old hound, do you not agree? Were it not for your presence, I would have relished teaching you a lesson. However, since you wish for us to reconcile, I shall comply. Tama's righteous declarations left the snake in a state of profound embarrassment. He immediately expressed his willingness to assist, and Duke Inu Rancher also agreed to set aside his disputes with an old friend, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Since both leaders have consented to assist, let us depart post-haste. The sooner we expel the beast pirates, the better the lives of the citizens of Wano will become. The impatient Ace, sensing that matters were nearing resolution, insisted on departing quickly. On one hand, he feared that Buggy might slip up, and on the other, he felt somewhat uncomfortable in the presence of his father's former crew. Kaido of the Beast has manipulated Kurizumi Orochi as a puppet to deceive the populace. It has not been easy to maintain control over Wano for nearly 2 decades. Moreover, how we infiltrate Wano requires careful planning. We must not act in haste. Without needing the input of the Fur Tribe's dual kings, Tama had already established the tone, urging Ace to remain calm. Your Highness speaks wisely. The position of Zuowu is ever-changing, making the journey to Wano a significant challenge. We should not act rashly until a foolproof plan is in place. You are indeed correct. Assaulting a nation cannot be undertaken lightly. Your journey to Zuowu must have been arduous. It will be prudent for you all to rest here a few days to alleviate your travel fatigue before devising our strategy. Duke Inu Rancher and the snake, akin to sand monks in spirit, showed their support for Tama's words, eagerly summoning their kin to prepare sustenance, intending to host everyone generously. Hearing that your Highness is the son of the pirate King Roger and the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates is indeed a testament to the wondrous nature of fate. Years ago, when we followed our lord, he was indeed the second-in-command of Whitebeard before becoming a crew member of Roger's. Regrettably, he disembarked before reaching the fabled final island. Speaking of which, Roger had also visited here in search of clues regarding Laughtail. Old hound, you are quite verbose today. Such matters concerning the secrets of the Kazuki clan should not be so easily divulged. Hee, there are no outsiders here, so very well, I shall hold my tongue. During the banquet, Duke Inu Rancher expressed great interest in Ace's identity and casually shared the connections with Roger and Whitebeard, even about to reveal the origins of the red poneglyph when the snake interrupted, leading to an awkward chuckle. There is no need for such tension. Ace is a reliable friend, and I too wish to learn more about your past lives, for I was but a child at the time and cannot recall many details. If your highness desires to listen, I shall continue. At that time, Roger had already reached the final point of the record pointer, Water 7. Yet, that place still lay some distance from completing a circle around the world, and it was speculated that there were still islands yet undiscovered. They learned that only by deciphering the historical texts could they locate the final island's position. Thus, they sought our Lord's assistance, and we boarded Roger's ship at that time. With Tama's consent, Duke Inu Rancher began recounting events from 20 years prior, with the snake occasionally providing supplementary details. In their narrative, Kazuki Odin was portrayed as such a remarkable figure that even Whitebeard held him in high regard, and the Pirate King was enamored by him, a singular talent, unparalleled on land and sky, which left Buggy feeling quite nauseated. So, there exists that red poneglyph here, does there not? Given its close connection to the Kazuki clan, I should also pay it my respects. Enduring the nauseating flattery of the canine towards the Kazuki's exploits, Buggy finally revealed his true intentions and requested to visit the red poneglyph. The red poneglyph serves as a testament to the enduring friendship between the fur tribe and the Kazuki clan, and it is only fitting that your highness and the son of the deceased should behold it. Come with us. Tama and Ace were able to witness the red poneglyph in the forest of the White Whale, to express gratitude for Ace bringing his highness. Duke Inu Rancher and the snake generously permitted him to make an imprint of the text. Meanwhile, a fleet of 5 massive pirate ships had already departed from Wano, their destination set for the fur country. Merely capturing a few talking animals is all it takes. A single ship suffices. Perhaps I shall take one more, for good measure. There is no need for such a large force. It is an overreaction, and what of Wano's security? The massive ship's prow, adorned with a mammoth motif, unmistakably indicated the fleet's leader, none other than Jack, the Kaido's right-hand man, who wields the gum-gum fruit and possesses the power of ship-to-ship manipulation. Do not boast. The last time you faced a single warlord, you were defeated. This time, you may well make a mess of things again. Perhaps you should return and manage the security, while also handing over the position of right-hand man to me. Do not underestimate the fur tribe. At times, they can become exceedingly ferocious. There have been instances of fur tribe slaves attacking the celestial dragons, which required significant effort to resolve. Moreover, even if this clumsy elephant were to withdraw, the position of right-hand man would not be yours. Were it not for the opportunity to challenge the Great Board upon the completion of this mission, I would not have embarked on this journey. Understand your position. Accompanying me are flying 6 members, Samu and the Genius, reputed to rival Rob Lucci, former CP9 agent, Fuzufu. Both have long coveted Jack's position and thus are at odds with one another. You 2 restless fellows, have you not given up after all these years? Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall permit you to challenge me once. For now, be quiet. Do you not fear being the subject of ridicule among the newcomers? What are you looking at? Do the 3 of you newcomers wish to challenge my position as well? Should anyone dare to botch this, I will not spare you. Kaizoku Jack interrupted the debate between Samu and Fuzufu, directing a threat towards the 3 individuals by the ship's side. I have no interest in the position of Great Board, but I cannot speak for these 2 gloomy fellows. The one speaking is none other than X-Drake, one of the worst generations. After the Marineford War, he led his pirate crew to the territory of Beast Kaido and, following a brief skirmish with the island's guardian robot, Scorch, proposed to join the Beast Pirates. Now, X-Drake, under the banner of West Emperor, partakes in the capture operation of the Mink tribe. Nearby, a swordsman is casually smoking a cigar while polishing his blade, and a burly man indulges in food and drink. Ha ha ha, worry not, my brother Jack. I harbor no such ambitions. Were it not for the orders from Kaido, I would not even consider taking on the position of Flying 6, being targeted by both the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines. I'm already quite content to have a place to call home. Shiryu, are you interested in that so-called great board? Not at all. As long as I can enjoy the thrill of combat, I care not where it occurs. I wonder how resilient the mink tribe is. It truly piques my anticipation. The mink tribe is rather formidable and shall not disappoint you, Shiryu. Perhaps this time I may even encounter old friends. The burly man, holding a cherry pie, is Blackbeard Teach. After being knocked down by Kaido and taken back to Wano, Blackbeard adeptly adapted to the situation, flattering Kaido with the enthusiasm of a disciple. He initially disparaged his former master, West Emperor Whitebeard, before lavishing praise on Kaido. In essence, he lamented how, in his youth, he foolishly believed that New Gate was the sovereign of the era, only to realize his lack of ambition had wasted his life. Now, encountering Kaido feels like meeting a celestial being. He understands what it means to be a true hero, and Blackbeard wishes to serve him loyally. Please allow your humble servant to bow before you. Kaido's subordinates are all fierce individuals, and his good son is exceptionally dutiful. Having never encountered such a reasonable person before, Kaido was greatly pleased and granted the vacant flying sixth position, left by Appu's departure, to Teach. When Blackbeard's crew approached, Kaido did not hesitate to let Teach handle matters personally, successfully garnering a powerful following. With the intelligence provided by Blackbeard, Kaido seized several former Whitebeard territories, avenging the thwarted actions due to red-haired Shanks, thus placing even greater trust in Teach. In summary, Teach faced little exclusion within the Beast Pirates. On the contrary, due to his generous nature, he quickly amassed a group of subordinates, the prisoners of the 6th level of the Great Prison, who initially harbored reservations about Teach, gradually acclimated to the rough atmosphere of the Beast Pirates and began to relish their reckless lives. However, if Teach were to remain so compliant, why would he have betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates? He secretly sought information related to the Red Flag while contemplating how to incite conflict between the West Emperor factions for personal gain. As Kaido convened his senior officers to discuss the assault on Zou and the capture of the Mink tribe, Blackbeard Teach readily volunteered, ostensibly to relieve his captain's burden. But in reality, he intended to leverage his connections with Duke Inuarashi and former Whitebeard crew members to provoke Whitebeard, compelling him to act against Wano. Unwilling to let newcomers overshadow them, Samu and Fuzufu were equally insistent on participating. Coupled with the Kaizoku eager to redeem his reputation, they formed a formidable pirate fleet. This was entirely different from what Buggy had envisioned. He initially thought Teach would be forced by Kaido to work in the quarry, at most gaining some insights into Haki. Buggy believed that capturing the Mink tribe would only involve Kaizoku, and 2 worthless true hits. With Ace's abilities, in conjunction with the Mink tribe's strength, they could easily prevail, thus seizing the pointer to Wano. Even if Kaizoku released gas to capture some Mink tribe members, Buggy could still swoop in for a rescue, enhancing his standing with the Mink tribe and ensuring their fervor in the assault on Wano. Convinced of his flawless plan, Buggy bid farewell to the departing Marine, Aokiji, only to receive a call from Alrita, informing him that Face King Shanks requested a meeting. Buggy, long time no see. We didn't get to catch up at Marine headquarters last time. This time, I brought fine wine, and we must drink to our heart's content. Red-haired, why aren't you enjoying yourself in your territory? What brings you to seek me out? Spare me the pleasantries. I'm not keen on seeing you. You traveled all this way just for a drink? I bet there's a catch, so speak quickly. I cannot afford to waste time on a deal worth millions of berries. Days later, on Karabali Island, Buggy awaited the red-haired pirates alone on the shore. Upon facing Shank's enthusiastic greeting, Buggy did not respond favorably, instead displaying a demeanor of impatience. Nonetheless, he accepted the drink offered and poured himself a glass. Haha, you still place such importance on wealth. Your business is booming. Even my territory has your fast food chains. I'm contemplating whether I should collect some fees. Shanks, lifting his cup, jested, and only when Buggy shot him a fierce glare did he continue. I was merely joking. Money is only as good as it needs to be. I genuinely came to reminisce and inquire about your views on the world situation. I've heard that the Spade Pirates have resurfaced, and their captain wields the powers of fire. Such coincidences are rare, indicating that Ace is still alive. This also explains why Whitebeard has remained inactive despite Teach being captured by Kaido in Wano. However, knowing Ace's temperament, how long can he endure? He is after all the son of Captain Roger, and he shares much of his fiery spirit. Kaido recently seized considerable territories from Whitebeard, and I fear that the conflict between the West Emperor factions will escalate, which is detrimental to global stability and will greatly impact your business. Why not persuade Ace to cooperate while I handle the conflict between Whitebeard and Kaido? West Emperor indeed seems well informed. Frequenting the streets has kept you in touch with the whispers of the New World. However, I could not care less about global stability. ISNT that the headache of the world government? Where were you when Luffy was causing chaos everywhere? Moreover, I am but a small warlord, lacking the power to meddle in the affairs of your sea emperors. Buggy indirectly acknowledged the truth of Ace's survival, but showed no interest in Shanks' arguments regarding global stability. Without the conflict of the West Emperor drawing the attention of the Marines and the world government, how could Buggy continue his unrestrained expansion? Buggy, do not assume that your little schemes in the West Sea go unnoticed. Bribing Marine branches and recruiting bounty hunters. What exactly do you desire? Is the world not chaotic enough for you? Chaotic? ISNT that how the world has always been. As for what I seek, I merely wish to maintain the power to protect myself amidst the turmoil. But what is it that you seek? Why was there such reluctance to confront Luffy during the Summit War? What prevented Blackbeard from being left behind? What purpose does maintaining this so-called balance serve? I cannot help but suspect that you are an agent dispatched by the world government. Could it be that after 3 years of undercover work, you inadvertently ascended to the rank of a pirate captain? That would indeed be quite an audacious claim. Buggy, Luffy is merely a promising junior in my eyes. Could you elaborate on the events from a few years ago when an entire fleet was mobilized to assault the CP-9 ship for the sake of a rubber fruit? Or rather, the Hito no Mi, mythical type Nika? How do you know that name? Have you divulged this matter to Luffy? Upon hearing about the Nika fruit, Shanks' expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly set down his wine glass and unsheathed his sword, Griffin, unleashing his conqueror's Haki upon Buggy. Why would I tell him anything? This is a secret I alone possess. Are you attempting to silence me? Then let us see what the strongest conqueror's Haki truly entails. And may I inquire what kind of king you aspire to be? Buggy, equally defiant, summoned his own conqueror's Haki and drew his sword, meeting Shanks' attack head-on. In an instant, the clouds churned and the sky split open, allowing a sliver of sunlight to shine down upon them. It is fortunate that Luffy remains unaware. Revealing this too soon could lead to dire consequences. Since you seem eager, shall we exchange a few blows? Shanks' demeanor softened somewhat. Yet his formidable presence remained unyielding as he responded with fierce swordplay against Buggy's strikes. This is disastrous. Lord Buggy is clashing with the red-haired Shanks. And the last time we faced Kaido, we needed multiple warlords to intervene. Can Lord Buggy manage this alone? Shouldn't T-Sister Yarlita lend a hand? Calm down, Sanji. They haven't yet revealed their true capabilities. I doubt anything catastrophic will occur. Let us observe for now. Is this nothing significant? The realm of top-tier warriors is indeed beyond the comprehension of someone as weak as I. Galadino, watching from a distance, was in a state of panic and rushed to find Yarlita, only to be informed that the two were merely sparring. He could only continue to anxiously observe while internally lamenting. Who exactly is that fellow? Could he possibly be a disguised Hawkeye? How could he hold his own against the captain so well? For you new arrivals, you are woefully uninformed. That individual is an old friend of the captain, likely engaged in impromptu sparring. Let us not concern ourselves with them. We shall continue to enjoy our food and drink. A similar scene unfolded aboard the Red Force, where Shanks' crew expressed astonishment at Buggy's prowess, rather than concern for their captain. Why isn't he using a short sword? His technique resembles that of Hawkeye, and his Haki is quite impressive. However, possessing Conqueror's Haki does not necessarily mean one is destined to become a king. The qualifications for kingship are often misunderstood. I prefer to view it as a manifestation of one's ideals, an extension of a person's resolute will. I maintain the balance of the seas primarily for the growth of new pirates, which was the future Captain Roger envisioned. should a full-scale conflict erupt among the great powers. The fragile saplings will be passively swept into the whirlpool of the times, rather than forging a new era. Amidst the clash, Shanks quickly discerned Buggy's swordsmanship, growing more intrigued. With a deeper understanding of Buggy's abilities and no fear of collateral damage, he struck with increased ferocity, momentarily overpowering Buggy. Ideals or ambitions, once one attains fame, the common folk will invariably bestow upon them the title of king. Captain Roger's wish was for power to be equitable, not a narrow inheritance of piracy. You have simply designated a successor, much like Whitebeard did with Ace, while you have chosen Luffy instead. I have no interest in your wager. If the world were a chessboard, I would prefer to be the arbiter of victory and defeat, rather than a mere player or pawn. I trust my intentions are clear. Whether you pursue Captain Roger's ideals or have ulterior motives, as long as you do not impede my interests, we can coexist harmoniously. Otherwise, we shall engage in a battle to the bitter end. Buggy subtly articulated his thoughts, retreating after another exchange with Shanks, his sword raised before him as he awaited Shanks' response. Ha ha ha, still so dismissive. I expected you to have changed significantly over the past 2 decades. What kind of arbitrator are you? You might as well call yourself a ruler. Since you are disinterested in my actions, I shall not press the matter. After all, everyone has their own perspectives. If you wish to reach Laughtail, you may seek me out, but do not take any harmful actions against Luffy, or I will not stand idly by. Shanks laughed heartily, sheathing his sword and turning to return to the Red Force. Rest assured, Luffy can be considered my protege, as I have taught him many skills. He is certainly more reliable than someone who resorts to trickery and is afraid to face him. As for Laughtail, I shall go there myself. No need for your concern. Then it is settled. I hope that when we meet again, it will not be in battle, but rather over a good drink. Shanks waved farewell to Buggy and boarded his flagship, issuing orders to set sail. Buggy sheathed his sword, watching as the ship disappeared over the horizon. Their meeting, while not exactly amicable, ended without hostility. Given the significant ideological differences between them, Buggy sensed that their next encounter might not be so pleasant. On the other side of the sea, Momo and Ace had spent 5 days in the Fur Country, deliberating on how to land in Wano and whether to seek Whitebeard's assistance. Meanwhile, Duke Inuarashi and Kinemon, along with their subordinates, had been adjusting their schedules after previously governing the country on a strict 6-to-6 separation. However, on the evening of the 6th day, the long-cherished tranquility of this secluded land was shattered by a fierce bombardment, heralding the invasion of the Beast Pirates. Smash that gate to pieces. The gifters lead the way. The pleasures follow behind. Capture all the little creatures inside. Any resistance will be met with deadly force. Aha, my little ones. This is an ancient nation with a history spanning thousands of years. There must be valuable artifacts here. If you find any stones inscribed with writing, report back immediately. Kaido will be very interested. The Beast Pirates swiftly captured the Monkey Lookout, Nato, and easily breached the town's gates with their powerful cannons, before the Mink tribe could react. The grotesque, artificial Zoan users stormed into the town, unleashing chaos. What is happening? That is the emblem of the Beast Pirates. How did they come to be here? Has our plan been compromised? It cannot be. How could they possibly have found this place? They must have tracked the prince here. Now is not the time for such thoughts. I must summon the gunmen. We must launch an immediate counterattack. If we can just defeat them here, it will suffice. Ideally, we can seize their ships and then settle scores with Kaido and Wano. I will organize the samurai to strike. Just as Ace pondered the origins of the Beast Pirates' arrival, Duke Inuarashi and Kinemon reacted quickly, preparing to retaliate. While the Beast Pirates appeared formidable, they underestimated the collective strength of the Mink tribe. After an initial panic, the Minks rallied to resist. Utilizing their physical prowess, they inflicted significant damage on the gifters, causing severe losses to the pleasures, which greatly irritated Jack, the Dragon King. He decided to take matters into his own hands, transforming into a mammoth and rampaging through the town, thus turning the tide of battle. The so-called warrior race, aside from their fur and tails, seemed no different from ordinary people, lacking any extraordinary capabilities. This is quite embarrassing, Jack. Previously, we faced mere civilians who, while formidable compared to ordinary humans, were nothing compared to the truly powerful individuals who have just arrived. Do not disgrace yourself like a clumsy elephant. Sakamaki. The Cao Chuan Wang basked in glory for only a brief moment before Duke Inu Erashur and the venomous snake led the elite warriors of the fur tribe into town. Naturally, there was no room for discussion with the invaders. The dual kings of day and night united to topple the mammoth by its trunk. The damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. Sakamaki and Fuzufu couldn't help but mock the fallen Cao Chuan Wang. Are you Captain Ace? How can you still be alive after such severe wounds? You and your father are truly monsters. I hardly recognize you after not seeing you for a while. Ha ha ha. Teach. How dare you even mention your father? You are no longer his son. Today, I shall claim your head to avenge Sachi. Ha ha ha. It seems the lesson from Bonero Island was not enough for you. If so, let us revisit the power of the Yami Yami no Mi. I wonder if Whitebeard will come to save you again this time. I would rather die than give you the chance to threaten my father. My apologies, everyone. I have some grievances with this fellow, and I will devote myself fully to the upcoming battle. So please keep your distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Upon witnessing Ace unleash his flames, Blackbeard quickly recognized his opponent's identity and, as if unfazed, engaged him in eager conversation, which naturally earned him a furious glare from Ace. After both parties slightly distanced themselves, these old rivals prepared for yet another confrontation. Since Ace's rescue, he had been contemplating how to deal with Blackbeard. Although Whitebeard wished for Ace to avoid further risks, he imparted the complete mastery of Haki without reservation. As one of the veterans of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard's teaching methods mirrored those of Teacher Kaido, emphasizing instruction through example and efficiency. He taught Ace the basics of Busashoka Haki within a day, allowed him to grasp Ryu Sakura in 3 days, and helped him to initially utilize Kenbunchika Haki within a week. The mastery of Haushika Haki was, of course, a focal point of his teachings. Perhaps he was too lenient with Ace, who had yet to grasp the intricacies of Haushika Haki. This resulted in a situation where he managed to gain the upper hand in his fight against Enel, but could not secure a decisive victory. Thus, during his battle with Blackbeard, Ace retrieved his former prized weapon, the Supreme Water Pipe. When Blackbeard utilized the Yami Yami to forcibly close the distance, Ace, ever prepared, swung his pipe, infused with Busashoka Haki, towards Blackbeard's midsection. This forced Blackbeard to block with his arm, causing him to miss the opportune moment to attack, allowing Ace to exploit the opening and slash Blackbeard's waist with his dagger. That hurts like hell. It seems the previous lesson I taught you was insufficient. Did you think you could defeat me with such paltry Haki? The red-haired Haki was formidable, yet I nearly had as I gouged out. Give up the struggle. I do not seek your life. I merely wish to draw out Whitebeard, for even if Kaido faces me, that old man would still come to your aid. Wouldn't he? After all, you are his most favored son. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard abandoned his underhanded tactics and engaged Ace in a straightforward brawl, incessantly taunting him in an attempt to provoke Ace into disarray. However, Ace was evidently not fooled. He responded with even fiercer techniques, showcasing his resolve for vengeance. Meanwhile, fierce battles raged across other regions of the town. Following Momo no Su advice, Duke Inu Erashur faced off against Rain Ziryu, while the Snake and Fuzufu engaged in fierce tribal warfare. Another member of the Flying Six, led by Captain Pedro of the White Whale Forest Pirates, was initially meant to confront the Cao Chuan Wang, but was usurped by 3 sharpshooters from the Inu Arashi's rifle team. However, Momo no Su did not remain idle. Using the powers of the Yuki no Mi, he swiftly transformed the entire town from a warm summer to a winter wonderland filled with snow. The sudden blizzard significantly obstructed the shooting lines of the Beast Pirates, tilting the battle in favor of the Fur Tribe. Buggy's Chop Chop clone constantly monitored the battle between Ace and Blackbeard, contemplating how to deal with the troublesome Blackbeard. Logically, Buggy should first assist the Fur Tribe in defeating the incoming enemy, and then proceed to attack Wano. However, the presence of Blackbeard and Ziryu suggested that the Fur Tribe alone could hardly conquer Wano. Buggy hesitated to employ his own forces, knowing that he would need Whitebeard's intervention to contend with Kaido, Yet that stubborn old man was reluctant to send troops to Wano. Perhaps only if Ace were captured would he reconsider his decision. Just as Buggy wrestled with what scenario would best serve his interests, a powerful tremor reverberated throughout the town, followed by a thunderous roar overhead, and then a deluge of seawater cascaded down. This damn place has too much rain. Ziryu, come save me. I can't swim. What the hell? This isn't rain. It's a deluge from the sea, and there are even fish. Hurry to the clumsy elephant, Jack. Only he can withstand this much seawater. A torrent of seawater, laden with marine life, fell from the sky, instantly transforming the town into a vast lake, sweeping away a significant portion of the beast pirates unprepared. To maintain the combat strength of his crew, the Caochuan Wong had arranged for ordinary folks, known as waiters, to watch the ship below. Although the Laughing Ones did not possess Zoan-type abilities, they harbored a weakness to seawater, catching both the givers and themselves off guard with the sudden influx of water. My lord, are you all right? You seem to be losing color. Today's flame rain was a bit late. I didn't have time to warn you. I'm fine. I am a Yuki no Mi user. Melting snow will deplete my stamina, but I can recover after a short rest. You all should focus on repelling the invaders and ideally seize their ships. By the way, have you seen Ace? He is also a poor swimmer. We must find him quickly. Drenched in seawater, Momonosu helplessly dangled from Duke Inu Arashi's grip, fortunate not to have been exposed. After a brief disguise, he quickly redirected the conversation back to the battle. It's nothing. Look, Ace is being fished out. The town's drainage is excellent. The water level will drop soon. Oh no, where did that swordsman run off to? Watch out. Unfortunately, Duke Inu Arashi's warning came too late. Rain Ziryu had already drawn his blade, swiftly severing one of the snake's arms, causing Ace, who was still in his grasp, to plummet back into the water. Tornado. Utilizing his beast form's massive size, Fazufa barely avoided drowning. Seizing the opportunity while the snake was wounded, he launched an attack with his sharp fangs and quickly moved to snatch Ace. Darting back to Caochuan Wong Jack's side, Momonosu had no time for further contemplation as he and Duke Inu Arashir lunged at Ziryu, attempting to rescue Ace. However, Ziryu showed no interest in lingering, completely disregarding Blackbeard's fate, and effortlessly cleaved Momonosu in two before retreating amidst the chaos. He disregarded even his comrades. This truly complicates matters. Hold on. I will staunch your bleeding. Don't fuss, Meow. What does a little injury matter? Hurry and tie up that hefty Blackbeard. It will be troublesome if he wakes up. Let us see if we can use him to trade for Ace. The snake grinned through gritted teeth, not forgetting to keep his trident pressed against Blackbeard's chest to prevent him from escaping. My lord, don't worry about the bleeding. My companion who plays with sugar has a way to reattach the arm. The avatar of Buggy promptly adhered itself to a nearby tree, thus preventing being swept away. It hurriedly rushed over to retrieve the severed hand of the viper, carefully reattaching it to the opponent's truncated arm and wrapping it in candy for stabilization. Given the remarkable regenerative abilities of the Maopai tribe, akin to those of beasts, it was likely that the arm would regrow without significant issue. The scent was truly delightful, sweet even. Stop licking that. It's for stabilization. If it melts, it will fall off. No worries. Tonight is the full moon. The arm will heal naturally by then. Am I right, old dog? Let these invading scoundrels experience the true power of the Maopai tribe. Indeed, for inflicting such harm upon the town, they must be taught a harsh lesson. Your Highness, I leave this captive in your care. We shall rescue Brother Ace at once. Warriors of the Maopai tribe, drive the invaders into the sea. Roar. As Duke Quanlan gazed skyward, he gestured towards the high-hanging full moon. His fur turned as white as snow, and his form expanded significantly. The Maopai tribe, hearing his call, underwent similar transformations. The once commonplace animals morphed into monstrous forms, their roars echoing endlessly. The beast pirates, recently ravaged by a deluge and yet to regroup, were now forced to confront the sharp-fanged and clawed monstrosities of the Maopai tribe. Laughing One, good heavens! What manner of monsters are these? Ha ha ha! Granter, damn! How can these monsters possibly be captured? Let us regroup and return later. Did I order you to retreat? Charge forward. Shoot them. Bombard them. They are merely frenzied beasts. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue them. Jack, their speed and strength are on an entirely different level from before. If this continues, we should withdraw. From my observations, their transformation must be linked to the night. Otherwise, they would not have remained dormant before. Let us return to the ship and wait for dawn to mount our attack. If necessary, we could deploy those secret weapons. Under the watchful gaze of countless blood-red eyes, the once ferocious pirates found their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. Chaos swiftly enveloped the entire crew. Despite Ship King attempting to rally the troops, an organized counterattack was impossible. Even Flying 6 advocated for retreat. Reluctantly, Foolish Disaster issued the order to withdraw, but planned to take some gravely injured Mau-Pai tribe members with them. Transformed into moon lions, the Mau-Pai tribe became uncontrollably frenzied, reacting with increased ferocity to the pirates' actions, relentlessly pursuing the beast pirates. Under the leadership of their two chiefs, the Mau-Pai warriors even managed to board the enemy's ship, prompting Jack to order a retreat and sink one of their own captured vessels to escape the Mau-Pai tribe's frenzied assault. Such a formidable racial ability is no wonder Joker wishes to capture the Mau-Pai tribe to enhance the Smile Fruit. Success would undoubtedly amplify the combat prowess of the Grantor. What if the dead could be utilized? If they transform into such monsters every night, it would be remarkable to capture any alive. This intense augmentation must have side effects. Have you noticed the disparity in numbers between the pursuing Mau-Pai tribe and those in the town? Only the adult Mau-Pai tribe can wield such power. Once we deploy Caesar's newly developed weaponry, we can swiftly resolve the situation by day. On the flagship Mammoth, Ship King Jack and the two Flying 6 remarkably engaged in no quarrels, all focused on discussing the matters concerning the Moon Lions. Unlike the merely sarcastic Sasa Mu, Fuzifu possessed the essential insight of a specialist, keenly identifying the vulnerabilities of the Moon Lions and proposing a new battle strategy. Meanwhile, on Zou Island, Duke Quanlan and the Viper were restoring order, with the foremost priority being to ensure no Mau-Pai tribe members suffered further casualties due to the Moon Lions going out of control. Your Highness, I must confess, we failed to return Brother Ace, allowing those scoundrels to escape with their ship. They were ferocious. After we boarded, they indiscriminately bombarded the ship, likely putting Ace in grave danger. Only deep into the night did Duke Quanlan and the Viper regain control of the situation, somberly reporting to Tao Jizu. Ace should not be in mortal peril. Even if taken back to Wano, he would merely be imprisoned for labor. The priority now is to contact Whitebeard as swiftly as possible. However, since Ace was taken out secretly, it would be inappropriate for me to intervene directly. It would be best to seek assistance in your name, and one of you should remain behind to prevent the beast pirates from attempting another ambush. Your Highness's concerns are valid. I shall take charge of the defense. My injuries have yet to heal completely, so I'll lead the gunner team to contact Whitebeard. Old dog, you should stay back. After this loss, those fellows will surely think twice before attacking at night again. Daytime combat suits you better. Moreover, I possess Marco's life card, which will ensure we locate Whitebeard promptly. The Viper's arm had indeed been reattached, but at the insistence of Dr. Sanyong. It was bound with thick bandages, making combat cumbersome. After much debate, Duke Quanlan agreed to the Viper's plan, deciding that the Viper would take the captured Teach to seek out Whitebeard. Although Duke Quanlan and the Viper had once served under Whitebeard, they had not been in contact for over 20 years, so bringing along the traitor Teach was somewhat justified. Unfortunately, plans often falter in the face of change. The following morning, before the Viper could ready the ship with the forest heroes, the beast pirates returned with renewed vigor. The airborne Fuzifu and Sasa Mu led the charge, launching a surprise attack on the Mau-Pai tribe's outer sentries. Subsequently, pirates clad in gas masks and protective gear unleashed toxic gas while advancing towards the town. Yoshi. This time, progress is going smoothly. Indeed, only my genius tactical plans could facilitate such an operation. Truly a former dog of the world government, employing the most despicable tactics with ease. Quite impressive. Such combat lacks any enjoyment. Quickly organize the unconscious Mau-Pai tribe members for detention. We must not allow them to perish en route, as they are crucial for enhancing Smile. With the situation favoring the beast pirates, the cadre resumed their mutual mockery. However, the pirates, burdened by heavy gas canisters, moved sluggishly, prompting Duke Quanlan to confirm the collapse of the outer defense line. Your Highness, those scoundrels have sprayed toxic smoke and captured quite a few of our men. They're almost at the town. I never expected that keen senses would become a liability. We must retreat swiftly, or we will be trapped in the town. Old dog, are you frightened? We could just go all out. 1 kill is a return. 2 kills, 1 TB a loss. We can surely carve a bloody path. Enough. Duke Quanlan, you organize the young and injured for retreat. Viper, rally the troops to prevent their approach. I shall conjure a blizzard to slow the advance of the toxic smoke, stalling until the next fire rain to see how it pans out. I refuse to believe their toxic smoke is limitless. To maintain his character, Tao Zhu had to intervene to quell the disputes among the dissenting canines. Intending to use this to incite animosity between the Maopai tribe and the Beast Pirates, thereby depleting each other in Wano. However, this could not proceed without losing Ace. Such an outcome would fail to weaken the Beast Pirates and unnecessarily offend Whitebeard, which was not the effect Buggy desired. In order to avoid being caught off guard by the seawater rain conjured by Xiang Zhu, Buggy's licking clone ingeniously constructed a castle from candy, where the elite members of the Maopai tribe lay in wait, poised for battle. A fierce contest unfolded around the castle, with the heavily equipped 100 Beast Pirates equally apprehensive of the toxic gas. Consequently, they were unable to transform, and their protective suits were compromised, leading to considerable losses. The anticipated fire rain further exacerbated their predicament, prompting a strategic retreat after an extended assault. The captured members of the Maopai tribe were deemed sufficient for the experimental needs, and there was no sense in prolonging the engagement. They could always return after the experiment's success. Captain Jack, Mr. Fuzzfu is right. We can still make it back in time for this year's Golden Kagura, an event that only occurs once a year. We cannot possibly miss it. Oomph. All you think about is gatherings. What is so delightful about that chaotic celebration? Nonetheless, we cannot capture them all at once. Otherwise, sustaining them would become a troublesome affair. Let us gather our brethren and leave them a token of our visit. The so-called token from King of the Ship Jack involves sealing visible drainage holes with waste barrels containing toxins, obstructing drainage while maximizing pollution. He ordered his subordinates to ignite flammable materials to set alight the homes along their path, leaving no trace behind, thus earning him the moniker of Drought. Your Highness, are we really going to let these scoundrels escape? They have abducted many of our kin. We must not act on impulse. The outskirts of the town are still shrouded in toxic clouds, and with my abilities, I can only clear a small area at a time. Engaging in combat under these circumstances would be disadvantageous. Our priority is to swiftly repair the drainage facilities to prevent further pollution. Those who were captured will have to wait until we march against Jigua to devise a rescue plan. Understood. I shall immediately organize personnel to cleanse the town. This debt will eventually be repaid by the 100 Beast Pirates. Duke Quanlan, suppressing his fury, abandoned the pursuit of the 100 Beast Pirates, as this land was essential for the survival of the Maopai tribe, and addressing the source of pollution was indeed urgent. Following the suggestion of Tao Zhu, the warriors of the Maopai tribe fashioned masks for basic protection and rotated their use as much as possible to minimize individual exposure to pollutants. After several hours of effort, they successfully drained the town's wastewater, extinguished the raging fires, and cleared a path to the seaside. However, for safety reasons, the Maopai tribe decided to temporarily abandon the town, awaiting the bi-daily fire rains from Xiangzhu to further degrade the pollution. The forest-dwelling mercenaries, led by Shishi, also joined the rescue efforts. After securing the town's civilians, Shishi set sail with Blackbeard Teach, preparing to contact the Whitebeard pirates for revenge against Kaido. Originally, if Buggy had intervened to assist the Maopai tribe in rebuilding their home, it would have been an excellent opportunity to win their allegiance. However, a series of events diverted Buggy's attention, causing him to neglect the situation with the Maopai tribe. Buggy had received contact from Akiji, who had been fruitlessly searching for the elusive Huang Mu, who sought to recruit him into the world government's intelligence organization. It turned out that Huang Mu was not as obscure as he appeared, being a member of CP0, an elite group belonging solely to the world nobles, thus maintaining a low profile. Huang Mu's intention to recruit Akiji was straightforward. The newly appointed Marine Admiral, Akainu, had been assertive in his new role. He first relocated Marine headquarters to the G1 branch in the New World to demonstrate his resolve to stabilize the sea, and subsequently proposed an extensive military expansion plan to the Five Elders, preparing for a global conscription to enhance the Navy's combat strength. This delighted the Five Elders, who were struggling to manipulate the Navy's upper echelons, and they quickly agreed to Akainu's proposal, secretly reallocating personnel from the CP organization to assist with the Navy's recruitment. The nature-based powerhouse Huang Mu received orders to seize a Marine Admiral position. However, as a fervent zealot who revered the celestial dragons, Huang Mu was apprehensive about undermining the protective forces around them. Thus, he approached the recently resigned Akiji, hoping to persuade this fellow nature-based strength to undertake the duty of safeguarding the celestial dragons, as the former Marine Admiral was well acquainted with the responsibilities of being their bodyguard. Akiji did not outright refuse, claiming he needed a few days to consider, and subsequently informed Buggy of Huang Mu's whereabouts. Following Buggy's counsel, Akiji arranged their next meeting on Punk Hazard Island. How are your considerations coming along? Akiji, serving the godly race would ensure your needs are met, and your status would not be inferior to your time in the Navy. It is far more dignified than your current wanderings. If it weren't for your nature-based abilities, I wouldn't go through such lengths. This place is absolutely dreadful. I wish to leave at once. Huang Mu, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and sporting sunglasses, lounged lazily in the snow, soon surrounded by blooming flowers and grass sprouting from the ground. The scenery here is rather nice, certainly better than the burning half. I did not join the Navy for the sake of appearances. I have no interest in being a caretaker for the celestial dragons. The reason I summoned you here is for another matter. You can still escape if you wish. What are you thinking? Do you wish to fight? As fellow nature users, my Mori Mori no Mi is no less formidable than your ice powers. Huang Mu stood, unbuttoning his shirt to reveal a tattoo of Sichuan Xinzhong on the left side of his upper body, as the greenery beneath him expanded, signaling his readiness for battle. Ha ha ha. What if I join in? I never thought I would one day ally with you against an enemy. Akiji. Crocodile? What a disgrace. The former Marine Admiral's unwillingness to serve the godly race is already a betrayal. To ally with pirates is utterly unforgivable. Devastate the forest. Kuankamu, who viewed the world nobles as divine, harbored intense enmity towards pirates, perceiving them as rebels against royal authority, with death as their only fitting fate. He launched the first strike. With both hands on the ground, towering trees sprang up on either side of him, their canopies swiftly converging to form colossal fists aimed at Akiji and Crocodile. Is refusing to serve those scoundrels equivalent to falling from grace? Allowing someone like you to attain the position of Marine Admiral is a betrayal of justice. Ice Age, do not presume you're the only one with large-scale abilities. I knew that a task capable of fetching a high price would not be easy. Corrosive Cycle. Even if I face two opponents, you will not match my strength. The Mori Mori no Mi grants me boundless endurance. Let's see how long you can last. Prepare to receive my attack. Flourishing woods of the world. The trees surging towards Akiji instantly transformed into ice sculptures, while those nearing Crocodile withered and decayed. Seeing that his initial strike had not succeeded, Huang Mu intensified his assault. Integrating with the immense trees, he transformed into a towering giant, with his treetops thrashing about, scattering seeds across the ground, soon cultivating an entire forest in an attempt to engulf his foes in infinite greenery. In response, Akiji amplified his cold energy, his form nearly entirely encased in ice, with thick frost accumulating on his lenses. Meanwhile, Crocodile summoned swirling sands, fierce winds whipping through the air. In that moment, the island was reduced to a triad of colors, white, yellow, and green, as they clashed and intertwined, with the battle reaching a stalemate. Were it not for my reluctance to reveal myself, I wouldn't have needed to summon Crocodile. Who would have expected that dealing with two opponents would take so long? It seems I can no longer refrain from intervening. You've chosen a perilous path. Garji, Diamond Arrow. At this moment, Qingji and Kelookidere were engaged in a contest of endurance against Huangmu. In the face of Huangmu's relentless creation of a forest army, Qingji responded by manipulating the nearby ice and snow, while Kelookidere, at his weakest, could only maintain a defense of several dozen meters with yellow sand. How outrageous! You pirates are truly shameless, bullying the weak and even resorting to sneak attacks. But fear not. No matter how you assault me, a natural type, I can recover instantly. Huangmu, standing resolutely against two opponents, showed no signs of faltering, surrounded by vibrant life and flourishing nature, feeling the advantage within his grasp, when suddenly a powerful shockwave surged toward him. What a sight! Is that Conqueror's Haki? Who on earth could it be? I concede this round. I shall take my leave. Initially, Huangmu paid little heed to the situation, but as a wave of intense Conqueror's Haki enveloped him, he felt an ominous foreboding. However, his body, already heavily suppressed, refused to obey, leaving him helpless to watch as the impact created a massive gash in his robust trunk. Severely injured, Huangmu reverted to his human form, clutching his abdomen and kneeling on the ground, while the surrounding trees ceased their growth and gradually fell silent. You've come this far. Do not even think of escaping. It took me considerable effort to find you. A portal of air silently opened behind Huangmu, and Buggy's dragon avatar emerged, brandishing a spiked club against Huangmu's head. Kaido, how did you end up here? Has Qingji truly allied with you? What do you want from me? I must inform you that I am a member of the world government. Prior to my arrival, I had established contact, and if I fail to respond for an extended period, they will deploy warships to surround this place. Even you cannot oppose the world government. It is not that Huangmu did not wish to resist. Rather, the sea stone embedded in the spiked club rendered him utterly powerless, forcing him to scream in desperation, even revealing his identity to escape capture. TCH, who do you think you're scaring with the world government? After losing, you're still making noise. Quiet down. Do we not agree it would be handed over to us? Even if you intervene, my compensation will not diminish. Shouldn't the news of the Underworld King be delivered to me? Kelookidere, dismissive of Huangmu's outcry, leaned down and placed his hand on him, activating his abilities. Huangmu's upper body rapidly withered and shriveled, leaving him unable to support himself and collapsing. I will inform you later. Let us leave this place first. This fellow was not lying. Several warships are indeed making their way here. As he spoke, Buggy's dragon avatar seized the unconscious Huangmu and stepped into the portal, with Kelookidere close behind. Only Qingji did not follow. Instead, he walked toward the sea. Finally done. I must visit teacher Zifa, so I shall not accompany you. Contact me if needed. Qingji waved goodbye, then whistled toward the sea, summoning a massive Galapagos penguin that swam over. Qingji hopped onto the backpack on the penguin's back and quickly departed from the coast of Punkhazard. No suspicious targets detected. All departments, get into position. The landing troops initiate a search, ready for artillery support at any moment. An hour later, 5 naval ships arrived at the shores of Punkhazard, with a large contingent of naval soldiers disembarking for investigation, soon discovering the still operating laboratory. They actually led the Navy here. What a troublesome situation. Hopefully, Germa can teach him a lesson. In a panic, Caesar reported to Doflamingo before the battle commenced, knowing that 3 natural types were not something he could handle. Thus, when the naval soldiers approached the laboratory to investigate, they coincidentally encountered Doflamingo, who was leading the charge. The head naval officer, aware of the gravity of the situation, refrained from forcing entry. Doflamingo, we are ordered to investigate the missing personnel from the government. We hope you can cooperate. Missing government personnel? They are likely CP agents. Don't waste time here. They have long been captured. However, since you seem somewhat reasonable, I can provide you with some clues for your report. Doflamingo had considered eliminating the Navy, but dispatching 5 warships would have significant repercussions, and the new Marine Admiral would undoubtedly retaliate. To avoid exposing the laboratory, Doflamingo displayed an unusual level of reasonableness and cooperatively provided the naval forces with battle footage. Thank you for the information you provided. We will not disturb you further. The naval officer, well aware that the warlords of the sea were not easy to deal with, conducted only a cursory inspection before retreating. As for the state of the laboratory, he was indifferent. The location of the Underworld King is none other than the underground of Wano, ruled by Kaido. However, beyond that, my knowledge is limited. On Karabali Island, Buggy was extracting Huangmu's forest fruit abilities while explaining the status of the ancient weapon, the Underworld King, to Keluokitier. Are you joking? Kaido has had a ship sailing around the world for ages. Would he really remain in Wano for over 20 years? Besides, even if it were there, what of it? You do not mean to suggest that I should ally with Kaido, do you? What a joke. Whitebeard did not make me submit. What is Kaido to me? Whether Kaido knows about the Underworld King, that formidable weapon, is uncertain. Even if he does, he likely cannot retrieve it at the moment. I'm not asking you to ally with Kaido. Just be patient. Here is some news. Whitebeard is likely to attack Wano soon, so choose whom to assist wisely. I have been too occupied to manage that situation. The Underground King seems to have taken some strange medicine, hiring Germa to launch a large-scale assault on my stronghold. I must show them some consequences. It appears you are indeed quite busy, keeping an eye on Wano while also watching over the interests of the West Sea. Germa is no easy opponent. I wish you luck. I will confirm the movements of the Whitebeard pirates, given that this transaction has been quite unsatisfactory. As long as they do not provoke me, they can forget about me taking action again. Keluokitier, initially displeased with Buggy's empty promises, regained his spirits upon hearing the turning of events and subtly expressed his desire to assist Whitebeard while preemptively blocking any potential requests from Buggy. Germa relies solely on its elite clone troops. Their high-end combat power is limited. I can handle myself, and, with a bit of luck, I might even acquire some technology. Under the operations of Hawkins and Bellamy, Buggy had already established a preliminary trade framework in the West Sea, where the local gangs were no match for the two supernovas and were forced to agree to cooperate, relinquishing some of their interests. Thus, when Germa began attacking Buggy's strongholds, the local forces not only chose to observe but also eagerly prepared to seize a share of the spoils. Upon receiving the news, Buggy did not immediately counterattack, but instead ordered Hawkins and Bellamy to temporarily withdraw, gathering their forces at the West Sea headquarters, Country of Flowers, and hold their position for reinforcements. Buggy then began to recruit mercenary groups from the hidden villages and issued high bounties at the Assassin's Hotel, using airships to transport them, quickly causing unrest along most of the coast of the Country of Flowers. This action thoroughly infuriated the powerful nation of the West Sea, the Country of Flowers, prompting them to contact Germa and neighboring countries to prepare armed forces to completely expel Buggy's influence. This was a scenario Buggy had anticipated. Previously, he could only acquire properties under the guise of business, which was far too slow. Seizing them by force was much quicker. However, taking action against the nations allied with the world government would inevitably provoke interference from the Navy. This was precisely the reason he had previously refrained from acting. Now that the timing was ripe, even if the world government pursued accountability afterward, he could assert it was a matter of self-defense, while simultaneously demonstrating his strength to the oblivious underground monarchs. How was this battle progressing? It is already the 5th day. Why have we not breached the defenses yet? Has the illustrious reputation of Germa 66 been rendered obsolete? Even if we were to drag this out, those adversaries should have exhausted their resources by now. In the overseas castle of the Germa kingdom, composed of dozens of colossal snail ships, Kaji slammed his hands down onto the battle map, emitting an angry roar. Father, those foes have completely sealed off the nearshore area with explosives, forcing us to attack from the narrow land side. Their firepower is fierce, and our casualties are significant. They have prepared a vast open space in the center of the castle for airships to dock, ensuring uninterrupted transport. It is exceedingly difficult to deplete their food and ammunition. Their elite fighters are quite troublesome. We have attempted direct assaults, but to no avail. Their main forces scurry about like mice, never daring to show themselves, which is extremely disadvantageous for us. Kaji's 3 sons, Ichi, and I, and you, each voiced their observations regarding the ongoing conflict. Only Reiju remained silent, elegantly sipping her hot tea, appearing indifferent to the turmoil. None of this should be your excuse for inaction. No matter how fortified, it is merely an isolated castle. I swept through the northern seas in just a few days back in my day. Can a mere warlord compare to a kingdom? Forget it. Discussing strategy with you emotionless individuals is futile. The fleet assembled by the Flower Kingdom and its neighboring nations is gathering. Let their ships lead the charge. We will follow up with our attack. Today we must flatten this castle. I want to see whether the strength of their fortress surpasses the might of my artillery. Simultaneously, at the Western Sea headquarters of the Flower Kingdom's Buggy family, Buggy and his cadre arrived via teleportation, engaged in pre-battle preparations. Why have you brought so many people? If it weren't for your orders preventing me from pursuing, I would have sent those vermin flying into the sea. Enel, munching on an apple, lazily reclined against his chair, expressing his dissatisfaction with the constraints imposed upon him. We cannot allow the Germa Kingdom to sink into the ocean. It houses vital research facilities that I intend to claim for myself. Do not rush. There will be ample opportunities for you to wreak havoc. Hawkins, how is the morale of the mercenaries and conscripts? According to the reconnaissance from the airship, an armed fleet composed of neighboring nations is assembling, seemingly preparing for a forced coastal assault. The torpedo boats must be ready to strike at any moment. Rest assured, my lord, calculations indicate our victory is inevitable. Our morale is high, and the enemy's attacks have not inflicted significant casualties upon us. Even without reinforcements, we can hold out for a while. There is no need to worry about the maritime front. Bellamy has already gone to command. Even if the enemy attempts to breach the minefield, they will surely suffer heavy losses. At that time, 20 torpedo boats will be more than sufficient to send them to the depths. Hawkins, putting away his tarot cards, confidently conveyed his optimistic outlook to Buggy. Whether this confidence stemmed from weaponry, morale, or divination remained uncertain. Focus the attacks on the coalition of the Flower Kingdom and prepare the reserves. Once we shatter their offensive, we will immediately counterattack and seize the capital of the Flower Kingdom at the fastest pace, ideally capturing their king. I, Germa 66, will personally lead the charge. After assigning battle tasks to his subordinates, Buggy seized a transponder snail and began the final pre-battle mobilization of his forces throughout the castle. Gentlemen, I am your employer, Buggy. I appreciate your efforts, which have rendered the notorious Vinsmoke family of the North Sea hesitant in the face of our might. But should we be content with being confined to this isolated fortress? We cannot. Now, the Flower Kingdom stands against us, intent on our complete annihilation. We shall face even greater challenges, yet I firmly believe that victory will ultimately be ours. For we are about to launch a counteroffensive. In my capacity as a warlord of the Seven Seas, I grant you permission to retaliate against any hostile forces, to thwart their futile assaults, and to advance toward the capital of the Flower Kingdom. All transgressions committed in my name as a warlord of the Seven Seas shall be absolved. I declare that all spoils of war during this conflict shall be at your discretion. The opportunity for immense wealth lies before you. Whether you attain fortune overnight or meet a tragic demise depends solely on your own fate. Prepare for battle. Arm yourselves with your swords and firearms, and do not quarrel amongst yourselves. Today, the wealth of the entire kingdom is laid bare before you. Initially, Buggy's lengthy speech elicited little interest from either the mercenary group or the conscripts of the Assassin's Guild. However, as soon as they heard the command to attack the capital of the Flower Kingdom, their enthusiasm began to swell. For these desperate rogues, gratitude and encouragement held little meaning. Only tangible wealth could stir their spirits. The risks of a tragic demise were utterly inconsequential when weighed against the kingdom's riches. Capture the capital. Attain wealth overnight. The fervent outlaws erupted into enthusiastic cheers, seizing their shotguns and rocket launchers, ready to unleash a barrage upon the still assaulting Germaclon forces. Seemingly eager to break free from the castle and charge into the affluent capital of the Flower Kingdom. Green Pepper, 3 more ships are immobilized. Continuing this way will incur excessive losses. Perhaps we should consider landing from the other side instead. Given the current circumstances, we have no alternative. The fleet of the Germa Kingdom trails closely behind us. Who knows if they will seize this opportunity to strike? Akai, Go retrieve the brothers from the damaged ships. I will have the fleet regroup. We will advance alongside those wrecked ships. We must reach the shore. Bellamy, instruct the brothers to exercise caution. And those with smoking habits should hold off for a while. These torpedoes are no trifling matter. Yes, my lord. I will gather the captains and reiterate the instructions. Shall we prepare to launch? It seems the enemy is on the verge of breaching the minefield. Yes, we should set off soon. Conserve ammunition. Focus on the German vessels. It would be a waste to expend everything on the Flower Kingdom's dilapidated wooden ships. At the dock, 20 vessels of varying sizes were readied for departure. The so-called torpedo boats were merely Buggy's terminology, as they were early vessels retrofitted with torpedo launchers, including 2 paddle steamers. The crew operating these ships comprised Buggy's permanent employees, representing his true loyal forces. After extensive training and integration over the past 6 months, they had transformed from a disorganized group of pirates into a more disciplined unit, swiftly forming ranks and departing the harbor, heading for the open sea. All ships, take note, maintain an engagement distance of 300 meters. Prioritize artillery fire before that distance. Once the enemy disperses, we will launch torpedo attacks to avoid wasting firepower on a single vessel. The top 5 crews that sink enemy ships will enjoy a half-month exclusive vacation. Comment section? Through the transponder snail, Buggy's orders rapidly spread throughout the fleet. As for why he used the limited-range transponder snail instead of the more extensive communication system, it was primarily a matter of cost. These transponder snails, produced in Wano country, were acquired through Buggy's dealings with Don Quixote da Flamingo and also obtained from the Ninja Village Mercenary Zero purchase, making them both economical and efficient. It has been far too long since we witnessed a ship explosion. It seems we have finally passed that wretched explosive zone. Once we sink the opposing navy, we can organize everyone and land together. Akai, this is not solely the domain of our Babao Shui Jun. It is preferable to capture the enemy vessels whenever possible. Even if we do not require them, we can exchange spoils with other parties. The paramount objective now is to be the first to breach the castle, where a considerable stockpile of arms and supplies undoubtedly resides. By accomplishing the King's Ramen Commission, we can simultaneously enhance the might of our Babao Shui Jun, which is the hallmark of a true pillar of our fleet. Let the old man handle trivial matters. All I need to know is who the enemy is, and then vanquish them. Since the castle is of such significance, we shall charge forth without hesitation. Alas, at my age, how much longer can I assist you? I have decided that after this battle, I shall pass the mantle of leadership to you. While I still possess my wits, it is essential for you to hone your skills for 2 years. Now disband the fleet and proceed at full speed to shorten the distance, seizing their ships, thus ensuring a larger share in the aftermath. How could this be? I am not prepared to lead Babao Shui Jun. Perhaps the position should go to Bu Wu instead. I am far more interested in engaging in battle. Enough talk. I must swiftly relay orders to the other ships. I shall not linger with you, old man. On the Hu Tuo warship of Babao Shui Jun, the 12th generation pillar, Zhui Jiao, is imparting the principles of leadership to his grandson, Kai. After enduring the lecture with visible impatience, Kai seized the opportunity of an order to make his hasty retreat. Are they truly disbanding their formation and advancing so brazenly? Have they forgotten their ammunition, intending to collide with us instead? Their intention appears to be to engage in close-quarters combat, aiming for a complete capture of our vessels, a tactic we often employ ourselves. The distance between our forces is currently estimated at around 1 kilometer. At the present velocity, it will take over 10 minutes to reach the designated engagement range. Should we open fire early to compel the enemy to decelerate? Although Buggy had participated in 2 naval battles in the East China Sea, his understanding of sailing speed and distance is not particularly clear. Bellamy, however, possesses a wealth of maritime experience and is highly attuned to these elements of naval warfare. Swiftly clarifying Buggy's doubts. All ships, heed the revised plan. In 5 minutes, execute a left turn and fire 2 torpedoes at the nearest enemy vessel. Then commence artillery fire, remaining vigilant of your course to avoid entering the minefield. Buggy would not entertain engaging in close-quarters combat with the enemy. However, his compressed air-power torpedoes are still rather rudimentary, with a maximum range of only about 600 meters. Thus, he opts to turn in 5 minutes, attempting to close the distance to ensure a higher probability of hitting the target. Yet, should the distance become too narrow, the enemy's skilled warriors might strike first. Buggy cannot overlook the imposing figure of Zhuai Ji Qingjiao. Even if the adversary is a legendary powerhouse, capable of exchanging blows with Carp and surviving, it is sufficient to attest to their strength. Thus, maintaining an appropriate distance is indeed prudent. Full left rudder. Maintain course. 2 torpedoes launched from starboard. Artillery, fire at will. As the orders were given, the ships under Buggy's command became a flurry of activity. 5 minutes passed rapidly, and upon completing the turn, Buggy's fleet unleashed their torpedoes, followed by the moment for the cannons to reveal their might. What a false alarm. I thought their powerful shells would be formidable. They merely plopped into the sea. The enemy's accuracy is utterly ridiculous. Are they attempting to amuse us to death? It is only natural to miss from such a distance. Even the mightiest naval vessels struggle to hit targets at this range. The optimal engagement distance for artillery is ideally within 200 meters. Why do I persistently harbor a sense of foreboding? Engaging in this manner without retaliation will severely dampen morale. Relay the order to return fire. Remember to organize personnel to intercept incoming shells and protect our vessels. As a legendary guardian, Qingjiao's strength has indeed diminished significantly. Yet the sixth sense of a top-tier powerhouse remains intact. The counterattack command he issued, although not concentrated on Buggy's fleet, inadvertently slowed the ship's speed due to the recoil from firing, unintentionally evading the imminent fish swarm. A thunderous explosion, distinct from that of cannon fire, erupted amidst the Hua-Ji-Gua allied fleet. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a series of similar explosions echoed in their ears. Heavens! Have we entered the explosion zone again? These bombs are even larger than the previous ones. We should disembark elsewhere. Did the ship just explode? Before ascertaining what these things are, we ought to cease our advance. They should have sent Germa's ship to scout the way. There is no reason for them to merely follow along, and their vessels seem sturdier. Amidst the debris and tattered sails left on the sea, the surviving fleet of the Hua-Ji-Gua allied forces descended into chaos. Some advocated for a change in direction, while others wished to retreat. A few vessels collided, igniting conflicts among them. Silence. Unless anyone wishes to lead another charge into the explosion zone, we have no alternative but to press onward. However, if we can break the enemy fleet, any losses can be recuperated. Qingjiao initially quelled the internal strife with his conqueror's Haki and then elucidated the situation to his comrades. The survivors from Hua-Ji-Gua realized that Germa's fleet was obstructing their retreat, seemingly determined to play the role of the unsuspecting prey. This predicament left everyone both frustrated and helpless. After a moment of silence, they steeled themselves to continue their advance, albeit at a reduced speed, reluctant to take the lead. A deceptive stratagem indeed. Listen closely, you fools of Hua-Ji-Gua. You have been ensnared by the Vinsmoke family. You serve as bait here, while they have landed with the main force of Germa. In truth, we have had no significant conflict previously, have we? Why not first eliminate the ambivalent Germa fleet? You're the clown, Buggy, are you not? Spare me your nonsense. You have unlawfully occupied the territory of the kingdom, bringing war to this land, and just attacked our ships. How can you claim there is no conflict? Unless you agree to cease your interference in the West Sea and compensate the kingdom for all losses, we can withdraw from this battle, leaving each other in peace. Then let us fight. It should not take long to deal with you. Elegant brat. When I was flourishing upon the seas, you were not even born. The insincere negotiations between both parties quickly deteriorated, yet Buggy's subsequent words thoroughly provoked Qingjiao. His beard bristling with fury, his brows furrowed, and his face contorted in rage, he leaped into the air like a colossal cannonball, aiming head first at Buggy's vessel. 8-punch fist, Wudo. Thunderous 8 trigrams. To honor the legendary status of his opponent, Buggy resolved to engage using only Conqueror's Haki, and the clash lasted but mere seconds before the aged Qingjiao was sent plummeting into the sea, defeated. How is this possible? The old man was defeated in a single move. I refuse to believe it. You must have cheated. Accept my challenge. 8-punch fist shatter. Divine evasion. What in the world is this 8-punch fist? One uses their head, while the other employs their legs. How dare you call a fist? Are you attempting to intimidate with a large blade? Go on and stay in the sea, you wretched fool. Who else? Anyone dissatisfied may come forth and test their luck. Surrender while you still can. Those who refuse shall be fed to the fishes. As Buggy toyed with Lao Kai's large blade, he urged the Huajigua allied forces to surrender. Slaughtering them may provide momentary satisfaction. Yet it is imperative to maintain channels for communication with the king of Huajigua. Should the world government investigate, it serves as a plausible excuse. Just as the Huajigua allied forces hesitated, the German snail ships trailing behind them finally caught up and commenced bombardment against Buggy's fleet. Dear friends of Huajigua, our esteemed leader has commenced an assault on the castle, accompanied by the 3 young masters and young ladies. And we merely need to delay for a moment longer. Given the considerable losses you have sustained, your role is simply to provide artillery cover from the rear. The leader has decided that all spoils of war will be at your discretion. It is evident that Jiaji has grasped the situation here. In order to prevent the allied forces of Huajigua from turning against us, he is willing to relinquish control over the spoils, which has indeed quelled any wavering thoughts among the people of Huajigua and spurred them to cover the offensive of Jia. The saying that men die for wealth and birds perish for food holds true. Yet to reject a toast is to refuse a kind offer. The Bellamy fleet is now under your command. Unleash all ammunition and strive for a swift resolution. My lord, leave it to me. All ships, take heed. After releasing 2 volleys of torpedoes, commence unrestricted hunting. Prioritize attacking the damaged vessels. Bellamy seized the telephone snail thrown by Buggy and issued the battle orders. While Buggy once again abandoned his ship, disregarding the artillery duel between the 2 sides, planning to execute a pincer movement with the fleet from behind. I wondered why Hawkeye so relished slicing through ships. The sensation is indeed quite pleasant, just as Buggy swung his long knife. Imitating Hawkeye in a joyous endeavor to test his blade against ships, fierce combat erupted around the castle's perimeter. Jiaji, leading the young women, had intended to utilize their flying abilities to infiltrate the castle, but was preemptively detected by the airship responsible for high-altitude surveillance, compelling them to abandon their surprise attack. Enel effortlessly countered the joint assault of Deep Blue Electric Niji and Crimson Fire Iji, while Yalita faced off against Pink Venom Reiju, and Hawkins engaged in combat with the Scarecrow against Green Grapple Yoji. This ability should rightfully belong to that fool Caesar. Could it be that he is already dead? That seems unlikely, as those artificial devil fruits were clearly created by him. Who exactly are you? While Jiaji struck with his electric spear, he scrutinized the Buggy clone before him, and after pondering fruitlessly, he boldly posed the inquiry. Caesar Clown is certainly not dead. My ability was replicated by Vegapunk. As for who I am, it matters not. All you need to know is that I am a member of Buggy's faction. I wish to know who employed you and what benefits you stand to gain. If it is merely monetary compensation, how about we offer you double to retaliate against those fellows? Vegapunk, that fellow can now replicate even Logia abilities? I am not fighting this battle solely for monetary gain. The rare materials promised by Deep Current of Meat and Concealment Master Giberson are of utmost importance. Therefore, cease your probing. I shall not relent until I have defeated you. You should escape quickly. My army is endless, and I have as many of these cheap soldiers as I desire. It is only a matter of time before I crush you. Although we may not hold an advantage in elite combat power, the Jair Maclon army has already breached the outer defenses with the deployment of numerous tanks and armored vehicles, currently contesting the breach of the castle. Thus, Jiaji believes that ultimate victory is merely a matter of time and regards Buggy's bribery with disdain. Another one of those who will not shed tears until they see the coffin. It seems that I will have to capture you all before we can negotiate. Your cloning technology appears quite impressive, but it now belongs to me. Enough games. Quickly eliminate the opponent, and then we shall pay a visit to the Jia Ma kingdom. Bring. Just as Buggy finished speaking, A frantic ring from the telephone snail in Jiaji's arms sent a chill down his spine. However, at this moment, he could spare no thought for anything else and could only attempt to defeat Buggy. Electromagnetic thrust. Excadiistic. Facing the high-voltage current thrust by Jiaji, Buggy raised his arms high, forming a brilliant gas laser that struck downwards, first dispersing Jiaji's electric attack and then triggering a violent explosion that sent Jiaji crashing to the ground. At the same time, a large contingent, teleported using a cloaked clone as a coordinate, was assaulting the territory of the Jia Air Kingdom. The sudden appearance of the enemy caught the stationed Jia Air soldiers off guard, and the base housing reserve troops was swiftly taken over. Subsequently, a large number of Biscuit soldiers launched a full-scale attack under the command of Bucky's high-ranking officers. Despite the Jia Air Legion's bravery in the face of death, they could not alter their fate of being encircled and divided, retreating to a few castles to make a desperate stand. The outcome is clear. Instruct your soldiers to cease their futile resistance. This attrition is far too wasteful. Even if you capture us, what of it? Would you dare to kill us? The Jia Air Kingdom is an officially recognized member of the world government. The Navy will soon return to mediate. If you release us now, I may spare you. Captured, Jiaji looked at his defeated offspring, who still maintained a spirit of defiance, leveraging his status as the king of a world government ally to intimidate Buggy. It sounds as though we are the ones who have lost. Get your facts straight. You possess neither territory nor taxes. Your expenses are reliant solely on plunder. What kind of member state are you? At best, you are merely a larger pirate crew. If it weren't for your cloning labor force, do you think I would hesitate to kill you? Killing a king is no grand affair. First, consider this before you speak. The future existence of Jia Air hinges upon your choices. How can this be possible? I concede defeat. Buggy produced a prototype telephone snail, revealing to Jiaji the scenes within the Jia Air territory, burning flags and scattered corpses, leaving Jiaji shocked and forced to acknowledge the reality of defeat. With Jiaji's intervention, the Jia Air Legion outside the castle quickly called for a ceasefire, surrendering their weapons to Buggy's mercenaries, who were put under strict surveillance. Jiaji, we actually have no need for enmity. The situation has escalated entirely due to those underground kings. You could choose to cooperate with me. I can match any price they offer, and I can even provide you with a genuine territory. That is easy to say. You know nothing of the matters concerning us, Jia Air. If it weren't for the Navy's intervention, I would have long since ruled the entire North Sea. No matter the territory, the world government would never allow us to occupy it. Within the homeland of the Jia Air Kingdom, Jiaji finally encountered the true Buggy. Although he still harbored resentment over his defeat, he softened somewhat upon hearing the mention of cooperation, particularly regarding the issue of land, and conveyed to Buggy the stance of the world government. The world government's overseers are no longer in the skies. If all else fails, you could establish your nation on the moon. I can introduce you to some old friends who will validate my words. The old friends Buggy referred to are the captured former members of MADS, who, after a period of persuasion, have now become the technical backbone under Buggy's command, primarily responsible for the promotion of electrical equipment and the development of weaponry. The torpedoes and mines used in this operation are experimental products crafted by them. I admit I underestimated you a bit before, but a land without citizens is not much different from the current Jia Kingdom. Moreover, I would have to relinquish my current status as a member state to oppose the world government. It seems unwise from any perspective. Released from his restraints, Vinsmoke Jiaji learned from several former MADS colleagues about Buggy's current strength and began to take Buggy's proposal for cooperation seriously, yet still maintained a stance of negotiation due to his status. If other member states require Navy protection, that may be acceptable, but does Jia Air even need protection? Not only do you have to pay heavenly gold, but you also have to assist the world government in their dirty work. What use is such a position? A war at the top has laid bare the Navy's fatigue for all to see, whether for defense or to expand influence. I believe all major powers are secretly bolstering their strength. Do you not wish to restore the glory of your reign over the North Sea? Now is the opportune moment to seize the initiative. Your legion of clones may be fearless in battle, yet they remain insufficient in the eyes of true masters. Fortunately, I possess numerous elite warriors, and our alliance could undoubtedly forge a formidable power. Should chaos engulf the world, I am willing to assist you in asserting control over the North Sea. Since you are reluctant to relinquish your status as a member state, I propose that you engage in conquests against non-member states, allowing you to hand over the territories we acquire for my development. This arrangement would not breach your agreement with the world government. I've already laid out my terms. I trust you will recognize their value. Now, I must attend to matters concerning the Kingdom of Flowers, so I shall take my leave. Buggy's analysis of the situation plunged Jiaji into deep contemplation. Only when Buggy expressed his desire to depart did Jiaji awaken from his reverie, exclaiming with urgency, "Your proposal is indeed enticing. Yet the Kingdom of Flowers is distinct from us. They're a legitimate member state. How do you intend to address the world government's inquiries and the Navy's scrutiny following your actions against them? Is it merely enticing? It appears you harbor some hesitation. Very well. I shall permit you to observe my strategies in dealing with the Kingdom of Flowers, which will undoubtedly benefit our future collaboration." Meanwhile, the mercenaries from the Shinobi village and the conscripts had completed their preparations and were boarding airships, ready to journey to the capital of the Kingdom of Flowers. My friends, allow me to reiterate, do not squander time in civilian areas. They yield little profit. Our goal is to capture the royal palace, the most affluent location. We must act swiftly. Should the Navy arrive to intervene, it would complicate matters. If we can capture the opposing king alive, all participants will be handsomely rewarded. Do you understand? Understood. On the airship, Buggy's doppelgangers reiterated the mission objectives, aiming to bolster morale while minimizing disturbances to the civilian populace caused by these unruly marauders. After all, he did not plan to raid and depart. He intended to conduct business here, and tarnishing his reputation would be detrimental. Why have we yet to receive news from the naval forces? Surely, nothing has gone amiss. It cannot be, for the German fleet alone is more than capable of driving off that rabble. They are renowned as experts of warfare. Within the royal palace of the Kingdom of Flowers, King Ramen paced restlessly, stroking his noodle-like beard and murmuring to himself. As a sovereign, he certainly did not wish to witness uncontrollable forces within his realm. Thus, when the German kingdom launched an assault on Buggy's headquarters in the West Sea, he began reaching out to neighboring nations, preparing to exploit the situation for profit. Your Majesty, it is dire news. Outsiders are attacking the palace. They have ascended the inner city walls aboard flying vessels, and the generals are organizing a defense. You must evacuate at once. I shall not flee. Allow Baiko to hold the guards at bay. I will urgently request assistance from the Navy. Those wretched pirates shall be put to death. Just then, as King Ramen raged, a cannonball fortuitously struck the courtyard outside, unleashing a violent explosion that shattered windows and sent him sprawling to the ground, pale and shaken, only managing to rise with the aid of his attendants. Fools! What useless pirates! Both the 8 treasures and the second treasures are utterly incompetent. I have spent so much on them each year, only to endure this humiliation. Germa is useless as well. So-called experts of war and vile legions. It's all a deceit. Ha ha ha! As King Ramen stood, he masked his disarray with incessant curses, ultimately being half-dragged by his attendants away from the room to seek refuge in the basement. Due to an over-reliance on privateer protection, the army of the Kingdom of Flowers was exceedingly weak. Even their advance had been long absent from the battlefield, rendering them completely outmatched by Buggy's ruthless band of cutthroats. Following the death of their commanders, they swiftly crumbled and fled, with some even surrendering and quickly switching allegiances to become traitorous guides. The entire inner city fell swiftly into the hands of the mercenaries. You're the king of the Kingdom of Flowers? With such a sea stone chain, you must be quite wealthy. Hurry and sign here to avoid further trouble. Buggy, intrigued by King Ramen's lack of wealth and his adornment of iron chains, discovered upon inspection that it was a necklace laced with sea stone, seemingly for self-defense. However, with Ramen's feeble military might, it proved ineffectual, and he was easily subdued. What kind of reconciliation agreement is this? Dissolve the Navy, compensate for your losses, and agree to your arbitrary appropriation of land? I shall never consent to such terms. At most, I will relinquish that piece of land by the seaside. You must leave quickly before the Navy arrives, or prepare for the world government's sanctions. Zhang, assist our esteemed king. I still need to concoct a tale for him. Buggy, not wishing to further persuade the uncooperative King Ramen, summoned Zhang to initiate hypnosis, then employed a clone of the memory fruit to alter Ramen's recollections. In Ramen's mind, the privateer fleets had already become an unwieldy liability, with Germa serving as evidence of collusion. Buggy was merely the mercenary to deal with his internal strife. The battle in the royal city was merely a means for Buggy to raise his price. Though he faced some losses, it was worth the cost to alleviate his internal troubles. Jiaji observed the entire process of Buggy altering memories with growing wariness, yet he felt immense confidence in Buggy's proposal. If he could replicate such methods in the North Sea, restoring the German kingdom's former dominance would be effortless. What a remarkable ability. You intend to use this method to assist me in controlling the North Sea, correct? How can I be assured that you will not employ the same tactics against me? I have always been exceedingly generous to my allies. As long as you stand in my camp, there is no need for concern. This agreement is merely to silence the world government. Once they are preoccupied with their own troubles, the complications will cease. Buggy gestured toward the agreement on the table, prompting Jiaji to notice that, in addition to clauses concerning Buggy, there were provisions allowing the Navy to establish bases and continuously increase sky gold. Admiral Akenhead, what are the higher-ups thinking? First, they send us to aid the Kingdom of Flowers and capture fugitives from the advancing city. And now they instruct us to find a location for a base, which will inevitably lead to conflict with Buggy's faction. Shall we simply allow them to roam freely? Commodore Dane, matters of the upper echelons are beyond our understanding. Those individuals are now under the command of the warlords of the sea, and the King of Flowers has already entered into negotiations with them. We cannot continue to investigate further. However, this journey has not been in vain. With this base, we can monitor them for an extended period, and sooner or later, we will gather enough evidence to deal with these criminals. Relying on mutually beneficial interests, the Navy, having arrived in a disheveled state at the Kingdom of Flowers, received orders to alter their combat plans before launching an attack, which incited great frustration among the two officers who had suffered losses during the incident at the advancing city. The grumbling of two minor naval officers did not affect Buggy. He was hosting a banquet in the royal palace to reward the participants in the battle and arrange subsequent actions. He was determined to swiftly complete his plans in the West Sea. Thank you all for your hard work. We have repelled the German forces and punished the opportunistic Kingdom of Flowers, yet many strongholds remain unrecaptured. I sincerely invite you all to participate in our upcoming endeavors. Our group will not treat you poorly. Of course, those who wish to withdraw may do so at their discretion. The Kale Hotel is always open for your return. Only a fool would not participate. Here we have food, drink, and cannon fire. What a delightful existence. Indeed, let us not withdraw while the iron is hot. We shall continue to follow our esteemed leader to prosperity. Buggy's prearranged accomplices promptly voiced their support, reigniting the ambition of those who initially intended to make a quick profit and depart. Meanwhile, those unwilling to continue taking risks would soon receive invitations to join Buggy's ranks, resulting in very few opting to leave. No matter how many times I watch it, I find it utterly fascinating. The Legion of Evil from the comic actually exists, and their abilities are identical. Hawkins, since you are so intrigued by them, you shall serve as a liaison station here from now on. Jiaji, your Germa has previously traversed the Red Soil continent to assault Kijia in the East Sea. Have you never considered establishing a foothold on the Red Soil continent? After assigning the task of combating the West Sea's underworld to Bellamy, Buggy returned to the German kingdom with Jiaji, while Hawkins voluntarily requested to accompany them. As a devoted reader of the Warriors of the Sea, he harbored immense curiosity about everything related to the German kingdom. The Red Soil continent is essentially a barren wasteland, entirely uninhabitable for humans, with only Mariewa, sustained by the Treasure Tree Eve, providing a livable area currently occupied by the Celestial Dragons. You cannot possibly expect us to develop the Red Soil continent. That would be utterly foolish. I would rather claim a piece of land on the moon. Compared to the water-scarce moon, Transforming the red soil continent is relatively manageable. I merely need to establish a base on either side of Reverse Mountain, and my airship could swiftly reach the West Sea. Let me put it this way. I will address the environmental issues. You only need to provide some manpower to assist me. In return, I can send personnel to create chaos in the North Sea. Subsequently, you can enter the North Sea under the pretext of combating the military rebellion. By the way, the population of the North Sea is also a resource I require, and I can finance its acquisition. Buggy's desire for the Sun-Sin fruit arises from the need for a long-term energy source to sustain numerous clones, and also to transform the environment of the red soil continent, establishing a secret base. This idea is splendid. I can hardly contain my excitement. If you require further assistance, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it benefits everyone, the Germa Kingdom will wholeheartedly support it. This is for the best. I also need your help designing and producing a batch of weapons and precision instruments. I believe that with my resources combined with your expertise, we can indeed forge an invincible army. Following this, Buggy and Jiaji finalized a series of cooperation details, including intelligence sharing, joint operations, and the circulation of resources and technology. The reason for offering such lenient cooperation terms is not due to Buggy's trust in Germa, but rather the pressing nature of time. Despite Buggy's offensive in the West, he has already deployed 80% of his strength to win this battle. To become a top-tier power within 2 years, he still has a long road ahead. Just a couple of days ago, the Viper, departing from Zhou, located the Whitebeard fleet and informed them of Ace's situation. The old White Emperor was immediately enraged, beating Blackbeard to a pulp, and Buggy's Quick Slice clone also faced the aftermath. Fortunately, that man appeared in time, averting the embarrassing loss of Buggy's identity. Yes, it was that man of great stature. After leaving Karabali Island, Red-Haired rushed to find Whitebeard, hoping to prevent a conflict with Kaido. Not long after the Marineford War, are you truly ready to engage in a full-scale battle with Kaido? Even if you are willing to bear the losses, your captains would surely disagree. I will approach Kaido to ensure Ace's safety. Bula-la-la-la-la, Redai-de-Brat. To escape from the Marine headquarters unscathed indeed requires a debt of gratitude. But you cannot presume to dictate terms to me. Unless you can persuade that brat Kaido to return Ace, be prepared for me to come personally to demand him back. Are you looking to fight me again? Just right for a warm-up. Engaging you now is utterly pointless. I will proceed to Wano first to convince Kaido. Even if a conflict is inevitable, I hope to keep the battle within the limits of the two of you. And I will bear witness to minimize casualties on both sides, at the very least preventing the Marines from perceiving an opportunity. Very well. Tell that brat Kaido to release Ace and the Mink tribe captives. I will give you at most half a month. Once the time is up, I will dispatch troops to Wano. Depart. What a stubborn old man. No wonder that fellow is unwilling to wade into this murky water. It truly is a thankless task. Take care, Whitebeard. After being rebuffed by Whitebeard, Red-Haired self-deprecatingly remarked, and set off once more towards Wano, while Whitebeard gathered his core captains to prepare for battle. Having been to Wano, Whitebeard was acutely aware of its easily defensible yet challenging terrain. Thus, he did not intend to mobilize all his forces, opting to bring only his most elite troops. Lo, you are Roger's son? You don't look much like him. So you are the one who, while I was away, incited Yamato to damage my flying dragon throne. And you brazenly claim you will defeat me and liberate Wano? I shall offer you this chance. If you win, I will marry Yamato to you. If you lose, you will obediently serve me. What say you? Kaido took a swig of his sweet sake, scrutinizing Ace, before commanding his subordinates to remove Ace's sea prism stone shackles, brazenly waiting for his opponent to attack. Kaido, what nonsense are you spouting? Yamato is merely my friend. Besides, who would want to become your subordinate? If I lose, you can do as you wish. But if I win, you will free Yamato to roam the seas as she pleases. Fire Fist Purple Cloud Flame, infused with Haki. The Fire Fist Ace unleashed appeared purple, hurtling at Kaido with incredible speed. Ololololo. These flames hardly worth noticing. Whitebeard must indeed be growing blind. With such qualifications, do you think you are fit to succeed Odin as the captain of the 2nd Division? How disappointing. Kaido remained unmoved. Even keeping his wine gourd in hand, extending a single arm to catch Ace's fire fist, completely unfazed by the smoke rising from his scorched palm. Silence. Perhaps I indeed lack the strength of that warrior from Wano. However, I will never allow you to slander my respected old man. Fire release. Great dragon fire. Ace expelled several dragon-headed flames, roaring as they surged toward Kaido's face, forcing Kaido to shield himself and loosen his grip on Ace's fist. This technique was one Ace had learned on Karabali Island, inspired by Buggy's Fire Shadow clone using the Mera Mera and Nomi abilities. And he never anticipated he would employ it today. Flashy yet insubstantial. True top-tier powerhouses never rely excessively on devil fruit abilities. Only Haki constitutes the essence of true strength. If you truly are Roger's bloodline, then summon your spirit for me to witness. If you cannot withstand it, then perish. Thunderbagua. Kaido waved his hand to disperse the incoming flames, hanging his wine gourd at his waist, and seizes Kanabo to swing fiercely at Ace. Enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, the iron club crackled with thunder, leaving Ace no time to react before it crashed in him. Wow, is this what my old man referred to as the application of Conqueror's Haki? Hiss, it truly hurts. My ribs feel like they've broken again. Indeed, one cannot simply be on par with my father, the White Emperor. However, to defeat me in one blow is far too presumptuous. Ace struck back violently, coughed up blood as he flew backward, crashing through a wall and leaving a human-shaped hole behind, shouting, "Oh, lo, you still have some spirit. I have encountered countless half-baked brats like you. This sea does not require so many conquerors. Go to prison until you are willing to submit." Ace barely withstood Kaido's blow, and even when he managed to stand again, he lacked the strength to counterattack, merely glaring at Kaido, who raised his kanabo. "Kaido, you shall not harm my friend any further. Allow me to be your opponent." Just as Kaido's massive club was about to descend, a figure clad in Wano attire, wielding a kanabo, charged in from the side, briefly blocking the weapon before retreating a step and tossing Ace aside. "Cough, cough. Well, I am grateful for your assistance. Do we truly know each other? Moreover, your throw was rather forceful. I nearly met my demise." Ace, disoriented from the impact, felt a strange familiarity with the figure beside him, yet could not immediately recognize the identity of the person donning the burrow mask. "I am Yamato. How could you not recognize me just because I wear a mask? What a fool you are. We have shared drinks together. I was genuinely saddened to hear of your demise for quite some time, only to discover you are alive and well. Though you appear considerably older, it is truly wonderful to see you again." The newcomer leaned closer to Ace's face, and upon noticing Ace's puzzled expression, finally removed the mask to reveal a handsome visage, with bright eyes sparkling with joy. One could assert that aside from the kanabo in her hand and the rope tied at her waist, there was little resemblance to Kaido, as her delicate horns were more akin to those of Black Maria, presented in a striking crimson, contrasting sharply with Kaido's rugged ox-like horns. "It is Yamato. My apologies. The matter regarding the death rumors is rather complex, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Let's first free you from those handcuffs. How can I unlock these without a key? If it were that simple, I would not have been restrained for so many years." "Huh, wait, it actually opened? Quickly. Step back. Be cautious, it may explode. See, it opened. What? Boom." Before Ace could finish his warning, he grasped the cuffs on Yamato's wrist. Attempting to utilize the Haki, he had learned to dismantle them from within. He succeeded in removing them and tossed them to the ground. Yamato was initially taken aback, but as she remembered to warn Ace to steer clear of the cuffs, a violent explosion engulfed him, forcing her to shield her face with the kanabo, though she was still propelled far away by the blast. "Ace, how could you? It truly exploded. It seems you genuinely wish to kill me. You are unworthy of being my father." Yamato wept profusely, both in concern for Ace's safety and in distress at her biological father's cruel methods. "Oh, how reckless you are. Little one, I find myself somewhat admiring you. Put away that pitiful demeanor. That boy is still alive and well. It is a world of the strong. Only those endowed with might can survive. As your father, it is imperative you comprehend this truth, lest you end up ruling Wano in my stead. Would you prefer to perish in naivety and weakness like that fool you?" Better to die early than to bring shame upon me. Oh dear, I finally understand why Yamato despises you so. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs. How could there be a father as heartless as you? I am fortunate to have encountered my father. Yamato, let us fight our way out. We shall seize the opportunity to set sail, and I will show you what a true father is like. As the explosion subsided, the dissipating flames gradually restored Ace's form. Upon hearing Kaido's social Darwinistic remarks, he could not help but extol the virtues of Whitebeard's enterprise culture to Yamato. Indeed, I shall set sail, living freely like you, and liberate Wano from these villains. Liberate Wano? Do you two little ones truly believe you can accomplish that? Oh, how you amuse me. Dream of setting sail? You shall not go anywhere. Gulme, let us engage in battle. Seeing Ace unharmed and standing beside her, Yamato's spirits lifted considerably, and she mustered the courage to express her resolve to resist Kaido. In response, Kaido offered a derisive laugh, wielding the budgerang and violently launching an attack that sent both of them flying into the courtyard, following him as he leaped out. Given the previous attack's ineffectiveness, Ace seized a trident from a nearby weapon rack, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yamato as they prepared to fend off Kaido's assault. A perverse interrogator. Are we to allow this battle to continue? At this rate, the city will be utterly destroyed. Two towering figures observed the skirmish from a balcony. One clad in black and white striped trousers, a robust man who puffed on a cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke. His face, incongruous with his immense physique, was adorned with tiny sunglasses, and his long braids, reminiscent of candied hawthorns, paired with a drooping mustache, rendered him quite comical. He was Plague Quinn, one of the three prominent figures of the Beast Pirates. Red bean soup and rice bucket. I have no desire to dampen Kaido's spirits, and with Yamato present, which is tantamount to being in the presence of the family, it would be inappropriate for us outsiders to intervene. As for repairs after the destruction, we can simply send more craftsmen from Orochi. Thankfully, Yamato possesses ice abilities. Otherwise, a conflagration would be unavoidable. Beside Quinn stood another figure, one of the other big names of the Beast Pirates, known as Flame King, clad in a black double-breasted leather coat, with a pair of pitch-black wings on his back. His face completely obscured, rendering any expression unreadable. This fellow is indeed a formidable adversary. Yamato, while I still possess strength, you must flee. No, as a warrior of Wano, how can I retreat in battle? Besides, we promised to sail together. You still wish to show me what your father is like now. Let's fight with all we have. Phantom Blade, since you are so determined, I cannot fall behind. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. Yamato wielded the kanabo, encased in frigid energy, striking at Kaido and freezing a significant portion of him. As she refused to escape alone, Ace could no longer persuade her. He summoned all his strength to unleash his ultimate technique. Oh, how naive. You think this meager cold can restrain me? Allow me to demonstrate despair. Fire Dragon. Kaido's form expanded exponentially, transforming into a spiraling azure dragon engulfed in flames, instantly negating Yamato's freezing effect, and with a fierce roar, he descended upon Ace and Yamato. Yamato, we must leave. This place is about to be affected. I cannot carry you, you massive oaf. Good luck. In response to Quinn's demands, King resolutely refused, leaping from the balcony and metamorphosing into a colossal wyvern, soaring into the sky. Quinn could only curse as he distanced himself from the plaza, assuming his hybrid form to minimize damage. The collision of the fireball and the fire dragon shook the entirety of Onigashima. Compared to Ace's pure energy flame emperor, Kaido's fire dragon great torch, executed with his physical prowess and enhanced by his overwhelming haki, not only scattered Ace's flames entirely, but also vaporized his forearm with intense heat. Yamato, I fear this may be my final act. I regret not being able to accompany you on your voyage. If given the chance, please convey my regards to my father, Whitebeard. I know Ace is not one to surrender easily. Rather than uttering farewell words, we should consider how to escape. Just as Ace felt his chances of survival dwindling and prepared to offer his last words, Yamato leaped high, wielding the kanabo wrapped in icy energy against Kaido's dragon head, and with a powerful kick, propelled Ace far away, intending to hold the line alone. Oh, it seems you have taken quite a liking to that boy. If you simply remain in Wano and await your inheritance as shogun, I would agree to let that boy marry into the family. How does that sound? What nonsense. I and Ace are merely sworn brothers. You should just hurry up and die. Kaido chuckled as he made his proposal, only to receive vehement opposition from Yamato. Had the circumstances been different, one might have mistaken it for a kind father suggesting a suitor to his daughter. Laozi indeed harbors a longing for death, yet alas, fate seems to deny such an end. How dare one be distracted? Descend at once. Ace, having been expelled from the battlefield, struggles to return and assist, inadvertently diverting Yamato's attention, allowing Kaido to seize the moment and strike with force, driving Yamato into the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Although Yamato is shielded by a formidable layer of ice armor, mitigating the burning damage, the weight of the dragon is not easily borne, leaving Yamato in excruciating pain. Utterly devoid of the strength to resist, I shall remain free to sail the seas. You may do as you wish with my fate. You defeated ones lack the right to bargain. Jean, confine them so that Black Maria can properly discipline them. Yes, Brother Kaido, I will attend to it immediately. Ace, clutching his wound, stumbles into the crater and sits on the ground, attempting to trade his life for Yamato's freedom, but is met with Kaido's resolute refusal. Kaido, if you hand that lad over to Black Maria, he will surely be ruined. It would be better to entrust him to me, to be held in Tontada prison for a while. I will make him yield swiftly. At that moment, the lurking queen emerges, vying for the authority over Ace's fate. With Kaido's tacit approval, he swiftly snatches Ace from Jin's grasp and, after shackling him, personally delivers him to prison. Though Buggy is unaware of Ace's plight, he cannot remain indifferent. After all, it is a matter that needs addressing, especially to Whitebeard. Given my standing, I cannot directly intervene in Wano. However, I have already contacted Crocodile, who will arrive with reinforcements. With the addition of the Mink tribe's forces, reclaiming Ace should pose no challenge. Moreover, should you be willing to assist me with a small task, I possess a means to enhance your combat prowess. Kid, what scheme do you intend to concoct now? If I had not been misled by your deceitful words, Ace would not be embroiled in this mess. The crocodile, Brad should refrain from complicating matters. I do not need his assistance. Your so-called enhancement of combat prowess does not involve the kind of surgery you performed previously, does it? My current condition is quite satisfactory. While I may not be as spry as in my youth, I can still hold that little brat Kaido at bay for a short time. Aboard the Moby Dick, Buggy, while explaining his predicament to Whitebeard through his clones, finds Whitebeard wholly unyielding, seemingly resolved to confront Kaido directly. With the three emperors gathering in Wano, does the world government remain unmoved? Even if the Navy's combat strength is diminished, they can still monitor us. And can you be certain that Big MOM will remain an onlooker? If rumors hold true, her rapport with Kaido seems even more amicable. Do you intend to face two foes in your current state? You cannot possibly expect that red-haired fellow to lend you a hand. Gulalala, the stirring stick. While it may sound unflattering, it curiously fits that brat's actions. The Navy currently has only Akainu and Kizuru as its elite forces. Even if they intervene, they pose little threat. Indeed, Linlin is not one to remain docile. Should she join forces with Kaido, it would certainly be troublesome. Speak, kid, what plan do you have? Surely, you cannot restore my youth. Bingo. There exists a fruit with the ability to reverse one's age by 12 years. Its wielder is currently under the command of former Marine Admiral Zephyr. I prefer not to confront his Neo Navy, and thus I hope you will capture him. Once I acquire this ability, I shall apply it to you. As he spoke, Buggy retrieved the information on the Neo Navy from his mirror and presented it to Whitebeard, detailing their activities. Time has indeed changed. Has Zephyr grown so old? If he possesses a subordinate with the power to rejuvenate, why does he not use it himself? He could have simply had that young girl attack me instead. Why entrust it to you? Who knows what he thinks? Perhaps he despises those with abilities and refuses to use them. The reason it must be entrusted to you is simple, given the level of his Haki. I highly suspect that if you unleash a Haki-infused attack, the fruit's power may falter, whereas I can assure its stability. Gulalala, that sounds plausible. Then I shall pay a visit to that old friend of mine. After all, I do not wish to undergo that surgery again. Convinced by Buggy, Whitebeard commanded the ship to set sail towards the Inion Navy operational zone, ultimately encountering them off Hive Island, where Zephyr's fleet was engaged in combat with scattered pirates. Commander, trouble brews. Another pirate fleet approaches. It has been confirmed as the main force of West Emperor Whitebeard, likely coming to assist the pirates. Aboard the Inion Navy ship, a communicator reported to Commander Zephyr the situation brought by Whitebeard, his tone betraying a sense of panic and fear. Whitebeard looks down on these scum. He must be coming for me. Do not panic. He is merely a decrepit old thief clinging to life. Relay to all ships. Abandon the remaining enemies and reform our formation. Bin Shizoine, prepare yourselves. Let us see how much strength that old thief still possesses. Understood. Teacher Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr, allow me to assist. In your current state, confronting Whitebeard may prove overly strenuous. Are you implying that you doubt my capabilities, Kazan? In my youth, I fought many of these great pirates. Even with one arm severed, my pulverizer is sufficient to deal with that old man. More importantly, I wish to know your current stance. Are you playing the role of the Navy's spy alongside Akainu, or have you genuinely descended into darkness to join the pirates? If it is the latter, I will not spare you. Even if you ask, I find it difficult to provide an answer. I can only tell you that leaving the Navy was my own choice. A means to verify truths I could not confirm before and to find my own sense of justice. As the younger generation prepared for battle, Kazan, still within the Inion Navy, expressed his desire to participate, prompting Zephyr to fall silent for a moment before vaguely revealing his intentions. It seems you harbor many secrets. Well, I have no right to preach. In the face of heavy justice, simple revenge is indeed more appealing. As long as you do not obstruct my plans, you may do as you please. You and Whitebeard have crossed paths at Navy headquarters, so let us extend our greetings to that old thief. At this moment, the fleets faced each other from a distance. The atmosphere, though tense, refrained from erupting into cannon fire, while the previously attacked scattered pirates had long since fled. Whitebeard, why are there so few of you left? Have you lost them all at Navy headquarters? Now you can't even defend your own territory and are preparing to flee to Hive Island to seek refuge with your old comrade? Gulalala, Zephyr, it has been a while. My territory remains intact. I hear you have left the Navy to operate independently. Would you consider forming an alliance with me? Once we take Hive Island, I shall let you manage it, and I merely require the use of your daughter's abilities. My purpose in establishing this is to eradicate scum like you from the seas and restore peace to the ocean. I will never trade my subordinates. Let's fight, and I shall see how much strength you possess, old man. Inion Navy, prove your worth. Bai Hujar remained unfazed by Zay-Fa's verbal provocations, extending an invitation for alliance while explicitly expressing his desire for the power of the Todo fruit. In contempt of pirates, Zay-Fa rejected the offer and ordered his forces to open fire, igniting the battle. Gulalala, my abilities are still intact. I wonder how many moves you can withstand. Black Arm Zay-Fa. Instead of retaliating with cannon fire, Whitebeard chose to take matters into his own hands, causing a tremor with a swing of his arm that not only detonated all incoming cannonballs, but also summoned towering waves to crash against the enemy. Ice Age. The entire army landed on the ice, unleashing the Pacifista Battalion to cover the charge, aiming to inflict maximum damage while our numbers were superior. Before the colossal wave could fully descend, Kazan leaped from the warship, freezing the sea between the two forces into a vast expanse of ice. Without hesitation, Zay-Fa commanded his troops to land, deploying even the half-finished Pacifista into battle, thrusting the conflict into an intense phase from the outset. Kazan and biological weapons. It feels as if we are still at Navy headquarters. However, if you manage to attack our kings so easily, we would be utterly disgraceful. Phoenix Marco initially intercepted a laser beam from the Pacifista, then confronted Kazan, who had launched himself at Whitebeard. With intelligence provided by Buggy, Whitebeard's side swiftly arranged their positions. Vista handled the plant-controlling Benji. Jozu faced the equally powerful Kyuzo, while the remaining captains commanded the main forces and sought to capture Ain, with Whitebeard personally dealing with Zay-Fa. Casualties mounted on both sides, and the battlefield was engulfed in smoke and chaos. Thanks to the formidable might of the pacifista and numerical superiority, ZFA's Inyo Navy maintained a semblance of parity in the engagement, rendering the battle somewhat stalemated. Shattering tornado. Break through the Cycloud slash. ZFA wielded his right arm, the Shatterer, to conjure a whirlwind and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Whitebeard's response was straightforward and savage. He infused his blade with power and swung violently, the collision clearing nearby adversaries and fracturing the ice beneath their feet. Cough, cough. Time is indeed merciless. You old thief can laugh all you want. I shall not concede easily. Is that all it takes to leave you breathless? This is not the strength I expected from you. Why didn't you allow your subordinates to utilize their abilities? That would have made things much easier. Amidst the combat, ZFA, catching his breath, quickly donned a mask, inhaling a few times before removing it. Whitebeard did not seize the opportunity to attack, but instead inquired about ZFA's refusal to use the Toto fruit's abilities. The power of the Toto fruit could indeed reverse one's age, but maintaining such influence is no simple feat. Moreover, I have no desire to defy the laws of nature. Such devil fruits that disrupt the world ought not to exist. Gulalala, you are as stubborn as ever. The very existence of something is its justification. The devil fruits exist because of the hopes of people. Thus they become miraculous fruits. Look around you. Continuing this fight serves no purpose. Even if you neglect your own interests, consider your subordinates. I, in the name of Whitebeard, guarantee that girl will be returned to you promptly. Very well, I can withdraw, but you must release all my students immediately. All of them. Right now. Do you understand? At that moment, ZFA realized that aside from mine, the Toto fruit user who had vanished, the other two students had been captured, and the pacifista forces had suffered significant losses. Only Kazan remained engaged in battle with Marco, compelling ZFA to accept Whitebeard's proposal for a ceasefire, with the only contention being the timing of the prisoner's release. Ultimately, both sides agreed to disengage to prevent further casualties. As they began to exchange wounded and clean up the battlefield, the missing Ein found herself aboard the Moby Dick, having been stealthily abducted by Buggy's invisible clone, alongside the original Buggy who had arrived via mirror. To avoid detection, Buggy hastily departed after acquiring the Toto fruit's power, leaving Ein behind, who was discreetly returned to the ice by the invisible man, Moonlight Gale, and placed among the injured. What have you done, Ein? Why is she now unconscious and so weak? I thought you, Whitebeard, were a forthright man. It seems compromising with you pirates was a grave mistake. Prepare to repay blood with blood, purple-haired old man. That girl is merely unconscious from blood loss. She will surely awaken after some rest. But do not spout nonsense here. If you dare slander my father again, we shall not forgive you. If you wish to fight, then let us see who emerges victorious. Seeing his beloved student unconscious, ZFA unleashed a furious roar at Whitebeard, who deemed it beneath him to explain himself. However, Marco would not allow such slander against his respected father to stand, and he was the first to voice the desire to continue the battle, garnering support from many captains. Gulalala, all right, brats, since our objective has been achieved, there's no need to linger here. Let us return to replenish our supplies. Once we reach Wano, you may run wild as you wish. Shefa, now that you have shed the shackles of the Navy, why not find a place to settle down and become a protector of the land? It is unrealistic to believe you can eliminate all pirates with your current strength. Think wisely. A protector of the land? Such sweet words. The so-called West Emperor is merely another form of celestial dragon. Whitebeard, do not die too soon. I will ensure you witness the downfall of New World pirates. Whitebeard quelled his eager sons who wished to continue fighting and, before departing, shared his philosophy with ZFA. However, ZFA did not acquiesce, instead solidifying his resolve to ignite volcanic eruptions and obliterate the entire New World. I'm not so easily defeated. ZFA, we are the last old bastards of these waters. Unleash your tricks, and I shall accompany you to the end. Gulalala, Whitebeard, are you planning to wage war with Kaido? If so, how about bringing me along? I have some interest in that ancient, closed-off country too. Unaware of ZFA's plan for mutual destruction, Whitebeard turned with a self-satisfied smile, preparing to leave, but Kuzan pursued him, expressing a desire to join. Are you joking? Who knows whether you will cause trouble at the last moment. If you want to go on your own. But preparing supplies to go alone is such a hassle. Take me with you. I promise not to be a burden. Frosty brat. As long as you pay for the drinks, I shall take you along. That is a reasonable request. I will take this opportunity to gauge the drinking capacity of the so-called world's strongest. Though Marco was reluctant, under Whitebeard's approval, Kazan boarded the Moby Dick, preparing to head to Wano. Meanwhile, West Emperor red-haired Shanks Red Force had already arrived off the coast of Wano, ready to negotiate with Kaido. Kaido, I have prepared some fine wine. Please show yourself. Captain, a heads up would have been nice. This sudden appearance has caused many crew members to faint. Lacking a means of contact via Den Mushi, Shanks opted for the simplest method of communication, releasing his conqueror's Haki towards Wano, a method he termed communication through shouting. Red-haired, do you wish to fight? I am currently at leisure. As for indulging in alcohol, I shall pass. I cannot acclimate to the kind of watered-down spirits you offer. Shortly thereafter, a massive azure dragon, cloaked in fiery clouds, soared from the land of Wano, belching as it lunged toward the Red Force, seemingly intent on plunging both ship and crew into the depths of the sea. Has it overindulged? It appears to have arrived at an inopportune moment. Please do not damage my vessel. Allow me to assist you in sobering up. Just as the dragon's head was about to collide with the ship's side, the red-haired captain, with a swift leap from the deck, unsheathed his renowned blade, Griffin, and struck at Kaido, propelling him skyward by his dragon horn. This initial strike seemed to clear Kaido's mind considerably, as he reverted to his human form and seized his kanabo, aiming a powerful blow at the red-haired captain. Thunderous clash. Open heavens. The weapons of both combatants clashed mid-air, unleashing a fierce explosion, transforming the perpetually overcast waters of Wano into a perilous battleground. In an instant, towering waves surged, clouds churned, and lightning crackled, painting a scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Oh, the audacity! Engaging in battle with a formidable opponent like you is truly exhilarating. Are you awake now? I did not come here solely to engage in combat with you. Ace is in your custody, is he not? Whitebeard hopes to exchange him for Teach. Furthermore, you might consider releasing the Mink tribe captives. This would be advantageous for all parties involved. Surely, you do not wish for the Navy to exploit this opportunity to plot against Wano, do you? Are you threatening me? You dare propose to exchange a worthless pawn for the lineage of the Pirate King? Who would engage in such an unprofitable transaction? Do I appear to be a fool to you? Moreover, the Mink tribe is no longer under my control. The opportunity for negotiation has vanished. Be it the Navy or that old coot Whitebeard. Not to mention you, anyone daring to cause havoc in my territory shall certainly meet a grim fate. How arrogant! Unreasonable! It seems the lesson I imparted last time was insufficient. I am eager to see how much you have progressed in these days. As the saying goes, there is no point in prolonging a fruitless discussion. Observing the lack of fruitful negotiation, the red-haired captain refrained from uttering pleasantries to save face. However, as the Emperor of the Sea, he certainly had his pride. Thus, he decided to fight without restraint. While keeping Kaido occupied, he commanded his ship to fire upon the nearby beast pirate stronghold. As Kaido's cannons fell silent one by one, his fury was palpable. He abandoned his confrontation with the red-haired captain, transforming once again into a dragon, igniting the sails of the Red Force with his dragon breath, forcing the captain to retreat to his warship temporarily, thus regaining a slight advantage. It appears that the red-haired captain's efforts were in vain. I knew that Kaido would not be easily swayed. Hurry up and accelerate preparations. Once the snake and the others return, we shall set sail. Although we have suffered losses in strength, Whitebeard, ever vigilant over the waters of Wano, quickly received news of the conflict between the red-haired captain and Kaido, hastening his preparations for war. These damned individuals chose to ignite a war at this moment. Even if the world recruitment is not yet complete, I cannot afford to overlook their audacious movements. Are those fools truly that important? Just after a fierce battle with the Navy, Are we preparing to engage in full-scale war with another Emperor of the Sea? Reports suggest that the catalyst may be the execution of Fire Fist, Ace, and Blackbeard Teach. One cannot ascertain the truth of such claims. I shall take charge of matters concerning the world nobles. You may focus your efforts on the offensive. For the time being, let Vice Admiral Tsaru handle the Navy headquarters. She will ensure that those two retired old men fulfill their duties. At the former G1 base, now renamed New Marineford, Fleet Admiral Akainu was engaged in discussions with Admiral Kazuru regarding the situation in the New World. In their dialogue, Akainu's disdain for the celestial dragons was unmistakable, and he expressed considerable dissatisfaction with the arrangements made by the Gorosei, preparing to take unilateral action to address the impending conflict in Wano. You shall deal with the matters concerning the higher-ups. Given the ambiguity surrounding the red-haired captain's intentions, I cannot entrust a single vice admiral with the task. It seems imperative to expedite the pace of the world recruitment, regardless of whether Fire Fist is alive. This presents an excellent opportunity to deal a significant blow to the Whitebeard pirates. Otherwise, where would the Navy's dignity lie? Having arranged strategies to handle the upper echelons, Akainu began mobilizing warships to monitor the Navy of Wano, departing from the Navy headquarters under the guise of inspecting recruitment efforts. Has Akiji not been located yet? When did he establish contact with Crocodile? It appears that internal issues within the Navy are still considerable. From the images provided by Doflamingo, it seems that Kaido has abducted Akiji, but this makes little sense. That madman possesses no logic. Perhaps he was merely intoxicated and causing a ruckus. This has disrupted our plans, leaving us somewhat at a disadvantage and compelling the CP organization to intensify their search efforts. If all else fails, we may need to contact the underworld to issue a missing person task. Indeed, the situation in the New World is tense. The Navy is inexplicably short on high-level combat power, squandered the best opportunity to seize Wano, which is truly regrettable. There is nothing regrettable about it. Wano harbors unknown forces that are not so easily subdued. It is prudent to observe the situation. Our foremost priority is to undermine the influence of Dragon, ensuring that Spandam organizes elite agents to ascertain the whereabouts of Nico Robin. The Gorosei remain oblivious to Akainu's plans for unilateral action, continuing their discussions in the Mariehua Council Chamber regarding the global situation, including matters pertaining to the Straw Hat Pirates and Nico Robin. During the Sabaody incident, Nico Robin was sent flying by Bartholomew Kuma to the East Blue, Tequila Wolf, and, in order to protect the laborers who sheltered her, she relinquished her resistance and became a victim of forced labor. At that time, the world government's attention was consumed by the Marineford War, leading to their negligence. It was only after the Straw Hat Pirates attacked and abducted her that the government became aware, but it was too late. Given Nico Robin's ability to decipher ancient texts and the threat posed by the Straw Hat Pirates to the world government, the Gorosei decided to escalate their efforts against the Straw Hat Pirates. Meanwhile, the powerless Spandam recalled the disgraced Rob Lucci and other former CP9 members. After considerable effort and negotiation, Lucci and his associates were not only pardoned for their past failures, but were also awarded commendations, becoming members of CP0, the elite agents of the Celestial Dragons. Just as Leopard Rob Lucci and his old comrades prepare to resume their operations against the Straw Hat Pirates, the Gorosei could not have anticipated that the very individual they were desperately seeking, Akiji, had also emerged in the Red Line. Utilizing the powers of the memory fruit, Buggy extracted Akiji's original memories and implanted a device, reminiscent of the one used by Bartholomew Kuma, into his body. Thus, Akiji transformed from a fervent disciple of the world nobles into a competent forest ranger, diligently contributing to the reforestation efforts on the Red Line. Consequently, when the laborers dispatched by Germa traversed the Mirror World to the slopes of Reverse Mountain, they were greeted by vast expanses of trees and grasslands, with subsequent supplies continuously arriving, marking the official launch of Buggy's development plan for the Red Line. Boss, a communication has arrived from the Tato Land Kingdom. Big MOM wishes to speak with you. Shall I connect the call now? Buggy, engrossed in construction, found himself at the mercy of the dismal atmosphere on Kaido's island, where the latter had been drowning his sorrows in alcohol for several days. Upon seeing the messenger bearing the transponder snail, his attendants trembled, fearful of becoming the outlet for their boss's frustrations. Enough with the chatter. Connect the call at once. I wish to see what that old hag desires. Oh, how delightful. It seems the boss is in high spirits after his drinking session. What a fortunate fellow he is. Under the hushed whispers of the observing attendants, the Den Den Mushi was placed before Kaido. Gazing at the Den Den Mushi's robust crimson lips and pink eyeliner, Kaido took a hearty swig of alcohol before picking up the receiver. Old hag, speak quickly. Don't make me waste time while I'm drinking. Mama, I presume you are not having it easy these days. I've heard you're gearing up for an all-out war with that old man Whitebeard, and it seems that the young red-haired brat intends to join in as well. Would you like me to lend a hand? Just use the red coordinates and the method of interpretation you possess as compensation. How about that? Seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? There's no need for your interference. I can handle both of them myself. If you dare to come to Wano, I'll take you down too. I do have the red coordinate copy, but it seems those capable of interpreting ancient texts have long since perished. I've scoured all of Wano and found no one. Which fool fed you that nonsense? Is that little brat trying to fool me? It shouldn't be. He has indeed sent quite a few effective potions. So he shouldn't be talking nonsense on such matters. Never mind. Regardless of whether you have the means to interpret the coordinates, I will certainly acquire that part of the information from you. Remember, you owe me a huge favor. That's ancient history. I can't recall it. If you have the guts, come and take it. I'll be waiting in Wano. Still with that attitude, are we? Mama, I'm merely giving you a heads up. Not looking to negotiate with you. Let us get along as we used to. Clack. That stubborn old hag remains as willful as ever. Well, that's what makes it lively. Oh, come here. Let Jean, Quinn, and Jack come over. I have matters to discuss with them. Surprisingly, Kaido did not become enraged when Big Mom ended the call first. After cursing with a grin, he summoned his high-ranking subordinates to commence preparations for battle. Since Big Mom disdainfully refused to use the interference Den Den Mushi, the content of their conversation was swiftly relayed to Admiral Akainu, causing him to hastily set off for Wano with 10 warships, colliding with the roaming red-haired pirates. Although neither side engaged in battle, a standoff was inevitable. Days later, Big Mom's Sengoku arrived near Wano from another direction, initiating its ascent up the waterfall. Receiving the information, Jean opted for solo action, lying in ambush at the waterfall's end, preparing to topple the Sengoku. However, before he could approach, he saw Big Mom riding the thundercloud Zeus rising up. After a brief probe, realizing he was outmatched, Jean decisively retreated and contacted the personnel stationed at Onigashima. Old hag, you're quite fast. Are you so eager to deliver your head? Then I shall graciously accept. Kaido, who had come alone, transformed from his dragon form to his hybrid form, standing atop flame clouds, brandishing his kanabo, greeting Big Mom above the thunderclouds with a rare smile on his fearsome face. You little rascal. If I hadn't given you this fruit, would you even be alive now? With your reckless nature, you'd have been captured and executed by the Navy ages ago. Hurry and invite me to a meal. The food on the ship has already been devoured. No way. I want to let you enter my stronghold so easily. Do I not care for my reputation? We must fight first. Let us fight then. Do you think I fear you, a mere apprentice sailor? Let us see just how many cards you have up your sleeve. The unparalleled might of 2 top-tier warriors clashed, lightning flashing and thunder roaring, as the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Even before combat commenced, the overwhelming might of the West Emperor was already palpable. In the next moment, Kaido raised his weapon, the Bujrung gun slicing through the winds, while Big Mom, not to be outdone, summoned her weapon, Napoleon, synchronizing her intent as she prepared to counter. In the blink of an eye, sparks flew and thunder roared, as they clashed fiercely, neither yielding an inch. Oh, old hag, such strength doesn't seem to indicate an empty stomach. Mama, regardless of my state, dealing with you is still a piece of cake. Remember, before me, you will forever remain my little brother. What is so great about age? That fool Shiki was defeated by the Navy due to his age. Don't try to act like the big sister here. I'm not falling for your tricks. At least Shiki fought his way from Impel down to the Navy headquarters. It seems you've been thwarted by that red-haired brat before even stepping out. Old hag, take this. Thunderbagwa, Waikoku. Counting the times he was blocked by the red-haired pirate before the Marineford War, Kaido had already been thwarted by him twice. Now, being publicly humiliated by Big Emon, he was seething with rage, determined to unleash his signature move to vent his frustration, while Big Emon responded with the stolen Elbaf spear, escalating the intensity of the battle and completely eliminating any possibility of outside interference. Meanwhile, as two members of the Rocks Pirates engaged in friendly exchanges with their weapons, the scene between the red-haired pirates and Akainu near a nameless island appeared rather dull. Akainu clearly could not afford to show disrespect to the king of face like Whitebeard and Kaido, and engaging in a fierce battle with the red-haired pirates did not align with the Navy's interests. Watching the two pirates fight to the bitter end while reaping the benefits was more to his liking. Thus, although 10 warships surrounded the red-haired pirates' red force, he refrained from initiating an attack. Admiral Akainu. I'm used to calling you that. I should now refer to you as Fleet Admiral. The New World is our pirate territory. No matter what happens, you Navy should not interfere. Withdraw and do not hinder our actions. Even amidst the encirclement of the Navy, red-haired Shanks maintained a calm demeanor, even daring to urge the Navy to retreat. Red-haired, I never expected you, an otherwise docile fellow, to wade into such murky waters. If you allow them to continue their antics unchecked, once they both suffer significant losses, are you not afraid Whitebeard will come and defeat them both, leaving him as the sole victor? After that, it will be difficult for you to roam freely in the New World. Akainu took out a cigar and ignited it with his powers, then placed it in his mouth, letting it burn without taking a puff. Oddly enough, before becoming Fleet Admiral, Akainu had no habit of smoking cigars. If he knew true cigar aficionados like Smoker, Crocodile, and Shiki, who would never part with their cigars even in battle, he might realize that for Akainu, the quality of the cigar was secondary. Rather, showcasing his stature was his true aim. Since the onset of the Marineford War, the era of chaos has become unstoppable. A new era will inevitably arrive. My enthusiasm for maintaining the balance of the West Emperor is merely to await the emergence of a new dawn, not for my own benefit. Kaido and Big Mom will not choose to fight to the bitter end. Whitebeard has no ambition to occupy Wano and confront the Navy. The dying embers of the old era will be witnessed by me. Regardless of how this dispute concludes, it will undoubtedly shake the entire world. Instead of scheming how to profit from the chaos and meddling in Wano, the Navy would do better to contemplate how to respond to the impending new era. You're just putting on a show. What old era, new era? As long as I'm in the Navy, I will never allow you pirates to roam freely. Since you wish to delay Whitebeard here, I am more than happy to oblige. There is nothing better than watching pirates tear each other apart. I have all the time in the world to spend with you. Let us see who can laugh last. Akainu frowned, the ember of his cigar glowing brightly as he contemplated several times whether to order an attack on the red-haired pirates. Yet ultimately he endured, instructing his subordinates to bring forth a chair, preparing to continue the intense standoff with the red-haired adversary. As the atmosphere in the waters of Wano Kuni grew increasingly tense, the anticipated arrival of Whitebeard was notably delayed. Observations by the Navy indicated that the main forces of his pirate crew remained stationed within their own territory, leaving their intentions shrouded in mystery. In truth, prior to the battle with Zifa, Whitebeard had dispatched the captains of his 16 divisions to infiltrate Wano Kuni covertly. Their mission was not only to ascertain Ace's situation, but also to establish contact with the internal resistance forces of Wano Kuni, with the responsibility of securing communications entrusted to the formal doppelganger of Buggy, who possessed the powers of the Moro no Mi. To prevent the identity of Tama from being prematurely revealed, Buggy, while operating separately, retrieved the long-unused heart pointer and swiftly captured the familiar ability's user, Anon, sending him to be detained in a castle's doppelganger. Izong then divided the forces based on the intelligence provided by Buggy. One group infiltrated the Rabbit Bowl prison to gather information about Kaisen, while Izong personally led another team to confront the mountain bandit, Azura Duji. who had taken on the alias of Sake Tenru. The time had come for Azura Duji to overthrow Kaido and reclaim Wano Kuni from the clutches of Kaido and Kurizumi Orochi. His Highness, the son of the shogun, Tama, had already contacted Inuarashi and Nekomamushi to prepare for battle, and Whitebeard, in a bid to rescue his crew, also intended to confront Kaido. This time, we shall undoubtedly liberate the people of Wano Kuni. Ha ha, that name is long forgotten. I am now merely the mountain bandit leader, Sake Tenmaru. You abandoned this nation nearly 20 years ago. Do you have any idea how we have endured? Why did you not seek revenge for the shogun alongside your father back then? Inuarashi and Nekomamushi fled in disgrace without a trace. I had thought they had long since reunited with the shogun, and now, suddenly, Atama reappears, remembering his status as a retainer of the Kazuki family. If you are so strong and capable, then I wish you good fortune. After all, those who wish to drag me down will fill this great pit. You are well aware that Wano Kuni has sealed itself off from the world, and news is difficult to transmit. We only learned of a shogun's demise many years later. Were it not for Prince Tama reaching out to Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, we would still be in the dark about the events of those years. And how could we act rashly without understanding the situation? Now you, as a retainer of the Kazuki family, do not seek to alleviate your lord's burdens and even speak disrespectfully. Is this the way of a retainer? Does this still qualify you as a warrior of Wano Kuni? I have said it before, I am now merely a mountain bandit. Notions of lord and retainer, the honor of a warrior have nothing to do with me. If you have the ability to slay Kurizumi Orochi, perhaps I might consider joining you to confront Kaido. However, I shall not bow to some unknown entity. I recognize only the shogun. Unaware of Tama's true identity, Izong eagerly sought out Azura Duji to reminisce, hoping to gain his assistance, but instead found himself met with a cold shoulder. Nevertheless, under Izong's provocation, Azura Duji ultimately did not dismiss the conversation entirely, agreeing to confront Kaido, but only on the condition that he be presented with the head of Kurizumi Orochi. We will certainly not spare Kurizumi Orochi, but now is not the time. We need to first establish contact with possible resistance forces in Rabbit Bowl. Since you still harbor doubts, let's await the outcome. Though I hope today's events do not leak out. Although I have little faith in your plan, I find the beast pirates even more detestable, so do as you wish. Our lives cannot worsen. Acting against Kurizumi Orochi now would undoubtedly attract Kaido's attention. Thus, Izong resolved to give Azura Duji some time to deliberate, intending to persuade him after securing Rabbit Bowl Prison. Once assured that Azura Duji would not betray them, Izong proceeded to Rabbit Bowl to reunite with the previously dispatched personnel. Through an ambush on a routine patrol of the Beast Pirates, the group successfully disguised themselves and infiltrated Rabbit Bowl Prison. Hey, who are you guys working for? You look rather unfamiliar. Izong's unusual behavior in searching for Ace raised the suspicions of the guards, and soon the Vice Warden, Scorpion Man, approached them first, taking advantage of his many legs. We are subordinates of Droughtjack. He instructed us to teach these two prisoners a lesson. I know this is somewhat against the rules, but we have no choice in matters between important figures. Please make an exception. Izong's distinctive features led to the handling of the confrontation being managed by Buggy's doppelganger, who presented images of Ace and Kaysen while subtly slipping 2 gold coins into Scorpion Man's hand. You guys really have no regard for the rules. However, given your apparent sincerity, follow me. Those two are held separately. Keep close and don't get lost. Scorpion Man, reassured by the coins, led them through the intricate pathways into the inner prison. Up ahead is the water dungeon, where those two are confined. I won't accompany you any further. As long as you don't kill them, do as you please. Just don't cause trouble for my brothers. Don't worry, brother. I will control my strength. Here's some loose change. Go enjoy a drink with your brothers. You're a wise man. Remember to say goodbye when you leave. I'll save you some food and drink. Scorpion Man, satisfied with the bribe, took the newly acquired coins and left with the guards, content to leave the water dungeon to Buggy and his crew. Izong, you go free them and explain the situation. I will contact Whitebeard. First and foremost, we must seize control of Rabbit Bowl Prison. Leave it to me. I'm sure Dad has been waiting impatiently. Acted swiftly. Izong entered the water dungeon, using the keys he had prepared in advance to release Ace and Kason, while Buggy's doppelganger remained behind to enter the mirror world and notify Whitebeard to commence the assault. What the hell, Ace? In just a few days, you've lost your arm? Is there any way to heal it? No cure, it's gone for good. Is what it is. That guy Akiji managed to freeze a leg for himself, but his ability seems to force him to resort to learning from Crocodile to make a hook. At most, he can get a metal glove, which at least look better. Upon their reunion, Marco immediately noticed Ace's severed arm and expressed his discontent, turning to the Buggy doppelganger, hoping to hear a remedy, having witnessed Buggy's skills and trickery firsthand. Unfortunately, Buggy bluntly stated he had no solution. While he could patch up the flesh and blood paramecia types, he truly had no means to assist with the Logia types. Were the situation not so dire, he would have made a quip, inquiring if Ace had been gambling and lost his arm on the new era, just like Shanks. Such matters could be addressed later. Hurry, give me some food. I've been starving for days. Gulalala, as long as you're alive, that's what matters. There's plenty to eat. Once you're full, we'll go settle the score with Kaido. But before that, we must collect some interest. You brats, occupy this prison and free all the laborers. Let us create a ruckus. No problem, Dad. Just you wait, Dad. The time for the Mink Tribe warriors to seek vengeance has arrived. Follow the Whitebeard pirates and seek out any remaining members of our tribe. Let the Beast pirates experience the might of our Mink Tribe. At Whitebeard's command, the elite pirates emerging from the mirror world surged forth from the water dungeon area, launching a surprise attack on Rabbit Bowl Prison. After receiving permission from Tama, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi also led the Mink warriors to join the fray, plunging the entire prison into chaos. In an unexpected turn of events, the already lax defenses of the 100 Beast pirates found it exceedingly difficult to mount an effective counterattack. The released laborers joined the assault, further overwhelming the prison guards, who soon found themselves in a dire situation, quickly being routed. Several head guards, recognizing the peril, could only retreat to the central control tower, where they relied on the advantageous terrain and artillery to make a desperate stand, while urgently calling for reinforcements from Big Shot Quinn. What? The Whitebeard pirates have appeared at Rabbit Bowl Prison? A bunch of incompetent fools. Fight back. What? The central control tower has fallen? Where are my biochemical weapons? Unleash them all. What? The projectiles either froze or were incinerated. Whitebeard himself is here. Hello? Hello? Damn it. What am I to do? If Kaido finds out, he will surely kill me. But who can handle that monster Whitebeard besides Kaido? Perhaps I should inform Disaster Jin. He should have a plan. Upon receiving the communication, Quinn experienced a series of shocks. After much contemplation, he decided against facing Kaido's wrath himself and opted to pass the dilemma to Disaster Jin for resolution. At this juncture, Kaido and Big Mom had been embroiled in battle for an entire day with no signs of abating. Upon receiving Quinn's message, Disaster Jin, undeterred by his injuries, plunged into the fray to relay the news of Whitebeard's arrival to Kaido. That old coot Whitebeard at Rabbit Bowl? How'd he get in? Why was there no warning beforehand? Old lady, I have no time to continue this fight. I don't possess a method to interpret the red road signs, but we can exchange rubbings. Whitebeard is closely associated with Roger. Perhaps he knows more. We should take him down first, find a great treasure, and then settle our disputes. Mama, let's do just that. However, before dealing with Whitebeard, I must have a proper meal. I refuse to starve on the battlefield. Of course, no problem. We will await that old coot at Onigashima. As long as we capture him, Wano will still be my territory. Thus, the two emperors of the sea hastily concluded their hostilities and prepared to confront Whitebeard together. Although Big Mom's children expressed dissatisfaction with this decision, they ultimately complied under her intimidation, piloting the Sengoku toward Onigashima. As Kaido and Big Mom returned to their headquarters for a celebration, the battle at Rabbit Bowl Prison was drawing to a close. Faced with the sudden ambush and the disparity in strength, the members of the 100 Beast pirates clung to their refusal to surrender, not out of loyalty to Kaido, but rather due to the meager monthly pay. After all, why would they risk their lives? The opposing faction was also the Emperors of the Sea, who wouldn't want to align with them. However, The overwhelming numbers of the beastmen and the unreleased laborers harbored a deep-seated hatred for the 100 Beast pirates, leaving no opportunity for surrender. Rather than lying on the ground, feigning death, the cornered pirates preferred to take desperate measures. After realizing that their artillery was ineffective, the increasingly frantic 100 Beast pirates often resorted to suicidal attacks, hoping to inflict greater damage on their foes. Yet, no matter how frenzied their assaults, they could not compensate for the gap in strength. Ultimately, the central control tower was breached, and aside from a few fortunate souls with minor injuries, the remaining pirates were severely wounded and rendered incapable of further combat. Let those minions return to inform Kaido that he can either come to his demise or await my arrival to sink him and his island into the sea. Ace, go gather some men and bring that bastard Teach here. After we clean up the battlefield, we will rally everyone and use his head as a banner to avenge Sachi. Then assist the beastmen in toppling Kaido's puppet regime. No problem. Old man, I've been waiting for this day. I will take care of it. The death of Sachi, the defeat and capture, and the guilt of dragging the Whitebeard pirates into a rescue mission weighed heavily on Ace's heart, all of which revolved around one person, Blackbeard Teach. Understanding this, Whitebeard assigned the task of dealing with Teach to Ace, hoping to help him resolve his inner turmoil and grow in strength and spirit. Unfortunately, eager Ace could not find Blackbeard at the temporary camp, as the pirates tasked with guarding him had been frozen into statues of ice. The handiwork of former Marine Admiral Akiji. Teach was originally meant to be a bargaining chip for Ace's exchange, thus preserving his life. After being captured, Teach resumed his previous facade. Not only did he refrain from retaliating or hurling insults, but he also repented daily for his sins. Furthermore, as a veteran member of the Whitebeard pirates, he gradually fostered the illusion among his captors that his crimes did not warrant death, leading to a relaxation of his confinement. Through loyal members still within the Whitebeard pirates, Teach learned of the external circumstances and patiently awaited an opportunity to escape. When Akiji boarded Whitebeard's ship, he decisively made contact with him. Teach, through continuous probing, ultimately confirmed that Akiji intended to investigate the void in history. By demonstrating his knowledge of historical facts and promising to continue pursuing the true narrative of history, he successfully persuaded Akiji to assist in his escape. Thus, earlier, while everyone was preoccupied with annihilating the 100 Beast pirates, Akiji made a brief move before vanishing from sight, returning alone to the temporary camp and releasing Blackbeard Teach, leaving without a trace. That bastard escaped? Was it that freezing little brat's doing? Let them go. Once we deal with Kaido, there will be plenty of time to handle them. Ace, no need to rush. That arrogant Teach one team miss such a lively scene. Perhaps he will soon reveal himself. It is more important to take the time to recuperate. We still have tough battles ahead. As for Teach's escape, Whitebeard did not take it to heart. Instead, he offered a few comforting words to Ace before returning to the revelry with his adopted son. Meanwhile, Momonosuke busied himself with welcoming the rescued flower, Samurai Goro, and other underworld figures to bolster his ranks and secure his leadership position. Red Bean Paste, Smith Masei, I apologize for the suffering you have endured over the years. It is truly the failure of the Kazuki clan in order to liberate the million citizens of Wano. I hope you will lend your strength to overthrow the puppet regime of Kaido and drive the 100 Beast pirates from our land. At that time, the position of shogun will be filled from among the surviving lords. I wish to return to Kuri and restore the legacy of my ancestors. I hope you will support me. Your Highness, you must not abandon the position of shogun. Only the bloodline of the Kazuki clan can hold this title. It is the iron law of Wano. It is already a great fortune for us to follow your Highness in restoring the country. We do not dare to covet more. We simply wish to forsake fame and wisdom, rise to slay the enemies, and fulfill the way of the samurai. Boss Goro speaks most truly. We shall surely follow your Highness to vanquish the evil and punish the traitors. Follow your Highness to vanquish the evil and punish the traitors. In the stratified society of Wano, Momonosuke accepted the apologies with a nod, and the loyal warriors like Goro expressed their eagerness to serve the prince, each as invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Since you are all so determined, I shall temporarily assume command. Once the situation is clarified, We will deliberate further. Please return to your previous bases to eliminate the remnants of Kaido's regime, while I will handle Kuri. 3 days from now, we will strike at Flower Capital and ensure that Kaido and his minions are captured in one fell swoop. Momonosuke half-heartedly accepted the command and, after delegating tasks, returned with the Viper, Inuarashi, and Kawamatsu to once again pay a visit to Ashura-doji. After a similar exchange, Ashura-doji also boarded Momonosuke's ship, and together with the elite of the Beastmen, they hastened toward Kuri. Meanwhile, on the Isle of Ghosts, a grand banquet was being held to celebrate the alliance formed between the 100 Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. Kaido and Big Mom sat side by side, indulging in the festivities, while the high-ranking officials from both sides, seated on either side, were lost in their own thoughts, creating a rather somber atmosphere. Suddenly, Luffy, who was formerly part of the Blackbeard Pirates, rose hastily after a long absence and whispered a few words to Shiryu before returning to his seat. However, this did not hinder the exuberant performance of Disaster Queen, who, fueled by alcohol, had already forgotten the troubles of the rabbit bowl and immersed himself wholeheartedly in singing, dancing, and rapping, becoming the most dazzling figure at the banquet, much to the annoyance of Jin and the confusion of Jack, as both sides were engrossed in the banquet. Engaging in a silent battle of sorts, Korizumi Orochi, the general of the Flower Capital, was also reveling in excess. However, his merriment was soon extinguished by the arrival of grave news. What? Kaido's subordinate wishes to speak to this general about something important? Can't you see this general is busy drinking? What? The remnants of the Kazuki clan? Stop the music. Everyone disperse. Can't you see this general has pressing matters at hand? Initially, Korizumi Orochi was indifferent, ready to continue the music and dance. But upon hearing the mention of the Kazuki family, he immediately grew anxious, hastily dismissing the performers, and exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Quickly bring the messenger to me. Hurry! Fukaru, wake up, Kushiru. You must all ensure this general's safety." Ha ha ha, General, you are still as amusing as ever. The so-called remnants of the Kazuki clan are merely a figment of imagination. Those pirates are undoubtedly here to deceive you and steal your food and drink. Do not be alarmed. As long as I am here, I will ensure your safety. Before Fukaru could approach, Kushiru suddenly raised his head, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly before quickly releasing it, squinting and grinning as he teased Korizumi Orochi. Kushiru, or rather Kanjuro, was originally a retainer of Kazuki Oden, along with Kinemon, Reizo, and Duke Inuarashi. After experiencing the pain of losing his lord, he turned white-haired overnight and adopted a new identity as the leader of the underworld in the Flower Capital. He understood that merely killing Korizumi Orochi, this puppet, would not suffice for vengeance. The true enemy was Governor Kaido. Therefore, even though he had gained Korizumi Orochi's trust over the years, he endured in silence. Moreover, to protect the Oiran of Wano, Kamurasaki, who was in reality Kazuki Hiyori, the daughter of Oden, he could not act against Korizumi Orochi at this moment. Instead, he needed to safeguard him, enduring humiliation and bearing burdens. The information from General Orochi is truly lacking. Your sworn enemy, Kazuki Momonosuke, has already allied with the Whitebeard Pirates and captured the Rabbit Bowl. Yet, you still have the leisure to drink and revel. I am at a loss whether to call you calm and composed, or foolish and ignorant. How dare you be so disrespectful to the esteemed general? Even Governor Kaido treats my lord with respect. Quickly apologize to the general, or my Orochi's retainers will not spare you. Soon after, Blackbeard Teach entered the room, neither bowing nor taking his prepared seat. Instead, he walked straight towards Korizumi Orochi, only to be met with a loud reprimand and obstruction from Fukaru, the chief of the Orochi retainers assigned to protect the general. What do you know? Speak in detail. If you dare to mock this general, I will ensure Governor Kaido punishes you severely. As Korizumi Orochi inquired about the information, he did not forget to wield the name of Kaido to intimidate his opponent, though the trembling of the wine cup in his hand revealed his inner fear. Ha! Kaido is currently forming an alliance with Big Mom to deal with Whitebeard, and he has no time to concern himself with the life or death of a puppet general like you. If you could decipher this message, I might consider sparing your life. What chaotic mess. Quickly take this general to the Isle of Ghosts for refuge. If anything happens to me, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Saying this, Blackbeard produced a piece of parchment inscribed with ancient script, displaying it to Kurizumi Orochi to test his knowledge. However, it was evident that Kurizumi Orochi was completely ignorant of ancient script, sealing his fate. Ha ha ha. In that case, you have no reason to live. Rather than let you waste your precious Zoan-type mythical beast ability, it would be better for me to use it. Kurizumi Orochi often revealed his beast form when intoxicated, leading to rumors among the populace that General Orochi was the incarnation of the eight-headed serpent. Blackbeard, of course, was not as naive as the people of Wano and accurately deduced the identity of the Zoan-type user. After confirming that Kurizumi Orochi held no value, he openly declared his intention to claim him for himself. How bold! This is the divine art bestowed upon me by the great eight-headed serpent, not some mythical beast fruit. How dare a mere pirate repeatedly disrespect me? Fukaru, Kushiru, seize him. Ninjutsu, ears of firecracker. Hearing Kurizumi Orochi's command, Fukaru formed hand seals, and his long ears extended several dozen times, becoming remarkably agile as they struck towards Blackbeard. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's merely life returned. You Wano people are all masters of nonsense. Ha ha ha. Unable to move, are you? Then die. Initially, Blackbeard was momentarily taken aback by the name of the ninjutsu. After parrying a couple of blows, he quickly discerned the opponent's tactics. Concealing his annoyance with laughter, he grabbed Fukaru's long ear, pulling him closer, and then delivered a heavy punch to Fukaru's unusually large head, causing blood to gush from his 7 orifices and rendering him unconscious. Protect the chief. Just as Blackbeard prepared to deliver a finishing kick to Fukaru, the ninjas of the Orochi retainers concealed in the ceiling sprang into action, launching an assault against Blackbeard. 20 years woven into a bright moonlit night, the shadows of 9 fall from the sky. The spirits of the Kazuki clan are upon us. False. All false. You are merely assassins sent by Kaido to kill the general. General, flee. We swear to protect you with our lives. Kushiru initially spoke of a prophecy regarding the Kazuki clan, but upon realizing that Blackbeard and his companion showed no reaction, he retracted his words and drew his sword towards Blackbeard while simultaneously sowing discord between Kurizumi, Orochi, and Kaido, hoping to incite a rift. Ice Battle Spear. Did I dodge that? Dealing with such a swordsman is troublesome. Teach, since there is no one here who understands ancient script, let us hurry and leave. Staying here is a waste of time. Ha ha. How can you say it's a waste of time? Quickly deal with that swordsman. You will learn a thing or two. Dark Water. Kushiru did not strike Blackbeard, but was intercepted by Aokiji, while Blackbeard swiftly defeated the weakened Orochi retainers and captured the fleeing Kurizumi Orochi. There must be some misunderstanding. Governor Kaido would never allow you to harm this general. Release me. I have the great 8-headed serpent protecting me. I can die and come back to life. What is happening? Why can't I transform? Kurizumi Orochi continued to attempt to intimidate his opponent with Kaido's name, but upon realizing it was ineffective, he intended to transform to escape, only to find that his powers had already failed him. Ha ha ha. If I'm not mistaken, your ability, like the mythical Zoan-type Kyubi, grants you multiple lives, does it not? Very well, now it belongs to me. Blackbeard held Kurizumi Orochi in one hand while picking up a long knife from the ground and plunging it into Kurizumi Orochi's chest, creating a gaping wound, before inserting his arm into the injury. Kurizumi Orochi let out a scream, struggled for a moment, and then fell still. Due to Blackbeard's obstruction, Aokiji and Kushiru, who were engaged in battle, could not see Blackbeard's subsequent actions, only hearing the sounds of chewing. The dish is equally unappetizing. Ha ha ha. Qingji, let me put my newly acquired abilities to the test and see just how formidable this Zoan-type beast truly is. As Qingji and Kwang Sila came to a halt, Blackbeard had already transformed into a monstrous creature adorned with dark green scales, his hands now claw-like as he tucked a wine jug back into his waist, a thick tail swaying behind him. I had long intended to eliminate Kado's subordinate, Kaido Disa, stop your theatrics before me. No matter what you attempt to conceal, I can see through your false smile. Allow me to clarify, the decision to slay Kaido-disa was solely mine and had nothing to do with Kaido. Surprised, are you? Though Kwang Sila successfully deceived Kaido-disa with his acting for over a decade, Blackbeard, a seasoned performer who harbored ambitions while under Whitebeard's wing for more than 20 years, swiftly sensed a kindred spirit and attacked before Kwang Sila could finish his words. Caught off guard while still formulating his response, Kwang Sila was bitten directly. Had it not been for the Haki he had covered his arms with during the battle with Qingji, they would have been severed instantly, and he struggled greatly to break free. Believe it or not, I do harbor a grudge against Kaido-disa, and I have no intention of continuing this fight with you. The ancient script you presented is no longer recognized in Wano. If you have no desire to continue following Kaido, I suggest you leave Wano promptly. There is nothing here that you seek. While Kwang Sila strained to fend off Blackbeard's assault, he attempted to negotiate, surmising from Blackbeard's words that he might betray Kaido. Thus, he wished to avoid further entanglement and hoped to quickly escort Kazuki Oden to safety. It appears you possess quite a bit of knowledge. Capturing you for questioning is necessary. I must familiarize myself with the abilities of this Zoan fruit. Dark water. Kwang Sila's words did nothing to quell Blackbeard's hostility, but rather aroused his suspicion. After being struck multiple times in the neck, Blackbeard reverted to his human form and resumed combat, utilizing his familiar dark fruit abilities in conjunction with physical techniques, swiftly inflicting serious damage upon Kwang Sila. Let him go. I am aware of the ancient script. If you release him, I shall share what I know. Otherwise, you will find no clues, even if you scour all of Wano. Just as Kwang Sila, propped up by his sword, appeared on the verge of being captured by Blackbeard, a door suddenly swung open, revealing Kazuki Oden, holding a shamisen, commanding Blackbeard to release Kwang Sila. Ha ha ha, little girl, you look quite lovely, but your intellect seems lacking. How would a performer like you know anything about ancient script? Furthermore, capturing you would yield the information I seek. Why shall I let him go? Just because of me? Silence. Who permitted you to meddle? Interrupting a warrior's battle comes at a price. Plepava to die. Before Kazuki Oden could finish, a blade sliced through the shamisen she held, crimson blood instantly staining her garments. Kwang Sila, seemingly unsatisfied, reached out to catch the falling Kazuki Oden and tossed her into the courtyard, at last ceasing his aggression. As the moonlight gradually brightened, I cannot perish in this place. The grievances of today shall be repaid in the future. I shall take my leave. The thoughts of these warriors are truly perplexing. What a pity for such a beautiful girl. Since you lack the information I desire, there is no necessity for your continued existence. Kwang Sila leaped onto the rooftop, delivering a threatening remark to Blackbeard before taking flight, with Qingji leisurely following suit after glancing at the fallen Kazuki Oden. I am indeed a burden. Jiro-san, I must survive and return to the Hanabako. Otherwise, I shall be unworthy of your kindness. After some time, Kazuki Oden, murmuring to himself, rose from the ground, disregarding the dirt on his clothes, fleeing the shogun's estate to await Kwang Sila's return at their stronghold, Hanabako. However, he was unaware that Kwang Sila had already resolved to delay for him. Thus he did not flee with full effort, intentionally running intermittently while occasionally striking behind him, keeping Blackbeard and his companion at bay. Dark passage. You dare disturb my enjoyment and attempt to flee. Plepava to die. Frustrated by Kwang Sila's antics, Blackbeard initiated a large-scale attack, drawing surrounding objects into darkness, successfully capturing Kwang Sila. After being mocked while demanding information about the ancient script, Blackbeard, enraged, executed Kwang Sila. Throughout this, Qingji maintained a grim demeanor, adjusting his sunglasses repeatedly, yet ultimately refrained from intervening. With no historical texts in Wano regarding the shogun, once Whitebeard and Kaido engage in battle, it will be even more challenging to uncover any clues. Where shall we go next? As Qingji constructed a makeshift grave for Kwang Sila using ice, he inquired about Blackbeard's plans. Of course, we shall head to Onigashima to witness the spectacle. The clash between the Western Emperor is a rare event. Furthermore, having occupied Wano for so many years, I refuse to believe Kaido possesses no clues regarding the texts. as Blackbeard and Shinji prepared to journey to Onigashima to reunite with their crew. The freed laborers of Wano, led by a Yakuza boss, rushed to various locations to combat Kaido's forces. To prepare for the confrontation with Whitebeard, Kaido had summoned the dispersed beast pirates back to their headquarters. And with the complete severance of ties with Kaido Desha and the Oniwabanshu, those affiliated with Kaido showed no will to resist, fleeing towards the flower capital under the escort of the returning troops. The insurgent forces almost effortlessly took control of most of Wano's territories, and upon receiving news, Tama decided to march immediately to the flower capital after successfully capturing Kuri. Inside the flower capital, the officials from various regions finally learned of Kaido's demise from the barely surviving Fukurokuju, plunging them into chaos. Some proposed escaping to Onigashima to seek refuge with Kaido, while others suggested surrendering to the insurgent forces, and, of course, there were those who insisted on holding their ground. Amidst the incessant bickering of these insects, the insurgent forces completed their encirclement of the flower capital a day earlier than planned. Seeing no hope for escape, the officials hastily conscripted laborers to prepare for defense while attempting to negotiate with the insurgent leader, probing whether they could preserve their current status and wealth. I am the chief of the Oniwabanshu. To prevent the flower capital from suffering devastation, I implore you, esteemed lords, to engage in dialogue. Please allow the person in charge from your side to present themselves. Though they wished to negotiate, the officials valuing their lives were reluctant to step forward, ultimately designating the bandaged Fukurokuju to represent them. Your Highness, the flower capital is the most prosperous area in Wano. Should we not first hear their propositions? Otherwise, conflict may indeed lead to devastation, and many citizens within the city may suffer casualties. Is this the consensus among you all? How naive! The flower capital, being the stronghold of Kaido Desha for many years, contains no ordinary citizens. Those officials who fled are all guilty of heinous deeds. If we negotiate with them today, how can we justify the suffering endured by the people for so long? Let us hasten the assault on the city. We have no time to waste here, as the foreign pirates may commence conflict at any moment. Once Kaido takes action, our troubles will be immense. Faced with Fukurokuju's proposal for negotiation, the daimyo of Hakamai, Shimatsuki Yasui, was the first to voice his support. Tama, surveying the assembly of Wano's warriors, quickly rejected the notion, articulating his reasoning. Your Highness speaks truly. The urgent matter is to confront Kaido. We, the Mink tribe, have come for this very purpose. Let us return to the rabbit bowl to prepare for battle against Kaido, preventing him from aiding these traitors of the flower capital. Indeed, why waste words on those Kaido lackeys? Execute them all. Full-scale assault on the city. No mercy for those who refuse to surrender. Having seized the city of flowers, I shall host a grand banquet at the residence of the general to celebrate our victory. After receiving the approval of Duke Inuarashi, the Viper, and the Azura boy, Tazasuke promptly issued the order to commence the siege. There is nothing to discuss with you traitors, who have usurped positions of power. You may either surrender and exit the city, or we shall breach the gates and deliver judgment upon you. Nothing more. You have a mere quarter of an hour to contemplate your fate. Once that time elapses, we shall advance. Given the time required to prepare the old artillery, Tazasuke symbolically granted the opposing side a brief moment of consideration, while simultaneously, the insurrectionist forces began to organize their formations and allocate attack waves. A quarter of an hour is hardly sufficient for the factions to reach a consensus. Might we be granted additional time? We harbor no fear of you. We merely wish to avoid excessive casualties. Remember, the city is well stocked with provisions and boasts thousands of capable soldiers. Are you not afraid of mutual destruction? We are willing to negotiate a truce to unite against external foes and share dominion over the realm. A most splendid proposition. Fukurokuju, while communicating with the officials and nobles, endeavored to prolong the negotiations, at least until our forces had gathered the conscripts. Only by swiftly vanquishing the enemy can we mitigate the suffering of the populace. So I urge you all to act without hesitation and launch a full-scale attack. Esteemed colleagues, the fate of our nation hinges upon this battle. Fire the cannons. However, Tazasuke, intent on diminishing the fighting strength of Wano, offered no response and instead advanced the timing of the assault once the artillery was prepared. Under the cover of cannon fire, the insurrectionist troops charged towards the city gates, attempting to break them down. The defenders, under Fukurokuju's command, resisted valiantly as a deluge of boulders and arrows rained down, claiming the lives of the insurrectionists. Kaparyu Namikawa, clear the way for me. Fukurokuju, bring forth that traitor, the black charcoal great snake, to face his demise. As the assault faltered, Kawamatsuo leapt onto the castle walls, severely wounding a squad of defenders. The Azura boy clashed with Fukurokuju, and with their combined strength, they wreaked havoc upon the battlements, drawing the bulk of enemy fire, thus enabling the insurrectionists to breach the gates. Your Highness, the gates have been opened. Let's also strike. Indeed, Your Highness, as retainers of the Kazuki clan, why should we be denied the opportunity to engage in the battle against the black charcoal great snake? The common folk of Wano are largely ignorant of the outside world, and to rashly enlist the Fur tribe warriors would undoubtedly incite panic. You should continue to regroup and prepare for the impending clash with Kaido. Upon witnessing the gates fall, Duke Inuarashi and the Viper were eager to engage and sought permission from Tazasuke to battle, but were met with refusal, and thus led the Fur tribe to establish a camp outside the city, tasked with guarding the perimeter. With the gates breached, the morale of the defenders plummeted, particularly after Fukurokuju was slain by the Azura boy, leaving the remaining defenders demoralized. Aside from a few who fled to the general's residence, most surrendered their weapons. Having taken control of the walls, the insurrectionist forces advanced into the city, quickly reaching the outskirts of the general's residence. However, the scene before them caused them to pause. The desperate officials of the shogunate ordered the igniting of surrounding buildings to impede the advance of the insurrectionists, even resorting to using civilians as hostages, threatening mutual destruction. 10,000 years of snowstorm. I command you, in the name of the head of the Kazuki family, to surrender at once. Any harm to the innocent will be met with the harshest penalties. I will show no mercy. Confiscate their weapons and detain them temporarily. Do not heed that fool's ramblings. Even if you surrender, there will be no favorable outcome for you. You commoners have been deceived by this charlatan. He is nothing but an impostor. The true daughter of Kazuki Oden is here. She is the sole heir of the Kazuki clan. Clear the way, prepare the ships, and let us depart, or else the Kazuki line shall end today. Upon hearing this, Tazasuke recognized a golden opportunity to make a name for himself. He first extinguished the flames with a blizzard and then addressed the shogunate forces, urging them to abandon their resistance and facilitate the complete control of the City of Flowers. Yet the officials of the City of Flowers sternly rebuked the soldiers who wished to surrender and brought Kazuki Hayori before the front lines. Miss, it is truly a blessing that you are alive. Cease this at once. She is indeed Lady Hayori, the sister of Lord Tazasuke. Kawamatsuo, long time no see. I thought that with the black charcoal great snake dead, these ruffians would no longer dare to act so brazenly. I intended to persuade them to release the innocent citizens. But it seems I have caused quite a mess, and for that, I am deeply sorry. Regardless of whether you are my long-lost brother, I implore you to prioritize the common people. I am willing to take the place of the other hostages. Let these people go. Before Buggy could decide whether to disregard the hostages and issue an order for a forced assault, Kawamatsuo and Kazuki Hayori enacted a poignant reunion. Though irked, Buggy, to maintain the guise of Tazasuke, suppressed his anger and praised, Sister Hayori, you truly embody the spirit of the Kazuki clan. Since you are willing to risk your own safety to ensure the peace of these citizens, I shall spare them today. Listen well, you traitors. I permit each of you to take one hostage aboard the ship. The rest of the civilians must be released immediately. Do not think of bargaining further. Otherwise, you shall be left to accompany the dead. I absolutely refuse. How can we allow the lady to take such a risk? You are indeed an impostor, are you not? If you wish to take the lady, you must first contend with me. Before the opposition could voice their dissent, Kawamatsuo was the first to leap forward. Opposing the idea of allowing Kazuki Hayori to serve as a hostage, questioning Tazasuk's identity, and even drawing his weapon in a show of aggression. "You foolish deer. Do you not understand the need for caution? How can we rescue the hostages without relaxing their vigilance? Do you now question my identity? Nanny? This is the same ability as the Shogun's. Could it be that you truly are Lord Tazasuk?" Seeing that Buggy, who had been hesitant, was now supported by the leaders of Wano, he no longer hesitated, unleashing his conqueror's Haki to envelop the crowd, incapacitating both the enemy combatants and the civilians, leaving Kawamatsuo and the leaders astounded. There is no doubt. There is no need to question the Lord's identity any further. Hurry and express your apologies to the Lord. Rather than waste time on this matter, we should swiftly detain these traitors, reassure the citizens, and restore order to the City of Flowers. Buggy had previously refrained from utilizing his conqueror's Haki out of fear of hidden strengths among the enemy. Now it appeared that his concerns were unfounded. How formidable could those who once bowed to the black charcoal great snake truly be? Nevertheless, gaining the recognition of Wano's populace was an unexpected boon. After delegating the task of cleaning up the battlefield, Buggy entered the general's residence alone, seeking the hidden red historical text below ground. It seems I must locate that Tengu Yama Fikaru after all, though the generational gap is somewhat disadvantageous. Alas, what does it matter to play the fool? Perhaps I might even learn the methods to decipher ancient script. Regrettably, after thoroughly searching the general's residence, he found no entrance to the secret chamber. Comforting himself softly, he returned to the main hall to prepare for the celebratory banquet. At this juncture, it was already the evening of the third day since Whitebeard's surprise assault on the Rabbit Bowl prison. Despite the reports of the insurrectionist forces capturing various locations reaching Onigashima, Kaido remained unresponsive, continuing to revel in feasting with the Big Mom pirates, perhaps believing that defeating Whitebeard and reclaiming Wano was merely a matter of time. As for Whitebeard, the reason for his delay as the attacking party was primarily due to testing the limits of the retraction fruit. After all, it is impossible to engage in battle in the realm of the Western Emperor without utilizing Haki. Depleting one's strength immediately upon activation would be quite awkward. Through testing, Buggy discovered that repeatedly activating the retraction fruit's ability on the same target would exponentially increase its energy consumption, making it exceedingly difficult to sustain. After allowing the white-bearded captain to briefly experience the vigor of his youthful years, he willingly relinquished it, ultimately settling on a well-preserved age of 60, rather than the peak of his power from over 20 years ago. Nevertheless, the captain was quite content, as his golden locks had returned. To commemorate this transformation, he requested Marco to retrieve his long-neglected captain's hat, reimagining his appearance from his last visit to Haki country, perhaps also in remembrance of his sworn brother, Yuchien. Where's that scoundrel Kaido? Has he drunk himself into a stupor and gone on a rampage again? What about that brat, the sand crocodile? If they don't arrive soon, I might just leave without them. Even against both Kaido and Big Mom, I would not falter with the current strength I possess. They are not merely here to lend a hand. After all, who wouldn't want a piece of the pie from this land abundant in sea stone? Of course, this is contingent on the defeat of Kaido and Big Mom, and the stance of the world government is also crucial. The new Marine Admiral, Akainu, is currently outside the island, watching the spectacle unfold with red-haired Shanks. This battle has drawn the world's attention. Has that magma brat arrived as well? If he dares to come over, I wouldn't mind giving the Marines another admiral. Having regained near-peak strength, the captain felt confident in facing any opponent, thus brushing off Buggy's concerns. Meanwhile, in the Flower City, after a night of jubilant celebrations, several agents from the world government approached Taoji with enticing offers. It was at this moment that Buggy learned of the official dealings between Kaido and Big Mom. As an essential source of sea stone and weaponry, the world government had long sought to infiltrate Haki country. However, Kaido's formidable presence and the region's defensible nature forced the Gorosei to resort to trade through Doflamingo. Still, a few agents managed to infiltrate Haki through arms purchases. Lord Taoji, considering your status as a warlord of the sea, the world government is willing to include Haki country as a member state, allowing heavenly gold to be paid with sea stone or military products. We also request permission to oversee other trades to prevent them from falling into the hands of illegal organizations. Are you quoting the Gorosei verbatim? What benefit do I gain from this? Not only must I pay a hefty sum of heavenly gold, but my trade would also be monitored. It is difficult to view this as a favorable deal. You must understand, becoming a member state of the world government is a dream many nations aspire to. Only as a member state can one be shielded from marine misfires. Paying heavenly gold is a mark of honor. The CP agents incessantly extolled the merits of becoming a member state, oblivious to Taoji's growing disdain. I hope you do not squander the goodwill of the world government, or it may jeopardize your status as a warlord of the sea. So what is your answer? Strange, why do I suddenly feel a chill? It sounds rather mundane. I have more important guests to attend to. Bring them somewhere warm and take good care of them. Once Kaido is dealt with, I shall Konoha. How dare you? Before the agent could finish, a snowstorm had completely enveloped him, while his companion had already been turned into a snow sculpture, taken away by the attendants for questioning. Shortly thereafter, Moria and Crocodile traversed the spatial door to the Flower City. In truth, these two had long been sent to Haki country by Buggy. Their absence was due to the smooth progress of the assault, rendering their assistance unnecessary as they scouted potential territories. Ultimately, Crocodile favored the vast wilderness of Shimi, while Moria chose the snowy realm of Swearin. This was not solely due to his cherished memories of Haki country, but also because it provided ample burial grounds to expand his forces. How are your preparations coming along? Whitebeard is already set to head towards Onigashima. We must hasten our departure as well. After all, Whitebeard's crew is not numerous. Once we succeed, we shall share the benefits of Haki country. I have long been prepared, as long as Whitebeard can hold Kaido at bay. This time Kaido will taste the bitterness of being wiped out. Without Kaido as support, let's see how long that damn flamingo can prance around. Hee. I am more concerned about whether the Marines will take advantage of the chaos once the fighting begins, as well as how to handle relations with the world government post-battle. I have heard that much of the weaponry from Haki country has been sold to various governments via Tianyasha. In contrast to Moria, who is solely focused on revenge. Crocodile pondered more deeply. Addressing the matter of the sand crocodile, Taoji replied without hesitation. If we can thoroughly defeat Kaido, I shall relinquish my title as Warlord of the Sea. Given the geography of Haki country and the world government, we have no other recourse but to continue selling arms through our established channels. If Kaido were to escape after the battle, becoming a member state of the world government or utilizing Whitebeard's flag could both serve as viable alternatives, though I cannot guarantee your interests. It seems we must indeed rely on that old fellow Whitebeard. It would be quite challenging for the three of us to overcome Kaido alone. TCH, it's just Kaido. I was out of sorts last time. This time, I will definitely. Yes, I will certainly be able to match him. By the way, be wary of Blackbeard Teach. He is currently with Akiji, likely also aligned with Kaido, so we must not be careless. I will lead my troops to join Whitebeard for a frontal assault on Onigashima, and I hope you will secure enough personnel to infiltrate Onigashima promptly and take control of the armory before we confront Kaido together. While the three were strategizing, the Whitebeard pirates had finally ceased their preparations. Several large ships equipped with floating air bags slowly approached the Rabbit Bowl prison, carrying elite members of the Whitebeard pirates, ready to make their way to Onigashima. Wasn't he the previous descent to Rabbit Bowl from the air? No wonder the attack was so sudden. However, the skies also belong to our beast pirates. All flying troops assemble. Drive those wingless fools into the sea for a swim. As the ships of the Whitebeard pirates arrived at the shore, the patrolling vessels of the beast pirates relayed the news. Even amidst days of ongoing festivities, Flame Calamity Gene, as Kaido's right-hand man and the de facto commander of the beast pirates, remained alert, leading his crew to engage immediately. Thus, the curtain of the grand battle was officially raised with this aerial confrontation. Yar, we have our work cut out for us. The beast pirates possess so many flying abilities. All units, lower altitude, fire at will. We cannot allow them to get too close. Marco squinted, taking up a lookout position, as he observed the flying forces of the beast pirates swarm towards Whitebeard's airship fleet like a dark cloud, armed with various explosives, seemingly preparing for close-range bombardment. Double Emperor of Blades. Immortal Thistle. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard pirates, seemed to be aboard the leading ship. Charge forward and pierce those ridiculous balloons, sinking all their vessels. No matter how strong that old man Whitebeard is, he is merely a grounded duck. He won't survive if he falls into the sea. Whoever claims the head of Whitebeard, I'll promote them to a new flagship. As Flame Calamity Jean tried to engage Marco while assigning attack rolls to boost morale, he exclaimed, "How could it be so easy to bring you down? We of the Whitebeard pirates are not to be trifled with. Let me witness the legendary power of the God Tribe for myself." Crane Claw, Denbal Emperor. In response to Marco's powerful kick propelled by inertia, Jean opted to counter with a strike from his black dragon wings, unleashing a fierce wave of energy that nearly cleared the surrounding airspace within several dozen meters. The members of the 100 Beasts pirates, endowed with flight capabilities, were tossed about, with some unfortunate souls losing their balance entirely and plummeting into the sea, only to be rescued by the accompanying ships of the 100 Beasts, thus preserving their lives. Who would have thought that survivors of a mysterious race from centuries ago still exist? I truly wonder where Kaido found them. Ace, lend a hand to Marco. That race is said to thrive under even the most adverse conditions. If he faces this alone, he could be at a disadvantage. Not a problem, old man. I just want to test if my newly outfitted arm is sturdy enough. Ace raised his freshly equipped arm, made of alcohol iron stone, clenched his fist slightly, and then transformed his lower body into flames, propelling himself toward the battlefield of the two Yonko commanders. Whitebeard approached the ship's railing and unleashed a tremor against the incoming 100 Beast pirates, sending both men and weapons tumbling from the sky. Thanks to Buggy sharing most of the intelligence regarding the 100 Beast pirates with Whitebeard and his crew, Marco and Ace were well acquainted with the abilities of the Lunarians. With their 2-on-1 advantage, they quickly subdued Jean. Flame Calamity. Although you excel in fire attacks, they are of no consequence to us. Rather than following the doomed Kaido, why not join us? My father has a keen interest in your race. He has already shared tales of the gods of the Red Earth continent. Even if I disregard the continuation of my race, I must think of my own well-being. Brother Kaido will never fail. He is destined to become the Pirate King. If it weren't for him saving me, I would have long since found no place in this world. How could I abandon him today? You lot, playing at pirates, are not worthy to stand alongside my 100 Beast pirates. Witness the true terror of ancient beings. Diao Zizenhuang. In response to Marco's persuasion, Jean not only declined to surrender, but also launched a facial attack. He pulled his head back like a slingshot and released it, generating a powerful shockwave that instantly pierced the gas bags of Whitebeard's airship. How outrageous! Though he is a Zoan type, he can utilize shape-changing attacks. It seems that all members of the 100 Beast pirates are indeed abnormal. Those who dare to look down upon our pirate crew will pay the price. Ancient dinosaurs attacked in this manner. Without the ability to float, your ships are mere targets. I wait to see how you will make us pay. Jin's previous attack forced Whitebeard's flagship to abandon its buoyancy, landing upon the sea and temporarily losing its mobility, immediately making it a target for the ships of the 100 Beast pirates, which bombarded it mercilessly. Upon witnessing the flagship's descent into the sea and subsequent assault, the other vessels of Whitebeard followed suit. Whitebeard's balloon ship has fallen. Bring our ship closer. Those who invade the territory of the 100 Beast pirates should not expect to return alive. Lock on and fire. If we can defeat Whitebeard, we will be invincible in these waters. At that time, not only will we control Wano, but even the entirety of the New World will be within our grasp. In contrast to the reckless ship King Jack, who commanded his vessel headlong into battle, the more cautious Queen remained at the rear, instructing his subordinates to engage in long-range artillery attacks while instilling confidence in the pirates, exuding an air of assured victory. One interesting lad, charging in like this. It seems that unless we create a significant commotion, that rascal Kaido won't show himself. Crew, brace yourselves. I intend to present a gift to our adversaries. Gula la la la, old man, wait just a minute. I will dispose of this enemy shortly. Secure the ship. My father is about to unleash a tsunami. Upon hearing Whitebeard's command, his pirates quickly secured themselves after dispatching their foes, for they were well aware of the terrifying power unleashed when their captain activated his abilities. Has Whitebeard's crew lost its nerve? It dare not fire back? To think they could stand alongside us as equals in the Western Emperor's fleet. The Navy truly is muddled. Follow my lead and leave no survivors. As Whitebeard's flagship drew near, Ship King Jack raised his scythe-shaped sword, prepared to leap onto the enemy ship, only to witness Whitebeard swinging his arm, his fist striking the air with tremendous force. This is bad. Whitebeard can actually summon a tsunami. How are we to escape such colossal waves? We are surely doomed. Stop with the defeatist talk. It's merely a larger wave. What is there to fear? I will stand at the bow. Keep your spirits up. Full speed ahead. If we can break through, we will be safe. The massive tidal wave generated by the Gura Gura Nomi loomed like a towering wall, crashing down upon the mammoth ship. Faced with such a natural disaster, the pirates aboard were nearly despondent, with some retreating to the cabin, others tying themselves to the mast, and a few carelessly tumbling into the sea. Only Ship King Jack maintained his composure. He reprimanded his subordinates and transformed into his mammoth form, standing at the bow, seemingly prepared to confront the colossal wave with his immense bulk. Whether he was genuinely unafraid or merely foolish as a fishman, he indeed possessed the fortitude to withstand a tsunami. After all, he had fallen into the water more than once. Although consuming the fruit had robbed him of his swimming ability, his species' innate talent for underwater breathing would allow him to survive beneath the waves. Lower the sails, secure the helm, drop the anchor, prepare for impact. You will not capsize my ship. Black flames, in contrast to the brash ship king, Queen, as a technological expert, exhibited a more rational approach to the impending crisis. While minimizing the risk of capsizing, he also prepared to mitigate the wave's impact through offensive measures. His approach involved firing laser beams from his right hand and mouth, creating significant explosions. Even if he could not entirely disperse the waves, he could diminish their kinetic energy, thereby reducing the likelihood of capsizing. Tornado. Just as the mammoth ship was overturned by the waves, Queen's Pteranodon Queen was also tossed about mercilessly by the relentless torrents. Suddenly, a colossal blue dragon emerged from Oni Island, swirling with fierce winds, forcefully dispersing the most formidable of the waves. Before hovering high above and calling out to Whitebeard's fleet, "Whoa, old man, still causing quite the ruckus, I see. If you easily destroy my fleet, where will my face be? You ought to shuffle off this mortal coil soon. I'm sure Odin and Roger are eager to see you. Let me assist you on your final journey. Boo-la-la-la-la. You little brat. What face could you possibly have here as a mere apprentice? With your half-baked skills, it will be 100 years before you can claim my life. Come down and face your demise, for the debts owed to Odin must be settled." The oblivious Kaido paid no mind to Whitebeard's renewed vigor, showing little respect for an old acquaintance. Instead, he invoked the memory of fallen comrades, seemingly aiming to provoke his opponent, thus setting the stage for a thrilling clash. Whitebeard, however, did not relent against Kaido. To him, despite Kaido being recognized as a fellow emperor of the sea, he remained the inexperienced lad he once knew, devoid of any intimidation. Newgate, you seem much younger now compared to the images from the Paramount War. Quite curious. Have you perhaps acquired some miraculous elixir from the Navy headquarters? Speaking of which, it was you who recruited Kaido all those years ago. Your relationship was quite poor then, and yet, after all these years, you all still wear those same morose expressions. Had it not been for Luo Kisi's obstinacy, which ultimately led to the dissolution of the pirate crew, we might have already discovered the fabled island and claimed dominion over the entire world. Now that we have formed a pirate alliance, we must endeavor to unearth the great treasure that Roger spoke of. Would you care to join us? Once we locate the grand treasure, we can then compete against each other, which is far preferable to engaging in a battle that would leave us both in ruin. If the three of us were to join forces, vanquishing that red-haired brat would be a trivial task. Even if the world government were to deploy their entire navy, they would be powerless to thwart us. Big Mom arrived after Kaido, riding on the thundercloud Zeus. Being a woman, she immediately discerned that Whitebeard appeared younger than the previous recordings. However, she chose not to delve deeper into this and instead sought to mediate the conflict, proposing a joint venture to search for the great treasure. "Ah, Lungling, you've aged quite a bit. The transformation is rather significant. You've become as round as a ball. I've long advised you to reduce your sugar intake. And look at you now, devoid of any trace of the former Pinkwitch. Were it not for your two unique toys, I would have had difficulty recognizing you. Gulalala, since you two have chosen to ally, feel free to come at me. I have no intention of engaging in any duplicitous farce with you. As for the great treasure, that prize is destined to elude you. Roger was not waiting for the likes of you. Damn old fool. How dare you mock me? I was merely considering our past friendship in wanting to avoid conflict. It was not out of fear of you, Whitebeard. Reveal the secret of the great treasure, or none of your subordinates will leave here alive. Vibratis jest incensed Bigmum, causing her to abandon any notions of alliance and resort to threatening his crew in an attempt to extract information regarding the great treasure. However, Bigmum had clearly miscalculated. For Whitebeard, who regarded his crew as family, such threats were utterly unforgivable. His smile vanished, replaced by a piercing gaze, as a terrifying aura emanated from him, pressing down upon the two in the sky. Faced with Whitebeard's conquerors Haki, both Kaido and Bigmum, as fellow emperors, could not show any signs of weakness and responded with their own Haki. The clash of their auras rent the sky asunder and sent tremors through the sea. Most of the pirates struggled to maintain their consciousness, watching in terror as this silent confrontation unfolded, while the less capable ones succumbed to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by the sheer might of the emperors. At that moment, the forces from Wano, having descended from the flower capital, entered the inland sea of Wano. However, the ship was not designed for navigation on the open sea, and with a limited number of vessels, they were forced to overload, thus facing the imminent risk of sinking. Your Highness, our ship is carrying too many people. In such rough seas, it may be impossible to navigate. What shall we do? Fear not. My sorcerers will cast a spell to transform this chasm into a thoroughfare. You need only to swiftly change into winter clothes to keep warm. As for the rustic folks of Wano, Buggy had no intention of explaining the origins of his fruit powers. He simply instructed one of his ice-powered clones, already present, to create a frosty path akin to that of the great filial sun Arthas, leading to Onigashima. As the temperature plummeted, an icy path began to extend westward. However, in his eagerness, Buggy clearly overexerted himself with such a vast freezing ability, resulting not in a mere ice road, but rather a complete freeze of the inland sea between Wano's coast and Onigashima. It will be more appropriate to refer to it as an ice field. Abandon the ships and advance onto the ice to attack Onigashima. Keep your distance from the old man. Do not let yourselves be caught in the crossfire. Who the hell is responsible for this? Block them. We cannot allow them to disrupt our base. The sudden turn of events jolted both sides back to reality, and under the command of their officers, they hastily deserted their ships and stepped onto the ice for hand-to-hand combat, igniting a chaotic melee. The Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates clashed fiercely, while Bigmum's forces had yet to set out and remained stranded on Onigashima. The battle had already commenced, yet the holy song was immobilized by the ice. If only Owen were here, this thickness of ice would pose no challenge for him. Now, we must either trek to the battlefield on foot or wait for the enemy to come to us. The decision on our course of action lies with you, too. At the Onigashima dock, Smooji gazed towards the distant battlefield, briefing Korea and Perispero on the situation. To indicate his disinterest in encroaching upon the enemy's territory, and also to safeguard their own stronghold, Bigmum had not brought her full fighting force. She only brought along the brawler Korea and the strategist Perispero. As for Smooji, he primarily served as a mediator to prevent infighting between her two sons. It matters not. Regardless, the battle between the emperors is one that outsiders cannot easily intervene in. If Mother and Kaido cannot secure victory, our involvement would yield no different outcome. It is crucial to recognize that no matter the effort, there will always be opponents we cannot contend with. Stop talking nonsense. Two emperors against one cannot possibly lead to defeat. Instead of worrying about that side, we ought to remain vigilant against the Beast Pirates' potential betrayal. Who knows how long this alliance will last? If it weren't for the presence of the Navy and the red-haired pirates outside the island, we could contact the nations and dispatch additional fleets to seize Wano. Although Korea and Perospero did not explicitly state their course of action, their attitudes were surprisingly aligned. They chose to observe the conflict between the Beast Pirates and the White-Beard Pirates, allowing them to exhaust one another while maintaining their own strength for a timely intervention. After much deliberation, the three resolved to bide their time for the moment, unaware that a small creature, its eyes fixed on them, was watching from a nearby building adorned with mysterious talismans. Fuzufu, you were indeed correct. Bigmom's offspring are utterly unreliable. Should we take action to subdue them? Let be. They are unlikely to betray us before a resolution emerges. Moreover, we have plenty of unstable individuals to keep an eye on. Preventing a surprise attack from the samurai of Wano is of utmost importance. Within Onigashima Castle, the vigilant Black Maria and Fuzufu were monitoring the entire island through the true Strike Royal Guard, with Fuzufu referring to the unstable elements as the Blackbeard Pirates, who were loitering at the dock under the pretense of preparing reinforcements. Though Teach had gained Kaido's trust through deception and had generously recruited some true strikers, his relationships with the Flying Six and the three prominent figures were quite strained. Thus, before launching an offensive, Jean sought out Black Maria and Fuzufu, instructing them to keep a close watch on the recently returned Teach, allowing only the trio of Sabami and Runmi to participate in the assault. Report. The samurai of Wano are moving towards us and have already engaged the Bigmom pirates, while Blackbeard's crew has shown no activity. The armory is under siege by a large number of unidentified forces attacking our guards, and we urgently require reinforcements. How dare they? What scheme is that rascal Teach concocting? The armory must not fall. I shall lead the numbered ones to provide support. You handle the situation here. Upon receiving the Royal Guard's report, Fuzufu leaped from the window, taking to the moonwalk towards the numbered one's base. My invincible zombie army, tear them apart. Shred those Kaido lackeys into pieces. Keep your foolish zombies away from the flames. We are underground. An explosion here would be troublesome, and these munitions are quite valuable. It was none other than Moria and Crocodile infiltrating the armory. Through the act of digging up Graves' post bell, Moria's zombie army had acquired a formidable force. The samurai zombies, resurrected from their hatred, assault the 100 Beast Pirates with fervor. By the time Fusif arrives with the numbered individuals at the armory, the guards have already lost control over a significant portion of it. Moonlight Mariah, did you not perish in the Marineford War? You should have faded into obscurity after being disavowed by the world government. How dare you cause a ruckus here? It seems the last beating from Kaido did not teach you enough of a lesson. Who are you, brat? You seem to know quite a bit. Hee. As a reward for bringing these numbered individuals, I shall take your shadow. Shadow Javelin. In response to Fusif's taunts, Mariah laughs in anger, first controlling his shadow to stab the nearest numbered individual to the ground, then swinging his massive sword at Fusif. Moonwalk. Blade gun. Buswalm. Fusif thrusts his dagger, launching blade-shaped air projectiles at Mariah, which are intercepted by shadow bats, leading to a fierce struggle between the two. You can't even handle a lackey of Kaido? If you delay any longer, those toys of yours will be smashed by those monsters. Desert King Kong Blade. Damn Sand Crocodile. Those monsters are a rare breed. Don't let them get destroyed. Seeing Crocodile slice down a numbered individual with his sand blade, Mariah panics, but is unable to extricate himself from Fusif's agile attacks. Forced to watch as Crocodile relentlessly pursues the numbered individual. Although the numbered individuals, who are ancient giants standing around 60 meters tall, possess tremendous strength, nearly rivaling that of the Fiend Oz, they are limited by their low intelligence, mainly serving to clear minor foes and destroy towns and ships, making it difficult for them to inflict harm on true masters. Thus, they were left at the main base by Jean. Out of the 10 numbered individuals, 6 demons have long been stationed at the armory as guards and were already slain by Mariah before Fusif's arrival. The only female giant among the numbered individuals, Nine Shin, is under the command of Black Maria, and underestimating the invader's strength, Fusif brought only 5 numbered individuals: West Demon, 5 Demon, 7 Demon, 8 Cha, and 10 Demon. The 5 numbered individuals swing their spiked clubs, knocking down Mariah's zombies like whack-a-moles. The shortest, West Demon, is swiftly eliminated by Crocodile, causing the others to notice this diminutive human and charge at him. However, lacking mastery over Haki, they are powerless against the elemental crocodile, who slips away from their spiked clubs while they suffer from the slicing wind and sand, ultimately falling to Crocodile and Das Bones one by one. Boss, shouldn't we help Mariah? That big cat seems rather difficult to deal with. Do not mind them. If he cannot handle such a foe, what right does he have to share the spoils with us? Hurry up and move the munitions. While Crocodile leisurely smokes a cigar and observes the battle between Mariah and Fusif, an inexplicable mist suddenly envelopes the area. The approaching MR-0 unexpectedly draws a blade and slices open Crocodile's upper body. Interesting notion. Do you think disguising yourself as a familiar face would allow you to succeed in an ambush? Strikes against quicksand have little effect, and even against familiar subordinates. I would never fully lower my guard. After all, anyone can choose to betray, can't they? What a miscalculation. I did not expect to encounter such a suspicious fellow. It must be a tragedy to be your subordinate. Under the skylight, you take care of those zombies, and I shall deal with this one. Training a former warlord of the sea should be quite entertaining. Crocodile, having been bisected, swiftly transforms into sand and restores his form. As he swings his golden hook at the attacker, a sticky thread descends from above, ensnaring him in place. Looking up, Crocodile sees a stunning woman with long horns hanging upside down from the roof, her golden hair styled in an ornate bun, her fair skin exuding charm. Her captivating green eyes are mesmerizing, and her revealing kimono perfectly encapsulates both affluence and generosity, adorned with intricate details. However, the sharp blades used as hairpins and her lower half, resembling a grotesque spider, clearly indicate that she is not an ordinary courtesan, but one of the elite fighters of the 100 Beast Pirates. Haha, so Kaido's subordinates are this arrogant. You think you could train me? Who do you think I am? Be swept away by the wind. Sandstorm, you uncouth brute. Since you despise spider webs, how about tasting the flavor of venom? Crocodile, having evaded the spider web thanks to his elemental transformation, does not become enraged. Instead, he first uses dense silk to block the incoming sandstorm attack, then unleashes several streams of venom from the tips of his spider legs. Ujida, Ujida. Venom has no effect on sand. If you love poison so much, then try this. Even a venomous spider cannot be immune to the scorpion's deadly toxin. Desert Prison. With that, Crocodile removes the golden hook shell to reveal an iron hook coated in scorpion venom, leaping into close combat with the enemy, seizing an opportunity to grab one of Black Maria's spider legs. Had Black Maria not sensed the danger and swiftly severed it, she would have soon become dehydrated, burning Maria's flowing sleeves. Having suffered a setback, Black Maria disregards the potential to ignite the armory, exhaling a torrent of flames from her spider's mouth to ignite the web, using all her strength to attack Crocodile with her massive spiked hammer. Meanwhile, battles rage on in the port as two former warlords of the sea clash with the Flying Six. Although Perospero and others are not concerned about the alliance with the 100 Beast Pirates, they perceive it as Kaido's means to monitor them, unaware of Blackbeard's treachery. Consequently, when they discover Tama approaching the Onigashima with the samurai from Wano, the big Moan pirates choose to obstruct them. Meanwhile, Buggy, eager to reunite with Crocodile and the others, has no intention of engaging them, and instead summons his shadow-level clones to strategically restrain several of their officers. How dare you? Shouldn't you be the subordinates of the clown Buggy? Why are you here? We are supposed to be in a long-term partnership. The wrath of Big MOM will not be easily forgiven. Perospero, while fending off Fire Shadow Obito's attacks, harshly interrogates them about their alleged breach of the previous agreement. We were merely hired by the clown Buggy. Our mercenary group has always been under the command of Warlord of the Sea Tama. Wano is the place we desire. Your big MOM has no business here. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. After the battle, we shall release you all. Otherwise, do not blame us for being too heavy-handed. Do not think you can fool us. Who does not know that your mercenary group often operates alongside the clown Buggy? Once the battle concludes, we will seek an explanation from him. Do not think that just because you have more men, we lack soldiers. Kuri, make more biscuits, soldiers, and let them understand what the gap truly means. Endless rain, fire release, great fireball technique. You may find joy in this, but many in Wano are malnourished. These biscuit soldiers and candies are perfect for the commoners' rations. Freezing them seems delightful as well. You should make some more. Parasparrow finally realizes that Kuri's biscuit soldiers are involved. As the snowflakes enveloped the surroundings, many became sluggish and were effortlessly severed into pieces by the samurai of Haki country. Some even resorted to consuming melted sugar water to replenish their energy. Indeed. The realm of the overseas is rife with sorcery. It is astonishing that swordsmen crafted from flour possess such resilience. Fortunately, His Highness has capable subordinates, or else our side would surely suffer grave losses. Though Xuanyue Kongjia has resumed his youthful samurai attire after 2 decades of sycophancy, the habits he cultivated over the years are difficult to change. Coupled with the side effects of consuming the smile fruit, his demeanor has become frivolous, rendering his former noble appearance unrecognizable. Go Noijalu. The cookies I made are not meant for consumption. You little brat, die. The sight of his cookie soldiers being reduced to crumbs and devoured by the samurai of Haki country only fueled Kelly Jia's anger. Xuanyue Kangjia's sarcastic remarks were akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. He immediately abandoned his clone of Buggy and prepared to launch a fierce assault to eliminate this detestable individual. Shadow stitching technique. Black other shore flour. Don't be so stingy. Aren't tea cookies meant to be eaten? And daring to turn your back on your opponent? Isn't that a bit too disrespectful? Buggy was utterly indifferent to these remnants of the Kazuki clan, wishing they would simply perish. However, considering that he still required them to validate his identity before completely conquering Haki country, he decided to let his shadow clones restrain Kelly Jia. Omoshiroi. If I'm not mistaken, among those abilities on the opposite side lies that of Fire Fist Ace, and there are powers akin to those of Moria and Doflamingo. It seems necessary to properly inquire with that brat from Haki country about how they accomplished this. This is far more valuable than merely seizing their powers. If I can master it, fulfilling my ambitions would be effortless. Observing the battle from a distance, Blackbeard easily discerned the various abilities of Buggy's clones and, while astonished, did not conceal his greed. It must be technology similar to artificial devil fruits. Not only the beast pirates but the world government is also investigating the secrets of devil fruits. However, I'm far more intrigued by historical texts. I wonder how Katarina and the others are faring, suspecting that he might be under surveillance. Akiji did not elaborate on the fact that Vegapunk could replicate devil fruits, but instead inquired about the historical texts. It turned out that Blackbeard was aware of the possibility of being monitored. Thus, he dispatched Luffy and others skilled in hypnosis to investigate the historical texts, while the rest attracted attention at the port, achieving the effect of covertly maneuvering. Do not worry. With the cooperation of the tyrant King Pizarro, Dapeng will soon manage that situation. It's a pity Van Oka is not here, otherwise. It would be the perfect time to launch a surprise attack on Big Mom's stronghold. By the way, based on your understanding of Akainu, would he agree to ally with us? After all, I just outmaneuvered the Navy a few months ago. I hope Lafitte and Poison Q do not run into any trouble. Akainu and Shanks had been in a standoff off the coast of Haki country for several days, naturally not escaping the notice of the beast pirates' outer sentinels. Due to his scavenger nature, Blackbeard decided to employ the same tactic, contacting the Navy to further muddy the waters of Haki country, thereby enabling himself to reap the benefits. That fellow 1T refuse. Even if you stir up quite a mess, it should pale in comparison to the news that the bloodline of the Pirate King still survives. As long as he gains a way into Haki country, he will involve himself in this great battle. Although Akiji disagreed with Akainu's ideology, he was well acquainted with his colleague's working style after many years. Just as he prepared to respond to Teach, Lafitte, with his exceptional eloquence, completed negotiations with Akainu. Upon learning the concrete news that Fire Fist Ace was still alive, Akainu immediately ordered the fleet's disbandment, severing ties with the Red Hair Pirates. He then changed out of his conspicuous red suit, switched his flagship, and entered Haki country through a stealthy port. Meanwhile, Shanks, unaware of the existence of the stealthy port, drew closer to the Koi waterfall to prevent the Navy from exploiting the chaos to ascend. Thus, seeing that the Navy had mostly scattered away from Haki country without pursuing him, he opted to continue lingering beneath the waterfall. As turmoil erupted both inside and outside Onigashima, fierce battles raged on the ice, which served as the main battlefield. Although the Whitebeard pirates were outnumbered, their superior strength allowed them to hold their ground against the main forces of the Beast Pirates. Once the Mink tribe reinforcements arrived, they began to suppress the enemy comprehensively. Had it not been for the overwhelming numbers of the Beast Pirates and their aerial advantage, coupled with the 3 All-Stars and 3 Flying Six restraining several captain-level fighters, the Beast Pirates would have likely been utterly defeated by the Whitebeard pirates. Yinzai Jin fought valiantly against 2 opponents, leaving Marco and Ace with little room to maneuver. Izai Quinn, while engaged in a fierce battle with Diamond Jozu, took the opportunity to unleash indiscriminate laser attacks on the crowd. Hanzai Jack, thrown from an ice block by his subordinates, once again faced his old rivals, the Viper and Duke Inuarashi, and enmity was palpable, even without transforming into Moon Lion. The canine duo maintained a clear advantage, swiftly shattering Jack's mammoth ivory and all adornments, significantly devaluing his worth and forcing him to barely endure with his remaining health. The 3 Flying Six were equally challenged. Sasaki, the atypical swordsman, could barely hold his ground against Flower Sword Vista, while the courageous Ultai often had to tend to the weakest member, Page 1, becoming ensnared in the onslaught of Brayman, Clark, and Namuel. However, the decisive outcome of this battle would ultimately hinge on the conflict between the emperors, where the intensity of the clash was even more pronounced. Even at several hundred meters away from the main forces, the overwhelming tremors could still be distinctly felt by both sides. Old man, I never expected you to possess such stamina at your age. Truly a monster, but you are still old. How much longer can you sustain this high-intensity battle? Don't tell me that just as I'm warming up, you're already running out of steam. You must let me enjoy this. Familiar with Whitebeard's combat style, Kaido abandoned his massive dragon form in favor of his hybrid form to wield the 8 treasures in battle. The 3 legendary weapons clashed with thunderous roars, creating sparks that scattered across the ice, leaving dozens of varying size craters. Gulalala, a little brat who can get drunk on sweet wine. An awkward old hag. Do you really think you can defeat me? Don't dream. Whitebeard brandished the supreme blade, Song Yin Xie, with ferocity, deftly deflecting his opponent's attacks while finding openings to unleash tremors, sending the assisting Zeus and Prometheus careening away from Big Mom. Mama, your might is still formidable as ever. Zeus. Prometheus, return. I need your power. At your command, Mama. Understood, Mama. The homies, resonating with Big Mom's intent, attached themselves to her, with Prometheus enveloping her head in flames that spread to her horned hat sword Napoleon, while Zeus appeared beneath her, aiding her swift movements, thus forming Big Mom's most potent form. Finally, you've regained your spirit, old hag. Let us send this stubborn old man to the afterlife. I'm sure Roger, Odin, and the Golden Lion are eagerly awaiting to meet him. Kong Engyao, you little brat, you are utterly unworthy to even utter their names. Refrain from these futile tactics and summon your full strength. I have no time to waste with you. In the face of the dual onslaught from the 2 Western emperors, Baihuzi wielded his blade with a single hand, executing Song Yun Xie to counter Big Mom's strike. His free hand unleashed the powers of the Zhen fruit, dispersing Kaido's shockwave before intensifying his force, compelling the latter to defend with his kanabo. Ah, how underestimated you are, old man. Hey, Granny. If you employ that move, will your bones hold up? What nonsense are you spouting? You impudent brat. Are you losing your strength? I'm just getting warmed up. Let's unleash a joint attack. Those who belittle us deserve to see our might. Following a failed strike and a counterattack, Kaido emitted a low, peculiar chuckle, subsequently inquiring about Big Mom's condition. Naturally, provoked, Big Mom could not concede. The 2 Western emperors stood side by side, weapons raised, their terrifying Haushiko Haki erupting, sweeping away the debris left from their previous skirmishes. Bahai! Despite their long absence from joint combat, the 2 old partners displayed remarkable synergy, almost simultaneously swinging their weapons to create an overwhelming spiraling impact that surged toward Baihuzi. Gulalala! Having weathered countless battles, Baihuzi discerned the duo's intent to execute a combination technique. Thus, while they charged their attack, he too began to prepare his ultimate move. A surge of Haki, rivaling and even surpassing that of Kaido and Big Mom, erupted from Baihuzi, coalescing atop his supreme blade. He then leapt into the air, akin to a human cannonball, cleaving down toward the shockwave with tremendous force. A powerful tremor swept across the land, causing large swathes of ice to shatter, while fierce winds carried smaller debris toward Shizou, forcing both sides to momentarily disengage and nearby vessels to seek refuge from the frozen sea. Not only on the battlefield, but even those far in the flower capital could distinctly sense the aftershocks of this extraordinary clash, flooding the streets to witness the unfolding events, turning the world upside down. After a brief delay, Song Yun Chia gradually penetrated the shockwave of Bahahai, while Baihuzi's Zhun fruit activated simultaneously, dispersing the intertwined spiral impact into multiple descending forces that vanished after breaking through the ice surface. Withstanding Bahahai, Baihuzi's blade maintained its momentum, continuing its descent toward the astonished Kaido and Big Mom. The previously compressed seawater surged upward from the ice hole, accentuating Baihuzi's formidable presence. This is a trick, right? How did the Navy manage to repel you during the Marineford War with such a stance? Granny, there is no time to dwell on that now. That monster is already upon us. If we're not careful, we might meet our end here. While Big Mom was momentarily dazed, Baihuzi's assault had already reached above their heads. Kaido, while urging Big Mom to defend, transformed into a colossal dragon, preparing to absorb damage in his beast form. Boom! The collision stirred a cloud of dust, revealing the figures of the combatants moments later. Big Mom's sword, Napoleon, flickered with a nearly extinguished flame, indicating that the initial attack, Prometheus, had suffered significant damage. The thundercloud Zeus lay shattered into fragments, struggling to regroup but failing to restore its former shape. Big Mom herself was not unscathed. Her protective arm across her forehead was unnaturally bent, clearly indicating fracture. Kaido, who had braved the damage, fared worse. Embedded into the ice like a noodle, copious blood seeping from the gaps in his dragon scales, staining the pristine ice crimson. One of his once majestic horns lay severed, protruding awkwardly from the ice, adding to his disheveled appearance. Gulalala, the decline is quite evident. If I were younger, that blow would have ended the battle. Stop playing dead. Brat, if you're this weak, Odin Wunti have lost. Get up and fight again, or clear out and leave Wano to me. Since reverting to 60 years of age, Baihuzi has longed for a worthy opponent, yet none of his sons could withstand him. Thus he had to endure, and this moment offered a modicum of satisfaction, prompting a hearty laugh alongside self-deprecating humor. Wano is mine. No one shall take it from me. I didn't expect you, old man, to possess such strength. I was momentarily careless. Kanoyalu, you actually severed one of my horns. Come here and pay for it with your head. With a dragon's roar, Kaido broke free from the ice's grasp and soared into the air, quickly reverting to his human beast form, grasping the Hachi Sai Jia tightly. After all, his prior strike had demonstrated that even a mighty dragon could not withstand Baihuzi's tremors. Only a head-on clash remained as a viable path forward. Mama, it has been ages since I sustained such a grievous injury. It seems my involvement in this matter may have been ill-advised. You brat, once this battle concludes, you must fetch me more delicacies. Awaken my bones. Revitalize yourself, Prometheus. As for Zeus, keep your distance. Once this battle concludes, I shall treat you. But the effects of Haoshiku are not easily dispelled. Granny, come lend a hand. If we win, you can indulge in as many treats as you desire. If we lose, there will be nothing left. While Big Mom tended to her injuries, Kaido re-engaged Baihuzi, wielding his kanabo again. Finding himself at a disadvantage in their clash, Kaido reluctantly lowered his pride to request Big Mom's support. The battle among the three emperors reignited, yet this time Big Mom exhibited noticeable caution, only occasionally aiding Kaido in defense and rarely launching her own attacks. This left Kaido feeling frustrated, unable to pinpoint significant flaws in her approach. As their leader resumed the fray, the subordinates could no longer remain passive, rejoining the melee. Yet, with Buggy's prior display, his side possessed a palpable advantage, while the beast pirates appeared increasingly dispirited. Under sustained pressure, Sama became the first high-ranking member of the beast pirates to fall. Lacking the swordsmanship to compete with Flower Swordbista, he relied solely on his Zoan-type recovery abilities to endure. Witnessing his once invincible leader toppled by Buggy, Samu's mental state crumbled, losing control of his movements as Bista struck with Rose Dance, delivering a devastating blow that rendered him unconscious upon the ice. Samu's defeat seemed to trigger a domino effect, tightening the already strained lines of the beast pirates, with the remaining 2 Flying Six soon following suit, captured and severely injured, leaving only 3 of their prominent figures to resist. As the scales of victory began to tip in Buggy's favor, the beast pirates on Onigashima faced their own tribulations. I initially thought you were an insignificant nobody, yet your strength is quite impressive. My efforts to unearth you from the ice were not in vain. Give it your all. Slay this great cat. I intend to turn him into a zombie and then seek vengeance on Kaido. You don't need to say, I would do the same. For my lord's vengeance, I would not hesitate to descend into hell. However, should you aim to lay claim to Wano, even in this state, I will never yield. Moria had little means to contend with Fusif's martial prowess. After suffering losses, he abandoned direct confrontation and summoned his elite samurai zombies to initiate a siege, including the formidable Kurizumi Kinemon, unearthed from the Flower Capital. Though Fusif was adept in the 6 styles, with swift movements and sharp attacks, he found himself at the mercy of the pain-immune, damage-exchanging samurai zombies, ultimately unable to prevail. Unthinkable. This genius ultimately succumbs to the hands of you wretched beings. Do not even dream of transforming me into such a ghastly sight. Let us perish together. As the beleaguered Fuzifu glimpsed the futility of escape, he desperately seized a burning piece of wood and charged towards the munitions storage, intent on igniting an explosion that would take Moria along to the afterlife. You useless lot, hasten to extinguish the flames. No, it's too late. Come here and shield me. Boom, boom, boom. Before the zombies could comprehend Moria's ever-changing commands, a series of explosions had already engulfed them, with more detonations following in relentless succession, filling the air with smoke and debris, and even blasting a significant portion of the ceiling away. TCH, that Spider-Woman managed to escape. No matter, she is but a minor character, incapable of altering the grand scheme. Hey, Moria, are you still breathing? If this is all you are capable of, there is no need for further collaboration. The violent explosions left the upper level of the munitions depot in disarray. As the dust settled, Crocodile re-emerged, having extinguished most of the flames. He lit a cigar and glanced over at Moria, who was buried amidst the corpses, mocking him. Saying, Crocodile, do you think I am someone of no consequence? Cough, cough. Whether we collaborate is entirely up to you, but my only concern is exacting revenge on Kaido. How could I possibly perish in a place like this? Instead of idly chatting here, you should focus on recapturing the underlings you let escape. Should she inform Kaido, it would complicate our plans. If that maniac goes berserk, the very existence of this island would be in jeopardy. When the time comes, dreaming of preserving the remaining munitions would be futile. A moment later, Moria abruptly arose from the pile of zombies, his torn wounds causing him to cough amidst the swirling dust. After confirming Fuzifu's demise, he began to articulate a verbal retort towards Crocodile, subtly warning him of Kaido's terrifying nature. It matters not. With Whitebeard's restraint, Kaido should not return for the time being. Have your remaining toys hurry to transport the munitions. MR0, come with me outside. Yes, boss. Uffed. What is so impressive about dodging a massive explosion thanks to your Logia abilities? Revive my immortal army. Gather the usable corpses and empty the munitions. This battle has utterly exhausted me. I need to rest for a moment. At this juncture, MR0, who was overseeing the logistics in the lower levels, arrived to gather information and followed Crocodile's lead. Once the two vanished from sight, Moria spat out a mouthful of blood and saliva, then awakened the zombies to begin their tasks. He used shadows to drag his body to the wall, finally allowing himself to relax. The previous explosions had inflicted numerous injuries upon his substantial frame, making movement quite arduous. Thus, he refrained from provoking Crocodile further, lest the latter turn hostile. The conclusion of the munitions depot battle did not signify the end of the conflict on Onigashima. In the harbor, the battle between the samurai of Wano and the Bigmon pirates raged on fiercely. Ashuradoji had little interest in Tama. Thus he did not heed the news of the dog seeking revenge against the ship king and instead joined forces against the calamities. Were it not for the assistance of the shadow clone, Wano's side, represented solely by Kawamatsu of the Akazaya 9, would likely be no match for the Bigmon pirates in terms of elite combat strength. As for the underworld leaders led by Leopard Goro, their efforts against Bigmon's ordinary offspring were merely acceptable, managing to stall Opera and Galette, the Totland ministers, albeit with great difficulty. Not to mention, they were utterly outmatched by the Star of the Sea, Perispero. Ha ha ha. Little Peach, I am your Uncle Blackbeard. In light of Captain Odin's past kindness, if you reveal how your subordinates acquired their powers, I can help you dispatch the entire Bigmon pirates. But do not expect me to assist you against Kaido. After all, a deal is a deal. What do you think? Just as the Bigmon pirates began to show signs of defeat, Blackbeard Teach, the second-rate trader, surfaced, ready to barter his intervention for the secret of the Shadow Clone Fruit's abilities. How dare you? Insulting both our former master and his highness. I shall not spare you. Kappa Flow, Sea Wild River. Without waiting for Tama to react, Kawamatsu abandoned his confrontation with Kurizumi and launched a decisive strike at Blackbeard Teach. Thunderstorm Slash. Oh, so this reverse sword technique possesses such power. It seems he is no ordinary warrior. Testing my blade against a guy like you is most fitting. Kawamatsu's ambitious assault was effortlessly intercepted by Rain Jinbi, who, sensing Kawamatsu's inhuman strength, marveled before his bloodthirsty gaze ignited. He brandished his famed sword, Thunderstorm, engaging Kawamatsu in a fierce counterattack, a rare smile of excitement gracing his lips. Be cautious, Kawamatsu. That man is one of the greatest swordsmen overseas, far superior to the purple-haired lad you previously faced. That black scoundrel, even without your assistance, the Bigmon pirates would eventually fall. I do not have time to deal with you. Depart from Wano at once, or you shall reap dire consequences. Tama cautioned Kawamatsu to proceed with care and then issued a warning to Blackbeard, not out of fear of battle, but due to the emergence of a new faction entering Wano's territory. The port remained under the control of the Beast Pirates, and to avoid attacks, the pirates had shut down the cableway, completely isolating Wano due to the steep drop of several thousand meters. Not long ago, a series of booming cannon fire erupted from there, and soon after, the cableway resumed operation. The samurai left behind to monitor the situation sent out messages through their mirrors before losing contact. Through the remaining mirror, Buggy confirmed the intelligence of the Marine's landing. Thus, he wished to avoid further entanglement with Blackbeard, aiming to control Onigashima swiftly before heading to the main battlefield. Ha ha ha! What good fortune have I not tasted? Do you think that allying with Whitebeard places you in an invincible position? Or do you believe that teaming up with Sand Crocodile, a former warlord, can stand against our Blackbeard pirates? Let me inform you, I have already made arrangements with the Marines outside. The new Marine Admiral will soon arrive to reap the exhausted Emperors of the Sea. The fate of Wano remains uncertain. However, Blackbeard Teach was not so easily dismissed. Finding the lure unconvincing, he resorted to threats, perhaps believing that the advantage is mine. Blackbeard even began to reveal his intentions of allying with the Marines. Heh, I thought Kaido had tamed you. It appears you hold no loyalty to him either. Indeed, trust is the most worthless currency in the world. You plan to join forces with Akainu to deal with the ex-emperor, only to betray them again? A clever scheme, but you overestimate your own strength. Buggy, where are you? I cannot rely on that useless Moria. Do not expect me to face so many alone. Crocodile did not rush into action, casually puffing on a cigar as he retrieved a mirror, speaking to himself. What has to hurry? Gathering personnel takes time. This time, we cannot let this little black scoundrel escape again. Who knows what might happen if we encounter him again? At that moment, A castle clone that had been merely spectating the battlefield suddenly erected a grand fortress from which Buggy staggered out. Behind him followed a multitude of reinforcements, all summoned by Buggy through his castle clone. Among them were members of the mercenary group sent to conquer the Flower Country, the main forces of Germa led by Judge, the world's greatest swordsman, and his temporary companion, Perona. Ha ha ha. The war family from the North Sea combined with 1 to 7 warlords. What a formidable alliance we have here. Hey, little clown Buggy, one battle in the Summit War is enough. Why do you still hold a grudge against me? We have no major grievances between us, do we? How about we both take a step back? I won't interfere with your occupation of Ghost Island, and in return, you won't obstruct my dealings with Whitebeard. If those 3 old geezers end up taking each other out, I'll leave immediately. Blackbeard Teach assessed the strengths of both sides and realized that his faction did not possess absolute superiority. Even if they won, they would be too weakened to confront Whitebeard. Moreover, with the red text already in his possession, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications and stall for time until Akainu made his move. Thus, he proposed a temporary cessation of hostilities. Oh, weren't you quite arrogant before? Why are you trying to back down now? Who would believe a person without credibility like you? Dream on if you think you can wait for Akainu to act, and then take advantage of the chaos. My hawk, it seems that the fishman is on the brink of collapse. I'll leave Shiryu to you. Surely, the world's greatest swordsman can handle a former warden without issue. Old Sand, hold off Akiji, Dongli and Bragi, confront that giant. The rest will be handled by Germa. Perona, go find your captain and see if he can still join the fight. As Buggy charged toward Blackbeard Teach, he began assigning combat roles and urged everyone to take action. The Fishman swordsman was not entirely without chance of victory. I want to enjoy this duel before the outcome is determined. Don't direct me, Buggy. I am not your subordinate. However, I am indeed curious about whether ice or sand is stronger. Hawkeye crossed his arms and watched the battle between Hisong and Shiryu with great interest, while Crocodile, after expressing dissatisfaction with Buggy's commands, began to engage Akiji. This land of Wano is rich in sea prism stone. It would indeed make a suitable base for weaponry. If we capture it, our goals will be more attainable. Your Highness, these individuals do not appear to be virtuous. Their intentions seem no different from Kaido's. Should we expel them as well? No need. They're all friends I met during my travels abroad, here to drive out the beast pirates. We can negotiate once the situation stabilizes. Gaji's words raised the vigilance of the Wano samurai, including Shimatsuki Yajui, but fortunately, they were dissuaded by Tao Ji-su and large-scale conflict was averted, leading to individual battles. However, immediate cooperation was out of the question. Maintaining peace was already a significant achievement. Arrogant clown, don't think I'm afraid of you. I remember my grudge against Bagus. Reveal the whereabouts of Van Augur, and I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, prepare to endure torment. By the way, didn't you say you couldn't be killed even when cut into pieces? Perfect. I'll take your head as a trophy. Ha ha ha. Seeing Buggy unwilling to relent, Blackbeard Teach's demeanor shifted instantly, as if his previous cowardice had never occurred. He even mocked Buggy using his abilities. You, who speak with a leaky mouth, aren't afraid of biting your own tongue. You want to use my head as a trophy? Go to hell. Take this invincible bazooka shot. Buggy retorted without hesitation and pretended to slice, prompting Blackbeard Teach to instinctively defend himself. However, he soon discovered that a bullet had been fired from Buggy's severed wrist, hurtling toward his face, forcing him to block with his other hand. With a swift motion, as Teach's vision was obscured by the smoke from the explosion, Buggy's other hand detached from his body, grasping Blackbeard's neck. He activated his powers, separating Teach's head from his body, then lifted the floating head and sent it soaring back. Shut your foul mouth. You ugly face is becoming more repulsive with each glance, even as a trophy. It is subpar. Stop pretending. You must have acquired Kaido-S abilities, but the Yamada no Orochi has more than one head. As Buggy released his powers, Blackbeard Teach's curses gradually ceased, his eyes dimmed, and blood began to flow normally. It appeared he was beyond saving. Buggy glanced at him before tossing him to the ground, redirecting his gaze to Teach's standing torso. "Ah, it hurts. Cunning clown. I've changed my mind. Prepare to be crushed into a pulp and fed to dogs." A series of cries erupted from Teach's headless body. The blood from his neck ceased flowing, and 7 dragon-like heads rapidly grew back, soon transforming back into Teach's form. His face contorted in rage as he charged at Buggy. "How troublesome. I can withstand a beating, but killing him 7 times will be quite a challenge. I wonder if I could defeat him in one blow by shattering his heart." Facing Teach in his beastly form, adorned in scales and wielding claws, Buggy muttered while his hand did not hesitate. His great sword transformed into 8 short blades as he engaged Teach in combat. Although Buggy employed numerous tricks, the more cautious Blackbeard Teach did not yield much ground. He was nearly ensnared multiple times by Buggy's devil fruit abilities, managing to escape only through self-harm, leaving him in a rather precarious state. Buggy's focus on combat with Blackbeard distracted him from the performances of his clones. The pressure on the Big Mom pirates significantly decreased, as several key members began to regroup their opponents amidst the fighting to devise plans. "Parasparrow, it's not wise to prolong this. Ghost Island is not our territory. You've heard the Navy is preparing to intervene. We shouldn't waste time here. We must inform Mama promptly. Indeed, we need not risk ourselves for Ghost Island. As long as Mama is safe, the outcome of their battle is irrelevant to us. We must withdraw from contact with the enemy and return to the Sangha. To the opposing side, we are not interested in Wano, nor wish to meddle in your feud with the Beast Pirates. As long as you allow us to send someone to notify Mama to retreat, we will leave Wano immediately. How about it? A ceasefire would benefit us both. Think it over." Smokey's proposal garnered Parasparrow's agreement, as he had never supported an alliance with the Beast Pirates. Thus, he quickly decided to negotiate with Wano's forces. Buggy accepted the Big Mom pirate ceasefire proposal through Taoji Su, permitting them to leave the battlefield. As for whether they would adhere to the agreement and exit Wano, that was no longer Buggy's concern while he focused on dealing with Blackbeard. After all, Whitebeard was currently dominating the main battlefield and held the upper hand. With the Big Mom pirates withdrawing, Buggy's clones could now concentrate fully on the Blackbeard pirates, while the samurai of Wano, under Taoji Su's command, joined Buggy's side to begin clearing out those who had allied with Blackbeard, although Blackbeard's faction was clearly at a disadvantage in numbers. Their high-end combat strength prevented an immediate collapse. Hawkeye could leisurely observe the fierce battle between Rain Shiryu and Hisong, while Binger could not stand idly by as his comrades suffered. He organized his forces multiple times to charge into battle and surround Shiryu. However, the results were minimal, as the weaker fighters struggled to even approach. Just when Hisong was once again wounded and unable to withstand Shiryu's blade, Hawkeye made his move. True mastery of swordsmanship is not merely for the sake of killing. Otherwise, what distinguishes a swordsman from an executioner? What a laughable statement. If you don't kill, what good is a swordsman? Your few moves haven't considered others either. However, it seems that facing the world's greatest swordsman is a more fitting challenge for me than a fishman. Hee. Shilu displayed a certain disdain for Ingyan, laughing arrogantly with a wide grin. However, his demeanor grew significantly more serious, and his attacks became considerably more cautious. In response to Shilu's provocation, Ingyan did not exhibit anger, but rather countered with a series of fierce sword strikes, transforming the vicinity into a perilous battleground that compelled both sides to evade, lest they suffer collateral damage. With high-level combatants being restrained and their forces vastly outnumbered, the defeat of Blackbeard's faction appeared to be merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, on another front, as time progressed, the 100 Beast Pirates found themselves not merely defeated, but at an impasse, with their cadres falling one by one, leading many of the pirates to relinquish their weapons and choose surrender, except for Yin Zai-jin, who stubbornly resisted from the skies. The only remaining trouble for the Whitebeard pirates was the biochemical weapon released by Queen before his descent into madness. Fortunately, Marco unleashed a broad wave of blue flames, temporarily suppressing Queen's virus. Otherwise, both sides would have faced severe casualties. Just as Marco was preoccupied with analyzing the healing agents he had recovered from Queen, a violent tremor compelled him to abandon his test tube and look around. He discovered that Yin Zai-jin and Ace, who had been engaged in battle, had ceased their conflict and were flying towards the area where the three emperors were clashing. Sensing impending danger, Marco, transformed into the Phoenix, followed suit. "How dare you intrude upon my battle? Do you think I will be grateful for such insolence? Bah! The very beings I despise most in this world are the lapdogs of the world government. How foolish you are! If it weren't for my intervention, how could you possibly stand against Whitebeard? Pirates are indeed ungrateful wretches who deserve severe punishment." By the time Marco and the others arrived, Kaido was facing off against Admiral Akainu with a furious expression, wielding his kanabo. Big Mom stood aside, her countenance fluctuating, holding a din mushi as she observed the scene. Whitebeard, looking grave, was half kneeling on the ground, clutching his abdomen, which showed signs of severe burns and faint glimmers of light, indicating significant injury. Initially, Whitebeard had been engaged in battle with Kaido and Big Mom, not only holding his ground, but also maintaining the initiative. However, facing two opponents required his utmost concentration, which led him to overlook Akainu, who had stealthily emerged from underground after defeating the 100 Beast Pirates. This admiral, unbound by martial ethics, had utilized the powers of the magma fruit to create a tunnel and stealthily approach the area of the three emperors' battle to launch a surprise attack, striking Whitebeard with a devastating hellhound, only to be sent flying by Whitebeard's counterattack. It was initially thought that Kaido would seize the opportunity to eliminate Whitebeard, but unexpectedly, he abandoned the now vulnerable Whitebeard to pursue Akainu with a Thunder Bagua. Caught off guard, Akainu was struck soundly, creating a large crater in the ground and causing the tunnel to collapse, resulting in the earlier tremor. Meanwhile, Big Mom received a message from Perispero, leaving her momentarily indecisive as she chose to observe for the time being. "Father, how are you? How could they injure you so severely? This is utterly unforgivable." Marco hurried to assess Whitebeard's wounds, while the enraged Ace charged forward without hesitation. Fire Fist Ace, surviving the execution during the Marineford War, is indeed astonishing. But this time I shall not allow your escape. You shall accompany Whitebeard to the afterlife. You scum deserve to be eradicated. Akainu scrutinized Ace's features before issuing a declaration of judgment. Kaido, meanwhile, was listening to the reports from Yen Zai, seemingly uninterested in joining the fray. Fire Fist, it seems that even facing death has not imparted any wisdom upon you. Boy, impulsive, foolish, your kind is always so troublesome. Acknowledge reality. No flame can withstand the temperature of magma. It would be better for you to perish. At least you wouldn't have to witness Whitebeard's demise, would you? Dog bite Red Lotus. As Ace lunged at him, Akainu taunted him while preparing to counterattack with a punch, leveraging his superior fruit abilities to inflict further damage upon Fire Fist, replicating his previous tactics from the Marineford War. Initially, the situation unfolded as Akainu anticipated, with magma steadily extinguishing Ace's flames, threatening to consume one of his arms entirely in an instant. Ace's face contorted in agony, yet he pressed forward, narrowing the gap to Akainu, which surprised the Admiral, though he dismissed it, attributing it to Ace's impetuousness. Divine Fire, Shinui Purple Flame Spear. Ace roared, the purple-black flames propelling his iron-crafted prosthetic arm forth, piercing through the magma. Even as Akainu belatedly attempted to elementalize and evade, he was ensnared by the Haki-imbued prosthetic, resulting in a bleeding wound on his reconstructed shoulder. What is wrong with that arm of yours? Have you fallen for the boy's trap? Indeed, it seems to carry the stain of original sin. How insidious. It is rather amusing to hear the word insidious from you, a coward who resorts to ambushes repeatedly. I merely return the favor in kind. Regardless of the means, anything against pirates is justified. Absolute justice is beyond reproach. Unmoved by Ace's veiled mockery, Akainu viewed any moral consideration towards pirates as complicity. Ace ceased his words, instead engaging Akainu with his Haki-imbued prosthetic, launching simultaneous attacks against the bare-fisted Admiral. What? They have already lost that side? Onigashima has been invaded? How dare they invade my lair? They truly underestimate me. Oh, Whitebeard, I see you're gravely injured. I do not wish to take advantage of this. If you release my subordinates and withdraw from Wano, I shall let you be today. I can even help you deal with those worthless Marines. How about we settle our grudges later? After listening to Yin Zai's report, Kaido's expression shifted momentarily before he slowly addressed the recovering Whitebeard with his conditions. Kaido, though rash, harbors a deeper disdain for the Marines than for his fellow pirate, thus suggesting a temporary truce to confront the Marines together. I shall release your subordinates, but the 100 Beast pirates must withdraw from Wano. This is non-negotiable. Such minor injuries cannot hinder my punishment of the Marines. Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? If you wish to join, then come. I shall accept you both. I am Whitebeard. In Marco's worried gaze, Whitebeard, leaning on his great blade, Song Yun Xie, slowly rose, stating his conditions in an authoritative tone, seemingly unfazed by Akainu's ambush. Yet, the slight tremor in his beard and the beads of sweat on his face betrayed that he was not as untroubled as he professed. Mama, how about we resolve this with the old rules from the Rocks crew? A Davy back fight. You two should remember how to play. Let us aim for this admiral. Whoever captures him first gets to dictate the terms. If I win, your pirates shall submit to the Tado Land Kingdom. If I lose, I shall forsake my alliance with Kaido and never again involve myself in Wano's affairs. Just as Kaido and Whitebeard were at an impasse, ready to resume their conflict, Big Mom suddenly proposed resolving their dispute through a pirate game. Although the terms seemed somewhat unequal, Kaido agreed, stating that if he triumphed, they would withdraw from Wano and never return. Having lost, my sons at least have a place to settle. Old hag, do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your schemes. However, since you all are so inclined, let us engage in a match. I shall inevitably wage war against the Navy, so capturing a general to initiate the conflict is not a bad idea. If I win, you must join the battle against the Navy. If I lose, I shall abide by the rules. Let us commence immediately. Whitebeard glanced at the beleaguered ace, considered briefly, and largely acquiesced to Big Mom's proposal. Kaido, dissatisfied, coldly snorted at Big Mom and put forth his own conditions, eagerly grasping his kanabo, ready to strike first. Hold on. Are you not afraid that I might ally with one side against the other? Whitebeard, I can temporarily spare Fire Fist, provided he no longer opposes the Navy. Big Mom, do you truly wish to be at war with the Navy in its entirety? Kaido, why all this idle chatter? Stay out of it, or I shall deal with you as well. Akainu, of course, was unwilling to face the assault from the 3 Western Emperors alone. He seemingly proposed to join forces with 2 of them, but in truth, he aimed to incite mutual suspicion among the 3, seeking a space to maneuver. However, the hot-headed Kaido had no intention of listening, forcing Akainu to swallow his words. Then let it be. A grand melee it shall be. At worst, we all perish together. As long as I can annihilate all 3 of your pirate crews, I care not if this island sinks to the depths of the sea. Meteor Volcano. Akainu dodged Kaido's onslaught and actively pursued the discarded ace, employing wide-ranging attacks to ensnare more participants in the fray. Although this strategy subjected Akainu to a greater number of adversaries, it also wrought immense chaos, significantly taxing the energies of the 3 Western Emperors. Akainu first pursued Ace with ferocity, drawing Whitebeard's intervention, then shifted his assault to Big Mom's offspring, and upon encountering her defense, turned to attack Flame Calamity Jean, which provoked Kaido's pursuit. Yet, thanks to previously excavated tunnels, Akainu consistently evaded the onslaught of the Western Emperors, launching ambushes on others, gaining quite an advantage and exhausting the 3 factions. As Akainu recklessly faced the 3 Western Emperors, the battle on Onigashima between Blackbeard and Buggy raged on. Dark Water. Void Slice. Ha ha ha. Your attacks are indeed ineffective. Such an unfathomable ability. However, it's impossible for you to harm me as easily as before. Though I am unaware of your true intentions, you must have heard the commotion over there. Who knows how many warships Akainu might summon? If the Navy gains the upper hand, it would surely complicate matters for you. Are we truly to engage in a bitter fight to the death here? Instead of exhausting ourselves here, why not consider how to unseat those 3 old geezers? I do not believe your bond with Whitebeard is as strong as you claim. If you and I join forces, capturing those 3 worn-out geezers would be a piece of cake. You can choose whichever territory you desire afterward. I can even give you Wano and the Land of Harmony. With the enhancement of the Zoan-type fruit, Blackbeard's resilience surged, and the abilities of the dark fruit proved troublesome. Thus, after the initial exchanges, both sides began to seek breakthroughs through sudden strikes. The intensity of their battle was not as exhilarating as the duels between the swordsmen nearby, nor did it match the ruckus caused by the two nature-type users, whose skirmishes sent clouds of dust and frigid air swirling. Blackbeard, unwilling to continue depleting his energy, once again probed with words, brazenly delineating territories as if considering the concerns of others. Those three old geezers would have been dealt with long ago if they were so easily subdued. They would not have survived to this day. Moreover, even if one could succeed, who could guarantee that you wouldn't turn traitor? You have quite the history of betrayal. Just as Blackbeard believed Buggy intended to fight to the end, Buggy suddenly halted, stepping back from the fray, panting heavily as he continued. However, if the Navy continues to send reinforcements, it would indeed pose a significant problem. Wano must not fall into the hands of the world government. Why don't we call it a truce for now, and let future matters be determined by our own abilities? Buggy's change of heart was not due to blind faith in Blackbeard's words, but rather the shifting dynamics of the battlefield. The Whitebeard pirates had already crushed the Beast pirates and were busy managing captives and tending to the injured, when a large contingent of Navy soldiers suddenly entered the fray, launching indiscriminate attacks on the pirates. Even the recently arrived Bigman pirates were swept into the conflict, engaging with the Navy while also keeping Whitebeard's commanders in check. The formerly surrendering members of the Beast pirates picked up arms once more, plunging the three factions into chaos, placing the already outnumbered Whitebeard pirates in a precarious position. Buggy relished the thought of the Whitebeard pirates being suitably depleted, but did not wish for the Navy to intervene. If the world government seized the opportunity to reinforce their ranks, he would have no choice but to retreat. Thus, Buggy decisively abandoned the idea of continuing to wear down Blackbeard. He monitored the main battlefield with his clones while dispatching airships to surveil the waters surrounding Wano, preparing to ascertain the Navy's subsequent movements, each to their own abilities. How fitting for my desires. Shiryu, cease your actions. Can the title of the world's greatest swordsman truly compare to that of the Western emperors? Akiji, you won't feel too awkward encountering an old acquaintance, will you? Pizarro, gather our men and leave this place. Do not forget our ship. Just as Blackbeard finished speaking, a significant tremor shook Onigashima, the ground fissured, and a giant figure emerged, vaguely resembling Pizarro. Truly, the world's finest black blade is impressive, though it is unfortunate that it could not quench the thirst for blood of the thunderstorm. I welcome you to challenge me whenever you wish. At least as a means to pass the time, you are somewhat competent. The two swordsmen sheathed their blades, exchanging fierce words as a farewell, while Akiji and Crocodile shared a brief, cold glance before parting ways to return to their respective sides. Your subordinates have shown great restraint. However, next time we meet, I shall not yield. If you know what is good for you, hurry up and leave Wano. What Buggy referred to as restraint was Pizarro's precise manipulation of the terrain, taking only the buildings near the port and the pirates belonging to Blackbeard, while leaving the main structures of Onigashima intact. Otherwise, even if Buggy did not object, Crocodile could not allow Blackbeard to hand over such an important armory to others. You are entirely ignorant of my power. In the end, who departs is still uncertain. Prepare to witness the spectacle. Blackbeard took a swig from his drink, his toothy grin unmistakable, and then responded to Buggy. If one disregarded his provocative words, one might mistake him for a sunny boy bidding farewell to a friend. Is it truly wise to let so many restless individuals roam free? And why have you summoned so many? How shall we divide this territory in the end? Surely, you do not intend to draw up IOUs. Let me tell you in advance, you shall not get a chance. Once Blackbeard departed, Crocodile approached Buggy, his expression one of discontent as he surveyed the clearly defined ranks of their own forces, questioning Buggy's plans. What problems could arise? The chaos is already sufficient. An additional Blackbeard makes little difference. Let us divide the spoils of Onigashima first, and we could discuss territorial matters after dealing with Kaido. Where's Kaido? I was just about to settle the score with him. Now that I possess these super zombies, I shall surely exact my vengeance. While Buggy was explaining further actions to Crocodile, Moria, who had been lying low for half the day, finally made his appearance. Upon hearing the name Kaido, there was an immediate outcry for vengeance. Kaido was engaged in combat with Big Mom and Whitebeard, and Admiral Akainu of the Navy was also present, creating quite a commotion. Why don't you take your zombie army to clear out the Navy's main forces, and once we have settled things here, we can all go after Kaido together. Buggy first briefed Moria, who was unaware of the situation, on the state of the battle, then presented an appropriate choice. Moria, being amenable, merely voiced his bravado without any intention to confront Kaido directly. Onigashima was never under the jurisdiction of the Wano country shogunate. Thus, the people of Wano felt little remorse in plundering outsiders. However, when the pirates began to loudly discuss how to divide the entirety of Wano after the battle, both the underworld led by Leopard Goro and the samurai under Shimatsuki Yasu's command expressed vehement opposition. The populace raised their weapons once more, ready for another bout at a moment's notice. Fortunately, Buggy had the alias Tama no Sook. After a feigned discussion, they ultimately reached an agreement. Wano would provide Onigashima and all weapon factories as compensation in exchange for the outsiders' assistance in rebuilding after expelling the beast pirates and serving as a conduit for overseas connections, ultimately achieving the goal of nation building. While the people of Wano felt somewhat disadvantaged by this agreement, they refrained from opposing it in front of their future shogun. In the end, under the leadership of Tama no Sook, they departed Onigashima, preparing to confront the beast pirates on the central battlefield. The mercenary group, as the de facto forces of Tama no Sook, naturally accompanied them, and upon hearing about the trouble with the beast pirates, Moria expressed his willingness to join. If he could not deal with Kaido, surely he could handle his subordinates. As long as he could cause Kaido some frustration, the valiant heroes of the West Sea would certainly join the fray. Dracula Mihawk showed no interest in territories or resources. Upon learning that Perona intended to continue following Moria, he took his leave, seemingly returning to Karaikakuna Island to train Roronoa Zoro. Due to the Navy's intervention, Vinsmoke Judge decided to lead the Germa army to remain at Onigashima. After all, the Germa Kingdom was a member of the world government, and it was inappropriate to initiate combat. Crocodile, however, found the Germa army of assassins quite intriguing. Compared to the ragtag group he previously organized, Baroque Works, the Germa army was undoubtedly elite in terms of both equipment and organization. Thus, he planned to assess the potential for collaboration, not eager to join the main battlefield, as he would likely just end up taking a beating. He was not as reckless as Blackbeard, willing to take unnecessary risks. On the other hand, Buggy found himself in a rather awkward position. As the current warlord of the sea, he faced a dilemma in choosing sides between the Navy and the West Emperor. At present, he did not seem inclined to sever ties with the world government. However, he soon had other matters to attend to. A strong earthquake caused the previously frozen sea surface to surge, with large chunks of floating ice colliding and producing a deafening roar. Simultaneously, a crimson surge shot into the sky, seemingly intent on incinerating the entire atmosphere, as a scorching wave of heat erupted from the heart of Wano, crashing toward the coast. What the hell? Who caused this? Can't anyone live peacefully anymore? I still want to develop this place. Buggy cursed while summoning his mirror ability to create duplicates, preparing to head toward the main battlefield. Regardless of whether it was to protect his substantial subordinates, his so-called allies, or the territory he was about to acquire, he had to do everything in his power to prevent this island crisis. The so-called West Emperor was nothing more than a group of desperate scum of the seas. It was no longer their time to flaunt their power, regardless of the blood-stained lineage or grotesque creatures. For the sake of absolute justice, any sacrifice was worthwhile. Even if it meant sinking this isolated island nation into the depths of the sea, I must ensure that you all are captured. Despite his assertive rhetoric, Admiral Akainu's condition was evidently not favorable. His chest had been pierced by Kaido's Bujrung gun, and while the magma from the west flowed and attempted to seal the wound, it was thwarted by an invisible force. His face was smeared with blood, and his features appeared misaligned, indicating he had sustained severe injuries. However, his adversary was not faring well either. The minimally injured Big wore a grim expression, her hair disheveled, resembling a beggar, while Perispero, hiding far away, clutched a cane and stood precariously, one of his pant legs swinging emptily, clearly a victim of Akanu's leg-cutting maniac. Marco was tending to the severely burned Ace while occasionally glancing at Whitebeard, who stood guard before them. Meanwhile, the Lunalaria tribesman, Flame Calamity Kinneman, exhibited signs of distress. Kneeling upon the ground, his vast black wings now tattered and emanating a burnt odor. Clearly, confronting a natural-type powerhouse who would stop at nothing to ambush them had turned their numbers into a disadvantage. That kid from the Whitebeard family, take care of him too. I promise I won't trouble you until we've dealt with the Navy. Who would believe that? This is troublesome. Before Marco could voice his dissent against Kaido's unilateral decision, a figure was already hurled into the air. To avoid hitting the prone Ace, Marco leaped to catch it, only to find the sensation in his hands was off. Hastily tossing it to the ground, embarrassed, he patted his pineapple head before unleashing healing flames to tend to the figure. The one causing Marco such trouble was none other than Kaido's beloved son, Yamato, who had been under the watchful eye of Black Maria. Taking advantage of the chaos at Onigashima, Yamato escaped with the assistance of their close ally, Nika. With decent capabilities, Yamato traversed the battlefield, approaching Kaido, and with a headstrong disposition, disregarded the complex situation, demanding Kaido relinquish Wano. Unsurprisingly, their negotiations fell through, and just as both were about to engage in combat, Ace fortuitously tumbled nearby. Yamato could not bear to watch Ace be slain by Akainu, thus activating the Daikoku Tenjin form to intervene. In Akainu's eyes, the most significant targets present, aside from the West Emperor's head, were Ace S, which he deemed of paramount value to eliminate, causing him considerable annoyance. Through the exchange between Yamato and Kaido, Akainu had discerned their relationship, and Yamato's displayed talents during the conflict made Akainu unwilling to relent. He decided to take decisive action, preparing to eliminate the two young conquerors before him with magma. Faced with scorching magma that even the ice fruit could scarcely withstand, Yamato could not hold out for long. Fortunately, the mythical Zoan-type fruit bestowed significant regenerative capabilities, preventing immediate death. However, he lacked the stamina to maintain his abilities in their awakened state. You have greatly disappointed me. Remember this. Strength is the ultimate truth in this world. Without sufficient might, you are as vulnerable as this nation, capable of perishing at any moment. As Yamato lost his capacity to continue the fight and knelt upon the ground, Kaido's cold snort reached Akainu's ears, followed by the swift approach of Budrung Gun, interrupting Akainu's planned execution. Unwilling to delay any longer, Akainu fully unleashed his fruit's powers, not only melting the surroundings, but also burning through the rock layers, directing the underground magma to surge toward the surface. The scorching magma erupted from below, guided by Akainu, advancing toward everyone, turning the area into a sea of crimson. The previously solid ice surface melted instantaneously, and as the magma met the seawater, it produced a deafening sizzle, heating the water to a boiling point and generating a massive amount of steam that quickly enveloped the entire battlefield, obscuring everyone's vision. Whoa, I didn't expect this little brat to have such a fiery temper. Marco, take Ace and that girl back to the main forces, and find a way to get the ship out to sea. Leave this place to your old man. Understood, old man. I have arranged for someone to come and pick you up shortly. Although Ma-Urka is somewhat concerned about the injuries of Baihuzi, he is nonetheless prepared to carry out the orders of his captain. Just as he transforms into the form of a phoenix, ready to grasp Aisai and Day and depart, Kaido interjects. My offspring need not your concern. Jean, take Day back and tell the others to cease their actions. Once I win this gamble, everyone will be under our influence. Oh la 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 la. Yes, brother Kaido. Upon receiving Kaido's command, Jean transforms into a toothless wyvern and swiftly appears beside Ma-Urka. Seizing the moment of hesitation, he grabs Day and vanishes into the mist. Father, this. Gula-la-la-la. The rookie is still so arrogant. Very well. Let's set off. Ma-Urka, do not obstruct me here. Next, I cannot guarantee that I won't sink this island into the sea. Baihuzi urges Ma-er-ka to quickly take Isai away, while he himself unleashes a powerful punch, creating a shockwave that disperses the incoming magma, protecting the icy surface beneath him while also clearing the mist ahead. The old immortal. My island is not so easily submerged. Be careful not to exhaust yourself. That would be too dull, as we have yet to finish our brawl. Kaido expresses his dissatisfaction with Baihuzi's address, cursing before transforming into a blue dragon, ascending upon a flame cloud, and unleashing a torrent of heat in front of him. This not only carves a path for the magma wall akin to crashing waves, but also reveals the figure of Akainu, who had been manipulating events from behind. You two decrepit pirates are indeed steeped in sin, so stubborn even when death looms. Do you think that your conqueror's Haki will suffice to challenge me? Today, I shall show you that no amount of Haki can withstand true calamity. Be melted by the searing magma. Go to the depths and repent for your filthy crimes. Inagami Daikrin, facing the oncoming dragon, Akainu remains unafraid, using his magma-formed arm to create a colossal dog head with an abyss-like mouth, seemingly intending to devour the blue dragon Kaido whole, while simultaneously launching verbal assaults against the two Western emperors. The reason Akainu did not include Big Mom in his plans was not due to any moral restraint, but because she had already departed the battlefield aboard Prometheus, accompanying her eldest son Perospero, who was retreating on the Sugar Sea Cow. The reason for Big Mom's departure was simple. Her peculiar and terrifying affliction, hunger pangs, had returned. This was not the territory of Wano, and even if destruction ensued, it would not be of concern to others. However, Perospero remained. He understood that if he could not satisfy Big Mom's appetite, the frenzied Big Mom might very well take his life before she starved to death herself. Thus, he had no choice but to placate his mother while simultaneously contacting his younger siblings in the Charlotte family to prepare provisions and cook food on site. However, conditions on the battlefield were hardly conducive to culinary endeavors. After all, Big Mom had an extraordinarily discerning palate, and there was neither the presence of the chefs from the Big Mom pirates nor adequate ingredients. In a state of anxious fear, Perospero's mind raced, and finally, a potential solution dawned upon him. If there was a place in Wano rich in ingredients, it would surely be Onigashima, and regardless of who controlled it at the moment. He could negotiate. With a hopeful heart, Perospero dialed a call on the snail to Buggy, partly because they had previously engaged in trade and could be considered reluctant partners, and partly because he had no means to contact Blackbeard, considering the trouble a madwoman could cause by lingering, and knowing that sending Big Mom away would naturally lead her children to depart. It would aid in resolving the chaos swiftly. Buggy suggested that he would first escort Big Mom back to Wano. Although Perospero found Buggy's suggestion intriguing, he remained skeptical until Buggy mentioned his invasion of Wano, at which point Perospero was convinced. However, out of caution, he requested Buggy to first return a family member as a test. Before long, Perospero confirmed the outcome via the snail phone. Even so, this naturally suspicious individual proposed an additional request, to return with Big Mom to ensure safety. Buggy, eager to assess the situation involving the Western Emperors, did not dwell on the details, as there was still potential for collaboration with the Big Mom pirates, at least to attract the attention of the world government. Were it not for the critical resources of Wano, even the Beast Pirates could become viable allies. Just as Buggy dispatched several high-ranking members of the Big Mom Pirates and pondered how to persuade Kaido to abandon Wano and instead create trouble for the Marines and world government. The clash between the Western Emperor and the Marine Admiral intensified. Kaido, employing his thick skin and formidable might, unleashed the ultimate technique, Fire Dragon's Torch, rendering Akainu's proud magma attacks akin to mere scratches. Akainu could only rely on his observation Haki to evade Kaido's lethal strikes, redirecting his focus primarily on Baihuzi. Under Akainu's relentless exertion, the magma beneath the island became increasingly active, and with Baihuzi's intermittent earthquakes, more and more fissures emerged along the coastline, allowing small streams of magma to flow forth. Ultimately, the underwater volcano was activated, leading to a collective eruption. The annihilation of Wano seemed inevitable, with the Rabbit Bowl Quarry and Baiwu suffering the most severe damage. Fortunately, Most civilians had already retreated to the flower capital. But the falling rocks from Fujiyama still caused countless casualties. This situation was one that Buggy could not afford to ignore. Ueno, besides its rich mineral and arms factories, also harbored a valuable population, as skilled artisans were essential for processing sea stone. Buggy's plan to halt the ongoing calamity was simple: separate the erupting volcano area from the others. However, upon entering his awakened state, he discovered that matters were far more complex than anticipated. The abundant sea stone in Ueno became an impediment to his abilities. To concentrate his power, he had no choice but to halt the actions of his clones and continue experimenting. At this point, the previously chaotic factions had ceased their fighting, and both pirates and marines scrambled onto the nearest ship, their desire to escape overwhelming any thoughts of battle. The mercenaries were equally terrified, their leader Tao Jisoo and the officers offering no response, leaving them to seek guidance from MR3 regarding their escape route. A bunch of fools. Why panic? Can't you see the officers are over by Lord Buggy? As long as Lord Buggy takes action, everything will be fine. Just watch closely. The lords will not abandon us. Have you forgotten how we arrived here? The third brother, while trying to maintain composure and stabilize the situation, wiped the sweat from his brow. This was not out of fear. He understood Buggy's powers. Whether by airship or teleportation, escape was feasible. The sweat was merely a result of the high temperatures. As a candleman, he was nearing his melting point. The magma seems to have stopped moving. What could this mean? Did not the third brother just say, "This is the handiwork of Lord Buggy"? Look, the Lord appears significantly taller than usual. Just as the crowd began to doubt the third brother's words, someone was astonished to see that the approaching magma seemed to have encountered an air wall, halted just inches away, causing excitement among the onlookers. Long live Lord Buggy! The previously panicked mercenaries shouted Buggy's name while marveling at the miraculous sight of the magma being obstructed. Even in close proximity to the magma, the intense heat capable of melting everything was absent. The scene before them resembled watching a 3D blockbuster through a transparent screen, evoking a sense of surrealism. Many mercenaries, rather than retreating, ventured closer to uncover the mysteries that lay before them. Among the boldest was a group that had already reached the mirror surface, attempting to touch the amber-like magma. My finger! What on earth is happening? Soon, they paid a heavy price for their recklessness. The seemingly placid mirror was, in fact, an unordered space divided by Buggy's powers. Before the approaching individuals could comprehend the danger, their outstretched hands and feet shattered into fragmented pieces, aimlessly drifting in the air before vanishing into the scalding magma. Candlewall, a group of fools. Is our master's technique so easy to approach? Someone drag them back and see if we can treat them. As for that headless one, just bury him on the spot. Hire die Nuo Kirst, using a candle wall to secure the unfortunate souls, then called for assistance to tidy up the mess, finally calming the raucous mercenaries. Even amidst the insignificant losses, Sangu remained composed. Behind the reflective lenses, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a hint of mockery. In truth, Jair Dinuo could have erected the wall at once, but doing so would surely have incited the discontent of these proud mercenaries. Hence he deliberately delayed his action, serving as a warning to others. Although Sangu, as the chief steward, theoretically possessed considerable authority within the mercenary group, the rapid expansion led to newcomers vying for influence. This incident provided an excellent opportunity to intimidate these unruly individuals and firmly establish his position as the strategist. Sangu understood much. Fortunately, he acted in time. Otherwise, these unfortunate souls would have undoubtedly perished. Who told them to seek the spotlight? Had they remained by Sanji's side like the rest of us, they would have avoided this fate, and their demise is well-deserved. Chi Nuo, Xiao Ji, do not say such things. They're still our brothers. How could I stand by and watch them perish? Look, my candle wall seems to have collapsed quite a bit. Let us distance ourselves further. This area may not be safe for long. As the organizer of the prison break, Jair Dinuo maintained a good relationship with the escapees. Having just showcased his abilities, his former cellmates quickly offered their praises, greatly satisfying Sanji's vanity, allowing him to begin issuing reliable commands. Meanwhile, Buggy, unable to control even his own clones, could not afford to concern himself with the infighting among his subordinates. All his energy was devoted to maintaining his abilities. Although the effects appeared promising, the intense consumption weighed heavily upon him. Had it not been for the necessary energy provided by the Sun fruit clones, he would have faced two choices, either to announce his withdrawal and flee or to bear the burden to the bitter end, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. However, Buggy overlooked a detail. As he concentrated, many of his clones weakened, such as the floating island which descended significantly. Fortunately, there was the White Sea to cushion the fall. Had he plummeted into the Blue Sea, the losses would have been catastrophic. Those whose memories had been altered stopped their tasks, clutching their heads in confusion, deep in thought, which would later pose significant issues for Buggy. Yet, that was a matter for another time. The greatest impact on the current situation was still the aging Whitebeard, who relied on the rejuvenating powers of the fruit. As Buggy's control diminished, the fruit's effects waned, ultimately becoming ineffective under the relentless pressure exerted by Whitebeard's Haki. Whitebeard's previously restored golden hair began to turn gray and thin, his movements growing increasingly sluggish, his attacks less fierce than before. "Old man, you seem to have aged considerably in an instant." It appears Ling Ling was right. Your youthful appearance was indeed peculiar. How about you watch from the sidelines? I can handle the opposition alone. You can just wait to be my subordinate. Kaido immediately sensed the change in Whitebeard, taunting him while simultaneously increasing his force, objectively alleviating some of Whitebeard's pressure. "Gurara, you little rookies, stop boasting. I'm Whitebeard. I'm merely a bit thirsty. A drink will be nice." "Humph, stubborn old man. If you survive this battle, I will treat you to a drink." Facing the unyielding Whitebeard, Kaido merely snorted, dismissing the offer, though a complex expression flickered in his eyes, as if contemplating overturning the wager and seizing the opportunity to strike, while also feeling a sense of regret for the fallen hero. Hellhound! Damn! The shameless Navy! Akainu, of course, recognized Whitebeard's deterioration and decisively abandoned the resilient Kaido, launching a rapid assault with the swiftest technique, Hellhound. Although this provoked Kaido's furious retaliation, Akainu deemed it a worthwhile trade. For this strike landed perfectly on Whitebeard's prior wound, temporarily incapacitating him and allowing Akainu to escape the predicament of facing two opponents. Compared to the pirates who relied on numerical superiority, this was trivial for an old man. "Now it's your turn. Had that old hag not fled early, you remnants of the last era would all be buried here today." Great eruption of the underworld. Just as Akainu finished speaking, his form entirely dissolved, and the nearby slowly flowing magma surged forth, roaring like a raging torrent towards Whitebeard and Kaido. "Oof. This temperature is akin to bathwater. Old man, dying like this would be quite embarrassing. I still intend to treat you to a drink." Cough. It would indeed be a pity, even if labeled a monster. I am but an ordinary human with a single heart. Kaido transformed into a colossal dragon, blocking the oncoming magma, still having the energy to converse with Whitebeard, who was in a dire state, continuously coughing blood and speaking with diminished vigor. What a long journey it has been. Carp, Sengoku, Ling Ling, and you kid have all aged, just as Whitebeard appeared to be transforming into a decrepit elder, preparing to utter his final words. He suddenly struggled to lift his head toward a figure rapidly approaching from a distance. Ice Age. Along with that deep chant came an overwhelming chill that swept across the battlefield, instantly banishing the intense heat, causing the bubbling magma to be swiftly frozen before it could cool entirely, forming a vast expanse of amber. Naturally, the one capable of such a freezing ability was the former Marine Admiral Akiji, who now limped forward, leaving behind traces of his severed leg with each step, his tilted head seemingly admiring the peculiar spectacle he had created. It seems I may have overdone it a bit. However, to control the flames, I had no choice. There are still many civilians on the island. This should be all right, Teach? Ha ha ha. What a terrifying power. No matter how many times I witness it, the feeling remains the same. My only target has always been Whitebeard. As for the others, do as you please. But you better be on your toes. That Marine Marshal over there does not seem too pleased. Blackbeard Teach laughed maniacally, striding toward the half-kneeling Whitebeard, or rather, the completely encased Whitebeard Nice. Teach, that old man won't last long left like this. Hurry and have that kid Akiji thaw him out. Can't you see I'm busy dealing with that bastard Marine? You scare me. I thought that old fool had come back to life. It seems the mythical Zoan fruit indeed possesses remarkable vitality, even in such a dire state. He is still alive. Kaido, your Onigashima has been seized by the clown Buggy in collusion with the samurai of Wano, and your subordinates have largely been captured by Whitebeard's crew. Even your ally, the Bigman pirates, has fled. The realization of your pirate kingdom has become utterly impossible. It would be wise to relinquish your devil fruit abilities. I shall put them to good use. Fearing damage, Blackbeard could only observe Whitebeard's condition through the ice crystals, which startled him when he caught sight of Kaido. Once he discerned Kaido's appearance, he breathed a sigh of relief, boldly declaring his rebellious stance. The reason was evident. Kaido was in a dire state. One moment he was contending against searing magma, and the next, an extreme chill enveloped him. This not only froze his dragon tail solidly, but also reopened his existing wounds due to the dual assault. The violent alternation of extreme heat and cold rendered Kaido's once formidable dragon scales brittle, leading to significant shedding. Blood, mixed with impurities, covered his body, inflicting excruciating pain and temporarily incapacitating him. As long as I am alive, Wano remains my dominion. If you desire my fruit, be prepared to face death. Kaido strained to lift his dragon head, his lantern-like eyes fixed intently on Blackbeard, whose demeanor grew serious under the overwhelming pressure emanating from Kaido, causing him to hesitate in his actions. Meanwhile, Akiji stood facing Akainu, reminiscent of their earlier confrontation at Punk Hazard. Kazan, what position do you currently hold? Are you truly willing to abandon justice and descend into the realm of pirates? I remain steadfast in my own sense of justice. The question lies with you, Admiral, whether you can truly claim the name of justice. Is your justice that burns everything to ashes? That seems scarcely different from annihilation. Any means are justified against pirates. Sacrificing a few non-member civilians is an acceptable price to pay. It is clear that I cannot align with a stubborn individual like you. It appears that a battle is inevitable, which is quite troublesome. A defeated foe daring to speak of courage? Defeating you once means I can do so again. This time, it will not be settled with merely a broken leg. As the saying goes, there is no room for unnecessary chatter between those who cannot cooperate. After exchanging a few words, the two former naval colleagues resorted to combat, engaging in close-quarters brawling rather than large-scale elemental clashes. As a cowardly bully, Blackbeard stared wide-eyed at Kaido, uncertain of how much strength Kaido had left. He resolved to wear Kaido down in the hopes of exhausting him here. The situation unfolded as he anticipated. Kaido's grievous injuries led to a rapid depletion of his strength, forcing him to lower his dragon head gradually until he lay on the ground, his gaze increasingly weary. Shadowblade, Graveyard. Just as Blackbeard cautiously approached the colossal dragon, a thick shadow, like a river, swiftly surged across the ground toward Kaido's immense form. In an instant, several spikes erupted from the earth, piercing through Kaido's massive body, creating a graveyard of protruding arrowheads resembling a crucifix. Kaido, do you know how I've lived these past 20 years? Today marks your demise. He. The assailant was none other than the former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, who had harbored resentment toward Kaido for over 2 decades. He had stealthily approached the battlefield, silently observing Kaido's battle until he confirmed Kaido's weakness before striking. Gustba, you should have been dealt with back then. If you all wish for death, I shall grant your desires. Bad Wind, Shadow Warrior. Kaido struggled to break free from the shadow's piercing grasp, unleashing a slashing attack aimed at Moria. However, Moria, already on guard, evaded the attack by utilizing his substitution technique. With a missed strike, Kaido abruptly raised his dragon form, emitting a fierce roar. Yet no further actions were forthcoming. Was this a final roar before death? I wonder if he will maintain his dragon form in death. I must find a way to transform him into the most powerful zombie. He. The two conniving individuals eyed each other warily, unwilling to make a move. And soon they would regret their hesitance. For shortly thereafter, they witnessed Onigashima, previously at the edge of their vision, enveloped in clouds, ascending into the sky and beginning to move toward them. How audacious! You think to hurl that island into the sea, do you? I shall send you to hell first. Moria, who knows if that island will crash down after you kill him? Strike when I leave, and do as you please. There will be ample time to reminisce with your old colleagues later, Akiji. We must depart from here. I have no intention of being buried with this impoverished, dilapidated nation. Admiral, we only seek to retrieve Whitebeard's corpse and have no intention of further interfering with your forces. Shall we part ways amicably? Moria raged at Kaido while summoning his shadow warriors for a final blow, but Blackbeard intercepted him first. Seeing the dark aura emanating from Blackbeard, Moria frowned but refrained from attacking. Akiji, having repelled Akainu, leapt away, while Akainu did not pursue further, leading to a brief silence between the parties. Blackbeard, do not presume that your minions can bargain with me. The debt for toying with the Navy will be reckoned with eventually, but for today, I shall let it go. Depart. I have no time for you. After a moment's deliberation, Akainu responded. Though his tone remained firm, he was clearly reluctant to linger further. He was aware that he had acted without authorization and did not wish to account for the significant losses incurred. Having heavily wounded 2 of the Yonko, he deemed his mission accomplished. It was time to withdraw. Since you all have caused enough commotion, may I request that you leave the subsequent matters to me? This is, after all, the New World, and the Navy has already overstepped its bounds. I hope the new admiral understands the limits. As for you, Blackbeard, either take your men and leave, or settle things here. Upon receiving Akainu's response, Blackbeard approached the frozen Whitebeard, only to have a sword's aura, imbued with overwhelming power, narrowly miss his face, carving a deep trench into the muddy ground and leaving everyone stunned. Accompanied by the sound of wooden clogs striking the ground, the red-haired Shanks arrived fashionably late, as if he had been observing the battle for some time. The New World is still under the governance of the world government. No matter your identity, do not attempt to flaunt your power before me. Shanks, I shall report today's events truthfully to the higher echelons of the world government. How unfortunate! Shanks, you would do well to guard Whitebeard's grave, or one day you may find it missing. Ha ha ha. I shall take my leave now. I will settle the score with them later. After the fierce battle, the individuals present faced Shanks, who was in prime condition, clearly feeling uneasy. After exchanging their parting threats, they prepared to disperse. Shanks, do as you will with Whitebeard, but Kaido's head belongs to me. Moria, I find your abilities intriguing. Consider this an opportunity to become my ally. Though such an invitation may seem improper, I can't afford you ample time to contemplate it. However, before Moria could articulate his terms, the ostensibly departing Blackbeard suddenly turned back, ruthlessly launching a surprise attack on Moria. Caught off guard by the sudden assault and Blackbeard's dark fruit abilities, Moria found himself unable to resist and was swiftly taken away by Blackbeard. This fellow has become increasingly troublesome. However, the pressing issue at hand is you, Kaido. Return Onigashima to the surface. I grant you permission to withdraw the beast pirates from Wano country, provided you refrain from setting foot in this land again. I shall persuade the Whitebeard pirates to negotiate with you. Who do you think you are, you red hair brat? You think you can teach me how to do things? It will take you another century. Since it is destined to lose control over Wano, it would be better to destroy it entirely now. Run along now, little brat. For Onigashima is far more than just an island. It is a repository of my armaments accumulated over decades. Alas, it seems none of you are fit to handle that. Yet, such a demise might not be too bad after all. Kaido scoffed at Shanks' words, his body already battered and on the brink of collapse, merely holding Onigashima above the battlefield with sheer will. As his strength waned, Kaido had to revert to his human form, his control over the island diminishing. Just as he had mocked Shanks, he could no longer sustain himself, losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. An arsenal of such magnitude is indeed troublesome. If only Mihawk were here, his swordsmanship would be more suited to handle such a colossal entity. Shanks gazed up at the accelerating descent of Onigashima, his expression slightly grave, his sword-wielding hand gathering strength, seemingly preparing to shatter the entire island in one blow. It appears our old friend is facing some difficulties. So what are we waiting for? Let us deal with that island before reminiscing, shall we? Hero Spear. Just as Shanks was about to strike, two exceptionally tall shadows loomed over him, akin to pillars reaching the sky. With a thunderous laugh, rocks rained down as two giants bore the weight of the rapidly descending Onigashima with their arms. Dory Buggy, what a long time it has been. I thought you were engaged in a duel in the little garden. How did you end up here? You Katamir Viosa. Shanks, you certainly know how to pick your moments. I was just waiting for Blackbeard and the Marines to clash, and now you've stirred things up. You don't plan to steal my crew, do you? Even if you know them, they are now my subordinates. The magma tide, no longer under Akainu's control, gradually subsided, allowing Buggy to release the spatial rift and join forces with his clones. After lifting Onigashima back into the air and relieving the giants of their burden, Buggy proceeded to chastise Shanks. Is that you, Buggy? Are those two really your companions now? What a surprise. I hadn't heard a word about it. Care for a drink? Stop joking around. If you had shown up a bit earlier, I could have intervened to stop Blackbeard, and Moria Wunti have been captured. He is currently my ally. That's quite unfortunate. By the way, I will take care of Whitebeard's funeral. Ace, you're familiar with him, so I'll leave that to you. As for Kaido, let him and the Beast Pirates leave. Whether he survives or not is up to his own fate. No, Whitebeard can still be saved. Wano should be returned to the Kazuki family, and Kaido should be dealt with by them. Can Whitebeard really be saved? In truth, such an ending may not be too bad for him, but if you wish to try, then by all means. Given today's chaos, the world government will surely take action. Do not provoke them too much, for they possess many hidden powers. I will rest in Elbaf for a while. When you have time, come find me to drink with Dory and Buggy. Although Buggy entirely dismissed Shanks' suggestion, Shanks did not grow angry. Instead, he extended an invitation for drinks. I have my own plans, Elbaf. When I have the time, I shall certainly visit. You all continue your discussion. I have many matters to attend to. Buggy found himself uncertain about Shanks' intentions, given his intricate connections with the celestial dragons. Thus, he opted to refrain from further dialogue, as he indeed had pressing issues to address. He needed to swiftly manage the situation in Wano, which included calming the emotions of the arriving citizens and soothing the feelings of Whitebeard's numerous sons to retain the authority over Kaido and his forces. Buggy, you genuinely believe that old man can still be saved, right? It was your encouragement that led Ace to come to Wano. If we can't bring him back, you will share in the blood debt. We, the Whitebeard pirates, will not let this go easily. Marco, reason must prevail in conversation. Whitebeard came to save Ace. How can you blame me for this outcome? Had I not intervened, he might have perished in the Summit War. However, I did not lie to Shanks. I know how to save Whitebeard. But to accomplish this, I will need time and the assistance of a few individuals. For now, we can only keep Whitebeard in his frozen state. You must tell me who possesses the means to save our father. No matter where that person is, we will find them. Upon hearing that Whitebeard could still be saved, Marco shifted from his previous tone of threat to urgently inquire what Buggy needed to locate. Since you were so eager, perhaps you should first seek out Trafalgar Law. That lad has commendable medical skills, and his ability to handle surgery-related devil fruit is essential for saving Whitebeard. As for the rest, I will make arrangements. A supernova, is it? I shall arrange for someone to find him. Even if it requires capturing him, we will bring him here. For now, I hope you can leave Kaido to us. He is the one who brought our father and Ace to their current state, and we must also avenge Captain Odin. We have no interest in your pirate affairs. However, Kaido should be dealt with by us in Wano. We will naturally take revenge for Odin, so you need not concern yourselves with that. Nevertheless, as a reward for assisting us in resolving the beast pirates, we will do our utmost to provide you with either gold or weapons. We merely wish for you to withdraw from Wano swiftly. After learning of the plans to save Whitebeard, Marco turned to Buggy to request authority over Kaido's fate. Before Buggy could respond, Hanazono Haiguro and Shimatsuki Yasu, representing Wano, voiced their objections, eager to expel the pirates. Marco, to save Whitebeard, we will still need Kaido's cooperation. So allow me to handle this. As for you two, a former underworld boss and a fallen noble, Wano does not fall under your jurisdiction. One-time financial gains are inconsequential to me and my partners. It is Wano itself that we value. Though you may view Kaido as a scourge here for many years, it is precisely his presence that has spared this island nation from the world government's covetous gaze. You have just witnessed the Admiral's tyranny. Once we all depart, who knows if the Marines will return? As for the terms of cooperation and trade, I will discuss them personally with your new general. You need only follow orders. But he is right. It is the prince who should determine Wano's fate, and we indeed do not possess sufficient strength to protect the entire country. The previous battle caused severe destruction, so let's first organize personnel to maintain order. Faced with Buggy's straightforward refusal, Shimatsuki Yasu attempted to continue arguing, but was pulled aside by Hanazono Haigoro, who explained the situation, prompting him to reluctantly concede. Buggy, however, paid little heed to their attitudes, as he had other pressing matters to address. Previously, to counter the relentless onslaught of magma, Buggy had expended tremendous energy, necessitating a temporary reduction in his control over his clones, resulting in those whose memories he had altered briefly regaining some recollection. The Tyrant Bear was presently on the Sky Island, seeking confirmation from Bonnie regarding their current situation. Although Bonnie was reluctant to deceive him, she also did not wish to plunge him into further peril. Thus she feigned ignorance, suggesting that a more detailed explanation would come later, thereby temporarily placating the Tyrant Bear. The real predicament lay with Green Bull, who had been assigned by Buggy to plant trees on the upside-down mountain. Despite his fragmented memories, he managed to grasp the reality of his captivity through a series of faint images and resolved to escape. To keep a watchful eye on this formidable nature-type user, Buggy had stationed the ever-tedious god Enel in Qinghai, thus fulfilling his promise of leading him to endless lands in a roundabout way. Though Enel refused to acknowledge himself as Buggy's subordinate, he was unwilling to lose face by failing to contain the prisoner. Consequently, the two engaged in a fierce competition of their nature powers. Having mastered elementalization, Enel's destructive capabilities were amplified, frequently reducing the vast forest conjured by Green Bull to ashes with his lightning strikes. Yet, thanks to the astonishing regenerative abilities of the Mori Mori no Mi, Green Bull consistently arose from the ashes. Understanding the principle that delay could lead to disaster, Green Bull decided to divide his forces, continuously summoning large tracts of jungle while concealing his true form beneath the underbrush, plotting to slip away unnoticed. Enel, unable to discern the opponent's exact position, resorted to indiscriminate bombardment in the general direction, even exhausting his stamina to unleash his most powerful move, Raijin, transforming the island-sized terrain into a lunar-like wasteland. Surely, he must be dead now. Yet, how to explain this to that clown? Perhaps it would suffice to say that the vegetative being accidentally fell into the sea. After taking a few bites from an apple, Enel carelessly tossed it to the ground and, leaning on his golden staff, returned to his abode. After some time, a sprig of green emerged from the earth, rapidly growing and spreading like a creeping vine. Upon contacting the discarded apple, it transformed into a small tree. What was I even doing before? In any case, I should return to the Holy Land. The elders should be able to help me uncover the truth. Who is this thunderous bastard? How could he inflict such severe injuries upon me, the very source of life? Alas, my body is too feeble now. Still, I will venture further before resting. Once the small tree had fully blossomed, Green Bull's visage emerged from the trunk. Compared to his once robust form, he now appeared considerably frail. Nevertheless, he uprooted himself and wobbled away, seemingly intent on making his way back to the Holy Land, Mary Joa, on foot. Naturally, Enel, with his temperament, would not report to Buggy voluntarily. However, such a significant battle could not go unnoticed by others at the base, and soon, those dispatched from Germa reported the situation to their leader, Katakuri. Consequently, Buggy also became aware of the circumstances post-battle. Buggy did not trust Enel's claims in the slightest. The fact that his Mori Mori no Mi clones had suffered no adverse effect from the escaping demon confirmed that Green Bull was still alive. However, he chose not to expose Enel's deception, but rather to expedite his plans, preparing for a complete fallout with the Navy and even the world government. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not unfold. Although after Akanu's departure, naval ships were promptly dispatched to monitor Wano country, with plans to establish bases near Buggy's various strongholds. The world government had yet to issue any severe warnings to Buggy. Initially, Buggy believed this to be a delaying tactic by the world government, but a few days later, he learned through Morgan's newspaper that the German army had launched a surprise attack on the Kingdom of Bridges. It appeared that the movements of the German army were more concerning to the world government than the chaos wrought by pirates in Wano country. Unbeknownst to Buggy, the five elders were closely monitoring the situation in Wano, aware that the ancient weapon, Pluton, lay within its territories. Or perhaps deterred by the vast quantities of sea stone in Wano, they decided to forego an immediate takeover, opting instead to negotiate with Wano a week later. Lord General, are we truly to reject the world government's invitation to join? An elder inquired. I believe it would be more prudent to accept, as it could enhance our overseas relations and promote the opening of the country, while also providing an opportunity to expel these pirates, a truly beneficial situation. Shuang, the elder, clarified. Previously, our young lord explained quite clearly that joining the world government would mean not only contributing the costly heavenly gold annually, but also providing vast amounts of food, vegetables, and slave for the world nobles. Each year, there are countless nations that cannot bear this burden and descend into turmoil, and given Wano's current circumstances, we may soon follow suit. Furthermore, if we were to surrender those resources annually, how is that any different from the rule under Kaido? As for whether to expel these pirates, it depended on their behavior. At least for now, cooperation seemed relatively smooth, allowing civilians to earn sufficient food through labor. A far cry from the previous reign of the beast pirates. In the flower capital, within the general's residence, Shuangyue Kanga and Hanazono Goro, who held differing opinions on whether to accept the world government's invitation, simultaneously turned their gazes to the main seat. There sat not Buggy's disguised Tama, but rather an elderly man with white hair and a red nose, slouched comfortably. He was none other than the former legitimate general of Wano, Kazuki Sukiyaki, while Tama sat beside him, listening intently. This arrangement was naturally orchestrated by Buggy to swiftly seize control over Wano. The remnants of Wano, led by the Shuangyue family, were dissatisfied with the lack of authority over Kaido's disposition. They secretly urged their subordinates to take revenge on the captured beast pirates. Eux pour digne Wano's noble tradition. Some samurai even prepared for a coup to elevate Kazuki Hiyori to replace the newly arrived lord in power. Although Tama quickly mobilized mercenaries to quell the unrest. Suppressing one's own people with outsiders dimmed the radiance of this returning lord. Thus, Kazuki Sukiyaki was placed in the spotlight to silence the old ministers of Wano. I have not dealt with state affairs for quite some time and am not as versed in overseas matters as Tama. This general position will eventually be passed to him. How we respond to the world government will be his responsibility. His decision will be my decision, Sukiyaki stated. Regarding this sudden appearance of his grandson, Kazuki Sukiyaki was not entirely certain. However, he was pleased to witness the restoration of the Kazuki family's rule over Wano within his lifetime. After all, the blame for their nation's ruin could not solely rest on the shoulders of the valiant Odin. It was this old man's failure to maintain the position of general that had allowed Kaido's successful coup, compounded by his inability to recognize capable individuals. Kazuki Sukiyaki was well aware that the position of general was largely ceremonial. Therefore, he frequently expressed his disinterest in political matters in front of these restorationists, both as a means of self-preservation and to ensure that multiple voices would not complicate decision-making. As the patriarch of the Kazuki family, he was indeed the rightful heir to the general's position. However, he was also willing to contribute to the prosperity of Wano. In my humble opinion, accepting the world government's invitation would yield more disadvantages than benefits. The nations willing to become affiliated states do so for the protection of the Navy against pirate harassment. Yet, even affiliated states are not exempt from pirate chaos, and the Navy often fails to act effectively. Given Wano's strategic geography and its currently favorable relations with powerful pirate factions, there is no need to rush into joining the world government. Perhaps we could hand over some beast pirates to the Navy, maintain trade of sea stone and other resources, be cautious in maintaining contact, and focus on restoring the livelihoods of our people. The young lord is correct. Another elder chimed in. What we fear is that the world government may retaliate in anger and mobilize their forces once more. The Navy must maintain control over the entire sea for the world government and will not concentrate all their attention here. Moreover, are the samurai of Wano so bereft of the will to defend their homeland? It is noteworthy that even the weaponry required by the Navy predominantly originates from Wano Kuni. Once they completely sever ties, the efficacy of their cannons remains uncertain. If what the young master asserts holds true, then refraining from joining the world government indeed appears to be a prudent decision. Although Xuan Yueyasu's aspirations to expel all pirates seem unwavering, one must acknowledge the wisdom in what Tao Jisoo articulated, thus refraining from further argument. Prior to addressing matters concerning Wano Kuni, Buggy initiated negotiations with the captured Kaido and others, primarily with Jean, who serves as Kaido's external intellect and the strategist of the Beast Pirates. It is rumored that Kaido hails from a war-torn nation and, having been sold to the Navy due to his combat prowess, became a pirate to transform Wano Kuni into a munitions factory, aiming to instigate war and involve the celestial dragons in conflict, reminiscent of his childhood tribulations. Ah, you little red-nosed imp, you possess considerable knowledge. Force is indeed the ultimate truth in this world. Why should those so-called world nobles enjoy their elevated status, free from worry, while I yearn for them to experience the chaos of war and the pangs of hunger? Regrettably, what I had prepared is nearly complete, only to be disrupted by you younglings. If death is to be meted out, then let it come. I have long grown weary of this monotonous world. Jean, bring me the wine. My mouth is parched. Kaido, bound in heavy sea-stone chains, bore traces of blood upon his wounds. Despite his disheveled appearance, he exuded an imposing aura, showing no sign of being a mere captive demanding alcohol. Kaido, my brother, this liquor is not provided daily. You must ration it. Who knows how long these fellows intend to keep us confined? In contrast to the immobile Kaido, Jean enjoyed greater freedom within the same chamber. Though shackled by sea-stone handcuffs and leg irons, he retained the ability to move. You shall not be detained for long. Soon you will be handed over to the world government. Vegapunk has been longing for his old friends. What? Hand us over to that madman? We would rather be killed now. Upon hearing Buggy mention Vegapunk, Jean's expression contorted, as the name resonated in his ears akin to that of a demon. Do you not wish to go? That is not an impossibility, but you must adhere to my arrangements. When the time comes to transfer you to the Navy, I shall provide you with a new set of restraints. At that point, you may cause as much ruckus as you desire aboard the Navy's vessel. As long as you refrain from troubling us, there may yet be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Kaido, the comprehensive war you anticipate may transpire in a couple of years, and then the so-called Holy Land, Mariehua, shall ignite in flames. Would you not wish to witness it firsthand? However, before this transpires, I must first uncover the events that transpired over 30 years ago at God Valley and how the once mighty Rocks pirates disbanded. Are you implying that you wish to trade with us? Is this a tradition of the Roger pirates? Such a penchant for imparting knowledge to others. The disbandment of the Rocks pirates was indeed the doing of your captain. Do you not ponder why you do not inquire of the red-hair brat? His father is none other than Orochi. It is only natural that you remain unaware. It was precisely because of God Valley that you boarded that fellow's ship. How utterly fascinating. No wonder I find you familiar. It all makes sense now. If you wish to learn of the events from that time, prepare the wine promptly. Without it, I cannot recall such distant matters. Kaido scrutinized Buggy's face for a moment, suddenly perceiving a resemblance to someone from his memories. Bursting into laughter, he began to request wine, nostalgia flickering across his visage. Observing Kaido's willingness to engage, Buggy utilized the mirror to send the previously prepared sweet wine to the cell. Jean astutely took the wine, offering a sip to his boss, then seated himself on the ground, awaiting Kaido's recounting of past tales. In truth, Kaido seldom spoke of his time with the Rocks pirates, hence Jean held considerable curiosity. Back in those days, I was not yet 20, having already carved out a modest reputation upon the seas. One day, Whitebeard, acting on the captain's directive, sought me out, inviting me to join their pirate crew. At that time, the Navy was far from the colossal force it is today. There was no warlord of the seas, and Roger was merely an inconspicuous newcomer. The Rocks pirates were undeniably the maritime overlords of that era. I clashed with Whitebeard, who was in his prime, while I was but a child. Thus, I suffered a minor defeat and consented to meet Captain Rocks, becoming a member of the Rocks pirates. Captain Rocks was a true king, commanding unparalleled charisma that gathered the finest pirates. Not only I and Whitebeard, but also Lin Lin, Longbread, Shiki the Golden Lion John, Wang Shou, Bakin, and Giralori, we were immensely powerful. Aside from the true monsters of Mariewa, even the Navy was powerless against us. The captain's dream was to establish a vast kingdom and become the world king ruling over the West Sea. As Kaido sipped his wine, reminiscent of a waning elder reflecting on his youthful glory, he rambled on without ever mentioning the event Buggy most yearned to hear about, the incident at God Valley. It is worth noting that Kaido might have witnessed the actions of the Gorosei at that time, and the strength of the Gorosei directly influences his stance toward the world government, as well as his subsequent strategies against it. To have commanded 3 of the West Emperors and numerous formidable pirates, Rocks was indeed the maritime sovereign before Captain Roger. If he held the Navy in such disdain and aspired to become the world king, why did he not initiate an assault on the Red Line? Wouldn't conquering Mariewa suffice? What compelled him to venture to God Valley? He lost the entire pirate crew and even risked his life. Was there truly something extraordinary there? Reluctantly, Buggy broached various inquiries, attempting to redirect the conversation back to the God Valley conflict. After consuming a few more sips of wine, Kaido laughed heartily, stating, "Ah, you little brat remain ever so naive. If Mariewa were so easily conquerable, the world government would have collapsed long ago. Not to mention the formidable figures within the Navy, such as Sengoku, Garp, and the God Knights of the Celestial Dragons. The true threat lies with those few anomalies known as the Gorosei. Had it not been for the captain's intervention, our escape from God Valley would have remained uncertain. After that, I never heard of the captain again, and the Rocks pirates disbanded. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that man should not have perished so easily. However, you're correct about one thing. God Valley indeed harbored many treasures, including the devil fruit I acquired there. At that time, the Celestial Dragons conducted annihilation campaigns in non-member nations every few years. We learned in advance that the next target was the prosperous kingdom of God Valley in the West Sea, where the Celestial Dragons had prepared several devil fruits as rewards. Thus, the captain resolved to make a grand venture, simultaneously capturing Celestial Dragons to declare war on the world government. Our initial assault proceeded exceedingly well, easily scattering the Navy fleet. Once we defeated the leader of the God Knights, the remaining Celestial Dragons would be at our mercy. However, we underestimated the world government's centuries of foundation. A fully demonized Satan proved to be quite a formidable foe, one only the captain could contend with. Yet Roger and Garp intervened, fearing that the world government would retaliate indiscriminately across the globe. Ironically, God Valley was ultimately annihilated by the world government, vanishing completely from maps. Seeing the captain constrained, the pirate crew members acted independently. Whitebeard chose to assist Roger against the God Knights rather than support the captain, receiving a grievous wound from Celestial Dragon swordsman. It is somewhat amusing. That fellow bore a striking resemblance to the current red-haired brat. Perhaps they are related. Roger took in the family of his archenemy, Whitebeard. Yet Whitebeard recruited Roger's child. Such entangled fates indeed. Little red-nosed one, you must be of similar age to the red-haired lad. Perhaps you share an inevitable connection with God Valley as well. The more I gaze upon your visage, the more you resemble the former Captain Jibek of days gone by. After saying this, Kaido widened his eyes, scrutinizing Buggy's face repeatedly, as if conducting a mental comparison and awaiting the other's reaction. Although I am of the same generation as Red-Haired, God Valley lies in the West Sea, while I hail from the Grand Line. We did not board Captain Roger's ship at the same time. Thus, I should not have been picked up by Captain Roger in God Valley. Oh, these old fellows are truly amusing. As for the matters of God Valley, what more is there to say? You previously mentioned wanting to play tricks when handing me over to the Navy, and now you wish to collaborate with me. Are you not contemplating a complete break with the world government? I can only offer you one piece of advice. unless you can suppress the awakened devils with absolute dominance. Do not even think of attacking Mariewa. The Elder's control over the power of devils is beyond your imagination. This way, you can hand me over to the Navy alone, while letting my subordinates go free in advance. Once I escape, I will naturally reunite with them. You can handle those minions. Thereafter, I shall patiently await to see how much chaos you can stir. As for Yamato, I shall say I have granted him his freedom. Whether he stays in Wano or joins you is entirely up to him. Jean, quickly pour me some wine. I'm speaking so much that I'm almost sober. Yes, Brother Kaido, as long as you lead, the Grand Line offers us ample places to call home. Clown, I hope you will keep your promises. Otherwise, even if you confine us, we shall not grant you peace. Perhaps Hakanosu Island could serve as your base. Kaido should be quite familiar with it. The current boss of the island appears to be the King Sho you mentioned before. You can catch up with him. King Sho, it has been decades since I last saw him. Then it's settled. Future days shall not be too dull. Oha, ho 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 ho. Having concluded these matters, Buggy left the prison, having confirmed from Kaido that the elders were not the bureaucratic group he once imagined, but rather the profound foundation of the celestial dragons who have suppressed the world for centuries. Not all celestial dragons are as foolish as St. Charlos. Aside from those like Doflamingo, who are outliers with awakened conquerors Haki, there remain numerous formidable forces. To utterly dismantle the world government is no simple task. Regarding the mention of Captain Rocks by Kaido, Buggy speculated that perhaps Roger entrusted Ace to his old rival, Garp, because his adversary had once done the same. And Buggy was the one whom Rocks had entrusted to Roger, explaining why an adult Roger's pirate crew would have two children of similar age, yet from different seas. If this were true, Buggy would gain a grander title to recruit soldiers, and once publicized, regardless of its veracity, it would undoubtedly attract the utmost attention from the world government and the Navy, serving as a double-edged sword difficult to navigate. Although somewhat indecisive, Buggy was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient to confront the world government directly. Thus, he began to negotiate with the world government through a direct line of communication, attempting to send Kaido back with the joint signatures of the two warlords, promising to maintain trade as a means to delay Wano's accession to the world government, thereby preserving his own interests and balancing the situation. Brew, Buggy. Wano seems to be under your control now, and you wish to exchange Kaido for the status of a member state. Hahaha, quite capable indeed. But what will happen to my smile trade once Kaido is gone? Are you going to take over? After picking up the receiver, the snail phone swiftly morphed into the likeness of Doflamingo, who, being a former celestial dragon with close ties to the world government, was evidently not concerned about his former benefactor in business, but represented a test from the world government. Ahahaha, is that you, Doflamingo? You seem quite well informed. I have no interest whatsoever in the original smile fruit. If you dare refuse me, I shall expose your fraudulent occupation of two warlord positions and see how the world government treats you. I know you're anxious, but do not rush. As long as your smile fruit can be improved using the bloodline of the Mink tribe, as I previously mentioned, I'm still willing to purchase it. Moreover, your desire to make Wano a member state is somewhat inaccurate. Just the deductions from the warlord positions are already substantial. I do not wish to submit heavenly gold annually like your Dressrosa. At least there must be sufficient benefits. How could there be no benefits? Becoming a member state means recognition by the world government. Not only can you avoid Navy attacks, but the royal family can also apply for their presence to maintain governance at any time. Even the celestial dragons cannot unilaterally order the destruction of a member state. Remember those fools who would select a non-member state to slaughter every 3 years over 30 years ago. To become a member state is a rare privilege, sought by countless nations who would even sell their citizens into slavery to maintain such status. I hope you can cherish the terms granted by the world government. If product development is successful, but there are no customers, that would be quite a headache. Ha. I have my own decisions, so you need not worry. Just think about how to deliver the goods swiftly. That Caesar Fellows technology is rather lackluster. If it takes too long, I may have to seek others. Vegapunk seems like a promising option. Buggy was not particularly confident in Doflamingo's ability to keep his secrets. Thus, under the repeated threats from the latter, He set aside his gentle facade and made a counterattack in words. Ha ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Surely you must know that Vegapunk's greatest patron is the world government. Collaborating with Vegapunk is no different from handing over your resources to the world government. I will ensure Caesar completes his research on the Mink tribe promptly. To guarantee our cooperation continues smoothly, why don't you show some sincerity first? I previously ordered a batch of arms from Wano, and I hope to receive them soon. This pertains to what I will say to those old geezers above me. Then let us reconnect, Your Excellency, the General. Ha ha ha. Doflamingo did not conceal his connection with the elders, and after stating his conditions, he hung up the call before Buggy could respond, seemingly confident that the secret he held would prevent Buggy from rejecting him. Oof. A god who has lost their power and fallen to the dust is no different from a mere mortal. We are all warlords and lords, so why do you act so arrogantly? Once I finish my current matters, I shall show you a thing or two. Even a joke must have its hierarchy. Buggy put away the snail phone with a cold snort. He had chosen to cooperate with the Don Quixote family to rapidly open up the situation and expand his influence. However, as Buggy's power grew, conflicts in trade often arose between the two parties, especially with Doflamingo serving as an intermediary in the underworld. The Dark Emperor behind him wielded immense influence. To compete for transportation business with the Maritime King, Umit of the Deep Sea Current, Buggy had specially ordered a batch of high-speed torpedo ships equipped with the latest steam engines from Water 7, using the intelligence from Morgan's Newsbirds to launch attacks on the opponent's transport vessels, which had become a significant source of income for Buggy. Buggy's other deadly enemy was Dolag Pietro of the Grand Funeral Home, with whom he often clashed alongside the killer hotel he collaborated with, the Sand Crocodile, and the mercenary group Peach Boy, leading to mutual losses. Due to the lack of clarity regarding the lair of Dolag, there had previously been no effective means to deal with the opponent. However, Buggy had long since formulated a plan. If he could ensnare Doflamingo, the puppeteer of the dark underworld, in a predicament, it would inevitably plunge the underground order into momentary chaos. That would present an opportune moment for him to eliminate his rivals. To achieve this, he needed to set a trap to lure out the hidden Dark Emperor. For Buggy, the most pressing matter was to swiftly consolidate control over Wano Kuni. To this end, he incited a reform through the mouth of Taoji, ostensibly claiming to emulate foreign nations and rapidly dismantle the previous isolationist policies. All local daimyos were relocated to the flower capital to assume the roles of so-called cabinet ministers. In the shadows, he mobilized pirates from the floating island of Wyrmu, whose loyalty was assured through rigorous training by Zhang Ao and who were well-versed in Buggy's rationing system, making them ideal for managing various regions of Wano Kuni. Zhang Ao, with remarkable efficiency, addressed the local populace daily, exposing the corruption and incompetence of the daimyos while diminishing their influence over the people, all the while boasting of Buggy's governance. He portrayed life on the floating island as akin to paradise, asserting that well-performing citizens would earn the privilege to reside there, thereby persuading the populace to continue arms production despite only limited improvements. Following this maneuver, the citizens of Wano Kuni gradually accepted the governance of pirates. However, perhaps due to Zhang Ao's excessive zeal, someone, a so-called great intellect, discovered that the pirate captain had a prominent red nose and intended to use it as a new flag. Upon receiving such a ludicrous banner, Buggy, infuriated, immediately shattered it to dust with his powers, leaving his subordinates in stunned silence. Once calm, Buggy recognized the necessity of creating a new emblem for Wano Kuni, as the previous crescent five-pointed star representing the black charcoal serpent was no longer viable. Restoring the Kurumaru Kyo pattern of the Kazuki clan or utilizing the moon motif would contradict Buggy's intention to diminish the Kazuki clan's influence and could provoke hostility from the world government. Thus, it was decided that Wano Kuni would adopt a new emblem, one that might appear more palatable to the world government, to align with their aesthetics. Buggy ultimately chose a design of a blue cross on a white background, expressing his gratitude to Finland in his thoughts. After more than half a month, Buggy finally reached an agreement with the world government, wherein Wano Kuni would officially join the world government during the World Conference in 2 years. provided that it met the Navy's supply orders with preferential treatment and submitted heavenly gold a year in advance. Among the various stipulations, the one that displeased Buggy the most was that Taoji must voluntarily relinquish his position as one of the warlords of the sea and disband his mercenaries, with the world government promising not to pursue his previous offenses, treating him instead as an ordinary royal of a nation. It was likely that Doflamingo had failed to keep Buggy fully informed. Nevertheless, in pursuit of development time, Buggy had no choice but to begrudgingly accept. Fortunately, Buggy had previously led the mercenary group on various campaigns, and this recent conflict had essentially saved their lives, making the acquisition of command over them a relatively simple matter. Lord Buggy, the task of having the mercenary group take over the islands under the Beast Pirates has been largely accomplished. However, the Navy has dispatched personnel to some of the islands and is constructing bases there. Additionally, the Germa Kingdom has preemptively occupied several islands near the Wanakuni Sea. How should we address this? Should you communicate with the King of Germa or resort to forceful eviction? While the brothers are not afraid of battle, we would be at a disadvantage due to insufficient manpower. Gao Dinu spoke with a hint of embarrassment, repeatedly rubbing his hands to ease his anxiety, his signature 3 hairstyle drooping helplessly forward. He occasionally glanced at Buggy's expression through the frames of his glasses, fearful of saying something amiss. He had always stood out in the mercenary group due to his high intelligence. Even with Buggy personally taking over the mercenary group, it should not affect his status as second to none. However, after witnessing Zhang Yao's brainwashing capabilities over the populace of Wanokuni and the managerial cadre that Buggy had assembled, Gao Dinu suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He realized that his role as an advisor was not irreplaceable. Meanwhile, Crocodile was also in Wanokuni now, compared to his former employer, who enjoyed draining people dry. The current boss seemed much more relaxed. Gao Dinu felt an urgent need to demonstrate his value lest he be deemed undesirable by Buggy. It's just a few small islands. There's nothing we can't handle. Let Germa's people occupy them for now. I will personally deal with the Navy. Next, you go assist Zhang Yao in relocating the populace of Wanokuni. This will both strengthen our control over the neighboring islands and alleviate food consumption. By the way, you could try recruiting the samurai of Wanokuni, dispersing them into the mercenary group, and sending them to rotate with the brothers stationed abroad. The mercenary group is my most crucial force. The larger it grows, the better. In this chaotic world, there are plenty of battles to be fought, and we need to send people everywhere. You are the smartest among my subordinates. Give it your all. I won't skimp on your rewards. And perhaps your reputation will surpass that of your former employer. Huh? Surpass the former warlord of the sea? Is that even possible for me? Regardless, I will strive not to disappoint you, my lord. As Gao Dinu, filled with joy and confidence, departed to execute Buggy's new orders, his former employer, Sir Crocodile, was busy digging tunnels throughout Wanokuni. What is this place? It's nothing but sea stone and water. How did this get here? Did it come from the Earth's core? What a load of nonsense, Pluton. A vessel that can't even set sail is of no use, no matter how powerful it is. Buggy, speak the truth. Did you know it would turn out like this all along and prepared to watch my misfortune? In the dark void beneath Wanokuni, the flickering light of a cigar illuminated Crocodile's sullen visage. His golden hook flailed wildly against the rock walls, leaving marks that reflected his inner fury. This is slander. This information was painstakingly gleaned from Sukiyaki, and even that old man has never seen Pluton. How could I know it would look like this? I was merely worried you would collapse the flower capital with your digging. I had no intention of reveling in your misfortune. Moreover, if it weren't for me, you would have drowned long ago. How could you be here complaining now? Buggy's clone, wielding a torch, illuminated the ice crystals beside him, his expression one of helplessness, which only exacerbated Crocodile's rising blood pressure, leaving him without a rebuttal. We had a deal. Pluton was to be mine. Now this thing is immobile. How do you intend to compensate me? You can't seriously think of treating me like your subordinate. In his quest to locate Pluton, Crocodile had taken on the role of a geologist, utilizing his sand manipulation abilities to dig wells. After enduring multiple collapses and flooding incidents, he finally encountered the legendary ancient weapon. only to realize afterward that the vessel was utterly non-navigable, leading to his palpable frustration. Did I not give you that desolate land of Shimi? It never rains there. It's quite suitable for you as a base. As for manpower, you'll have to figure that out yourself. Regardless, Pluton is in this state. It won't move unless the barrier of Wano Kuni is dismantled. If you wish to acquire an ancient weapon for protection, why not consider a different one? A different one? Do you know the whereabouts of any other ancient weapons? I hope it's not another immobile object like this. Crocodile regarded Buggy's clone with extreme skepticism. In his mind, ancient weapons were secrets second only to the great treasure. Finding one was already a monumental task. And the ease with which Buggy seemed to offer such information filled him with an ominous premonition of being deceived. The individual in question is considerably more active than this Ming Wang. However, it is true that there are certain limitations when it comes to mobilizing them, and acquiring such power requires considerable effort. One should not assume that merely possessing one or two ancient weapons would ensure a peaceful coexistence with the world government. Once they discover that we wield such formidable weapons, we can expect them to come knocking at our door. The real question is whether we can forge a solid alliance and prepare ourselves to confront the world government together. There is no need to rush your response, as you have ample time to ponder this matter. Do you truly wish to oppose the world government? It sounds rather akin to the rhetoric of the Revolutionary Army. I would rather believe that you are entirely unaware of the whereabouts of the other ancient weapons. Do you have any connections with that Rio? Perhaps we can negotiate with them, as they are likely in dire need of weaponry. We are currently quite short on funds. You will soon discover the truth about the ancient weapons. Given the current circumstances, Jinbei should return shortly. It is not my fault that you are so reckless, engaging in battles all around. If you find yourself bankrupt one day, do not blame me for selling you out. My investments cannot be wasted. If you wish to do business with the Revolutionary Army, I have no objections, but what do you need Jinbei for? Are you perhaps referring to the Sea King Poseidon among the ancient weapons? It must be so, knowing that I have an aversion to water. Even if I knew where that entity resides, I would be unable to retrieve it. You seem to be attempting to issue me a blank check. I won't divulge anything to you just yet. With the chaos in Wano, the News King is naturally keenly interested. However, for the sake of stabilizing the situation, he is not permitted to report the full truth, at least not until Kaido's transfer is complete. Nevertheless, the World Economic Journal has released some hints. Thus, the narrative has transformed into a tale of Whitebeard clashing with Kaido, Whitebeard meeting his demise, and Kaido going missing, while Wano prepares to accept an invitation from the world government with the assistance of the Navy. As the news spread, unrest reemerged in Whitebeard's territory, with Blackbeard acting swiftly to expand his domain. Meanwhile, Marco has been preoccupied with caring for Whitebeard and Ace's injuries, only able to send other commanders back to guard key islands in an attempt to reclaim some territory. The Fishman Island, being a remote territory, has once again lost its protection. As the spokesperson for the Fishman tribe, Jinbei must personally travel to Wano to gather information. The Pirate King's first mate, Ming Wang Rayleigh, can traverse the calm belt even at his advanced age, and Jinbei, being a natural aquatic species, can navigate the Grand Line with ease, quickly reaching Wano. Clown, although I do not understand why Marco believed your words, I sincerely hope you possess a method to restore my father. Otherwise, even if Marco were to spare you, I would certainly not let this matter rest. I assure you, if I say it can be done, it can indeed be done, but it will require considerable time. However, the news of Whitebeard's death has spread across the world. Rather than worrying about whether I am lying, you should be more concerned about your homeland, Fishman Island. Without Whitebeard's name, can his flag still protect Fishman Island? It is likely to swiftly revert to a hunting ground for slaves. The price range of 10 million to 70 million is indeed quite substantial. Sand Crocodile, you must have avenues for selling. If not, you will have to seek out Don Quixote da Flamingo, who takes a hefty cut and would incur significant losses. Noialu, even if my father is gone, I will not allow any pirate to wreak havoc on Fishman Island. Should you extend your hands toward Fishman Island, I will ensure that you landlocked fools are drowned in the sea. Jinbei has never harbored any fondness for Buggy, and upon hearing him mention the sale of mermaid slaves, He immediately bristled with anger, ready to take action, intensifying the atmosphere. Do not make this place a soggy mess, you fat-headed fish. Clown, you are truly tedious. What amusement is there in toying with this foolish fish? Let's get to the point. My time is exceedingly precious. Crocodile distanced himself from Jinbei with disdain while urging Buggy to quickly address the matter of the ancient weapons, attempting to ease the tension slightly. Hee. Who could blame this fellow for coming in with such a confrontational attitude? If he does not frighten him a little, he might think I am easy to bully. You, a former Shichibukai, indeed lack the ability to control the situation. Therefore, let all the current Shichibukai co-sign to assure that their deterrent power is not inferior to that of a Yonko. As long as we impose strict measures against the unruly pirates passing by, the stability of Fishman Island should be assured. Oof. It seems you have overestimated the Shichibukai in deterring pirates in a new world, and you yourself have stated that Doflamingo is involved in the slave trade. How could I entrust the fate of Fishman Island to you lot, if this is what you call a legitimate affair? I can unequivocally inform you that unless I meet an untimely death, this matter is entirely impossible. There is no need to speak so definitively. In reality, there is no necessity to involve so many people. As long as our two parties cooperate, I can send individuals to assist you in maintaining order on Fishman Island. In return, Fishman Island must align its stance with me going forward. To put it simply, it is a defensive alliance, should I engage in battle with certain forces. Fishman Island must send personnel to assist. Wahahaha! Are you attempting to bring Fishman Island onto your war chariot? Who does not know that you have been in constant conflict with the king of shipping? We fishmen do not wish to be embroiled in this, as it would not benefit Fishman Island. Furthermore, I am not the king of Fishman Island. Like Sand Crocodile, I am merely a pirate with a bounty from the Navy, and I cannot represent all kingdoms in making such a decision. That great knight of the sea, King Neptune, seems to treasure the identity of a member of the world government. Given his temperament, he would likely not agree to my terms. Knowing that the ancient weapon, the Sea King, is so close at hand, it is perplexing how you remain so indifferent to worldly affairs. I wonder whether your king is simply biding his time for a greater purpose or is content to lead a life of ease. An ancient weapon on Fishman Island? Nonsense. If such a thing existed, would we fishmen have hidden in the sunless depths of the ocean for hundreds of years? Unless it is not as formidable as the legend suggests. I warn you not to spread such nonsensical rumors. The world government has been relentlessly pursuing the whereabouts of the ancient weapons, and regardless of the truth of the information, Fishman Island will be greatly affected. As the source of the information, you two will not escape trouble. Buggy casually reveals that the Sea King is on Fishman Island, causing Jinbei, who had relaxed slightly, to tense up once more, gathering moisture from the air in his open palm, ready to unleash droplets. Crocodile, meanwhile, continues to smoke his cigar, seemingly intrigued by the unfolding situation while his hand, which hangs down, is already prepared to unleash a sandstorm. Take it easy. Ease up. This is an independent mirror world. The outside cannot hear our conversation. Here, it is just the three of us. Do you intend to silence us both? Give me a break. If you possessed such strength, would you still fear not being able to protect Fishman Island? You need not doubt my sources. Your princess of Fishman Island is the Sea King Poseidon, a fact confirmed by Captain Roger with your king, Neptune. Given your connections, you should be able to verify this easily. Once this information leaks, both the world government and pirates will set their sights on Fishman Island. The allure of possessing the power of the ancient weapons is not much less than that of the One Piece. The mermaid princess possesses the ability to communicate with the royal sea kings, which indeed seems to grant her the power to potentially destroy the world. However, as far as I know, that princess is still a child. Regardless of whether she has already mastered her abilities, her inherent fragility poses more of a risk to Fishman Island than a strength. Imagine if the mermaid princess were to perish. Would the enraged sea kings not completely lose control? At that point, not only would Fishman Island face annihilation, but the Grand Line itself might also meet its demise, leaving the world government as Holy Land, Mary Geos, as the only survivor. If I were among the upper echelons of the world government, I would certainly invite the royal family of Fishman Island to visit Mary Geos, thus openly requesting guardianship over the Sea Kings, keeping this unstable factor firmly in hand. Even if that request were to be denied, they might still issue a hefty bounty under the guise of world nobles, as there will inevitably be pirates willing to take the risk. Subsequently, the Navy could be dispatched under the pretext of maintaining order in Fishman Island. How would you, the fishmen, respond to that? Therefore, I implore you to seriously contemplate my proposal. Fishman Island can no longer remain secluded. 5 million fishmen require strength to protect themselves. My mercenary group will assist those fishmen whom you have overly sheltered in swiftly understanding the rules of this world. Buggy, oblivious to Jinbei's hostility, repeatedly opened and closed his hands in front of his chest as if performing a beautiful melody on an accordion. Finally, his right hand shot forward, hovering before Jinbei, awaiting the choice of the former warlord of the sea. Captain Buggy, even if things unfold as you suggest, how can I be assured that when Fishman Island faces the world government's coercion, you will not choose betrayal? Alliances among pirates are notoriously fragile, and even more so among the warlords of the sea. Jinbei's expression grew grave as he fixated on Buggy's face, seemingly trying to see through him. However, the change in address and the gradually dissipating droplets of water indicated that he was beginning to consider Buggy's terms. The world government has continuously leveraged the Navy to balance the warlords of the sea, and voices advocating for the abolishment of the warlord system within the Navy have grown louder. Thus, I shall inevitably restore my bounty, just as you will. As for ensuring the cooperation's execution, we can pledge an oath in the name of Captain Roger, with Vice Captain Rayleigh as our witness. This would also facilitate acquiring the borrowing of the Empress's flag. After all, Mr. Rayleigh has a good relationship with the Kuja, and, to some extent, he can act on her behalf. That sounds quite reasonable. However, I must first confirm with King Neptune, as this is a matter of great importance to the entire Fishman race and requires the King's decision. If he consents, I shall return to you for further contact. Until then, I hope both of you will keep today's matters confidential. As Jinbei delivered this last statement, he clearly directed his gaze toward Crocodile, which displeased the latter, prompting an immediate retort. Humph, rest assured, even if I were to seek control of a nation, I would not choose Fishman Island. I have a strong aversion to those damp creatures. It seems the title of Sea King, that so-called ancient weapon, is somewhat misleading. It merely allows one to command the Sea Kings. I could slay such beings as easily as chopping vegetables. It truly fails to pique my interest. You previously issued empty promises to the fat-headed fish. Did you truly intend to confront the world government for the sake of those fishmen? If the Sea Kings were indeed formidable, even if they cannot compare to the renowned giants of Elbaf, they would not be so easily bullied as they are now. When calculated, this venture seems rather unprofitable. After Jinbei departed, Crocodile scrutinized Buggy for a moment before taking a deep draw from a cigar and expressing his thoughts. This is not merely a matter of profit or loss. The relationship between the warlords of the sea and the world government is inherently one of mutual exploitation, as you have seen from the data on Egghead Island. Once all the warlord clones created by Vegapunk are completed, the warlord system will face its end. Thus, an encounter with the world government is inevitable. What I can do now is strive to unite the warlords of the sea, awaiting the impending storm. The conditions I offer to Jinbei cannot simply be termed a business transaction. They pertain to the matter of survival. TCH, ultimately, being a pirate is merely a means of making a living. Calling it a business is quite fitting, is it not? In this era, only novice pirates like the Straw Hat crew would believe in the trivial notions of camaraderie and dreams. Do not tell me you share the same sentiment, or would be best to conclude our cooperation now. I have no intention of footing the bill for some nebulous dream. What difference is there between a person without dreams and a salted fish? Having dreams is not a flaw. What if they were to come true? Blackbeard Teach once said, "A person's dreams never cease." He spent half his life inconspicuously aboard Whitebeard's ship to obtain the Yami Yami no Mi, only to orchestrate a grand event that brought him worldwide fame. Doesn't that sound rather inspiring? Crocodile, your ideal land battle to establish a military nation is not also a dream? Therefore, let us refrain from dismissing dreams as trivial. Our current collaboration is indeed a step towards realizing our aspirations. While Buggy inundated Crocodile with motivational rhetoric, he was also introspecting. Until now, he had regarded the current world merely as a game, or perhaps more aptly, a dream. He had often fantasized about perhaps waking up to return to his original world. However, he had never realized that wish. Previously, he could at least pursue the completion of system tasks. Yet, as he gained more experience, he began to feel that this world was becoming more tangible. Here, he possessed immense power, companionship, and a following that adhered to him. Even if he were offered the chance to return to his former life, he would be reluctant to accept it. However, after the Marineford War, he realized he had significantly underestimated the power of the world government and the Navy, which instilled a degree of uncertainty in his previous ambition to dominate the world. To win over the warlords of the sea and maintain communication with several Western emperors was more about preserving the status quo he was accustomed to. If Buggy did not wish to emulate Rayleigh and retreat to the mundane, he had no choice but to stir the situation and seize the initiative, explaining to Crocodile the necessity of dreams as a means of solidifying his resolve. A man is born in chaotic times and should wield a 3-foot sword to achieve unparalleled feats. One does not dine on 5 cauldrons in life, nor does one cook with them in death. Otherwise, one would be squandering this fate. Despite Buggy's strategic maneuvers based on the known situation, his power rapidly expanded. Yet, developments did not always unfold as he anticipated. In Buggy's calculations, the 2 leaders of the former giant pirate crew, Dory and Buggy, were crucial channels for winning over the giant race of Elbaf, a significant source of strength. However, since the red-haired Shanks appeared in Wano, the 2 had abandoned their previously assigned tasks under Buggy and joined the festivities of the red-haired pirates. Upon receiving news of Oimo and Cassie's disappearance, when he planned to inquire with the giant leaders, he was informed that the 2 had also left a few days prior, leaving a note stating they had returned home along with the red-haired pirates. In truth, these 2 giant leaders had long harbored some grievances towards Buggy. The giant race has always had a poor relationship with the world government, while Buggy accepted the identity of a warlord of the sea, essentially a lapdog of the world government. They had begrudgingly remained because of the favors received in rescuing Oimo and Cassie on Judicial Island. However, upon learning of Buggy's intentions to hand over a large number of pirates to the world government and promote Wano's accession to it, the giants began to harbor disdain for Buggy. Encountering their former drinking companion, red-haired Shanks, they happily made their escape. Furious, Buggy cursed Shanks for poaching his allies in his heart, but he could only keep this grievance in mind for future reckoning. As for winning over the giants, that matter had to be temporarily shelved. At this moment, the supernova Trafalgar Law was as distressed as Buggy. After entering the New World, he was preoccupied with gathering intelligence on the Don Quixote family, preparing a scheme for revenge. Suddenly, he received a communication from the first mate of the Whitebeard pirates, requesting a meeting. Although he harbored doubts, considering they were somewhat on the same side during the Marineford War, and that Marco mentioned it was at Buggy's behest, which related to their previous agreement, he ultimately decided to take the risk and agree to meet. Upon their initial encounter, Marco produced a bounty notice and began a meticulous comparison, leaving Trafalgar Law speechless. Marco's subsequent words only deepened Law's confusion. Trafalgar Law, your moniker is the Surgeon of Death. During the Marineford War, you treated Jinbei and Ace's brother. I heard Jinbei has made a splendid recovery. It seems your father's illness is indeed treatable. Your father, Whitebeard, he passed away just a few days ago, didn't he? There were photos in the newspapers. If it weren't for Buggy's intent to deal with Doflamingo, I wouldn't he be interested in getting involved. Please leave. Hey, do you have no sense of decorum? How dare the first mate of Whitebeard launch a sneak attack? Is this how you request a doctor? Even if I were there, I would refuse to assist. Just as Trafalgar Law raised his hand to gesture for Marco to leave, Marco had already leapt high into the air. His legs transformed into claws that firmly pierced Law's shoulder, rendering him fatigued and powerless. Kid, don't wear yourself out. These claws are specially crafted with sea prism stone to prevent you from using your abilities to escape. If you don't want to be tossed into the sea, take care of your blade. Just come with me to Wano country. If you can heal our father, we will reward you with whatever you desire. Then I ought to thank you for your keen understanding of my abilities. Did that clown Buggy deceive you? My surgical abilities can treat, but they cannot bring back the dead. You lunatic! Do you intend to fly to Wano? That is several days' journey. Stop shaking. If this continues, I'll be sick. In a fervent desire to save lives, Marco surged forth with the speed of a piston aircraft, reducing the originally multi-day sea voyage to mere hours, albeit at the cost of a horrendous experience for the passenger. The extreme cold at high altitudes, combined with turbulent air currents, left Law weeping uncontrollably, and the relentless jolting caused the proud doctor to lose his composure entirely, resulting in a filthy state devoid of dignity. Isn't this the illustrious captain of the Heart Pirates, Mr. Law, who has been making waves in the world? How have you become so disheveled in just a few days? Don't look at me with that gloomy expression. Who knew Marco was such a hothead? I didn't instruct him to treat you like this. However, since you're here, you might as well settle in for a while. We will retrieve your crew soon. Upon receiving Marco's report, Buggy hurried to meet Law, and his previously gloomy mood lifted significantly, even sparking a playful spirit. If it weren't for your guidance, how would he understand my abilities so well? Regardless of your intentions, I demand a new set of clothes, as well as food and water. Otherwise, I won't listen to another word. That's easy enough. I prepared pineapple bread and delicious dried plums for Marco. Would you like to have some too? The foods I loathe most are bread and dried plums. If you're intentionally trying to irritate me, then go ahead. As for your plans afterward, I will not participate. You're young yet possess quite the temper. I was merely jesting. Now that we're in Wano, there will be plenty of rice balls to go around. Once you're well fed, get training. Whether Whitebeard can be saved depends on you. Once that's accomplished, no matter if you want to deal with Doflamingo or even eliminate a true celestial dragon, Marco and the others will assist. Wasn't your collaboration with Doflamingo rather unpleasant? I do wish for that fellow to fall, but I prefer to handle it myself. Therefore, it's impossible for me to perform that surgery on Whitebeard. Upon hearing Buggy mention the word training, Law immediately associated it with the immortality surgery of the surgery fruit, thus clearly expressing his refusal. Your mind is quite sharp, but you've misjudged. Training your awakening isn't intended for that fatal surgery. You and I are not that old man's sons. There is no need to go to such extremes. Your ability allows for the exchange of items within a certain range, and only upon awakening can you control consciousness or personality for a complete swap. If I'm not mistaken, the reason the user dies during that surgery is to prevent the other from controlling the user's body and to ensure the fruit's rebirth remains in the hands of the recipient. Therefore, if the user exchanges consciousness with two others, as long as the user doesn't engage any techniques, those two could permanently swap bodies. How could I possibly know that so clearly? However, it's worth a try. But awakening the fruit isn't a simple task, and if it goes awry, whether you awaken or not will be your problem. In any case, I've devised a treatment method. If it fails, then it's you I'll be coming after, not Marco. Am I right, Marco? Before Law could finish speaking, Buggy interrupted him, pointing at the bystanding Marco, attempting to absolve himself of responsibility. If your training method truly works, awakening him shouldn't be a problem. In the meantime, you need to find a suitable body for our father. If you can't accomplish that, we'll have to hold you accountable. All right, don't worry. I'll find someone to handle it. With that, Buggy departed. And soon delicious food was served before Marco and Law. Not only were there Marco's favorite pineapple and bread, but also rice balls and grilled fish that Law enjoyed. Now clad in clean clothing, Law felt somewhat satisfied with the meal, and his spirits had improved considerably, though he remained unaware that the arduous days were just beginning. The so-called awakening training specifically involved subjecting Law to exercises while shackled with sea prism stone, followed by sparring with Marco, ideally pushing Law to the brink of death, repeating this process until his abilities awakened. Buggy's reasoning was quite simple. Luffy and Kid had awakened their powers after enduring beatings from Kaido and Big Mom while shackled with sea prism stone in the quarry. Law had also previously experienced being shot through the shoulder with a sea prism stone nail by Hawkins. Thus, it seemed that the battle between life and death involving sea prism stone was a necessary condition for awakening. As for how long it would take, Buggy was not in a hurry, Whitebeard was frozen quite solidly, after all. If Bondewald could remain frozen for 30 years and awaken, the world's strongest man should manage a month or so as well. Moreover, simply swapping bodies with Whitebeard wouldn't suffice. The ideal scenario would involve cloning him, but Dr. Vegapunk was under strict surveillance from the world government, rendering that impossible. Hence, Caesar became the only option. With Caesar's technology, cultivating a 20-year-old clone would require 5 years. Even cultivating a juvenile form wouldn't be an overnight task. Therefore, Marco had ample time to train Law. During this period of Marco's intensive training with Law, Buggy began transferring members of the Beast Pirates to the Marines. Apart from those who had died in previous battles or had been taken by Blackbeard, Buggy had captured just over 10,000 members of the Beast Pirates. Most of them were waiters who had yet to consume artificial devil fruits and laughing ones who had not gained abilities. They were all assigned to labor in the quarry to maintain the operations of Wano's factories. Buggy will divide the transfer of powers from the givers into 2 phases. Initially selecting the weaker batch for the first handover to the Navy. Why must you summon me, Buggy? I am quite preoccupied. Is there some monumental news on the horizon? Ordinary matters hardly warrant my personal involvement. Morgans, the president, replied, "Today I have a sudden desire to transfer many of the cadres from the Beast Pirates, including their big board and Governor Kaido. I wonder if they are adequately prepared. If they happen to escape, it would surely be quite significant news. I am curious if you dare to report it." Kaido of the Beasts. Transferring a warlord to an unprepared navy sounds rather intriguing. I sense the aroma of explosive news. Morgans exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he waved his wings and brandished the camera on his chest. The Winter Island, previously guarded by Iron Boy No. 18 of the Beast Pirates, has now been taken over by the Germa Kingdom, continuing the operation of its weapon factory. Given its proximity to the Navy's G5 branch, it has become the optimal location for Bucky's transfer of the Beast Pirates, with a familiar face arriving for the reception. The newly appointed Rear Admiral, the Cigar Man, Smoker. Admiral Virgo, must we mobilize the entire crew to escort some low-ranking members of the Beast Pirates? Are you afraid I might become careless and allow the prisoners to escape? Smoker's expression darkened as he glared at his fellow Rear Admiral, Virgo, who held the nickname Ghost Bamboo. In his recollection, this suave colleague, though amiable and approachable, was somewhat forgetful and not particularly zealous in combating pirates, often disappearing for extended periods. Logically, such a person should not have shown such keen interest in the transfer of pirate captives. Yet he insisted on accompanying the operation, causing Smoker confusion and discontent. This is merely a precaution. I cannot act alone, for the Beast Pirates are recognized by the government as a warlord force. If they were to escape, the consequences would be dire. It's prudent to exercise caution, Virgo explained earnestly, though the half-eaten steak stuck to his cheek did little to convey seriousness. Unbeknownst to Smoker, Virgo held a dual identity as an undercover agent for the heavenly demon Don Quixote da Flamingo, the first generation of the Don Quixote family, Corazon. He understood precisely who his superior's benefactor was, and his purpose for attending was to facilitate the escape of Kaido and his cadre. By mobilizing the entire G5 crew, he effectively severed the Navy's immediate support capabilities while ensuring sufficient vessels were prepared for the pirates' escape. Furthermore, this display of diligence would allow him to evade responsibility in the event of a mishap, safeguarding his undercover identity. As for the scapegoat, Smoker fit the bill perfectly. The initial transfer of pirates was too inconsequential for Virgo to take any overt action. Yes, you are correct. Then you shall handle the reception while I remain to oversee the ship. I have no desire to witness the clown's arrogant demeanor. Actually, we should go together. This sudden transfer must indicate some situation on their end. Should any chaos arise requiring control, your abilities will be indispensable. We can simply minimize the crew on each ship in case of emergencies. After a brief moment of surprise, Virgo found a suitable rationale, which improved Smoker's mood, causing him to abandon his previous plans. Meanwhile, Buggy had already arrived and was being entertained by the locals of the Germa Kingdom. King Judge, as the head of the Vinsmoke family, was personally accompanying him, not only to emphasize the importance of their collaboration with Buggy, but also to relish the misfortune of his former colleague, Queen. Years ago, both had been part of the MADS organization under theClown, constrained by the oppressive presence of Vegapunk, competing for the position of second-in-command. Now, one had risen to the status of a king, while the other languished as a captive, making any reminiscence of the past bittersweet. Judge delivered a double blow to Queen's pride, attacking him from both physical appearance to intellectual prowess, indulging in the utmost mockery possible. With his hands shackled by sea stone, Queen could not utilize his abilities, but his modified left hand remained intact for the sake of eating, prompting him to retaliate by flipping the table in a fit of rage. Judge, aware of Queen's resilience, donned his combat attire and delivered a flurry of flying kicks to Queen's face using his jet shoes. Buggy watched the commotion with amusement, while Jin was busy serving Kaido drinks, uninterested in the chaos, and Kaido himself was fervently consuming alcohol to build momentum for his upcoming actions, leaving no one to intervene in the tumult. However, neither party intended to escalate the conflict to a life-or-death struggle. Upon receiving reports of Navy sightings, both parties ceased their antics. In my opinion, your quarrel lacks significance. It merely seeks to validate who possesses greater technical lethality and superior practical outcomes. Regardless, neither of you can surpass Vegapunk, a fervent advocate for peace. Compared to his mass-produced pacifista, your clone army, Judge, holds no advantages beyond numbers and costs. And Queen, you need not smirk. Your biochemical weaponry pales in comparison to old Vegapunk-esque designs, which could obliterate an island in an instant. That fellow merely relies on the powers of the brain fruit, granting him exceptional memory and analytical capabilities. Many of his inventions were realized with our assistance. Judge was correct. Without our labor, he could never fulfill the world government's demands. Upon mentioning Vegapunk, both Queen and Judge suddenly aligned in their opposition to Buggy's statements. Queen, you were previously researching nuclear radiation weapons, while Vegapunk is also examining the application of nuclear energy. Therefore, I propose that you reignite collaboration and compete against Vegapunk. If successful, wouldn't you be able to decisively overshadow him? Buggy suggested, eager to unite the two and solicit Jin's opinion. After all, he was Kaido's external brain and the strategist of the Beast Pirates. I believe that's a splendid idea. Keeping that fatso around would be beneficial, preventing him from leading his subordinates on frivolous escapades and creating chaos within the crew. Having secured this arrangement, Buggy summoned Morgans, who had been busy photographing the pirates outside, to join them in awaiting the Navy's arrival. The transfer of captives proceeded smoothly at the dock, but as Smoker began to relax, he unexpectedly received an invitation to a banquet in town. What? An invitation to a banquet? I have no time for such frivolities. These are key members of the Beast Pirates. They must be swiftly returned to the base for confinement, which would be far more reassuring. This is an invitation from the German kingdom. Refusing would not be advisable. The president of the Shiji Zinwenbeo is also present, and there might be directives from the government to enhance its image alongside the Navy. The jester, Buggy, has also claimed that they're distinguished guests, insisting on our attendance, or else the transfer would be cancelled. It seems that even if we find ourselves in the jaws of danger, we must persevere. Merely a tiresome political charade. If they truly wish to uphold the government's dignity, they ought to deploy the Navy to cleanse the New World, rather than having them serve as caretakers for the so-called Tianlongren in this sacred land. The matters above should not weigh on our minds. We must focus on managing the present situation. Brigadier General Yaliski, you remain to continue the reception of the prisoners, keep an eye on the telephone bug, and maintain clear communication. No one is permitted to leave the port without my command, or they will be treated as deserters. Do not engage with the locals, nor handle the prisoners without authorization. Understood? Yes, Vice Admiral Wyerch. What does this mean? These individuals should not be included in this transfer. Do you realize the trouble it would cause if they create a disturbance? This is not a task that the G5 branch can handle alone. We must immediately request reinforcements from the Navy headquarters to ensure the operation is foolproof. The perpetually grim-faced Smog's expression darkened further upon seeing Kaido and others. Having already bitten through several cigars in a matter of moments, his eyes nearly ablaze, fists clenched tightly in a desire to strike the comically foolish Buggy. Yet, he suppressed his anger, discussing countermeasures with Weyerge in order to complete the escort. This indeed contradicts the prior communication between both parties. However, apprehending these individuals sooner would be advantageous for the situation. I will promptly inform the port fleet to connect with headquarters. I trust they will send support soon. The current issue is whether the supplies we carry can sustain us until reinforcements arrive. The best course of action is to abandon the reception of the original prisoners and escort these serious offenders to the G5 base for proper confinement. In stark contrast to Smog's furious demeanor, Weyerge concealed his inner delight, efficiently providing his arrangements while his mind raced to devise a way to keep Kaido and others under his control. TSK, TSK, TSK. You Navy bureaucrats are troublesome. Neither of the two vice admirals can handle a batch of prisoners. No wonder Kaido has managed to escape 19 times. Let us clarify beforehand. Anything that has been transferred cannot be returned. I cannot possibly provide any more food supplies. Hurry and take them all away. These fellows consume far too much, and I do not wish to continue feeding them. If worst comes to worst, a suggestion, execute them all on the spot. Conveniently, with the president present. I trust he will accurately report the Navy's actions, perhaps headlining it with how the Navy refuses to accept surrendering pirates, resulting in a large-scale massacre of prisoners. Wow, that would indeed be explosive news. Well, I mean a tragic event which the Shurima Kingdom, as a peace-loving nation, would prefer to avoid. And we likewise do not intend to provide you with any food supplies. I hope the Navy can complete the reception and depart promptly. Naturally, Buggy hoped the Navy would set sail quickly. Thus he mocked and derided, stating that once sold, there would be no returns, even suggesting a rotten idea. Urging the others, which garnered the support of Morgans, who relished in the chaos. As the nominal initiator of the banquet, Jiaji also expressed his stance afterward. Confirming the identities of these serious offenders will require some time. Just like that individual wrapped tightly. Who knows if they might be an imposter? Furthermore, the number present does not match that of the Beast Pirates officers, giving me reason to suspect that you might have secretly let some of them go. Inquiries will follow from above. Should I unlock their sea stone handcuffs for you to personally verify if they are imposters? In response to Buggy's taunts, Smog did not retort, but instead silently awaited any good news from Weyerge, who was stepping outside to make contact. However, Weyerge's first contact was not with the Navy headquarters, but with Doflamingo, who was in Dressrosa. Joker, the Dragon King has appeared ahead of schedule. The red-nosed one wishes to expedite matters, not allowing the seagull to linger. Will the opera commence? Should we wait for the Dragon King's crew to arrive at the restaurant? Or during the journey? Do I need to make an appearance myself? Hey. Not only did he arrive early, but he also intentionally did not notify headquarters. It seems the red-nosed one wishes to put on a show. Let S comply with his wishes for now and inform the big bird during the journey. I will find a way to hurry over as well. Understood. I will do my utmost to buy time. Upon receiving the orders, Weyerge returned to the banquet, claiming poor communication with headquarters and stating that they could only proceed with the transfer, demanding all the sea stone keys from Buggy. This one belongs to Drought Jack, this one to Flame Jin, and these two are from the Masked Sisters. The most crucial one is their bosses, which I have already handed over to you. As for when you wish to leave, that is entirely up to you. I shall not disturb you further. Buggy cooperated quite well, even personally escorting Jack on a flatbed cart, delivering the soundly sleeping Kaido to the port, which unexpectedly left the vigilant Smog somewhat taken aback. While the waiting Weyerge felt a hint of disappointment, Kaido was confined alone in the lowest level, and to control the communication time with headquarters. Weyerge assigned Smog to supervise while he commanded the fleet. Smog did not doubt his authority in this matter. The Navy's warships sailed swiftly, soon distancing themselves from the island. Just as Weyerge awaited the darkness to conveniently drop the keys at the prison door, thick smoke began to billow from the ship's cabin, followed by the shouts of sailors and the piercing alarms echoing throughout the fleet. Vice Admiral Weyerge, it is bad. Flame Jin has somehow escaped and released the other serious offenders. They are currently engaged in battle with Vice Admiral Smog. Please hurry to provide support. Understood. I will report the situation to headquarters immediately and rush over to handle it. Jin's easy escape was indeed orchestrated by Buggy, using his unique racial abilities. crafted a realistic pair of handcuffs from wax, and instructed Jin to ensure the complete sinking of the warship to prevent any Navy investigation. Though Weyerge was unaware of the circumstances, he marveled at the foresight of his young master. Seizing a bamboo stick and dashing out of the office while dialing Doflamingo's number to briefly explain the situation. When he arrived at the lower level, Smog was engaged in combat with Jin. This was not due to Smog's sudden surge in strength, as he held his own against the vice captain, but rather because Jin was wary of Smog potentially damaging the keys. Vice Admiral Smog, I intend to break the ship's bottom and let seawater in. You find an opportunity to escape, control the deck, and quickly subdue the other pirate officers. Weyerge leaped to interpose himself before Smog. Using his armed bamboo stick to block Jin's attacks, taking on a defensive stance. That is a good strategy. Hold on for a bit and lure him up top. Be cautious. This fellow is quite strong. Weyerge's seemingly nonchalant demeanor indeed deceived Smog, who, not wanting to be a burden, swiftly departed from the battlefield, transforming into smoke and rushing upward. Meanwhile, Weyerge truly exhibited some skill, engaging Jin in a fierce battle, quickly turning the entire lower level into chaos. As torrents of icy seawater surged in, startling the once sleeping Kaido awake. Who dares to disturb my slumber? Do you not realize how difficult it is to get drunk? Although Kaido was tightly bound in chains, the overwhelming aura he radiated made the already lowered temperature feel even heavier. Kaido, brother, do not fret. Once I capture this fellow, I will release you and fetch you some wine. As the attention of Jean was momentarily diverted, Virgo suddenly thrust a bamboo stick into his mouth, inhaled deeply, and forcefully exhaled against the ship's wall, creating a substantial breach akin to an air cannon. He swiftly shed his outer garments and plunged into the water. The anchor was dropped, and the sails were ignited. They could not allow the pirates to escape with the ship. If they could hold on a little longer, reinforcements would arrive. For the sake of justice, due to limitations in authority, Smoker could only seek reinforcements from the G5 branch while commanding the ships in response to the pirates' chaos. However, being but one man, he found himself increasingly stretched thin, unable to restrain all the officers of the Beast Pirates, and disorder swiftly spread throughout the fleet. Smoker was compelled to issue the command to hold their ground and await assistance. What kind of hero ambushes with a sea prism stone stick? Have some courage and stop hiding. Let's engage in a fair fight. Drought Jack bellowed, brandishing his trunk. His voice was deep and resonant, seemingly irritated by Smoker's elusive movements. Yet it served to mock his opponent, buying time for his comrades. Observing Jack's resilience, Smoker redirected his attack towards Pejuan, who was currently preying on weaker foes, but was caught off guard and received a headbutt from Runny, causing him to spit blood and be flung backward. It seemed that the pirates excelled at ambushes. Curse be that fellow for being here. This predicament must surely be a conspiracy. As long as I remain alive, I will ensure you all end up in prison. Smoker wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and angrily gazed at the sky, where a blimp emblazoned with Buggy's insignia hovered, its windows flickering with flashes of light, undoubtedly from someone taking photographs. This one is good. This one is flawed. Tomorrow's headline is secured. The only question is which photo to use. Oh ho ho, President Morgan's. The spectacle has only just begun. Perhaps even better shots will emerge soon. So do not hastily exhaust the film. Observing Morgan's excitement, Buggy decided to offer a reminder. He had received news from Der Island that Doflamingo had departed some time ago, and it was unlikely he was merely out for a leisurely stroll. Commodore Smoker, I have damaged the ship's hull. Rest assured, it will soon sink. We shall hold them off while the soldiers swiftly retreat to other vessels. Well done, Base Chief Virgo. Once the reinforcements arrive, we can gradually retrieve them. None of the beast pirates can escape. Smoker felt invigorated upon seeing Virgo leap onto the ship from the sea, no longer having to fight alone. Who is that little brat daydreaming? Why should we flee? You Navy scoundrels are the ones who should sink. Accompanied by Kaido's arrogant voice, a massive dragon head burst through the deck, followed by its clawed form ascending into the air, tearing the entire warship in half. The violent tremors left everyone disoriented and unsteady. What a terrifying force! Is this truly the might of King of the West, Beast Kaido? It appears that waiting for reinforcements today may prove challenging. Smoker intended to seize the chaos to eliminate some threats, but he found himself struggling even to elementalize, feeling an overwhelming pressure merely from Kaido's gaze. He could only glance sideways at Virgo, who bore a similar expression of distress. "Brother Kaido, do not kill them. It is best to capture these two Navy vice admirals and force the Navy to relinquish the ship. Otherwise, if the Navy headquarters sends a fleet after us, it will be exceedingly difficult to take these devil fruit users with us. This is a hard-earned army of capable fighters. What a bore. Just handle it quickly. I will wait here for the Navy headquarters arrival and see if I can finally stretch my limbs." Just as Kaido was about to warm the souls of the two Navy vice admirals with his heated breath, Flame Calamity Jean appeared before him, interrupting Kaido's actions and causing him to lose interest, transforming back into his human form and landing on the ship, seemingly unwilling to engage for the moment. "Jata no Kagami. Thankfully, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, you two would likely have perished today. The situation before me is too overwhelming for just one person to handle. There are numerous monsters on the opposing side." With tea-colored glasses in a slow, mocking tone, the newcomer was none other than Marine Admiral Kizuru, who possessed the Pika Pika no Mi, the first to arrive as reinforcements, initiating the engagement with his signature AoE attack, significantly bolstering the Navy's morale. "Dual Emperors of the Blade. Did you come here just to die alone? Do you underestimate me? Akainu's injuries should not be severe. Could it be that the Navy lacks competent forces now?" Kaido looked down on Kizuru's assault, even taking the time to mock him, while Jean utilized flame bullets to intercept Kizuru's light attacks, rendering Kaido's involvement unnecessary. "Emno Murakumo." The Navy still possessed some strength. Reinforcements would arrive shortly. Had it not been for the sudden turn of events, I would have preferred not to come, but higher ranks have their burdens. Why not surrender so I can return and report? Kizuru engaged Kizuru in aerial combat while casually bantering with Kaido, displaying an effortless demeanor. Diamond Arrow. Kaido, who had been observing the battle, suddenly stepped back and swung his fist with tremendous force into the air. Soon his punch collided with a falling meteorite, resulting in a tremendous explosion as the meteorite shattered and scattered, sending several geysers erupting from the sea. Such an attack clearly had little effect on the King of the West. Indeed, one cannot gauge the King of the West by ordinary standards. The speaker was a Marine wearing wooden clogs and a purple robe, his eyes barely open, revealing only the whites. He was the newly appointed Marine Admiral, Fujitora. The warship he was aboard defied the laws of physics, hovering in midair and racing towards the center of the battlefield, with the slow sheathing of his sword indicating a connection to the previously descending meteorite. If Kaido were that weak, he would have perished countless times by now. We must prepare for a prolonged battle. When will these scum of the sea settle down? It is not as if I have not retired. Engaging in conversation with Fujitora was the former Marine Fleet Admiral and now the Chief of Staff at Navy Headquarters, the strategic genius Sengoku, who was currently spinning a bowl of ramen, exhibiting no signs of tension as they approached the imminent battle. In the face of such a grand conflict, can the Chief of Staff not be a bit more serious? The current situation is rather complex, with two warlords of the sea nearby, and we must not allow our Navy's morale to falter. The speaker was Marine Chief of Staff Rear Admiral Crane, whose presence ensured that Doflamingo, despite having an opportunity to intercept the Navy's reinforcements, could only follow at a distance, daring not to show any hostile intentions. He ultimately chose to board Buggy's blimp to observe the battle at sea. On the surface, the Navy and the beast pirates clashed fiercely, the sounds of battle echoing across the waters, while the atmosphere within the blimp remained equally tense. Min, why are you not counting money at the Dar Island Palace, but instead here? Is the fruit harvest poor, or is the arms trade not going well? Buggy, stop making snide remarks. If you had not allowed the beast pirates to suffer defeat in Wano, would the value of the smile fruits have plummeted so drastically? Do you even have a clue about the items you delivered a few days ago? You have made a mess of my business. Are you attempting to usurp my position? Do you think that by showing off, the higher-ups in the world government will regard you more favorably? How naive. My position was not earned by merely pleasing them. The depths of this vast sea are formidable. Should you drown, It is of no concern to me. Do not think to drag me down with you." In the face of Buggy's taunts, Doflamingo's visage twisted into a grimace, abandoning even his signature smirk as he sternly questioned Buggy's intentions, signaling a potential rift. It is no wonder Doflamingo cowers before the Marines while striking hard at his so-called allies. Buggy's incessant antics have raised his blood pressure to alarming levels. It turns out that the arms Buggy promised to deliver in their last conversation were procured through bribing officers within the Navy. Not only outdated in performance, but also poorly maintained, with missing parts and prevalent issues of damp gunpowder. Numerous cracked barrels pose a risk of explosion, rendering them mere scrap. This not only dissatisfied the buyers, but also aroused suspicion from the underground forces involved, severely damaging the reputation of the Don Quixote family, which explains Doflamingo's uncharacteristic outburst. What is your standing? A mere tool for the world government to amass wealth? A liaison in the underworld's trade? In essence, nothing more than a pawn for various factions. Rest assured, I have no interest in being a pawn. As for the subpar goods you dispatched, you should be well aware that I am currently vying for business with the King of the Sea, Amit. I certainly do not wish for my own munitions to be used against my ships. As I previously stated, the Shichibukai should genuinely become one of the three major forces. It is rather tedious to stab each other in the back. In due time, let us visit Fishman Island together and engage in earnest discussion, shall we? Why to Fishman Island? It seems you have made some dealings with that sea hero. Oh, I shall simply observe what you conjure up. Yet, how will matters unfold from here? Even if you descend to assist the Marines, I fear you shall not receive a warm welcome. Doflamingo was unaware that Buggy merely sought to draw him to Fishman Island for a show of support, readily accepting the invitation for a Shichibukai gathering while directing his attention to the battle at sea. You do not intend to assist Kaido, do you? That would be rather unwise. Regardless, I shall watch from here. As for any subsequent grievances the Marines or the world government may harbor, I shall handle them in due course. Buggy's design is simple: to leverage this incident to diminish the Marines' deterrent power, confident that, given Kaido's prowess, even if he cannot prevail, escape will be effortless. After all, Kaido is reckless, not foolish. Otherwise, he would not have evaded the Marines on so many occasions. The progression of war unfolded precisely as Buggy anticipated. Facing a former Marine admiral alongside two admirals, Kaido merely indulged in a bout before commanding the disaster to retreat. Although Fujitora unleashed his powers extensively, causing the wreckage of warships to ascend and fall, it was effortlessly incinerated by ash. While Kizaru's Yada no Kagami could only pierce through vessels but could not prevent Kaido from using Tornado to whisk away most of the pirates. However, the Marines did not emerge entirely empty-handed. Jack, embodying a nonchalant attitude towards life and death, relentlessly pursued Smoker, ultimately confronting the former Admiral Sengoku and being struck into the depths of the sea, joining the ranks of the fallen pirates. Aboard the airship, Doflamingo had already departed, leaving Buggy and Morgans to dissect the previous battle. What a plethora of captivating scenes. I must return promptly to instruct the members to draft the report. I must take my leave and do notify me of any significant news that arises. Very well, President Morgans. I shall set the airship on its return journey. As you have heard, in a few days, we Shichibukai will discuss cooperation with King Neptune of Fishman Island. It should make for a splendid report. Additionally, I hope you can assist me with a small favor. I wish to meet with Queen Stussy privately to clarify some previous misunderstandings. You wish to meet Stussy? That is not too difficult, but her identity is rather enigmatic. Even I know little about her, and any trouble that befalls you is of no concern to me. Buggy is indeed aware that engaging with Stussy, the ruler of the underworld and an actual CP0 agent of the world government, carries certain risks. However, to confirm his suspicions regarding the clones, he considers this risk manageable. This clown has become increasingly audacious. He dares to embarrass the government in the matter of Kaido's transfer. He is provoking us. His status as a Shichibukai should be revoked, and he must be apprehended. Yet, he has indeed surrendered considerable assets and intends to make Wano a member state. Abruptly rescinding his title would unavoidably increase government expenditures. He seems to have some conflicts with Drago and those insurrectionists. Perhaps we could incite a clash between the two factions, which would be more beneficial for the stability of the situation. Precisely. The Shichibukai still hold value in balancing the maritime situation. We should not only involve them in eliminating the coup d'etat group, but also command their cooperation with the Marines to capture the escapees from the Great Prison, allowing them to wear each other down, thereby solidifying the world government's position. Just as Buggy pondered how to undermine CP0, the Gorosei of the world government and Mary Geos were also deliberating over him. Soon, Buggy received a stern demand from the world government, requiring him to assist the Marines in capturing the escapees from the Great Prison and to investigate the members of the Brothers Organization. Buggy had long prepared for this. With the expansion of his influence, many individuals with ulterior motives had joined his ranks. After discerning spies through by G. Kuro and Zango, he had cleared out a significant number, which could conveniently serve as the brothers to deliver to the world government. Moreover, he had already devised a plan for capturing the escapees from the Great Prison. Among these formidable individuals, there existed numerous valuable devil fruit powers that must be secured before Blackbeard could act. To express sincerity in communication with King Neptune of Fishman Island, Buggy designated Fishman Street as the meeting location. After all, the Shichibukai's reputation is not particularly favorable among normal nations, let alone with the Fishman Kingdom, which harbors considerable distance from humanity. Meanwhile, the crew of Hody Jones, who had originally lost their shadows to Moria, had re-emerged following Moria's disappearance, intensifying their capture of human pirates and sowing chaos, which posed a significant headache for the Fishman Kingdom. It was precisely these considerations that led Buggy to select Fishman Street as the conference site, as it would both showcase strength and serve as a gesture of goodwill towards Fishman Island, effectively achieving two goals in one. To that end, Buggy specifically borrowed Trafalgar Law's polar submarine and crew. He even managed to persuade the King of the Sea, Jack, who had been retrieved from the water, under the pretense of easing relations, promising to deliver captured Fishman pirates to the Beast Pirates, whose forces had dwindled. Thus, Buggy, with the Heart pirate crew skilled in aquatic warfare and the formidable Fishman Jack at the forefront, alongside mercenary pirates clad in diving suits, launched a surprise assault on Fishman Street, swiftly defeating Hody Jones and his crew once more, clearing out the Noah from Fishman Street. However, such a significant operation did not go unnoticed within Fishman Island. King Neptune and Jinbe attended to observe the event. During this time, Neptune noticed Jack's bubbles burst multiple times without him drowning, which surprised him greatly. He then inquired with Jinbe, only to learn that Jack was indeed a fishman. He expressed his sentiments, saying, "I did not expect our fishman race to possess such a valiant individual. It is a pity he has become a subordinate of Kaido. How splendid it would be if he could join your Straw Hat Pirates and become a guardian for our fishman people. Your Majesty Neptune." Unlike the fishmen of the Straw Hat Pirates, Jack was raised by Kaido from a young age and is currently a top performer in the Beast Pirates. He likely harbors little sense of belonging to his kin. His involvement in clearing Fishman Street is merely to gather Fishman pirates to bolster Kaido's forces. He will not return to Fishman Island easily thereafter, which can be considered a good thing. After all, it is best for such a dangerous individual to remain distant from Fishman Island. I see. It seems I have failed as a king to allow so many of my kin to fall into illegal territories. In contemporary times, when individuals express a desire to leave in pursuit of a livelihood, let them go. Under the guidance of Jinbe, Neptune relinquished his intention to recruit Jack, instead turning his thoughts inward, lamenting his failure to adequately care for his subjects. At that moment, his advisors arrived belatedly. "Your Majesty, why did you leave the group without permission? If anything were to happen to you, Fishman Island would be in peril. Your Majesty, while the Fishman pirates often stir trouble, they're still our kin, and Fishman Street harbors civilians. We cannot allow these outsiders to take them at will. We must scrutinize them before determining their fate. Minister on the right, I am not a child. Besides, with Jinbe by my side, what danger could there be?" The minister on the left made a valid point, asserting that we should rescue ordinary civilians from the hands of the enemy. As the battle in Fishman Street concluded, the forces of Fishman Island cautiously approached, initiating discussions with Buggy. Although Buggy was somewhat surprised by Neptune's premature appearance, he welcomed the opportunity for early engagement, which would aid in harmonizing their narratives for future negotiations. Jack was particularly concerned with the fighting capabilities of the Fishman pirates. Consequently, an agreement was swiftly reached regarding the acceptance of civilians from Fishman Island. Buggy even thoughtfully pointed out the culprit responsible for the murder of Queen Odoheim. Initially, Jack held high hopes for the officers of the new Fishman pirates, wishing to recruit them as formidable assets. However, when these individuals were brought forth, their rapid decline into frailty dissuaded him entirely. These ruffians had consumed large quantities of pills during the earlier skirmish, seemingly pilfered from your palace, Old Man of the Sea. You should be aware of this. As for whether he was involved in the assassination of Queen Odoheim, you need only inquire. Given their current state, they will not endure for long, and concealing their crimes serves little purpose. Ha ha ha. Indeed, that wretched fishwoman Odoheim was slain by my hand. How dare she incite her kin with dreams of peaceful coexistence with humans? Such was her sin. Were it not for these detestable humans, my new Fishman pirates would have swiftly stormed the palace, seizing the ES and gaining absolute control over Fishman Island. Armed with the potent legacy of our ancestors, we would restore the Fishman race to its former glory, free from human oppression. Jinbei, with your prowess, you could surely vanquish these human pirates and that treacherous fishwoman. Let those fools who wish to befriend humans rot. If you ascend the throne of Fishman Island, I will gladly assist you in reclaiming the lethal heritage, guiding you to reign over our people, ensuring our kingdom's greatness. As Neptune stood stunned by the sudden revelation, Hody Jones laid bare his plans, hoping for Jinbei's rebellion to rescue him, as if he had not yet given up. My thoughts differ from Arlong's. If engaging with humans is a crime, then I too must be guilty. You should observe from the kingdom's prison. One day, Fishman Island will find a way to coexist with humanity. You are all sinners. There will always be new fishmen to liberate us. Such pitiful creatures, so weak yet so presumptuous, utter fools. Thankfully, they have not informed Kaido, or I would be a source of mockery. Upon receiving a clear response from Jinbei, Hody Jones succumbed to hysteria, struggling as he was taken away to the kingdom's prison, his embarrassing state earning the approval of Captain Buggy. Old Man of the Sea, no need to rush away. Your princess is still being harassed daily by Vanderdecken 9. Shall I assist you in resolving this trouble? I hope you and Jinbei can bring the princess to tomorrow's meeting. My family does not require your interference. Your desire to collaborate with Fishman Island has nothing to do with her. My engagement with Jinbei suffices. With his mind somewhat disoriented, King Neptune was about to depart when Buggy called out to him, mentioning Vanderdecken's assaults, which instilled a sense of caution in Neptune, leading him to politely decline. Everyone is preparing for collaboration. How can you consider yourself an outsider? Do you wish the princess to spend her life hiding in the Hardshell Tower? The flying pirate crew, an uncontrollable entity, also affects our relations. Moreover, tomorrow Mr. Rayleigh, the vice captain, will also attend. Given your connection, no one would dare act recklessly before the king of the underworld, unless you do not trust him. Vanderdecken 9 indeed troubled Neptune greatly, and the prospect of eliminating him was tempting. Buggy's final invocation of the great Rayleigh relieved Neptune's concerns. After a thorough discussion, Neptune decided to announce that Shirahoshi wished to meet Vanderdecken 9 in Fishman Street, thereby coaxing him out. Receiving the news, Vanderdecken 9, though skeptical of Princess Shirahoshi's invitation, ultimately allowed his greedy desire for possession to lead him to accept, planning to abduct the princess by force. He unprecedentedly replaced the giant axe he routinely hurled at the Hardshell Tower with gifts, writing a letter stating that he could come alone, feigning concern for Princess Shirahoshi's safety, and requesting her to bring some guards. However, he simultaneously refused to meet any other Fishman royalty, citing the potential for conflict. Of course, the palace could not easily acquiesce to such demands, as that would reveal their intentions too plainly. Nevertheless, they gradually softened their stance in subsequent communications, only requesting that he temporarily hand over the Flying Dutchman to the palace guards. Vanderdecken 9 readily agreed, confident that with the power of the target fruit, reclaiming his ship would be a trivial matter. His confidence in abducting the 12-meter-tall Princess Shirahoshi stemmed from his subordinate, the 80-meter-tall redfin pufferfish fishman, Jinbei. Lord Vander Decken 9. I've come to tell you face to face that I do not like you. Please stop throwing things. Ha ha ha. Regardless, I still want to possess you. I have waited over a decade for this day. See God, quickly bring Shirahoshi to me, and let these insignificant fish perish. Lord Clown, make your move. That giant is coming to capture me. You promised my father I could come and go safely. Truly a crybaby. Dealing with such a creature is child's play for me. I have some moves I haven't used in a while, perfect for testing my current resistance to seawater. Special Maki Bomb. Upon hearing Shirahoshi's call, Buggy emerged from behind her hair, lifting his foot to launch a cannonball at the bald sea monster, Jinbei, resulting in a powerful explosion that not only charred the creature's grotesque face, but also sent him tumbling. Who would have thought this human weapon would be quite formidable? We were merely playing a little prank on Princess Shirahoshi. You must also be an admirer of her, right? Why don't we shake hands and have a proper discussion? Vanderdecken 9, noticing Buggy bore no fishman traits and was encased in a bubble, mistakenly assumed he was just another human. He adopted a casual tone as he approached Buggy, contemplating using his powers to deceive him, entirely oblivious to the fact that an air portal had already opened within his bubble. Forget it. Being close to someone who hasn't washed their hands in over a decade is revolting. Do you think I am unaware of your target fruit abilities? As long as you don't touch me, you can do nothing. You foolish red-nosed creature, you seem to know quite a bit. Let us see the power of my curse. Realizing his abilities were exposed, Vander Decken 9 calculated Buggy's position and suddenly hurled several flying knives, using Shirahoshi as a target to launch a surprise attack. As the illustrious Vander Decken 9 awaited the fateful strike of the flying knife with eager anticipation, he was abruptly seized by a sharp pain at the back of his head, causing him to lose consciousness. With his demise, the airborne blade, deprived of its target, plummeted towards the ocean depths. Such a fascinating ability, albeit hindered by excessively stringent activation conditions. Otherwise, it could have served as a remarkable assassination skill, its simplest application reduced to that of a mere porter. Within the confines of the closed spatial portal, Baki juggled the harvested devil fruit, contemplating its potential applications. The recently risen Yinjin, initially intent on avenging their former captain, was swiftly sent flying by the arrival of Jinbei, who then hastily retreated, vanishing into the infinite depths of the sea. Concurrently, Baki's long-planned meeting was underway, and to ensure absolute security, he first utilized a castle clone to gather the attendees within the fortress, subsequently transporting them to the royal palace of Fishman Island via the spatial portal. Though the Empress was reluctant to attend, Aunt Shaki could adequately represent the Kuja pirate stance. With Mihawk willing to uphold the value of the Shichibukai title, the attendees merely needed to listen to his narrative and consider their participation. The recent war had instigated global turmoil. Without the West Emperor's protection, life for the Shichibukai was far from easy, as they faced incessant compulsory summons with inadequate reinforcement. This was clearly a strategy to deplete their power, and, to prevent being picked off one by one, it was time to establish an organization and form a coalition. Perhaps some may perceive mutual suspicion among them, making trust challenging. However, I can facilitate coordination among you, aligning everyone's interests. Let us first discuss Fishman Island, which, despite being a member state of the world government, must rely on the West Emperor's name to deter pirate disturbances. Should the world government discover that the ancient weapon Sea King is none other than Princess Shirahoshi, Fishman Island would surely be on the brink of annihilation. Little red-nosed brat, please refrain from agitating King Neptune. Do take care of your aging back. While achieving short-term mutual benefit may prove challenging, unifying your fears is quite feasible. Speaking of the Amazon Kingdom, let us first address Tyrant Kuma. Rumor has it he has been summoned to Mariewa, once again becoming a slave to the celestial dragons. As I understand, the current Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, along with her sisters, were once slaves of the celestial dragons. Were it not for the former captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger, causing a ruckus in Mariewa to rescue them, they would likely have perished many years ago. Once this information reaches the celestial dragons, Kuma's fate may not fare much better. However, I can divulge an exclusive piece of news. The true tyrant Kuma is under my supervision. The one in Mariewa is merely a replica. Hehehe. It appears I've stumbled upon quite a few intriguing tidbits. Are you not concerned that I might sell this information to the world government upon my return? I shall not become a slave, nor do I possess ancient weaponry. Thus, I cannot share their trepidation. Indeed, as a former celestial dragon, you lack their concerns. Yet your fall from grace led to a childhood fraught with hardship. Utilizing the secrets of the celestial dragons to restrain the world government may backfire. For once the secrets are revealed, who will they deem the traitor? On the surface, the Gorosei holds the highest authority within the world government. Yet there exists a lesser-known puppet master behind the scenes, the owner of the empty throne, the true king of the world, Naren am. This is true? Such a claim is indeed hard to believe. How did you come by this information? Do you realize the gravity of your words? The crowd reacted with mixed feelings, most caught in a state of skepticism. Only Doflamingo erupted in fury, his face contorting as he transformed into a myriad of threads, seemingly intent on ensnaring everyone present. Thread clones? Do you intend to use Birdcage to eliminate us all? Do not forget that it holds no power over Shichibukai. Even in my castle, you dare to act recklessly. Do you believe I would hesitate to unleash the Pluton from Wano against your Dressrosa? Upon Doflamingo's movement, the previously pristine ground erupted into two towering walls, crushing his thread clones. Buggy swiftly reacted, slashing at the ceiling to compel Doflamingo to manifest, taking his seat at the conference table. An ancient weapon battleship, Pluton, in Wano? No wonder you conspired with Whitebeard to provoke Kaido. Is this the alignment of interests you mentioned? Once this information leaks, we shall all find ourselves on the world government's execution list, correct? It is indeed a disheartening thought. Doflamingo, temper your grandiose demeanor. You are merely a disgraced celestial dragon. In the eyes of the Gorosei, you and we are but insects, and you do not even rank as the largest among them. Regardless, you all now share a common secret. You may either advance together or play games, for it is not a difficult choice. Fishman Island requires a new backing to restrain pirates. 5 million fishmen yearn for life on land, and we Shichibukai can offer assistance in this regard. We can permit the fishmen to establish villages along our coasts, granting them access to our factories for essential supplies. This alleviates the survival pressures on Fishman Island while providing us with a robust labor force. Local inhabitants will gradually acclimate to cohabitation with fishmen, fostering the elimination of ethnic barriers. We shall allow the royal palace to dispatch individuals to oversee the safety of the dispatched fishmen. In turn, we will deploy personnel to Fishman Island to deter any pirate crews traversing its waters. I propose we sign a mutual defense agreement, establishing an independent coalition that convenes periodically to coordinate our interests. This agreement shall be forged at the intersection of this red soil continent and the Grand Line, and thus, the organization shall be named the Cross Guild. As Buggy spoke, the prepared documents appeared on the tables of the others, awaiting their signatures. This agreement is indeed intriguing. Dressrosa is in dire need of labor. If it were not for the fear of the surrounding fighting fish, many fishmen could be accommodated. Ha. Doflamingo glanced over the terms before extending a thread to inscribe his name at the signing section, accompanied by a mocking laugh, as though his previous words concealed some obscure malice. Amazon Lily can coexist with fishmen, but only women may traverse the island. This has always been our rule. We fishmen genuinely desire peaceful coexistence with humans. We shall sign this agreement. Yet should the dispatched fishmen face unjust treatment, we will reconsider our collaboration. Once Haki and Neptune affixed their signatures, Buggy clapped his hands, merging the documents into one, signing his name, and with a casual flourish, the agreement transformed into multiple copies, now bearing everyone's signatures. Please keep this agreement safe, and I hope that we can coexist harmoniously. Additionally, I have promised the president of the World Economic News Agency that he may report on this meeting. I hope everyone can cooperate for a group photo. I shall have him publish an article about the Shichibukai safeguarding Fishman Island, serving as a deterrent to any pirates wishing to traverse those waters. Though labeled a group photo, it featured only King Neptune, Doflamingo, and Buggy. After all, the other Shichibukai either did not attend or were not meant to be present. When Morgans received the photograph, he expressed his disappointment to Buggy, even rescinding the article's front-page placement, as there were far more explosive news stories at that time. Notably, the escape of the infamous pirate world destroyer Bondi Waldo from Impel Down, who had attacked a fleet of celestial dragons. To assault the world nobles is to invite the personal pursuit of a marine admiral. Consequently, the gaze of the world has been drawn to this matter. The pirates who foolishly dream of infiltrating the New World scoff at the claims that the Shichibukai protect Fishman Island, unaware of the tempest that this so-called commercial collaboration will stir in the future. Although the world government has concealed the list of notorious pirates who escaped from the infinite hell, Sengoku issued a command for the Marines to capture these individuals with all their might before his resignation, repeatedly calling upon the Shichibukai for assistance. In response, the other Shichibukai continued their usual indifference, engaging in various delays. However, Buggy, seeking to quell the world government's dissatisfaction regarding the transfer of Kaido, felt compelled to take action. Yet, Buggy did not intend to act hastily. He awaited the return of Bonnie Wald to reorganize the Wald pirates. Besides his interest in the Momo fruit, Buggy was particularly intrigued by the Galacidi, a pirate ship comparable to a small island. Thus, Buggy did not rush to leave Fishman Island. During the period of gathering manpower to establish a branch of his assassin hotel, he also dealt with several pirate crews passing through Fishman Island, intending to hand over their leaders to the Marines as a demonstration of his achievements, while claiming the underlings for himself. Some pirates, in their desperation to return to paradise, risked abandoning their ships to traverse the Red Line. However, upon reaching the Sabidi archipelago, they found themselves subjected to Buggy's forced recruitment, resulting in a near-total disruption of the connection between the Grand Line's paradise and the New World. The Marines, while vigilant of Buggy's ever-expanding influence, were forced to begrudgingly acknowledge his actions. As news of this spread, Buggy's reputation became increasingly polarized. Among pirate captains, he was labeled as the world government's lackey, the destroyer of pirate dreams, while among ordinary pirates, he was seen as a refuge. After all, serving under anyone was merely a means to earn a living, and they had heard that performing well for Buggy could lead to opportunities for leadership. Thus, they were not particularly resistant to being dispersed and restructured. In the Sabidi archipelago, Buggy was viewed as a protector. Thanks to his machinations, the pirates landing on the island were compelled to disguise themselves as civilians, significantly curbing their behavior. In the months during which Buggy restored order to the first half of the Grand Line, Bonnie Wald regrouped with his old subordinates. And the newly revived Wald pirates were anything but low-key. They not only launched multiple attacks on world government fleets, but also declared war on the Shichibukai, actively making their way to the Sabidi archipelago to teach Buggy, the world government's #1 lackey, a lesson before bombarding the Holy Land Mariewa. The massive Galacidi was impossible to conceal, and the pirate elder, known as the World Destroyer, had no desire to engage in covert actions. Buggy easily intercepted information regarding their movements and prepared his forces accordingly. Considering the protection of his own interests, Buggy planned to confront them in offshore waters. And the deployment of personnel was straightforward. Aurita would deal with their ship's doctor, Nadine, Polo would face the cube fruit user, Garum, and Black Kuro would take on Sebastian. Buggy himself would personally confront Bonnie Wald, recalling Zhang Ao to assist him with his slow fruit ability to counter the acceleration provided by the Momo fruit. The Marines kept a close watch on both parties, dispatching warships from the old Marine headquarters to intercept the Galacidi, thus saving Buggy the trouble of assembling a fleet. This ridiculous fellow is one of the warlords of the sea? I see no remarkable prowess. If the world government's lackeys are of such caliber, flattening Mariewa would be a trivial task. Wald, do not underestimate him. That man was once a crew member of the Pirate King Roger and is one of the most renowned pirates of recent times. I know you seek revenge against the world government, but even if you bomb Mariewa, the world government will not vanish. Instead, it will make us targets. After all these years, we have finally reunited. We should consider how to continue our voyage. Have you forgotten why we set sail? Banjek, you are as verbose as ever. Just a red-nosed brat, nothing more. That title of being a Pirate King's crew member may intimidate others, but does not scare me. I will undertake my journey around the world, but only after I reduce Mariehua to rubble. Mwahaha. As a great pirate from the era of the Pirate King, Bonnie Wald possesses immense confidence in his own strength, compounded by his past betrayal by pirates who were coerced by the world government. He harbors a deep disdain for the so-called warlords of the sea, the government's lackeys. Despite Banjek's reminders, Wald remains dismissive as he prepares to face Buggy. His primary concern lies in utilizing the cannons aboard the Galacidi to annihilate Mariehua as retribution for his 30 years of confinement. Bonnie Wald, come forth and engage in a thrilling battle with me. Given the impressive nature of your vessel, I shall grant you a chance to breathe. Buggy shouted from the ship's bow, but received no response. Instead, the opposing ships slowed and halted, adopting a posture that invited him in, making his title as a clown all the more fitting. Fire! Bring that ship closer. Sink this vessel, and the entire crew shall be rewarded. The ship's capture will be rewarded. Buggy yelled. Faced with the awkward silence, Buggy felt a twinge of embarrassment but quickly abandoned his antics, issuing the command to attack, igniting the fighting spirit of his crew. The booming sounds of cannon fire erupted, accompanied by thick clouds of smoke across the sea. As Buggy seized the opportunity to utilize Moonwalk to approach the Galacidi, which resembled a small island. This was not an act of leading the charge. He needed to serve as a coordinate for his crew to teleport to him. Soon, Alrita, Kabaji, Zhangao, Kuro, Pola, and others appear by Buggy's side. Great water strike. Air blast. Before Buggy and his crew could enter the ship's cabin, the doors flew open and a powerful jet of water surged towards them, only to be neutralized by Jess's explosion. They have quite a few hands here. If you wish to challenge Captain Wald, you must first pass through me. Before the crew stood the gatekeeper of the Galacidi, the fish giant Sebastian wielding 2 spiked hammers. This giant appeared quite sturdy. I wonder if he can withstand a few blows from me. Alrita, wait a moment. Kuro, let me see how well you've mastered your Haki. Try to capture him alive. Oh, and don't use your abilities. That guy is blind and can't see anyway. Buggy brought along so many people with the intention of testing his crew members. The Wald pirates presented just the right level of challenge, neither too daunting nor excessively dangerous. Dealing with such a hulking brute would not be too difficult. His subordinates would soon take care of it. Humph, you arrogant fool. Do you think I am easy prey just because you cannot see me? How will you respond now? Camouflage air. Buggy and Kuro's conversation was clearly heard by Sebastian, who let out a displeased snort before his figure began to turn transparent, ultimately becoming completely invisible. Silent step. Even without employing his invisibility, Kuro's rapid movements made him exceedingly difficult to detect. However, with his keen hearing, Sebastian managed to block Kuro's determined strike. Spear strike. Quite impressive hearing, but your flexibility is lacking. No matter how strong you are, if you cannot land a hit, it is of no use. You wretched flea, stop jumping around and face me head-on. As Kalu continued to enhance his attack speed, Sebastian found himself struggling to cope. The numerous wounds on his body severely diminishing the efficacy of his optical invisibility. He could only swing his twin hammers wildly, gradually succumbing to exhaustion in his impotent fury, ultimately collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. If this is the caliber of opponents we face, then I might as well be sent home, for it is utterly demotivating. There will be a time for you to make your move. Let the others take this fishman back for treatment, as I trust that Fishman Island will be keenly interested in him. Yalita stifled a yawn, expressing her discontent to Baki, who could only explain the other abilities of their adversary, assuring her that she would be called into action next, which finally pacified her. Originally, Baki intended for Yalita to confront the enemy ship's doctor, Nachin, but events unfolded contrary to his expectations. Upon entering the ship's cabin, the floor and walls shattered into numerous cubes, dividing everyone into 3 groups that entered the left and right engine rooms of the Guluaside ship, leaving Baki alone in the hall. Red-nosed brat, as a pirate, if you choose to become the lapdog of the world government, prepare for death. I will soon send your comrades to hell to reunite with you. Following this came the detestable world government. Soon, Bondi Wald arrived, swaggering from the upper deck, preparing to engage Buggy in a one-on-one duel, while his strategist, Benjike, trailed behind, visibly anxious for his companion. This strategy of taking them down one by one does not seem like something a reckless person like you would devise. However, it merely accelerates your failure. My crew is indeed formidable. Through the surveillance footage, Buggy observed the battles occurring in the left and right compartments. In terms of both numbers and strength, his side held a significant advantage, which rendered Buggy quite relaxed. As long as I can exact revenge on the world government, those who have betrayed me can perish without hesitation. Once I deal with you, clown, your comrades will betray you as well. Waldo, how can you say such things about them? Aren't they our closest allies? You're no different. You, the so-called big brother, led the charge to flee when I was defeated. What else could that be but betrayal? Perhaps for you, it has been 30 years, but in my mind, it feels like just yesterday. Faced with his big brother Benjike's words, Bondi Wald reacted with great intensity. Enraged, he struck out, sending a flurry of debris toward his childhood friend. Benjike, taken aback by his brother's unexpected aggression, could not evade due to his frail condition, collapsing to the ground with an expression of disbelief. Buggy observed this with indifference. He was not one to aid opponents in a moment of heated passion like Luffy. Wald's actions only made Buggy feel more justified in his own. Perhaps I did err that day. If I had been captured with you, we would still be the close brothers we once were. Abandon that unrealistic fantasy and fulfill my dream of circumnavigating the globe. Will you? This is my final request. Big brother Benjike, are you all right? Nachin, come here quickly. Big brother Benjike is hurt. Seeing his brother's fading breath, Wald's fury slightly subsided. Memories of their childhood surfaced, prompting him to urgently retrieve a din mushy to contact the ship's doctor for assistance. However, he chanced upon a scene on the surveillance screen where Nachin was knocked down by Bora. It is all your fault. I will avenge my brother with your blood. You all shall perish. With a tenfold increase in speed, Bondi Wald activated his powers, launching a steel fist toward Buggy. Indeed, prolonged freezing must have dulled your wits. You killed your own brother. What concern is that of ours? Splitting waves. Did you evade? Then try my 30-fold speed. Splitting waves, double-handed cannon. Buggy continuously fractured his body to dodge, while simultaneously employing Haki to predict and counterattack with his flying hands against Bondi Wald. 50-fold speed. Do not underestimate me. I can keep up with Kizaru, so why would I fear your meager speed? Despite Buggy's seemingly relaxed demeanor, he had to acknowledge that while Bondi Wald's speed did not rival Kizaru, it was still several dozen times faster than the average Rokushiki's sword technique. Rapid fire. As Buggy immersed himself in battle, unable to divert his attention, the arrangements he had made earlier began to bear fruit. Zhang Ao and the others, having dealt with their opponents, converged to assist. However, as Zhang Ao could not match the speed of the two fighters, he resorted to overwhelming attacks to slow them down. Death by spoon. Taking advantage of the situation, Keilu unleashed indiscriminate attacks in the combat zone, knowing that slashing attacks would have no effect on Buggy. You despicable fiends, perish. 50-fold speed. Hammer strike. 30 seconds later, the effects of the slow fruit dissipated, and Keilu was astonished to find that despite being covered in blood, Bondi Wald still retained combat capability and had become even more ferocious due to the pain, thus catching Keilu off guard and slamming him to the ground. Slow light. 100-fold speed. Divine evasion. In a panic, Zhang Ao attempted to re-establish control over Bondi Wald, only to have him evade at 100-fold speed. Fortunately, Buggy realized he did not need to rely solely on unskilled martial arts to win. He decisively drew his sword and dealt a heavy blow to Bondi Wald. Meteor Volcano. Just as Buggy felt victory was within his grasp and contemplated how to capture Bondi Wald alive, a violent tremor shook the entire massive ship. Scorching lava boulders rained down from above, smashing through the sturdy ceiling and revealing the sky outside. The scattered lava ignited a fire, rendering the hull even more chaotic. Damn Akainu, why can't he just laze around in his naval headquarters instead of causing such havoc? This is a ship I have my eyes on. Repairing it will be a nightmare. As Buggy cursed the meddlesome navy, he urged his crew to vacate the fiery zone, while Bondi Wald seized the opportunity to escape, taking with him the fallen big brother Benjike. Perhaps revenge against the Navy was more pressing than dealing with this troublesome pirate. Buggy was aware that Bondi Wald possessed a self-destructive capability, using the power of the multiplication fruit to amplify cannonballs to 100-fold annihilation. However, Buggy did not believe this would pose a significant threat to Akainu. At most, it would result in some losses for the Navy, but once provoked, Wald's life would likely be forfeit. Buggy was also keen on utilizing the multiplication fruit's power to expand weapon production, necessitating swift action to capture Bondi Wald. To this end, Buggy had to deploy his waiting clones. Among the abilities at his disposal, the ice fruit was the most suitable for the current situation, capable of freezing Bondi Wald while also controlling the flames on the ship. Buggy could also masquerade as Akiji to prevent Akainu from boarding the ship to capture anyone, an elegant solution to multiple problems. 100-fold cannon. Renault's brat, you are too late. Let us all perish together. Ice Age. Just as Bondi Wald awaited the detonation of the 100-fold cannonball with hope, a burst of frigid air erupted, encasing him in ice. The cannonball in the air transformed into a massive ice block, plummeting into the sea and creating a gigantic splash. Akiji, he should be in the new world. When did he start associating with clowns? It is indeed best to avoid an encounter with that individual. In any case, the matter of World Destroyer has been ostensibly resolved, and the situation with the Time Longren can also be accounted for. Although Akainu harbors some doubts, he nonetheless withdraws his prepared great flame and announces the retreat, as he is far too occupied with myriad affairs to engage in further conflict with a former colleague who has resigned. Upon noticing the Navy's withdrawal, Buggy breathes a sigh of relief. Other than engaging Akainu in combat, he cannot conceive of any excuse to avoid surrendering Bondi Waldo. In Buggy's grand design, the ability to multiply is crucial for expanding his influence. To become a force that rivals the Navy, both manpower and territory are indispensable. While territory can be gradually expanded, Buggy has no concerns regarding manpower, as the seas are teeming with diminutive pirate crews. Thanks to the flourishing weapons production in Wano Kuni, he is well supplied with personal arms and even artillery. However, in terms of naval vessels, Buggy's fleet pales in comparison to the Navy's vast armada. Even if he could procure ships from the amicable Water 7, the exorbitant funds and vast materials required are burdens he is unwilling to bear. Yet, with the use of the multiplication fruit, Buggy could manufacture ships in bulk at the cost of creating models, then enlarge them to their normal size, allowing him to construct colossal vessels akin to the Girazonia of the Waldo pirates. The mere thought of this fills him with exhilaration. While Buggy indulges in dreams of commanding a grand fleet, his benefactor Crocodile is far from pleased. The reason lies in Buggy's unrestrained accumulation of minor pirate crews, which has led to a significant increase in group expenditures. Despite various unconventional sources of income, the soaring deficit makes Crocodile feel that his investment is precariously at risk. Buggy, you must immediately cease the recruitment of these minor pirate crews. If this continues, we shall go bankrupt. These feeble pirates hold no value. Your actions are merely squandering our funds. Should you persist in this manner, our partnership will come to an end, and I shall find my own means to reclaim my investment. Do not be so hasty, old Sandy. The organization is flourishing. I assure you that solutions to our financial woes will emerge, and you shall soon see returns. Buggy is quite generous with his subordinates, which is perhaps one of the few remaining traits he shares with his original self. Coupled with his reckless recruitment, his economic situation has deteriorated even further than before. His ambitious fast food chain has indeed developed rapidly, with Carp Cook managing to achieve slight profitability thanks to the patronage of ordinary Navy soldiers. In stark contrast, Buggy's establishment, catering to pirates, is operating at a loss. Most pirates remain impoverished, and for those poor souls who dine and dash, Buggy can only order their detention to work off their debts, resulting in many establishments having more staff than customers. Even the starving populace, upon hearing of such measures, began to settle around the various outlets of Buggy's house, gradually forming slums over time. This compels Buggy to alter his business strategy, increasingly treating chain stores as recruitment centers. dispatching personnel to organize these newcomers for transport and other industries. The surplus manpower stimulates the expansion of Buggy Express, forcing him to continually invest in acquiring more ships. Moreover, Buggy is also engaged in various collaborative projects, commissioning medical training from the Drum Kingdom and investing in the improvement of cloning technology in Germa Kingdom. Each venture a veritable money pit with few returns. Even though Machi's toy industry and Marianne's fashion line are thriving, they cannot bear such expenses. Ultimately, the root of the issue lies in Buggy having spread himself too thin too quickly. Not only is Crocodile beginning to worry that his investment may go to waste, but even the Loan Shark King has started to withdraw his loans gradually, raising interest rates. Old Sandy, if I can procure a treasure in a short time, could you possibly secure more funds from the Loan Shark King under your name? What treasure do you possess? It wouldn't happen to be some legendary trove, would it? Such tales are merely for deceiving others. Do not attempt to fool me again. On the other end of the phone, Crocodile's expression is one of disdain, as Buggy's words remind him of his numerous past deceptions, leading him to dismiss it as yet another grandiose scheme. This is no ruse. Have you heard of Aji no Kyopo? That old fellow was once a formidable pirate in the bygone era, and most of his wealth is hidden within a jewel ice mountain, of which I now know the location. Surely, the accumulated treasures of the 8 Treasure Water Army have also been relocated there. Those riches should suffice to sustain our operations, correct? What say you? Are you interested in embarking on a treasure hunt together? Let's go immediately. Aji no Kyopo is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million. He must have amassed a considerable fortune. This should be sufficient grounds to persuade the Loan Shark King to extend more credit. However, let me issue a warning. If this turns out to be another one of your farcical schemes, I will undoubtedly liquidate your assets and withdraw my investment. In truth, ever since Buggy defeated the 8 Treasure Water Army, he had been fixated on Aji's treasure. He had earlier utilized the power of the memory fruit to extract the location of the Jewel Ice Mountain from the defeated Aji's mind. It was merely that he had been too busy to fetch it until now. Where's this place? Why have you brought me here? Wasn't our goal to find the Jewel Ice Mountain? And what is this? Why does it resemble a massive cannonball? You are not trying to trick me again, are you? Crocodile, having been teleported to the moon by Buggy's Shumpa fruit, is already somewhat disoriented. Upon seeing Buggy's chosen mode of transportation, he grows even more puzzled, bombarding Buggy with questions about the weapon fruit missile beside him. This is the moon. Departing from here is the fastest way to our destination. We cannot leisurely travel by airship, as that would significantly delay our plans. Moreover, departing from elsewhere may attract the Navy or CP agency's attention. I have no desire to share a cut with the world government. Buggy offers a brief explanation and has no intention of letting Crocodile explore the moon's ancient relics. Instead, he accompanies him aboard the vessel, embarking on a treasure-seeking journey from the heavens. As the missile pierces through the clouds and nears the ground, Buggy steps off with a moonwalk, watching as the somewhat sluggish Crocodile follows the missile down to the frozen surface. Boom! So this contraption is truly a missile, is it? I swear, if there weren't actual treasures here, I would not spare you. The powerful explosion, though not substantially affecting the nature-based Crocodile, leaves him covered in dirt. Yet, upon seeing the treasure so near, he opts for mere verbal retaliation. Was that not a trivial matter? As a nature-type user, would you truly fear an explosion? I merely sought to test whether I could breach the ice layer and enter the treasure trove. It seems this ice mountain is rather sturdy. Desert sword, erosion cycle. Using fire would likely complicate matters, as Akiji had once shattered the ice surface with a drill-like attack in his youth. Ever since Carp had rounded off his head, he had not dared to approach his own treasure. What a pitiful fellow. I need not resort to such trouble. Watch closely. Carnival splitting steps. Buggy removes his gloves, placing a hand upon the ice surface to activate a localized awakening skill. Instantly, the formerly smooth ice shatters, transforming into floating ice bricks. Ultimately, under Buggy's gesturing hand, a staircase of ice extending downward materializes before the two. After you, Old Sandy. The accumulated wealth of the 8 Treasure Water Army beckons us. Do not refer to me with that peculiar title any longer. I prefer to be called Dill. Crocodile, puffing on a cigar, allowed his legs to transform into a swirling sandstorm as he descended, deliberately avoiding any contact with the steps, a clear indication of his apprehension towards Baki's abilities. Very well. I shall henceforth refer to you as Crocodile-san. Does that sound more pleasant? Ha ha ha. I have no desire for idle chatter with you. With such vast treasures at stake, how do you intend to transport them? Do you expect the two of us to manage that? I refuse to board your flying cannon again. I have already prepared sufficient manpower. All that remains is to open a door here. With Buggy providing the coordinates, his clones can instantly manifest next to his original self. After much deliberation, I concluded that the door fruit would be more convenient. Although the shun fruit allows for rapid movement, it is severely limited in terms of capacity. With a snap of his fingers, a portal appeared before Buggy, from which Yarlita emerged first, as Buggy had promised her the priority to select jewelry. Following her were Machi and Kabaji, carrying a massive mirror that would serve as the entrance to the treasure trove. The steps that Buggy had opened would revert to their original form. Machi's additional task was to categorize and arrange all the treasures. The smaller pieces of gold would be transformed into neatly shaped ingots through the Devour fruit, while the scattered jewels would coalesce into larger gemstones. Even with these riches as a safety net, the recruitment of new personnel must be judiciously managed. Do you have any idea how many people rely on our organization for their livelihoods? 30,000? 50,000? In any case, it is significantly fewer than the Navy. Do you understand why you failed in Alabasta? If you had 50,000 troops, you would have conquered it long ago. Are you out of your mind? Do you intend to recruit 500,000 people? Even though Alabasta's population exceeds 10 million, it only fields 600,000 troops. The Navy's strength is derived from the hundreds of allied nations that comprise the world government, which lends them their current scale. Relying solely on the wealth before us cannot sustain such a workforce, especially considering that half of those you intend to recruit are unarmed civilians. What good is sheer numbers without combat prowess? Upon hearing Baki's plan for 500,000 recruits, Crocodile's composure shattered. Even if he dreamed of establishing a military nation, he had never contemplated recruiting such a vast army. To him, who had never considered opposing the world government, the forces of the West Emperor were more than sufficient for self-preservation. 500,000 is indeed excessive. Perhaps we should reduce it by half. 25,000 would suffice. However, you are aware that each large Navy vessel carries between 800 to 1,000 soldiers. This means that during a standard extermination order, the Navy typically deploys around 10,000 personnel. During the Marine Forward War, the Navy assembled over 50 ships and 100,000 elite soldiers, which effectively restrained most of the middle-tier combat strength of the West Emperor, compelling their higher-ups to intervene personally to conserve energy. In terms of strength, the ragtag crew we gathered from Paradise cannot compare to the pirates of the New World under Whitebeard. Thus, constructing a sizable offshore fleet to avoid close-quarters combat is crucial for ensuring our advantage in a comprehensive conflict with the Navy. Even if Navy officers are well-trained, only a few can utilize the Navy's 6 styles. In naval warfare, cannons are the primary means of attack, and we are fortunate to possess sufficiently advanced artillery. Provided we have an adequate number of ships, the extermination order will pose little threat to us. I advise you to abandon such fanciful notions. 25,000 recruits are unnecessary. With a configuration of 1,000 personnel per ship, we would require 250 large vessels. Each Navy ship costs a staggering 1 billion berries to construct. Even if we were to build smaller vessels, the cost would still be in the tens of billions of berries. The only wealth that could rival such an amount would likely be one piece. Even Kaido has only 70 to 80,000 subordinates, and he was still raided. Therefore, constructing 80 ships and maintaining an 8,000-strong force will be more than adequate. As for the others, let them find their own way. Rest assured, I will not allow a single berry to be siphoned from my accounts. Boss Sand, we must adopt a longer-term perspective. You need not worry about the ships. A fleet of 150,000 soldiers is sufficient, while the remaining 100,000 should serve as garrison troops to ensure our control over various islands. An ample workforce will not only help us contend with the Navy, but will also solidify our influence within the Guild. Indeed, maintaining control over multiple islands in Paradise and the New World does require some manpower, but 25,000 sounds utterly absurd. Furthermore, in comparing your extermination order to that of the Navy, do you intend to publicly sever ties with a world government shortly after the fleet's completion? Or do you believe that a cataclysmic war sweeping the world is on the horizon? That sounds more like the delusions of Whitebeard and Kaido. Rather than that, I would sooner believe in the day when the Red Line collapses or the seas submerge all islands. In the Grand Line, anything can happen. If both calamities were to occur simultaneously, then a world war over survival would be inevitable, wouldn't it? Regardless of whether your assertions are mere conjectures or prophecies, it seems you possess a certain conviction about the future trajectory of the world. Based on past events, you have consistently found yourself involved at critical junctures, and I hope this continues. I endorse your plans, but the recruitment process must be meticulously scrutinized. I have no desire to waste substantial resources on a cadre of incompetents. After much persuasion, Crocodile reluctantly acquiesced to Buggy's grand organizational scheme. Buggy also agreed to ease his control over the Sabeti archipelago, as its proximity to the world government made it too conspicuous for drastic actions. Ultimately, Buggy opted for Hannibal and Gaia Island as the assembly point for Paradise, as they had previously been pirate gathering sites and received little attention from the Navy. On the New World side, he selected Kalebali Island and Wano. In truth, Buggy's concerns were somewhat unfounded. The Navy was preoccupied with blocking the influx of new pirates from the West Sea into the Grand Line and capturing the escaped pirates from Impel Down, leaving them with little energy to monitor Buggy right under their noses. Moreover, the world government's secret intelligence agency was far more concerned with insurrectionists like Monkey D. Dragon than with pirates. This allowed Buggy to recruit soldiers, promote key personnel, and assemble a fleet with remarkable ease over the next few months. Just as Buggy believed he could develop his influence steadily and await the opportune moment to seize his chance when Vegapunk's Seraphim project was completed. News from Marco made him realize he had miscalculated. Following Whitebeard's near-death slumber, the animosity of the Whitebeard pirates towards Blackbeard Teach intensified. Although Marco managed to restrain the crew temporarily, the flames of vengeance continued to grow. When pirate crews returning to their territories began to go missing one after another, the first suspicion among the Whitebeard pirates was that Blackbeard had attacked. To protect Whitebeard's remaining territories, Marco secretly assembled the other captains of the Whitebeard crew without informing Ace and launched a reckoning against Blackbeard Teach. This battle later became known as the Final Battle. Initially, the 10 captains of the Whitebeard pirates successfully surrounded Blackbeard's crew, seemingly on the verge of victory. However, they underestimated Blackbeard's treachery. The island beneath their feet had already been assimilated by the tyrant King Pizarro, who launched a surprise attack against Marco and the others. While the members of Blackbeard's crew harbored their own agendas, they often inflicted collateral damage upon one another. Nevertheless, when faced with the uneven combat prowess of the Whitebeard captains, they proved remarkably effective. Marco, Jozu, and Vista found themselves preoccupied with protecting their own brothers, rendering them unable to fully unleash their combat potential. Additionally, the Crescent Moon Hunter Katarina, using her nine-tailed fox abilities, sowed confusion among them. Ultimately, Marco and his comrades were defeated in battle, each fleeing in disarray, leading to the complete dissolution of the Whitebeard pirates. Upon his return to Heziguo, Marco refrained from informing Ace, who was still exploring the land with his fascination for the handsome male cosplay of Yamato, and instead relayed the news to Buggy. After conducting an investigation, Marco discovered that most of his outer pirate crew had been defeated by a pirate who claimed to be Whitebeard too. This individual's mother, Miss Bajin, had attacked the captains under Whitebeard's banner in pursuit of his inheritance. Marco was concerned that Whitebeard too might venture to Whitebeard's homeland, disrupting its tranquility, while also needing to monitor the cloning project of Whitebeard. Thus, he decided to explain the situation regarding the safeguarding of Whitebeard's homeland to Buggy. He was prompted to do so after observing Buggy's management of Heziguo, which was notably strict concerning military weaponry and mining industries, yet lenient towards the towns. Marco merely wished for Buggy to dispatch a fleet for trade with Sphinx Island to serve as a warning, without intending to relinquish complete control to Buggy. Naturally, Buggy would not oppose this. Sphinx Island indeed belonged to a remote area with little commercial value. Yet it was a necessary endeavor to establish better relations with the resurrected Whitebeard, especially since Buggy suspected that the missing red text from Fishman Island was hidden there. It presented an opportune moment for exploration. The investigation of Sphinx Island was not an urgent matter, rather than aimlessly searching. It was far more reliable to inquire directly from those involved. The work on Whitebeard's clone had been ongoing for some time. Originally, it took 5 years to manufacture a 20-year-old soldier using the technology of Germa 66. However, with Buggy's assistance, the progress had accelerated significantly. Long before meeting Vegapunk, Buggy had acquired knowledge of the latter's capabilities. Although Vegapunk did not develop his numerous technologies solely through the use of the brain fruit, Buggy's intellect remained unaffected. Nonetheless, he could record existing data using the fruit's abilities, allowing for a replication of sorts. Meanwhile, under Buggy's guidance, Trafalgar Law gradually adapted to activities while wearing low-concentration C-prism stone handcuffs, further developing his surgical fruit abilities, seemingly reaching a preliminary level of awakening. While Trafalgar Law continuously experimented with the soul exchange skill, Buggy prepared for a secret meeting with Miss Bajin. This Miss Bajin was not the money-obsessed mother of Whitebeard II, but rather one of the emperors of the underground world, known as the Queen of Happy Street. The CP0 beauty agent, Bagin Gamsatushi. Buggy deliberately chose Punk Hazard as the meeting location, much to Caesar Clown's reluctance. However, Buggy obtained permission from Don Quixote da Flamingo and refurbished some facilities for the cultivation of Whitebeard's clone. The three MADS old members were at odds with one another. To avoid conflict, Buggy thoughtfully invited Jinbei to oversee the research lab, confident that Jinbei's reverence for Whitebeard would prevent any destruction among the three. Welcome, Miss Stussy. I trust you are more familiar with everything here than I am. After all, this should be the place of your birth. It seems you have learned quite a bit from Caesar Clown. Are you attempting to use that knowledge to blackmail me for some information? That seems rather unnecessary, as my information is always clearly priced. Stussy, upon having her origins exposed by Buggy, maintained a calm demeanor, exuding elegance. Upon learning the meeting location, she began to suspect Buggy's intentions, especially after seeing Caesar Clown beside him, which further confirmed her deductions. The information you possess indeed holds great value. But today I wish to converse not with the Queen of Happy Street, nor the CP0 agent, but with the world's first non-naturally born being. I mean no offense, merely curiosity regarding whether you have inherited all memories and emotions from your original, or if you exist completely independently. Flying finger gun. Home run. Initially dismissive, Stussy launched an attack on Buggy, which was intercepted by Yarlita, who accompanied Buggy. As the two appeared ready to engage further, Buggy hastily intervened. Let's cease this. Retract your little wings, Miss Stussy. My invitation carries no malice. Your abilities hold little value for us three. Let us converse as we walk. There are several familiar friends awaiting you. As he spoke, Buggy fragmented his body into fine pieces to demonstrate that he would not be hindered by Stussy's attacks. And with Yarlita blocking the exit, Stussy opted for compromise after a moment of silence. Gaji and Quinn? They are indeed present. Collaborating with them may prove somewhat challenging. Back in the day, Vegapunk had his share of headaches with the three. This is a cultivation lab. Are you conducting experiments on human gigantification? That is impossible. Even Vegapunk could not achieve such feats, let alone the three of them. The group quickly entered the research lab, where Stussy was astonished to see her three former colleagues from MADS, followed by a massive cultivation tank housing a figure twice the size of an ordinary child. He should also be a familiar face to you. To be precise, a friend of your original, Edward Newgate. I have invited you to consider your experiences as a reference. We shall decide whether to implant memories into him or allow him to grow naturally. Perhaps you could serve as his guardian. The thought is quite intriguing. Buggy then explained to Stussy the original plan for Whitebeard's revival. Upon hearing about the soul exchange, Stussy distinctly expressed her outrage. Regardless of how this child came into being, he should not be a tool for resurrecting an old man. To ascertain whether he possesses self-awareness, he must be allowed to express himself, rather than relying on our subjective assumptions. If possible, I wish to be his guardian. Certainly. However, he must not have any connections to CP0, as nurturing him has demanded significant effort on our part, and I would prefer he does not become a pawn of the world government. Your relationship with Vegapunk is quite amicable. I hope to receive his methods for setting permissions for pacifists, and any future collaborations will also be routed through you. Provided it does no harm to Vegapunk, I can serve as that liaison. Well, may I take this child? Perhaps sharing the bond of being a clone, or perhaps possessing special sentiments towards the original. Stussy readily agreed to Buggy's conditions. It should be possible in a few days. I hope the materials I desire will be in hand by then. After all, Vegapunk is the world government's most scrutinized scientist, making frequent contact with him unfeasible for Buggy. Stussy, however, found it much easier to cultivate a cordial relationship with him using a Whitebeard clone, as Buggy's preparations involved more than just this one clone. Shortly after Stussy was satisfied to take away her son, Trafalgar Law finally mastered the soul exchange. Marco and Ace escorted Whitebeard's original to Punk Hazard, eager to ascertain his condition. Chaotic space. Are you ready, kid? Why hasn't Dad awakened? Could there be a mistake? The consciousness of Whitebeard is overwhelmingly powerful. This youthful body cannot adapt in such a short time, and it will likely take several days before he awakens. In any case, I will still be here in the coming days, so there's no need to worry about my departure. Trafalgar Law took deep breaths. Using his abilities on someone of Whitebeard's caliber was extremely taxing, even if the latter remained asleep. Spalasi, Law, what a splendid performance. Return to the Don Quixote family. We have all missed you dearly. As the onlooker, Doflamingo, let out his signature laughter, he extended an invitation to Trafalgar Law, exuding an air of warmth. However, as a member of the Shichibukai, it seemed rather inappropriate for him to recruit a supernova from the worst generation. Moreover, I am quite intrigued by the vacant title of Shichibukai. A supernova indeed has the potential to apply for the Shichibukai, but Law, the main perpetrator involved in the incident against the Celestial Dragons, would find it no easy feat to gain approval, especially after the debacle involving Blackbeard. I believe that the world government and the Navy will exercise great caution. Thus, it would be wise for you to consider returning to the Don Quixote family. I have reserved the position of heart solely for you. As Doflamingo continued to emit his characteristic laughter, he opened his arms, ostensibly expressing his sincerity towards Law's invitation. Yet, his arrogant demeanor appeared more akin to coercion than genuine goodwill. Particularly, his towering figure of 3 meters, clad in a flamboyant pink feather coat, cast a formidable shadow over the already imposing Law, who stood at 1 meter 91. How complex do you think it is? Doflamingo continued. In fact, it is not impossible for Law to join the Shichibukai, as there is more than one vacancy at present. I can take the lead in making a recommendation. If you can create some trouble for Blackbeard, the Navy should have little reason to oppose your application. Just as Law gripped the hilt of his sword to mask his inner fury, Buggy's head unexpectedly flew between the two, shattering the eerie atmosphere that had settled between them. I will certainly fulfill my obligations. The physical exertion today has been quite substantial, so I shall excuse myself for now, Buggy remarked, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor. Regardless of whether you become a Shichibukai, we should still get along well. After all, we consider you family. Faced with Trafalgar Law's continual refusals, Doflamingo remained unfazed, determined to maintain his hypocritical facade until the end. This made Buggy feel somewhat nauseated, prompting him to offer a provocative remark. Keeping the position of heart open for you sounds quite touching. The previous heart must have been a family member you cherished, right? Ha ha ha. This fervent solicitation is simply a reflection of your desire for his fruitability. It seems my experiment with you has failed. If you wish, you could return that individual to me, and I could have Vegapunk see if he can replicate another one. Upon hearing Buggy mention his brother, the former heart, Doflamingo's blood pressure indeed spiked, but the temptation of replicating the Ope no me compelled him to suppress his temper momentarily. Red-nosed fool. No matter how you came to know about the heart incident, I do not wish to hear you mention it again. Doflamingo retorted. That individual will be delivered to you shortly. I hope no further issues arise. Otherwise, do not expect to enjoy any good days ahead. Remember my status. Even if the world government were to abolish all Shichibukai, I will not be the first to perish," seemingly unwilling to diminish his imposing presence. Doflamingo still uttered some harsh words before striding away with a swagger. The next day, Whitebeard awoke, gradually acclimating to his current physical state, allowing him to move freely. Although he was infuriated upon hearing the status of the Whitebeard pirates, his emotions became complex upon learning about Whitebeard too. Indeed, only those who live in this era can forge it. "Marco, go find Buggy. I'll be waiting at home. Let her speak to me directly about what she desires. Inform the children to refrain from approaching that fellow. Teach, for his role has not yet reached its conclusion. The journey of the Whitebeard pirates has already ended, and what lies ahead is their journey to freedom. Red-nosed brat, let these few near completion suffice. I do not wish to see more humanoid weapons bearing my likeness. Relying on these half-baked creations will not qualify anyone to become the pirate king. I am just an ordinary human, lacking any extraordinary lineage. Any replicas will not surpass the Navy's tyrant Kuma. You need not worry. This is already the limit. Replicating a strong individual like you incurs significant costs." Buggy's prior ambition to produce numerous clones of Whitebeard to sweep across the West Sea was indeed a beautiful fantasy, but the reality proved that the desired clones lacked agility. Thus, it can be deduced that a perfect replica, akin to Stussy, would require an extensive period of training, and Buggy was quite certain he lacked the luxury of time to wait, unless he could acquire a substantial number of Vegapunk's control chips, which was no easy task for Buggy. He had no choice but to abandon the idea of cloning a powerful army. Similarly, Buggy's proposal to enhance the smile through the lineage of the Mink tribe yielded little progress, forcing him to revert to conventional military strength to bolster combat capability. Days later, Whitebeard returned to his homeland, preparing to lead a retirement life akin to Rayleigh's. Buggy, however, did not leave empty-handed. He confirmed that the red text from Fishman Island had not been taken by Whitebeard. Buggy chose to believe this, as Whitebeard had declared the existence of One Piece and had no interest in becoming the Pirate King, for the purpose of encouraging others to seek Laugh-Tale. There was no reason for him to conceal the red roadmap text. That red roadmap could possibly be in the hands of Blackbeard, Shanks, or even the world government. Buggy had already inquired with Shanks, but regrettably, that fellow remained tight-lipped, revealing not a single hint. Buggy found it impossible to visit the other two factions to verify the matter. In any case, arriving too early would likely lead to an outcome akin to that of Pirate King Roger, returning empty-handed. All Buggy could do was wait, perhaps due to his original memories. Buggy felt exceedingly displeased at the mention of Shanks. From dealing with Blackbeard to the abduction of the giants he had sought to recruit, he seemed to be fundamentally at odds with Shanks. With time still on his side, Buggy could prepare some surprises for Shanks as a means of repaying the myriad forms of assistance Shanks had offered. As the West Emperor pirate crew that roams the world, the only thing that could possibly concern Shanks would be his valued companions, which would surely provoke a reaction from him. Aside from threatening Luffy's safety, Buggy could only think of one person, Yuta, Shanks' former adoptive daughter and an unknown songstress. Thus, Buggy's objective became exceedingly clear: Elegia, a once world-renowned nation of music that had met its demise overnight more than a decade ago, was said to have been the doing of Shanks' crew according to the information released by the world government. In reality, the tragedy stemmed from Yuta's Yuta no Mi ability, which had triggered the ancient artifact known as Devil Music sealed on the island. Shanks had merely taken the fall to protect Yuta. Buggy was highly intrigued by the Yuta no Mi, as its power could transport individuals to an alternate dimension, a tool that could rival the internet and surpass the vast library created by Vegapunk using the Nomi Nomi Nomi. However, the Yuta no Mi also came with considerable complications. Firstly, it necessitated a mastery of musical theory and posed a risk of devil music. Buggy contemplated a strategy to delve into ancient ruins to reinforce the seals, remove Yuta from the island, and gradually guide her to master her abilities. This is Elegia. As rumored, the citizens have all fled. It holds no value for exploration. Clown, do you understand how complex the voice conversion device you desire is? Even if it is an order from a main body, this genius will not squander precious research time indulging your whims. Unless you can provide double the commission. No, it must be triple. Oh, Moshi Moshi. Following you has indeed proven to be quite the spectacle. I never expected the genius scientist Vegapunk to possess such a doppelganger. To ensure absolute certainty, Buggy commissioned a batch of voice subtitle display masks from Vegapunk. The speaking avatar of Vegapunk, designated as number 02, represents evil in the form of Lilith. As the one responsible for managing funds for the venerable Vegapunk, her words consistently convey a singular message: more money is required. The reason Vegapunk was compelled to deploy an avatar was due to the pretext reported to the world government by Buggy, ostensibly to assist in the validation of weapon theories. Naturally, Don Quixote Doflamingo was also summoned by Buggy to deal with the mechanical giants of the ruins, as Doflamingo's abilities proved quite effective. He personally sought to engage with Vegapunk regarding the Op no Mi, leading to a mutual understanding between the two parties. If he can create a line avatar, what is so astonishing about a renowned scientist producing one of his own? With everyone gathered, we shall embark, and I will share the circumstances as we proceed. Alongside Lilith and Doflamingo, the group also includes the seemingly watchful yet genuinely protective Stussy and Buggy's landlady, Yarlita. Eregia, though not expansive, has not witnessed such liveliness since the cataclysm that befell it. Soon, the former king of Eregia, Gordon, took notice of the group. What could two warlords of the sea be doing here? Whether the world government intends to use them as pawns or if pirates seek to plunder treasures, it is imperative that we swiftly conceal Yuta. With his experience, Gordon recognized the warlords of the sea and soon began to speculate about Buggy and his entourage. He has cared for Yuta as if she were family, having lived together for many years. The old king, sensing impending danger, muttered to himself as he hurried toward the castle where Yuta resided. His tall stature and frail limbs made his hurried steps appear quite uncoordinated, and his bald head, marred with ghastly scars, rendered him reminiscent of a Frankenstein. However, as an ordinary man, Gordon was largely unaware of the true power held by the warlords of the sea. Buggy and the others had already detected Gordon's movements through their kin Bunchika Haki. Moments later, Gordon felt his limbs begin to betray him, and he involuntarily stumbled backward. No matter how hard he struggled, the scenery around him continued to rush forward, and soon he found himself retreating before Buggy and the others like a marionette on strings. So, you must be the former king of this place. I hear you possess a world-destroying weapon. How about showing it to me and broadening my horizons? Gordon's unfortunate predicament was a masterpiece crafted by Doflamingo using his parasite line. At that moment, he crouched on the ground, manipulating Gordon to turn around with a flick of his fingers. I have no such thing. Even if I did, I would never entrust it to you dangerous individuals. There is nothing of value here except for this old man, whose kingdom has fallen. Hand me over to the world government. Perhaps you can procure some reward from them. Upon hearing Doflamingo's inquiry, Gordon immediately understood that he was referring to the final sheet of music capable of summoning the Demon King. Never had he regretted leaving it behind as he did at that moment. He adamantly denied the existence of the sheet music and claimed to be living in isolation, hoping to lure them into a beneficial exchange with the world government, thus protecting Yuta. Being a former king certainly grants one a unique capacity for deception. You live in isolation? Surely this music could not be played by a ghost, could it? Doflamingo, let him go. Your actions are quite discourteous. We are here to meet Yuta. You must wish for her musical talent to be recognized globally. We can guarantee she will become the world's leading star. The melodious strains of music made Gordon uneasy. It was precisely the time Yuta practiced singing, before he could prepare any further arguments. Buggy's voice made it clear that deceiving them was utterly futile. I genuinely wish for Yuta to fully express her musical talents, but I cannot allow you to take her away. She is under the care of red-haired Shanks, and even if you are warlords of the sea, you would not want to provoke him, would you? You need not concern yourself with Shanks. I was once an intern on the Pirate King's ship, and I am quite familiar with him. A simple greeting will suffice. The pressing matter at hand is Yuta's own desires. Do you not think that keeping a teenage girl isolated from the world is detrimental to her mental and emotional growth? A lonely soul, filled with confusion, is easily led to obsession and madness. Unless you hope to hear that dangerous melody once more, or view it merely as a source of calamity to be contained, you should allow her the chance to engage with the outside world and make her own choices. Moreover, even if you refuse to guide us to Yuta, we can still locate her ourselves. I merely wish to express respect for your guardianship over Yuta. I have no intention of leaving a poor impression on a future star of my own. Do not hastily impose your dark thoughts upon others. It is not that I am unwilling to let Yuta leave. She has already formed a bond with that monster. If she departs, it may provoke the creature's south unrest and place Yuta in irretrievable danger. We are prepared for this encounter, as we aim to confront this great trouble. Here, we have not only two warlords of the sea, but also the intellect of the world's foremost scientist, Vegapunk. No matter the circumstances, we can ensure complete resolution. Let us depart quickly. We do not wish to spend the night in the wilderness. Gordon did not entirely believe Buggy's assertions, yet the situation was beyond his control. Regardless of whether he cooperated, it was clear that this group was determined to meet Yuta, rather than engage in a futile struggle, which would be akin to throwing oneself against a stone wall. Gordon chose to acquiesce and seize the opportunity to act strategically. He discerned that they did not intend to harm Yuta. Thus, regardless of whether this group dealt with the underground monsters or fell victim to them, Yuta would ultimately remain safe. The worst-case scenario would merely be a repeat of the national catastrophe. After all, he had nothing left to lose. After careful consideration, the elderly King Gordon decided to lead Buggy and his companions to his abode. The sound of the door opening pulled Yuta from her musical reverie back to reality. "Uncle Gordon, are these your new friends?" Hello to the lovely ladies and the oddly dressed gentlemen. Aside from the Navy who come to deliver supplies, it has just been the two of us on the island for so long. It has been ages since this island has been so lively. Let us hold a banquet tonight. Though Gordon's expression was not as warm as usual, appearing somewhat stiff, Yuta remained exuberant, greeting everyone and autonomously planning the evening's activities. It is no wonder that Yuta felt no sense of weariness. As a young girl, she was blissfully unaware of the world's treacheries. Moreover, after spending over a decade in isolation on this island, Yuta yearned more than anyone to discover the world beyond. "Are they?" Doflamingo chuckled. "Is she the daughter of red-haired Shanks? What a cheerful girl. She exudes none of the aura of a powerful individual. It is quite peculiar to see her dressed like that to conceal her abilities. Buggy, why not me take her? Dressrosa is an excellent place for musicians to flourish. Put away your strings, Doflamingo. She is barely 10 years old. How can you be so reckless? We are here to invite the talented musician to emerge, not to abduct her. I will ensure she has a concert in Dressrosa, but not at this moment." Before Gordon could clarify the identities of his visitors to Yuta, Doflamingo sprang into action. Several strands of string erupted from his hands, attempting to forcibly manipulate Yuta and seize her away. The reaction of Buggy was equally swift. The dagger concealed within his sleeve shot out rapidly, and with the aid of his outstretched hands, he severed all of Doflamingo's threads. Having grown weary of solitude, he was truly exasperated. The desire to connect with others was indeed a naive thought. Just as Doflamingo pondered whether to make another move, Yuta suddenly began to sing. Her soothing melody transporting Doflamingo into a dreamy realm filled with bubbles, rendering him drowsy. Perhaps unwilling to remove his pink sunglasses, which were comparable to his true form, Doflamingo mocked Buggy and the others for their protective gear, deeming their caution excessive and unwarranted. Thus, he was easily lured into Yuta's musical world. "Yuta, you promised me you would refrain from using your devil fruit powers carelessly. This clown, akin to Shanks, had come to visit you on his behalf. He should be able to manage his friends well." Due to the earlier absence of confirmed data, Vegapunk's protective gear proved ineffective. Just as Buggy relied on his Haki to remain alert, Gordon's words interrupted Yuta's singing. "Do you know Shanks? Did he send you? You must be lying otherwise. Why hasn't he come to see me himself? He has left me here for over a decade. Indeed, Shanks did not send me, yet I am quite familiar with him. I have come to take you to the outside world. Do you not wish to know the truth behind why he abandoned you all those years ago? Mr. Clown, it would be more appropriate not to bring that up. She was simply too naive back then. Mr. Gordon, Please do not interrupt me, no matter how you conceal it. One day Yuta will learn the truth, and all we can do is guide her future rightly. Gordon remained doubtful about whether to allow Yuta to grasp the full extent of the truth from that time. However, under the intentional release of Bucky's Conqueror's Haki, he could hardly articulate his thoughts. Bucky then recounted to Yuta the truth behind the destruction of Valeria, supplementing his narrative with visual materials obtained from Vegapunk to enhance its clarity and persuasiveness. Was it all my doing? Because my people perished? What have I done? So, Shanks did not abandon me. He left me here merely to protect me. It must be so, right? Please tell me. The truth struck Yuta's heart with great force, oscillating between sorrow and joy, leading her to loathe herself for the innocent lives lost. Her instinct to seek self-preservation prompted her to grasp at a lifeline, eager to discover if Shanks' departure was indeed an act of abandonment. Shanks did indeed bear the blame for the destruction of Valeria. However, he left you on this isolated island for over a decade, neglecting you while he roamed the world with his crew. Did you know? To rescue Luffy. He could traverse from a new world to the Navy headquarters in mere days. Yet he has only visited you once in all these years. I believe that whether as the captain of a pirate crew or as a father, Shanks has not fulfilled his responsibilities. From a young age, he has always acted with self-interest, making decisions without adequately explaining them to others. Bucky also showcased footage from the Marineford War, allowing Yuta to see Shanks after many years, emphasizing that the red-haired was specifically there to save Luffy, igniting a sense of imbalance within Yuta. That fool Luffy is not even a member of the red-haired pirates. Why has Shanks not seen me in over a decade? Has he forgotten that I am the singer of the red-haired pirates? Is it because I caused so many deaths that he abandoned me? What should I do now? I truly miss him. Do not weep, Yuta. If you wish to see him, you simply need to leave here and set sail. But do you believe that upon seeing him again, you could rejoin them? No. He will likely frown and ask why you are not diligently studying music on the island, saying that he hopes to see you again as a great musician in the future. Since Shanks brought you to this country to help you better learn music, why not first showcase your musical talent to the world, allowing your name to resonate far and wide? If he still acknowledges you as his crew member, he will surely seek you out. I happen to have a team that can assist you with promotion. Do you not wish to embark on a world tour? How can you create stunning music while remaining confined in this isolated place, unaware of the wonders of the world? Once you become the world's greatest singer, you may even have the chance to restore this musical nation to its former glory, providing solace to the souls lost here. Ultimately, the true culprit is that music monster. You are merely used by it. I am here to help you resolve this trouble. Before arriving, Bucky had prepared a set of persuasive arguments to convince Yuta, growing increasingly adept at the art of manipulation. The protective equipment had failed to function entirely, possibly due to frequency settings. Completely altering sound and color could achieve a blockade. Yet doing so would prevent one from hearing the beautiful melodies, which was indeed regrettable. I initially thought it was some extraordinary ability. It merely hypnotizes through song, and it is not as formidable as you claim. Just block your ears, and it should suffice. I suspect that whatever that monster is, it cannot be so powerful. Although Lilith was merely a clone of Vegapunk, passionate about collecting funding, she was equally obsessed with research. As soon as she recovered from Yuta's musical world, she began to adjust her shielding device. Doflamingo, having just faced defeat, was somewhat embarrassed and began to mutter to himself, either to console himself or to bolster his spirits, so as not to question his existence. Since we were to hold a banquet, how could we possibly lack delicious food? Bucky, take me back to Sabaody. I will have Pora prepare some delectable dishes. Indeed, we cannot finish everything here today. Let's first hold a lively banquet. Yalata, you go prepare. Bring Machi, Marion, and do not forget Galdino, so our future star singer can experience the vibrant atmosphere of our group, surely much more joyful than that of Shanks. Yalata, without much thought, relied on the beauty-enhancing effects of her slippery fruit and remained a food enthusiast, wholeheartedly supporting Yuta's idea of a banquet, eagerly preparing to begin. Bucky believed that, compared to mere verbal persuasion, a banquet would be an excellent method to rekindle Yuta's desire to set sail. Perhaps in terms of strength, his crew could not compare to Shanks, but when it came to throwing a banquet, the Buggy pirates were undoubtedly well-equipped. Without delay, Buggy ascended, opening a spatial door to summon his crew, demonstrating what it truly meant to perform a grand transformation. Soon, the once quiet castle became filled with the sounds of chatter, with Galdino responsible for decorations, lifelike wax figures appearing as Marion painted them. Machi and Kabaji were also eager to contribute, bringing light and color, while Jem set off fireworks outside the windows. In an instant, the small island seemed to return to its former prosperous days. Such a joyful atmosphere allowed the old king, Gordon, to relax. He witnessed a smile on Yuda's face that had not been seen in years, leading him to believe that Buggy's earlier words held some truth. The banquet continued into the early hours of the following day, as Yuda's excitement began to wane, compelling her to prepare for slumber, while Buggy and the others remained busy. Giardino, with your abilities, construct a vessel and assemble a crew to set sail. Before your departure, seal this castle with wax to ensure the interior remains undisturbed by any sound while you navigate the seas. Prevent any vessels from approaching the island, including the Navy. Pay no heed to any occurrences on the island. Keep this telephone warm. Once the matter is concluded, I shall contact you. Dr. Lilies, I trust your protective equipment is calibrated, for our grand adventure is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, the enigmatic ancient relics beckon to us. Perhaps today we shall encounter interdimensional creations and unveil the mysterious connections between demons and the awakening of powers. Baki, with a dramatic flair akin to an opera announcer, proclaimed the beginning of the expedition, feeling as though unseen eyes awaited this performance. The group descended the staircase into the castle's underground, where an ancient palace awaited them, its lofty dome and intricate murals shrouding the area in an aura of mystery. To their astonishment, a voice-activated lighting system illuminated the space, highlighting the immense statues. Judging by the architectural style, this place boasted a history spanning centuries. An impressive collection of well-preserved tomes made it a veritable treasure trove. What a treasure trove indeed! It resembled a grand library. Aside from a multitude of stone statues and a collection of decaying bookshelves, only the large mirror seemed of any value. Have we truly ventured to the wrong place? My time is precious, and numerous business matters await my attention. While Lilies marveled at the history of ancient civilization, eagerly examining various artifacts, Doflamingo approached a towering mirror with a dismissive demeanor, crouching before it and muttering sarcastic remarks. Indeed, there were no jewels or treasures as imagined. Yet, I can ascertain that the seal lies right here. Look up at the dome. The reliefs depict ancient people summoning monsters. At Baki's prompting, the group raised their gazes and soon discovered the stone carvings. A diverse gathering of diminutive figures danced abstractly around fire, while above them loomed a colossal, fearsome creature with sharp teeth and claws, encircled by an inscription. Fear of humanity. Confusion of humanity. In the name of Totemojika, tremble, flee. The symphony of destruction shall inevitably descend upon the world. Indeed, a true incarnation of Vegapunk's intellect. How erudite! But do not recite the original verses outright. Could it be that you have become the embodiment of Zhou, channeling the spirit of Brian Copperbeard to summon monsters? Who are these individuals? How have I never heard of them? Summon monsters? Are you referring to these statues? It seems we have disturbed the guardians of this place. Let's engage them in battle. As Lilies began her incantation, the lighting of the entire palace dimmed. The previously still statues flickered with a crimson glow and began to sway into motion. Ancient war machines, perhaps? Finally, something intriguing is afoot. Perhaps the leaders of war-torn nations would be interested in procuring such weaponry. Since everyone is so eager, let's warm up. I intend to summon the final boss. The towering stone guardians glimmered with lethal light, their heavy footsteps resonating like hammers striking the heart. Fortunately, none among them were unprepared. Doflamingo leapt high, deftly maneuvering his threads amongst the statues, swiftly cleaving one into fragments. Use the pressure cannon. Be cautious, everyone. We merely need to incapacitate these statues. They possess considerable research value. Esper, watch the nearby bookshelves. Those contain invaluable records. While Lilies fired her rifle at distant statues, she reminded the others to protect the relics, completely forgetting the purpose of verifying the new pacifist. The statues, though not particularly formidable, were numerous, and, as they wore on, who could tell when we would be rid of them? If only we could locate a control facility to cut off their power. Leave that to me. Behind these statues lies a room. Perhaps the control room is there. You all cover me and Esper while we investigate. Gentlemen, I have two discoveries to share. One good and one bad. The good news is that I am quite certain this is indeed the master control device, and it is remarkably easy to dismantle. The bad news is that it operates as a one-time trigger system, meaning once the Guardian machines are activated, they cannot be halted until their energy is depleted. Our only option now is to destroy all the machines by force. The group braved the onslaught of the Stone Guardians and finally reached the control room. After Lilies conducted a thorough examination, she calmly delivered a conclusion that left everyone speechless. Now is not the time for jest. Are we not merely toiling in vain? With such a standard, do you dare to claim the title of the world's foremost intellect? Surely, you are not a mere impostor brought forth by Vegapunk to appease the world government. Enjoy this utterly tedious adventure at your leisure. I have numerous business matters to attend to and no time for your games. Upon confirming that Lilies had no better alternatives, Doflamingo's brow furrowed, his expression twisted with rage, and he muttered a few words through gritted teeth before turning to retreat, seemingly intending to escape alone. Previously, Doflamingo had manipulated the statues playfully, yet as Lilies approached the control room and the doors swung open, the activated array of statues overwhelmed him, sending chills down his spine. While a single Stone Guardian may possess only moderate combat capability, comparable to the original pacifist, even slightly weaker, facing hundreds or thousands of them left him uncertain of his survival. Though Doflamingo's words were harsh, this embodiment of the world's foremost intellect truly disappointed. However, it seems the time to depart has passed. Doflamingo, stay with us and witness the power of annihilation. As he spoke, Buggy retrieved the final score he had found from Gordon. Lacking any talent for singing, his intent was merely to activate his ability and completely shatter the score. He speculated that this score contained a fragment of the consciousness of the music demon Totemojika, explaining its appearance beside Yuta, which had triggered the past disaster. The score disintegrated in Buggy's hands, and just as he began to doubt his assumptions, musical notes materialized in the air, glowing ominously, filling the room with a dissonant and chaotic melody. The symphony of destruction is the salvation of wrath. Gather, sing, this score of annihilation. As the music echoed, the murals on the dome illuminated, revealing a colossal humanoid figure, its pale face, elongated nose, and tousled golden hair adorned with a top hat, evoked the image of a gentleman. Its piano-like arms exuded an artistic aura, yet its wide, jagged grin and the dangerous red light emanating from its eyes, coupled with the 5 burning skulls on its neck, rendered it a vision both terrifying and grotesque. Simultaneously, the previously slumbering Yuta suddenly contorted in anguish, transforming into pure rage, her eyes wide and glowing with darkness as she hummed an incomprehensible melody and mechanically approached the door, only to be thwarted by the candle walls set by MR3. Clown, what have you awakened? Why has the protective equipment malfunctioned? I meticulously calibrated it based on prior data. Forget about your protective devices. Those may provide some defense against fruit users, but now the true form of the Demon King has descended, and we are likely trapped in an alternate dimension. If we wish to escape this place permanently, we must devise a way to vanquish this foe. Once the alternate dimension fully interferes with the real world, our return will be impossible. While dealing with the monsters summoned by the Demon King Totemojika, Buggy calmly elucidated the current predicament. Strangely, he felt an uncanny familiarity with this alternate dimension, though he couldn't quite place it. Nevertheless, he sensed that the first face of the Demon King was of utmost significance to him. How effortlessly one speaks, Qianliang Dao transformation. I would rather engage in a fierce battle with those statues than be worn down by these relentless monstrosities. I hope you can swiftly eliminate that creature. Otherwise, I shall have to seek out that young girl with abilities. killing the host of the demon should be the quickest solution. Doflamingo, filled with rage, yet smiling mockingly, spoke in a sarcastic tone, lamenting his impulsive decision to accept Buggy's invitation to wade through this murky situation. I advise you to abandon that notion. Once the host perishes, we shall be eternally confined within this space. However, you are correct about one thing. We must act swiftly, defeating the Demon King before he fully manifests, and then awaken Yuta to evacuate from this island. Should we fail, the Demon King will gain complete control over Yuta, thoroughly assimilating the world. But that would be a concern for the world government. Now let's take a bold leap. If I surmise correctly, those 5 burning skulls or eyes are the weaknesses of this being. As for those lesser creatures, I leave them to you. I refuse to believe that 2 awakened beings cannot handle a single disoriented monster. Despair or fear. Under my power, they shall be utterly shattered. Arise, realm of shattering. As Buggy activated his awakening abilities, he charged toward the Demon King, Totem Jika, clearing the surroundings in an instant. Even a massive piano arm striking at him shattered inch by inch, transforming into floating steps. Qianliang Dao transformation. Understand that I am not your subordinate. Do not lecture me as if you were my leader. I am Tian Yacha, destined to stand above the heavens. Doflamingo, dissatisfied with Buggy's directives, nonetheless activated his awakening ability, transforming the nearby ground into a sea of threads. Riding the waves, he repeatedly thwarted enemy attacks, drawing closer to the Demon King's head. The others engaged in their own battles, firmly holding back the monsters summoned by the Demon King. Under the assault of the 2 awakened beings, soon one of the 5 burning heads was shattered. Just as victory seemed within reach, a bizarre melody echoed once more intense than before, unsettling everyone. Haishin Bible. Doflamingo unleashed his skill again, but his target was not the Demon King himself. Rather, it was behind the group. Only then did they realize that Yuta had somehow descended underground, and the song they heard originated from her. Buggy believed that Stussy's presence would alleviate the world government's suspicions. Yet he underestimated the 5 elders' concern for Vegapunk. Other CP0 agents had likewise been dispatched to follow them to Alelia. Information was relayed to the Holy Land Mariewa by Bruno, who possessed the Door fruit. When the image-transmitting snail was interrupted, the 5 elders easily deduced the unfolding situation. That arrogant clown, how did he learn about that matter? To think he unleashed it so recklessly. Does he not know how to write the word death? Damn Vegapunk, claiming to test the seraphim abilities, but in truth, he seeks to study ancient history. If it weren't for the fact that the spark was not yet complete, he should have been dealt with by now. It seems the immediate course of action is to dispatch a large naval force, ideally to eliminate the host. Otherwise, we may have to obliterate the island entirely to avert the destruction of the world. So, do we aim to eliminate 2 warlords of the sea at once? If the clown perishes, so be it. Tian Yacha knows many of our secrets, and should that knowledge spread within the Navy, it could jeopardize our control over them. It matters not. Tian Yacha is not so easily foolish, aware of what to say and what to withhold. Capture him alive first, and then find a pretext to bring him to the Holy Land. Agreeing to his reinstatement as a celestial dragon would be quite suitable, and thereafter, we shall deal with the Knights of God. It would be best to capture that Vegapunk clone alive as well. This is no time to sever ties with Vegapunk. After concluding their discussion, the 5 elders placed a call to the new Navy headquarters, Marineford. The already agitated Admiral Akinu, burdened by affairs, wore an even darker expression. After crushing his cigar with great force, he instructed Kizaru and Fujitora to lead their fleets into action. At this moment, Buggy remained oblivious to the movements of the world government and the Navy. Even if he were aware, he lacked the energy to strategize, as his troubles had already become overwhelming. Taking advantage of Buggy's focus on attacking Totem Jika, Doflamingo launched a surprise attack on the arriving Yuta. Although his intention was to severely injure Yuta, forcing her into unconsciousness to halt the music, the situation did not unfold as he had hoped. Doflamingo's sudden move distracted Buggy, allowing Totem Jika to exert greater influence over Yuta. A dense black light connected them, causing the originally semi-ethereal monster to grow increasingly imposing. Its golden hair began to shift to green, and the claws at the tips of its fingers, along with its teeth, sharpened further. The monster's head became increasingly grotesque, splitting into two crocodile heads, while a pair of enormous wings were also taking shape, indicating the monster was evolving toward its complete form. Accompanying this was the relentless merging of the alternate space with the world, making the battle increasingly arduous for everyone. While Buggy reflected on the narrative he knew, he contemplated a solution. Hadn't Shanks once banished this entity years ago? Could his Haki possess sealing capabilities? This seemed to be spiraling out of control. In the film, it appeared that two powerful beings needed to attack the same part of the monster from both the inside and outside of the alternate world. With the transponder snail now ineffective, how could he contact the outside world? Would they have to endure until the world was mostly assimilated, drawing the attention of the Navy or the world government? Even if they arrived, they would not come to rescue them. Lost in thought, Buggy inadvertently fell prey to the monster Totem Jika, which crushed him. Regaining his senses, he hastily activated his skill to restore his form, only to be astonished to find the surroundings enveloped in silence, both his comrades and the monsters frozen in stasis. How had he never encountered this entity before? It seemed the timeline had indeed begun to unravel. How splendid! How splendid indeed! This world is unlike the one you once knew. A formidable army is indeed a prerequisite for becoming a superpower. However, it is the strength of the king himself that guarantees whether one can reach the apex. Fruits are born of desire, but rely on the flesh, while Haki can endure through will alone. There is no need to speculate about my identity with doubtful thoughts. Our goals have always been aligned. Cast aside the notions of carving territories and recreating another world government. To dominate the world, the One Piece is an unavoidable factor. Either achieve resounding victory or face mutual destruction. There shall be no third outcome. This time, I merely offer a reminder in light of the spatial fusion. Do not concern yourself with the legend of Joy Boy. The victor is the one whom fate has chosen as the protagonist. Buggy gazed at the clown bearing his own visage, filled with astonishment and suspicion. However, that individual appeared to be well prepared, not granting Buggy the opportunity to speak, and instead spoke at length, at times earnestly and at times frantically. Yet, seeing no malice in their demeanor, Buggy refrained from interrupting. The more he listened, the more alarmed he became. The other party seemed to possess an intimate understanding of his plans, as if they shared a close connection. It was as if they wished to impart a warning, hoping to emphasize the significance of One Piece. Now, allow me to demonstrate a new combat strategy. You may refer to this technique as Fa Xiang Tian Di. Just as Buggy was still contemplating the identity of the speaker and the authenticity of their words, the jester had already shattered and scattered, only to reassemble into a colossal figure even more towering than the Demon King Totem Jika. The very fabric of space shattered, revealing both the sinister and the righteous. As the giant's fist, enveloped in black flames, struck Totem Jika, an unprecedented tempest of dominance swept through the entire alternate dimension, causing violent tremors that shattered the surroundings like glass. Here, the situation diverges from what I am aware of. Speaking further may only mislead you. What transpires next depends upon you, and I hope you can forge a world I have yet to witness. As the voice of that individual echoed in his ears, Buggy regained his senses and found himself alone, with the Demon King Totem Jika vanished, leaving behind a tranquil silence, while the others remained in slumber. Buggy discovered the score for summoning the Demon King on the ground and tucked it away, intending to awaken the others. However, feeling fatigued, he reluctantly sat down, only to inadvertently drift into slumber himself. The ringing of the din-din mushy jolted Buggy from his dream, where he had envisioned the world government revoking the status of the 7 warlords, leading him to openly place bounties on the Navy, with the world government recognizing him as the Western Emperor. Yet, the good fortune was short-lived, as Blackbeard deliberately spread false news of an alliance between the two emperors, provoking an assault from the Navy. Caught between the two forces, Buggy's subordinates suffered devastating losses, forcing him to unleash his abilities with a heart resigned to death, resulting in the shattering of the entire planet and the destruction of the world. leaving him to drift alone in the void. Boss, you finally answered the phone. The Navy has surrounded the island with over 10 warships. If we hadn't discovered this in advance and fled quickly, we would have been captured. Fools! Did I not expressly forbid anyone from approaching this place? Are you not brave enough to deter the Navy? This is the new world. The Navy disappearing is a frequent occurrence. Following the War of the Summit, the Navy suffered significant losses, drawing a large number of core personnel from various branches to the headquarters and renaming the G1 branch to New Mariehua as a forward base, signaling their determination to stabilize the new world. However, the waters beyond the Red Line remained a weak area for the Navy, with most of their forces retreating to base camps and supply ships frequently falling prey to attacks. Not only pirates under the banner of the Western Emperor, but also the Brothers' Army, underground forces, and even other branches of the Navy could be involved in the plundering. Under Buggy's guidance, his pirates would similarly conceal their flags, seizing opportunities to raid the Navy under false pretenses. Therefore, he was unperturbed by MR3's reaction. Boss, these Navy personnel are different from the usual ones. They have over 10 large ships, and Admiral Kizaru is standing at the bow. How can we possibly stop them? It's uncertain whether we can even escape. Buggy's din-din mushing mimicked the expression of Galdino, its little eyes blinking incessantly, sweat streaming down its face like a small stream, clearly terrified. Admirals have come. It seems the earlier commotion has stirred things up. You all should return to the island through the mirror first. Later, take Yuta and wait at Karabali Island. Understood, boss. This time we guarantee to act according to your wishes. Upon seeing the mirror world open, Sengu visibly relaxed, patting his chest in assurance while urging his subordinates to flee quickly. Admiral Kizaru, an unidentified ship was spotted on the backside of the island, lacking a flag, and it appears to be a pirate vessel. Should we capture it or sink it? Such trivial matters require instructions as well. Fujitora, what do you think? Our orders are to take control of Elijah, subdue the Song King, and prevent an unknown disaster. But we have not been instructed on how to handle others. In that case, let us not concern ourselves with passing ships. Whether merchant vessels or pirates, we shall drive them away. Let it be so. Command the fleet to bombard the town in unison, cover the soldiers' landing, and then search the entire island. I will proceed first. Follow Admiral Fujitora's command. Having spoken, Kizaru leaped onto a cannon platform, and in the next moment, the artillery roared to life as he launched himself like a cannonball towards the town. Who would have thought that the usually slow-talking Kizaru would be so hot-headed? I can no longer afford to be leisurely. However, I am not very adept at commanding. You all search on your own, being careful to avoid friendly fire. Fujitora, having finished the noodles in his bowl, slowly rose to issue landing arrangements. He then swiftly drew his sword, propelling himself into the air and slashing towards the island center. So that's how the information leaked. It seems you have been monitoring from the sidelines. Such abilities in the hands of CP0 are indeed perilous. In the future, let me have a proper space and cease these clandestine activities. Simultaneously, as the Navy's main force landed on the island, Buggy also discovered CP0's Bruno, who had revealed his presence by entering a dream state. He instructed MR3 to control him with his wax abilities and take him along, intending to alter his memories and recruit him as a subordinate. How peculiar. Just a moment ago, I sensed many individuals in this vicinity, yet now there are only a few of you. Very well, hand over the Song King, and I shall have my report. As for the world government's accountability towards you 7 warlords, that is a matter for you to discuss amongst yourselves. What Song King? We have not encountered anyone on this island. There is only an old fellow resembling a corpse, claiming to have been the king here. You may search for him yourselves. And you wish to hold us accountable? We have worked diligently to assist you in testing the human weapons. Yet we are to be questioned? This is utterly unreasonable. However, since you have arrived, please take Lilith and the others back with you, and we shall take our leave. Seeing Kizaru with his hands in his pockets, exhibiting no intention to fight, Buggy feigned ignorance and concocted a fib in an attempt to escape, only to be met with a cleaving strike that severed him in two. Doflamingo, who had only just awakened, observed with keen interest, showing no inclination to depart. His mind likely concocting some scheme. Have you no eyes? Reckless slashes can be fatal. You must be the new Admiral Fujitora, appearing quite impressive with your closed eyes. Do you intend to engage us in combat? Doflamingo, we have all emerged from the same crucible of conflict. When it comes to blows, do not bring disgrace upon the 7 warlords. Though my eyes cannot see, I am aware that your earlier strike did not affect me. There is no need for such exaggeration. We do not wish to incite conflict, but indications suggest that there are individuals on the island posing a threat to world stability. Until the situation is clarified, no one is permitted to leave this island. You must cooperate with our investigation. Otherwise, I cannot acknowledge your 7 warlord status. It must consider you ordinary pirates who have abandoned cooperation. Haha, it seems this new admiral harbors some dissatisfaction towards us 7 warlords. You must understand that we are not an agency subordinate to the Navy. Do not use your admiral status to intimidate us. However, as collaborators, we are still willing to engage in equal dialogue with the Navy. We merely require some small reciprocation, such as a visit to the Navy's scientific base. This request is not excessive, is it? Doflamingo ambled towards Buggy, placing a hand upon his shoulder while discreetly conveying a message through the thread in his grasp, requesting Buggy's cooperation in his scheme. He had witnessed Buggy's prowess in remote teleportation on numerous occasions and hoped for an escape route. I find the existence of the Shichibukai rather absurd. It is ludicrous that the justice-bearing Navy requires the assistance of pirates to maintain control over the situation. My younger brother Fujitora is indeed quite temperamental. Since both parties are willing to collaborate, let us proceed with the customary investigation. Visiting the scientific team is a trivial matter. After all, we must escort Lilith and her companions back eventually. Fujitora harbors a deep disdain for the actions of the Shichibukai. His very reason for joining the Navy was to utterly dismantle the Shichibukai system. Thus he speaks without reservation. Kizaru, on the other hand, is rather indifferent, merely clocking in and out for work, embodying a spirit of minimizing conflict and alleviating the awkward atmosphere between both parties. Indeed, let's all go to Egghead. The genius, have numerous projects that require their collaboration. Borisolino, have your soldiers assist in relocating the books and these mechanical statues. They possess significant research value that will aid in the development of humanoid weaponry. The Shichibukai and the Navy must consider their reputations and interests. Meanwhile, Lilith, the chief financial officer of Vegapunk, only needs to gather research materials and does not hesitate to request assistance from the Navy. Ultimately, after a thorough search of the island, the Navy only found the former king, Gordon. Under Buggy's guidance, the old man refrained from revealing any information regarding Yuta, instead questioning the Navy about their bombardment of the island. Observing the lack of incriminating evidence and their own culpability, the 2 admirals decided to terminate their actions, compensating the former king with some daily necessities in exchange for Lilith's permission to collect books. Buggy, who had just engaged in a futile endeavor due to Doflamingo's sudden proposal, felt reluctant to refuse, considering that increased communication with Vegapunk would not be detrimental to him. During the time when the 2 Shichibukai accompanied the Navy to Egghead, a chaotic battle was about to erupt on Hive Island, involving notorious figures such as Trafalgar Law, Blackbeard Teach, and the future hero of the Navy, the defector King Kobe. It is noteworthy that this incident has considerable ties to Buggy. After Teach abducted Moria, rumors spread that he was willing to sell his position in the Shichibukai for 1 billion berries. However, most pirates harboring such ambitions fell victim to traps. Either they were killed for their devil fruit abilities or surrendered and became Teach subordinates. Law, having heard such rumors, proactively contacted Blackbeard, expressing his willingness to wager Hive Island in exchange for control over Moria. Teach expressed keen interest in Law's proposal. As a fan of rocks, he had long coveted Hive Island, but had refrained from action due to concerns regarding the strength of the Pirate King. Hence, he quickly agreed to Law's wager. Kobe's involvement as a Navy officer was quite coincidental. He was tasked with investigating Zeta's new navy, which brought him to Hive Island. Being privy to the situation, Buggy had also made arrangements. Perona and Absalom had already infiltrated Hive Island, waiting for the grand performance to commence, seizing the opportunity amid the chaos to rescue their leader, Moria. This was one of the reasons why Buggy did not oppose the journey to Egghead. After all, the two locations were in close proximity, and any sign of disturbance could prompt Buggy to rush to their aid. Buggy even felt confident in his ability to ensnare Teach on high violent. Gang Difa, isn't Van Oka with you? My world-class genius brain. How could that fellow escape while being bound by Seastone? Originally, he was restrained. However, the person was exceedingly polite and cooperative. I was merely engrossed in researching bubble guns when he volunteered to conduct a test experiment. I was inattentive and allowed him to escape. My apologies. Buggy's extreme finesse and manipulation did not linger in his mind for long, as news from Vegapunk abruptly disrupted his meticulously crafted plan. With Van Oka's abilities, even if Teach were cornered, he would still have an avenue for escape. Doctor, do not mind this clown. Could you assist in examining whether this fruit can be purified to become more complete? I am willing to provide the necessary funding. Doflamingo produced a heart-shaped fruit, curiously noting that only its upper half bore markings, resembling a half-finished product. It remained unclear whether it was derived from a user of the surgery fruit that Buggy had provided or a replica created by Caesar. This is a synthetic imitation of the surgery fruit? It seems somewhat familiar. Could it be that Caesar Clown produced this half-baked version? His techniques remain as clumsy as before. With his intellect, this is the best he could achieve. Even I would not dare claim I could replicate it flawlessly. Unless you can provide me with the ability user for extended research, akin to my studies on Kaido in Punk Hazard. The fruit that replicated Kaido's abilities took 5 years to develop, consuming billions in resources, yet resulted in a failure. Such expenses will be difficult for you, a warlord of the sea, to sustain. However, I have conceived new ideas that are nearing success, but that is a project funded by the world government, and I lack the authority to provide assistance. I have heard that the Celestial Dragons have placed a bounty of 5 billion on the surgery fruit. What makes that fruit so special? It truly piques my curiosity. Money is not an issue. I will do my utmost to provide other resources. The world government should not pose a problem, as the final product is intended for sale to the Celestial Dragons. However, confidentiality is paramount until success is achieved. I assure you I will secure a good price for you. As for what makes the fruit special, Dr. Vegapunk, curiosity can prove fatal. Knowing too much will not benefit your research. Doflamingo, despite lacking an understanding of the Seraphim, had considerable confidence in Vegapunk's technology after witnessing S-Bear. In the face of the temptation of immortality, matters of money became inconsequential. First, he would placate the other party and obtain the research, while also having his own calculations regarding the need for Law's cooperation in the study. With the prospect of immortality taking shape, Doflamingo's spirits soared, and his laughter grew more unabashed. Yet his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, glimmered with a fierce determination as he contemplated how to eliminate witnesses and erase all traces. For there could only be one immortal. Unbeknownst to Trafalgar Law, who was being targeted, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Involuntarily shivering before grasping the sword at his side, exiting the tavern, and making his way towards Rocky Port. Zoro, have you noticed any movements from Blackbeard's crew? Even without our wager, the treasure and slaves that the captain has seized should be sufficient to entice him. I wonder where the Ghost Princess and that transparent oddity have gone. I hope they haven't lost their way. I have heard that among them is a formidable swordsman. Zoro glanced around in confusion, feeling a sense of déjà vu as he realized that Perona had vanished without a trace. His presence here was due to a trial set forth by Mihawk, though termed a trial. It felt more like a protective measure from father concerned for his daughter's safety, appointing Zoro as her bodyguard. You directionally challenged, fool. We are on Blackbeard's ship. Only Shiryu remains to guard Lord Moria. The others seem to have dispersed. Wait there. I will come and guide you shortly. While stowing away the telephone bug, transformed into her ghostly form, gracefully gliding through the ship's cabin towards her original direction. Who would have thought that being a pirate also required one to take on the role of a warden? Teach claimed that he was the most reliable guardian, not wanting to risk losing too many slaves whose value might diminish. Just moments ago, it seemed a mouse had scurried onto the ship, only to vanish without a trace. How peculiar. Well, never mind. A good nap might help pass the time. As soon as Una departed, Shilu picked up the blade resting on his lap. Muttering to himself before setting it down again, lowering his hat's brim and closing his eyes, seemingly unaware of any disturbance. The crisp sound of a lock clicking open and the creaking of a rusty iron door echoed behind you, yet he made no move, which allowed the hidden Apo to breathe a sigh of relief and cautiously approach him. Lord Molia, wake up quickly. I shall unlock your chains and get you out. Abu Salomu, what are you doing here? Hurry, we must leave. It will be too late otherwise. As Abu Salomu carefully unfastened Wolia's chains, he whispered to awaken him. However, upon seeing Abu Salomu's face, Molia showed no signs of joy but instead urged him to flee swiftly. Want to leave? It is too late for that now. Since you are here, stay and keep your captain company. Upon hearing Ja's cold words, knowing the gravity of the situation, abandoned the rescue attempt, re-entered his invisible state, and changed his position, hoping to escape using his fruit ability. Agreeing to stay behind as a guard was indeed a wise choice. Such an intriguing ability should rightfully belong to him. Run, little bug. Let's see how long you can hide. The terrifying presence of Shu filled Abu with dread. He had no thoughts of fighting back, only wishing to use his invisibility to escape first and await reinforcements to rescue him. Abu Sao stealthily slipped out of the cage, heading toward the cabin door. Just as he prepared to make his escape, a blade of light unexpectedly struck from behind, slicing a deep gash into his right leg, blood spurting forth and staining the floor. The hand of the dead, stumbling slightly, Abu gritted his teeth and turned to fire a hidden rocket launcher at his assailant, knowing full well that such an attack would be futile against a top swordsman. He hoped the explosion smoke would conceal his exposed form while he burst forth with extraordinary speed to secure the cabin door. The intense pain nearly caused Abu Salomu to faint. He realized that escaping under these circumstances was akin to chasing shadows. His only option was to find a concealed spot to hide until help arrived. In a moment of desperation, Abu dashed up the stairs, tightly wrapping his wound with his coat, then activated his ability, removing his bloodied shoes and returning to the upper cabin, where he tucked himself inside a box. The bloodstains have vanished here. It seems we are playing hide and seek. I must hide well, for any mouse that dares to mock will meet a grim fate. Actually, Shu's speed should have allowed him to keep pace with Abu. However, out of a whimsical desire for mischief, he deliberately slowed down, taking a few casual slashes at the deck before re-entering the cabin to inspect the room using his observation Haki. Soon, Shilu discovered the telephone bug that Abu had carelessly left behind, a device intended to buy him time or serve as a prearranged warning. Upon answering, he heard Buggy's voice. Abu Salomu, how is Lord Buggy's situation? The lost swordsman and I are on our way. A companion of that invisible mouse. Are you bringing a swordsman to challenge me? You better hurry. His current predicament is quite dire. With that, Shilu tossed the telephone bug to the ground and crushed it beneath his foot, preparing to take the chase seriously and entertain the new batch of prey. Utilizing his observation Haki and keen sense of blood energy, Shilu swiftly located Abu's hiding spot. After an inevitable struggle, Abu was soundly defeated. Fortunately, Shilu needed to wait for Blackbeard to extract the fruit's power, so he left him grievously injured but alive. Abu, you are still alive. Hold on, we will come to rescue you. Negative ghost. This must be a trick. How could a ghost without a physical form be severed by a blade? This fellow seems even stronger than Lord Wolia. As Shu stepped onto the deck, he observed already boarding the ship. Upon seeing Abu Salomu's pitiful state, Plana immediately unleashed her negative ghost in an attempt to save him, but Shu effortlessly countered her. Luckily, Solong reacted quickly, intercepting Shi Liu's attack. Otherwise, Plana would have faced a dire fate as well. What a heavy scent of blood. Could this also be a cursed blade? He appears to be quite a formidable opponent. The former warden of Impel Down, Urudrushi, you are a swordsman of the Straw Hat crew, a bounty hunter. Three-sword style? I have never heard of it. It is indeed peculiar, yet your blades seem quite impressive. I intend to collect them all. You wish to collect my blades? Come and take them. A swordsman who can walk away unscathed from that fellow certainly holds great value. Do not let me down. In the midst of their exchange, the two swordsmen engaged in a fierce battle, their blades clashing, sword energy surging, and sparks flying, forcing Pa to float high above to avoid being caught in the fray. Meanwhile, at Lodin, a vibrant atmosphere enveloped the pirates as they cheered, eager to share in the glory of the great pirate's abundant return. Particularly, the anticipation peaked with the rumored capture of the world Nobleton, raising everyone's expectations. This unfortunate was returning from a leisurely visit to the golden city of Guild Tesoro when he was intercepted by the captain, who, seeing no admirals to deter him, boldly seized the opportunity. For someone of his caliber, the secret agents of the world government posed no threat. As for how they would treat the captured nobles, they would be well-fed and well-treated, extorting bounties from neighboring kingdoms. Should they refuse, threats to execute the Tenlung Run would loom. If any incident involving the Tun occurred in this sea, the Navy would have no trouble dealing with the nearby small countries. This was a calamity for those nations along the route. Yet, which country would dare gamble that these mindless nobles would not direct their wrath towards them? Thus, most opted to pay for peace, offering vast treasures to send these plague-bearers away. At this moment, chests of treasures were being carried by the captives towards the stronghold of Funchak, with scattered loot enticing a horde of pirates to snatch at them. However, as the Tun was carried past, even though these world nobles had been drugged into slumber, the pirates instinctively shied away. The awareness of their status had long since permeated their consciousness. Scoundrels, I am preparing to host a hunting tournament, and the devil fruit will be placed on a certain captive. When the time comes, I will release these slaves. Whoever finds it shall claim it. Perhaps inspired by the events of God Valley, the captain was quite enthusiastic about the battle royale game involving the imitation of the Tun, aiming to boost the morale of the pirates and dispel the shadows cast by the new navy led by Zifa. Roar, hunt the captives, win the fruit. As the pirates rejoiced over the devil fruit, a figure suddenly appeared beside Wang Shou. Before anyone could react, this figure had already seized the devil fruit and blended into the crowd. It was Fan Ao Ka, the user of the Shuanpa fruit, who had previously escaped. Damn it! Capture him at all costs. Whoever seizes the fruit will claim it. I want to see who dares to act recklessly here. The pirate laughed heartily, surprised by the unexpected delight. This must be the strength fruit. Unfortunately, Byers is no longer here, otherwise it would have suited him well. Now we can only see if Shilio desires it. Dark Hole. With Fan Ao Ka's assistance, Blackbeard Teach unexpectedly emerged among the crowd, simultaneously admiring the newly acquired devil fruit, while unleashing his powers to carry out indiscriminate attacks against the pirates and onlookers in the port. How dare you disturb my enjoyment? What do you take me for? Whitebeard, old and frail, was easily deceived and perished. It's no surprise. Kaido, that brutish fool, allowed himself to be tricked, so he deserves it. But if you come here to wreak havoc, I am more than willing to clean up after those two fools. Men, crush the invaders at all costs. I promise you great rewards. Those with powers, stay away from that black fat man. I shall confront him personally. Before the grand survival game of Wang Shou could commence, it was strangled in its cradle by Blackbeard. Faced with the imposing presence of Blackbeard, Wang Shou, filled with rage, drew his sword and declared war. As a notorious pirate surviving from the bygone era, Wang Shou had witnessed many grand spectacles and would not fear a mere youngster. He issued bounties, rallied his subordinates, and charged towards Blackbeard with his sword raised. Blackbeard Teach, wary of Wang Shou's sharp blade, immediately raised his arm, covered in Haki, to block the attack. This was a lesson he had learned after suffering defeats at the hands of Whitebeard and Kaido. One must never underestimate the powerful Haki users of the past. With Wang Shou's distraction, Teach found it difficult to utilize the powers of the dark fruit, revealing that his previous arrogance was nothing but bluster. The Hive Island pirates, enticed by the bounty, surged forward, hoping for a stroke of luck. Drunken fire. Captain Blackbeard, it seems your situation is rather dire. Shall I lend a hand? Just change our crew's name to the Buskare Pirates, and it's settled. As Blackbeard was surrounded by the swarm of pirates, a transparent liquid suddenly dripped from above, releasing a strong aroma of alcohol. Before anyone could react, the liquid exploded, accompanied by intense heat and violent flames. This was the masterpiece of the Big Barrel Buskare Jot, whose flames enveloped the Hive Island pirates and even affected Blackbeard Teach. It seemed intentional rather than accidental. Are you trying to kill me? Go assisting you, or I will extract your powers myself. In pain, Blackbeard transformed into a colossal Yamata no Orochi, lifting one head to snatch Busker Jot, who was floating in a bubble of alcohol, while the other head threatened him fiercely. I'll go right away, Captain Teach. I drank a bit too much earlier, and I'm not quite clear-headed. Please put me down. Feeling the force of Blackbeard's enormous mouth, Busker Jot broke into a cold sweat, instantly sobering up, and began to plead with Teach, appearing as if he had indeed been intoxicated. Is this infighting? With all these extra heads? Let me help you chop off the useless ones. The well-informed Wang Shou quickly identified the weaknesses of Blackbeard's beastly form, striking with his blade while mocking him. Blackbeard, unable to spare attention for his rebellious subordinate, tossed Busker Jot towards Fan Ao Ka and focused solely on his duel with Wang Shou. At the same time, on Blackbeard's ship, the battle between two swordsmen raged fiercely. Perona, realizing her intervention was unnecessary, quietly slipped away, using her ghostly form to infiltrate the cabin. Intending to find Moria first. You are indeed formidable, but to become the greatest swordsman, how can you lose to a mere subordinate of Hawkeye? I have promised the future Pirate King that I will not lose again. Let us call this next strike a matter of life and death. I will claim your curse blade. After a fierce exchange, Zoro, unable to break the stalemate, suddenly disengaged from his confrontation with Shilio, while reaffirming his fighting resolve with words. He tied his bandana and prepared to unleash his ultimate technique to secure victory. I've played around for too long. If Moria truly escapes, Captain Blackbeard will have much to explain. Initially, I thought your high bounty of 120 million was only due to your association with the Straw Hat. But it seems you truly deserve the title of Supernova, perhaps even underestimated. Thunder Slash. Shilio sheathed his sword, seemingly accepting Zoro's challenge of techniques, exhaling smoke while evaluating Zoro's strength and glancing towards the cabin. Though appearing somewhat nonchalant, he was cleverly distracting his opponent. Without warning, Shilio unleashed his technique. The lightning-fast draw slicing towards Zoro's face. Demon 9 sword style, Ashura. Zoro, slightly caught off guard, had no choice but to abandon his incantation and employ his fastest technique, spinning his sword to evade the attack as best as he could. However, such a life-or-death stance did not intimidate Shilio. A cold-blooded killer, he disregarded the lives of others and his own, embodying a true outlaw. Ignoring the risk of losing an arm, Shilio delivered a devastating blow aimed directly at Zoro's eyes. Resorting to tricks to win. No wonder Hawkeye says you are merely a slave to the sword. You are not a swordsman, but simply a killer, a butcher. Zoro grunted, sheathing his dual swords at his waist. When he faced Shilio again, his left cheek was stained with blood, and his trembling eyelids revealed the pain he endured. What a ridiculous notion. Isn't a swordsman meant to wield a blade to cut down opponents? Weaklings should accept their fate. Struggling will only lead to greater suffering. Go to hell and become your world's greatest. Rain Cutter. One sword style. Aye Lion's Song. Fortunately, Zoro had prepared for his opponent's strategy. Even in a near-death state, he had grown, managing to unleash the full potential of his previously learned one sword style, thus not falling behind in their deadly exchange. Just as the two prepared for a life-and-death clash, an immense force unexpectedly surged, lifting their ship into the air before it flipped and plunged into the sea. Goodness, I nearly forgot to sleep by the seaside and almost drowned. That was too close. Meanwhile, a towering mountain rose beside the dock, emitting a deep rumble. This was not a mountain at all, but rather the notorious giant warship Saint One Wolf, a criminal from the 6th level of the Great Prison. Perhaps disturbed by the sounds of Zoro and Shilio's battle, the slumbering Saint One Wolf rolled into the sea in a panic, inadvertently sending the ship soaring into the sky with a mighty slap. Wolf, you fool, catch the ship quickly. If you destroy the last vessel, I won't wait for Captain Blackbeard to be angry. I will take you down myself. Shilio first stabbed the deck, creating a large hole, then jumped onto the ship's underside, loudly scolding Saint One Wolf without a hint of respect, as if he were still the warden of the Great Prison and the other was merely a prisoner. Stop bossing me around. Whether the ship is destroyed or not has nothing to do with me. It is clearly your lack of oversight that caused this fight to sink it. The Saint-Juan Wolf was quite displeased with the affront against Shilio. Not only did he refuse to acknowledge his own missteps, but he also retaliated, raising his massive foot with the intent to stomp Shilio into the sea. Shilio, of course, would not be caught off guard. With a firm step, he broke free from his downward trajectory, leveraging the momentum to leap towards the incoming giant foot. Brandishing his famed blade high, prepared to deliver a taste of retribution to this foolish adversary. Route challenge swordsman, we must retreat quickly. Lord Moria is currently in a weakened state, and I must get his shadow ashore before he completely submerges, he implored Abu Salam. Just as Zoro hesitated to intervene in the internal strife, Perona floated over, tossing Abu Salam to Zoro while she swiftly whisked away the Shadow Master, planning to exchange positions and rescue Moria. After a moment's hesitation, considering Perona's prior assistance, Zoro set aside his reluctance, acquiescing to her request and choosing to assist in their escape rather than continue the fight. Fools! Hurry and retrieve Moria. I will pursue that lion-headed fool. I have a keen interest in his abilities. He must not be allowed to escape. Shilio exclaimed in frustration as he witnessed the fruit of his efforts slipping away. With renewed vigor, he exerted force upon a blade, akin to a toothpick in the eyes of a giant, deflecting the massive foot of Saint-Juan Wolf before hastily pursuing the shore. The ire of Saint-Juan Wolf had diminished considerably, and with a clearer mind, he begrudgingly acknowledged the necessity of holding on to Moria, despite his dissatisfaction with Shilio's commands. As he grasped the injured Moria tightly, the latter bled profusely from his wounds. Disappointed to have lost an eye, Saint-Juan Wolf reflected on Shilio's swordsmanship, recognizing that it still lacked refinement. Interacting with such pure intent to kill should yield some growth. Ultimately, the priority remained to bring everyone back. Maintaining the mirror world for prolonged periods was taxing on one's stamina. At that moment, Perona had reverted from her ghostly form, utilizing a prepared mirror to contact Kelikana Island. Once the mirror world was confirmed to be active, she shoved Moria's Shadow Master inside, while Moria activated his powers to switch places. The Shadow Warrior left in Saint-Juan Wolf's grasp gradually became transparent, vanishing without a trace. How strange! It was just here, and now it's gone. Saint-Juan Wolf mused, his mind swirling with confusion. Just then, Shilio spotted Perona and Zoro lifting Abu Salam into the mirror and hurriedly advanced, thrusting his sword with the intention of skewering the three like a candied hawthorn. Lower your heads. With a commanding shout, Mihawk, who had been sitting beside the mirror, swiftly positioned himself in front of it, his supreme black blade piercing through the reflective surfaces, effectively halting Shilio's thunderstorm at its tip. Oh, it is Hawk Eyes Mihawk. That explains it. I was puzzled as to why the Straw Hat crew would come to rescue Moria. Was it your doing? Apologies for leaving him with only one eye. Do you intend to avenge him? Shilio's heart tightened at the sight of the black blade and the sharp eyes reflected in the mirror. He took a puff from his cigar to regain his composure. Perhaps to save face, he emphasized Zoro's achievements. Should he find himself outmatched, any resulting grudges would be resolved by the victor. However, if one wishes to challenge me, I shall gladly oblige. Very well, I shall remember this debt. Captain Blackbeard will come to reclaim it in due time. Today, we have more pressing matters to attend to. Mihawk responded to Shilio's provocation while retracting his black blade. Meanwhile, the portal to the mirror world began to close. Understanding that pursuit was futile, Shilio resorted to making parting threats, summoning Saint-Juan Wolf to rendezvous with Blackbeard. By the way, shouldn't you two be busy? Isn't it necessary for one of you to remain in Mariehua to protect the celestial dragons? We cannot have Akaina handle it personally. That would be beneath the rank of a marshal. Well, the Navy isn't comprised solely of us two admirals. Admiral Greenbull has only recently returned and seems to have some issues. He's currently recuperating in Mariehua, which makes him suitable company for those dimwits. On Egghead Island, Buggy kept a watchful eye on the movements of Hive Island while inquiring about news from the Navy admirals. Fujitora, unwilling to engage with the warlord, buried himself in his noodles, but fortunately, Kazuru was in a good mood and offered a reply. So, your master truly isn't afraid of CP's reports? I heard that the king of Hive Island recently pulled off a major heist, capturing the celestial dragons. Aren't you organizing a rescue? Haha. The fleet of celestial dragons is not so easily captured. It's merely a charade between the king and some non-member nations. It appears a fresh batch of slaves is about to be put up for sale. I often deal with that region. Shall we pay them a visit? Thus, it turned out that the so-called celestial dragons were merely imposters. The royal families of neighboring non-member nations were engaged in clandestine dealings with Hive Island, amassing wealth from their citizens to purchase slaves to please the world government, all in hopes of becoming formal members. The king, in turn, secured enough funds to maintain his rule while orchestrating capture operations to eliminate surplus pirates. Once the hunt concluded and captives were transported away, outsiders would be rearmed to serve as guards, leaving the captured pirates to realize too late that they were the true prey. As an experienced trafficker, Doflamingo was well acquainted with such schemes and seized the opportunity to express his desire to depart while responding to Buggy. By the way, we plan to nominate a new warlord, Trafalgar Law. He will prove his worth by defeating the king, and we hope the Navy will accept this. Without explicit directives from the Navy headquarters, we have no intention of venturing into a place like Hive Island. There's nothing there aside for pirates. The cautionary tale from 38 years ago rings true. I plan to have another bowl of noodles and will not see you two off. Kizaru, realizing he almost let slip too much, fell silent. Buggy achieved his aim and prepared to leave, while Doflamingo, undeterred by the prospect of utilizing Trafalgar Law, chose to accompany him to Hive Island. Meanwhile, Law commanded a group to search for the whereabouts of the fleeing celestial dragons, hoping to bolster his leverage for becoming a warlord. The reason these individuals were so obedient was that their hearts had been extracted by Law's powers and stored in his pocket. A gentle nudge to the ground would impart the true meaning of excruciating pain. Upon locating their targets, these celestial dragons were preoccupied with capturing local civilians. One, resembling a Navy officer, stood before them, attempting to shield the innocents from harm. None other than Effort King Kobe, who had come to investigate. Supernova of the worst generation. Trafalgar Law, I saw you rescue Luffy during the Marineford War. Is he doing well? You were the Navy officer who obstructed Akainu, yet you weren't discharged. Are you here for these celestial dragons and nobles? Give it up. They're my prey now. Oh no, one of the main culprits behind the celestial dragon incident, the Death Surgeon. This is the end for us. Please spare us. We are merely impersonators with no ties to the celestial dragons, and those civilians have already been sold by the king. We are merely doing the dirty work for the royal family. When Kobe revealed Law's identity, the imposters were struck with fear, hurriedly shedding their shoddy spacesuits, loudly pleading for mercy before the formidable figure before them. The notoriety of the supernova in the world of pirates might be modest, but for the common folk of ordinary nations, it was akin to a thunderclap, instilling deep terror, coupled with the sensationalism of the newspapers. He was a figure who dared to assault even the true celestial dragons, a truly ruthless and cold-hearted individual. Thus it became clear, your value has significantly diminished and now serves merely as a statistic. Ahoy! To the Navy over there at this very moment, Blackbeard is engaged in a fierce battle with Wang Shou at the port. The most expedient way to quell this turmoil is to decisively defeat Wang Shou. I wish to exchange this achievement for the title of Wang Xia Chiwu Hai. Moreover, relying solely on your strength to escape this island is akin to an insurmountable challenge, let alone protecting others. Therefore, would you consider joining forces with me? This proposition seems quite reasonable. To safeguard the common folk, it is indeed imperative to swiftly restore order. I am willing to lend you my assistance in confronting Wang Shou. However, how can you assure that Blackbeard will not turn against us after his victory? All you need to do is contact the Navy and request their aid in escorting the civilians to safety, while simultaneously passing my spoils to the world government. As for Blackbeard, I have my own plans. With Tu Chi Wu Hai plus ourselves, we should be more than capable of subduing him. To depart, we must head to the port. Traversing the battlefield with a throng of civilians is simply unfeasible. Luo produced the Daz bones he had received from Buggy to establish contact, facilitating Buggy's location pinpointing. When an air gate opened nearby, Buggy and Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had just been on Egghead Island, stood before Luo. That must be Wang Shou and Blackbeard, engaged in quite the uproar. I heard from Buggy that you were willing to participate in research after becoming a Chiwu High. So do not go back on your word. I can indeed be of assistance, but my life was granted by Mr. Crawlin. So do not expect me to perform that operation for you, Doflamingo. I miss Rashi as well. Had that incident not occurred back then, you should have remained by my side, inheriting the position of the third generation of the Red Heart. Anyone may mention the name of the esteemed gentleman, except for you, who is unworthy. RRLM cut off. Witnessing Doflamingo's shamelessness, Luo could no longer contain his fury and unleashed an awakened skill with Onikuri. Although Doflamingo was not entirely unprepared and attempted to defend with his armed Haki-covered arms, he was astonished to find his limbs gradually severed, forcing him to swiftly retreat from this lethal assault. Is this an awakening? What a delightful surprise! As Doflamingo reattached his severed arms with threads, he fixated intently on Luo, eager for an explanation. You two will have plenty of opportunities to settle your disputes later. What is paramount now is to deal with Wang Shou. If possible, it would be even better to eliminate Blackbeard simultaneously. Clearly, Luo's strike also affected Buggy, but Buggy, who feared not the cut, separated his upper body to position himself between the two, mediating their conflict. Wang Shou is not difficult to handle. It is best to avoid engaging Blackbeard if possible. I previously discovered that former Marine Admiral Akiji is also with him, and engaging him may not yield any advantage. I harbor no grudge against Blackbeard, and perhaps we can negotiate some business. You wish to fight? Go ahead, but do not expect me to assist. At this moment, both of their thoughts aligned quite well. Let's first deal with Wang Shou, and we can address Blackbeard as circumstances dictate. At this juncture, KB had already taken the others into the door space, unaware of the conversations outside, or else they would likely have been silenced by the three. Suddenly, while battling Blackbeard, Wang Shou felt a sharp sensation beneath his feet, causing him to stagger slightly. Before he could regain his balance, a powerful punch from Blackbeard struck him squarely in the face. This was indeed the handiwork of Doflamingo. Even if he could not manipulate Wang Shou's movements with his parasitic threads, the almost transparent, sharp threads were adept at setting traps. Prepared, Luo reacted instantaneously. Teleporting behind Wang Shou, and with Onikuri, he effortlessly pierced through Wang Shou's defenses. Blackbeard, this fellow is mine. Hive Island belongs to you. Shall we conclude our wager here? Not a chance. Only children make choices. I intend to capture you both. Off to accompany Moria you go. Witnessing Luo claim Wang Shou's heart with a swift strike, Blackbeard Teach was seething with rage. This young man arrived just as Blackbeard was on the verge of victory, intercepting his prize. Who could tolerate such an affront? He must be dealt with. Captain Teach, Shiru has just reported that Moria has fled. It is likely their doing. Let me eliminate them all. Before Blackbeard could act, the entire island trembled. The skeletal castle at the center suddenly spoke, and the ground began to rise, transforming into a colossal arm that loomed above everyone. Konoyalu, watch out. I'm still here. Once this is over, I will seek you all out for reckoning. Blackbeard dodged falling debris while cursing Pizarro, reminiscing about the comfortable days of the Whitebeard pirates, lamenting that a disunited crew is indeed hard to lead. As he witnessed Blackbeard being indiscriminately attacked by his comrades, Buggy inexplicably felt a twinge of sympathy. His various collaborators each harbored their own agendas, and contemplating it was quite overwhelming. Although merely an observer, it was amusing to watch Luo and Doflamingo evade attacks, but when the time came to act, Buggy would not hesitate. This was an opportunity to shine. In this world, strength guarantees authority. Si fan u lai zuan gong. Buggy soared forth with one arm, continuously reshaping and reorganizing until ultimately forming a large hand that firmly caught the onslaught of the Tyrant King. Just as the Tyrant King prepared to unleash further force, the entire massive arm began to disintegrate from the point of contact. Clown, it's you again. I knew my hawk would not send someone to capture Moria without reason. Do you truly wish to engage me in a life and death struggle? Teach, I merely wish to correct your subordinate's rudeness. I do not hold much respect for you as captain. A little lesson is all that is necessary. Alternatively, why not let Doflamingo help you reconnect with the Chiwu Hai. We could divide this island among the Chiwu Hai. We can take a minor loss as long as we secure 70%. Haha, I famously declare my withdrawal from the Marineford War. Would I return and lose my face as Blackbeard? I enjoy great freedom in the New World. Taking this hive island along with the majority of Whitebeard's territory, who would dare deny that I am the new king of the West? I have no time to waste with you, Chiwu Hai. Step aside and leave that supernova brat and Wang Shou. Otherwise, I will deal with you all. We must take Wang Shou today. This young man intends to use him to exchange for the Chiwu Hai position. At worst, we can have a fight. After all, this island does not belong to us, and if it sinks, so be it. By the way, the Navy will arrive shortly to collect the spoils. I wonder if it will be Kizaru or Fujitora leading the charge. Buggy had never expected to claim Hive Island as his own. His current territory was already more than sufficient, and acquiring more would stretch him thin. After all, this was a notorious pirate island. Should he truly lay claim to it, the world government would likely expunge him from their records. At this moment, the island served as his bargaining chip. Buggy supported himself with one hand, conjuring the earth and stone to surge forth like a tumultuous tide, forming a chaotic barrier before him to signify his determination. Clown, I fear you do not represent the interests of all the Chiwu Hai. Do you? Wouldn't you agree, Doflamingo? However, if we were to engage in mutual destruction, it would merely benefit the Navy. How about this? You may take your people, and we can reserve space on Hive Island for you as a contact point. I have heard you possess a vast arsenal of arms waiting to be deployed. Let us each take what we need and prosper together. How delightful. Originally intending to unleash Blackwater and confront Buggy, Blackbeard suddenly shifted his tone, abandoning the conflict and redirecting his gaze toward Doflamingo. At this moment, Doflamingo was manipulating his fingers, retracting a fine line like a serpent from beside Blackbeard, evidently using it as a telephone line to clandestinely strike a deal with him. It appeared that Doflamingo and you had successfully concluded your business. I shall refrain from further interference and wish you a pleasant collaboration. Baki could discern Doflamingo's intentions with ease. Undoubtedly, he was promoting his artificial devil fruits, lamenting internally that not only was the other party unreliable, but their ambitions were also rather limited. Meanwhile, a naval warship had already appeared near the island, and to prevent any collateral damage, Baki had preemptively released KB and others from the Momo space. Jata no Kagami. A brilliant flash emanated from the ship's bow and coalesced into a human form, revealing Admiral Kizaru. They truly captured the king of the seas. The notorious supernovas of this dreadful era are indeed formidable. Is that Blackbeard, Teach, over there? Since I have encountered him, a greeting is in order. Alas, this does not seem to be your typical demeanor, Borisolino. Why not take them away and report back to the higher-ups? Just as Kizaru's fingers glittered, poised to use his laser to single out each individual, Akiji emerged from the shadows of a building. Kazan, this complicates matters. Previously, I had difficulty believing the news of your descent into the underworld. Have you truly forsaken your sense of justice simply because you could not attain the rank of admiral? Certainly not. I merely intend to observe the world from a different perspective and personally explore its true nature. Tengoku no Tachi. I Saber, please wait a moment. Esteemed Senor, while your notions of justice may differ, resorting solely to force is not the solution. There are many civilians here, and your immense powers might inadvertently harm the innocent. If casualties occur, where then lies the justice? The foremost priority now is ensuring their safe passage. I implore you both. Just as Kizaru and Akiji stood poised for battle, KB suddenly intervened, rushing between them in an attempt to dissuade the two. Oh, where did this little brat come from? I thought I would witness a clash between admirals. If you do not wish to fight, then quickly vacate. This island is mine. At that moment, all attention was drawn to KB as a dragon's head emerged from the clouds, speaking human words, none other than Beast Kaido. As the colossal dragon descended, it became evident that Kaido was not alone. Numerous pirates were aboard his massive form. Most conspicuous among them was Jack the Drought, while Queen the Plague and King the Wildfire accompanied him, marking the presence of the surviving upper echelon of the beast pirates. Engaging with the Emperor of the Sea was not part of my plans. Trafalgar, your nomination for Warlord of the Sea has already been submitted. Now, utilize your abilities to escort this young Marine and the civilians onto the warship. We shall retreat and let them create their own chaos. With a somewhat dazed expression, KB witnessed Kizaru requesting Trafalgar's assistance in retreating. It was not cowardice on Kizaru's part. After their encounters, he knew precisely how formidable Kaido was. It would be nearly impossible for him to gain an advantage against the others alone, should he sustain injuries. The two warlords, now wavering in their stances, might take the opportunity to strike. Thus, a decisive retreat was essential to preserve the dignity of the admiral. Scan. Kaido's overwhelming presence struck profound fear into Trafalgar, who realized that resolving his grievances with Doflamingo at this moment was impossible. Thus, he readily accepted Kizaru's orders, transferring the civilians and the captured heart to the warship. At this juncture, Doflamingo remained eerily calm, fearing that the irascible emperor might direct his wrath toward him, especially considering his involvement in the affairs of Wano. Buggy, too, was uncertain whether Kaido would indiscriminately target him as well. Although the idea of Kaido seizing Hive Island was his own suggestion, he had not anticipated this timing, only inferring that even after departing Hive Island for decades, Kaido's spies still lingered. The influence of the Emperor over the New World far surpassed that of the warlords. Since the Beast Governor had taken a liking to Hive Island, let him have it. Should he require assistance in the future, our Blackbeard pirates shall certainly oblige, but we shall not create further chaos here. Brothers, we retreat. Blackbeard was also unwilling to engage in a feudal struggle with Kaido. While his abilities could nullify Devil Fruit powers, Kaido was a melee combatant, and his triple damage vulnerability was exceedingly perilous, leading him to intend to say a few conciliatory words and then depart. Teach, you've taken quite a few things from me. Leaving like this is unacceptable. Let us have a bout. If you survive, you may leave. Kaido was not one to be easily appeased, as he swung his tail, striking the skeletal castle controlled by the Tyrant King, forcing it out of its fused form, and unleashed a blast of burrow breath upon the crowd. Ice block, pheasant. Since the governor wishes to brawl, let us do so. It is the perfect opportunity to test my newly acquired powers. Seeing the attack thwarted by Aokiji, Teach laughed heartily, suppressing his desire to retreat and summon Van Augur, consuming the newly obtained devil fruit. What is he doing? Does he not know that one can only eat one devil fruit? What a peculiar creature. He seems unaffected. Isn't that the Yamada no Orochi of Kaido? Could it be that the Logia and Zoan fruits do not conflict? Impossible. If that were the case, the Navy would have multiple admirals wielding various powers. One can only conclude that this fellow is a monster. As the other pirates speculated amongst themselves, Teach began to shift continuously between human and beast forms, occasionally enveloped in black mist, as if losing control. However, as the frequency of the transformations decreased, Blackbeard returned to his normal state, showing no sign of other abilities. This power is remarkable. It might even allow me to unleash the might of the Gura. No me, prepare yourself. Kaido. Feeling an incredible surge of strength, Teach mimicked Whitebeard's wide swinging punch, then struck forward at high speed. Boom! The visible shockwave rapidly expanded, creating a gaping void in the air, distorting the light as his massive fist plowed a deep trench into the ground. Gongdun! Just before Blackbeard's punch landed, Kaido transformed into his human form, seizing a suitable kanabo and retaliating with a strike, resulting in a resounding collision that created a massive crater in the ground. The impact may not have equaled that of Whitebeard's Gura no Mi, but it was still quite fitting for me. Kaido experienced the strength of the Gura no Mi. A mere child relying solely on the power of his fruit. Yet Haki reigned supreme over all, Kaido declared, though his body began to transform into beast form, realizing that he could not guarantee withstanding the immense force in his human form. As their leader engaged in combat, the cadres from both sides sought their own opponents, igniting chaos across Hive Island with flames and explosions. Look, Buggy. This is the new world. Even the maritime overlord, the Navy, must bow to the sea emperors when lacking sufficient strength. The so-called warlords are merely weaklings striving to survive in the gaps. Doflamingo, suspended mid-air by his threads, turned to find that Buggy had mysteriously vanished. Buggy had no inclination to listen to Doflamingo's musings. He was racing back to Sabeti Archipelago as his crucial stronghold was in jeopardy. The celestial dragons are the gods of this world, whether the citizens of the allied nations or the subordinates of the warlords. They are merely livestock raised by the world's nobility. Since one has been favored by the divine, one ought to express gratitude and surrender willingly. Failing to comprehend such a simple principle renders the distinction between life and death almost negligible. Quickly return St. Charos to us, and obediently accompany us to Maligieo. Otherwise, all individuals from District 17 shall be apprehended as criminals. Anyone can aspire to become an admiral of the Navy, yet they cower from confrontation while attempting to capture my subordinates. We are pirates by nature, so is being labeled as criminals not to be expected? In Shangbodi Islands, on Street 17, Uerida stands defiantly upon celestial dragon St. Charos, facing the Navy Admiral Greenbull. The origin of this conflict is rather straightforward. Although the population auction has collapsed, the celestial dragons continue to exert their influence on the Shangbodi Islands, simply because of its proximity to Maligieo. Admiral Greenbull, a devoted sycophant of the celestial dragons, despite some confusion in his memories, felt compelled to lead the charge himself. He fortuitously encountered Uerida, who was distributing food to the commoners alongside Yuta. Following a surge in her abilities, Yuta felt despondent, believing her powers to be not only futile but also perilous. In an effort to uplift her spirits, Uerida escorted Yuta back to the Shangbodi Islands, recounting Luffy's adventurous exploits in detail, igniting Yuta's competitive spirit and vowing not to be outshined in reputation. Seeing Yuta's spirits lifted, Uerida proposed hosting a banquet to invite passers-by to celebrate, marking the commencement of Yuta's public promotion. The chosen venue was adjacent to the Sunny, which had already been adorned with a flag of Bake, masquerading as a Bake family fast food delivery vessel. Yuta's melodious voice resonated through the numerous connected establishments across the Shangbodi Islands, attracting the attention of the dim-witted St. Charos. Due to Yuta's hesitation in using her powers, she nearly fell into the clutches of the celestial dragon subordinates. Fortunately, Uerida intervened, capturing the celestial dragon, causing Greenbull to hesitate and resort to reckless destruction in a fit of rage. As reinforcements from the local station navy arrived, the members of the Bake family remaining in the Shangbodi Islands, organized by MR5, began a counterattack. Explosion Fist. A barrage of thorny flails ensued. A group of miscreants sealed off the entire area, capturing all bystanders, retreating to safety, for these ruffians were no match for me alone. Fire Barrier. As ordinary Marines fell victim to Jeem and Bola, Greenbull, though irritated, could not remain passive. With a wave of his hands, he summoned a forest, ensnaring the two within. Thorny Strike. Air Burst. Despite Jeem and Bolia's desperate attempts to wreak havoc, their speed could not match the rapid growth of the trees. In a moment of carelessness, they found themselves bound by branches, their bodies gradually wilting. Branch Death. Fortunately, Haikeluo promptly severed the branches, rescuing the duo, although he himself bore several wounds from Greenbull's onslaught. The steward returned, keeping a close watch on this rotund fool. I shall handle this plant-based admiral myself. Punda dao bagu. Sensing the imminent danger from the approaching mace, Greenbull instinctively sensed the peril, abandoning his pursuit of Keluo and prepared to intercept with branches. Yet, he underestimated the force of the impending blow. The Haki-imbued club, crackling with lightning, shattered his hasty defense, pulverizing his arms and cleaving the massive tree in two. How absurd! To think one would demand my surrender when so easily crushed. One must ponder if eliminating an admiral would still allow me to maintain my status as a Shichibukai. I must inform him of this. To be underestimated. A subordinate of a Shichibukai possesses Conqueror's Haki. Truly astonishing. It seems I have forgotten far too much, otherwise. How could I not be aware of such a prominent figure's existence? As the colossal tree collapsed, silence ensued. Yuerta, believing she had succeeded, taunted before retrieving a din mushy to contact Bake. However, just as the connection was made, the ground erupted with expanding vines, several of which aimed for Yuerta's vital points. Although the attack was effortlessly neutralized by Yuerta's slippery powers, she was forced back several meters, her din mushy falling to the ground. Yuerta, is there something going on in Shangbodi? It is quite lively here, a fierce battle against an admiral, along with Kaido and Blackbeard. Would you care to witness? Clown Bake, your subordinates have offended the world nobles. Prepare for the world government's retribution. Aminuosi, whoever dares to harm me shall pay the price. If you have the audacity, wait there. I shall come for you. Even without knowing that it was Green Bull on the other side, Bake could surmise the situation given the nature of the celestial dragons. Considering that other abilities were occupied, he could only summon clones with his teleportation ability to return. Though I am pleased by my captain's concern, I am responsible for this territory, and it is best I personally rectify this destruction. During Bake's journey, Yuerta, with her formidable Haki, held her ground against Green Bull. Yet, the near-infinite regenerative capabilities of the Mori Mori no Mi posed a significant challenge. Chaos soon spread to other businesses under Bake's domain on the Shangbodi Islands. Smaller pirate crews, previously suppressed by Bake, began to take advantage of the situation, while others forcibly conscripted by Bake seized the opportunity to escape and wreak havoc. The once bustling commercial district descended into chaos, devoid of its former tranquility. The most affected were the impoverished civilians reliant on free food. Not only were their temporary shelters destroyed, but their lives also hung by a thread. The Navy, unable to distinguish friend from foe, resorted to indiscriminate suppression, exacerbating the situation. Once again, this foolish celestial dragon. Is it not sufficient to bask in luxury at Maligieo? Forget it. I shall consider this a cleansing of territory, allowing the Navy to vacate the island. Upon returning to the Shangbodi Islands, Bake, through communication with Kelluo, learned more about the situation. Confirming that Yuerta was in no danger, he began contemplating how to swiftly quell the turmoil on the island. In the short term, he could not muster many hands. Other territories also required stability, and the casualties from large-scale battles would be significant, contradicting the protector image he sought to cultivate. The quickest solution he devised was to utilize Yuta's Sogo no Mi ability. If he could induce slumber among the island's populace, the chaos could easily be controlled. Thus, after meeting with Kelluo, he promptly arranged for his crew to gather, ensuring protective measures were in place, and disseminated din mushy signals throughout the island. Behold, Yuta, this is the reality of the world. Beautiful yet fragile, a mere spark can transform it entirely. For ordinary people, facing either the Navy or pirates in war leaves them equally powerless, reduced to pleading and fleeing. But Yuta, you are different. Prepare for your first public performance. As long as you guide them into dreams, this turmoil can cease. But I am worried. What if my powers spiral out of control again? If a repeat of the previous incident occurs, it could endanger everyone. There is nothing to fear. Sing freely. I will be right here, ensuring no mishaps occur. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Shichibukai Bake. As the protector of the Shangbodi Islands, the current chaos fills me with rage. My enterprises were established to assist everyone. Therefore, whether you are Marines or pirates, no destruction of my properties shall be tolerated. I hope everyone will promptly cease hostilities and return to their residences. Otherwise, my Bake family members will administer equal punishment. What a joke. We are busy making our fortunes. The absurdity of the 7 warlords is laughable. They expect me to abandon my principles after a few mere words. There is no chance of that. They think they can win our loyalty simply by sharing a few free meals. Such bargains are far too cheap. As long as we can seize a ship and venture into the sea, we shall reclaim our freedom. It is a charming notion, yet the 7 warlords are pirates themselves. Would they truly possess the benevolence to assist others? Such a thought is but a jest. You see, he is nicknamed the Clown, and indeed, he embodies that very joke. Ha ha ha. They even intend to instruct us, the Navy, on how to conduct ourselves. Perhaps they should consult our admiral first. Both the pirates eager for chaos and the suppressive Navy scoff at Buggy's declarations, with even his own crew having returned to their base, doubting their captain's sanity. Such is the fruitlessness of gentle persuasion. It lacks potency. Utilize your abilities, for otherwise I shall have the Gullo City bombard the island. Buggy first showcased the battlefield to Yuta before gesturing towards the Gullo City anchored offshore. Even from the island's heart, the ominous cannon was clearly visible, urging a swift decision from the opposing side. Do not fire. That would only cause harm to many. Let me attempt a different approach, but I hope Mr. Clown treats those people with care and does not act too harshly. The devastation wrought by war was evident before Yuta. The cries of the affected populace imploring for assistance made it impossible for her to remain idle. Thus, she ceased her indecision, took the phone bug from Buggy, and began to sing spontaneously. Come forth, fear no longer, and let not anxiety plague you. The desires of all shall become my dream. As I sing, I can banish the gloom from our hearts. Even with insufficient preparation, after a moment's pause and repetition in her singing, Yuta activated her fruit-S ability, and a lively melody spread across the island through the phone bug. Initially, the people merely followed the sound out of curiosity. Upon discerning no danger, they intended to resume fighting. Yet, to their astonishment, they found their bodies and minds remarkably relaxed, devoid of any inclination to battle, only wishing to revel in the cheerful tune. As weapons clattered to the ground, both sides became enraptured by Yuta's voice, gradually losing consciousness and succumbing to slumber. Could they all have fallen victim to this? How infuriating! All communication had devolved into this song. It seems this ability is sound-based. I must first capture that young girl. Seeing Yarlita and Buggy donning headphones, Green Bull instinctively sensed trouble. He contacted his subordinates through the phone bug, but received no reply and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In a moment of desperation, Green Bull hastily allowed leaves to sprout around his ears, completely blocking out the song's influence. Though comical in appearance, it effectively insulated him from the melody and extended several branches toward Yuta. Western Split. This marked Yuta's first public performance. I cannot allow you to disturb it. You would do well to return to your new headquarters quietly. Otherwise, the Navy may find itself in need of a new admiral. Buggy severed all of Green Bull's branches and swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a fierce burst of Conqueror's Haki that struck Green Bull with the force of black lightning. I recognized that Conqueror's Haki. Buggy the Clown, how could you be the one to muddle my memories? To openly assault a Navy admiral and a celestial dragon? Are you inciting a rebellion? Return my memories at once, and release St. Charlos. Perhaps, in light of your contribution of a slave, the noble might spare your life. Do you genuinely believe your words? Or do you aim to amuse me? Since you are so devoted to your god, why not venture to explore the path to hell for him? I shall send that celestial dragon fool to meet his sister post-haste. You claim that the events at the Charlia Palace were your doing. No wonder it took so long to find any clues. How dare you act so recklessly? Such treason. They are all descendants of the Creator, the bloodline of gods. It is truly baffling that someone with such exceptional powers as a Logia user would entertain such foolish notions. Were it not for the time required to lock down the surrounding space, I would not wish to converse with you. You insult the intelligence of rational beings. Hurry and die. Ultimate technique. Western Split. Space Shatter. Green Bull was astonished that anyone dared to target a celestial dragon, completely oblivious to the gradual dissolution of the trees he had summoned during the exchange of Haki. Only when Buggy intensified his Haki did Green Bull feel an overwhelming sense of danger. Instinctively, he attempted to attack, only to find himself trapped within a transparent box. Forbidden Grievance. Green Bull exerted all his power to breach the invisible barrier, but discovered that merely touching its edge would lead to his disintegration. As Buggy's hands drew closer together, Green Bull sensed the space constricting rapidly. After struggling briefly, he resolved to employ the same tactic, releasing countless flowers that dispersed pollen. This not only obscured vision, but was also vital for his revival. Dealing with a Logia user is indeed troublesome. It seems that cunning alone will not suffice. You cannot escape my observation Haki. even after Buggy successfully split and reassembled the space Green Bull occupied. His normal actions allowed him to ascertain that Green Bull was still alive. A remarkable ability, yet I am the embodiment of nature itself and possess boundless vitality. No matter what, you cannot triumph. Surrender willingly. The ground, once merely covered in wild grass, suddenly blossomed with a small flower, which quickly swelled into a towering tree, revealing Green Bull once more. Divine avoidance. Upon witnessing the opponent's emergence, Buggy ceased his idle chatter, unleashing a full eruption of Conqueror's Haki, which Green Bull could not evade, forcing him to endure a brutal blow that left him spitting blood. Yet, within moments, he returned to normal, retaliating with a punch. Leave this to me. You take care of the cleanup on the island and contact Empress Hancock to see if we can fetch a good price for that celestial dragon fool. Observing Buggy's inability to secure a victory, Yarlita pondered whether to intervene when suddenly Buggy's command echoed through the headset, accompanied by the opening of a spatial gate nearby, from which several Buggy clones emerged. Do not push it too far. Be cautious that your chaotic abilities do not destroy everything here. This area was constructed with my assistance. Fear not. Soon this will be entirely our domain. We have ample manpower. We can renovate the entire archipelago. Army of the Forest. Green Bull noticed the additional figures and, recognizing their unfamiliar appearances, summoned his tree soldiers to assist in the battle. When one cannot prevail, one must call for help. I am an army unto myself. Witness the might of nature. Do you wish to join the dance as well? Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Quicksand waterfall. Buggy's main body suddenly distanced itself from Green Bull, uttering words that left Green Bull bewildered. Following that, Buggy unleashed a combination of attacks. First, an inferno engulfed the area surrounding Green Bull, turning it to ash, followed by a deluge of yellow sand enveloping the ground completely. Millennial Ice Prison. Just as Green Bull managed to sprout new branches from a withered trunk, a short boy appeared before him, exuding a chilling presence, and waved a hand to freeze Green Bull in place. Why do you still struggle? Cannot you simply accept your fate? Then I shall offer you a few delicacies from Wano. Their effects should calm you soon. Buggy believed his three-pronged assault would be sufficient to subdue Green Bull. However, the branches that continuously broke through the ice indicated that Lunio was still struggling. Buggy had no choice but to control his doppelganger to continuously release cold air. Although he was confident in a physical contest, in order to expel the Navy base, he needed to establish the situation before the Navy headquarters could react, making a swift resolution the optimal choice. Thus, when Lunio finally managed to unfreeze the upper half of his body and prepared to counterattack, Buggy sheathed his sword and drew the revolver he had secured at his waist, loaded with sea prism stone bullets specially crafted in Wano country. To ensure accurate aim, Buggy deliberately positioned his hand in front of Lunio before firing. Consequently, even though Lunio twisted his body in an effort to evade, he was still hit in 3 places, bleeding profusely. Under the influence of the sea prism stone, Lunio was compelled to revert to his physical form, and as his strength waned, he could only watch helplessly as he was gradually covered once more by ice, becoming a frozen sculpture. Even so, Buggy did not let down his guard. After all, a being of such caliber was not easily defeated. He promptly summoned his subordinates to place sea prism stone handcuffs on Lunio, allowing his doppelganger to cease the freezing process and transport him to headquarters for confinement. Utah. Once the troublesome pirates and Navy were awakened, gathered the ordinary citizens together, as I had some announcements to make. Soon, the Navy and pirates outside were bound and had their ears plugged, only to awaken in a state of confusion after an enthusiastic round of slaps. After confirming that the Navy base was under control, Buggy approached Utah and removed his headphones, entering the shared dream of the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen of Shangboidi, this concert is quite splendid, isn't it? You will have opportunities to enjoy such events frequently in the future. For this island shall now be entirely under the management of our organization. Members under my command will ensure that this island remains undisturbed by other pirate crews, transforming the entire archipelago into a genuine tourist destination through Buggy Express. We welcome all to serve our organization, and the heavenly gold due will be covered by my warlord tax. My request of you is to exchange all the berries you possess for the currency issued by our organization within 1 week. After this period, the use of old currency for any transactions will be prohibited, and violators will face penalties ranging from confinement to sale based on the quantity. Rest assured, our currency can be used and exchanged for gold and silver coins on all islands under our organization. Goods from the West Sea will be concentrated here through Buggy Express, so there's no need to worry about purchasing issues. The only concern should be whether your wallets are sufficiently filled. After the final song, you may return to prepare for the exchange. Starting tomorrow, the first 100 people exchanging berries will receive a 1:1 ratio with the new currency, while subsequent exchanges will shift to a 10:1 ratio. I believe 1 week should be ample time for everyone to consider their options. Whether one becomes wealthy will depend on your choices. Previously, Buggy had managed the allocation of his territories using a voucher system similar to ration tickets. However, considering that most of his subordinates were not virtuous individuals, issues such as forgery and embezzlement had led to severe discrepancies in the accounts. The berry, as the local currency, served as the world government's primary tool for harvesting wealth from the world, with the annual collection of heavenly gold leading to increasingly severe inflation. Even with Buggy's attempts at forgery to cover expenses, he still found himself in financial distress. To alleviate the pressing financial pressure, issuing currency became imperative. Utilizing the minting techniques from the Sky Island and incorporating the exclusive, resilient twin to an alloy, he need not worry about counterfeiting. With reserves of gold from the Sky Island and Wano country, Buggy should find himself in a more comfortable position. As Utah ceased her abilities, ordinary citizens gradually awoke in their homes, witnessing the captured pirates and soldiers on the streets, finally realizing that a significant change had indeed occurred. Some immediately began counting their banknotes, dreaming of overnight wealth, while others hesitated, choosing to observe for the moment, unaware that Buggy had already planned to send 80 subordinates daily to seize opportunities. The chaos on Shangbuodi Island had settled. Yet Buggy still had numerous matters to address, such as providing an account to the world government to prevent the Marine Admiral Akainu from becoming enraged and personally arriving at Shangbuodi. Through the captured government personnel, Buggy easily established contact with the Holy Land Mary Geos, and to his surprise, the one answering the phone was a familiar face, Rob Lucci. "Cloud Buggy, there will certainly be those who come to settle the matter regarding St. Charlos. I only wish to know if you laid a hand on Bruno in Elbaf. He is a subordinate I value greatly. If he does not receive news within 3 days, you and Don Quixote da Flamingo will be the prime suspects. And CP0 will not let you off lightly." It turned out that even these so-called killing weapons cared for their subordinates. That fellow was injured in the crossfire. I saved him, and I intend to release him in a few days. Hurry and relay this signal to the 5 elders. Your delay could jeopardize significant matters that you, as a CP0 commander, cannot afford. Do not think for a moment that we are unaware of your actions. Quickly release Bruno and consider how to preserve your warlord title. Akainu is quite furious about this incident. Once the buster call is issued, I can only say that Bruno died in the line of duty, and none of your assets will escape unscathed. Had it not been for Rob Lucci's inquiry, Buggy might have almost forgotten about the captured Minotaur, Bruno. Considering that the other party likely possessed a life card, he spun a tale, intending to handle it later, only to receive a threat in return. Do not waste my time. I cannot guarantee that Bruno will return without a limb or two due to failed treatment. And remember, with your warlord title, I aided you in fighting against the Marine. Without that title, do you believe I would hesitate to seize all your heavenly gold? Clown, I hope you dare to speak in such a manner before the dignitaries. Although Lucci was somewhat frustrated, he could find no grounds for rebuttal and quickly resorted to leveraging his connections, swiftly connecting to the 5 elders conference hall, hoping to provoke Buggy into further offending them. Clown Buggy, even if you are a warlord of the sea, you should not offend the dignity of the world nobility. Considering your previous substantial contributions to the world government, you are granted an opportunity for explanation. I have not offended the world nobility. I merely had a minor conflict with Admiral Lunyo, which has already been resolved. In fact, we have provided excellent service to St. Charlos. He is very interested in the potential resumption of the human auction and intends to stay on Shangbuidi for a while longer to select slaves at the earliest opportunity, to avoid unnecessary conflicts with a navy that might disrupt St. Charlos's interests. I hope the navy will close its base on the island and allow me to manage the Shangbua archipelago. I believe the pirates arriving each year will provide a sufficient number of slaves for the world nobility, and I have already ascertained the approximate location of the Marine's main base. I hope to receive cooperation from Cypherpole. If that is the case, you have done well. The Holy Land's demand for slaves must be met, and they will reinforce Cypherpole personnel to oversee Charlos. We will require more detailed intelligence regarding the movements of the Marine, and upon confirmation, we shall ensure you contribute. Perhaps accustomed to the fear and obedience of his subordinates, the five elders surprisingly accepted Buggy's explanation and even expressed approval, but they did not mention withdrawing the navy. However, Buggy did not press for further negotiations, as long as he dealt with Lunyo. The presence of a navy base would not significantly impact his management. In truth, the five elders did not fully trust Buggy. They were far more concerned with the balance of the entire world situation than with the incident involving a mere incompetent colleague. In response to the increasing number of pirates, the warlords were an indispensable force. Moreover, even if they wished to expel Buggy, the navy might not possess the strength to undertake such an endeavor. Most of the Navy's efforts were focused on investigating the former Admiral Zifa, who, after disappearing for a time, had led the new Navy in successfully attacking a naval facility and seizing a devastating weapon, the dynamite rock. The so-called power rock possesses an immense power comparable to that of a nuclear bomb, serving as the true reliance of the Navy to initiate the demon-slaying order. Capable of obliterating islands. Utilizing this formidable explosive, ZFA successfully detonated several volcanoes of the new era, leading to the complete destruction of the islands where they were located. Even more terrifying is the increasing frequency of these volcanic eruptions, aligning closely with the legendary descriptions of endpoints. The term endpoints refers to three massive lava lakes within the oceans of the New World. Should these three lava lakes be destroyed, it would plunge the New World into a sea of fire, with subsequent geological activities impacting the entire world, leaving even the Red Land in jeopardy. The reason Buggy is unaware of such events is due to the world government suppressing information to prevent public panic. ZFA has surpassed the comrades of the military and pirates, with the five elders becoming the focal point of concern, which explains Buggy's limited interest in the military information provided by his comrades. Nevertheless, even if the events were disclosed, Buggy would not be overly alarmed, as the New World would not be annihilated instantaneously. He has ample time to evacuate his people, and the White Sea offers no shortage of refuge. Considering the world government would dispatch personnel to protect that celestial dragon fool, Buggy had no choice but to shelve his plans to win over the Empress, opting instead to erase recent memories using the memory fruit. However, upon discovering Charlos's plans regarding Yair Ta and Wu Ta, Buggy resolved to eliminate the threat once and for all by completely erasing Charlos's memories. To prevent a situation akin to Green Bull's, Buggy even utilized his splitting ability to disassemble and reorganize Charlos's brain, which led him to uncover previously unrecognized capabilities. He realized he could manipulate another's actions using his own particle essence, thus fully comprehending the principle behind his clones utilizing others' abilities. The so-called Western Division splitting is merely the manifestation of controlling various particles. He could only manipulate clones created from a small amount of an ability user's bloodline. If the original ability user perishes, the willful demon would no longer be under his control, which explains the previous instances of clone malfunction. Understanding this, Buggy formulated new ideas for dealing with Green Bull. He did not wish to completely sever ties with the Navy in the short term. Thus, Green Bull must be returned. Since memory alteration poses risks, he considered transforming Green Bull into one under his absolute control, effectively mitigating the risk of exposure while addressing the threat of clone malfunction. However, upon attempting to handle Green Bull, Buggy discovered distinctions between this control and his clones. Clones could operate in a third-person perspective within a consciousness space, whereas action through Green Bull's body necessitated a switch to a first-person viewpoint, causing Buggy's original self to cease movement. Fortunately, as long as Green Bull accepted the task of protecting the celestial dragons, he could remain stationed at the Holy Land, Mariehua, indefinitely. To ensure he received communication from Akainu, Buggy planned to position a transparent fruit clone as an aid, confident that this clone's appearance was unknown to anyone, thus raising no suspicions. Indeed, after establishing contact with the Navy headquarters through Green Bull, Akainu temporarily halted his pursuit of Buggy, who also learned the final outcome of High Violent. In a battle of endurance, Blackbeard was bested by Kaido and retreated under the cover of Ching-Ji and other crew members, opting instead for Winter Island as a stronghold to further encroach upon Whitebeard's territory. Yellow Monkey, upon receiving news of Zay's seizure of the explosive rock, promptly evacuated, accompanied by Luo and KB. Perhaps the Navy felt embarrassed that a high-ranking general returned empty-handed before the Western Emperor. Or perhaps the world government sought to conceal the crisis facing the New World, attributing all credit for rescuing hostages to KB, who not only was promoted to colonel, but also hailed as the new Navy hero. In reality, Akainu harbored great displeasure towards KB, whom he regarded as a cowardly king for obstructing his pursuit of pirates. Yet he could not deny the world government's propaganda. Naturally, Akainu was unwilling to see this minor character basking in the limelight under Carp's protection while rising through the ranks. Thus, he arranged for KB to be integrated into the newly established Covert Special Unit Blade, hoping that KB would eventually reveal his true nature in the fray and be naturally eliminated. Alongside KB, Trafalgar Law rose to prominence, claiming 100 hearts as trophies, earning the title of Warlord of the Sea appointed by the world government. While the aforementioned developments aligned with Buggy's recollections of the narrative, the subsequent news nearly left him astounded. Upon hearing that Green Bull had become a Navy admiral, Enel felt quite embarrassed and, on a whim, single-handedly stormed the new Navy headquarters, causing a commotion before being defeated by the stationed Akainu and prepared for transport to the Great Prison impelled down. At this point, Buggy understood why this arrogant individual had vanished without a trace. Nonetheless, it was better for that proud fellow to face some hardships. Once Mingo was imprisoned, they could rescue him together, and he would likely be more obedient. Indeed, Buggy had no intention of cautioning Mingo about being wary of Luffy and Luo, as Mingo had consistently set traps for him, even inciting the Lone Shark King to raise interest rates and selling Buggy's fleet's movements to the deep-sea current, making repeated betrayals that could only be deemed as coerced cooperation from Buggy. Reviewing Buggy's eclectic array of collaborators, Moria had just escaped and was still recuperating. Mihawk was mostly idle, and Jinbei was solely focused on interests related to fishmen. As for the Empress, she was merely a nominal ally. The only one truly exerting effort was Crocodile. Yet, even if this so-called Warlord of the Sea alliance resembled a scattered array of sand, Buggy had to find a way to consolidate it, as this was the only force he could control in the short term. Although the Warlords of the Sea also posed potential threats, our resources were limited. The immediate priority was to stabilize the tumultuous New World, particularly to thwart Zay's sinister schemes. You'll be in command, yes? Marshal, your insight is astute. I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective on the situation. However, as a newcomer in the Navy, my involvement in actions against former Admiral Zay may raise concerns among my colleagues. Perhaps it would be more appropriate for me to remain stationed at the Holy Land, with Admiral Yellow Monkey commanding the operations. Indeed, there is some merit in that. Let's arrange it thus. The Holy Land indeed requires a permanent admiral, and there is no one more suitable than you. Once Akainu had vented his grievances regarding recent events, Buggy returned his focus, first adopting Green Bull's identity to express a general's insight, thus uplifting Akainu's spirits. He then presented a reason analysis, delegating the task of dealing with Zay to Yellow Monkey, and finally volunteered to guard the Holy Land. Using Green Bull's duty at the Holy Land as a pretext, Buggy withdrew a significant portion of the Navy from Sabeti Archipelago and ordered the remaining forces to cease patrols, maintaining only the base's garrison duties. effectively establishing control over the archipelago. Tempted by the allure of sudden wealth, Buggy's currency exchange operations proceeded smoothly, and within a week, the situation at Sabaody returned to normal. Under persistent pressure from the world government, Buggy was compelled to commence his mission against the comrades in arms. I must attend to some matters in Sky Island. Would you like to accompany me? I intend to introduce you to a friend of your age, whom I believe you will get along splendidly with. Sky Island? Does such an island in the sky truly exist? That must be incredibly fascinating. I can hardly wait. The peer Buggy referred to was none other than Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie. Initially, Buggy believed he had acquired a formidable subordinate with a bounty of 320 million berries, alleviating any concerns regarding the management of Sky Island. However, ever since reuniting with Tyrant Kuma, Bonnie had not only reverted to her youthful appearance of 10 years, but also regressed mentally, spending her days allowing Kuma to take her on excursions around Sky Island, completely delegating management to Buggy's clone stationed at Floating Island. However, it is not the capture of Pony that brings Buggy here in person. Rather, it is the formidable tyrant bear that constitutes his primary objective. Firstly, Buggy seeks to ascertain the current stance of the latter, and secondly, to gain a comprehensive understanding of the incident at the Valley of Gods, thereby deducing the true combat prowess of the 5 Elder Stars. Bartholomew, this is the unfolding of events following the Summit War. In the eyes of the world government, you have reverted to your status as a slave and are no longer a member of Shichibukai. Therefore, I request a clear response from you. Will you join our cross-guild within the Shichibukai Alliance, managing the affairs of Skypiea and leading a joyful life alongside Pony? Or will you return to the Dragon S crew, living a life of constant evasion and fear with Pony? Of course, there exists another option, to continue adhering to the agreement with the 5 Elder Stars, voluntarily journeying to Mariewa to expose the ruse of the clone decoys and once again become a slave to the Celestial Dragons. Surely, Pony would attempt to rescue her adoptive father once more. Buggy, while I am grateful for your care of Pony during this time and your assistance to me, the cause of Dragon and Ivankov requires my support. As long as we overthrow the tyrannical rule of the Celestial Dragons, peace will be restored to the world. I vowed to aid those in suffering, akin to the legendary liberator Nika. Bartholomew Kuma, undeterred est, respond in a tone unexpectedly gentle for one of his imposing stature. I acknowledge that for over 2 decades, Dragon has posed significant challenges to the world government. But that is where it ends. Dragon claims that his enemies are merely the Celestial Dragons, not the world government or the Marines. However, the world government is, in fact, the instrument of the Celestial Dragon's dominion, and the Marines are their enforcers. Consider the Salb Kingdom. Even if the king is ousted by Dragon, he can still rely on the Marines to return. Even if you were to defeat the Marines, bearing the title of tyrant, the Salb Kingdom still depends on its status as a member state to evade Marine assaults. Thus, your struggles merely result in a change of kings. There has been no dissolution of the Celestial Dragons, nor has the Salb Kingdom become the territory of the Dragon's crew. It is evident that no substantial change has occurred. Nevertheless, not all within the Marines are wholly devoted to serving the Celestial Dragons. There exist individuals among them who yearn for reform. Are you referring to those who wish the world government to lessen its grip on the Marines, merely providing the necessary arms and funds to maintain suppression, such as Akainu? Or perhaps to those, like Fujitora, who desire the dissolution of the Shichibukai system and a shift in the Marines' reputation, yet remain indifferent to the atrocities committed by the Celestial Dragons? Surely, one cannot expect the ambivalent and perfunctory Kizuru to spearhead any transformation. However, to confront the Celestial Dragons while also clashing directly with the Marines is unfathomable. Dragon has already made commendable strides. Even if it is not feasible to topple all member states in the short term, the resistance continues to expand. That sounds promising, yet most of the time, the Dragon's crew merely comes and goes, taking away some youths and leaving the remaining civilians with a more dire predicament. These individuals must shoulder the heavier burden of celestial gold, praying for the Marines to fend off pirate raids. This cycle persists. Even if the Dragon's crew were granted 20 more years, it would not shake the position of the Celestial Dragons. What then can you do to assist the suffering common folk? Is your Shichibukai alliance not composed of pirates who plunder others? The pawns of the world government? After being easily countered by Buggy, Bartholomew Kuma fell into a brief silence before responding with a somber counter-question. You should be aware that Vegapunk is cloning all Shichibukai. Once successful, the world government will abolish the Shichibukai system. Establishing the Cross Guild is merely a precautionary measure to facilitate communication. The true operations will still be conducted under my banner. My subordinates are secretly seizing the ships of the King of Shipping, much of the resources of which are intended for the celestial dragons. When I allocate these resources to the commoners in the territories, they too benefit from this plunder. Do they then qualify as pirates? Thus, plundering is not inherently wrong. It ultimately depends on the target. Perhaps I could also forge some form of cooperation with Dragon, allowing both parties to engage in limited conflict within the territories of the West Sea. He can overthrow kingdoms and gain troops while I obtain strongholds, freeing the Shichibukai from the constraints imposed by the world government in the Grand Line. What is it that you truly desire? Since you anticipate the emergence of Nika, a worldwide conflict is inevitable. I do not wish to merely be a spectator during that time, rather than awaiting fate. It is preferable to accumulate leverage and become a shaper of history. So, you aspire to be Nika? Yet the legend of the sun god, Nika, speaks of a liberator from Elbaf, possessing a body that can stretch and contract like rubber in battle. Your abilities are entirely incongruent. I can unequivocally inform you that the so-called Nika is the awakened form of the gum-gum fruit, but to contend against the celestial dragons, merely having a Nika is far from sufficient. Otherwise, Nika would not have fallen to the world government centuries ago. The world government prohibits the interpretation of ancient texts to ensure the meaning of the D-clan, natural enemy of the gods, is forgotten, along with Nika's ancient allies. Thus, as long as we oppose the celestial dragons, we are all of the D-clan, and I hope your joining us serves as a communication channel with Dragon when necessary. It appears that you crew members of the Pirate King are indeed privy to many secrets and have made extensive plans. I can temporarily join you, establishing contact with Dragon when necessary and assisting you, on the condition that Pony is no longer your subordinate. She is still a child. Her only requirement is to live joyfully. Then it is settled. Besides, Pony is not concerned with such matters. What you need to do is occasionally visit Pony Island to collect some food, alleviating everyone's fatigue. With Bartholomew Kuma's agreement, Buggy finally no longer has to worry about food supplies. Pony Island is home to several floating islands known as stomach barren, carnivorous plants that serve as a natural food repository. The depths of the Temptation Forest are abundant with food-bearing plants, a veritable treasure trove of sustenance. However, the issue lies in the fact that it is an island one can enter but not exit. The reason being that the central mouth of the stomach barren opens when it feeds, closing its petals to ensnare any prey that approaches. While Buggy could manage to survive there independently, gathering food would prove challenging. Even dispatching a ship would be difficult when the stomach barren is feeding. With Kuma's assistance, however, the plan becomes simple. Buggy intends to send a floating island as a way station and storage. As long as Kuma can package and launch the food, it can be transported to other locations via ship. How could I not have thought of such a splendid idea before? Pony Island indeed possesses an abundance of food. If we can transport it, it should help many people. This matter will be entrusted to me and Pony. The benevolent Kuma, upon hearing that he could use food to assist more people, did not hesitate for a moment and readily agreed. However, Buggy then surprised him with another request. Before that, please take me to the Salb Kingdom. There is no place more suitable for that floating way station. I believe Pony would also be delighted to return home with you. Would that be acceptable? The sudden disappearance of a member state would cause trouble for King Bulldog. He is quite kind to everyone. That is simple. After all, only half of the Salb Kingdom is a member state, while the other half is an ungoverned territory. We can simply carve it out and create an extraordinary incident. The section concerning the uninhabitable area can be separated. Both I and Boney will take excellent care of the elders residing there. Upon hearing Buggy's proposal, Deshaun pondered for a moment before agreeing. After all, he had no interest in being a king. The church and the village of elders were his true home, and as long as those remained, it was sufficient to call it their homeland. A few nights later, half of the Salb kingdom mysteriously vanished, thrusting this small nation in the South Sea into the spotlight of the World Economic Journal, but that was the extent of it. Buggy spent a month relocating half of the Salb kingdom to hover above the Grand Line, then summoned Bartholomew Kuma, Boni, and Yuta to journey to the Boyne archipelago. What? Tyrant Bear? And Clown Buggy? It's surprising that 2 Shichibukai were dispatched to capture me. However, I am not without my own allies. Listen closely. My master Hercules is the lord of a forest and can summon all animals to battle. You would do well to leave promptly, and I shall not hold it against you. As expected, Buggy and his companions encountered Usopp, who had been sent flying here by Deshion. At this point, he had become quite rotund, waving his mismatched arms in a futile attempt to intimidate the uninvited guests with the presence of his master. Still spinning tales, are we? You're just trying to avoid me, aren't you, Pitum-san? Buggy kicked Usopp's plump body, sending him soaring like a ball. At that moment, a figure clad in beetle armor swung down from the trees, effortlessly catching Usopp and bringing him to the ground. You recognize me despite my appearance? Now, please call me the warrior of the Boyne archipelago, Hercules. So what brings you here? The King's Shichibukai, Clown Buggy. Oh, just call me Buggy. I merely wanted to catch up with an old friend and inquire about certain matters from the past. What exactly is One Piece? Why One Team, Mr. Crocus and Mr. Rayleigh tell me? Should I seek out Mr. Jabba instead? I might as well collect the road signs. I already have 3. Ha! Since the Haven Tea shared, I don't intend to divulge either. Perhaps you truly should seek Jabba. He is the least likely to keep secrets. So, the final road sign is in his possession, right? That's true. He is a navigator, and not only does he know about the road signs, but he also understands the routes. It seems I have stumbled upon something significant. I hope they One T silence me. I must employ the great invisibility technique. You can't see me. You cannot see me at all. Buggy, oblivious to the conversations around him, caused Usopp to grow increasingly astonished as he quietly concealed himself in the bushes, murmuring, "Since we've encountered each other, could you do me a favor? I have a few subordinates who, like that guy, need some training. I'll send them over in a few days to help me out." Hercules. Buggy found Usopp's poor disguise amusing and suddenly thought of his own 2 hefty companions, Machi and Leaky, deeming it necessary for them to join in the training. Your companions, you say? I could send them over, though I cannot guarantee there won't be any issues. No worries. Deshion will remain here to help me gather food. There are tens of thousands of people relying on me to resolve their hunger. No treasure can procure ingredients richer than those found here. I thought you had changed your ways, but it seems you are still that little money grubber. So, is your pursuit of One Piece motivated by a desire for wealth? Seeking wealth does not necessarily require finding One Piece. However, to upend this world, discovering One Piece is undoubtedly a prerequisite. Haha, who can say for certain? Yet it certainly sounds reasonable. Do convey my regards to the first mate, and I shall visit him when I can. Upon hearing Buggy's response, Hercules seemed to recall something amusing. After a hearty laugh, he seized the hiding Usopp and leaped to the treetops, indicating he had no intention of continuing the conversation. Although he did not ascertain what One Piece truly was, having Jabba as a lead was a considerable gain. After a brief exploration, Buggy returned with Yuta and Boni to the floating island. Initially, Buggy intended to use a ship to distribute food, but he encountered a significant issue while relocating the Salb Kingdom: the necessity of traversing the Red Line. Frequent use of ships could result in one straying to Mariewa, undoubtedly attracting the attention of the world government. The most prudent approach would be to utilize the mirror space for transportation. To achieve this goal, Buggy planned to traverse all the territories under his command, establishing locations for the entrances to the mirror world while simultaneously facilitating a world tour for Yuta. A world tour commencing from the East Sea? Yuta will certainly give her all. Heading to the West Sea? That sounds incredibly exciting. I want to join too. We've been busy with fast food all day. My mind is nearly filled with hamburgers and fries. Let's have a break. Hosting events across the group's territories could enhance their influence over local populations and manage local members, strengthening control. I wish to accompany you as well. To Buggy's surprise, upon returning to Sabeti Archipelago and proposing a tour for Yuta, everyone showed great interest in participating. Even Crocodile expressed his approval. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, let us all join in for a Buggy Pirate Crew Carnival. Given that it's a world tour, prior preparations and promotions are absolutely essential. With News King Morgan's, the fervent promoter, handling publicity, the troublesome part lies in choosing locations and arranging venues. Under Buggy's mobilization, the members raced across various regions with transport fleets, including Windmill Village in the East Sea, Bartai Restaurant, and the world-renowned Low Town. For the West Sea, North Sea, and South Sea, Buggy opted for existing strongholds, primarily located near the entrance of the Grand Line. To amplify his influence, Buggy not only claimed to offer free transportation for ticket purchases, but also collaborated with the World Economic Journal to popularize the transponder snail, successfully igniting a wave of mail-order enthusiasm. As for the Grand Line, with the aid of eternal pointers and established airship transportation, Buggy could bypass the constraints of the 7 routes, planning a series of routes through Magnetic Drum Island, Alabasta Kingdom, Jaya Island, Hakinosu Pirate Island, the City of Spring Queen, Water 7, and Sabeti Archipelago. After more than half a month of promotional preparations, Buggy, accompanied by some officers, set off on the tour. Such a grand spectacle naturally attracted the attention of the Navy. They not only demanded local branches to monitor closely, but also issued notices urging civilians not to participate. Yet, despite the allure of copious free food, many still attended the performances and were quickly captivated by Yuta's remarkable singing. Some even followed along, migrating to the Grand Line. When the tour reached Sabeti Archipelago, Yuta had already become a fixture in world news. While some might not know how many Shichibukai currently exist, they surely recognized Yuta, the dazzling singing star. What world's #1 songstress? Isn't she just a little girl who rose to fame with the backing of the Shichibukai? If Nami Senpai and Robin Senpai performed, they would undoubtedly outshine her by 1,000-fold. Oh no, it must be tens of thousands. Though I am unaware of what my seniors are currently doing, just thinking about reaching the places where they fought sends shivers of excitement through me. Children, ahead lies Sabeti Archipelago. We shall turn everyone there into fans of the Straw Hat Crew. Haha! On a ship with an abstract pirate flag depicting a giant straw hat of Luffy, a fierce man with a green crest casually tore Yuta's promotional poster into shreds, casting them into the air, and, after some self-talk, erupted into a fit of laughter. He is none other than Luffy's ardent admirer, the supernova Bartolomeo, who emerged a year after the Marineford War. He has been mercilessly bombarding innocent civilians and even disseminating gruesome images of tortured pirates, leading his bounty to Sorta 1. 5 billion berries, earning him the notorious title of the pirate most wished to disappear, currently ranked #1 on the real-time pirate leaderboard. Perhaps the most authoritative voice in this tumultuous scenario is the newsbird, lying lazily behind him. If given the chance to choose again, it would undoubtedly refrain from descending upon this ship to promote its newspaper. Captain Buggy, or should I say, Your Excellency, the unruly pirate crew has been identified as the Bartolomeo Club, with the captain being the supernova Bartolomeo. Captain Bellamy has just been defeated, and Director Kuro has also failed to secure victory and is still engaged in battle. Indeed, dealing with such abilities is quite a challenge for them. Keep an eye on the others. I shall arrive shortly, even aboard a relatively comfortable airship. The lengthy voyage of over half a year has left Buggy weary from the prolonged travel. Seizing the opportunity during this lull, he has unwittingly lost track of time as a ruckus maker arrives. By the way, since Buggy initiated this grand tour, the title of captain has been informally adopted among the crew. Although he had originally established this title for the leaders of all cross guilds, beneath it are the ranks of director, flag captain, division leader, and regular members. Indeed, time flies. That devoted fan has arrived, which means Luffy's training will conclude in a few months. It seems like the time has come to lay out the arrangements for the new world. It would be unwise to leave it in disarray. As Buggy ponders strategies while making his way to the battlefield, he sees no reason to let this troublesome supernova escape. Whether to fulfill his duties as a warlord of the sea or to uphold the prestige of his own faction. Wouldn't, all wouldn't. No matter how many times you strike, my barrier faces no issues. You fool. Prepare to be crushed. Despicable, invisible scoundrel. Barrier ball, steamroller. As Buggy approaches the battlefield, he first hears Bartolomeo's unrestrained roar, and then sees him rolling chaotically within a transparent sphere. Occasionally, slashing attacks are directed towards the surface of the sphere, yet they are effortlessly repelled, resulting in a stalemate where neither party can gain the upper hand. Special Buggy cannonballs. Realizing that the barrier sphere is advancing towards him, Buggy fires a cannonball at the ground, creating a large pit into which the barrier sphere falls. Kuro, handle the others. Leave this guy to me. As you command, Your Excellency. Kuro replies, vanishing from sight, although he cannot devise a method to counter this damned barrier. He holds no doubt about his captain's victory. The barrier sphere spins within the pit for a while, unable to escape, and Bartolomeo is reluctantly forced to temporarily cancel the barrier, climbing out of the pit with his bare hands. You are the infamous warlord of the sea with a big red nose. It seems the Sunny is in your possession. Hand it over quickly. It would be best for you and your crew to join my Bartolomeo Club and follow the esteemed Straw Hat Luffy, or face annihilation. Truly, it is laughable. What a foolish fan. I was even contemplating whether to spare an arm for you to remain in the new world. It appears this is the end. Your star-chasing journey concludes here. Fireworks show, Buggy cannon, barrier. What kind of warlord of the sea are you? Is this all you can do? No wonder Luffy could defeat one with a bounty of 100 million before. I cannot bring shame upon my elder. Hee. Bartolomeo crosses his arms and conjures a transparent square barrier in front of him, as Buggy's cannonball barrage collides against it, exploding like fireworks, which Bartolomeo effortlessly deflects. Arrogant and presumptuous. You and your subordinates are equally foolish. My barrier can completely defend against all attacks. Are you trying to suffocate me, you red-nosed bastard? That's impossible. Huh? Initially, Bartolomeo was watching the explosions through the smoke, mocking Buggy for his futile efforts, but suddenly felt a chill run down his back, instinctively turning around. With a shriek, one of Bartolomeo's arms fell limply to his side, blood gushing from his shoulder, and his barrier dissipated. Have you just awakened your observation, Haki? You brought this upon yourself. Had you not dodged, that blow would have finished you. Without your barrier, what means do you have to escape? As the smoke clears, a hand clutching a long knife hovers ominously above Bartolomeo's head. In a swift motion, it descends, intending to cleave him in two. Barrier, pistol. In a moment of desperation, Bartolomeo raises his remaining arm and miraculously generates a circular barrier with a single hand, deflecting Buggy's long knife. Seeing his strike miss, Buggy swiftly unsheathes his knife, launching a relentless assault against Bartolomeo. As the saying goes, even a great hero cannot withstand a multitude of attacks. The barrage quickly overwhelms Bartolomeo, leaving him with numerous wounds. He has no choice but to endure the pain and raise his injured arm once more, releasing the barrier sphere to envelop himself in absolute defense against the onslaught. Barrier sphere spin attack. You foolish clown. My barrier's defense is absolute. All attacks are ineffective. You are wasting your efforts. Prepare to be ground into the earth. Hee. Bartolomeo propels himself upward, maneuvering the barrier sphere to repel Buggy's slashes and Haki-infused strikes, crushing towards Buggy himself. Godly avoidance. Buggy does not dare to gamble on whether his fragmented abilities will be effective against the barrier. In a hurry, he retracts his arm and executes a powerful strike against the impending barrier sphere. Boom! The long knife, enveloped in black lightning, crashes against the barrier sphere, producing a thunderous sound as Bartolomeo loses his balance and tumbles within the sphere, his body riddled with wounds and blood flowing freely. Nevertheless, Bartolomeo maintains the gesture to sustain his ability, keeping the barrier intact. The extraordinary powers of his devil fruit have not failed him, as the transparent barrier sphere remains unscathed, merely propelled away by the force. Immune to all external attacks, it is uncertain whether temperature can penetrate, but one thing is certain. Sound is unaffected by the barrier. Had I known, I would have collected the abilities of the DJ, Apo as well. My strength seems to have increased, Where has it flown off to? If Yuta encounters it, it would become troublesome. Initially, Buggy watched as the barrier sphere carried Bartolomeo into the sky like a golf ball, even contemplating ways to counter it, only to discover that the landing point was the venue prepared for Yuta's performance, prompting him to hasten his pursuit. Despite the abilities of the Yuta no Mi, even a severely injured Bartolomeo, let alone a healthy one, would find it impossible to harm Yuta. However, once Yuta realizes that this individual is connected to Straw Hat Luffy, Buggy would be unable to strike decisively. As Buggy feared, the barrier sphere crashed through the performance venue's tent, coincidentally encountering Yuta, who was practicing her songs, and easily subdued him. Yuta merely confined him within her mental space, and the conspicuous straw hat insignia on Bartolomeo's chest significantly eased their tension. After a brief exchange, she released him. Yuta, stay away from here. That guy is a troublesome pirate. He aims to steal the Sunny and exploit the name of Straw Hat Luffy for deceit. Yuta, stay away from here. That guy's a Navy lackey. The Sunny has been seized, and it appears to be an enemy of Luffy's senpai. By the time Buggy arrived, Yuta was already tending to Bartolomeo's wounds. The tension escalated as both sides exchanged sharp words, urging Yuta to vacate the scene to avoid further complications. You must be mistaken. Uncle Clown is temporarily using this to protect the Sunny. We are all friends of Luffy. There is no need for hostility. Yuta, you must have been deceived by this clown. During the Marineford War, he was aligned with the Navy. Otherwise, Luffy Senpai would surely have rescued his brother Ace. When Yuta attempted to approach Buggy, Bartolomeo quickly erected a barrier to shield them both. Indeed, despite Yuta's mediation, Bartolomeo remained distrustful of Buggy's intentions. If you know little, do not speak out of turn. During the Marineford War, I never laid a hand on the Straw Hat Kid. After all, I was his teacher. I know not only where he is now, but also the whereabouts of the rest of the Straw Hat crew. I always knew Luffy Senpai was alive. But where is he? Can you take me to see him? Mentioning the Straw Hat Kid instantly ignited Bartolomeo's excitement, causing him to forget his usual verbal quirk. Want to see him? That's easy, just wait. You've seen Luffy's last news, 3D2Y, right? Initially, they planned to stay for 3 days, but now, considering the time, it's nearly been 2 years. Soon, the Straw Hat crew will reunite here. So Luffy Senpai's arm tattoo signifies this. Knowing this, could you truly not be his enemy? Yet you stood with the Navy during the Marineford War. As a devoted fan of Luffy, every piece of news about him is well known to me. And I certainly remember that last photograph, finding Buggy's words quite reasonable. However, considering Buggy's identity, I felt perplexed about his motives, leading to a moment of cognitive overload. Which warlord of the sea would genuinely align with the Navy? Everyone merely seeks to stir up excitement and maintain appearances. Do you think the warlords of the sea refers to the kings of the world government's member nations? Not at all. We merely believe our standing does not reach the heights of the Pirate King. Buggy swiftly fragmented his body, scattering it before reassembling into a colossal face with 2 enormous hands. His grotesque posture and arrogant tone intensified Bartolomeo's pressure to the point of mental stagnation. Just as Bartolomeo was ready to respond to his predicament, he suddenly found himself suspended in midair. Even attempting to break through the barrier proved futile, as though he was confined within a transparent space. Do not think for a moment that I am powerless against your abilities. You have 2 choices. Either remain quietly in Sabaody until the Straw Hats reunite and leave, or in a couple of days, head to the New World. The Straw Hats will inevitably pass through Dressrosa. It's up to you to see if you can encounter them. Buggy, like a magician with a Rubik's Cube, began to shake Bartolomeo, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Stop shaking me. As long as you release my crew, we will head to the New World immediately. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. To reach the New World, one must first traverse Fishman Island, which lies 10,000 meters underwater, akin to a death wish. How about this? I'll be a good Samaritan and help coat your ship. In 3 days, I'll need you to deliver a batch of goods to Fishman Island, and we'll call it even. Buggy's terms were not overly harsh, and Bartolomeo agreed without hesitation, even secretly pleased, thinking that Buggy was quite easy to manipulate. Buggy, disregarding past grievances, certainly had his own agenda. Since he could not act overtly, setting a trap was a simple matter. It turns out that Jinbei, representing Fishman Island, agreed to cooperate with the Cross Guild. However, he simultaneously established a connection with Big Mom, offering snacks and his own membership in her crew in exchange for her banner. Buggy was naturally displeased, but since he also had trade dealings with Big Mom, he could not openly oppose her, merely withdrawing most of his forces from Fishman Island and easing the interception of passing pirate crews. The goods Bartolomeo was tasked to deliver included the giganticization drug intended for Big Mom, and given Bartolomeo's tendency to aggressively sell fan badges, trouble was bound to arise. Whether it angered the Fishman Kingdom or Big Mom was inconsequential. It would certainly be enough to ensnare Bartolomeo in trouble. Bartolomeo remained non-committal regarding Buggy's proposals, only eager to finish the ship coating and depart with his subordinates who were still repairing the damaged areas. Thus, he behaved relatively well over the next 2 days. Little Roosterhead, don't just loiter around the Sunny. It's disgusting. 2 days later, while taking selfies aboard the Sunny, Bartolomeo suddenly heard Buggy's call. Initially reluctant to engage, he soon learned some exciting news. "You're quite lucky. Mr. Rayleigh just returned from the Straw Hat Kid. Whether you can extract any information depends on your own skills." Dark King Rayleigh? After the Marineford War, he went to the Navy headquarters with Luffy Senpai. So he should indeed know Luffy Senpai's whereabouts. Take me to see him at once. In Bartolomeo's mind, the credibility of Dark King Rayleigh was undoubtedly higher than that of Buggy. Therefore, he obediently followed Buggy to Shaki's bar. Although Rayleigh was teaching Luffy combat skills on Rizikana Island, he still made frequent returns to Sabaody to indulge his gambling habits. "Mr. Rayleigh, you're back. I have a favor to ask. This Supernova Kid is a fan of the Straw Hat, and he hopes to learn the latest news from you. I'd also like you to keep an eye on him for a few days to prevent him from causing mischief." "Oh, the Straw Hat Kid has followers now. How delightful. Keep him here. I love chatting with newcomers. What could be more joyous than witnessing the growth of new pirate sprouts?" Rayleigh had heard of Bartolomeo's notorious reputation, but was willing to converse with him, given his connection to the Straw Hat Kid. Moreover, since the casinos on Sabaody were primarily operated under Buggy's banner, Rayleigh had accrued significant debts, and helping out was only fair. Once the ship coating was complete, Bartolomeo eagerly rushed to share the latest news about Luffy with his subordinates. This, however, caught the attention of the Navy, leading to preparations for the Straw Hats' reunion. At this moment, Bartolomeo was blissfully unaware that he had dug a significant hole for his idol. He set off for Fishman Island with the cargo prepared by Buggy. And as expected, unexpected events ensued. Initially, he only needed to deliver the drug to the collector, Haki. Perhaps the snacks on Fishman Island were too delectable. Bartolomeo impulsively pulled out a badge of Straw Hat Luffy, hoping to trade for some. After being refused by Haki, Bartolomeo's inability to control his sharp tongue led to a brawl between the two parties, only ceasing under Jinbei's forceful mediation. This disturbance forced the candy factory to halt operations temporarily and even affected the nearby royal palace, causing concern among the fishmen as previously imprisoned members of the new Fishman pirates seized the opportunity to escape, resulting in a resurgence of chaos in law and order. This situation aligns perfectly with Buggy's expectations. The deteriorating security of the Fishman Island will assist him in recruiting more fleeing laborers. The quest for the warship Ming Wang requires a multitude of hands. Thousands of fishmen are flocking to Wano Kuni, settling in the underwater city. And such significant movements have quickly caught the attention of Shogun Kazuki Sukiyaki. My Lord Regent, driving away the nefarious Kaido and providing ample sustenance for the people will restore the former prosperity of Wano Kuni, for which I am immensely grateful. However, the gathering of so many fishmen and the extensive excavations. Are you perhaps in search of the ancient weapon Ming Wang? Setting aside the question of whether that ship, lost for centuries, can be restored to functionality, such reckless digging may very well lead to collapses, placing the recently settled Wano Kuni in peril once more. Furthermore, should such an object resurface, it will undoubtedly attract covetous eyes from all quarters, which would not bode well for your power. I hope you will consider halting the excavations until the time is ripe. In the flower capital, Within the shogun's residence, Kazuki Sukiyaki conversed privately with Kazuki Momonosuke. Buggy visited daily to seek knowledge about ancient scripts. Initially, Kazuki Sukiyaki had not acknowledged his understanding of such texts. But upon Buggy's direct mention of the ancient weapon Ming Wang, he reluctantly agreed to impart his knowledge. Yet, he often cited his advanced age and limited energy as reasons to teach only a few characters at a time. After a year, however, he had nearly taught all the red text characters. Observing the expanding excavation progress, Kazuki Sukiyaki felt compelled to voice his concerns. My esteemed grandfather, there is no need for such worry. I have already instructed the use of the pillars from Onigashima to support the tunnels, while also carving side passages that lead to the inner sea to mitigate any danger. Should the ancient warship indeed possess immense power, there is no need to fear the covetousness of other factions. If it is unusable, then it would be of no value to others. My Lord Regent, it is but the two of us here, so there is no need for pretense. I may be lacking in martial prowess, far inferior to my son Odin. Yet, my ability to hear the voices of all things remains the same. It is only out of gratitude for your kindness that I have refrained from exposing the truth. My grandson has likely long departed from this world. Alas! You old man are quite the actor. No wonder you managed to deceive Kaido and Orochi with your feigned death. I must obtain the warship Ming Wang, but I shall not hasten to remove it. So there is no need for your undue anxiety. It would be best not to engage in any clandestine actions, whether contacting former subordinates or the world government. Such paths lead to ruin. As long as you remain compliant, the title of shogun shall remain with the Kazuki family. In light of my past ties with you and your foolish son, I shall share some good news. Your grandson is still alive and should reappear in due time. Indeed, your watchful eyes have not missed a thing. Who would betray their benefactor for an old man? At this juncture, there is no need to deceive me further. The great fire in Yuden City 20 years ago took both Momonosuke and his mother away. I can only hope you will treat Hiyori kindly, allowing the bloodline of the Kazuki family to endure, and you may dispose of the shogun's empty title as you see fit. Kazuki Sukiyaki's face darkened with worry, and he slumped dejectedly at the table, as if preparing for his final affairs. TCH, believe it or not, your daughter-in-law, Kazuki Toki, possessed the ability to traverse time. She sent her son and his companions 20 years into the future, while she herself remained behind, a true waste of such a remarkable power. Why do you still doubt? Even if a person is reduced to ashes, how do you explain the disappearance of the sword, Aim no Habakiri? In a few days, you should go to Yuden City. I have already sent someone to clear the area. Aim no Habakiri is one of the 21 great grade swords, indeed difficult to destroy easily. Odin likely gave one of the 2 swords to each of his children, which makes sense. I shall relocate to Yuden City. The flower capital is in your capable hands. Upon hearing Buggy's reasonable deductions, a hint of color returned to Kazuki Sukiyaki's face. He bowed deeply to Buggy, and when he resumed teaching about the ancient characters, he seemed to exert himself more than usual, as if eager to journey to Yuden City at once.